Su Su found himself traversing into a world of martial arts. Numerous dynasties stood tall, and countless strong individuals roamed, where the law of the jungle prevailed, rendering the environment perilous. Even with boundless wealth, lacking strength ultimately rendered one incapable of safeguarding it. Fortunately, he was bestowed with the family prosperity system. By marrying and bearing children, he could reap generous rewards. At the outset, he encountered the drug Yaoyue, and under duress, he brought her into his abode. Ding! Congratulations, host, on marrying Yaoyue. You have gained 60 years of cultivation and the 9 Yang divine art. This was merely the beginning. Ding! Congratulations, host, on marrying the little dragon girl. You have gained 60 years of cultivation and the heavenly slashing sword technique. Ding! Congratulations. Yaoyue has given birth to twins for the host, granting a century of cultivation and the grand sword intent. As more wives entered his life, Lian Xing, Li Mo Cho, Little Dragon Girl, Wan Wan, Shifei Xian, Li Han, Su Wei Xiong, and other Su Su's fortune soared beyond imagination. Chapter 1. Insufficient Talent, System to the Rescue. In the world of martial arts, during the spring of the Song dynasty, the misty rain of Jiangnan fell softly, enhancing the picturesque scenery with a touch of enchanting allure. On a whim, Su Su took a group of servants and set out on a boat upon the lake. The grand vessel, adorned with intricate carvings and opulent decorations, astonished all with its lavishness. On the top deck, the handsome and extraordinary Su Su gazed contemplatively at the lake's surface. In his past life, he had merely been a cog in the corporate machine, never expecting that one fateful day he would traverse into this realm and inherit the immensely wealthy Su family estate. This catapulted him from the depths of society to the heights of affluence, transforming him into a bona fide high flyer. Moreover, he was not just any high flyer. In terms of wealth, if the Su family chose not to contend with others, no one in the entire Song dynasty could rival them. While Su Su found satisfaction in his current life, an undercurrent of anxiety gnawed at him. As the saying goes, fortune often harbors misfortune. Residing in a feudal world of martial arts, even with immense wealth, without the ability to protect, it was futile. Understanding this truth, Su Su had diligently sought renowned masters for guidance over the years, employing rare medicinal herbs for assistance, and even resorting to unconventional methods. Alas, his aptitude for martial arts proved woefully inadequate despite years of effort. He had achieved little. To this day, he had yet to break through to the postnatal realm. Although he could afford to hire martial artists for protection, it was ultimately not a sustainable solution, especially after the passing of his parents, which attracted more covetous eyes upon his family's wealth. Relying on others was unreliable. This dependence on external protection filled Su Su with growing unease. The path of martial arts places immense emphasis on personal talent. A gifted individual may cultivate for a day, equating to 10 years of effort for others. Conversely, those with poor talent may toil for a decade, yet achieve no more than a day's worth of progress for others. With my talent, if I am to become an unparalleled master, I must rely on the system. As a transmigrator, Su Su naturally awakened a system named the Family Prosperity System. Its function was straightforward. As long as Su Su continued to strive in marrying and bearing children, he would continuously receive rewards. Relying on the rewards bestowed by the system, it is not merely a matter of becoming an unparalleled master. The prospect of ascending to a higher realm and achieving an immortal existence is indeed plausible. Regrettably, the system has explicit criteria regarding the selection of concubines. The individuals chosen by Su Su must be renowned characters from martial arts novels of their previous lives. Alas, this matter necessitates careful deliberation. This is not a world where wealth alone can accomplish any endeavor. The pursuit of illustrious martial women as concubines is far from an easy undertaking. In this regard, Su Su is acutely aware. Despite his handsome appearance, which could be likened to the most striking figures of the past, and his immense wealth that rivals the richest in the realm, those in the martial arts world may not necessarily regard him with favor. Even if he were to encounter an individual who deemed him worthy, it is unlikely that they would permit him to indulge in the folly of taking multiple concubines. A misstep could result in the loss of both fortune and life, reminiscent of the tragic entanglement between the master of the Yihua Palace, Yaoyue, and the illustrious Jiangfeng, who is celebrated as the most beautiful man in the world and equally affluent. Yet what was the outcome? Merely due to a change of affections, he met a tragic end. In terms of appearance and lineage, Jiangfeng and Su Su are likely comparable. Most critically, Jiang Feng had a brother renowned as the world's foremost divine sword. Yet that did not safeguard him from his fate. Moreover, Su Su must rely on his guards for survival. While the Su family boasts numerous skilled fighters, even their combined strength would fall short against an opponent of Yaoyue's caliber. Though in this world, Yaoyue has not experienced the same romantic tribulations with Jiang Feng. Nevertheless, this does not preclude Su Su from categorizing her as a dangerous entity, one to be avoided at all costs. Yaoyue and Lian Xing are simply beyond consideration. They are far too formidable. However, individuals like Li Hani and Wang Yuyan warrant contemplation. Su Su pondered within himself, intending to visit the Mandala Villa in hopes of securing Wang Yuyan's favor. His primary aim is to pursue those whose backing the Su family can contend with, and who are not excessively powerful themselves. Wang Yuyan is intelligent, possessing an extraordinary memory, yet she lacks martial prowess, which aligns with the conditions for taking a concubine. Young master, we have been sailing for the entire morning. Shall we continue? One of the guards respectfully inquired. Do not underestimate him, although merely a guard. He is a well-known, innate master in the martial world, renowned for his swift, thunderous palm. His willingness to serve Su Su stems entirely from his submission to Su Su's financial prowess. Let us conclude for today. We shall dock and return home. Understood, young master. Several dozen miles away, a woman of striking elegance, akin to a celestial being, is swiftly traversing the landscape. Dressed in garments as white as snow, with hair as dark as ink, her expression is decidedly cold. At this moment, she is racing forward with remarkable agility, her lightness of foot unparalleled, moving with astonishing speed. Her haste suggests that someone pursues her. Yet, a curious question arises. Who would dare chase after a woman of such formidable agility? Suddenly, a streak of light swiftly overtakes her, blocking her path. Young master. As the boat docks, Su Su has just disembarked when two individuals unexpectedly appear. The guards swiftly encircle him, ensuring his protection. Despicable wretch, you dare to drug me. The woman glared fiercely at the obstructing man, her teeth clenched in anger. This woman was none other than the master of the Yihua Palace, Yaoyue, whom Su Su had just been contemplating not to provoke. Her voice was ethereal and melodious, yet tinged with an authoritative edge that carried a hint of allure. I cannot overpower you, so what other choice do I have but to resort to such measures? A bearded man, trailing behind, clutching a claw-like implement, chuckled with smug satisfaction. I never imagined that today, Yin Zhonghe would find himself in such delightful fortune. How splendid, truly splendid. He added, do not struggle. The more you resist, the more potent the effects of the drug will become. Though you can suppress it for now with your internal power, soon, you will be begging on your knees. Despicable fiend, I shall kill you, Yaoyue declared, her face flushed with a peculiar hue of fury. She drew her sword and lunged forward, but alas, most of her internal energy was spent suppressing the poison, leaving her with barely enough strength to contend with Yin Zhonghe. Anticipating her move, he sidestepped just as she approached, deftly pulling her into his embrace. My little beauty, are you so eager for my affection? Yaoyue's face was a portrait of rage, yet she found herself unable to break free. A glimmer of despair flickered in her enchanting eyes. Had she truly fallen for this lecher's vile scheme, risking her purity in the process? Lecher, I shall perish alongside you. With that, she aimed her sword at her own abdomen. Quick, save her! Su Su shouted. As a man of justice, he could not stand idly by while such a lecherous act unfolded before him. As his words rang out, two of his guards swiftly drew their swords and charged at Yin Zhonghe. Startled by the sudden intervention, Yin Zhonghe lost focus, causing Yaoyue's sword to veer slightly off course, yet swiftly and mercilessly plunged into his abdomen. With a sickening thud, the blade pierced flesh. Yin Zhonghe, taken aback, struck Yaoyue's shoulder, dislodging the sword embedded within him. As Yaoyue teetered on the brink of collapse, Su Su rushed forward to catch her, cradling her in his arms. The intoxicating fragrance enveloped him, and as he beheld the exquisite beauty nestled against him, he could not help but feel his heart stir. Her skin was as smooth as jade, and her visage was nothing short of breathtaking, a true masterpiece of creation. Such unparalleled beauty was no wonder that it attracted the gaze of a scoundrel. Meanwhile, Yaoyue, though not grievously harmed by Yin Zhonghe's blow, felt her internal energy dissipate, rendering her previous efforts futile. The poison she had been suppressing surged forth uncontrollably. In that moment, she lost all rationality, leaning against Su Su, drawn to the refreshing coolness radiating from him, yearning for more. With an abrupt motion, she tore at his outer garment, reducing it to tatters. "Young master!" The guards rushed forward to aid Su Su. "Stand back!" Yaoyue bellowed. With a sweeping gesture, a tremendous force erupted, sending the guards sprawling to the ground, unconscious. Then, she abruptly lifted the bewildered Su Su into her arms, and with a few graceful leaps, they entered the luxurious ship. Chapter 2. My dear lady, you wouldn't intend to renege on this, would you? The petite figure of Yaoyue was infused with boundless strength. Su Su, cradled in her embrace, could distinctly feel the warmth radiating from her, as well as the enchanting allure concealed beneath her attire. Even now, Su Su remained in a daze, utterly astonished that such fortuitous events could occur in the world. At this moment, Yaoyue had set Su Su down. As a wealthy and handsome young man, his pleasure boat was, of course, resplendent in opulence. Particularly, the third level, designated as his private domain, exuded the lavishness characteristic of the affluent. Setting aside the exquisite decor within, even the resting couch that Su Su often utilized was crafted from pure white fox fur, meticulously processed to achieve a softness and comfort unparalleled. Yet, Yaoyue was not in a position to admire these luxuries. As Su Su pondered, she had already approached him with an air of desire glimmering in her eyes. "My lady, no, dear girl, please remain calm. Wait, this is Muyun's silk, worth a fortune. Hold on, I can manage this myself." Several hours later, an exhausted Su Su awoke from his slumber, only to find himself gazing into a pair of icy eyes. Recalling the earlier events, Yaoyue seethed with anger, tinged with a hint of shyness. Faced with the man she had taken by force, she felt a throbbing headache, uncertain of how to address the situation. Seeing her distress, Su Zu's heart sank. Surely, she did not intend to enjoy the benefits and then deny any responsibility? This simply cannot be allowed. Having fortuitously encountered a beautiful woman and achieved tangible progress, he must ensure her as his bride. Not only would it fulfill his system task, but would also grant him a lovely wife. What a splendid outcome. He could not let this opportunity slip away. With a look of melancholy, Su Su addressed Yaoyue. "My lady, I implore you, you wouldn't consider reneging on this agreement, would you? Indeed, a young man must safeguard himself when venturing into the world." Upon hearing this, Yaoyue's expression darkened. "You insolent boy, what do you mean by that? It is a privilege for you that I, the princess, have taken an interest in you." On the surface, Yaoyue appeared composed, as if losing her virtue were of little consequence. Yet, in truth, she merely feigned calmness. In this feudal society, women held their chastity in higher regard than their very lives, and Yaoyue was no exception. As for Su Su, his outward display of grievance was merely a ruse. Secretly, he was elated, fearful that his bride might escape. Setting aside the question of whether he could indeed make her his wife, anyone would find joy in the earlier encounter. He silently expressed gratitude towards Yuan Zhonghe. Of course, Su Su had another motive. These individuals from the martial world were often ruthless. What if she decided to eliminate him to erase the evidence? The more aggrieved he appeared, the more guilty she would feel. However, upon hearing Yaoyue's reproach, Su Su's facade of grievance deepened. "So, does this imply that you still refuse to acknowledge this? You, my lady, are as radiant as a celestial being. Your beauty unparalleled indeed. I've taken unfair advantage." "Humph. It is good that you understand." Yaoyue retorted coldly, turning her back to him, declining to say more. After a moment of silence, as if mustering newfound courage, Su Su declared, "If the lady does not find it objectionable, I would be willing to prepare a betrothal gift and formally propose to your family." Proposal? As Yaoyue turned around, she initially intended to confront him, but was unexpectedly met with Su Su's sincere and deeply affectionate gaze. "Do you truly wish to marry me?" Yaoyue's cheeks flushed crimson. Faced with the strikingly handsome young man who had shared intimate moments with her, Yaoyue felt her heart stir. In that instant, her thoughts became a tangled web, leaving her uncertain of how to proceed. Their bond had transcended mere companionship. Her once innocent form was no longer intact. Initially, she contemplated ending his life, followed by that of Yuan Zhonghe, erasing this incident from existence. Yet, when confronted with the allure of this handsome youth, Yaoyue found herself reluctant to inflict harm. Reluctance battled with the reality that they could not simply pretend nothing had happened. As the leader of the Yaoyue palace, she could not allow another to encroach upon what was hers. After much contemplation, It seemed there was but one path forward indeed. I speak the truth. If you are willing, I shall arrange a grand procession to marry you. Rest assured, I shall cherish you dearly. Should I betray you, may I suffer a fate worse than death and be denied rebirth. Upon hearing Su Su's vow, Yaoyue felt a surge of emotion. Having encountered countless individuals, she recognized the genuine sincerity reflected in his eyes and honesty that could not deceive. Yet, Yaoyue remained silent, lost in contemplation. The matter of marriage was no trivial affair. It required careful consideration. After a considerable pause, Yaoyue turned to Su Su and declared, "Remember your promise today. Should you betray me in the future, I shall ensure you experience 1,000 tortures." Upon hearing her words, Su Su understood that this betrothal was inevitable. Indeed, just as that thought crossed his mind, Yaoyue's ethereal and melodious voice, tinged with authority, graced his ears. 3 days hence, come to the Ihua Palace with the betrothal gifts. With that, Yaoyue departed the ship, her nimble feet barely touching the ground as she gracefully vanished from Su Su's sight. Ihua Palace? Su Su stood there, momentarily dazed, before finally realizing, by heavens, she is Yaoyue. "Young master, are you well?" The guards, having regained consciousness, hesitated to approach due to Yaoyue's formidable presence. Only after her departure did they rush onto the ship to assess Su Su's condition. Su Su shook his head. "Master, what shall we do next?" "We shall return home. Preparations for the betrothal gifts for Yaoyue must commence." When Tai was taken aback, his eyes wide with disbelief as he asked, "Master, you truly dare to marry her?" Su Su frowned, casting a glance at Wen Tai. Realizing his misstep, Wen Tai hastily clasped his hands in apology. "I am at fault. Please forgive me, master." Seeing Wen Tai acknowledge his error, Su Su chose not to press the matter further. "Let us be on our way." As thoughts of marriage filled Su Su's mind, he felt an eager impatience. Not for any other reason, but for the rewards promised by the system. Of course, the earlier experience lingered in his thoughts, leaving him with a profound sense of satisfaction. He had anticipated a lengthy pursuit to win his first woman, yet unexpectedly found Yaoyue arriving at his doorstep, taking the initiative. While Yaoyue was not his ideal choice, given the circumstances, he recognized that not marrying her was no longer an option. Especially on the bed, the vivid scarlet stain upon the white fox speaks volumes. One can only hope that the system's initial reward is sufficiently generous to empower him to rise before Yaoyue, enabling him to continue his pursuit of taking concubines. Should that not be the case, he must postpone his plans, exercising caution and waiting until he has amassed enough strength. Regardless, he finally has a beginning. The prosperity of the family begins with marrying Yaoyue. Chapter 3. Do not move. This time it is my turn. Jiangnan, Su family manor. The estate spans thousands of acres. An immense expanse adorned with artificial mountains and flowing waters and resplendent architecture. Today, the Su family manor is festooned with decorations, vibrant and lively, filled with the sound of gongs and drums, a scene of great festivity. All this celebration is for the marriage of the young master of the Su family. Countless guests, bearing a variety of gifts, arrive from all directions, curious about the extraordinary bride chosen by the affluent young master. It is said that the bride is a woman of unparalleled beauty, with some who have seen her claiming she resembles a celestial fairy descended to earth. Could it be such an exaggeration? No, not at all. In fact, it may even be an understatement. I have previously encountered Lin Xianer, the most beautiful woman in our great Ming Jianghu, and I believe she truly deserved her title. However, upon witnessing the wife of the Su master, I realized Lin Xianer pales in comparison. Alas, the Su master is indeed fortunate. It is only fitting, considering he is young, wealthy, strikingly handsome, and charming. Only a breathtaking beauty could be deemed worthy of him. Guests chatter eagerly, yet none know the name of the bride. The omission of her name, Yaoyue, is a deliberate choice by Su Su. After all, Yaoyue is notorious, a formidable figure known far and wide. If others were to discover that Su Su's wife is Yaoyue, the wedding festivities would be far from joyous, as few would dare to act frivolously in her presence. Soon, clad in a red robe, the dashing Su Su makes his entrance alongside his new bride, hand in hand, before the assembled guests. They bow to heaven and earth. They bow to their parents. The couple bows to each other. They are led into the bridal chamber. With this, the rites are complete. Gazing upon Yaoyue, her face veiled in red, Su Su feels an unprecedented sense of peace and joy. This feeling arises not solely from the system, but also from the realization that he now has a sense of belonging in this world. He has a wife. And soon he will have children, a complete family. Congratulations to the master on his joyous union. At this moment, all titles change. With the establishment of his family, Su Su is no longer merely the young master. He is now truly the master of the manor. After engaging in social pleasantries for a considerable time, Su Su finally retreats to the bridal chamber. Inside, upon the luxurious dragon and phoenix bed, sits his bride, adorned in a flowing red gown, her figure graceful and enchanting. Su Su, filled with excitement, approaches Yaoyue with determined steps. Despite their prior union, this moment feels entirely different. He sits beside her, lifting the edge of her red veil. The already stunning Yaoyue, enhanced by rouge and lip color, radiates even more charm. Enraptured by her captivating beauty, Su Su cannot help but exclaim, "My dear, you are truly exquisite." Yaoyue, whose countenance was initially somewhat frigid, was involuntarily suffused with a delicate blush upon hearing Su Su's words. It felt as though something deep within her heart had been stirred. Gradually extending her hand, she cradled Su Su's cheek and leaned in closer. Then, with a subtle gesture, she directed an invisible force towards the candle, extinguishing its flame in an instant. "Wait. My dear, do not move. Allow me this time." Beneath the moonlight, two intertwined figures were reflected upon the crimson drapes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for marrying Yaoyue, gaining a century of cultivation and the 9 Yang divine art. Su family manor. Qingfeng courtyard. The newlywed couple, who had been engaged in revelry for most of the night, had only just risen. Fortunately, there were no elders in the Su family, nor any need for the new bride to serve tea, and the customary morning and evening rituals were entirely absent. Otherwise, how could they have slept until now? However, that was the case for others. As for Yaoyue, if she did not wish to rise, no one could compel her. Moreover, even if she dared to serve tea, her in-laws might not have the audacity to partake. Take yesterday's wedding ceremony, for instance. Many steps were conspicuously omitted. As for the raucous festivities typically associated with wedding nights, who would dare to disrupt Yaoyue's? Although Su Su had not publicly disclosed Yaoyue's identity, some rumors had inevitably circulated. Of course, the absence of such disturbances had its advantages. They had more time to indulge in their pleasures. Perhaps due to the awakening of the system, Su Su's physique had long since transcended the ordinary, rendering him exceptionally suited for intimate endeavors. Even though his cultivation level was significantly lower than Yaoyue's, he had managed to elicit repeated pleas for mercy from her throughout the night. The system had not deceived him. Indeed, his constitution seemed tailored for a multitude of wives. With only Yaoyue, he might fare well in the short term, but over time, it would likely prove overwhelming. Initially contemplating how to persuade Yaoyue, he now realized that no justification would be necessary. In due time, she would likely encourage him to take additional sisters. Su Su felt a swell of pride at this thought. For a man, possessing abundant vigor in that regard was undoubtedly gratifying. However, he had more pressing matters to attend to. System, claimed the reward. Buzz. In the next moment, an immensely profound martial arts treatise surged into Su Su's mind. The 9 Yang divine art. Indeed, as he had surmised, the 9 Yang divine art was a remarkable culmination of the 9 Yang divine art and the 9 scripture. Once mastered, it would not only allow for protective qi like the 9 Yang divine art, but also grant extraordinary comprehension, enabling one to swiftly learn any martial arts, while embracing all things like the 9 scripture. This was undoubtedly an enhanced version of the two, embodying both strength and gentleness, and was certainly among the pinnacle of martial arts in the world. Su Su's face was alight with excitement. The Su family manor had previously amassed various martial arts manuals and techniques, yet these were merely of a lower caliber. True profound martial arts remained elusive. Even the 9 scripture had nearly slipped from the grasp of the Grandmaster Wang Chongyang at the peak of his prowess. Let us not even mention Su Su. For him, discovering any martial arts would hardly be a boon, but rather a calamity, one sufficient to bring about utter annihilation. In the realm of the martial world, prowess in combat invariably surpasses wealth in significance. Presently, Su Su has effortlessly acquired a skill more formidable than the legendary 9 scriptures, the 9 Yang divine art. How could he possibly contain his elation? At this very moment, an exhilarating sensation envelopes him entirely. What does it matter if his innate talent is lacking? The martial arts produced by the system can be accelerated during the dual cultivation with Yaoyue, creating an experience of unparalleled perfection. Oh, and let us not forget the system's reward of a century's worth of internal energy. With this thought in mind, Su Su hastily declared, "System, continue to receive." Chapter 4. Diligent cultivation, rapid progress. A sudden, invisible roar reverberated through the air. In an instant, a vast reservoir of internal energy surged into Su Su's body. Feeling this newfound power, Su immediately began to circulate it according to the intricate pathways of the 9 yin and 9 yang divine skill. Simultaneously, his aura ascended steadily: early postnatal, mid-postnatal, late postnatal, pinnacle postnatal, early innate, mid-innate. Ultimately, Su's aura stabilized at the mid-innate level. In merely a fleeting moment, he transcended 6 minor realms, reaching the innate stage. Ha ha ha. The system truly provides a smoother path. Su could not restrain his laughter. For so many years, regardless of his relentless diligence and countless precious herbs consumed, he had been unable to break through the postnatal realm. Yet now, he had ascended to the innate stage solely due to marrying Yaoyue, receiving such a bountiful reward. The disparity was stark. His arduous martial training had yielded little fruit. Perhaps it was wiser to relax and marry instead. With a radiant smile, Su mused on the future, filled with hope. Wealth beyond measure, a multitude of wives and concubines, and unrivaled martial prowess. This was undoubtedly the dream of any man. The singular difference was that Su had a genuine opportunity to realize it. Despite his elation, Su remained grounded. In this world, martial realms ascend from the lowly to the exalted, the unremarkable, postnatal, innate, grandmaster, and even more formidable existences beyond grandmasters, realms that they were yet unqualified to approach. Although Su had broken through to the innate realm and could be regarded as a skilled practitioner in the martial world, even the most extraordinary genius barely reached the innate stage. Thus, Su could be seen as having surpassed the ranks of prodigies. However, this did not deter Su from maintaining a sense of humility. He understood that boasting could lead to peril. One could easily attract the attention of hidden monsters lurking in remote mountains and forests, leading to swift demise, an utterly disheartening fate. Nonetheless, Su harbored a profound confidence in himself. As long as he continued to marry and take concubines, he would invariably grow stronger. Yet he lamented, alas, my current standing is far from sufficient to persuade Yaoyue to allow me to take concubines. The first hurdle on his path to a polygamous life was the fierce and beautiful Yaoyue, whom he had wed just yesterday. With his innate status, he found himself at a significant disadvantage compared to her grandmaster level. Attempting to leverage his strength to convince her to permit further marriages was utterly futile. One misstep could lead to his undoing. However, upon reconsideration, Su chuckled to himself. If he could not match her in martial prowess, then he would conquer her with his masculine charm. Despite Yaoyue's fiery temperament and fierce demeanor, her beauty was undeniable, and her figure was undeniably alluring. After several intimate encounters, Su found himself captivated, yearning for more, eager for continual conquests. Two lovers engaging in joyous pursuits. Not only can they cultivate the dual arts, accelerating their mastery of the 9 yin and 9 yang divine skills, but it can also facilitate Yaoyue's early conception. What could be more beneficial? Furthermore, the system has indicated that bearing a child comes with substantial rewards. In light of this, Su's anticipation was palpable. Yaoyue, the weather is delightful today. Shall we take a boat ride on the lake? Su whispered as he covertly approached Yaoyue, encircling her from behind, resting his chin upon her shoulder. A boat ride? Since marrying Su, Yaoyue's demeanor, though still somewhat frosty, had softened considerably in his presence. Upon deciding to wed Su, she returned to the Yihua Palace to observe couples in love, eager to learn how they interacted and what a woman should do after marriage. She sought to understand what kind of woman would earn a man's affection and care. Upon discovering that a wife is expected to be dutiful to her in-laws, raise children, regard her husband as paramount, and serve him in all matters, Yaoyue was incensed, nearly resorting to violence against those men. She could never accept such degradation as the esteemed master of Yihua Palace. Fortunately, after marrying Su, none of those expectations materialized. Su had no parents. Thus there was no obligation to honor in-laws. As for serving her husband, he was attended by maids and servants, leaving her free from such duties. Instead, Su showed her constant consideration and care, which gradually softened Yaoyue's heart. Indeed, a boat ride. Su blinked, recalling that their last visit had been too rushed, leaving his wife no time to truly appreciate the lake's beauty. Observing Su's demeanor, Yaoyue understood his intentions. He was clearly using the guise of a boat ride to initiate something more intimate. The memory of that day when she had taken the initiative left her cheeks flushed. Seeing her flustered state only heightened Su's desire as he urged, "Come, my dear, let us enjoy the splendid scenery of the lake." On the boat, Yaoyue stood on the upper deck, feeling the breeze and gazing at the picturesque landscape, her heart stirred by reflection. The last time she had visited this place, despair had consumed her, fearing her purity would be tarnished by that scoundrel, He. Little did she expect to encounter Su Su. In these past days, Su Su had indeed showered her with affection, though it was not without purpose. He devised countless ways to bring her joy. What stood out was his profound respect for her, granting her absolute freedom to pursue her desires. He was nothing like the men she had previously observed in other couples, who often exuded an air of arrogance, despite their mediocrity. In contrast, Su Su emanated equality and respect, leading even a heart as cold as Yaoyue's to unwittingly succumb to his charm. "My dear, what occupies your thoughts?" Su Su inquired, his hands encircling Yaoyue's waist, resting on her abdomen. As Yaoyue opened her mouth to respond, she felt his restless hands begin to explore. "Husband, you? Do you not like it? My dear? Or perhaps, are you afraid?" Su Su paused, teasingly. "To the cabin." "Very well." Without waiting for Yaoyue to take a step, Su Su swiftly lifted her into his arms. He had been anticipating this moment. Observing his eager demeanor, Yaoyue felt a mix of sweetness and helplessness. Which woman does not relish the sight of her beloved captivated by her? Yet, her husband's prowess in that regard was rather overwhelming. Since their marriage, her days had been consumed either in bed or en route to it. She scarcely had time to practice martial arts or attend to the affairs of the Yihua Palace. Despite being a master in her own right, the relentless frequency of their encounters, often 7 or 8 times a day, left her quite fatigued. Her heart brimmed with joy and sweetness. Yet her body bore the strain and aches. Pain intertwined with pleasure. Su Su remained diligent, engaging in their passionate encounters daily, which propelled his mastery of the 9 Yin and 9 Yang divine skill at an astonishing pace. In merely a month, he had managed to advance to the late stage of the innate realm through his own efforts. When it came to combat capability, he could even rival a master with his harmonious blend of soft and hard energies. Overcome with delight, Su Su could not help but celebrate with Yaoyue several more times in fervent joy. Chapter 5. If you feel you haven't tried hard enough, then strive a little harder. The swift advancement in his martial arts allowed Su Su to savor the sweetness of progress, leading him to become increasingly infatuated with their intimate endeavors, with little regard for moderation. Consequently, even the esteemed master, Yaoyue, found herself in a somewhat lamentable predicament. Following Su Su's progression to the late innate stage, coupled with the inherent advantages men possess in certain aspects, he became an unparalleled force. Even the most feeble man holds a natural advantage in stamina. Moreover, after the awakening of his system, Su Su was bestowed with formidable combat prowess. The amalgamation of these factors rendered him remarkably powerful and fearsome. "My dear husband." After several exchanges, Yaoyue's cheeks flushed crimson, her expression tinged with melancholy. In that moment, the cold demeanor of the leader of the Yihua Palace was nowhere to be found. Observing her state, Su Su was momentarily taken aback. "Forgive me, Yaoyue. I have been lacking in restraint. The sole wish of my parents before their passing was for the Su family to flourish. In my pursuit of continuing our lineage, I neglected your feelings. This is entirely my fault." He embraced Yaoyue, his face a mask of regret. These words rang true. The desire to perpetuate their lineage and bear offspring was indeed the wish of Su Su's parents. "However, I have never viewed you merely as a means to this end. The truth is, Yaoyue, you are simply too enchanting, too irresistible." This was equally sincere. Anything can become addictive. The initial taste of forbidden fruit, the pleasure derived from it, coupled with the accelerated cultivation of martial arts and the rewards associated with procreation, all contributed to Su Su's overwhelming indulgence. It seemed imperative that he find a few companions for Yaoyue soon. Otherwise, even a master-level expert would struggle to endure the demands of such devotion. He pondered silently, leaning down to kiss her brow and eyes. "Do not hold it against me, my dear. I shall strive to exercise restraint." As soon as Su Su spoke, Yaoyue's delicate fingers gently covered his lips. "There is no need for remorse, husband. Since I have wed you, it is naturally my duty to support our lineage. Let us endeavor further." Yaoyue felt a swell of emotion. Merely hinting at her desires, she found him instantly attuned to her thoughts, even offering an apology. To be wed to such a considerate and gentle husband was indeed her fortune. After fully committing herself over the past month, Yaoyue found herself profoundly in love with Su Su. Yet, having been accustomed to a reserved demeanor, she struggled to articulate her innermost feelings. If he desired offspring, then she would fulfill that wish. With that, Yaoyue moved closer to Su Su. "Yaoyue, are you not tired?" Her face flushed. "Tired? How could I not be?" Yet, she did not wish to disappoint Su Su's deep affections. "Dear, please rest well. We have plenty of time ahead of us." Su Su emphasized a particular word. Yaoyue, her cheeks still warm, did not refuse. Contemplating something, a hint of distress crossed Yaoyue's gaze. As she gently caressed her abdomen, she murmured, "It has been so long without any sign." Could it be that my relentless training over the years has harmed my body? Upon reaching this thought, Yaoyue's countenance grew grim. Logically speaking, they had not enjoyed a moment's respite for over a month. If others indulged in 3 meals a day, they were akin to drinking water. Yet, after such a lengthy period, there had been no sign of progress whatsoever. My lord, perhaps you should consider taking another wife. Yaoyue bit her lip, and after a long pause, managed to utter these few words, as if summoning the courage to speak a harsh truth. Her heart brimmed with grievance. As the esteemed leader of the Yihua Palace, she found herself compelled to share her man with another. Had it been in the past, she would have never acquiesced to such a notion. However, now, reflecting on Su Su's various kindnesses towards her, she felt a pang of guilt. What if her rigorous training resulted in her being unable to conceive? Would she then deny her husband an heir? Moreover, Yaoyue cast a glance at Su Su's robust physique. This man was hardly one she could claim solely for herself. With his vigorous energy, not even a grandmaster could withstand such demands, let alone her. With this realization, Yaoyue's heart felt unexpectedly light. Su Su embraced Yaoyue, his palm resting gently on her delicate cheek, mildly astonished. It was indeed a rare moment. The usually jealous and fierce Yaoyue had voluntarily suggested that he take a wife or concubine. Such a proposal was indeed remarkable. However, Su Su did not rush to respond, nor did he reveal his thoughts. Perhaps it was merely a test? Although he sensed Yaoyue's affection during their time together, her reputation made him wary. Do not speak foolishly. How could your body possibly falter? The lack of offspring merely reflects my own inadequacy in effort. As for other matters, we shall address them in due course. Even if Yaoyue's proposal was not a mere test, her heart would not fully embrace it. It might be wiser to wait a while longer, allowing her to conceive first. Hearing Su Su's words, Yaoyue's mood indeed brightened. Since her husband felt he needed to exert more effort, then he should indeed strive harder. With that, Yaoyue seized the initiative, embarking on the grand endeavor of procreation. As spring blossomed, flowers competed in their splendor, marking an exquisite time for outings in the picturesque Jiangnan region, where nature's beauty was truly uplifting. Su Su, accompanied by Yaoyue and a multitude of servants, reveled in the mountain's beauty. In a pavilion, an array of exotic fruits lay before them. Su Su peeled a grape from the western lands and placed it into Yaoyue's mouth, smiling as he inquired, "You, isn't the scenery delightful here?" While martial prowess is crucial, so too is the enjoyment of life. Having traversed through time, I refused to live as an ascetic. Having lost interest in lake excursions, he had decided to bring Yaoyue to the mountains on this splendid day. The fields adorned with flowers naturally uplifted the spirit. Yaoyue had grown increasingly enchanting. The icy demeanor she once possessed had nearly evaporated. With beauty by his side and servants playing music and dancing, the scene inspired Su Su's poetic inclinations, prompting him to recite aloud. Clouds desire garments, flowers yearn for beauty, the spring breeze caresses the rail, dew's brilliance profound. Were it not for the sight atop the Jade Mountain, we would meet beneath the moonlight on the Yao Terrace. Upon seeing the clouds, one is reminded of her resplendent attire. Upon encountering flowers, one recalls her exquisite beauty. The spring breeze caresses the railing, while dew enhances the vibrancy of the blossoms. Such breathtaking elegance could only be likened to the ethereal fairies of the Jade Mountain or the divine maidens illuminated by the moonlight before the Yao Palace. Upon hearing Su Su's poem, the moon inviter's cheeks flushed with a deep crimson. Was Su Su extolling her virtues through his verses? Though she is the master of the flower transplanting palace, known for her icy demeanor and aloof heart, this does not imply a lack of proficiency in literary pursuits. On the contrary, she possesses remarkable skill in poetry. Thus, upon the completion of Su Su's recitation, the moon inviter grasped the underlying sentiment. Throughout her life, only Su Su has generously lavished her with such praise. While others may deem her a formidable demon, her husband regards her as a celestial being, a goddess, even crafting such exquisite poetry in her honor. After hearing these verses, the moon inviter's heart sank deeper into enchantment. What a splendid poem! Suddenly, from the peach grove behind her emerged a woman of unparalleled beauty, her expression one of sheer delight, her voice brimming with admiration. Clouds evoke attire, flowers conjure beauty. What remarkable talent you possess, young master. Chapter 6. It is not that I do not wish to, but rather that I do not want to follow in Jiang Feng's footsteps. As I raised my gaze, I beheld several budding maidens emerging from the peach grove. The foremost among them, draped in a white veil, possessed a graceful figure, yet appeared somewhat frail. Even now, in mid-April, she still wore a shawl. A subtle suspicion stirred within Su Su's heart. Mandala Mountain Villa, Wang Yuyan. You flatter me, dear maiden. Su Su replied courteously, though his heart was stirred. Wang Yuyan nodded, casting an envious glance at Yaoyue, and remarked, You are truly fortunate. Having just heard Su Su's poetry, Wang Yuyan initially found it somewhat exaggerated. However, upon seeing Yaoyue seated in the pavilion, her perspective shifted. Yaoyue, maintaining her customary politeness, merely nodded in acknowledgement, harboring no intention of conversation. Despite her changed demeanor towards Su Su, she remained the sovereign of the Yihua Palace when it came to others. Wang Yuyan, with a smile, took her leave accompanied by her maidens, not wishing to impose on the couple's affection. Moreover, as an unmarried young lady, it was hardly appropriate for her to linger. Once they departed, her maidens, a Zhu and a Bai, finally spoke up. That young gentleman was exceptionally handsome, and his poem was quite remarkable. Oh, that must be their carriage. How splendid it is, adorned with the Su insignia. Could it be that he hails from the Su family estate? Wang Yuyan nodded slowly, still pondering the verses of Su Su's poem. The world claims that the Su family estate is wealthy beyond measure, steeped in the scent of copper. Yet they remain oblivious to the fact that the young master possesses such remarkable talent. It seems that public opinion may not always reflect the truth. Could it be that the young lady is smitten? This young master not only possesses extraordinary talent, but is also strikingly handsome, truly a rare catch. A Bai teased. Wang Yuyan's fair complexion suddenly flushed with a rosy hue. What nonsense are you spouting? That young gentleman's companion must surely be his newlywed wife, who is indeed stunningly beautiful, akin to a celestial being descended from the heavens. It is no wonder he could compose such poetry in her praise. Clouds long for garments. Flowers yearn for beauty. As the spring breeze caresses the railing, dew glistens abundantly. Were it not for the sight atop the Jade Mountain, one would meet beneath the moon at Yaotai. Wang Yuyan recited Su Su's poem once more, her eyes brimming with envy. What woman does not desire a husband whose heart and mind are solely devoted to her? My lady, in my view, both you and that lady possess unique charms, each a beauty in your own right. Indeed, this poem suits you just as well. The three maidens bantered as they strolled. Yet, within Wang Yuyan's heart, ripples of emotion began to stir. This young master, indeed, could be regarded as a paragon of virtue in this tumultuous world. As the maidens gradually distanced themselves, Yaoyue nestled against Su Su, akin to a languid cat, having succumbed entirely to the warmth of his tender affection. Suddenly, she sat up, unable to suppress a wave of nausea. Su Su, alarmed, hurried to support her, his voice laced with concern. Ayu, what troubles you? Realizing something, Yaoyue's face flushed crimson, and she shyly said, Husband, it seems I have. Su Su was momentarily taken aback, followed by a surge of ecstasy as he embraced Yaoyue and spun her around joyfully. After a month of diligent efforts, he had finally sown the seeds of their future, and all his toil was not in vain. Ha ha ha, I am going to be a father. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Su Su exclaimed thrice, his eyes sparkling with delight. Someone, quickly fetch a cloak for my wife, hurry. The servants, upon hearing the news, became flustered, feeling Su Su's concern. Yaoyue's expression softened further, radiating happiness. At that moment, she grasped Su Su's hand and reassured him, Husband, do not worry. I am merely newly pregnant. How could I be so fragile? Besides, I am a master-level expert. Even if I weren't pregnant, I could handle a scuffle without issue. Su Su raised an eyebrow, startled. Ayu, do you even realize what you are saying? I know you are a free-spirited woman of the martial world, but this matter is of utmost importance. We must head to the manor immediately. When Tai, hurry and summon the finest physician, one of divine skill, regardless of the cost. Yes, master. After arranging these matters, Su Su lifted Yaoyue into the carriage and leaned down, a broad smile on his face, pressing his ear against her abdomen to listen intently. Thump, thump. It seemed as though a rhythmic life was pulsating within. I believe I can hear the heartbeat of our little one, Su Su exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. Seeing his anxious expression, Yaoyue found it amusing. Upon hearing his words, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. What are you saying, husband? The process of nurturing life is a lengthy journey. I have only just conceived. How could the little one have a heartbeat? Perhaps you are merely hearing my pulse? Despite her words, the joy on Su Su's face was palpable, and she felt it too, sharing in his elation. Previously, she had been somewhat apprehensive due to the lack of movement in her belly. If their vigorous efforts had not resulted in pregnancy, it would have indicated a serious issue with her health, a thought that troubled her deeply. Even someone like Yaoyue, a woman of the martial world, could not escape societal norms, bound by the constraints of her era. It was considered a great shame for a woman not to bear children for her husband's lineage. Fortunately, she had achieved her wish and succeeded in conceiving. However, this also meant that she would not be able to accompany Su Su in their endeavors for a considerable time. Reflecting on this, Yaoyue sighed. It seemed that, regardless of the circumstances, she would have to share this man. Contemplating further, she found the idea of sharing him with another somewhat unpalatable. Suddenly, a visage materialized in her mind. Regaining her composure, she turned to Su and said, "My dear husband, I am now with child and can no longer accompany you as I once did. You may consider taking another wife. I am perfectly content. There is no need for you to force yourself into unhappiness," Su replied. Was he happy? Of course, he was elated. Not only was he to become a father, but Ayu had also given him the green light to marry again. Yet, he chose not to reveal his joy. On one hand, the emotions of a pregnant woman are of utmost importance. One must not provoke anger or stifle her feelings. On the other hand, he needed time to ascertain the sincerity of Ayu's words. To be frank, he did not wish to follow in the footsteps of Yulang and Jiangfeng. As Ayu leaned against Su's shoulder, she felt a pang of guilt at his selflessness during this moment. If her husband was willing to forego this matter for her sake, then it was her duty as his wife to take charge of the situation. Chapter 7. A fragile constitution, difficult to endure your grace. What is your opinion of the young lady we just encountered? Although her face was veiled, her figure was quite commendable, and through her alluring gaze, it was evident that she possesses the qualities of a beauty. From her recent words, it appears she has a gentle disposition. Why not send someone to inquire further? If she is suitable, we could arrange for the betrothal gifts, suggested Yaoyue tentatively. Her inquiry stemmed not from suspicion towards Su, but rather a desire to discern his preferences. Su chuckled, drawing Yaoyue into his embrace and teasing her delicate nose. "Ah, you. I appreciate your concern for me, but you have just become pregnant. There is no need to rush. Moreover, if I am not mistaken, that lady should be Wang Yuyan, the esteemed daughter of Mantum Mountain Villa. Indeed, she was the very one Su initially intended to wed, though fate had led him to marry Yaoyue instead. Wang Yuyan, the talented maiden renowned for her photographic memory, who, despite lacking martial prowess, excels in various schools of thought?" Su nodded, confirming her identity. If it is indeed her. Yaoyue hesitated, not out of disdain for Wang Yuyan, for such a gifted woman, with her gentle nature, would complement Su perfectly. However, could she truly withstand the affection of her husband? Was there something amiss with her? Noticing the perplexed expression on Yaoyue's face, Su felt a stir of curiosity. "She is frail. I fear she may struggle to endure your grace," Yaoyue stated candidly. Su acknowledged this, realizing that even Yaoyue found it challenging to cope, and considering Wang Yuyan's delicate constitution, particularly in the chilly weather of mid-April. It seemed her health might indeed be compromised. The initial inclination he felt began to wane. For now, marrying Wang Yuyan would not fulfill the daily needs. This matter could wait. We should return home, for your health is of utmost importance. The following day, when Tai escorted the renowned physician's son into the Su family estate. Inside the room, Yaoyue lay within a tent crafted from silk, a delicate canopy draping down. 3 silver threads were tied around her snow-white arms. Outside, physician's son grasped the threads, checking her pulse. Su stood nearby, the atmosphere thick with tension. After a moment, physician's son stroked his beard and smiled. "Master, rejoice. Madame's pulse is not only auspicious but exceptionally so. It indicates a joyful occasion. She is expecting twins, and according to the pulse, both are boys." Su, upon hearing this, was immediately taken aback, then erupted into laughter. Twins. He could hardly believe his ears. The first pregnancy was indeed to be twins, and both were boys. What a joyous occasion. Now he not only had heirs, but would also receive substantial rewards from the system. How could he not be elated? Yet, amidst his joy, Su's thoughts turned to the harsh conditions of childbirth, and concern washed over him. "Physician, is my wife's pulse stable? Are there any precautions we must take in the future? Additionally, what should we do to ensure a smoother delivery?" Upon hearing these words, the esteemed physician's son turned to Su, chuckling heartily. "Indeed, Madame is a fortunate woman. In ordinary circumstances, most would only concern themselves with the well-being of the child, rarely considering the mother's condition." He assured the owner of Su Manor, "Rest assured, Madame is a martial arts expert with a well-established inner strength. Her pulse steady and balanced. She need only maintain a joyful disposition. Shortly, I shall prescribe a remedy to ensure her tranquility during pregnancy and with daily consumption. She shall have no worries. If possible, allow her to occasionally venture outdoors for fresh air and sunlight. After 10 months, she shall surely give birth without complications. As a skilled physician, such abilities are naturally within my reach." Elated, Su clasped his fists in gratitude and called out to the attendants. "Bring forth 10 taels of gold from the storeroom to present to physician Sunday." 10 taels of gold is no trifling sum, and the physician's smile widened further. The Su family truly lived up to their reputation as affluent, generous patrons. In the future, I may have to trouble you more often, physician's son, Su added. Oh, not at all. If the owner of Su Manor has any needs, simply send for me, the physician replied courteously. As he bid farewell to physician's son, Su excitedly lifted the veil, joyfully embracing Yaoyue. "You, did you hear? We are expecting twins. You are simply marvelous. Meeting you has been my greatest fortune." This sentiment rang true for Su, as fate had led him to marry Yaoyue and acquire her martial arts techniques. Through diligent practice alongside her, his skills had flourished, and now she carried their children, twins, no less. In his excitement, he could not resist planting a kiss on her lips. "Oh dear." Yaoyue struggled playfully, her face flushed with embarrassment. Although she was not one to shy away from spontaneity, such intimate moments should be kept private. The maidservants nearby could not help but stifle giggles, their eyes filled with envy. "There are others present, my husband," Yaoyue gasped, pushing him away slightly. Su laughed heartily, unfazed. "You heard the physician's advice. You must keep your spirits high and take your medicine regularly. Aside from any violent escapades, I will accompany you in all your desires." Yaoyue nodded knowingly. She genuinely felt Su's concern for her well-being. The child within her womb was not only his, but also her own flesh and blood. Despite her typically aloof demeanor, she could not ignore the welfare of their two children. Even at great personal risk, she would ensure the safe delivery of these little ones for her husband. Though becoming a wife could have dimmed her brilliance, Yaoyue's beauty only blossomed under Su's nurturing care, her presence becoming increasingly ethereal and captivating. Each smile and frown was a testament to the splendor of the world around them. The entire Su Manor was enveloped in a celebratory atmosphere due to Yaoyue's pregnancy. The only downside was that with her condition, Su found it impossible to continue their intimate encounters, resulting in a significant slowdown in his cultivation of the 9 yin 9 yang techniques, while his desires remained unquenched. Alas, in this era, a moment's carelessness could mean the loss of 2 lives, and in the early stages of pregnancy, the instability of the fetus made vigorous activities inadvisable. Even as accomplished martial artists, they dared not jeopardize the lives of their unborn children. Thus, Su found himself in a predicament. Since the awakening of the system and the subsequent taste for power, he has been exercising several times a day, yet he feels an overwhelming discomfort. His abundant energy remains unexpressed. At present, he can only channel this vigor into martial arts practice. The 9 yin 9 yang divine skill is a remarkable fusion of the profound techniques from the 9 yin manual and 9 yang skill, encompassing numerous offensive methods such as the Great Demon Fighting Fist, 9 yin claw, Flying Willow technique, and Heart-Crushing Palm. Although not the pinnacle of martial arts, it is extensive in its breadth and, under the formidable internal energy of the 9 yin 9 yang divine skill, possesses considerable might. Currently, Su has reached the later stage of innate power, merely a few steps away from the pinnacle of innate mastery in a confrontation. He harbors no fear, even towards a grandmaster. He exhales deeply. His martial training feels somewhat sluggish, after having tasted the exhilarating pace of rapid progress. Returning to the current tortoise-like speed leaves Su entirely unaccustomed. Now, as Yaoyue approaches 3 months of pregnancy, it is almost time to consider taking another wife. Chapter 8. A surprise awaits you tonight. Previously, Su had harbored some feelings for Wang Yuyan, but after an analysis from Yaoyue, he dismissed such notions. Given his current combat prowess, it would indeed be excessive for an ordinary woman to endure his affection. Never mind, Wang Yuyan was not to be considered for now. It was best to contemplate other plans. As Su pondered, he stood up to gather his energy. Unbeknownst to him, Yaoyue had arrived and thoughtfully offered him a handkerchief to wipe his sweat. Su quickly supported Yaoyue, gently saying, why are you here? Such trivial matters can be handled by the servants. You should focus on nurturing our child. Yaoyue smiled. Since her pregnancy, the coldness on her face had gradually dissipated, replaced by a nurturing glow. She was a stark contrast to the person he had first met. Husband, I am not so fragile, and the doctor advised me to keep moving. Have you forgotten? Su chuckled as he embraced Yaoyue, feeling an involuntary sweetness swell within him. Yaoyue was now his wife, the mother of his unborn child, his family. He cherished her transformation from indifference to a gentle and amiable demeanor. I certainly have not forgotten. Speak. Where do you wish to go? I shall accompany you. Leaning against Su, Yaoyue shook her head. With you by my side, I desire to go nowhere. By the way, husband, why are you so fixated on training? Upon hearing this question from Yaoyue, Su candidly replied, you are unaware of the circumstances. Even with my vast wealth, it is no simple task to safeguard this fortune. In this world, the status of a merchant is exceedingly low. It is all too easy for others to plunder, with a mere word from the emperor or a flick of a sword from a martial arts master. My immense fortune could vanish like smoke. A common man is innocent, yet wealth incurs guilt. Countless individuals covet the riches of the Su family. If I do not practice martial arts, not only will I struggle to preserve this wealth, but I may also find my life in jeopardy. Upon hearing Su Su's explanation, Yaoyue comprehended the gravity of the situation. As the leader of the Yihua Palace and a master-level expert, she recognized that her husband spoke the truth. For the Su family, it would be all too easy for the Yihua Palace to forcibly seize their assets. While the Su family employed many servants and guards, they were merely effective against ordinary people, offering little protection against martial arts masters. Furthermore, the strongest warrior in the Su family was merely a novice at the master level. Even so, Su still had to be courteous, paying a considerable sum of silver to the other party each year. Husband, do not worry. With me here, no one would dare to covet the Su family's estate, Yaoyue reassured him with a smile. Su, however, shook his head. Though my wife is formidable, and your presence undoubtedly ensures the Su family's safety, there are always greater powers beyond us. Relying solely on your strength is simply insufficient. Moreover, given your current pregnancy, how could I bear to let you navigate the dangers of the martial world with our child? A true man stands firm in the world. How can he always depend on his wife? I should become your support, shielding you from the storms of life. Those who are with child are inherently emotional. And Su's heartfelt words deeply moved Yaoyue. Since her husband believes that Yaoyue alone cannot contend with such formidable forces, they shall seek out several skilled individuals. Su caressed Yaoyue's delicate, fair cheek and sighed, lamenting that finding experts is no simple task. They possess their own pride and may not deign to serve a merchant like him, steeped in the scent of copper. Upon hearing this, Yaoyue smiled mysteriously. You need not worry about this matter, my husband. I have arranged for dinner, and do remember to join me shortly. I have a delightful surprise in store for you. A surprise? Su, intrigued by her enigmatic tone, pondered what it could possibly be. Today did not seem to mark a special occasion for either him or Yaoyue. With a mind full of questions, Su made his way to the dining hall for dinner. Upon arrival, he found Yaoyue seated with another woman. This woman, possessing beauty and grace that rivaled Yaoyue's, was an exquisite beauty of unparalleled charm. Engrossed in conversation with Yaoyue, she seemed blissfully unaware of Su's presence. Her radiant smile surpassed that of spring flowers, and her lively eyes sparkled with an indescribable wisdom, yet retained a youthful innocence. Her voice was nimble and vivacious, exuding a sense of navet that evoked a protective instinct in those who beheld her. Seeing this woman, Su felt a jolt of surprise. What a captivating beauty she was. Could this be the surprise Yaoyue had mentioned? The thought of such a possibility stirred something within him, causing his restrained emotions to stir restlessly, though he managed to suppress them. Yaoyue had been attentively observing the happenings outside, chatting with Xing while awaiting Su's arrival. The moment Su entered the dining hall, she noticed him, and understanding dawned upon her as she observed his reaction. It seemed her husband was quite taken with her sister. Indeed, this was the surprise Yaoyue had alluded to earlier, a plan she began orchestrating the moment she learned of her pregnancy. On that day, she had sent a message to Xing, urging her to expedite matters at the Huahua Palace and come to her side. However, the affairs of the Huahua Palace proved to be exceedingly voluminous, causing a significant delay. Initially, the thought of sharing her husband's affection with another had caused Yaoyue distress. But witnessing Su's restraint for her sake, his efforts to quell his desires by soaking in cold water, had transformed her feelings of grievance into deep compassion. Since their marriage, they had indulged in intimacy daily, yet now her husband endured restraint for her well-being. This earnestness made Yaoyue acutely aware of Su's devotion and love. Had it been someone else, they might have succumbed to temptation, engaging indiscriminately with maids or other women. It is precisely because of Su's respect and affection that Yaoyue believes that even if Su were to take another woman, he would never cast her aside. This conviction has solidified her determination, leading to today's arrangements. Husband, you have arrived, she exclaimed, as if just realizing Su's presence. Yaoyue rose to greet him with joy. Xing, upon seeing her elder sister, was taken aback. She never anticipated that her usually aloof sister could exhibit such tenderness and radiance. It was evident that her sister was experiencing profound happiness, her eyes and brows reflecting bliss. Consequently, Xing became even more curious about the man who could inspire such a remarkable transformation in her sister. Following her gaze, she beheld an extraordinarily handsome and poised gentleman standing at the door. In that fleeting moment, Xing was utterly captivated by Su. Chapter 9. The favor of prosperity should not flow to outsiders in the world. There exists a man as exquisite as jade, unparalleled among his peers. It is no wonder that my sister is captivated and willingly chooses to marry him and bear his children. Recently, Xing has learned of Yaoyue's pregnancy. How could such a graceful gentleman not stir one's heart? Lianxing has never laid eyes on the handsome Zhang Feng, yet she is certain that none can surpass Su Su in beauty. Her surprise upon meeting Su Su stemmed from the fact that during the proposal at Yihua Palace, she was unfortunately away and missed the opportunity to see him. Yaoyue has been keenly observing the reactions of the two, and Lianxing's response comes as no surprise to her. Having grown up together, the two sisters know each other best. Ayu, who is this? Su Su harbors a vague suspicion about the identity of the woman, but refrains from voicing it. Yaoyue promptly introduces, husband, this is my sister, Lianxing. She then elaborates on Su Su's background for Lianxing. After dinner, the two lie on the bed. Su Su embraces Yaoyue, his hand resting on her abdomen. Whether to feel the presence of a new life or for another reason, only he knows. Leaning against Su Su's shoulder, Yaoyue asks, husband, what do you think of my sister Lianxing? She is magnificent, just like you, and quite skilled as well. Then you should marry her. Before Su Su could respond, Yaoyue boldly expressed her thoughts. She has never been one for subtlety, having felt pin up since the afternoon. Would she be willing? Su Su had already been smitten upon seeing Lianxing. After such a long wait, if he did not take a wife or concubine soon, not only would his skills stagnate, but he would also suffer greatly. Moreover, why should the fruits of his labor benefit others? With Lianxing present, how could he let her return to marry someone else? Rest assured, I know my sister best. Since childhood, our tastes have always aligned. From the way she looked at you just now, I can tell she has taken a liking to you, Yaoyue asserted with unwavering confidence. Su Su found no reason to dispute this. It was indeed normal for two sisters to share affections for the same man, and Yaoyue's reasoning held merit. In his world, both Yaoyue and Lianxing had once admired Zhang Feng, with Lianxing's feelings for him running even deeper than her sister's. Had it not been for her protective nature, Zhang Feng's fate might have been far worse. Now, however, neither sister had encountered Zhang Feng, and with Yaoyue becoming his wife, marrying Lianxing seemed entirely plausible. Lianxing indeed met the criteria for a concubine. In terms of beauty, she held her own against Yaoyue. One was charming, the other strikingly elegant, sisterly allure. It appeared quite enticing to Su Su. Seeing his reaction, Yaoyue remarked with a playful huff, I knew you harbored ill intentions, for you were utterly captivated upon seeing Lianxing. Su Su playfully pinched Yaoyue's cheek, replying, it is only natural to admire beauty. When a lovely maiden suddenly appears in the household, how could I not steal a few glances? Ayu was unwilling, but her husband would no longer look at her. The temperament of a pregnant woman is indeed capricious. It was she who had actively encouraged him to marry Lianxing, yet now she was the one sulking in jealousy. Su Su felt a twinge of helplessness. Upon hearing this, Yaoyue immediately chuckled, I was merely jesting with you, my dear husband. Do not take offense. Since you do not oppose this matter, I shall proceed with the arrangements. My only concern is whether Lianxing will agree. Rest assured, my husband, you need only follow my plans. Since you must eventually marry another, it would be wise to choose someone familiar, someone with whom you share a deep understanding. This way, she will not have to compete for your affection with others. Lianxing is kind-hearted and gentle, having always listened to my counsel. I cannot bear to see her wed to someone unworthy. Of course, this is contingent on Su Su being a man deserving of trust. Lianxing is still my sister, and I shall never push her into a perilous situation. Listening to the rain at Xian, Yaoyue sat across from Lianxing. Today, Yaoyue appeared particularly radiant, exuding an air of elegance and nobility. Elder sister, you summoned me with such urgency. Is there something you require my assistance with? Lianxing cast a glance at Yaoyue, a hint of envy flickering within her. She had never anticipated that her typically aloof sister would find such a remarkable man and willingly embrace the role of wife and mother. Where, then, lay her own happiness? Could there truly exist a man as extraordinary as her brother-in-law? Yaoyue shook her head. I did not call you here to assign you tasks, but rather to discuss a matter of utmost importance regarding your lifelong happiness. Lifelong happiness? Lianxing was taken aback. What do you mean, sister? Do you wish for me to marry? Or? A sudden realization dawned upon her, for the sisters had always shared the same inclinations since childhood. A wave of melancholy washed over her. Do not worry, sister. I will not compete with you for anything. I can even swear that I shall never appear before you and my brother-in-law again. Yaoyue, in her efforts to quell her sister's concerns, felt a pang in her heart. Lianxing, you misunderstand. It is not as you think. I am not afraid of you coveting my husband. I merely wish to ask if you would be willing to marry him. This explanation only deepened Lianxing's confusion regarding Yaoyue's intentions. Was it a test or genuine sincerity? Yaoyue moved closer, taking Lianxing's hands in hers, saying, we have grown up together, sharing similar tastes and desires. I do not know if you have come to admire my husband, but he is indeed a man worthy of reliance. Now that I am with child, he requires care. If you are willing, I shall arrange for him to take you as his wife. In the intimacy of sisterly discourse, their conversation was far more candid than with others. Xing could distinctly sense that Yaoyue was not testing her or speaking insincerely. She genuinely wished for her to marry Su. Yesterday, upon their first meeting, she had merely noted Su's exceptional appearance. Yet, there remains a lack of understanding regarding his character. Does my sister truly place such unwavering trust in him? Sister, is he genuinely so exceptional? Is he worthy of your profound devotion? Is it not enough that he possesses you? A faint smile graced Yaoyue's lips as her melodious voice began to resonate within the listening rain pavilion. Silly girl, if you allow me to finish, you shall comprehend. The matter must be recounted from the day I was drugged. Yaoyue meticulously recounted all the events she had endured during these days. As she approached the conclusion and addressed Xing's final inquiry, a blush crept upon Yaoyue's cheeks. Leaning closer to Xing's ear, she whispered a few words. Upon hearing them, Xing's face instantly flushed crimson. She was merely an innocent young girl, and as she listened to Yaoyue's words, an involuntary blush adorned her cheeks. Particularly, the tales concerning Su that Yaoyue recounted ignited a flicker of longing in Xing's eyes. Is it possible that such an extraordinary man truly exists in this world? Chapter 10. It suffices to have these 2 words. The rest is of little consequence. Naturally, it is true. My husband is indeed one. Upon hearing Xing's murmurs, Yaoyue spoke with unwavering certainty. Xing fell into silence, for she frequently wandered outside to attend to matters concerning the Yihua Palace. Thus, she possessed a considerable understanding of the interactions between men and women in this world, recognizing the prevailing male superiority. Even accomplished female heroes in the martial world, upon marrying, often found their freedoms curtailed, at best possessing only a modicum of self-protective ability. As for women like her sister, who could do as they pleased, enjoying both freedom and utmost affection, Xing had never encountered such a phenomenon. Instead, she had witnessed numerous women endure suffering and indignities after marriage. A thought that sent shivers down her spine. Xing did not doubt Yaoyue's words. Having grown up together, she understood her sister's character well. Her pride assured Xing that she would never deceive her. Hence, it seemed that her brother-in-law was indeed an exceptional man. To claim that she was not moved would be a falsehood. Yet, Xing found herself hesitating. Yaoyue, keenly aware of Xing's reaction, decided to intensify her efforts. She feigned a sigh and said, "If you are unwilling, then consider that I have said nothing. We shall remain good sisters. And I will find another way regarding my husband. Recently, during our travels, I encountered Miss Wang from the Mandala Villa, who is quite a suitable candidate. I shall discuss this with my husband and suggest that he visit Mandala Villa." Mandala Villa? Wang Yiyan? Xing was taken aback, realizing that her sister was resolute in arranging a remarriage for her brother-in-law. However, recalling her sister's recent words whispered in her ear, Xing felt her cheeks flush. With such an extraordinary man, her brother-in-law could endure much, yet her sister, being with child, meant he would not want to harm her or the baby. Thus he could only bear it silently. It was no wonder that a man with such potent possessiveness could compel her sister to concede and even take the initiative to assist him in remarrying. Indeed, it was Wang Yiyan. After speaking, Yaoyue did not dwell on the topic further but cheerfully told Xing, "If you are not inclined, it matters not. You may stay at the villa for now. It is a rare opportunity to venture out, and you can enjoy yourself. Whenever you wish to return, you may do so." Still lost in thought, Xing did not respond to Yaoyue's words. Yaoyue smiled, excusing herself due to fatigue, and returned to her room to rest. Xing sat in the pavilion, her mind filled with the words spoken by Yaoyue, each phrase echoing in her thoughts. To claim she was unmoved would be impossible. It was simply too sudden. She needed time to process and accept it. As Yaoyue had mentioned, they had grown up together, and aside from their differing temperaments, they shared identical tastes. Yet, her sister's strong possessiveness led her to dislike Xing enjoying the same things she did, forcing Xing to stifle her feelings and feign indifference. It was indeed the first time her sister had taken the initiative to yield, and unexpectedly, that concession was to share a husband with her. Time passed slowly. Su's life was rather splendid. With a beloved wife by his side and a bounty of fine wine and exquisite meals, his existence was a far cry from the hardships of his past life, 1,000,000 times better, indeed. He found joy and comfort in occasional excursions to behold the beauty of the world. Yet, there was a slight imperfection. His progress in martial arts had been rather sluggish. With his wife, Yaoyue, expecting, their intimate practices had been reluctantly halted, and his innate talent was, regrettably, somewhat lacking. Were it not for the formidable prowess of the 9 Yin and 9 Yang divine skills, even his diligent training would yield no progress. Fortunately, this phase of life was soon to conclude. Ever since that day Yaoyue had spoken with Xing, Su sensed a shift in the way Xing regarded him. Her silence over the past few days suggested she was evaluating him, perhaps seeking to ascertain the truth of Yaoyue's words. After all, this pertained to lifelong happiness. She could not afford to make hasty decisions based solely on a few remarks from Yaoyue. However, the more she interacted with Su, the more she found him to embody her sister's description. There was no pretense in his demeanor, and if anything, her sister had understated his qualities. With striking good looks and immense wealth, he treated her sister with such kindness that it evoked deep envy within Xing. It was a level of adoration she had never witnessed in any other man. To say he indulged her sister would be an understatement. Consequently, Xing was thoroughly smitten. Should she let such a man slip through her fingers, she would indeed regret it for a lifetime. The notion of sharing a husband was not repugnant to her. If her sister was willing, so was she, for it was far better than watching her brother-in-law wed another. Daily inundated with affection, Xing was profoundly inspired and finally resolved to act. She approached Yaoyue to express her decision, yet she remained uncertain if Su would welcome her as a bride. Upon hearing this, Yaoyue smiled and encouraged her to pose the question directly to her husband. During her pregnancy, Yaoyue had sensed that her husband was pinned up with anticipation, eager to welcome Xing into their lives. Yet, Xing had hesitated. Now that she had made a choice, what was left to deliberate? If Xing harbored doubts, then let her husband demonstrate his intentions through action. Taking Yaoyue's advice to heart, Xing sought out Su, who was alone, drinking under the moonlight, channeling his excess energy into martial training. Since their intimate practices had ceased, Su had felt a restless energy building within him, leaving him in a constant state of discomfort. Alas, the awakening of the system had endowed him with a physique that was both a blessing and a curse. He sighed, feeling as if he might soon become a mere instrument of procreation. Such was the horror of it. Brother-in-law. Upon hearing Xing's voice, Su paused and turned to her. She appeared rather bashful, which led him to speculate on her intentions. However, he remained silent, observing her as he had already sensed her arrival, albeit not expecting her to maintain such composure. Xing did not speak. As she stepped forward, she stumbled and fell into Su's embrace. "How could you drink so much?" he asked, concern lacing his voice. "Wait here. I shall fetch you some hangover soup." "No. Brother-in-law, don't go." Xing grasped his arm, feeling a lack of courage. She had hoped to summon bravery through drink, yet the more she consumed, the less fortitude she found to voice her true feelings before Su. At this moment, nestled in Su's embrace and listening to the steady rhythm of his powerful heartbeat, Xing felt an unexpected sense of fear dissipate. With a tipsy gaze, she encircled his neck with both arms and inquired, "Brother-in-law, do you only love my sister and not me?" Su, upon hearing her words, immediately refuted, "Love? How could I not? I am merely waiting for your consent." The system mandated that he continually take wives and concubines, a notion he himself found appealing. Coupled with the enhanced demands of his system-augmented physique, his desires had grown. However, this did not imply that he would coerce anyone against their will. He sought a union with someone who willingly cherished him and desired to wed him. Willingly, I. Xing's eyes brimmed with tears upon hearing Su's words, and she repeated her sentiment. Just as her words faded, Su's lips descended upon hers, silencing any further utterances she might have made. Nothing else matters, as long as these two words exist. Chapter 11. The previous acts of chivalry have yielded results. Feeling the tenderness and affection of Su, tears glistened in Xing's eyes, as if she had not anticipated such a delightful surprise arriving so suddenly. The effects of intoxication began to dissipate. She made a fervent effort to return Su's warmth with equal fervor. After a considerable pause, their lips parted. Su lifted his gaze to meet Xing's. His eyes ablaze with passion. "Xing, is it permissible?" The flush on Xing's countenance deepened, and in response to Su's fervent gaze, she slowly nodded. Su's eyes softened even further. His intentions in marrying and taking concubines were not solely for the sake of system rewards. His personal affections held equal significance. Xing possessed a gentleness that surpassed that of Yaoyue, making her all the more endearing. Su tenderly lifted Xing, guiding her toward the inner chambers. Casting a casual glance at the nearby thicket, he smiled subtly, choosing not to expose the scene. Once Su had distanced himself, Yaoyue emerged from the thicket, her cheeks aflame, her expression timid. Originally Yaoyue's maid, she had accompanied Xing to ensure that Yaoyue was well attended at Su's residence. Having witnessed the second princess Xing drinking, she had stealthily followed, anxious for her well-being. However, she did not foresee the scene that unfolded before her. The delicate young woman was instantly struck with fear. Did the master catch sight of me? Having come to serve the first princess, she found herself surrounded by maids and servants daily and was rendered unnecessary. Thus, She temporarily aligned herself with the second princess. Yet she never anticipated such boldness from Xing. Initially shy, Yaoyue soon felt a wave of melancholy. Who would not be captivated by such a celestial figure as Su? As a woman herself, she too had endured the emotional turmoil of witnessing the daily displays of affection, not solely for Xing. Yaoyue's own heart bore its share of the burden. It must be said that Yaoyue's beauty was not to be underestimated. She was indeed a stunning maiden, rivaling Xing and Yaoyue in allure, and perhaps even surpassing them. Otherwise, how could the original narrative justify Jiang Feng's choice of Yaoyue over the other two? Yet, she found herself in a quandary. Should she disclose this matter to the first princess? After contemplation, Yaoyue ultimately decided to visit Yaoyue's chamber. As the first princess's maid, her loyalty must lie with her. In the room, upon hearing Yaoyue's report, Yaoyue smiled knowingly. This was indeed a matter she was aware of and had orchestrated. Yaoyue's decision to inform her indicated a measure of loyalty. You may go, Yaoyue instructed. Yaoyue nodded and departed, her heart overwhelmed with astonishment. She had not anticipated that this matter was sanctioned by the first princess. After the shock subsided, envy filled her countenance. Yaoyue scrutinized Yaoyue, deeming her to be relatively well-behaved. Should her husband require it, she could be considered for inclusion in the household. The following day, joyous news spread from Su's residence. Master Su was to marry anew and take another concubine. This announcement reverberated through the towns surrounding Jiaxing. This time, Su did not attempt to conceal the news. It was not merely Xing's high-profile demeanor. Rather, it was Su's deliberate intention to cultivate an image of one enamored with beauty. In the future, when he takes a wife and concubines, no one will find it strange. After all, such matters are impossible to conceal. It is far better to present them openly. Just as he generously distributes charity in his daily life, consistently engaging in such acts leads others to perceive him as a benevolent individual. The same applies now. He will not limit himself to marrying only Yaoyue and Xing. He will eventually take more wives. Rather than shrouding his intentions in secrecy and inviting speculation, it is preferable to lay everything bare from the outset. Perhaps some may be taken aback initially, but as time passes, it will become commonplace, and no one will bat an eye. This approach also paves the way for future unions, making it easier for subsequent concubines to accept their roles. The Yihua Palace is situated far from the Su family village. Naturally, Xing cannot depart from Yihua Palace. Thus, Su arranged for an exquisite inn in Jiaxing City to serve as the venue for the wedding. The wedding procession, accompanied by the sound of gongs and drums, adorned the route with red lanterns and red silk draped from the trees, filling the air with a celebratory atmosphere that spread from the inn to Su family village. A red carpet was even laid out beyond the city limits of Jiaxing. The grandiose spectacle included a lavish 8-bearer sedan chair and the opulent attire of the bride, ensuring that no detail was overlooked. The luxury and grandeur astonished all passers-by, including wandering heroes of the martial arts world. Coins were carelessly scattered on the ground as though they were of no value. Beggars scrambled for them, while respectable citizens looked on with envy. Countless children joined in the fray, reveling in the excitement. The Su family village was indeed affluent. Who could blame them for their fortunate birth? However, some outsiders remarked with a tinge of jealousy, noting that just months prior he had wed and his wife was only recently pregnant, yet he was already pursuing more. Such comments immediately drew the ire of the local residents. What do you know? In Jiaxing, who is unaware of the young master's kindness? He is like a living bodhisattva among us. Such a figure is beyond reproach. With an air of condescension, they continued, the Su family is filled with benevolence. The young master is their sole heir, having lost his parents at a young age. Their dying wish was for him to expand the family. Indeed, with such a large estate as the Su family village and so few descendants, how can they protect themselves from the wolves? I believe the young master should take more wives. A thriving family ensures the prosperity of the household. That is the truth of the matter. I have heard the bride, Xing, is a celestial beauty, and she is the sister of Yaoyue. The willingness of Yaoyue to share a husband with her sister speaks volumes of the young master's virtues. Only a divine beauty could be worthy of him. The crowd buzzed with discussion. Those who had spoken ill of the young master quickly retreated, fearing the wrath of the locals. Of course, these were narratives spread by Su himself, carefully crafted for future considerations and to smooth the path ahead. The dying wish of his parents urged him to expand the Su family lineage, a matter that none would dare criticize, making it easier for future concubines to accept their positions. As the procession continued with gongs and drums resounding, Xing sat joyfully in the flower-laden sedan chair, her heart brimming with happiness. Beside her, Yaoyue gazed on with immense envy. Noble second princess, you appear truly resplendent today, akin to a flower in full bloom. Lianxing's cheeks flushed with a deep crimson, yet her eyes sparkled with uncontainable joy, particularly after experiencing Su Su's nurturing presence the previous night. Her complexion radiated an even more vibrant allure. "Ah, dear Yaoyue, how dare you jest with me?" The two engaged in playful banter. Soon, the wedding procession entered Su's manor, where guests had been eagerly awaiting. This time, Su opted for a more ostentatious celebration than before, resulting in a far greater number of attendees. Numerous affluent merchants and gallant heroes from Xiaolongnü were present, including the renowned Morong family from Gusu and the 7 eccentrics of Xiaolongnü. The illustrious Li Qingluo and Wang Yuyan from Mandala Villa, along with the itinerant Hong Qigong, were also in attendance. For him, the allure of the wedding feast paled in comparison to the tantalizing culinary delights. The guests' willingness to honor this occasion was undoubtedly influenced by Su Su's previous acts of chivalry. Chapter 12. The path of taking a concubine is finally on track. As the couple bows to the heavens and the earth, the guests present for the ceremony engage in hushed whispers. Wang Yuyan gazes at Su Su, clad in a resplendent red groom's attire, and finds herself momentarily lost in thought. Memories of their brief encounter in the peach grove resurface, evoking a sense of inexplicable melancholy. "Cousin, could it be that you harbor feelings for Master Su?" Morong Fu observes Wang Yuyan's unusual demeanor and shoots her a peculiar glance. Instantly, Wang Yuyan's cheeks flush with embarrassment as she flails her hands in protest. "Cousin, what nonsense are you speaking? Today marks Master Su's momentous occasion. Do you wish to provoke his displeasure?" Unfazed, Morong Fu chuckles. What could be wrong with that? The Su family estate is vast and prosperous. Master Su, honoring his parents' dying wish to expand the family, will inevitably seek to marry again and take concubines. I trust that the future mistresses of the Su estate are understanding. If you hold any interest, I could certainly advocate on your behalf. Morong Fu's gaze lingers on Wang Yuyan, and he finds himself stirred by his own words. Faced with such a breathtakingly beautiful cousin, he does not lack affection, yet he prioritizes his ambitions of restoring his family's fortunes above all else. The Su estate, with its immense wealth, has long captivated his envy. However, the esteemed reputation of the Su family within the martial world has kept him from making any rash moves. Should he act, he would invite the wrath of those chivalrous knights who would undoubtedly seek to retaliate against him. At this moment, witnessing Wang Yuyan's expression, Morong Fu's thoughts take a different turn. "Cousin, your beauty rivals that of Master Su's current wife. Should you become the young mistress of the Su estate, then Wang Yuyan, upon hearing this, is filled with a mix of anger and embarrassment. "Cousin, do not speak of this any further." Disappointment swells within her as she regards Morong Fu. Lately, she finds herself increasingly perplexed by his behavior. Yet, she cannot deny that his suggestion stirs something within her. Perhaps her anger stems from his unmasking of her hidden feelings. Master Su, with his extraordinary talents, would surely make for a delightful companion, harmonizing with her in music and life. The guests, each with their own thoughts, observe the ceremony. Among them, Hong Qigong roars with laughter, indulging in the festivities. His presence at the Su estate today is driven not only by his love for good food, but also by his desire to support Su Su after hearing of his noble deeds. In essence, he is here to assert his influence, signaling to all that anyone who dares to challenge the Su family would have to contend with him. It is evident that Hong Qigong's endorsement carries significant weight. Su Su, taken aback by the unexpected benefits of his charitable actions, finds it remarkable that someone of Hong Qigong's stature would come to his aid. Recognizing the advantages this brings, Su Su resolves to persist in his charitable endeavors. With the final words of the officiant, the wedding ceremony concludes. The couple bows to their parents, exchanges vows, and is led into the bridal chamber. From this moment forth, Xing became Su Su's wife. Under the gaze of well-wishing eyes, the bride entered the bridal chamber, leaving Su Su to entertain the guests outside. In the deep of night, as the last of the guests departed, Su Su channeled his inner strength, expelling the alcohol from his system. Inside the room, Xing sat nervously at the edge of the bed. Despite their profound exchange the previous night, today, her wedding night, she could not help but feel a flutter of anxiety. Due to her pregnancy, Yaoyue was unable to meet the bride and had instead sent a letter filled with advice. Yet, Xing remained apprehensive. At that moment, hearing a sound, she trembled slightly, a mixture of joy and excitement coursing through her. "Ah Xing, the night is deep. Let us rest," Su Su said, his tone imbued with tenderness as he lifted the red veil. Gazing at the breathtakingly beautiful Xing shyly, she leaned into his embrace, her voice barely above a whisper. I will listen to my husband." Last night, fueled by wine, she had been quite uninhibited. Now, facing Su Su, she felt both bashful and exhilarated, tinged with anticipation. "Be good, Ah Xing, call me brother-in-law, not husband." A mischievous grin flickered in Su Su's eyes, filled with playful intent. Xing obediently nodded. Brother-in-law, please cherish Xing. As the warm candlelight flickered and the moonlight danced, it was destined to be another sleepless night. Ding! Congratulations to the host for marrying Xing, gaining 40 years of cultivation and the emperor's physique. The following day, although Su Su had been busy throughout the night, he felt no fatigue. Instead, he was invigorated, having released all the pent-up energy accumulated over the past few days. As for Xing, to put it delicately, she was resting in the room. To be blunt, she could hardly rise from the bed. Now, Su Su's vigor in that regard had grown increasingly formidable, seemingly enhancing with each passing day. The night before, even under the influence of alcohol, he had exercised restraint with Xing, who was experiencing her first encounter. However, last night, he had wholly surrendered to his desires, leading Xing to be utterly overwhelmed. 40 years of cultivation and the emperor's physique. What exactly is the emperor's physique? Su Su pondered, resting his chin in thought, before opting to consult the system's explanation. The emperor's physique, it was said, was a unique constitution passed down from the emperor who had ascended after consorting with 3,000 women. Those possessing this physique would have boundless energy, an irresistible allure to women, and an extraordinary ability to facilitate conception. Upon reading the explanation, Su Su's eyes sparkled with excitement. This emperor's physique was tailor-made for him. The family prosperity system necessitated the acquisition of multiple wives and concubines, leading to childbirth. With the emperor's physique, was he not destined to soar to new heights? With his already unparalleled beauty, now amplified by this newfound allure, he had become a veritable heartthrob. System claimed the emperor's physique. Upon this thought, Su Su felt an overwhelming sense of anticipation. A hum reverberated through the air. Instantly, he sensed a surge of formidable warmth rising within him. In that moment, an extraordinary power coursed through his limbs and bones, as if he were being reborn. With every movement, he emanated an irresistible charm. While the male guards remained oblivious to this transformation, the maidens attending nearby felt its profound impact. It was as if their master had suddenly become even more captivating, akin to a lethal poison that irresistibly drew them in. One by one, their faces flushed crimson, and they hastily lowered their gazes, too timid to look further. Su Su, perceiving the stir around him, couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. At this moment, he could be likened to a potent aphrodisiac, a veritable gatherer of heroines. The path to taking concubines was finally set to commence. Chapter 13. Rich Rewards. Breaking through to the Master Realm. With the acquisition of the Emperor's physique, Su Su realized that henceforth, his pursuit of marriage and concubinage would be a smooth and unimpeded journey. The mere thought of this brought a smile to his lips. Continuing to receive rewards, in addition to the Emperor's physique, he had another boon: 40 years of cultivation. Although it did not equate to the abundant rewards he received when marrying Yaoyue, 40 years was still sufficient for him to breach his current barriers and ascend to the Master Realm. Boom. The surging internal energy was immediately consumed and obliterated by the 9 Yang divine art. Yet, Su Su's aura visibly surged at an astonishing rate. The threshold he had long struggled to surpass, the pinnacle of innate talent, was shattered in an instant, and he continued to rise. Early master, mid-master, in mere moments. The 40 years of internal energy were fully expended, propelling Su Su's realm to the mid-master stage. Ha, indeed, the system's path is remarkably efficient, allowing him to reach the mid-master stage. Su Su could not help but laugh heartily. Initially, he believed that the 40 years of cultivation would merely enable him to breach the master threshold, yet the outcome exceeded his expectations with delightful surprise. Although he was currently only at the mid-master stage, with the formidable 9 Yang divine art, he was invincible within the master realm. Should he acquire a suitable offensive skill, he would even have the confidence to contend with great masters. As Su Su contemplated his newfound strength, he mused on his desires. He hoped the system would bestow upon him some lethal techniques. Although he possessed numerous methods for combat, he lacked a secret weapon. This, to him, felt somewhat inadequate. To earn rewards, he needed to continue marrying and taking concubines. Having secured Xing, and now with the Emperor's physique, he merely needed to employ a few subtle strategies concerning Yaoyue was already months pregnant. After a while, she would give birth to twins, and the system's rewards would undoubtedly grow ever more generous. Moreover, he needed to hasten Xing's pregnancy. With Yaoyue, it had taken a month of diligent effort for her to conceive. Now, endowed with the Emperor's physique, he was confident it would not take nearly as long. If fortune favored him, he might witness results in just a few days. To ensure his wives willingly accepted the idea of concubinage, the most direct approach was to seduce them one by one. Before possessing the Emperor's physique, Su Su had been quite self-assured, Now, it was hardly a challenge. Darling, why are you practicing martial arts so early? Shouldn't you be accompanying Lian Xing in the room? Yaoyue approached, supported by her maid. Her tone tinged with playful reproach. Su turned around, and in that instant, Yaoyue was momentarily entranced, as if she beheld countless radiant glimmers emanating from him, exuding a captivating allure. This scene made her breath quicken, her complexion flushed, and her gaze dazed. My dear, why do you drive me to madness today? Not only Yaoyue, but even the maid beside her dared not look further, fearful that her limbs would weaken and she would be unable to support her mistress. The formidable presence of Huang Di far exceeded Su's imagination as he swiftly approached and embraced Yaoyue. My lady, with such a gaze upon me, do you wish to devour me? Yaoyue replied with a playful pout. Husband, is it not early in the morning for you to be showcasing your charm in the garden? Have my sister and I not satisfied you? Despite her words, Yaoyue couldn't help but marvel at her husband's allure. His captivating nature would undoubtedly attract countless young maidens in the future. Fortunately, the Su residence was vast and affluent, alleviating any concerns about their ability to provide. Moreover, her husband carried the aspirations of their parents-in-law, and she would naturally not stand in the way. As a daughter-in-law of the Su family, it was indeed her duty to ensure the flourishing lineage of the family. Su wrapped his arms around Yaoyue's waist and planted a gentle kiss on her lips. You and Xing are both delightful. How could I possibly be dissatisfied? Were it not for your current pregnancy, I would have had both of you begging for mercy. Yaoyue's cheeks flushed as she chided playfully. Oh husband, how could you think of such things? Choosing not to engage in further teasing, she suggested. Let us bring some food to Ling Xing. She must have been quite exhausted from your antics last night. Su made no argument against this. Since Ling Xing's arrival, Su had embarked on a joyful double life. After being pulled into training sessions 7 or 8 times daily, Ling Xing began to understand why the possessive Yaoyue willingly shared her husband. Nonetheless, despite being the newcomer, Su treated both Ling Xing and Yaoyue with equal affection and adoration. After marrying Su, Ling Xing felt an unprecedented sense of security and happiness, dispelling the anxieties that once clouded her heart. In their place blossomed heartfelt gratitude towards Yaoyue. Were it not for her sister's generosity, how could she have attained such a perfect husband? If one were to note a flaw, it might be that her husband's vigor was exceedingly robust. For Su, cherishing the women he loved was his life's creed. He never made distinctions among them. Even with Yaoyue expecting, he devoted time to her outside of their intimate moments. On this particular day, Su took Ling Xing to the lake to admire the moon. In a fit of enthusiasm, he playfully pulled her into the water. Husband, what are you doing? Just having some fun. He replied with a mischievous grin. How about a brand new experience today? Ling Xing's cheeks flushed as she thought to herself how knowledgeable her husband was. Clouds disperse, rain ceases. Ling Xing lay in Su's embrace, feeling somewhat dispirited. Husband, am I really so ineffectual? Su chuckled, pinching her cheek. Why would you say that, Xing? Although she remained silent, her expression spoke volumes, her eyes filled with melancholy. Su couldn't help but smile. His strength increased daily, and with his current combat prowess, no one could rival him. Yet, he chose not to reveal this, instead gently holding Ling Xing and caressing her cheek. Lian Xing sighed and remarked, Tomorrow, I shall discuss with my sister, persuading her to take charge and bring the moon's servant into our home. Upon hearing this, Su couldn't help but smirk inwardly, though his countenance displayed feigned astonishment. The moon servant? That seems rather inappropriate, does it not? Besides, I have only recently married you. Would you two sisters truly find joy in such a decision? In truth, Su had never contemplated relinquishing the moon servant. How could he allow such a delightful offering to slip away so easily? However, certain matters necessitate patience and must be approached gradually. Neither Lian Xing nor Yaoyue were mere thoughtless automatons. If he were to assertively propose the inclusion of the moon's servant right away, it was uncertain whether Yaoyue would acquiesce, and Lian Xing would undoubtedly be displeased. It would be far more prudent to proceed as he currently was, subtly leading her to succumb to desire, compelling her to suggest it herself. Furthermore, Su had laid sufficient groundwork, thereby ensuring that the acquisition of the moon's servant would unfold seamlessly. Chapter 14. Master Su is once again seeking to take a concubine. What is inappropriate about this? Yaoyue is merely my sister's maid. Marrying my husband would indeed be a stroke of fortune for her. Lian Xing nestled in Su's embrace, resembling a languorous cat. It was only after experiencing this for herself that she realized her sister's so-called magnanimity was merely a fade, a desperate plea for assistance in bearing the burden of her desires. Yet, despite this understanding, she felt immense gratitude towards her sister. To wed a man of her husband's caliber was the greatest blessing of her life. But did she truly wish for it? Rest assured, my husband, I am well aware of Yunu's thoughts. She has been so preoccupied lately, neglecting both food and tea, that I fear she has succumbed to a lovesickness for you. She has grown noticeably thinner. To resolve this dilemma, only you can cure her affliction. Though Yunu is but a maid to Yaoyue, she shares a decent rapport with Xing. The thought of the poor girl's forlorn countenance tugged at her heartstrings. Moreover, considering my husband's situation, she too required someone to share the burden. Observing Su's hesitation, Xing clung to his arm, employing her charms. Su gasped in surprise, how soft she felt. And it seemed she had matured considerably. When Xing turned on her charm, she indeed possessed a certain allure. Although this matter would benefit Su, Xing managed to present it as him extending a helping hand, rescuing Yunu in the process. How could one not feel affection in such a situation? To Xing, this endeavor appeared as her consideration for her husband, while in reality, it was her quest for assistance. Compared to the adoration her husband showered upon her, her efforts seemed utterly insignificant. Su sighed and gradually nodded. If that were the case, as long as Yunu did not object, he would welcome her into their home. Xing immediately felt a surge of joy. Rest assured, my husband, Yunu will surely be more than willing. Leave this matter to me and my sister to handle. The following day, Xing sought out Yaoyue. Upon hearing Xing's words, Yaoyue did not oppose. With Xing's support, the sisters made their way to Yunu's residence together. Yunu, Xing called out. However, Yunu did not respond. She sat by the window, resting her chin on her hands, gazing blankly outside. The pangs of longing had rendered her countenance pale. Ah, eldest princess, second princess. What brings you here? Yunu quickly rose, her movements unsteady, betraying a sense of disarray. Oh, you poor child, what has become of you? Yaoyue, now a gentle and nurturing figure as a married woman and mother, had shed her former coldness and harshness. Seeing Yunu so troubled by her emotions, she sighed in helplessness. After Yaoyue was seated with Xing's assistance, Xing approached Yunu, urging her to sit. Do not be anxious, sit down. You look so frail and refuse to eat. What could be the reason for this? Xing, feigning ignorance, sought to spark conversation. I, eldest princess, second princess. Yunu's gaze flitted about, unable to meet the eyes of Yaoyue and Xing. If her little secret were to be discovered by the Grand Palace Master and the Second Palace Master, it would undoubtedly lead to her demise. Moreover, as a mere maid, how could she dare to covet her master's man? In her heart, Yunu was filled with both fear and guilt. Enough of your stammering. Both Xing and I are aware of your feelings. You harbor affection for our husband, do you not? The moment those words were spoken, it was as if a thunderclap had struck. Yunu was so frightened that her complexion turned ashen, and she immediately fell to her knees. Grand Palace Master, Second Palace Master, please spare me. I would never entertain such thoughts. If you do not believe me, I shall leave Su family manor and return to Yihua Palace at once. Xing cast a reproachful glance at Yaoyue, then helped Yunu to her feet. Sister, why frighten her so? Look at how terrified she is. Yaoyue exclaimed, I merely spoke the truth. Sister, allow me to handle this, Xing chuckled. Noting that her sister was still the same, gentle as water before their husband, yet fearsome when dealing with others. The last time she told Yunu to marry their husband, she had not been in a much better state than Yunu now. Yunu listened to their conversation, utterly bewildered. What did the Grand Palace Master and the Second Palace Master mean by this? Yunu, I and my sister are aware of your feelings, and we are willing to accept you. From this day forth, you shall no longer be a maid of Yihua Palace, but our sister. Thud. Yunu knelt once more, devoid of color in her face. Were the two palace masters testing her? Her mind was a blank. What should she do? Why have you knelt again? Do you not wish to marry the manor master? What? Would you be willing to marry the manor master? Xing inquired again, perplexed by the girl's apparent cleverness now reduced to such foolishness. Yaoyue sighed. How could she have such a naive maid? If you are unwilling, it can be dismissed. I shall cancel the wedding. At last, Yunu grasped the situation. The Grand Palace Master and the Second Palace Master were aware of her feelings and had not opposed them. They not only consented to her marrying the manor master, but had even prepared for the wedding. A tremendous surprise exploded within Yunu's heart. The unexpectedness of it all left her utterly unprepared. Thud. Yunu knelt again. Thank you, Grand Palace Master and Second Palace Master, for your kindness. I am willing. In recent days, Yunu had watched Yaoyue with Su, and then Xing with Su, immersed in their affection. She had witnessed firsthand Su's equal adoration for both Yaoyue and Xing. Such a perfect man, who would not be moved. Yet her lowly status destined her to be unreachable for someone like Su Manor Master, a man akin to a celestial being. However, having encountered such extraordinary individuals in her youth, She was destined to languish in a life of unrequited love. Yaoyue knew that she would never love anyone but Su again. Seeing her agreement, Yaoyue and Xing helped her up. From now on, we shall be sisters, do not be so formal. They then discussed the details of the wedding. Once the specifics were settled, news once again spread through Su family manor. The master of Su manor is once again set to take a concubine. In Jiaxing City, the atmosphere is filled with jubilant celebration, much like a few days prior. As the familiar sight of the grand red bridal sedan chair appears, astonished gazes abound. The master of Su manor is indeed taking another concubine. Youth is truly a blessing, with vitality to endure the demands. With Madame Yaoyue expecting, it is likely that Madame Lianxing will soon receive joyful news as well. Otherwise, how could the master have been so prompt in seeking a new bride? This is indeed fortuitous. Su manor, a paragon of benevolence, ought to witness the continuation of its lineage and prosperity, ensuring its enduring presence. The master of Su is wholeheartedly expanding his family, a commendable endeavor. It is true that he performs daily acts of kindness, unknowingly supporting countless suffering souls in Jiaxing City. I, myself, am a refugee from the Sui dynasty. Were it not for a bowl of thick porridge from the young master, I would not have found my current means of survival. In this world, there is no Tang dynasty, only the Sui. Yet, the Sui is now teetering on the brink of turmoil, with the Li family already rising in rebellion. Its downfall is merely a matter of time. Consequently, many refugees from the Sui are fleeing in all directions. The porridge stall run by Su has indeed provided sustenance for many of these displaced individuals. However, at this moment, everyone's attention is captivated by the impending marriage of Su, and the words spoken earlier are swiftly drowned out by the clamor of the crowd. Chapter 15, Pan, Donkey, and Song, Xiaoxian, Su possesses it all. While many envy the esteemed Master Su, I find myself envious of the young ladies fortunate enough to marry him. To wed such a man is indeed a blessing accrued over several lifetimes. If I had a daughter, I would gladly offer her hand to Master Su. Ha ha ha. What a fanciful dream. Each of the three young mistresses is a breathtaking beauty. Whether or not I have a daughter, would she ever catch Master Su's discerning eye? It is indeed enviable that he has taken 3 lovely wives when I have yet to secure even one. Whispers abound concerning Su's latest nuptials. Some extend their congratulations, while others harbor jealousy, though they dare not voice their sentiments. Given the Su family's esteemed position in society, it is hardly surprising that envy brews. After all, to marry 3 stunning maidens, each more exquisite than the last, is a feat that leaves many in awe. Not only common folk, but even local gentry and wealthy merchants find themselves envious. They may not covet the emperor or celestial beings, but they certainly envy Su for his nightly revelries as a groom. It is not that they lack desire. Rather, they lack the means that Su possesses. To put it succinctly, first, they lack the handsome visage of Pan, which Su possesses. Secondly, they do not possess the qualities that allow Su to wed 3 lovely wives in succession. Thirdly, they lack the wealth of Song Tong. While the Su family is as affluent as a kingdom, moreover, Su exhibits tenderness and meticulous care, attributes that surely contributed to his first 2 wives consenting to his further marriages. Lastly, he enjoys ample leisure time, with the Su family's wealth being inexhaustible. He naturally has abundant time for merriment with his wives. In these 5 regards, Su stands unparalleled. Thus, it is no wonder he has attracted such beautiful companions, and envy beyond the reach of others. With great fanfare, the flower palanquin was carried into the Su estate amidst the anxious anticipation of the guests. This time, the number of attendees was somewhat fewer than before, as not much time had elapsed since Su's last marriage. Nevertheless, Wang Yuyan, Mu Rongfu, and others attended in full force. Su, clearly aware of this, sought to amplify the festivities by laying out an extravagant banquet, even setting up over 100 tables outside Jiaxing City. Many commoners indulged in the feast, expressing genuine support for Su from the depths of their hearts. The expenditure for the banquet was of no concern to Su, since taking over the Su estate. His modern management strategies and unique products have yielded astronomical wealth, sufficient to last for countless generations. At the Su estate, guests took their seats. The attendees were a mix of chivalrous heroes and affluent merchants. The wedding proceeded smoothly, with efforts made to simplify the cumbersome rituals while still ensuring all aspects were thoroughly addressed. Observing the surrounding gentry and merchants, Mu Rongfu felt a pang of envy. This time, he truly grasped the financial prowess and connections of the Su family. Although he often heard discussions about the Su family being the wealthiest in Jiangnan, he had previously held some skepticism. However, after the consecutive weddings, no one dared to utter a word. Everyone was thoroughly convinced, captivated by Su Su's audacity and skill. If Su Su were to extend her assistance, the prospect of restoring the nation would be within reach. In that moment, Morong Fu longed to be a woman, so he could wed Su Su and partake in the wealth of the Su family estate. Through Su Su's repeated marriages, he had validated his prior assessment that she had a penchant for the fairer sex. Given this, he resolved to leverage her weakness. Although he was not a woman, and thus could not approach Su Su directly, his cousin could. Morong Fu contemplated, shifting his gaze to Wang Yuyan. Yet, recalling Wang Yuyan's recent distance from him, he shook his head. In her current state, even marrying her would be precarious. A different candidate must be sought. Oh, Zhu and Bai. Morong Fu's eyes brightened. If Zhu and Bai, alongside his cousin, could marry into the Su family, he could maneuver among them to his advantage. The thought of his two charming maidservants brought him a twinge of sorrow, yet his gaze hardened. A true man, one destined for greatness, does not dwell on trifles. Once the nation is restored, what type of woman would be beyond his reach? Resolute, Morong Fu began to devise his plans. His calculating mind was unmatched, even surpassing that of the accountant. Standing beside him, Wang Yuyan, though spared from the clattering of the abacus, felt the weight of his malevolent gaze, sending a chill down her spine. Quietly, she distanced herself from him. At that moment, Wang Yuyan felt a sense of confusion. Was Su Zhuizhu truly a lecher? Blinded by desire? A man who seemed indifferent to women could compose such beautiful verses praising his wife. In just a few days, Su Su's successive marriages caused Wang Yuyan's burgeoning fondness for him to wane, even for the sake of preserving the family line. Such actions were profoundly disrespectful to his previous wives. Suddenly, Wang Yuyan's attention sharpened. Behind the screen, two enchanting young women were engaged in conversation, their laughter resonating through the air. Wang Yuyan recognized them immediately. One was the subject of Su Su's poetry, Lady Yaoyue, whom she had met in the peach orchard. The other was Xing, who had recently wed into the Su family. The two women chatted merrily, seemingly unaffected by Su Su's decision to take a concubine, which only deepened Wang Yuyan's perplexity. Lady Yaoyue, Lady Xing? Intrigued, Wang Yuyan approached them. Her curiosity was piqued. Why were these ladies not disheartened by their husband's actions? The Wang family sister has arrived. Please take a seat, Yaoyue exclaimed, her eyes lighting up as she beckoned Wang Yuyan over. Xing greeted her with a warm smile as well. Both ladies understood that their husband was a formidable figure. Once Xing and Yaoyue conceived, the addition of new wives would be inevitable. Moreover, Su Su has long harbored feelings for Wang Yuyan. Yet he has refrained from taking action due to her frail condition. In contrast, Wang Yuyan is taken aback, completely unprepared for the fervent enthusiasm exhibited by Yaoyue and Xing. The three engage in delightful conversation, with Yaoyue and Xing having instinctively embraced Wang Yuyan as a sister, resulting in a harmonious rapport. Initially, Wang Yuyan regarded Yaoyue and Xing with a degree of disdain, presuming that these sisters, willing to share a husband, must be ordinary women. However, after a thorough exchange, she promptly overturned her previous judgments. These sisters before her not only possess eloquence that rivals her own, but also possess martial skills that place them among the ranks of celestial heroines in the martial world. Yet, the more she learns, the less she comprehends. After several moments of hesitation, Wang Yuyan could no longer restrain her curiosity. Esteemed sisters, she ventured, I beg your pardon for my boldness, but with Master Su marrying today, why are you both so elated? Are you not concerned that Master Su may neglect you in the future? Furthermore, such haste in his actions seems rather disrespectful to you both. Chapter 16. Do not address him as husband, call him son-in-law. Wang Yuyan felt an overwhelming sense of confusion that she could no longer contain. After apologizing to Yaoyue and Xing, she poured forth her thoughts without reservation. Yaoyue and Xing exchanged knowing smiles. Then, Yaoyue spoke gently, Sister Wang. Your husband is not the person you imagine him to be. Your misconceptions stem from your lack of acquaintance with him. He is a man unlike any other in the world, and to be united with him in matrimony is an immense blessing for me. Xing nodded in agreement, adding, Indeed. Sister Wang, you have misjudged him. The reason he married Yaoyue was entirely my request, and I, along with my sister, organized the wedding. Xing's smile radiated warmth. Wang Yuyan, however, was left in a state of disbelief. Did she truly hear that there existed a woman who would plead for her husband to take a concubine? This was utterly absurd and unfathomable. Noticing the shock on Wang Yuyan's face, Yaoyue and Xing exchanged amused glances. Ah Xing, look at how astonished Sister Wang is. Xing remarked playfully. With a light huff, she continued, I do this for the good of my husband. Besides, since you were able to conspire with him to draw me into this predicament, it is only fitting that I continue this tradition. Humph. That Yaoyue is neither skilled nor robust. I fear she may not hold her own for long. She ought to consider her next partner swiftly. At this, Yaoyue burst into laughter, her joy infectious. Their words mirrored the previous incident when Yaoyue had cleverly ensnared Wang Yuyan, this time casting the bait directly into her mouth. When Su Su came to propose, it would undoubtedly make matters much simpler. Su Su showered affection upon each of his wives, and now, it seemed, he would receive his due return. You reap what you sow, as the saying goes. After Wang Yuyan departed, Xing gazed enviously at Yaoyue's burgeoning belly. Her eyes dimmed with a hint of melancholy. Sister, why is it that my belly has yet to show any signs of life? Yaoyue, with a resigned smile, replied teasingly. You silly girl, no matter how capable your husband is, it takes time for pregnancy to manifest. You must be patient. She did not scold Xing for her impatience, for she had experienced similar feelings herself. Meanwhile, after Wang Yuyan left, she walked back to her seat in a daze. Observing her demeanor, Morong Fu became curious. Cousin, why such a countenance? Did those two ladies offend you? He had seen her approach the two young mistresses earlier, and now, noticing her state, he instinctively offered, Tell cousin, and I shall avenge you. The four generals behind him raised their eyebrows in surprise. Yet, Wang Yuyan paid no attention to them. After a moment, as if just realizing something, she turned to Morong Fu and asked, Cousin, under what circumstances would a woman voluntarily request her husband to take a concubine? It is evident that this gentleman excels so remarkably that the lady feels no tinge of jealousy, but rather a sense of guilt for her admiration. Morong Fu replied without a moment's hesitation, subtly providing his support. Is that so? Does such a perfect man truly exist in this world? Wang Yuyan's gaze became increasingly dreamy. The words of Yaoyue and Xing echoed persistently in her mind, as if she were transported back to that fateful day in the peach grove, when Su Su's poetry struck her as extraordinary. The resentment she once harbored due to Su Su's frequent marriages dissipated entirely, replaced by an unprecedented curiosity about him. Observing Wang Yuyan's demeanor, Morong Fu appeared bewildered. Struggling to comprehend the situation, he continued to contemplate his recent scheme. The Su family estate was akin to a grand vessel. Its wealth and connections stirred envy within Morong Fu. However, establishing a relationship was a critical concern. Let the couple bow to each other. Ceremony complete. With a resounding proclamation, the wedding of Su Su and Yaoyue was finalized. Amidst the well wishes of the assembly, they stepped into the bridal chamber. With each marriage, Su Su's experience burgeoned, and he adeptly navigated the presence of guests with increasing familiarity. Indeed, he merely engaged in superficial pleasantries. Of course, no one dared to force Su Su into drinking amidst such circumstances. A moment of intimacy during a spring night is worth a fortune. Who among them would neglect a stunning beauty at their side to instead revel with guests? Ah, truly enviable. Su Zhuozhu is a groom every night, provoking envy among us all. The individuals of the martial world are known for their carefree attitudes, and their speech reflects such exuberance. Yet, this sentiment immediately drew scornful glances from several female guests. Naturally, among the attendees were not only those envious of Su Su's nightly nuptials, but also many female guests, particularly those of the chivalrous kind, who envied Su Su's newlywed wife. In days past, they had only heard tales of Su Su's unparalleled beauty, but upon seeing him today, they found him akin to a celestial being, too exquisite to be mortal. Coupled with his numerous acts of chivalry, he garnered significant attention. Su Zhuozhu's visage is unparalleled. To declare him the most handsome man in the realm would not be an exaggeration. The renowned Jiang Feng, often touted as the most handsome man of the Ming dynasty, would likely find himself unworthy to carry Su Zhuozhu's shoes. To be wed to such a man would be an immense blessing. Many of the chivalrous maidens and ethereal beings present flushed with excitement, their hearts stirred with budding affection. The emperor's body is indeed formidable. In the meticulously arranged bridal chamber, Yaoyue fidgeted with her handkerchief, nervously agitated, her heart racing. Despite the grand and second matrons having briefed her on many details, she remained exceedingly anxious at this moment. Suddenly, Yaoyue felt a warm hand upon her waist. Then, her veil was lifted, revealing the exceptionally handsome visage of Su Su. Yaoyue gasped, her eyes sparkling with a blend of excitement and trepidation, akin to a startled fawn. With a shy demeanor, she quickly lowered her gaze under Su Su's scrutiny. Yaoyue, you are truly exquisite. Clad in a flowing red gown, Yaoyue's fair and delicate skin shimmered like glistening water, captivating all who beheld her. Her petite and finely crafted features further enchanted the onlooker. In but a fleeting glance, Su Su found himself utterly entranced by Yaoyue's bashful beauty. Husband, she murmured softly, her face flushed with shyness. Su Su instinctively drew her into his embrace. Do not call me husband. Refer to me as Gongyi." Upon uttering these words, he lowered his head and captured her soft lips in a tender kiss. The moonlight was hazy, painting a scene of unparalleled beauty, heralding yet another enchanting evening. Ding! Congratulations to the host for marrying Yaoyue, gaining 20 years of cultivation and master-level medical skills. Master-level medical skills? Upon hearing the system notification, Susu's spirits soared even higher. Such delightful feelings are meant to be shared, and as the bride, Yaoyue naturally became the recipient of this joyous revelation. The night was filled with tempestuous winds and heavy rain. Chapter 17. From a mere combatant to a paragon of mastery. The following morning, Susu, invigorated and refreshed, practiced martial arts in the courtyard while Yaoyue rested in her chamber. As a relatively weaker woman, her martial prowess was merely at the postnatal realm. And under Susu's formidable combat strength, she could scarcely endure a few rounds of sparring. Moreover, on their wedding night, without the option of seeking assistance from others, Susu could only strive to restrain himself. Fortunately, having entered a steady routine, with Yaoyue and Xing by his side, his martial arts progress was finally poised to accelerate. This continuous growth was a most gratifying sensation, and Susu felt a profound sense of contentment. During this period of constant practice with Xing, his progress in the 9E9 Yang divine skill was rapid, and he had firmly established himself at the mid-level of the master realm, marking a significant advancement. System, claim my cultivation rewards. Boom. In an instant, a surge of immense internal energy surged forth as the 9E9 Yang divine skill activated, swiftly dissipating and absorbing the power at an astonishing rate. Susu's aura rose visibly, and in mere moments, he broke through the bottleneck, reaching the late master stage. In the master realm, it typically took around 20 years of cultivation to ascend a minor level. According to the system's description, this 20-year span was based on average aptitude. Otherwise, calculating based on his current potential would leave him in tears. With his aptitude, it would take not only 20 years, but perhaps even a century of effort to break through a single minor realm. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Susu felt a wave of relief. In the late master stage, coupled with the 9E9 Yang divine skill, he could even contend with grandmasters. As his cultivation advanced, so too did his confidence. Having only just married 3 wives, he had transformed from a mere combatant into a matchless expert rivaling the greatest of grandmasters, a feat unimaginable to many. Now, with his cultivation level, he could establish a sect in the martial world. Nan Morong and Bei Xiaofeng were merely at the master realm. Comparatively, while Xiaofeng might be slightly superior, the difference was negligible. The 5 greats of the Song dynasty were generally around the level of grandmasters. Reflecting on his current achievements, Susu could not help but smile. If the rewards for marrying were this bountiful, how much more could he expect when Yaoyue bore twins in a few months? Susu increasingly looked forward to what lay ahead. System continued to claim rewards. As his words resonated, he felt a series of mysterious warm currents merging into his mind, an influx of medical knowledge converging within him. Techniques such as silver needle acupoint therapy, golden needle life-saving methods, herb cultivation, pulse diagnosis, and alchemy flooded his consciousness. As if innate, master-level medical skills. This meant that he was not only a martial arts master, but also a true master of the medical arts. In other words, he had now attained the status of a divine physician within the martial world. Although the renowned physician's son, who had once been called upon by one Tai to diagnose Yaoyue, was reputed as a divine healer, he was merely held in high regard by the masses. In terms of skill, he was at best a distinguished physician. In the present day, Susu stands unrivaled in the realm of the Song dynasty, with only 2 or 3 others capable of being compared to his exceptional medical skills. To refer to him as a divine physician is indeed warranted. Upon the entrance of Yaoyue, in the face of her and Xing's combined efforts against him, Susu's abundant vitality found a modicum of release, albeit just a fraction. It is worth noting that Susu's inherent physical prowess was formidable, further augmented by the emperor's physique and the continuous enhancement of his strength. Despite the collaboration of Yaoyue and Xing, they faltered under his might. Had Susu not exercised restraint, they might have found themselves utterly incapacitated. Fortunately, everything remained within manageable bounds. Yaoyue achieved her desire to wed Susu and experienced an unprecedented sense of safety and happiness. Susu adhered to a principle of equity toward the women in his life, treating Yaoyue no differently despite her status as a maidservant of Yaoyue. Instead, he showered her with equal affection, which deeply moved Yaoyue, prompting her to serve him with utmost dedication. Yaoyue and Xing, as previously mentioned, regarded her as a sister rather than a mere servant, refraining from any form of condescension. This fostered a profound sense of gratitude within Yu towards Xing and Yaoyue, solidifying her devotion to Su. She even found herself striving excessively to please him. Had it not been for Su's masterful medical expertise, Yu's health could have suffered. Such a scenario was unacceptable to Su, who, in order to impart a lesson, chastised Yu sternly. This only deepened her unwavering affection for him. Surrounded by 3 stunning beauties, Su's days were filled with unparalleled joy. In any era, ample wealth allows for a life of comfort and indulgence. In the frigid winter, he enjoyed the warmth of sable fur and a cozy hearth, while in the sweltering summer, he had ice and fruits aplenty, acquiring whatever luxuries his riches could procure. Since acquiring master-level medical skills, Su took it upon himself to attend to Yaoyue's ailments, rendering the esteemed physician's son's hopes of profiting from the Su family estate utterly futile. Su was no fool. It made little sense to forego his own remarkable skills in favor of hiring an outsider for diagnosis. Naturally, the first time Yaoyue and her companions witnessed Su's extraordinary medical prowess, they were profoundly astonished, deeming him nothing short of celestial. The 3 women were already aware of Su's martial prowess, occasionally engaging in friendly sparring. Yet they were left utterly astounded upon realizing that his skills rivaled those of a grand master. They were further taken aback to discover his astonishing medical abilities. At such a young age, he excelled in both unparalleled martial arts and advanced medicine, either of which would ensure his renown throughout the realm. However, Su did not seek fame, lest he become yet another martial arts master and divine physician within the world. After witnessing his medical expertise, the 3 women felt increasingly fortunate to have married him, believing it to be the most fortunate event of their lives. "Husband, is there anything you cannot do?" Xing gazed at Su, her eyes brimming with affection. The man before her resembled a mysterious treasure, exuding an irresistible charm, brimming with endless surprises waiting to be unearthed. As Su took the pulse of Yaoyue, a gentle smile graced her lips. "Your husband possesses many more talents. You will gradually discover them, won't you? In just a few months, you shall give birth. Do take care of your health, wherever you go during this time. Ensure that a Xing and a Nu accompany you." Yaoyue nodded, her face radiating happiness. She tenderly caressed her prominent abdomen, her eyes shimmering with love and maternal warmth. Were it not for the discerning eyes of the martial world, they would scarcely believe that the woman before them was the formidable Yaoyue of the Yihua Palace. Time flowed at its own pace, yet Su's life grew increasingly regular. Aside from her daily interactions with Xing and Anu, who persistently engaged in playful banter, she spent her days distributing rice porridge outside Jiaxing City. Chapter 18. My lord, why not take in a few more sisters? Perhaps the situation in the Sui dynasty has reached a critical juncture, with incessant warfare and an ever-increasing number of refugees. Many refugees, upon hearing of the benevolence of the Lord and Lady of Sujia village, who generously distribute porridge daily outside Jiaxing City, have exerted themselves to escape to the Song dynasty, seeking a sanctuary to ensure their survival. As the pregnancy of Yaoyue becomes increasingly apparent, her mobility diminishes. The task of assisting Su in distributing porridge has been entrusted to Lianxing and Yuan. In Jiaxing, the 3 mistresses of Sujia village are regarded as celestial beings, akin to bodhisattvas, renowned for their beauty and kindness. As for Su, he is celebrated as the reincarnation of a saint, descended to alleviate suffering. This transformation can be attributed to the efforts of Hong Qigong. Following his support for Su, the significance of reputation became ever more apparent. The porridge distribution initiative not only continued but expanded with the addition of several more porridge stalls. Furthermore, a dedicated day for assisting the elderly was established, occurring on the 9th day of each month, when household servants would be dispatched to Jiaxing to aid the elderly and infirm in overcoming their daily hardships. The response was overwhelmingly positive, surpassing the impact of the porridge stalls. As the number of refugees swelled, Su invested in the establishment of a vast relief station on the outskirts of the city, spanning several dozen acres. Able-bodied refugees participated in its construction, receiving fair wages for their labor. This generosity moved the refugees to tears, instilling in them the courage and means to rebuild their lives. It was said that the Lord of Sujia village possessed a divine essence, embodying a heart of compassion as he walked among men. Su's reputation soared to its zenith not only in Jiaxing, but radiated throughout the entire Zhongnan region and beyond, reaching even the distant shores of Shenyang, where Guojing had heard whispers of Su's deeds with a sense of regret for not being able to meet him. For Su, this brought a profound sense of security. The higher his reputation soared, the less likely anyone would dare to challenge him. However, reliance on external forces is inherently limited. Self-strength is paramount. Su Su diligently worked on his own empowerment while continually enhancing the defenses of the estate. In addition to intimate moments with Lianxing and Yuan, Su Su often took the three mistresses for leisurely boat rides on the lake, enjoying the gentle breeze, the sight of blooming lotus flowers, and the playful goldfish, truly a delightful experience. Accompanied by servants and maidens, who played melodious tunes on stringed instruments and flutes, a group of songstresses danced gracefully at the bow of the boat. Such carefree enjoyment surpassed even that of deities. As the music concluded, Lianxing gazed at Su Su with anticipation, pleading, "My lord, my sister says you possess remarkable literary talent and have composed a beautiful poem for her. Yet neither Yuan nor I have received such a gift. You must not show favoritism." Beside her, Yuan nodded vigorously, her eyes bright with longing. They had listened to the verses he penned for the Grand Palace Master countless times, filled with envy. How difficult could it be? Su Su smiled gently, realizing that a few lines of poetry could bring joy to his beloved wives. Why not indulge them? At worst, he would simply take on the role of a scribe once more. Having uttered these words, Su Su began to ponder, seeking a poem that would suit the occasion. Suddenly, Lianxing's face turned pale as she clasped a handkerchief to her mouth, retching uncontrollably. "Xing, what is wrong with you?" Su Su, abandoning his poetic musings, swiftly embraced Lianxing, one hand already checking her pulse. After a brief moment, a look of relief washed over Su Su's face, replacing his previous anxiety with sheer joy. "Xing, you are with child. It is a joyous sign." The unexpected revelation left Lianxing utterly bewildered. It was Yaoyue who expressed exuberance. "Xing, you are pregnant. Be careful as you sit." "Congratulations, second princess," cheered Yaoyue, filled with envy. Both the grand princess and the second princess were expecting, while she remained without child. Moreover, with the second princess pregnant, it meant she would have to face her husband alone in the future. Yaoyue and Yaoyue supported Lianxing to sit comfortably, quickly summoning maidservants to bring suitable fruits for pregnant women. Regaining her composure, Lianxing was filled with happiness, her features radiating maternal warmth. "At last, I carry my husband's lineage. I can continue his legacy." She gazed tenderly at Su Su, her heart brimming with joy. Following the excitement, both sisters turned their attention to Yaoyue, teasingly saying, "Yaoyue, you're next. You must put in the effort." Yaoyue's cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she looked at Su Su, her eyes brimming with affection, while simultaneously harboring anticipation. "Fear not, my dear Yaoyue. I shall certainly strive diligently," Su Su replied with a hearty laugh. With Lianxing expecting, how far could Yaoyue be behind? The efficacy of the emperor's physique was indeed astonishing. Unsurprisingly, after Lianxing's pregnancy, the burden of expectation fell squarely upon her shoulders, just as Yaoyue had foreseen. Previously, their joint efforts had ended in disarray. How could Yaoyue manage alone now? She had witnessed the tempest of challenges, feeling both powerless and guilty, accompanied by a profound sense of envy. A woman, in her deepest affection for a man, undoubtedly yearns to bear his child. Observing the grand princess and the second princess exchanging experiences of pregnancy, resembling a duo of expectant mothers, Yaoyue could hardly contain her envy. Su Su, perceptive to Yaoyue's sentiments, mischievously inquired, "Yaoyue, do you desire children?" She nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling with uncontainable eagerness. "Yes, I yearn for it. The truth is, after becoming pregnant, I could finally rest. My husband is so formidable, I cannot cope alone." "Then let us continue to strive," he responded. In an instant, Yaoyue found herself enveloped in Su Su's embrace, embarking on a life filled with unrestrained passion. Su Su felt immensely satisfied with his current existence, blessed with boundless wealth, a beautiful wife, and concubines, along with an impending heir. He was indeed a grand victor in the game of life. Even if he were to ascend to immortality at this very moment, he would not exchange his current situation. Moreover, with the system in place, as long as he continues to take concubines and bear children, thereby flourishing his family, there remains a possibility of reaching the legendary realm of immortals, with the prospect of eternal life within reach. When one attains enlightenment, even the fowl and hounds ascend to the heavens. In such a scenario, his women would naturally share in the gift of immortality, which is the true path. Su Su contemplated this with great satisfaction. There was no rush regarding this matter. The outcome was significant, yet the journey held equal importance. With daily endeavors, his martial arts progressed not only smoothly, but also yielded delightful results. Furthermore, Su Su discovered that anything produced by the system could seemingly be accelerated through intimate encounters with his wives and concubines, which was simply perfect. However, while Su Su reveled in this situation, Yaoyue did not fare as well. She found herself fighting a solitary battle, one that was relentless and devoid of rest. It became increasingly burdensome to bear. Husband, perhaps you might consider taking a few more sisters? Chapter 19. My husband is currently searching. Just bear with it a little longer. My husband is in the midst of a search. Su chuckled as he caressed the soft strands of Yunu's hair. In truth, he had dispatched individuals to inquire at the Manduo villa long before Xing's pregnancy. After all, Wang Yuyan held a unique place in Su's heart. From the very beginning, Su had intended to wed Wang Yuyan, but fate intervened, leading him to marry Yaoyue instead. Subsequently, due to his exceptional vigor and Wang Yuyan's inherent frailty, his plans to marry her were further postponed. With Yaoyue's encouragement, he eventually married Xing and Yunu in succession. However, this did not deter Su from keeping Wang Yuyan in his thoughts. Previously, he hesitated to marry her, fearing she might not withstand the strain, but now, with his unparalleled medical skills, having achieved a masterful level of proficiency and further honed through dual cultivation, he was indeed a renowned healer. Once he cured Wang Yuyan's ailments, cultivating her strength should not pose much challenge. With cultivation, her constitution would surely improve. In due time. But alas, it is unfortunate. According to the news from his servants, Madame Wang had taken Wang Yuyan to seek the counsel of a famous physician. They would likely not return to Manduo Villa anytime soon. With no sight of her, Su remained uncertain whether he could indeed remedy Wang Yuyan's congenital weakness. Her frail constitution was hardly a secret, though she had immersed herself in literature and mastered various martial arts. Her remarkable memory and innate talent had not translated into physical prowess. This was indeed a lamentable reality within the martial world. While Su could not guarantee a complete cure, he was confident he could at least mitigate her condition. At the very least, she would not succumb to grave illness from a mere chill. Should the system reward him with more advanced medical skills in the future, perhaps a complete remedy could be achieved. Husband, you must hurry. Yunu blushed, her voice a mixture of shyness and embarrassment. She was truly at her wit's end, hoping her husband would swiftly find another suitable sister to bring into their home. Now, Yunu finally understood why the esteemed leaders of Yaoyue and Xing had been so magnanimous. It was not merely due to their camaraderie, but rather a pragmatic need for assistance in shouldering responsibilities. However, ever since Xing's pregnancy, the burden had fallen squarely upon her, and she could no longer bear it. Do not fret, we must wait a few more days, Su reassured Yunu while contemplating. Wang Yuyan's visit to the physician would likely yield no results. On one hand, many claimed to be renowned healers yet lacked the true capability to match their reputation. Much like the famed Dr. Sun that when Tai had once summoned, his name was illustrious, yet his skills fell short of the healer's standards. Of course, some truly skilled physicians did exist, but they were often elusive. The ones he could locate were merely of respectable renown. Wang Yuyan had consulted numerous esteemed doctors, yet with little effect. This time, she would likely approach the endeavor with a sense of chance. If she failed to find a suitable physician, it would merely serve as a distraction. Oh, a few more days. Yunu sighed, her heart filled with disappointment upon hearing this. She is now eagerly anticipating the arrival of a new sister, which should happen in the coming days. There is no rush. Life is meant to be savored. Su laughed heartily as he lifted Yunu into his arms and carried her into the room. This scene earned light laughter from Yaoyue and Xing, who covered their mouths in amusement. The more they spent time with Su, the more they realized that he was flawless in every aspect. The only flaw being his boundless energy. In his own words, he was akin to a reincarnated teddy. Yaoyue and Xing giggled, unaware of what a teddy was. Yet they laughed uncontrollably. A few days later, the Su family estate was once again adorned with festive decorations. The faces of the servants and maids were beaming with joy, particularly those aged servants whose expressions radiated contentment and happiness. This was because, following the pregnancies of Madame Yaoyue and Madame Xing, Madame Yunu, who had recently joined the family, was also expecting. Our young master is truly remarkable. The servants could not help but admire Su's vigorous vitality while also feeling delighted for him. By this time next year, the estate would be bustling with life. Indeed, with 3 young masters and mistresses arriving one after another, the Su family would no longer be a line of solitary inheritance. If the old master and mistress could witness this scene, how overjoyed they would be. Uncle Fu, you are mistaken. It is not just 3. For Madame Yaoyue is expecting twins. Yes, I must be getting old and forgetful. Madame Yaoyue is indeed carrying 2 little masters. The servants discussed this while attending to their tasks. Days passed once more, and Su was on the move again, with 3 wives expecting. He found himself unable to touch them, and his progress in martial arts had slowed. Furthermore, his pent-up energy was causing him considerable discomfort. News from his informants revealed that Wang Yuyin had returned to the Mandu mountain manor, prompting him to take action. A Xing, and Nu. You three must rest well at the estate. I have arranged for the distribution of porridge, so there is no need for you to worry. The utmost priority now is your well-being. Do not overexert yourselves. If anything arises, let the servants handle it. Before departing, Su Su looked at the three delicate pregnant women with concern, offering countless reminders. The maids nearby stifled their laughter. Yaoyue couldn't help but smile, saying, "Husband, you have said that many times. We are well aware. Rather, it is you who should hurry. If you delay any longer, night will fall." As she spoke, Yaoyue adjusted Su Su's brocade robe, gazing at the strikingly handsome young man before her with tenderness. "Hurry and set off. You must successfully bring back Sister Yuyin this time." Indeed, indeed. The last time I interacted with that Wang family girl, she was eloquent, cultured, and poised, a truly remarkable person. You must bring her home, my husband, Xing added, her eyes sparkling with affection. Though her pregnancy had become evident, it did nothing to diminish her beauty, instead enhancing her maternal radiance, bestowing upon her a unique charm. "Dearest husband, may you strive diligently and soon bring back Sister Wang, so that we may gather around a table to play mahjong together. This delightful game, of course, originates from the skilled hands of Su Su. During our last gathering, the four of us played, and the seasoned Su Su was mercilessly defeated. Alas, what could be done? After all, the novices were graced with an aura of luck, 3 of them, no less." In a playful manner, Su Su affectionately pinched Yu's nose, then embraced Yaoyue and Xing, whispering softly before reluctantly taking her leave. Initially, Su Su intended to send someone directly to Mandu Mountain Villa to propose, but upon reflection, she deemed such an approach rather imprudent. Ultimately, she resolved to make the journey herself. Chapter 20. The plan to send off the young lady is underway. In the midst of embroidered screens, outside the fragrant pavilion, and to the east of the painted building, deep promises are exchanged, with longing gazes and fleeting encounters. Once again, the spring dreams fade into drowsiness. Flowers have fallen, and the cuckoo cries amidst the scattered petals. The ailing beauty and the melancholic groom, beset by the troubles of the eastern winds. At Mandala Manor, Wang Yuyin, clad in a simple white gown, sits alone by the railing. In the estate, birds soar high and flowers bloom profusely, painting a scene of vibrant life. Yet within her heart lies an abyss of sorrow. Since childhood, her frail constitution has plagued her. Recently, she sought medical attention, enduring the fatigue of travel, which only exacerbated her delicate condition. Her sporadic cough, muffled by a handkerchief, starkly contrasts the vitality of the flourishing garden around her. Her already exquisite features, under such fragile circumstances, evoke even greater sympathy. "Cough, cough. Miss, how are you? Perhaps you should come inside," urged a concerned maid by her side. The young lady, known for her kind-heartedness, has always treated her servants with warmth and courtesy, never showing any harshness. Alas, beauty often accompanies a fleeting fate, and heaven seems indifferent to such a lovely soul. "It is of no consequence. My health declines with each passing day. Who knows when I might no longer behold the beauty of these flowers and the charm of the birds. It is better to take in as much as I can while I still can," Wang Yuyin replied, her pallid countenance betraying her struggle. Amidst her melancholy, the visage of Su Su unexpectedly surfaced in her mind. Were she in good health, free from the shackles of illness, she might dare to pursue her own happiness. Since their initial encounter in the peach grove, the striking youth's poetry had left a profound impression on her, and she could not forget him, despite his 3 marriages. The praises sung by Yaoyue and Xing, along with their genuine joy, only intensified her curiosity about Su Su. What manner of man could he be? Regrettably, their meetings were fleeting, and her frail constitution sealed her fate. As such, Wang Yuyin's expression grew increasingly forlorn. A few days prior, she accompanied her mother in search of a renowned physician, yet their efforts were in vain. The physician, known for his eccentric temperament, required considerable persuasion and social capital to even consider an audience. However, upon a mere glance, he dismissed them without hesitation. The reason was simple: her ailment was congenital, and his skills were insufficient for treatment. Rather than tarnish his reputation by taking on an impossible case, it was preferable to refuse outright. After being turned away, the fiery-tempered Liqing Luo, were it not for Wang Yuyin's calming words, might have set the physician's residence ablaze in her fury. Rejected by the doctor, Wang Yuyin felt a profound blow to her spirit. Upon returning, she retreated to the attic, unwilling to step outside even once. "Foolish girl, what nonsense are you speaking? Even if that old coot refuses to treat you, mother will surely find someone else for your care." Liqing Luo, having just arrived, was pained to hear Wang Yuyin's words. She hurried over to grasp her hand in comfort, Do not worry. That quack is incompetent, merely a pretender seeking fame. Do not let him affect your spirits. Wang Yuyan shook her head, realizing her mother was merely trying to soothe her like a child. After years of seeking treatment, she is acutely aware of the complexity and difficulty of her ailment. At present, she harbors little hope. Dear child, you must trust your mother. I have come to bring you good news. Good news? Wang Yuyan's eyes, once clouded with despair, suddenly sparkled with a glimmer of hope. Your cousin has heard of your struggles in finding a cure and has specifically sought out Master Meyer to attend to your condition. Master Meyer? Is he not the second ranked among the 7 wonders, renowned in the world as the marvelous physician? Wang Yuyan, well-versed in both ancient and modern knowledge, is certainly familiar with the illustrious reputation of this esteemed healer. Master Meyer is acclaimed as the foremost expert in treating external injuries, particularly adept at addressing various hidden weapons. His eccentric temperament and lack of martial skills are well known, along with his unwavering principles. He does not treat those who refuse to pay the consultation fee upfront, nor those who are disrespectful or ill-mannered, and he categorically refuses to treat thieves or murderers. The fact that her cousin could locate Master Meyer and persuade him to take on her case is indeed remarkable. Yet, Wang Yuyan feels only a flicker of hope. Despite Master Meyer's formidable skills, she has yet to hear of his effectiveness in treating congenital ailments. Li Qingluo's expression softened slightly, acknowledging that her cousin had truly exerted considerable effort this time. Although she has never held a fondness for Murong Fu due to his ambitious nature, which she finds untrustworthy, she must concede this favor to him for bringing Master Meyer to Wang Yuyan. Come, your cousin and Master Meyer are awaiting us. Wang Yuyan nodded. Following Li Qingluo, her face adorned with a hint of anticipation, hoping this time would not be in vain. At Qingzhou courtyard, Murong Fu was engaged in conversation with a middle-aged man. The man wore a tattered blue robe, the sleeves and chest stained with grease, and his fingernails were caked with dirt. Though he donned a scholar-esque cap, his hair was disheveled. His face was yellow and gaunt, resembling a destitute scholar. Despite his shabby appearance, he indulged in food and drink without reservation, his eyes fixated solely on alcohol when the craving struck. This man was Master Meyer. Regardless of the man's impoverished demeanor, Murong Fu treated him with utmost respect. The status of a healer in the martial world is inherently elevated. Even those without martial prowess have saved countless martial experts through their skills, thus cultivating a vast network that few would dare to offend. Not only do they command fear due to their connections, but healers also possess the knowledge of poisons, capable of inflicting harm if provoked. Master Physician, please hold on for a moment. My cousin will arrive shortly. I truly appreciate your assistance this time, Murong Fu said, his face beaming with a smile, his tone humble and reverent. As for the title of Divine Doctor, it is merely a compliment. While Mr. Meyer possesses remarkable medical skills, he is still a step away from being considered a true healer. Mr. Murong Fu's words elicited only a faint smile from Mr. Meyer. You pay, I treat. And there's wine to enjoy. It hardly requires much effort. However, let it be known that if the treatment proves unsuccessful, the consultation fee will not be refunded. And you must not turn against me. How could I dare? Please proceed with your treatment, esteemed doctor. Murong Fu responded with a cheerful compliment, though his heart bled within. The expenses and favors he had incurred in seeking Mr. Meyer's assistance for Wang Yuyan's ailment weighed heavily upon him. Yet, for the sake of his plan to secure a bride and to gain the unwavering support of the Su family, every sacrifice he made was deemed worthwhile. Chapter 21. As it appears, the timing could not be more fortuitous. If only Wang Yuyan could be cured, she would be bound to owe him a favor. Once she weds into the Su family, he would arrange for both Zhu and Bai to be married there as well. At that juncture, the combined influence of the three would surely sway Su, that lecherous rogue, into lending his support. With the financial resources and connections of the Su family at his disposal, restoring his country would become a trivial pursuit. The sacrifices he makes now pale in comparison. Once he achieves greatness, all the wealth and women of the world would be his for the taking. Murong Fu's schemes are unmatched, outstripping even the most seasoned accountants. He plays the long game, understanding the stakes clearly. As they dined, the two awaited news. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, Li Qingluo entered gracefully, accompanied by Wang Yuyan. Upon seeing Wang Yuyan's pallid countenance, Mr. Meyer's brow furrowed instantly. Having encountered Mr. Meyer, Wang Yuyan inquired, "Dare I ask, esteemed sir, is there hope for my congenital affliction?" If there had been a flicker of hope in Wang Yuyan's heart prior to meeting Mr. Meyer, it was extinguished upon witnessing the familiar expressions of despair mirrored by the esteemed physicians. Thus, she candidly sought answers. "Alas, I shall do my utmost. But Miss Wang should not harbor excessive expectations. He sighed, his words laden with gravity. The weight of his statement dimmed Wang Yiyan's gaze considerably. Indeed, Li Qingluo, standing beside her, quickly interjected with a smile, "Esteemed physician, do not be so modest. Let us see what can be done." The group settled at the table as Mr. Mayer produced his silver needles, preparing for his examination, when a maid rushed in. "Madam, Miss, the master of Su family manor has come personally to pay his respects." Citing urgent matters, the room fell silent. Li Qingluo frowned. Su, that wayward scoundrel? What brings him to Mandu Mountain Manor? Previously, he had sent gifts through servants. And now he graces them with his presence in person? Very well, lead him to the Qingzhou courtyard, serve him fine tea, and once Mr. Mayer has concluded his diagnosis, I shall meet with him. Please ask him to wait a moment. Li Qingluo, like Wang Yiyan before her, had initially regarded Su favorably due to his chivalrous deeds. She had witnessed his acceptance of the lovely Xing, and she and Wang Yiyan had been present at the ceremony. However, within just a few days, upon hearing of Su's courtship of Yaoyue, her opinion of him plummeted. A libertine is rarely well regarded, especially by women like Li Qingluo, who detest such frivolity. Nevertheless, as a guest, he deserved courtesy, and since he had taken the effort to visit, she could not afford to be dismissive. Understood, madam, the maid acknowledged, turning to leave. At that moment, Mr. Mayer interjected, "May I inquire if this is the benevolent master of Su family manor from outside Jiaxing?" "Indeed, that is him. Mr. May, I humbly request that you invite the esteemed master of Su to join us. I have long heard of his illustrious reputation, but have yet to meet him. I implore you to grant me this opportunity. The physician is too gracious. I shall arrange for the master of Su to be brought in at once." Li Qingluo quickly responded with a smile, and turned her gaze towards the maid, urging her to fetch Master Su without delay, as commanded by the divine physician. At your command. The expressions of the crowd varied. Master Mayer appeared expectant, while Wang Yuyan's eyes sparkled with an inexplicable joy. Meanwhile, Murong Fu was strategizing on how to ingratiate himself with Su to execute his plan of matchmaking. Moments later, a tall and elegant figure clad in white strode in. The mere act of crossing the threshold imbued the room with an aura of brilliance. The onlookers couldn't help but marvel at the sight of such a graceful young man. The handsome youth slightly cupped his hands in greeting, wearing a polite smile. "I am Su of Su Family Village, honored to meet you all." As he spoke, Su's gaze began to appraise the assembly. Li Qingluo, Wang Yuyan, and Murong Fu were all familiar faces to him. Another individual, appearing somewhat disheveled yet scholarly, emanated a strong scent of alcohol, which was overshadowed by a lingering fragrance of medicinal herbs. It was evident he was a healer. Piecing together his observations and deductions, Su swiftly identified the man as the second among the seven marvels, known in the martial world as Master Mayer. Noticing the expressions on the faces around him, Su immediately grasped the situation. Was Li Qingluo summoned to seek treatment for Wang Yuyan? It seemed he had arrived at precisely the right moment. Although Master Mayer held the title of a miraculous doctor, his medical skills had not yet reached the level of a divine physician. He was merely a distinguished healer, incapable of curing Wang Yuyan's ailment. A renowned physician could easily discern Wang Yuyan's condition, and naturally, Su, as a divine healer, was more than capable. However, upon meeting Wang Yuyan, Su felt a sense of reassurance. He could indeed treat her. While it might not be possible to completely eradicate her illness in one go, restoring her to normalcy and enabling her to practice some self-defense techniques would be entirely feasible. "So, this is the esteemed master of Su Family Village," said the proud Master Mayer, who had previously exuded arrogance in front of Murong Fu and the others, now rising amicably to greet Su. Clearly, the benevolent reputation Su had cultivated through his charitable deeds had earned him the goodwill of many. Su, smiling and apologetic, returned the greeting. "I did not recognize Master May. Forgive my oversight." Murong Fu's lips twitched in irritation, feeling a profound sense of inequity. The disparity in Master Mayer's demeanor towards him compared to Su was striking. "Is the divine physician here today to address Miss Wang's ailment?" Master Mayer nodded, confirming, "Indeed, young Master Murong extended an invitation I could not refuse." The fact that this doctor was invited by Murong Fu took Su by surprise. In light of this, Su chose not to intrude on the physician's treatment. "On another occasion, I would be honored to host you at Su Family Village, Master May," he said, ensuring his invitation was extended with the utmost respect. He then turned to Li Qingluo, stating, "Madame Wang, shall we discuss matters further once the divine physician has concluded his work?" His tact was evident. Upon concluding his words, he offered a slight nod to Li Qingluo and Wang Yuya, before taking a seat at the farthest end of the table. In the fleeting moment of eye contact with Su, Wang Yuya's complexion flushed with a hint of crimson, prompting her to hastily lower her gaze to conceal her embarrassment. Clad in white, Su Su possessed an allure that surpassed even that of their wedding day, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. Liqing Luo was also pleased with Su Su's perceptiveness, her senses heightened. Mr. Mei, I apologize. I shall not impose upon the esteemed Su Zhuangzhu any longer. Miss Wang, please. Wang Yuya slowly extended her delicate wrist. Su Su could not help but steal a few more glances. Mr. Mei's expression turned solemn, and as he entered his professional demeanor, the aura of a master physician enveloped the room, compelling everyone to hold their breath in anticipation. With a surge of internal energy, the needle pouch at his side suddenly burst open. Fine silver needles, as slender as a hair, seemed to spring to life, leaping into the air. With deft movements of his fingers, Mr. Mei guided them with precision, expertly inserting 7 needles into various points on Wang Yuya's wrist, forming the constellation of the Big Dipper. 7 stars, questioning the pulse. Mr. Mei exclaimed, channeling intricate energy through the silken threads connecting his fingers to the needles. It was at that moment that onlookers discerned the subtle threads linking the silver needles, invisible to the untrained eye. Liqing Luo and Murong Fu were immediately captivated by Mr. Mei's exquisite medical skills, sitting up straighter in their seats. There is hope. Finally, there is hope. Liqing Luo's face lit up with joy, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she strove to maintain her composure, fearful of disrupting Mr. Mei's concentration. Murong Fu, too, was filled with excitement, though his thoughts lingered on the possibility of Wang Yuya recovering and marrying Su Su, marking the first step toward his ambitions of restoring his nation. As for Wang Yuya, hope ignited anew in her eyes. After years of seeking a cure, Mr. Mei was undoubtedly among the most skilled physicians she had encountered. Yet, Su Su shook his head slightly. Mr. Mei's abilities were indeed commendable, merely a half-step away from the realm of a divine healer. Alas, a slight miscalculation could lead to a significant divergence. His medical prowess, while seemingly exceptional, lacked the necessary depth. Mr. Mei could not cure Wang Yuya's affliction. Chapter 22. The impassable chasm indeed. As Su Su had anticipated, after the 7-star pulse examination, beads of sweat began to form on the forehead of Master Meier. With a booming voice, he dispatched 7 silver needles, accurately piercing Wang Yuyan's delicate wrist in a counter 7-star formation. The multitude of silver needles swayed incessantly, and fine droplets of sweat emerged on Wang Yuyan's forehead, imbued with a subtle fragrance. Her previously pallid complexion began to regain a healthy hue. Wang Yuyan felt an unfamiliar vigor awakening within her frail body, an exhilarating sensation she had never experienced before. At that moment, Wang Yuyan was so overwhelmed with emotion that she could scarcely articulate her thoughts, her eyes shimmering with tears. Liqing Luo, too, was not any less tranquil than Wang Yuyan. Her hands instinctively clutched the hem of her dress, yet her gaze was radiant with joy. Finally, Yuyan's ailment seemed poised for resolution. However, Su Su shook his head once more. Master Meier had reached his limits, a mere half-step away, yet it remained an insurmountable chasm. Lost in their elation, the onlookers failed to notice the rivulets of sweat cascading down Master Meier's face or the unnatural flush that had overtaken him. Suddenly, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Ultimately, Master Meier could not endure. His entire being trembled violently, as if he would collapse at any moment. The crowd gasped in horror. Murong Fu hurriedly supported Master Meier, who struggled to maintain his footing, but the endeavor proved futile. The once orderly silver needles had descended into chaos, swiftly retracted by the silver needles in Xuan Muhua's grasp. Wang Yuyan's countenance instantly waned, turning ashen. Master Meier shook his head, his face etched with guilt, and uttered dejectedly, "I am but a humble practitioner, incapable of aiding further. I implore you, Madame Wang, to seek the expertise of a true healer." Though he had anticipated the slim chances of success, he could not help but feel a profound sense of defeat. Everyone spoke of his 3 incurables. Those who passed his threshold were assured healing. Yet, he had ultimately been overly confident. In contrast, Wang Yuyan's heart was laden with bitterness. Had there been no hope from the outset, she might have accepted her fate with equanimity. Yet, moments ago, she had ignited a flicker of hope, only to plummet into despair. This sensation was akin to death itself. It was painfully close. Alas, the endeavor had faltered at the final hurdle. Master Meier had already sustained injuries in his efforts to save her. How could she cast blame upon him? Suppressing her discomfort, Wang Yuyan stood, her demeanor respectful. "Master Mei, do not belittle yourself. It is merely my fate that has brought about this misfortune, causing you to suffer injury. I am deeply remorseful. There are precious herbs within my residence. I shall fetch them for you shortly." Liqing Luo nodded, her expression tinged with bitterness. At this juncture, there was no one to blame. Master Mayer waved his hands repeatedly. My injuries are not grave, but alas, Miss Wang's ailment. It may require the true skill of a master healer to have any hope of recovery. I have ultimately fallen short by half a step. With a sigh, a sense of melancholy inevitably enveloped the heart. Murong Fu's countenance was equally grim. After expending such considerable resources and effort, Wang Yuyan remained uncured. This was indeed a significant setback. Within the Qingdazu courtyard, the atmosphere was thick with gloom. At that moment, a gentle voice broke the silence. Why not allow me to give it a try? Everyone turned to see Su Su rising, exuding an air of confidence. Master Su. Someone interjected. I acknowledge your noble character and treat you with respect, but do not overstep your bounds. Healing is no trifling matter and should not be taken lightly. Witnessing Su Su approach Wang Yuyan, Li Qingluo's expression transformed into one of fury. If it were any other matter, Su Su stepping forward might not have drawn such ire. However, the act of curing someone was not a task for an amateur. Had they not seen Mr. Mei spitting blood? Li Qingluo, already in a vexed state, felt her anger flare upon seeing Su Su's audacity. Were it not for his esteemed status, she would have long expelled him from the mandala manor. Mr. Mei, the esteemed physician, paused, and his regard for Su Su diminished considerably. While he respected Su Su as a chivalrous individual, it did not excuse his youthful arrogance and inability to recognize the gravity of the situation. The young master possesses a compassionate heart, which all can appreciate. Yet Miss Wang's ailment is exceedingly complex, requiring the expertise of a true healer. If I were to encounter a senior colleague, I could indeed provide assistance to Miss Wang. His words were diplomatically phrased, but the implication was unmistakable. As a top-tier physician, if he could not cure the illness, it would be unwise for Su Su to attempt it, lest he bring shame upon himself. Murong Fu's face was filled with derision and mockery. Witnessing Su Su's impending embarrassment brought him a peculiar sense of satisfaction. Over the recent days, he had watched Su Su marry beautiful wives and amass great wealth, his reputation soaring within the martial world. Unbeknownst to him, feelings of jealousy had quietly taken root. He might be of royal descent, but in reality, he was merely a stray dog bereft of a home. Seeing Su Su's unwarranted confidence to treat the ailment, he secretly wished to see this endeavor unfold. Eager to witness Su Su's humiliation, since Master Su is so confident, why not give it a try? Murong Fu suggested, leaving the others in disbelief. Su Su remained composed, sensing Murong Fu's potential for mischief. Miss Yuyan, what are your thoughts? Wang Yuyan, initially engulfed in despair at her shattered hopes, felt a tightening in her heart upon seeing Su Su step forward and face the crowd's skepticism. Naturally kind-hearted, and having developed feelings for Su Su, she was reluctant to witness him endure doubt and embarrassment. Since Master Su is willing to lend his hand, I am immensely grateful. Please feel free to try. Wang Yuyan said with a gentle smile, her pallid face flushed with a hint of color. To alleviate the pressure on Su Su, she added, my illness is peculiar. Master Su need not feel burdened. Consider it a glimmer of hope for me. As Wang Yuyan mustered the rare courage to boldly gaze at Su Su for a few fleeting moments, she quickly lowered her head in shyness. Upon witnessing this, Su Su could not help but inwardly sigh, recognizing her as a woman of exceptional grace and intellect. She was subtly offering him an avenue for retreat. His admiration for Wang Yuyan deepened. Seeing her acquiescence, the others refrained from further objections, albeit anxiously observing, fearful of any unforeseen developments. Meishani, may I borrow your silver needles for a moment? Su Su remarked, noting that he possessed similar instruments, albeit in the hands of a servant. The availability of the needles before him rendered his search unnecessary. This prompted a hint of disdain among the onlookers. Please, Su Zhuangzhu, make yourself at home. With an air of elegance, Su Su took a gentle step forward, instantly transforming his demeanor. No longer merely the carefree youth reminiscent of an immortal, he now exuded the gravitas of a seasoned master. The expressions of those present shifted dramatically, as if they were beholding a venerable physician who had dedicated decades to the art of healing. With a swift motion, Su Su's fingers danced as if caressing a guzheng in midair. 13 silver needles soared forth in unison. Was this an instance of performing needlework from a distance? Chapter 23. Indeed, you are no match for my martial prowess. Mr. Mayer's expression was one of astonishment, nearly causing him to exclaim in disbelief. He observed with clarity that Su Su's technique bore no resemblance to his own, which relied on the manipulation of silver threads. Instead, Su Su deftly wielded silver needles with profound internal energy and exquisite skill. Such an ability was truly astonishing. Could it be? Could the master of the Su estate possess such remarkable medical expertise at such a tender age? A bold conjecture took root in Mr. Mayer's mind. his pupils wide with incredulity. How could this be possible? The young master of the Su estate was rumored to be unversed in martial arts, yet here he was, displaying such advanced proficiency. Despite his instinctive denial of the notion, Mr. Mayer found himself sitting up straighter, his head involuntarily leaning forward, akin to a student eager to observe a master at work. Beside him, Li Qingluo and Murong Fu were equally taken aback. Such profound internal energy. They had heard that the young master of the Su family was not knowledgeable in martial arts, yet he exhibited such elevated skills. Although they lacked understanding of medical techniques, they could infer much from Su Su's performance and Mr. May's expression. As soon as Su Su made his move, the onlookers' perceptions shifted dramatically. This young master of the Su estate was not as the rumors suggested. He truly possessed remarkable abilities. In Wang Yuyan's eyes, hope rekindled. Especially since the one treating her ailment was the young man she secretly admired, her heart brimmed with a blend of happiness and anticipation. Lady Yuyan, just relax, the young man urged, his demeanor gentle and refined. Wang Yuyan found herself entranced, instinctively nodding in response, her eyes sparkling with delight. She had not anticipated that while treating her, the young master would also offer her comfort. Dragon's 13 needles, Su Su called out. Under the reverent and excited gaze of Mr. Mayer, 13 silver needles soared into the air, resembling a silver dragon. They precisely pierced various acupoints on Wang Yuyan's body. Not merely through the skin but rather through the fabric of her clothing, penetrating her arms, thighs, and forehead with precision. The arrangement of the 13 silver needles formed the shape of a silver dragon. This was the realm of a divine physician. It was undoubtedly the realm of a divine physician. To accurately insert silver needles through clothing into acupoints surpassed even Mr. Mayer's capabilities. Though he was a top-tier physician, he was merely a hair's breadth away from the status of a divine healer. Yet, many would spend their entire lives, exhausting their energies, and still fail to attain such a feat. Mr. Mayer was overwhelmed with excitement, his eyes wide open, eager not to miss a single detail. Observing a divine physician at work from such proximity would greatly benefit his own medical skills. Perhaps he could glean insights that would allow him to take that crucial step forward. Witnessing this spectacle, Li Qingluo's eyes brimmed with tears. Just as hope had begun to blossom, it had been crushed, leading her to despair. Yet, unexpectedly, a miracle unfolded. Su Su channeled the 9 Yang divine art, transforming it into a gentle force. His immense internal energy allowed him to heal with greater ease than other divine physicians, epitomizing the apex of medical prowess. Waves of internal energy flowed into her, stimulating the acupoints within her body, rekindling the life force that lay dormant. As Wang Yuyan let out a soft cry, the silver needles stimulated her, causing her once pallid complexion to transform into a rosy hue at a visibly rapid pace. Waves of vitality surged within her, far more intense than during Mr. May's prior treatments, at least tenfold. The feeling of helplessness dissipated gradually, and Wang Yuyan sensed an unprecedented vigor coursing through her body. She felt as if she could not only move like a normal person but also engage in martial arts and physical training. In that moment, her eyes sparkled with tears, and a torrent of years of grievances and bitterness surged forth. As the silver needles were withdrawn, Wang Yuyan bowed deeply to Su Su, expressing her heartfelt gratitude. I am eternally thankful to Master Su for saving my life. Her gaze was filled with affection, and her heart brimmed with boundless appreciation. The entire Qingzhou courtyard was enveloped in silence, only interrupted by the astonished and awed glances directed at Su Su. Li Qingluo was the first to regain her composure. She offered a respectful bow to Su Su, her previously fiery temperament now subdued. Thank you, Master Su, for your great kindness. I am profoundly grateful, and I hope you will not hold my earlier rudeness against me. At that moment, any lingering resentment Li Qingluo harbored towards Su Su had vanished, replaced entirely by joy. For years, Wang Yuyan's deteriorating health had weighed heavily on her mind. Despite seeking remedies far and wide, no solution seemed effective. Even the renowned healer, Mr. May, had been at a loss, making Su Su's success all the more astonishing. She gazed at Su Su, filled with both wonder and gratitude. Dressed in a flowing green skirt, Li Qingluo bowed in deference, which secretly pleased Su Su. It was worth noting that Li Qingluo was not merely a beautiful visage. She was known for her fierce temper, often unafraid to deal harshly with those who crossed her. Her current display of utmost respect was indeed a noteworthy achievement. Mr. May's reaction was even more exaggerated. He nearly fell at Su Su's feet, his eyes reddened with excitement, and his face reflecting deep admiration and respect. Master Su, truly, you are a celestial being. Witnessing the miraculous skills of the healer was akin to a pilgrimage for someone like him, who was deeply devoted to the art of medicine. It was a spiritual awakening. To witness such mastery today, I would die without regret. Mr. May marveled at Su Su's youth and the extraordinary level of his medical prowess, which had remained hidden from the world. This selflessness and disregard for fame only deepened Mr. May's reverence. Mr. May respectfully bowed to Su Su. Initially, his amicable demeanor stemmed from gratitude for Su Su's benevolent act, but now he was entirely captivated by the young healer's extraordinary skills. Given time, Master Su could very well ascend to the ranks of legendary healers like Hua Tuo and Zhang Zhongjing. Such accolades left the onlookers in awe. Yet, when considering Su Su's youth, it seemed entirely reasonable. To achieve such mastery at a young age suggested that, with years of dedication, he could reach unimaginable heights. The crowd's respect for him only deepened. Your praise is unwarranted, Master May. I have merely stumbled upon some insights in the medical field and advanced a step ahead. Su Su modestly replied. I hope, in the future, you will visit my Su family estate, where we can exchange knowledge. In the face of Mayer's numerous praises, Su Su remained composed, unruffled by either acclaim or disparagement, which left the onlookers even more in awe. Mayer, visibly excited, nodded fervently, expressing his gratitude, stating that he would certainly impose upon Su's generosity, a kindness he would remember for a lifetime. This scene ignited a growing flame of jealousy within Zongwu. Yet, he maintained an expression of admiration and astonishment. The celestial demeanor of Su Zhuangzhu was truly admirable. Zongwu felt utterly ashamed and inferior, possessing nothing more than brute strength that paled in comparison to Su Su's prowess. Internally, Su Su couldn't help but smile quietly. In truth, you are even inferior to me in martial arts. After exchanging a few perfunctory words, Zongwu finally managed to reclaim a semblance of presence. He resolved to cultivate a friendship with Su Su, believing that with his assistance, the restoration of his kingdom would surely be within reach. At this moment, Zongwu's gaze fell upon Wang Yuyan. Following her treatment by Su Su, her complexion had regained its rosy hue, enhancing her already extraordinary beauty with an added vibrancy. Zongwu found himself momentarily entranced. However, Wang Yuyan's gaze was steadfastly fixed upon Su Su, reluctant to divert her attention even for a moment. Especially as she reminisced about the moments shared with him, a gentle smile unconsciously graced her lips, reminiscent of blooming pear blossoms. This sight stirred a tumult of emotions within Zongwu. Chapter 24. Choosing an auspicious day to retrieve someone. Miss Wang Yuyan, I must confess, the ailment you suffer from is merely being temporarily suppressed. It has not been completely cured. You must exercise caution in your daily life. Practicing martial arts is permissible, yet it must not be excessive. At my current level, if I wish to maintain your present condition, I shall need to repeat acupuncture treatments every 3 to 5 years. Of course, should my medical skills advance further, a complete cure may be within reach. Su Su did not wish to deceive anyone, thus he chose to speak the truth. Although revealing this at such a moment might dampen spirits, it would be far more inappropriate to wait until a later time. Yet, Wang Yuyan did not exhibit disappointment at Su Su's words. Instead, she responded with a bow, saying, There is no need for concern, Master Su. I am immensely grateful to have regained my current state of health. As for a complete recovery, I dare not hope for such a thing. Thank you for your care, Master Su. Li Qingluo, being a seasoned veteran of the world, became cautious upon hearing Su Su's statement. If treatments were to be repeated every few years, it was imperative to cultivate a good relationship with him. She promptly instructed her maid to serve fresh tea to everyone. Previously, Master Su had mentioned seeking assistance from the Mandala Villa, yet the nature of his request remained unknown. Whatever our Mandala Villa can do, we shall commit ourselves wholeheartedly, even if it means traversing fire and water. The gathering listened intently, curious about the matter that brought Su Su to their doorstep. Zongwu glanced at Wang Yuyan, a hint of realization flickering across his face. It was rumored that all 3 of Su Su's beautiful wives were with child. His visit must surely be to propose marriage to Wang Yuyan. Indeed, this young man was a libertine. Su Su rose, clasped his fists, and bowed respectfully. I apologize for my presumptuous visit, but I have 2 matters to discuss. Firstly, I have come specifically to treat Miss Yuyan's illness, and secondly, I wish to propose marriage to her. In the quietude of Qingzhou courtyard, Wang Yuyan gasped in surprise, her fair complexion flushing crimson. With her long sleeves shielding her face, she fled as if pursued. As she passed by Su Su, their eyes met, igniting a wave of shyness within her. Her heart raced uncontrollably. In this era, any woman would flee in modesty upon receiving such a straightforward marriage proposal. This was especially true for someone as reserved and gentle as Wang Yuyan. Observing her retreat, Mayer could not help but burst into laughter. Since time immemorial, A beautiful maiden is suited for a talented scholar. With Master Su's celestial demeanor and Miss Wang's unparalleled beauty, should they unite, it would be a match made in heaven. To think Mei possessed the potential to be an ally. Although Murong Fu felt a pang of bitterness, he too laughed heartily for the sake of his grand ambitions. The divine physician's words rang true. If his cousin were to be with Master Su, it would undoubtedly become a legendary tale in Jiangnan, a romantic saga of talent and beauty, a heroic rescue that would inspire envy. Indeed, Murong Fu's supportive nature was awakened. Excellent. Su silently commended the budding alliance between the two. With a smile playing at the corners of her mouth, she gazed at the dazed Li Qingluo, waiting for a response. Li Qingluo's expression was exceedingly complex. She harbored a deep disdain for fickle-hearted individuals, and she was no more fond of Su, who had taken one man after another. However, after their recent encounter, she found herself acknowledging that Su was indeed an exceptionally remarkable man. Possessing immense wealth and extraordinary medical skills, he was also known for his kindness and virtue. Were it not for his penchant for taking concubines, he would undoubtedly be an ideal match, perhaps even surpassing her own daughter, Yaoyue. I have 2 questions for you. Li Qingluo sighed softly and spoke up. Madam, please ask. First, if I do not agree today, will you still be willing to treat Yaoyue in the future? Su subdued his smile and replied earnestly. Although I admire Miss Yaoyue, I am not a petty person who takes advantage of others' misfortunes. Even if you refuse me today, Miss Yaoyue may visit Su's residence for treatment in the future. Upon hearing this, Li Qingluo's expression softened somewhat. Secondly, if Yaoyue were to marry into your household, with numerous wives and concubines, could you genuinely treat her with love and care? Madam, you need not worry about this. In my household, all my wives are treated equally, regardless of their status. Should I ever fail Miss Yaoyue, I would ensure that I lose all my wealth and suffer the torments of this world. As a modern man, he swore this with unwavering conviction, his gaze unflinching. The onlookers were left in admiration, and even Li Qingluo broke into a smile. Then let us choose a favorable day to bring her back from Mandala Manor. In the days that followed, news spread from Su's residence that the master was to take another concubine. The word spread rapidly, sweeping through the entire city of Jiaxing within half a day. There were 2 reasons for this phenomenon. Firstly, Su's renown was unparalleled. Both within the martial world and among the common people, anything related to him would draw the attention of various factions. Secondly, the prospective concubine was also highly esteemed, the daughter of Mandala Manor, renowned as the most beautiful woman in Jiangnan, Wang Yaoyue. Could it be that Master Su has indeed taken in Miss Wang? What you may not know is that it is said that on that day, Master Su personally visited Mandala Manor to seek her hand. Although Madame Wang was reluctant, Miss Wang threatened to take her own life if she could not marry Master Su, leaving Madame Wang with no choice but to consent. Oh, I see. I never expected Master Su's charm to be so potent that even a beauty like Miss Wang would secretly harbor affections for him. Do not listen to his nonsense. I have insider information. Miss Wang has been frail and sickly since childhood, and for years she sought renowned physicians without success. Have you heard of Master Mayer? He is an exceptional doctor, yet he was at a loss when faced with Miss Wang's ailment. However, once Master Su intervened, her condition improved, to the point that Master May nearly wished to become his disciple. Now that is even more absurd. How could someone as young as Master Su, even if skilled in medicine, possibly rival Master May? Whether you believe it or not is inconsequential. I, for one, have accepted it as truth. Regardless of whether one speaks of his medical prowess or his unparalleled martial skills, I am convinced. The populace is abuzz with discussions regarding the matters of Su and the enchanting Wang Yaoyue, and the remarkable abilities of the esteemed healer Su have gradually spread amongst the people. Yet, opinions remain divided. Some are believers while others are skeptics. After all, Su is exceedingly young and has not previously showcased his medical skills in public, rendering skepticism entirely reasonable. However, the notion of Su taking concubines has become rather commonplace. Indeed, some impoverished families eagerly anticipate his daily acquisitions of concubines, hoping to benefit from the additional provisions that may come their way. Amidst the clamor of public discourse, the wedding day approaches with increasing proximity, and before long, the day of union has arrived. Chapter 25. The implications of promotion are unmistakably obvious. Both Mantu Villa and Su Family Manor are renowned establishments. Wang Yaoyue is especially celebrated as a beauty of Jiangnan. The union between Su Family Manor and Mantu Villa is naturally far more grand than Su's previous marriages to Yaoyue, Lianxing, and Yuanu. It is not that Su favors one over the other, but rather that marriage is a matter that reflects not only the wealth and connections of the groom's family, but also those of the brides. Yaoyue and Lianxing, being the leaders of Yihua Palace, are figures of the martial world without the backing of a powerful clan or esteemed elders. Moreover, due to Yaoyue's notorious reputation, Su Su deliberately opted for a low-key wedding to avoid any mishap. Although Lianxing and Yuanyu enjoyed a lively celebration, it remained within Su Su's capacity. In contrast, this upcoming marriage to Wang Yuyan, bolstered by the financial and social standing of both Su family manor and Mantu Villa, promises to be a far more extravagant affair. The route from Su family manor to Mantu Villa is navigable by water, allowing Su Su to extend a grand gesture by dispatching 16 magnificent boats to fetch the bride, a display of opulence that left all who beheld it envious. Alas, the greatest regret of those without daughters is the absence of a girl to marry the esteemed Su manor lord, truly a stroke of luck for any family. Those without daughters lament, while those with daughters eagerly inquire if there are any eligible women from Su family manor, hoping to gain favor. Should Su Su take a liking to one, it would elevate their entire household. Standing at the bow of the ship, Su Su exudes an air of elegance and unmatched beauty, like a celestial being gracing the earth. Whether it be the demure young ladies veiled by their handkerchiefs or the spirited heroines clad in armor wielding swords, all cannot help but gaze with admiration, their hearts stirred. A smile plays upon Su Su's lips, evoking a sense of warmth akin to a gentle spring breeze, as he occasionally directs his attendants to scatter coins towards the shore, prompting the townsfolk to kneel in gratitude, proclaiming their desire to erect longevity tablets in his honor. The fleet soon arrives at Mantu Villa, where red silk lanterns and a 10-mile crimson carpet have already adorned the pathway. Donned in a phoenix crown and splendid attire, Wang Yuyan's beauty shines through her veil, radiant as an otherworldly fairy. Li Qingluo reluctantly entrusts Wang Yuyan to Su Su, urging him to cherish her. Su Su responds with a hearty smile, assuring his mother-in-law not to worry. Today, Li Qingluo herself is strikingly captivating, a vision of unparalleled grace. As they return, they attract countless gasps of admiration and fervent discussion along the way. The shore is bustling with a throng of onlookers, growing ever denser. Wang Yuyan, seated in the cabin, feels a mix of sweetness and anxiety, accompanied by her companions, Azu and Abai. Noticing her unease, they tease her, expressing their envy. How fortunate you are, cousin, to marry such a remarkably handsome man as our cousin-in-law. Indeed, the appearance of their cousin-in-law is beyond compare. One could scarcely find another like him in the world. Not to mention, his talents and gifts are truly exceptional. The day they met in the peach grove, it was evident that you and the cousin were a perfect match. Who could have imagined this day would truly arrive? Azu and Abai continue to jest, their faces alight with admiration. A man like Su Su, what woman has not dreamed of such a figure? Azu gazed at the tall silhouette at the bow of the boat, her eyes filled with a dreamy longing. How enviable. Enviable. Then perhaps you should accompany her as a maid, to prevent the young lady from being bullied once she arrives. Upon hearing this, Abai chuckled, which only served to make Azu feel both embarrassed and irritated. All three women were stunningly beautiful, filling the cabin with a vibrant allure. Wang Yuyan smiled, her initial tension dissipating as she began to look forward to the days ahead. The fleet returned in grand style to Su family manor, where many townsfolk followed them to the estate's outskirts. Su Su, seizing the moment, waved his hand and added several more banquet tables within the manor, further enhancing his reputation. Inside the manor, several distinguished guests had already taken their seats. The number of attendees for Wang Yuyan's marriage to the Su family was significantly greater than the previous occasions. The years of diligent management by the Mandala Manor had forged formidable connections. The union of the two prominent estates in Jiangnan heralded substantial changes for both Mandala Manor and Su family manor. The guests now were not merely here for the festivities. They represented a network of influence that neither estate could afford to offend. Hong Qigong made another appearance. Originally, he was merely passing through Jiangnan but had heard of Su Su's establishment of an elderly assistance day and a shelter. Learning of his upcoming marriage, he made a special trip to extend his congratulations. The young lord's righteousness is commendable. I raise this cup in respect, he declared. Your praise is unwarranted. I toast to you, esteemed elder, Su Su replied, hastily returning the gesture and downing his drink. Dear Elder Hong, my hospitality falls short. Please indulge in the exquisite dishes within the manor. Hong Qigong found Su Su increasingly agreeable. To Su Su's surprise, not only did Hong Qigong come, but even Guojing from Xiangyang, the current leader of the beggars sect, Xiao Feng, and even Prince Duan from Dali sent congratulatory gifts. Su Su excused himself and continued to attend to the other guests. When he reached Murong Fu, the latter seized Su Su's arm and cheerfully exclaimed, Lord Su, allow me to introduce these two ladies, Azu and Abai. Although they are officially my maids, They are truly akin to the daughters of the Morong family. They never engage in menial tasks and are instead well-versed in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Morong Fu spoke with an air of confidence. Both Zhu and Abai possessed exceptional beauty, exuding a gentle charm reminiscent of refined ladies. Morong Fu was certain that a man like Su Su, known for his infatuations, would not resist their allure. Su Su was taken aback. What? Morong Fu, does it feel as though he is playing matchmaker? The implications of this promotion are glaringly obvious, almost rivaling that of a brothel's madam. Yet, Su Su maintained a warm and courteous smile. It is a pleasure to meet you both, ladies. His gentle voice and inviting smile made Zhu and Abai shyly lower their heads. In close proximity, Su Su's charm was utterly irresistible. Waves of masculine energy enveloped them, causing their hearts to race like startled deer. Zhu Abai, it is an honor to meet you, Lord Su. The bashful demeanor of Su Su involuntarily curved the corners of his lips. Morong Fu scoffed coldly within, feeling somewhat discontented. Yet, for the grand ambition of restoring his nation, he could only make minor sacrifices. With this thought, the smile on Morong Fu's face remained unchanged, even becoming more radiant by a degree. What do you think of my two Su Zhuangzhu? He inquired. Su Su was taken aback, turning his gaze towards the two lovely young women nearby, engrossed in whispered conversation. He scrutinized them closely. Zhu donned a deep crimson dress, while Abai wore a delicate green gown. Both young ladies exuded an extraordinary grace, standing out remarkably in the crowd, akin to two exquisite blossoms flourishing in a secluded valley. A hint of astonishment flickered in Su Su's eyes. The unparalleled beauty of the two maidens was indeed commendable. Morong Gongzi was fortunate. Upon hearing this, Morong Fu felt a surge of delight within. The bait had been taken. This fellow was indeed a rogue of carnal desires. Unable to tear his gaze away from Zhu and Abai, his face adorned with a knowing smile that all men would recognize. No, no, no. This is the fortune of the young master, Morong Fu remarked with an ambiguous grin. At this moment, Su Su comprehended fully. Morong Fu had come with ulterior motives. Chapter 26. Rest assured, my dear, such matters are best handled by your husband. Morong Fu, consumed by the dream of restoring his nation, now seeks to accomplish this grand endeavor through my hands. Indeed, with the immense wealth of the Su family, it is no wonder he is tempted. It seems the reason he summoned Mei Er to treat Yuyan at Manduo Villa was to further this scheme. Su Su is not foolish. With a quick turn of thought, he grasped the situation immediately. As his mind whirled, he returned a knowing smile that only men understand. Does he truly regard me as a foolish pawn, blinded by desire? Attempting to use Zhu and Abai as bait to catch a larger fish? He should be wary of losing both his lady and his troops. Su Su scoffed inwardly. A plan soon formed in his mind. Zhu and Abai are both rare beauties. If they could be brought into his household to bear children, it would be quite a favorable situation. As for loyalty, Su Su firmly believed that after experiencing the pleasures of a relationship with him, Zhu and Abai would have no reason to betray him. Moreover, judging by the shy and bashful expressions they displayed earlier, it was clear they held a favorable impression of him. My fortune. I failed to comprehend the intentions of young Master Morong. Morong Fu was momentarily taken aback, uncertain whether Su Su was feigning ignorance or if he genuinely did not understand. Just as he was about to clarify, Su Su did not grant him the opportunity and instead moved away to engage with other guests. Young Master Morong, please excuse me. With the initiative now in his grasp, there was no rush. He chose to leave Morong Fu in suspense. Otherwise, according to Morong Fu's plan, to bring Zhu and Abai into his fold would likely require a significant sacrifice. Su Su was not naive enough to allow Morong Fu to benefit at his expense. Watching Su Su's retreating figure, Morong Fu's expression shifted between uncertainty and gloom. Upon returning to his seat, Zhu and Abai, observing Morong Fu's dark demeanor, could not help but shiver and subtly distance themselves from him. Recently, they had found it increasingly difficult to comprehend Morong Fu. The ceremony is complete. We invite the bride and groom to enter the bridal chamber. As the officiant's final words echoed, amidst the guests' ambiguous smiles, Su Su repeatedly excused himself. Esteemed guests, please forgive my departure. Inside the bridal chamber, Wang Yuyan, aided by a maid, had entered earlier and was now quietly awaiting, with her hands folded upon her crimson skirt and her legs together. Even adorned with a heavy headdress, she sat gracefully, embodying the demeanor of a refined young lady. Memories of her encounters with Su Su flashed through her mind. Ultimately crystallizing on the moment he treated her illness at Manduo Villa. A sweet smile involuntarily graced her lips, alleviating much of her earlier tension. Suddenly, the soft sound of footsteps broke Wang Yuyan's reverie. Realizing what had happened, her heart tightened once more. Her fingers instinctively intertwined. She turned her back, lost in her thoughts. Su Su, chuckling softly, took a seat beside her, drawing the startled Wang Yuyan into his embrace like a frightened little rabbit. He whispered tenderly, "I apologize for neglecting you today, my dear Yuyan. I hope you do not hold it against me." Wang Yuyan quickly turned to face him. Her cheeks flushed with shyness. "My husband was busy attending to the guests. How could Yuyan possibly be upset?" As night deepened, "My dear husband, let us take our rest. Allow me to assist you in loosening your garments." The further she spoke, the softer her voice became, until it dwindled to an inaudible whisper, akin to the buzz of a mosquito. Were it not for Su Su's profound inner strength, he would scarcely have been able to discern her words. "Do not fret, my love, such matters are best left to me, for I am most adept at unraveling the layers of your attire." Su Su grinned mischievously, his fingers deft. Wang Yuyan let out a soft sigh. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she collapsed into Su Su's embrace. "Husband, please be gentle with Yuyan." As Su Su drew the bed curtains, two figures were immediately cast in the moonlight, evoking a sense of longing. Ding! Congratulations to the host for marrying Wang Yuyan, resulting in 100 years of cultivation and the acquisition of the celestial four symbols technique. A night of labor. Su Su awoke refreshed. Although he refrained from exerting his full strength, mindful of Wang Yuyan's recent recovery, the experience was indescribably delightful. Wang Yuyan rested in bed, now understanding the veiled intentions of Madame Inviting Moon and Madame Pitying Star. At this realization, her face flushed crimson. Her husband was truly, in a single night. She felt an overwhelming desire to summon a Zhu and a Bai to share the burden with her. This thought filled her with shame, causing her to bury herself beneath the covers. Yet, exhaustion soon claimed her, and she fell into a deep slumber once more. After soothing Wang Yuyan, Su Su turned his attention to the three women of Inviting Moon. All three were now with child, and rather than feeling envy, they reveled in their condition. These sisters had sought assistance to alleviate their burdens, and pregnancy afforded them a respite. Moreover, it was only natural for Wang Yuyan to monopolize Su Su on her wedding night. The three women playfully pushed Su Su out the door, urging him to return to Wang Yuyan. "Husband, remember to teach Yuyan how to play mahjong. We sisters could form a complete table," teased Yaoyue with a mischievous laugh. Su Su shook his head, amused. Yet inwardly, he felt gratified. His wives were all understanding women, especially Inviting Moon, whose remarkable generosity had taken him by surprise. This was precisely the harmony he desired, for the number of individuals in the courtyard would only increase, making such harmony essential. Wang Yuyan, exhausted from the previous day, was still resting. Thus, Su Su chose to practice martial arts alone in the grand courtyard, having cultivated his inner strength. Each move he executed was imbued with formidable power. A single strike of the great demon's subduing fist imparted a sensation akin to mountains soaring into the sky. Indeed, the progress made during these past days was quite notable. The system was far more effective than his previous aimless training. System, receive cultivation. As the words left his lips, without a moment's pause, the 100 years of cultivation recently awarded surged into his body. The 9 yin and 9 yang divine skill voraciously consumed it. As if it were a glutton. Boom! An inaudible roar erupted from within Su Su, an overwhelming force sweeping forth. His aura expanded at a visible rate, and in an instant, he reached the pinnacle of a master. Yet this surge of power showed no signs of abating. Moments later, he had already reached the early stage of the Grand Master realm. After a brief moment, as his cultivation became more solidified, he finally stabilized within the Grand Master level. Feeling the immense inner strength coursing through him, Su Su's eyes brimmed with joy. At last, he had become a Grand Master. With his current prowess, he felt capable of matching the legendary 5 heroes of the Song dynasty in a contest of strength. The corners of Su Su's lips curved upward, a smile gracing his face. Having traversed into this world, he had diligently trained in martial arts since childhood, yet his innate talent had been disappointingly lackluster, hindering his progress. Now, however, with the awakening of the system, in just a few short months, he had evolved into a being comparable to the 5 heroes of the Song dynasty. The 5 heroes, masters of the Grand Master realm, with Wang Chongyang perhaps standing at the pinnacle of it. Although he was still in the early stages of the Grand Master realm, the 9 yin 9 yang divine art was an unparalleled technique, capable of significantly amplifying his combat prowess, allowing him to at least hold his own against the other 4 heroes. Moreover, Su Su possessed the heavenly intent 4 symbols technique as well. Chapter 27. The journey holds its own unique charm. The heavenly will 4 symbols technique. Yesterday, the system bestowed upon me yet another reward. After numerous attempts, I finally acquired a formidable martial art. System, I claim the heavenly will 4 symbols technique. In an instant, Profound and intricate information surged into my mind, as if countless ethereal beings danced, harnessing the powers of wind, fire, thunder, and lightning to unleash astonishing might. After a considerable time, Su opened his eyes, filled with joy. The heavenly will four symbols technique. The wrath of the wind god, the wrath of the fire god, the wrath of the thunder god, and the wrath of the lightning god. For formidable techniques that even touched upon the forces of nature. Their terrifying power undoubtedly surpassing the likes of the 18 dragon-subduing palms and the one yang finger. At least within the Song dynasty, it is undoubtedly the pinnacle of martial arts. Even when considering other dynasties, it stands as a considerable force. With mastery of the heavenly will four symbols technique, I now feel confident to face the 5 absolutes of the Song dynasty. Su felt immense satisfaction. Though his progress may not be extraordinary, each step has been remarkably steady, instilling a sense of peace within him. Looking across the various dynasties, the martial worlds of the Ming and Sui are evidently more formidable than that of the Song. At least, that is the perception. The revered Zhang Zhenren of Wudong in the Ming and the enigmatic demon emperor Xiaolongnü of the Sui are both unfathomable figures. However, despite appearing weaker, the Song dynasty is not without its hidden masters. Huangshang, the founder of the Nine Manual, the floor sweeper monk of Shaolin, and the solitary sword demon Dugu, who, although absent from the martial world for many years, have likely reached unfathomable realms of power. Yet, I remain patient. Gradual development is key, taking concubines and siring children. The journey itself is filled with its own unique flavors. One day, I shall ascend to the pinnacle of existence, perhaps even attain immortality. At this moment, a surge of ambition filled Su's heart. He was increasingly enamored with the prosperity system of his family. It felt tailor-made for him. Each day was spent frolicking with his beautiful wives and concubines, living a life more carefree than that of the gods. Standing in contemplation, Su disregarded the awestruck gazes of numerous servants and made his way toward Wang Yuyan's chamber. Newlyweds naturally cherish the art of heartfelt companionship. In the following days, Wang Yuyan basked in Su's affection, experiencing a bittersweet joy. Lacking martial prowess and having previously been frail, even after Su healed her ailments, she could not indulge recklessly. Wang Yuyan was acutely aware of this and resolved to begin her martial training. Su wholeheartedly supported her decision. Among his 4 wives, Wang Yuyan indeed possessed the least combat capability. However, she also held her own advantages. Her innate talent was exceptional, and now that her health was restored, she faced no further hindrances in her training. Under the guidance of Su and the other 2, coupled with Wang Yuyan's prior understanding of martial theory, her progress was remarkably swift. Throughout this process, Wang Yuyan gradually interacted with Yaoyue and the others, fostering mutual understanding and camaraderie. The 4 ladies are all endowed with both grace and intellect, and instead of vying for attention, they unite against a common adversary. Alas, what choice do they have? Su is exceedingly formidable. Whether facing 1 or 4 opponents, he would prevail effortlessly, even against 10. As comrades who have braved battles together, their bond naturally deepens. And under the leadership of Yaoyue, Wang Yuyan fully integrates into their circle. The 4 often gather for merriment, while Su, the husband, finds himself conspicuously sidelined, merely watching from the periphery, unable to partake. Ah, you, how foolish you are! Su exclaims, anxiously observing Yaoyue make a mistake in their game. My dear husband, Physician Mei is waiting for you. Do refrain from disrupting us. Your former student will soon grow impatient, Yaoyue quips with a smile. Her pregnancy increasingly evident. Days prior, Physician Mei visited Su's residence, where he was graciously invited to stay, ostensibly to exchange medical knowledge. The true purpose was Su's mentorship of Mei'er. The art of healing is a noble pursuit, not something to be hoarded. Aside from his fondness for wine, Mei'er possesses commendable character, and as Su found him agreeable, he offered his guidance, which would ultimately enhance his network and elevate his reputation. Grateful for the instruction, Mei'er insisted on honoring Su as his master, leading Yaoyue to teasingly refer to him as her old student. Su chuckled, then fixed Yaoyue with a mock glare. Ah, you presume upon your condition, do you? How dare you jest with me? Once you have recovered from childbirth, I shall demonstrate the prowess of a husband. Yaoyue turned pale at his words, recalling the relentless nights before their other sisters arrived, where she endured Su's fervor, often unable to rise from bed, despite her mastery. The other 3 ladies laughed heartily, casting him looks of helplessness. Good husband, you has erred, Yaoyue conceded, her spirit subdued in the face of his playful threat. With a gentle smile, Su cupped her face and planted a kiss on her lips. The warm, harmonious atmosphere delighted him immensely. Very well, continue your revelries. I shall not intrude any longer. With that, he made his way towards the front courtyard. In the Wenyuan Pavilion, where Su Su had studied in his youth, Mei Er awaited eagerly. However, today he bore no medical texts but rather a satchel, standing ready. Upon seeing Su Su, he stepped forward, bowing deeply. Disciple greets his master. Su Su waved his hand. How many times must I say it? We are merely exchanging ideas. You need not address me as master. Mei Er smiled, refraining from contradiction. The more time he spent with Su Su, the deeper his admiration grew. In the realm of medicine, Su Su was a prodigy, excelling in all aspects, and his magnanimous spirit was free from trivialities. In honoring the disciple's ceremony, he found himself at an advantage. Master, I have come today to tender my resignation. Su Su nodded. Very well, you have lingered in the manor for several days. I have imparted to you most of what you need to know. If you have matters to attend to, feel free to go. Mei Er immediately bowed, his face brimming with gratitude. Thanks to your teachings, Master, I have grasped a glimmer of inspiration and intend to travel far and wide, practicing medicine to see if I can transcend to the realm of the divine physician. Should I succeed, I shall undoubtedly write to inform you. That is indeed a commendable endeavor. Proceed with it. Should there be anything you do not understand, feel free to send me a letter, and I shall respond to your queries. Upon hearing Mei Er's words, Su Su felt a surge of accomplishment. To nurture a divine physician with my own hands is quite an extraordinary feat, indeed. The title of the master of a divine physician carries an air of prestige. Though Su Su did not vocalize his acknowledgement, he took pleasure in Mei Er referring to him as master. At the very least, it confirmed that Mei Er was not an ungrateful wretch. He accompanied Mei Er to the manor's entrance, where they bid each other farewell. Su Su turned back toward the manor, while Mei Er gazed at Su's estate, silently resolving within himself. The master is indifferent to fame and fortune, not one to boast. Yet I cannot bear to see such a divine physician's talents go unrecognized in this world. This journey in medicine shall ensure that my master's name as a divine physician resonates throughout the realm. Chapter 28. Has this fellow become addicted to pimping? The thoughts of Mei Er were entirely unknown to Su Su. However, even if he were aware, he would not intervene. Such advantageous matters are foolishly obstructed only by the Navi. The reason for his subtle reminders to Mei Er lay in his own aspirations in that direction. Additionally, he sought to engage himself in meaningful endeavors and cultivate benevolent connections. With Mei Er's departure, Su Su felt an abundance of time at his disposal. Each day was spent delightfully wandering the mountains and rivers with his 4 wives, playing mahjong, and engaging in spirited games of do di ju, truly a life of bliss. Moreover, having broken through to the Grand Master realm, Su Su's mastery over his own strength had reached an impressive level. The benefit of this was that during intimate moments, he had fewer reservations. As for Yaoyue, being in her later stages of pregnancy, they had to refrain from such activities for the sake of her and the child's health. With Lian Xing and Yunu re-entering the fray, along with Wang Yuyan, Su Su found himself enjoying the blessings of multiple partners. The progress of his 9 Yang divine art, which had slowed due to his breakthrough into the Grand Master realm, was now steadily advancing once more. Although breaking through to the next level would not happen overnight, there was nonetheless hope on the horizon. According to Su Su's accumulated experience, relying solely on system rewards would typically require about 20 years of cultivation to advance a minor level within the Master realm, and 40 years for a minor level within the Grand Master realm. A full cycle of 60 years would ideally allow Su Su to break through to the early stage of the Grand Master realm. However, through diligent practice, he could naturally offset some of this progress. With lovers engaged in joyful pursuits, he embraced a life of unabashed indulgence, one that even celestial beings might envy. His wives were exceptionally cooperative, stemming from Su Su's abundant affection towards them, which led them to be agreeable to any seemingly outrageous requests. Although they would often shyly retreat, they would muster their courage to return, much to Su Su's delight. One day, while Yaoyue and the others were engrossed in a game of mahjong in the courtyard, chilled watermelon was neatly arranged in bowls nearby. Life was sweet and joyful until Wang Yuyan suddenly began to gag. The others, having experienced this before, could not help but show expressions of joy. Su Su swiftly appeared at Wang Yuyan's side, checking her pulse with a gentle touch. After a brief moment, he withdrew his hand, smiling broadly. Yuyan, you are with child. Congratulations, Sister Yuyan. At last, you are carrying the offspring of our husband. Yaoyue and the others joyfully offered their congratulations. It must be said that Su Su's body, akin to that of the Yellow Emperor, was indeed a formidable instrument of procreation. Wang Yuyan was filled with elation. If it were merely her own circumstance, whether she conceived sooner or later would not have caused her concern. However, in a household bustling with sisters, witnessing others' pregnancies while she remained without would inevitably stir feelings of envy and anxiety within her. Fearing that her own body might be incapable of bearing children, she felt an unspoken longing each day as she listened to her three sisters discuss parenting knowledge. Now, having fulfilled her desire, she was finally pregnant. The entire courtyard was imbued with a transformed atmosphere. Su gazed at his wives with a satisfied smile, his heart brimming with contentment. Although Wang Yuyan is with child, Su's life remains remarkably consistent, not reverting to a chaotic state. His days are still filled with regularity, practicing martial arts, indulging in feasts, and enjoying leisure activities. Occasionally, he accompanies a few of his wives to Jiaxing to engage in charitable deeds. The four esteemed ladies of the Su family, Madame Yaoyue, Madame Lianxing, Madame Yuanu, and Madame Yuyan, each hold significant renown and status in Jiaxing. During this period, Murong Fu sent emissaries to summon Su, but he declined, citing pressing matters. Su found amusement in this, considering Murong Fu's penchant for meddling. He chose to disregard the summons. A patient hunter waits for the opportune moment. Though the alluring sisters, Zhu and Abai, were tempting, he refused to be led by Murong Fu. One day, after Su and his wives had breakfast, a servant hurriedly approached to whisper something in his ear. Upon hearing the news, Su's brow furrowed. Was there something amiss with his husband? Noticing his concern, Madame Yaoyue inquired with genuine worry. It's nothing grave. Someone just informed me that the steward stationed at Linjiangfu has encountered some trouble, seemingly involving the beggar's sect, and I need to investigate. The Su family, being prominent and influential, naturally attracts attention. While Su's reputation for benevolence holds weight, not everyone is swayed, particularly those from the underworld who pay no heed to such matters. When his subordinates are unable to resolve the issue, Su must take matters into his own hands. Fortunately, it is not a severe issue. In the past, Su's parents might have opted to hire a seasoned martial artist to handle such matters, but now, he would not choose that path of disadvantage. As a master of considerable prowess, it would be unwise to expend resources on trivialities. Sometimes, mere capitulation does not resolve issues. One must display strength at critical moments. The family's vast enterprise cannot rely solely on reputation, especially when dealing with unscrupulous individuals who must be subdued through force. This serves as a demonstration of power, striking a balance between intimidation and deterrence. However, the involvement of the Beggar's Sect, a formidable organization, raised concerns among the ladies. As the largest gang in the Song dynasty, the Beggar's Sect boasts a significant number of members and is anchored by top-tier masters such as Qiao Feng and Hong Qigong, rivaling the Quanzhen sect. Although Hong Qigong attended their wedding, the specifics of the situation remain unclear. Husband, perhaps a Xing should accompany you? The ladies were aware of Su's dedication to martial training, but were unaware of his current level of mastery. Previously, while instructing Wang Yuyan, Madame Yaoyue had mentioned Su's determination to hone his skills to safeguard their family and protect them. She also advised the others not to neglect their martial arts, emphasizing the need for diligence, especially after childbirth. The Su family is a coveted entity in the eyes of many, and they must collectively strive to support their husband in maintaining their legacy. Among the four sisters, Madame Yaoyue possesses the highest martial prowess, yet her advanced stage of pregnancy renders her unsuitable for perilous endeavors. Hence, it is Madame Lianxing who steps forward to assist. Su embraced Lianxing, gently kissing her forehead as he said, "My dear little expectant mother, you need only to rest comfortably at home. If your husband cannot manage such trivial matters, how can he possibly protect you both?" Lianxing's cheeks flushed slightly, yet a trace of unease lingered in her heart. Yuanu and Wang Yuyan shared her sentiments. With a sigh, Su conceded, "Very well, today I shall demonstrate my prowess." With that, he channeled his energy and struck a large rock in the distance. A resounding crash echoed as the stone shattered into countless pieces, the fragments dissolving into powder in midair. "This is," Yaoyue gasped in astonishment. As a master of the realm, she was acutely aware that she could not achieve such a feat. The others gazed at Su, their eyes alight with awe. "Husband, when did you become so formidable?" Chapter 29. The naively romantic young girl is easily deceived. "My dear husband, do tell me, what realm have you attained?" Yaoyue inquired, her face alight with excitement. A vague suspicion stirred within her heart, yet it seemed too incredible to believe. On one hand, Su had scarcely revealed his prowess. During their training sessions, nothing remarkable could be discerned. Typically, he presented himself as a charming gentleman of the mundane world, which made it all too easy for others to overlook his martial abilities. None of the women had anticipated that their husbands had quietly transformed into extraordinary masters. Seeing Yaoyue so animated, Su hurriedly embraced her, saying, "Calm down, my dear, you are with child now. He continued, "My cultivation is indeed as you surmise. At the initial stage of the Grandmaster realm." Even though she had suspected it, to hear it confirmed by his own lips left Yaoyue astonished. "My husband, you truly are remarkable." Su chuckled heartily. "My prowess extends far beyond mere martial skills." Yaoyue understood his implication, her cheeks flushing with warmth. He then planted a gentle kiss on her cheek, declaring, "You all are my motivation to strive forward." The other women, upon hearing this, were moved to tears. Their husband treated them with such kindness. "Are you reassured now? I shall return with one tie from Linjiang Prefecture, which is adjacent to Jiaxing Prefecture. I will be back within 3 to 4 days. Please, my ladies, wait patiently at home for me." He particularly emphasized, You have only 2 months left before you give birth, so do keep a watchful eye." With that, Su bestowed a kiss upon each of them. Such unabashed affection filled the 4 women with sweetness akin to consuming honey. Had this been before, they would have been anxious, but now, with their husband in the Grandmaster realm, what could they possibly worry about? "Be careful in all things," the 4 urged, enjoining the accompanying servants to attend to Su's safety, which warmed his heart. Although his strength now placed him among the pinnacle of Song dynasty warriors, the sensation of being cared for was distinctly different. Su, with his decisive nature, donned his cloak and mounted his steed. He sped along the road, racing through the night. By midday the following day, they arrived at Linjiang Prefecture, at the Fenglai Inn. "Young master, let us rest at this inn. The servants are feeling weary," Wen Tai suggested. After a night of travel beneath the stars, Su, a grandmaster, was unfazed by fatigue. But the others clearly exhibited signs of exhaustion. It was fortuitous that Su was fond of such inns, and he smiled, nodding in agreement. "No problem, brothers. Order whatever you desire to eat or drink, it's on me." Instantly, the morale of the group soared. The young master is magnificent. Even after many years of referring to him as young master, some still struggled to adjust after his marriage. However, Su paid little mind to this. The group of 7 or 8 entered the inn with great vigor, immediately attracting the attention of onlookers. Linjiang Prefecture is in close proximity to Jiaxing Prefecture, and Su's reputation was equally notable here, albeit not as pronounced as in Jiaxing. Moreover, Su's strikingly handsome visage was undeniably distinctive. Throughout the Song dynasty, it would be challenging to find another youth so extraordinarily handsome. Someone swiftly recognized Su. "Are you not the master of Su family manor?" "Indeed," Su replied with a smile and a nod. The one-armed wanderer was instantly filled with excitement, exclaiming, "I am Zhao Feng, the one-armed swordsman. It is an honor to meet you, Master Su. I have long heard of your righteousness, and I raise a toast in your honor." Despite his polite demeanor, Su remained humble. "Ah, it is indeed the esteemed Zhao hero. You are most welcome to visit the manor. In the realm of martial arts, such cordial exchanges were customary. You elevate me, and I shall uplift you." It was more about the intricacies of human relationships than mere conflicts. A solitary existence may suffice. But for those with grand establishments, misfortune could easily ensue. After all, even the most adept martial artist finds it challenging to manage multiple affairs. Seeing Su's affable nature, several martial artists grew animated and approached to offer their toasts. "Young master, I am Chen Han, the Gale Blade, and I raise a glass to you. I am He Wong, the Flying Leg. Having long admired your reputation for chivalry, I drink to you. Young master, you may drink as you please." The tavern erupted into a lively atmosphere. However, the world of martial arts is fraught with dangers, and human hearts are inscrutable. Even amidst cheerful toasts, the line between sincerity and ulterior motives blurs. Some seek genuine camaraderie, while others aim to ingratiate themselves with the powerful. Su treated all with equal regard, smiling and nodding in acknowledgement before following Wen Tai to the private room on the 2nd floor. The fervor of the martial artists somewhat subsided, yet their gazes remained fixated on the door to the private chamber. After a brief meal, Su closed his eyes to rest. Suddenly, a commotion arose in the tavern. With a swift motion, Su opened his eyes and looked outside. A lively young girl dressed in green entered, her radiant smile revealing a hint of mischief. In her delicate hands, she held several small snakes, each about a foot long, their triangular heads indicating their venomous nature. This was the source of everyone's astonishment. Perched on her shoulder was an agile little ferret. "Is that a lightning ferret?" Su raised an eyebrow, recognizing the identity of the girl below. Zhongling. His interest piqued. This little girl was innocent and whimsical, easily deceived. He mused that if he could bring her back to Su family manor and playfully raise a few children, it would surely be entertaining. Meanwhile, the martial artists kept their distance from the venomous snakes in Zhongling's grasp. Unfazed, she casually chose a seat, ordered a few dishes, and began to eat joyfully. Remarkably, Her manner of eating was quite endearing, and the little ferret on her shoulder even partook in drinking, which was quite a sight to behold. Just as Zhongling finished her first dish, a burst of laughter erupted. A tall, slender man, resembling a bamboo pole, suddenly leaped through the tavern door, rapidly lunging toward Zhongling. "My lady, I finally have you," he exclaimed. "Those little mudfish of yours have some skill. They had me in pain for several days." His words were filled with frivolity. Some recognized his identity, their faces changing in shock. Yet, upon seeing this individual, Su couldn't help but chuckle. This man, while somewhat despicable, was indeed a person of significance. At that moment, gasps of surprise began to echo below. It is he, one of the notorious four evildoers, the infamous Yun Zhongyi. This scoundrel revels in the company of women, and alas, this young lady is likely to suffer. The wandering knights retreat one after another, unable to withstand the aura of menace. As one of the four evildoers, Yun Zhongyi possesses considerable prowess, and his lightness of body is remarkable. Upon seeing Yun Zhongyi, Su wears a mocking smile. He is referred to as a nobleman because it is through his machinations that he encountered Yaoyue and, by a twist of fate, married her. Were it not for his shameless drugging and relentless pursuit, how could Yaoyue have arrived in the Song dynasty to meet him? Unexpectedly, this time, Yun Zhongyi has delivered yet another enchanting beauty to him. Chapter 30. The unpleasant death and the elegant demise. Ever since the day I laid eyes on you, my dear lady, I have been consumed by thoughts of you, neglecting both food and drink. At long last, the opportunity has arrived. Yun Zhongyi stood at the entrance, a wicked glint in his eyes. Zhongling, however, wore a face of utter disdain. Ugh, how foul, both in odor and appearance, utterly revolting. Her unabashed disgust ignited Yun Zhongyi's fury. He had always prided himself on his charm, and being so openly scorned was an intolerable affront. Just wait until I have you in my grasp. Let us see how defiantly you can speak then. A cold light flickered in Yun Zhongyi's eyes. The woman he desired had never eluded him, save for that one previous failure. With a delicate push off the furniture, he leapt into the air, displaying remarkable agility. His fingers curled as he reached for Zhongling, showcasing his exquisite lightness of body technique. "Little weasel, bite him," Zhongling commanded, her voice ringing out. The lightning weasel, swift as lightning, darted towards Yun Zhongyi. Not stopping there, a glint of cunning flashed in Zhongling's eyes as she hurled a dozen venomous snakes towards him. Like a celestial maiden scattering flowers, an ingenious diversion. Yun Zhongyi smirked. "I have anticipated this move. Your tricks will not work on me." His movements were swift as he flicked his folding fan, releasing a flurry of silver needles that whistled through the air. One by one, the snakes were pierced and fell to the ground. As for the lightning weasel, it was swiftly struck down, leaving its fate uncertain. "Little weasel," Zhongling cried out in alarm. She had grown up with the creature, and their bond was profound. "Humph, are you concerned for that beast? Perhaps you should worry about yourself?" Yun Zhongyi sneered, his fingers reaching for her. Zhongling, with her martial skills merely at the acquired level, was no match for him. As she faltered, she could only evade, her face paling as she realized she was on the brink of capture. "My dear lady, soon I shall have the pleasure of thoroughly enjoying you," he leered, as the agile girl appeared poised to fall into the clutches of this fiend. Yet, not a single person among the onlookers dared to intervene. The four great villains were notorious, and common folk were loath to provoke them. Some chivalrous souls ground their teeth, ready to act. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air, and a wooden chopstick soared from the second floor, disappearing in an instant. With a resounding thud, it pierced Yun Zhongyi's palm, causing his expression to contort in agony as blood spurted forth. "You despicable coward, how dare you ambush me? Come out and face me," Yun Zhongyi bellowed, directed at the second floor. The crowd gasped in astonishment as they turned to see Su rising slowly, his voice laced with indifference. "Yun Zhongyi, you truly have a short memory." After the last encounter with the moon inviting, he had sought to confront Yun Zhongyi in retribution, only to find the villain hiding away, eluding capture. Little did he expect that today would bring such a fortuitous encounter, since fate had conspired to bring them together. He might as well exact his vengeance on him for the grievances suffered by Yaoyue. It must be said, this Yun Zhongyi has inadvertently become a formidable ally in Su's quest for marriage. First, it was Yaoyue, and now it is Zhongling. Su had been troubled by the lack of connection with Zhongling, and now Yun Zhongyi appeared. If it were not for the fact that this man was truly detestable, he might have hesitated to take his life. A gasp escaped the crowd. "Is that Su Zhuangzhu?" For a moment, everyone was stunned. Su Zhuangzhu possesses martial arts skills, and such formidable ones at that, of which they had never heard. The previous attack with the wooden chopsticks was as swift as lightning, far beyond a mere ambush. It was the profound inner strength and exquisite control that were paramount. Su Zhuangzhu is truly magnificent. Cheers erupted within the tavern. The visitors of the martial world were all agog with excitement. The head of the renowned Su family, famed for his benevolence, was indeed skilled in the martial arts. Judging by this display, he must be at least above the innate level. How young is Su Zhuangzhu? Yet he is already a prodigy of the martial world. What a terrifying prospect. The crowd was astonished, contemplating how they would boast to their friends later. Zhongling gazed at Su Su, who was stepping forward, and her eyes sparkled. What a remarkably handsome and graceful youth. His gentle smile made her cheeks flush. An unfamiliar sensation blossomed within her heart. Since leaving the valley, she had always indulged in carefree fun, yet today, inexplicably, she felt a tinge of shyness. The young man's timely intervention greatly increased her admiration for him. Su Su exuded warmth, as if one were basking in the gentle embrace of spring. Go check on your little ferret. I shall handle things here. Su Su silently commended Yun Zhonghe for his timely intervention. What a good Samaritan. Ah, thank you, big brother. Zhongling, shaken from her bashfulness, hurried to the spot where the lightning ferret had fallen. Yun Zhonghe was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Su Su, unable to place him, though he felt a sense of familiarity. Upon hearing the exchange with Zhongling, he recognized the voice. Is it you? On that fateful day, he had been in pursuit of a lovely maiden, so close to success, only to have his plans thwarted by an unexpected group. He had not clearly seen the one giving the orders, but he distinctly remembered the voice. As one of the 4 notorious villains, he had never suffered such a setback, losing both the woman and being grievously wounded. To add insult to injury, someone else had reaped the rewards. Yun Zhonghe was consumed with thoughts of revenge. It is I. What do you intend to do about it? Su Su raised an eyebrow, his demeanor unfazed. Such audacity. No one dares meddle in the affairs of the 4 notorious villains. You, however, possess some guts, daring to thwart my plans repeatedly. The Su family, is it? Do not think that just because you have money and have given a few coins to some beggars, you are anything special. I do not fall for your tricks. Today, not only will I kill you, but I shall also annihilate your entire clan. Yun Zhonghe, blood-stained hands trembling, cursed with ferocious rage. Indeed, they are the notorious 4 evil ones, mercilessly seeking to annihilate entire families at a whim. A flicker of indifference crossed Su Su's eyes. A dragon possesses a reverse scale. To touch it is to provoke its wrath. You, who seek death, have chosen your path. Drink, and prepare to meet your fate. Yun Zhonghe soared like a great rock, his form ascending gracefully to strike from above, in an instant leaping from the first floor to the second. His palm strike was ferociously powerful. This time, Su Su discerned clearly. Yun Zhonghe appeared to be at the late stage of innate cultivation, a commendable status in the realm of martial artists. The palpable fear among the crowd of warriors only underscored his reputation as a villain. Yet, with such cultivation, he paled in comparison to Su Su, and even more so to Yaoyue. Yaoyue's prowess was merely a reflection of his despicable nature. Su Su's expression remained unchanged as he calmly turned. His finger delicately pointed, causing another wooden chopstick to shoot forth from the holder. Whoosh! Its speed was akin to a bolt of lightning. The bamboo chopstick was no hidden weapon. Rather, it was a blatant display of overwhelming force. Chapter 31. Perhaps due to the swiftness of his actions, Yun Zhonghe was caught off guard. At this moment, facing Su Su, he realized that the previous wooden chopstick was not a surprise attack at all. The second wooden chopstick was even more terrifying, sending a chill racing down his spine. Underestimating his opponent. My life is forfeit. Now, with an arrow knocked, he was left with no choice but to fight for survival. Alas, the inevitable outcome could not be altered no matter how hard he struggled. Even as Yun Zhonghe desperately sought to evade, the chopstick seemed to possess a life of its own, following him relentlessly. He could do nothing but watch helplessly as the chopstick hurtled towards him. With a sharp thrust, the chopstick pierced his throat like a dagger. The gruesome sound of flesh being penetrated echoed loudly in the silent inn, striking a dissonant note. Once a ferocious member of the notorious 4 evil ones, Yun Zhonghe now lay lifeless, his face contorted in horror and fear. With a resounding crash, his body thudded heavily at the entrance of the inn. This scene left the patrons in shock, their expressions filled with terror. They could not help but draw in a sharp breath. A single wooden chopstick, wielded with such force, not only dispatched Yun Zhonghe in an instant, but also propelled his corpse several paces away, casting it out of the inn without a drop of blood spilled. This demonstrated the astonishing mastery the assailant had over their internal energy. After a moment, the crowd began to regain their composure. As they turned to look at Su Su, they could not help but regard him with newfound respect. Meanwhile, Su Su's voice rang out, as gentle as jade. Though I perform benevolent deeds, I shall show no mercy to such foul scoundrels. To wipe out an entire clan at a whim is merely just retribution. His words roused the patrons from their stupor. Travelers of the Zongwu quickly chimed in, praising Su Su's valor. The young master is indeed formidable. The likes of the four evil ones are not worth mourning. The young master is ridding the martial world of its scourge. Yun Zhonghe, who had brazenly committed his crimes in broad daylight, had not anticipated that this would be the day of his reckoning. Su Su's actions to cleanse the Zongwu were indeed virtuous. It was a great fortune to witness the young master's profound martial prowess during this visit to Jiang. This journey had proven worthwhile. Having encountered the young master of the Su family, who was truly admirable in his righteousness and gallantry. Within the inn, praises and accolades arose in a chorus. Following this display of skill, the patrons' perceptions of Su transformed, their admiration deepening into awe. Previously, they had respected him for his good deeds or sought to align themselves with him. Now, having witnessed Su Su's enigmatic martial abilities, their feelings evolved into genuine reverence and even fear. In the Zongwu, strength held paramount importance. Su possessed both reputation and power, and the combination of these attributes yielded an effect greater than the sum of its parts. The members of the Su family also wore expressions of admiration. With heads held high and an air of pride, Zhongling rushed to the second floor. Her voice, as melodious as silver bells, rang out as she gracefully expressed her gratitude to Su. "Thank you, big brother, for your assistance." The young girl in the green dress had sparkling eyes that danced with liveliness. Despite her bashfulness, she boldly fixed her gaze upon Su, her eyes brimming with gratitude and admiration. Perhaps mindful of her image, the remaining snakes she had conjured had vanished without a trace. A glance from Su caught sight of her small medicine basket, leading him to surmise that the serpents were likely contained within. The charming young lady before him was spirited and genuine, qualities that Su found quite endearing. "Do not worry about it. I merely happened to be in the right place at the right time," he reassured her. "Is your lightning ferret unharmed?" Upon hearing this, Zhongling's expression fell, and she replied indignantly, "That rogue Yun Zhonghe struck it a blow, inflicting severe injury. It will need time to recuperate, and I may have to return to the Wanjie Valley." As she spoke, she playfully stuck out her tongue, a touch embarrassed. "I apologize, big brother. Once I have treated my little ferret, I shall personally come to Su's village to express my thanks." Su chuckled heartily, finding the girl before him quite amusing, which piqued his interest even more. "Come now, let me see your ferret." Zhongling looked puzzled, but when Tai cheerfully interjected, "Our village master possesses exceptional medical skills, comparable to those of a divine healer. Why should Miss Zhong seek assistance elsewhere?" Ah, indeed. Su mentally commended Wen Tai for his cleverness. This fellow had grown increasingly astute during their time together. "Really?" Zhongling exclaimed in astonishment, quickly offering up the lightning ferret. Without hesitation, Su lightly tapped the creature's body with his fingers, channeling his inner energy into it. The ferret, which had been grievously injured and lethargic, instantly sprang to life. Witnessing this transformation, Zhongling's eyes widened with admiration and awe. "Wow, big brother, you are remarkable." "Merely a trivial skill," he replied. "For the next few days, remain by my side. I shall continue your ferret's treatment to ensure a complete recovery without compromising its essence." "All right, big brother." Zhongling's eyes sparkled with renewed brightness as she eagerly agreed. She had been at a loss for a reason to stay, but now she found the perfect opportunity. Her eyes narrowed into a smile, filled with delight. Just as Zhongling took her seat, the commotion brought by Yun Zhonghe had yet to settle. A bold voice resonated from the adjoining room. "I am Qiao Feng of the Beggars Sect. Pleased to meet you, Master Su." As this proclamation echoed, the inn erupted into a lively atmosphere, akin to a droplet of water splashing into hot oil, causing a stir. "Is it truly Master Qiao?" murmured the crowd. "In the south, we have Murong, and in the north, we have Qiao Feng. This master is renowned throughout the martial world." The presence of Master Qiao was unexpected. Why had he not intervened earlier? Perhaps Su had acted too swiftly for him to respond. Indeed, Master Qiao is a man of righteous indignation, one who despises evil and embodies chivalry. It is inconceivable that he would associate with a villain like Yun Zhonghe. The invitation extended to young Master Su must surely signify his approval of Su's actions. "Wait, I have a question. Could it be that young Master Su's movements are swifter than Master Qiao's? Does that imply that his influence surpasses that of Master Qiao?" Su raised an eyebrow. It turns out to be Qiao Feng. He had sensed earlier that someone in the elegant room opposite was about to make a move, but he never anticipated it would be him. What a coincidence. He was just about to address matters concerning the Beggars Sect when he unexpectedly encountered Qiao Feng here. "Master, could it be that he..." When Tai's face was filled with anxiety, Su raised his hand to halt him, saying, Do not jump to conclusions. It is likely just a coincidence. As far as I know, the elder who had a conflict with us from the beggars' sect is not aligned with Xiao Feng. Having said that, he stood up and called out, "Ah, it is Master Xiao in person. I am honored. I have yet to properly thank you for the congratulatory gifts you sent earlier." Chapter 32. The Joy of Revenge and Gratitude. This is the Zongwu Ha. Master Su, you are too modest, Xiao exclaimed, having just witnessed the remarkable skills of the young Master Su. Unable to contain his desire to make an acquaintance, he added, "I hope you will pardon my boldness. Might I have the honor of sharing a drink with you?" "Ha ha, well said. There is plenty of wine." Su replied with a hearty laugh, inviting Xiao to step inside. In the next moment, the door to the private room swung open, revealing a robust man striding forth with confidence. His steps were steady, and a glint of brilliance sparkled in his eyes, indicating his formidable prowess. The comparison of Nan Murong and Bei Xiaofeng seemed entirely unjust to Su, as it was evident that Xiaofeng surpassed Murong Fu by a significant margin. Such a comparison only served to embellish Murong Fu's reputation. Upon seeing Xiaofeng, Su couldn't help but entertain this thought while maintaining a cheerful demeanor. Xiaofeng, in turn, was astonished by the handsome youth seated before him, having witnessed Su's swift defeat of Yun Zhonghe with merely a wooden chopstick. He had already recognized Su's exceptional skills. Now, observing him closely only reinforced that impression. The composed and unruffled demeanor of Su ignited a spark of admiration in Xiaofeng's eyes. "Excellent. Master Su possesses remarkable poise," he exclaimed, striding towards Su with a hearty laugh. Su smiled and gestured invitingly. "Please, Master Xiao." Xiaofeng raised his cup and drank heartily. He had heard tales of Su's benevolence in Jiaxing, but had never had the chance to meet him until today. Indeed, Su embodied a celestial grace. As they conversed, Xiaofeng's cup was promptly refilled, and he drank again. He continued, "Earlier, I had intended to intervene when Yun Zhonghe was causing mischief. But your swift action left me in admiration, Master Su. Master Xiao, you flatter me. I merely seized the advantage of proximity and, in doing so, overshadowed your efforts." Su replied with a smile. Xiaofeng waved his hand dismissively. Finding mere cups insufficient, he called for a wine jar. With a resounding clap, he poured the wine into his mouth in hearty gulps. Witnessing Xiaofeng's exuberance, Su was determined not to be outdone. He too lifted the wine jar and drank deeply, earning cheers from the assembled guests. To feast and drink deeply. To relish the joys and sorrows of life. This is the essence of Zongwu. Master Su, what a generous spirit. I never anticipated such camaraderie from you. Xiaofeng lamented only that he had not met Su sooner. Such righteousness, such martial prowess, and this unrestrained exuberance. Su's every gesture resonated with Xiaofeng's preferences, prompting a mix of joy and regret at their late acquaintance. But it is never too late to forge friendships. Indeed, what a marvelous encounter. The two men laughed heartily, downing another jar of wine. After a moment of casual conversation, they began to refer to each other as brothers. "Brother Su, what brings you to Linjiang from Jiaxing?" At this, Su paused momentarily before responding with a smile. "Interestingly, this matter is somewhat related to Brother Xiao." "Oh," Xiaofeng replied, sitting up attentively, eager to hear more. Su eloquently explained, "My family business in Sujia village is widespread throughout Jiangnan, inevitably leading to some unscrupulous dealings. I have come here to address the trivial matters concerning Linjiang, which are indeed related to your beggar's sect, Brother Xiao." Upon hearing this, Xiaofeng immediately lost his composure. Is anyone bold enough to oppress Sujia village under the name of the beggar's sect? "Su brother, allow me to handle this myself." Su shook his head, clarifying, "It is not a matter of oppression. However, the beggar's sect has indeed overstepped its bounds this time, demanding exorbitant fees and nearly injuring our shopkeeper. The sect has a customary practice of collecting protection fees upon departure. Should one refuse to pay, the beggars will incessantly disrupt business. In principle, the amount should remain reasonable and acceptable, yet this time, it seems they are deliberately targeting Sujia village out of jealousy for our success. How audacious! How can the beggar's sect harbor such reckless individuals?" Xiaofeng exclaimed in anger. "Speak freely, Su brother. Xiao shall resolve this." Yet, Su interjected, "I fear that you may not be able to resolve this. Have you heard of the 13th elder of your sect?" Upon hearing this, Xiaofeng's expression faltered, and a bitter smile crept across his face. "Su brother, this indeed poses a challenge. Rest assured, as long as you are in the right, I will undoubtedly seek justice for you." Su replied with a narrowed-eyed smile. The beggar's sect, spread across the vast expanse of the land, is composed of a diverse array of individuals, not a monolithic entity. Although Xiaofeng, as the leader of the sect, appears to possess great authority. His youth renders him less experienced. Many of the older members may not fully respect him. Were it not for the support of Hong Qigong and Xiao Feng's promising potential to reach the realm of a grandmaster at such a young age, he might struggle to maintain his position as the sect leader. Mastery of martial arts is one thing. Navigating interpersonal relationships is another. Within the beggar's sect, there are already numerous dissenting voices. Should Xiao Feng side with outsiders against the more seasoned elders, he would likely face increased criticism and rejection. Xiao Feng, not lacking in intelligence, clearly recognized this, which darkened his expression. Having just boasted, he now found himself unable to deliver, the irony stinging sharply. Su Su, having already devised a solution, maintained his composure and smiled lightly. Brother Qiao, there is no need for distress. Might I invite you for a drink? It would also serve as a witness to our gathering of martial experts present. Xiao Feng, momentarily perplexed, was met with the same bewilderment from the assembly of martial artists. In the next instant, Su Su's demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation, shifting from calm to an explosive intensity akin to a volcanic eruption. Heavenly intent, for Symbol's technique. Wrath of the Fire God. Su Su had fully mastered this martial art, and at that moment, he harnessed the wrath of the Fire God, channeling his Juyang internal energy into a bowl of wine, evoking a sense of profound terror. Brother Qiao, please. The bronze wine vessel levitated, soaring towards Xiao Feng at Su Su's command. In that instant, all present understood. This was a contest of martial prowess. The techniques are intricately woven into the realm of libations. Compared to direct confrontation, this approach is far more temperate, preserving amicable relations. In an instant, excitement surged among the onlookers. The leader of the beggar's sect, Xiao Feng, faced off against Su Su, the master of Su family manor. Had this been prior to today, the crowd would have merely smiled knowingly, assuming Xiao Feng intended to impart his wisdom upon Su Su. However, having witnessed Su Su's swift defeat of Zongwu, their perceptions had shifted dramatically. They were now filled with anticipation. Was Master Su indeed extending a challenge to Master Qiao? Did they not hear? Master Su declared that if the beggar's sect posed any trouble to Su family manor, he sought to resolve the issue himself. This seems perplexing. If he wishes to resolve a problem, why not approach the individual directly? What connection does this have with challenging Master Qiao? Are you foolish? If Master Su can prevail, or even merely hold his own against Master Qiao, would those old-timers in the beggar's sect dare to utter a single protest? It must be acknowledged that many in this gathering of wanderers possess keen intellects. Indeed, this is precisely Su Su's intent. Chapter 33. The Wine Town. Xiao Feng establishes his authority. His arrival at the river town was intended to assert his dominance, to prevent the incessant troubles that could disrupt his joyous life of taking concubines and fathering children. Rather than seeking the endorsement of the so-called 13th elder, was it not more fitting to establish his reputation through the formidable Xiao Feng present before him? As for revealing his prowess, Su Su had never harbored any intention of concealing his strength. It was merely a matter of circumstance, as he had not yet found the opportunity to showcase his abilities. So there was such a backstory behind it all. I stand enlightened. Yet, I wonder who would emerge superior, Su Zhuangzhu or Qiao Bangzhu. I surmise that the young master, daring to challenge, must possess a degree of confidence. After all, he effortlessly dispatched Yun Zhonghe with just 2 chopsticks, leaving me with a shiver down my spine. Regardless, I firmly support Su Zhuangzhu. My perspective differs. Although the young master exhibits remarkable strength, the renown of Qiao Bangzhu is grounded in genuine achievements. 2 years prior, during the chaos of the 13 Thieves of Taihu, Qiao Bangzhu single-handedly subdued the water bandits with the legendary 18 dragon-subduing palms, causing them to wail in despair. Indeed, I was present at that time, and the memory remains vivid. Alas, what purpose does speculation serve? We shall observe. The assembly of martial artists buzzed with excitement, each craning their necks toward the second floor, their eyes brimming with curiosity and intrigue. Though a screen obscured the view, they could discern the outlines of figures within. Zhongling, standing nearby, held her breath, not daring to exhale. Her dark eyes widened as she beheld a bronze wine vessel bearing down upon Xiao Feng. Though its approach was slow, it emanated an overwhelming force, reminiscent of an impending tempest. The technique of raging fire of the god of fire was particularly explosive, enhanced further by the transformation of supreme internal energy from the 9 yin and 9 yang arts, creating a perfect synergy. Such a ferocious and domineering maneuver was unimaginable to anyone else. Yet Su Su had managed to condense it within a simple cup of wine, steadily advancing toward Xiao Feng. This demonstrated the exquisite mastery Su Su possessed over his internal energy. Please, Brother Qiao, savor this, Su Su said with a smile, gesturing gracefully. And his composed demeanor dazzled Zhongling very well. Then I shall experience your esteemed techniques, Brother Su. Xiao Feng replied with a hearty laugh, unperturbed by Su Su's actions. Instead, he was quite pleased. His inherently bold character thrived on Su Su's integrity, feeling no offense whatsoever. Rather, he found delight in the challenge. However, upon sensing the formidable power contained within that cup of wine, his expression grew unusually solemn. Despite its diminutive size, its potency was not to be underestimated. One misstep could lead to calamity. Xiao Feng roared. His black robe billowed without wind, rustling fiercely. Clearly, this was the external manifestation of his internal energy reaching its zenith. With a violent rip, the screen of the private room was torn asunder by the overwhelming force of his internal power, revealing the scene within to all the onlookers. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Suddenly, a dragon's roar erupted from Xiao Feng, echoing ominously. The golden dragon-shaped energy surged forth, unparalleled in its might. It was the ultimate skill of the beggar's sect, the 18 dragon-subduing palms. It is said that Master Qiao has surpassed his mentor, mastering an unparalleled martial art with greater prowess than its originator. This sparked fervent discussions among the crowd, with ardent supporters of Xiao Feng expressing their delight. However, the onlookers could clearly see the stark contrast. While Su Su appeared at ease, Xiao Feng displayed no semblance of relaxation, his square face etched with gravity. As the bronze wine vessel drew nearer, he felt an increasingly oppressive force, the pressure intensifying with each inch, as if the heavens themselves were descending upon him. Akin to the weight of Mount Tai upon his shoulders, a sense of dread filled Xiao Feng's heart. What kind of martial arts is this? At this moment, his astonishment at Su Su's strength only deepened. When Su Su had effortlessly slain Yun Zhanghe, Xiao Feng had already sensed his formidable skills. Yet, he never anticipated such formidable power. Even Elder Hong had never exerted such pressure upon him. He had thought that with his current half-step grandmaster cultivation, he could easily stand above his peers, but it appears he had grossly underestimated the prowess of the world's heroes. A mere young master from Su family manor, seldom mentioned in the martial world, turned out to be an extraordinary martial artist, perhaps even stronger than himself. It was truly a revelation. Watch closely, Su brother, as I demonstrate my self-created technique, the twin dragons swallowing pearls. Xiao Feng bellowed, channeling his energy into his palm. Golden dragon forms coalesced in his grasp, manifesting the stance of the twin dragons. He aimed to catch the slowly advancing bronze wine vessel. This cup of wine was not easy to receive, yet he, Xiao Feng, must catch it. Amidst the tense and expectant gazes of the crowd, the bronze wine vessel landed steadily in Xiao Feng's hand, as if the impending storm were merely an illusion. Su brother, what a fine wine. Xiao Feng laughed heartily, draining the contents of the bronze vessel in one gulp. The assembled martial artists stared in disbelief, struggling to comprehend such an abrupt conclusion. Did the young master of Su lose? Someone murmured, while others erupted in cheers. Yet, in the next moment, their eyes widened in shock. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of innumerable explosions filled the air, as countless small holes erupted across the fabric of Xiao Feng's upper garment, leaving it tattered. The smile on Xiao Feng's face froze. A trickle of crimson blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Clearly, it was Xiao Feng who had truly been defeated. Had Su Su not restrained his strength, the outcome would have been far more severe. I concede, my skills are inferior. Thank you for your mercy, Su brother, Xiao Feng's bitter voice echoed, awakening the crowd from their stupor. The reversal came too suddenly, leaving many still enraptured by Xiao Feng's earlier laughter and bravado. Now, however, Xiao Feng's admission of inferiority to Su Su sent shockwaves through the previously silent tavern. Master Qiao has actually been defeated? The young master has triumphed over Master Qiao? How terrifying. I once heard from Elder Hong of the beggar-s sect that Master Qiao had already won foot in the Grandmaster realm, merely needing time to refine his skills to fully enter that echelon. But now, how formidable must Suzhou be? Upon hearing your words, I dare to entertain a bold conjecture. If Master Su can overshadow Chief Qiao, he is very likely to be a Grandmaster. What? Master Su is actually a Grandmaster? Our Song dynasty has unknowingly gained a Grandmaster. At this moment, the expressions of all present were akin to having encountered a specter. How old is Su Su? Not even 20 yet. A Grandmaster under 20? Everyone comprehended the implications of this. Given time, it is entirely plausible that he could ascend to the legendary status of a celestial being. This is a fortuitous event, an extraordinary boon. The martial world of our Song dynasty is finally poised for resurgence. All were enveloped in unparalleled excitement. The Song dynasty, having languished in weakness for so long, now found hope in Su Su's meteoric rise. Countless gazes of admiration and reverence were directed towards him. At this moment, all that resonated in the hearts of the people for Su Su was a singular sentiment: awe. A master must not be insulted. And what more, a grandmaster. This signifies the Song dynasty's esteemed standing within the martial realm. Chapter 34. Such a talented prodigy, not even a script would dare to write this others, after all. Observed from a distance, merely absorbing the information their eyes could perceive. However, for Zhongling, who was seated nearby, the experience was profoundly different. Positioned closely beside two unparalleled masters, her sensations were most acute. Her initial state of daze gradually transformed into an overwhelming admiration. As she gazed at Su Su, her eyes sparkled with brilliance. Xiaolongnü wore a bitter expression. With the cup of wine bestowed by the young master today, it was evident that Elder 13 would have little to say. He clasped his fists in salute, stepping back with a face full of reverence. Witnessing Xiaofeng's demeanor, everyone was instantly more astonished. To compel a half-step grandmaster to act in such a manner, even uttering words of mercy, clearly indicated that Su Su was extraordinarily formidable. Though Xiaolongnü possessed a bold spirit, he was not indifferent to his own reputation. With Nan Murong in the south and Bei Xiaofeng in the north, now that Bei Xiaofeng had been defeated by the young Master Su, I find myself rather eager to see the confrontation between Nan Murong and Master Su. Should the young master emerge victorious, he would undoubtedly be hailed as the foremost genius of the martial world in the present Song dynasty. What nonsense are you spouting? Just Murong Fu. Do you have any inkling of the immense effort and resources expended to match the renown of Qiao Bangzhu? How dare he even be compared to the young master? It's utterly laughable. Oh, it seems you possess some insider information. Please, do share. While I have no insider information, I have heard whispers. It is said that the 4 chief ministers of the Murong family spared no effort in promoting their young master's reputation. Nevertheless, considering the young master's prowess, could he truly be compared to the 5 absolute masters? Hiss. Perhaps not just yet. In 3 to 5 years, it might be a possibility. Upon hearing the discussions among the crowd, Xiaolongnü couldn't help but smile wryly, realizing that today Su Su had ascended by stepping on his shoulders. With so many martial arts compatriots present, it would be known far and wide in the future that Su Su had quelled Xiaolongnü with a mere cup of wine. Naturally, Elder 13 would dare not create any further disturbances, lest he be drowned in the collective ire of the other members of the beggars' sect. Offending such an extraordinarily talented prodigy with an immeasurable future would imply a desire for the beggars' sect to be forgotten. Xiaofeng's expression turned serious as he inquired, "May I ask, what is the name of this technique, Brother Su?" Xiaolongnü felt that Su Su's move had clearly left something unsaid, and he could not fathom the extent of its full power. Curiosity stirred within him. Heaven S will 4 symbols technique, Fire God S Fury. Fire God S Fury. As the name suggests, it moves like thunder. So, are there 3 other techniques? Su Su nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Unfortunately, Xiaolongnü lacks the ability to fully appreciate this unparalleled skill of Brother Su. Today, I am grateful for your instruction, Brother Su. Should I attain the Grandmaster realm in the future, I shall return to comprehend your extraordinary techniques. Determination gleamed in Xiaofeng's eyes. He was a figure of great stature and would not easily be disheartened. You are always welcome to visit Sujia village. My mountain villa is situated in a secluded area, and it could greatly benefit from the presence of someone like you, Brother Qiao, to enhance its allure. The two refrained from mentioning the sordid affairs of Elder 13. Should today's events circulate, if Elder 13 possesses any sense, he will undoubtedly come forth to apologize in person. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, the two found themselves increasingly in sync. Xiaolongnü, having traversed the vast expanse of the land, possessed remarkable insights, while Su Su, having crossed over from the modern era, lived a life of privilege, his thoughts soaring unrestrained. The admiration in Xiaofeng's eyes for Su Su intensified, and the notion of forming a brotherhood with him surfaced uncontrollably. Yet, having just been vanquished, seeking to forge such a bond might be perceived as an attempt to climb the social ladder. Despite his reluctance, he could only suppress his desire. Today, meeting Brother Su felt like a reunion of old friends, lamenting only the tardiness of their acquaintance. Under ordinary circumstances, they would surely indulge in wine and revelry until intoxicated, but Xiaolongnü had matters to attend to and had to take his leave. Our paths shall remain intertwined, and the rivers shall flow on. We shall meet again, he exclaimed with hearty laughter, turning to depart. Su Su then conveyed a subtle message through the power of his inner energy. Brother Qiao, if you trust me, be wary of the vice leader's wife, Kong Min. Xiaolongnü was taken aback, but nodded in acknowledgement. Although he was uncertain of Su Su's sudden warning, he chose to remain vigilant. A person of Su Su's caliber would not frivolously slander a mere woman. As he watched Xiao Feng leave, the weight of his words rested solely upon Xiao Feng's belief. His motivation for the warning stemmed from their congenial conversation and a desire to foster a positive relationship. Sensing Xiao Feng's inclination towards brotherhood, he could have easily broached the topic, but he was not inclined to claim a brother without merit. With a smile, Su Su finished his drink. Feeling a sense of satisfaction, he had resolved matters upon his arrival in Lingjiang Prefecture and had made the acquaintance of a remarkable individual, Zhongling. Now, he merely needed to wait. With this chapter concluded, he could return to Sujia village to accompany the esteemed ladies. "The master of the villa is truly formidable," exclaimed the servants and guards, their faces brimming with admiration. They had only known that the young master possessed some martial skills, never imagining he could achieve such heights. Zhongling's eyes sparkled with excitement, her laughter ringing like silver bells. "Big brother is so impressive." Such genuine praise filled Su Su with even greater satisfaction. At Sujia village, the residence in Lingjiang Prefecture, Su Su waited with Zhongling and others for an entire day. In merely a day's time, the tale of Su Su's wine-induced mastery over Xiao Feng had spread throughout the city, rapidly extending its reach. The city was abuzz with shock and awe. While some expressed skepticism, the account seemed too exaggerated. How could a youth under 20 ascend to the realm of grandmasters? Such extraordinary talent was scarcely conceivable. In ancient times, the dissemination of news was fraught with challenges, often accompanied by rumors and falsehoods. To truly achieve renown, one had to either make a name for oneself in a grand martial event or prove their worth through a series of battles. The beliefs of others are of little consequence. At the very least, those within the beggar's sect have accepted it. As soon as the news emerged, numerous disciples sought out Xiao Feng to ascertain the veracity of the claims, urging him to publicly denounce the rumors. However, Xiao Feng declined, stating unequivocally, "I am not as capable as Su Su." This declaration sent ripples of astonishment throughout the beggar's sect. Nevertheless, everyone remained tight-lipped, fearful of tarnishing the sect's reputation and prestige. The 13th elder promptly approached Su Su to offer a heartfelt apology. Su Su, with a measured reprimand, adeptly resolved the issue. Consequently, the loyalty of the Su family towards their young master intensified. Meanwhile, the stewards stationed outside were profoundly moved and filled with admiration. With such a leader at the helm, each individual brimmed with confidence regarding the future of the estate. Chapter 35. My lord, this is a case of ingratitude. At last, it has been resolved. Wentai, tidy up and let us return home. Su Su stretched lazily, his face beaming with joy. Having just conducted a brief inspection of several accounts and discovered no discrepancies, he felt quite satisfied. Wentai chuckled and remarked, "Master, it seems you have missed your wives dearly during this brief separation. You talk too much." Su Su playfully scolded, giving Wentai a light kick on the rear. The gesture was indeed genuine but gentle. Otherwise, with Su Su's current prowess, even 10 Wentai's would not suffice to withstand his strength. Beside them, Zhongling couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. However, it was not directed towards Wentai, but rather towards Su Su's wives. She wondered what kind of woman could earn such affection from him and how she would compare to Sister Wanqing. Amidst her envy, curiosity burgeoned within Zhongling's heart. "Little Ling, your little Martin requires another 2 to 3 days of treatment. You now have 2 choices. Return to Wanjia Valley for its recovery, or accompany me back to Su Family Manor. How about joining me for a visit to Su Family Manor?" Though Su Su presented 2 options, he ultimately offered a suggestion, which could also be seen as his expectation. A smile lingered in his eyes. Truth be told, with his abilities, treating the Martin's minor injuries was a trivial matter. The delay was merely a pretext to entice Zhongling to return with him. Upon hearing this, Zhongling's face lit up with delight. "Oh yes, I shall accompany you to Su Family Manor." Unbeknownst to her, the big gray wolf, Su Su, had already extended his claws towards her. She was preoccupied with thoughts about how to concoct an excuse to join him. Now that Su Su had issued an invitation, she was overjoyed and agreed without a second thought. Yet, recalling Wentai's mention of Su Su having several wives, a flicker of concern crossed her mind. "Big brother, if I go to Su Family Manor, the sisters won't be upset, will they?" At this, Su Su couldn't help but chuckle. This little girl was truly amusing. "Rest assured, with your lively charm, they will be delighted to see you. The ladies at home have been quite overwhelmed by my antics, and have been dreaming of having more sisters to share the burden. They will only be pleased to have you back. Anger is entirely out of the question. Then I shall prepare some gifts for my sisters. Big brother, please wait for me a moment." With that, Zhongling skipped away in excitement. In the afternoon, Su Su and his entourage returned from Linjiang. Unlike their earlier hurried journey, their return was leisurely, no longer necessitating a nocturnal race. Additionally, they were accompanied by Zhongling. The master has returned. Upon seeing Su Su and his group arrive, the clever servants promptly rushed to inform the ladies. In an instant, the once quiet Su family manor buzzed back to life with merriment and excitement. The four women of Yaoyue, upon hearing the news, rushed over, their faces adorned with radiant smiles as they joyfully leaped into Su Su's embrace. "My husband, was your journey smooth?" Yaoyue inquired with concern. Cradling her belly, Su Su held her close, playfully pinching her nose as he replied, "Everything went splendidly, and I even avenged you." "Oh." Yaoyue's expression transformed to one of keen interest. Lianxing, Yuenu, and Wang Yuyan mirrored her curiosity. "Let us return indoors. We shall dine while we chat." Once settled, Su Su indulged in a hearty meal, sharing, "While in Linjiang, I encountered that scoundrel Yun Zhongyi." "What? That rascal? He truly knows how to evade capture." Upon hearing the name Yun Zhongyi, Yaoyue's expression darkened. Had it not been for him, she would not have. In the past, she had wished to flay that villain alive. Yet now, she felt an unexpected gratitude towards him. If not for him, how could she have wed such a remarkable husband? "Do not be angry, my dear. That Yun Zhongyi, who brazenly harmed young maidens in the inn, has already met his end at my hands." Upon hearing this, Yaoyue and the others burst into laughter. They were well aware of the history between Su Su and Yaoyue, and now, hearing of Yun Zhongyi's demise, they could not help but jest. "My husband, you speak of ingratitude. Were it not for Yun Zhongyi, how could you and sister Yaoyue have come together?" Su Su shook his head. "You fail to understand. Those destined to meet shall inevitably cross paths. Even without Yun Zhongyi, you and I would have forged our bond." Yun Zhongyi's numerous misdeeds cannot be overlooked. Seeing Su Su's serious demeanor, the women felt deeply moved, particularly by his words. "Those destined to meet shall inevitably cross paths." Were they not all a testament to that fate? "My husband, how wonderful it is that you returned safely." This sentiment resonated among them. Just the sight of Su Su filled them with happiness. Zhongling, standing aside, felt somewhat out of place. Although she had servants attending to her in Wanjie Valley, it paled in comparison to the grandeur of Su's residence. People often claimed that Su's manor was the wealthiest in Jiangnan, but witnessing it firsthand today, she realized its opulence far exceeded common imagination. Surely, even the imperial palace could not compare? Such thoughts made her heart sink, leaving her with feelings of inadequacy, especially in the presence of Yaoyue and the others, whose breathtaking beauty left her in awe and discomfort. Yuenu, possessing a slightly lower status than the others, had previously been a maid in Yihua Palace, making her more adept at reading expressions. Sensing Zhongling's demeanor, she surmised her feelings. Indeed, Zhongling was, as her name suggested, graceful and exquisite. Yuenu warmly took Zhongling's hand, showering her with compliments. The two were of similar age, and with Yuenu's radiating kindness and warmth, Zhongling felt both comforted and pleasantly surprised. Overwhelmed by the praise, she shyly waved her hands in modesty. The other ladies quickly reacted, giggling as they said, "Sister Linger, there is no need to feel constrained. Once we arrive at Su's manor, it will feel just like home. Tomorrow, I shall teach you how to play mahjong. Do not be afraid, we are not fearsome creatures. If you need anything, simply let us know." The young women were all perceptive. Upon seeing Su Su bring Zhongling home, they immediately understood Su Lin's intentions. While they were not monsters, their husbands certainly were. Each of them secretly rolled their eyes, but nonetheless began to offer their support with genuine concern. By now, the ladies had long since come to terms with Su Su's decision to take a concubine. There was little they could do, for Su Su was simply too wonderful, brimming with an energy that seemed almost superhuman. Even 3 or 4 sisters could not contend with him. In wealthy households, it is customary for some to feel neglected when concubines are taken. Yet, in Su Su's case, such feelings were non-existent. Each individual felt an extraordinary level of affection, leaving them at times overwhelmed by his generous attention. Chapter 36. Dog food was being relentlessly shoved into her mouth, but upon seeing the exquisite and warm smiles before her, the tension in Zhongling's heart dissipated entirely. She found the few elder sisters in front of her to be increasingly beautiful and gentle. "Linger, did you not bring gifts for you and the others?" Su Su teased, having just sipped a spoonful of soup. "You were chattering away like a little bird on the way here, yet now that we are in the mansion, you have fallen silent." With this reminder, Zhongling suddenly remembered. "Oh yes, I almost forgot." She rummaged through her small bag behind her. Moments later, 5 delicate sachets appeared before everyone, exuding a subtle fragrance, both exquisite and pleasing to the eye. "I heard from Brother Su that all of you sisters are expecting." These little sachets are made from the secret recipe of my Wanjie Valley. Wearing them can ward off mosquitoes and insects. Once the little ones arrive, they would be perfect for them. I heard Sister Au is having twins, so I specially prepared two. Please do not blame Linger for being partial. Zhongling introduced them carefully, playfully sticking out her tongue. Laughter erupted among the group, and the lively and spirited little sister only endeared herself to Yaoyue and the others even more. The thoughtfulness behind the gifts was indeed evident. In the following days, Zhongling settled down in Su family village, where she discovered an abundance of delightful activities, each more intriguing than the last, captivating her completely. Even when the injuries of the lightning ferret healed, she could not bear to leave. On the surface, she was reluctant to part with this enjoyable place. In truth, only she knew what she truly could not let go of. Each day, she witnessed the sweet and loving scenes between Su and his several wives. The proverbial dog food being forcefully fed to her. Which young girl could withstand such displays? She was both envious and yearning, to the point that during solitary moments with Su, her heart raced uncontrollably. When they first met by the river, Su had effortlessly defeated Yun Zhonghe in a critical moment, saving her from peril. To her, Su appeared like a celestial being descended to earth, stunning her with his extraordinary appearance. Later, Su quelled Xiao Feng with a mere cup of wine, a half-step grandmaster. He was easily subdued, further deepening her admiration. As their interactions progressed, Zhongling discovered that Su was not only exceptionally knowledgeable, but also showered his wives with affection, a rare gem among men. Wealthy, educated, skilled, virtuous, devoted to his wives, and possessing breathtaking good looks, he was the epitome of perfection. How could any young girl remain indifferent in the face of such a man? Zhongling's heart fluttered, yet she was beset by distress. Compared to Yaoyue and the others, she felt utterly ordinary and unworthy of Su. Thus, she was filled with trepidation, hesitant to voice her feelings for fear of rejection, which would render her dreams of staying in Su family village nothing but wishful thinking. On the other hand, the elder sisters treated her like a sister, yet she harbored such thoughts about their husbands, which felt utterly disgraceful. Sister Ling, what troubles you so? Have you perhaps taken a liking to a certain young man, suffering from unrequited feelings? Would you like me to have my husband speak on your behalf? Seeing that Zhongling furrowed her brows and her little face was crumpled, you knew couldn't help but tease her. The two were of similar age and shared a strong rapport. Zhongling, ensnared in her own confusion, was oblivious to what the other ladies clearly perceived. You knew couldn't help but reminisce about the time the Grand Palace Master and the Second Palace Master had played tricks on her, naturally wanting to replicate that mischief. Zhongling's face paled in alarm, hastily waving her hands. Sister Yunu, please don't jest with me. What sort of foolish girl would anyone take notice of? At this, Yunu stifled a laugh. If Sister Linger feels this way, does that not imply unrequited love? Let me guess. Who could it be that has captured your heart? Yunu feigned deep contemplation. Upon noticing this, Zhongling grew more flustered, anxious to cover Yunu's mouth. However, Yunu nimbly evaded her grasp, exclaiming, "Aha! I know. Sister Ling must be thinking of your brother Su." Zhongling was left in shock, nearly bursting into tears. She felt it was exceedingly improper to harbor such thoughts about the husbands of her sisters. With Yunu stating it outright, the shame was overwhelming, making her wish to vanish into the earth. "I'm so sorry, Sister Yunu." "Foolish girl, why are you apologizing?" Zhongling looked up to find Yunu smiling warmly at her, which left her momentarily stunned. After a moment, she stammered, "Sister Yunu, are you not angry?" Yunu's smile radiated. "Why would I be angry? After all, he is your husband. I feel I am indebted to the care you all have shown me." Holding Zhongling's hand and patting her back in comfort, Yunu reassured her. "Silly girl. As you mentioned, he is our husband. The fact that someone admires him signifies his excellence. We should take joy in having chosen such an outstanding man. It is indeed a wonderful thing that someone has feelings for him." But, Zhongling felt that Yunu was attempting to console her. Who would truly feel happiness because someone else liked their husband? Even if that were the case, it wouldn't bring her joy. The sisters treated her so well, yet she was burdened by such thoughts. "Foolish sister, you doubt me. I, along with the others, do not mind at all. You should feel free to love boldly." Yunu spoke sincerely. Zhongling was deeply touched. "Sister Yunu, you are truly magnanimous, able to be so forgiving towards me." Yet, she soon became despondent again. While the sisters might not mind, Brother Su might not feel the same way. Why the sigh? A man as remarkable as Brother Su would surely not overlook someone like you. No other woman has been afforded such treatment before. Zhongling's eyes gradually sparkled with hope. Is that truly so? Upon careful reflection on her interactions with her husband, the younger sister soon grasped the essence of the reminder. This thought caused Zhongling's cheeks to flush with embarrassment, as if she had recalled some shy and intimate moment. I shall go seek Brother Su at once, she exclaimed joyfully, leaping up with a heart unburdened by worries. She was a woman of passionate affection, and spurred by Yaoyue's subtle encouragement, her heart brimmed with eager anticipation. She could hardly bear to wait. Off you go, off you go. If all goes well, you may very well toast to your sister's wedding tomorrow, Yaoyue said with a playful laugh. Her fondness for this delightful younger sister compelled her to help shatter the barriers between them. Yet, her motivation lay not solely in affection for Zhongling. It was also intertwined with her own desires for her husband. In Zhongling, Yaoyue glimpsed a reflection of her former self, once plagued by insecurities and doubts about her worthiness to her husband. This spirited girl, so innocent and lively, deserved to remain untouched by the torments of unrequited love. After agreeing, Zhongling vanished in the blink of an eye. Chapter 37. What? You wish to bear my child? What? Linger, did you say you want to have a child with me? Su, fishing by the lakeside, gazed at Zhongling in astonishment, nearly convinced he had misheard her. Indeed, Zhongling nodded resolutely. Sister Lianqing told me that if you love someone, you should bear their child. As she uttered these words, a blush crept across her cheeks, rendering her unable to meet Su's gaze, yet she boldly expressed her feelings. What I mean is, Brother Su, I adore you. Thus, I wish to bear your child. At this moment, Su comprehended the situation entirely. It appeared that his several wives were conspiring. This revelation left him both amused and bewildered. He firmly believed that Zhongling held affection for him, and in truth, he held a fondness for the spirited and vivacious girl as well. Even without her confession, he would have sought opportunities to welcome her into his household. However, he had not anticipated that Zhongling would so boldly declare her feelings. Do you know how to have a child? A smile danced at the corners of Su's mouth as he inquired. He wagered that, given Zhongling's innocence, she might only be familiar with the term itself. Sure enough, after his question, Zhongling was momentarily taken aback. Isn't it simply placing the baby inside the sole of one's foot? Placing it in the sole of the foot? This time, Su was utterly confounded. Who on earth taught her that? Noticing Su's silence, Zhongling sensed something amiss. Brother Su, isn't it enough to live together to conceive? Must there be? Zhongling's face flushed as she often witnessed Su engaging in tender moments with his wives. Su had an affinity for kissing them. With this thought, she shut her eyes and boldly pressed a kiss to the corner of Su's mouth. Brother Su, is this how I would bear your child? Sudden as the kiss was, Su was taken aback at first. However, upon hearing Zhongling's words, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. It turned out that this girl's bashfulness was merely a prelude to her thoughts of kissing. She was truly delightful, and Su found himself laughing heartily. How innocent she is. Observing Su's laughter, Zhongling felt a mixture of embarrassment and frustration. Brother Su, despite all this, do you truly have feelings for me? If you do not, I shall return to Wanjie Valley. After all, having been so intimate with you, I would still bear your child in silence, raising it alone without disturbing you and the sisters. As Zhongling's voice dwindled, the thought of Brother Su not reciprocating her feelings filled her with sorrow, and her tone unconsciously adopted a weepy quality. Her delicate fingers, as pale as jade, nervously clutched the hem of her garment, her heart aching with sadness. Su felt a pang in his heart and pulled Zhongling into his embrace. Silly girl, if Brother Su did not cherish you, why would I bring you to Su family village? Tomorrow, I shall send someone to Wanjie Valley with a message. In a few days, we shall wed. At that time, he would thoroughly explain to that foolish girl that giving birth is a verb, not a noun. I shall heed Brother Su's words. The bitterness in Zhongling's heart instantly dissipated, replaced by immeasurable happiness and sweetness as she softly leaned against Su's embrace. Su lowered his head to capture her lips, that fleeting moment merely a tantalizing taste, for he had yet to savor its full flavor. Days later, news once again reached Jiaxing Prefecture. The master of Su family manor was set to take another concubine. The townsfolk had become utterly desensitized, even starting to wager on how many wives Su would take this year. It was apparent to even the blind that, given the current trend, this would certainly not be the last. I wager 10, at least 10 this year. That makes sense, including the newly taken spiritual wife. The master has already acquired 5 this year. I suspect he might take a few less in the future. I'll guess 8. 8 seems plausible. I'm betting on 8 too. The common folk merely sought amusement, hoping to share in the joy. As the master of Su family manor ventured further down the path of taking concubines, they too could bask in the glow. Not to mention, the lavish banquets were a tangible reward, and there were plenty of coins to be had. However, it must be noted that not everyone possesses the connections and financial means of the Mandala Mountain Manor. Compared to Wang Yuyan, the sensation surrounding Zhongling's betrothal was far less pronounced. Wang Yuyan bore the title of the most beautiful woman in Jiangnan, while Zhongling, in contrast, was relatively obscure. Though the commotion surrounding her was not on par with Wang Yuyan's, the grandeur of the occasion remained as splendid as ever. Su Su's principle had always been thus, unless his wives explicitly requested a low-profile affair, or were like Yaoyue, who had her reasons for discretion. He would always carry them into his home with great pomp and circumstance. At Su family manor, Zhong Wanchou and Gan Baobao gazed upon the opulence and luxury of the estate, their initial anger gradually subsiding. As parents, anyone would feel discontent upon hearing that their daughter was to marry suddenly, especially as a concubine. Who would willingly accept such a fate? Yet, upon learning more about Su Su, particularly his feats in subduing Qiao Feng, they could no longer voice any dissent. In the realm of Zongwu, strength ultimately reigned supreme. Su Su possessed not only wealth, but also formidable martial prowess. Given their daughter's unwavering consent, what further objections could they muster? Guests mingled, and this time they appeared even more respectful than before, some even regarding Su Su with a hint of reverence. Just days prior, Su Su's remarkable exploits in Linjiang had spread throughout Jiangnan. While some remained skeptical, many were inclined to believe. After all, if the rumors were unfounded, why hadn't Qiao Feng of the beggars sect emerged to refute them? Clinging to the notion of better to believe the improbable than to dismiss the possible, the crowd held Su Su in greater esteem. Naturally, many sought to align themselves with him. As guests raised their cups and toasts, numerous individuals eagerly offered their respects to Su Su. Certainly, not everyone shares the same sentiments. Take Morong Fu, for instance. He did not attend this time. Upon hearing the news of Su Su's decision to take another concubine, he was so infuriated that he could not eat for an entire day, even going so far as to decline the celebratory feast under the pretense of other commitments. He lingered at the Tsongha Manor, anxiously awaiting Su Su's arrival. However, what he received instead was the news that Su Su had taken yet another beautiful wife. Morong Fu was not only enraged but also perplexed. He could not fathom why Su Su remained unmoved by the exquisite charms of beauties like a Zhu and a Bai. Despite the circumstances, Morong Fu did not abandon his aspirations. Rather, he began to strategize. His thoughts turned to how he might present a Zhu and a Bai to the Su household. Soon, he devised a plan. Once Su Su's wedding festivities concluded, he would find a pretext to invite him over. This matter could not be delayed any longer. If he waited too long, and Su Su were to take several more wives, the allure of a Zhu and a Bai would diminish significantly upon their arrival at the Su residence. Unbeknownst to Su Su, Morong Fu's schemes remained hidden. In fact, whether he chose to attend or not was of little consequence. As long as someone was willing to come, that sufficed. Chapter 38. Like observing an old ox as everyone indulged in delightful feasts, Su Su moved gracefully among the guests, his countenance adorned with a smile, relishing the subtle shifts and attitudes around him. Previously, the respect he garnered was attributed to his benevolence and renown. Now, it stemmed from his formidable prowess. This transformation instilled in him a grounded sense of accomplishment. The prospect of taking concubines and siring offspring became increasingly appealing, as it promised a swift enhancement of his strength. With just a month remaining, Ayu was soon to give birth, her first offspring, a pair of twins. Su Su found himself brimming with anticipation for the rewards the system would bestow upon him. Following Ayu's delivery, it would be the turn of Lian Xing and Yu, marking the onset of his family's prosperous trajectory, finally aligning with his aspirations after months of arduous toil. The fruits of his labor were at last within reach, and Su Su felt a profound sense of satisfaction. As time progressed, his ascent in strength accelerated. Shortly thereafter, amidst the conclusion of various intricate ceremonies, Zhongling and Su Su entered the bridal chamber under the envious gazes of many. In the new room, Zhongling exuberantly lifted her red veil, exclaiming, "Brother Su, I am now your wife." The vivacious girl exhibited no signs of trepidation. Initially, Gan Baobao intended to offer her guidance, but the opportunity never arose, leaving Zhongling blissfully ignorant of certain matters. Believing that the rituals concluded upon entering the bridal chamber, Su Su chuckled, "In my heart, Linger has always been my wife." Zhongling pressed her cheek against Su Su's chest, her face alight with joy, and inquired, "Brother Su, what about our child? Will my belly grow like Sister Ayu's in a few days? She even kissed you that day. Has our little one already found a cozy spot?" Her eyes sparkled with curiosity. With a hearty laugh, Su Su leaned down to whisper a few words in Zhongling's ear, causing her fair face to flush a rosy hue at an observable pace. "Come, let Brother Su teach you. Childbirth is an action word. One must be active to achieve it. The lights dimmed. The beauty sighed softly. Su Su once again embraced a life enviable even to the celestial beings. Ding! Congratulations to the host for marrying Zhongling, earning 20 years of cultivation and master-level brewing skills. After a night of activity, Su Su rose early the next day and proceeded to practice in the courtyard. Although the system granted him only 20 years of cultivation, insufficient for a breakthrough in realm, it was a mere step away. The recent endeavors were far from futile. Having married 4 wives, and now Zhongling, he had amassed 5 partners, resulting in remarkably high efficiency. Su Su concluded his practice, feeling invigorated. With the cultivation reward secured, another boon awaited him, master-level brewing skills, which piqued his interest. System, activate brewing skills. Instantly, a torrent of information flooded into Su Su's consciousness. Valuable brewing recipes, ingredient selection, timing, locations, and every minute detail, all bolstered by his formidable mastery of medicinal arts. Su Su was filled with anticipation for this masterful brewing technique. The products of the system were undoubtedly exquisite. This ginkgo wine was delightful, particularly suited for women. The red-faced drunk was also appealing. The monkey wine was more to his personal taste. And there was the fire cloud. Oh, what is this? The sword enlightenment wine? Su Su murmured to himself as he perused the selections, growing more astonished with each discovery. The Su family estate boasted a plethora of treasured wines, leading Su Su to initially regard the art of brewing as a mere pastime. However, he soon realized that this brewing technique was far from ordinary. The recipes recorded were exceptionally rare. Some could enhance beauty, others could boost combat prowess, and some could even significantly elevate one's comprehension for a brief period. Su Su found this utterly astonishing. Yet, considering it was a product of the system, it seemed quite reasonable. It appeared that he now had another fascinating pursuit to engage in. With a smile, Su Su felt his life becoming increasingly fulfilling. According to the system's records, some wines could be brewed in just 3 to 4 months, while others required years of aging. Naturally, he would prioritize those that took less time. This was partly for practice and partly because quicker results were always gratifying. With this in mind, Su Su promptly instructed his subordinates to gather various precious ingredients. Given the financial resources of the Su family estate, this task was not daunting. He planned to brew a few barrels of red-faced drunk, followed by some fire cloud. How delightful! With a smile, Su Su made his way to Zhongling's room. Upon seeing him enter, Zhongling shyly buried herself under the covers. Last night, she had come to understand the realities of childbirth. Reflecting on her previous naive words and foolish actions only deepened her embarrassment, rendering her unable to face Su Su. Su Su chuckled heartily as he approached Zhongling, lifting her gently and helping her dress before leading her to the vanity. If you don't get up soon, the sun will be shining on your bottom. Time flew by. After entering the room, Zhongling quickly bonded with the 4 other girls. In truth, even before her arrival, she had shared a close relationship with them. Now, they were simply comrades in arms, united in their struggles. Yes, it was just so. After facing Su Su alone for a day, Zhongling had a clear understanding of her own combat abilities. Ultimately, she chose to join forces with her sisters to confront him. There was no choice. Su Su's prowess was simply too formidable. Initially, she had been somewhat oblivious to the concept. However, one day, after discussing this with her mother, Gan Bao Bao, she vividly recalled her mother's astonished expression. Moreover, there was a deeply hidden envy. Zhongling subtly understood that encountering her brother Su was akin to discovering a treasure. Mother, why not stay here with me? The Su estate is vast, and my husband has said that if you wish, you may certainly remain, she suggested, eager to keep her mother close, believing that her father could handle the matters of the endless valley on his own. As Gan Bao Bao prepared to leave, Zhongling's face was filled with reluctance. Gan Bao Bao shook her head gently. Dear child, how can one be married and still have their mother by their side? Rest assured, I shall visit you often. You and your sisters should get along well. They are all exceptionally wise women and will undoubtedly treat you kindly. Your only duty is to serve your husband and ensure the continuation of your family line. Upon hearing these words, Zhongling ultimately chose not to linger. Upon reflection, it indeed seemed inappropriate. Su Su clasped his hands and said, Dear mother-in-law, please rest assured that I will treat Ling with utmost care. If you ever feel nostalgic, you are welcome to visit any time, for as long as you wish. Gan Bao Bao nodded, her enchanting face exuding a mature charm. Su Su felt somewhat perplexed, sensing that Gan Bao Bao's gaze towards him was rather peculiar, as if she were looking at an old cow. Unbeknownst to him, Gan Bao Bao was profoundly shaken by Zhongling's description after so many years of desolation. Chapter 39. Look, the fish has hooked itself. In the days that followed, the Su family compound resumed its routine life. now filled with a bit more liveliness thanks to the presence of Zhongling, a naturally vivacious spirit. Zhongling remained blissfully innocent and charming, even after her marriage. Hula, I've got it, ha ha ha. Pay up, quickly. Watching the boisterous Zhongling in the distance, Yaoyue and Su Su exchanged knowing smiles, each reflecting satisfaction in the other's eyes. After Zhongling entered the household, and with Yaoyue's belly growing ever larger, the other four women began to gather and play mahjong. Su Su, on the other hand, accompanied Yaoyue on leisurely strolls, stopping intermittently. Previously, Yaoyue had been proud and aloof during her time at the Yihua Palace, but since marrying Su Su and spending her days with the other women, she had undergone a remarkable transformation, cherishing her sisters as if they were family. Yet, in her heart, Su Su remained her utmost priority. Darling, these two little ones have been quite restless lately, kicking me day and night, Yaoyue said playfully, leaning against Su Su. Su Su laughed heartily. How dare they kick my wife? When they arrive, I shall teach them a lesson. At this, Yaoyue frowned. No, dear husband. They are still so small and know nothing. They might just feel a bit cramped in there. She was nearing 9 months of pregnancy and was eagerly anticipating the arrival of her two little ones, not allowing Su Su to reprimand them. Su Su shared her excitement, both for their first offspring and for the rewards promised by the system. Husband, Yaoyue whispered suddenly in Su Su's ear, her breath fragrant and her cheeks flushed. Su Su burst into laughter. All right, once the little ones are born, I shall surely make up for the past few months. Perhaps Su Su's laughter was too loud, for Zhongling soon chimed in with a grin. Oh, how unfair. What are you going to compensate Sister Ayu with? I want him too. Yunü quickly joined in. Me too, me too. Overjoyed, Su Su swiftly embraced Zhongling and Yunü on either side. What are we waiting for? Let us start now. Watching the flustered expressions on Zhongling and Yunü's faces, Lian Xing and Wang Yuyin stifled their laughter, knowing all too well that their husband was up to no good. Time passed slowly. Su Su's days were filled with fulfillment and comfort. However, on the 7th day after Zhongling's arrival, someone could no longer contain themselves. Master. Young Master Morong has sent someone to say that he has sustained an internal injury while practicing martial arts and wishes for you to visit Sanha Manor to treat him. Upon hearing the guard's announcement, Su Su laughed heartily. See, the fish has hooked itself. A few days prior, when Su Su had married Zhongling, he had invited Morong Fu, but Morong Fu had declined, claiming an injury from his training and sending a servant with gifts instead. Now he claims that his injuries have worsened and requires Su Su to visit for treatment. Were Su Su unaware of his ulterior motives, he might find this quite reasonable. However, at this moment, he merely finds it amusing. Morong Fu, in his relentless pursuit to entrap a Zhu and a Bai in my household, has truly exerted considerable effort. Just days before Su Su set out for Lingjiang Mansion, Morong Fu had sent someone to invite him for tea, a request Su Su had declined. It was not that he was indifferent to a Zhu and a Bai. These two maidens are rare beauties, possessing both exquisite appearance and pure hearts. Unlike someone as ambitious as Morong Fu, naturally, Su Su had long considered his intentions, and the reason for his delay was to test Morong Fu's patience, ensuring that when he weds a Zhu and a Bai, he would not make exorbitant demands. It is evident that the time for reaping has arrived. Very well. A visit to Sanha Manor shall be made. Acquiring 2 more lovely wives would be truly delightful. After instructing his servants to prepare a boat, Su Su bid farewell to the ladies and departed. Sanha Manor is the ancestral land of the Morong family. Morong Fu's lineage comes from the Xianbei Morong clan, a minor royal family. His name, Fu, serves as a reminder of his royal heritage and the aspiration to restore his country. Unfortunately, he is burdened with a father who has abandoned him. Morong Buyuan fled for decades, leaving Morong Fu alone at Sanha Manor, resulting in his grand ambitions being thwarted by a lack of ability. Although he possesses a reputation as the Southern Morong and Northern Xiaofeng in the martial world, many are aware that Morong Fu pales in comparison to Xiaofeng. Only the inhabitants of Sanha Manor remain enraptured in illusions, believing that their young master could easily suppress Xiaofeng if he chose to act. Leaning against the deck of the boat, Su Su savored this rare moment of solitude, relishing a fleeting interlude of leisure, which brought with it a unique pleasure. Sanha Manor is vast, built alongside water, its scenery truly enchanting. While it may not rival the opulence of Su's estate, it can still be considered a stronghold of wealth in the Jiangnan region. Master Su, my young master is unwell and cannot greet you in person. I hope for your understanding, said Deng Baichuan, one of the 4 chief ministers, as he bowed respectfully. Su Su waved his hand dismissively. Take me to see young Master Morong without delay. We must not squander time on treatment. Yes, please follow me. Deng Baichuan. who initially possessed a rather arrogant demeanor, appeared somewhat timid in Su Su's presence, ignoring even Su Su's indifferent attitude. After all, reputation holds significant weight. Today, Su Su's feat of subduing Xiao Feng with a mere cup of wine in Lingjiang Mansion had undoubtedly reached Sana Manor, though many were skeptical, believing that Xiao Feng had simply given face. Regardless, Su Su's martial prowess must be commendable, otherwise, Xiao Feng would not have so willingly diminished his own stature. Before long, Su Su was brought before Murong Fu. He nearly burst into laughter. At that moment, Murong Fu looked utterly disheveled, his head wrapped in thick bandages, his complexion as pale as death. If Master Su wishes to laugh, then please do so. Murong Fu feigned a broad, bitter smile. Not long ago, I acquired a tome on the art of copper head and iron body, with aspirations to refine my skills. However, to my dismay, a mishap occurred with my internal energy, leaving my head unprotected. As a result, I sustained significant injuries to my head, and my meridians were further compromised. I was unable to attend Master Su's grand wedding a few days prior, and now I must trouble the esteemed master to visit my humble abode. I am truly filled with remorse and shame. Murong Fu recounted the events with a heavy heart. Su Su feigned surprise, exclaiming, "How could this be? Please, Master Murong, take a seat. Allow me to examine your condition." Chapter 40. To avoid arousing suspicion, he truly pushed himself with a deft motion of his finger. Su Su swiftly inserted several silver needles into various acupoints on Murong Fu's body. In an instant, he grasped the situation with remarkable clarity, unable to suppress a sense of admiration. Murong Fu, in his effort to avoid suspicion, had indeed gone to great lengths. The injuries he bore were likely self-inflicted. In his previous life, such a condition would be akin to a mild concussion. However, with his internal energy safeguarding him, he was not in real danger of suffering lasting damage. Yet, this bout of physical pain was inescapable. Su Su found himself stifling a laugh. Having almost unraveled Murong Fu's scheme, it was evident that soon he would express gratitude for being cured, seamlessly arranging for a Zhu and a Bai to be wed to him. Everything fell into place with perfect logic. Were it not for his knowledge of this world and its characters, he might have truly let down his guard. Murong Fu, though lacking in grand wisdom, possessed a modicum of cunning. Su Su chose not to expose him. "How careless of you, young Master Murong. Fortunately, this is not a grave matter. I shall simply dispel the blood clot in your brain." With that, Su Su utilized his internal energy to manipulate the needles, forcefully injecting torrents of potent qi into Murong Fu's body. Murong Fu's eyes widened in astonishment, feeling as if countless ants were crawling over him. An unbearable discomfort compounded by intermittent sharp pains. Su Su, suppressing his laughter, reassured him, "Young Master Murong, bear with it. It may sting a bit, but it will soon pass." He could have allowed Murong Fu to recover as if caressed by a gentle breeze, but he chose instead to let him endure some hardship. For it was only fitting that this schemer taste a modicum of discomfort. Though he himself did not suffer loss, it was still irksome to be subjected to such calculations. Murong Fu cried out in pain, nearly questioning whether Su Su was intentionally tormenting him. Just as he was on the verge of losing his composure, Su Su's voice rang out, "All right, young Master Murong, you may attempt to move now." This timely reminder helped Murong Fu regain his composure. Upon the slightest movement, he was struck with astonishment. The heaviness and sluggishness that had plagued him vanished entirely. He was acutely aware of his own condition. In order to gain Su Su's trust, he had indeed inflicted considerable harm upon himself. The medical prowess of Su Zhuangzhu was extraordinary, consistently leaving Murong Fu in awe. "Thank you, young Master Su, for your generous assistance. I truly do not know how to express my gratitude." Murong Fu clasped his fists in heartfelt appreciation. "You're most welcome," Su Su replied with a beaming smile, knowing that Murong Fu would soon delve into the crux of the matter. The playful charade they had engaged in was merely a prelude to this moment. If not for the legitimate purpose of securing a Zhu and a Bai, Murong Fu's behavior might well have warranted a swift reckoning. Su Su had a profound dislike for being manipulated. As expected, Murong Fu settled back down. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, their conversation meandered from tales of the martial world to the intricacies of tea preparation, until Murong Fu could no longer remain still. Today, thanks to Su Zhuangzhu's intervention, he had regained his health. Under ordinary circumstances, he would offer gold and treasures to a skilled physician. However, with Su Zhuangzhu presiding over the esteemed Su family estate, Murong Fu felt that such coarse offerings from his own family would only serve to embarrass him. Why must young Master Murong be so entangled in these matters? Our two families are both esteemed clans of Jiangnan, and it is only fitting that we should share a bond, especially considering you are also Yu Yan's cousin. Su Su spoke with an air of indifference, seemingly detached from worldly desires. However, Morong Fu grew increasingly anxious. No, no. If it were to be so, how would the martial world criticize me, Morong Fu? In the future? He continued, I wonder. Su Manor Master, what are your thoughts on the proposal I mentioned last time? Su Su feigned ignorance. Morong Fu secretly despised Su Su, yet maintained a facade of cordiality. Both of my are beauties of unparalleled grace. If Su Manor Master is inclined, I would gladly betroth them to you, and our families could become in-laws. What say you? Fearing that Su Su would continue to act oblivious, Morong Fu was no longer inclined to veil his intentions, stating them plainly. His meaning was unmistakable. Lacking the means to repay Su Su's life-saving grace with gold and silver treasures, he offered a zhu and a bai as recompense. Upon finishing, Morong Fu gazed expectantly at Su Su, awaiting his response. Upon hearing this, Su Su displayed a look of astonishment, quickly followed by visible interest. To marry both of young Master Morong's, I would certainly be most willing, but Su Su's face was full of hesitation. He rose and paced, exuding an aura of deep inner conflict, yet his eyes discreetly darted towards a corner beyond the pavilion. His formidable 9 yin and 9 yang internal powers heightened his perception to an extraordinary degree. Even the slightest sound could not escape him. There, a zhu and a bai were nervously eavesdropping. Initially, the sisters had been overjoyed upon learning that Morong Fu had invited Su Su, but they had not anticipated that he would propose to betroth them to him, instantly reddening their cheeks. The two exchanged glances, each reflecting excitement, shyness, and tension. Clearly, their sentiments were in sync. At that moment, they dared not speak or leave, compelled to remain and listen in secret. Morong Fu, lacking the depth of skill possessed by Su Su, was entirely focused on him and thus oblivious to the arrival of a zhu and a bai. Noticing Su Su's hesitation, though evidently intrigued, he could not fathom the reason for his reluctance. He was on the verge of delivering a zhu and a bai directly to Su's residence, placing them at his disposal. What was this insatiable lecher hesitating for? Was it a disdain for a zhu and a bai's humble origins? After a time, seeing that Su Su had yet to provide a definitive answer, Morong Fu grew impatient. What is it? Does Su Manor Master perhaps look down upon a zhu and a bai? Do you believe they are unworthy of the young master? If that were truly the case, then let it be as though Morong Fu had never suggested it. His words carried a hint of anger. A zhu and a bai, overhearing, turned pale. Indeed, they were merely servants of the Morong family, and even if they were nominally regarded as, it could not alter the fact of their lowly birth. The two women were instantly filled with sorrow, biting their lips, nearly unable to suppress the urge to flee, just as they wrestled with feelings of shame and anguish. A voice, as exquisite as pearls and jade, resounded gently. Young Master Morong, you have misunderstood me, Su. Both Miss Azu and Miss Abi are pearls lost to the mortal realm. From the moment I first beheld them in the peach grove, I was utterly captivated. I have often heard you Yin speak of them at home. These two young ladies are not only exceptionally talented, but also possess the qualities of rare virtuous wives. To speak candidly, my heart has been stirred. Upon hearing Su Su's candid admiration, the previously downcast eyes of Azu and Abi instantly sparkled with renewed brilliance. The two young ladies felt a delightful warmth enveloping their hearts, leaving them blissfully unaware of the reason behind the sweetness. In that peach grove encounter, it was not only Wang Yuyin who silently cherished a fond heart. The stirrings of affection were not confined to Su Su alone. Chapter 41. A return of gratitude after many years once lost in despair. A zhu and a bai were suddenly filled with overwhelming joy upon hearing Su Su's words. How wonderful it was to discover that young Master Su held affection for them as well. The hearts of these blossoming maidens raced uncontrollably like startled fawns at the revelation of their beloved sentiments. Soon after, Su Su's voice resonated once more. Yet, while he was indeed charming and affectionate, he was not one to indulge in frivolous sentiments nor to force anyone against their will. He hesitated, uncertain whether the two young ladies would be willing. A gentleman knows when to act and when to refrain. Hearing this, Morong Fu burst into hearty laughter, feeling a sense of relief. So that was the concern of the young master. Su Zhu, you need not worry. Although a zhu and a bai are nominally my sworn sisters, they are, in truth, servants of the Morong household. Over these years, the Morong family has treated them well in every respect. Now, having them accompany the young master to repay my kindness, how could they possibly refuse? Morong Fu spoke with an air of dominance, showing no inclination to consider a zhu and a bai's feelings, treating them as mere commodities. Such behavior was commonplace in this era. However, outside the door, a zhu and a bai turned pale, unable to believe that the usually affable Morong Fu could be so callous. They had grown up together, sharing a bond that transcended mere kinship. Setting aside familial ties, even as servants, they had developed a deep affection over the years. Yet now, Morongfu was treating them as if they were goods to be bartered with, leaving them deeply disappointed. Su Su shook his head vehemently. This cannot be. A Zhu and a Bai are not mindless objects. How can decisions be made for them without consulting their opinions? If they are unwilling, I would never impose upon them. With a noble demeanor, Su Su expressed his sentiments, revealing his true thoughts. However, there was a deliberate undertone to his words. Knowing full well that a Zhu and a Bai were just beyond the door, his speech would inevitably lead them to compare the two men. In contrast, they would undoubtedly feel profound disappointment toward Morongfu. Consequently, they would not assist him against Su Su, nor become mere instruments for his ends. Morongfu's plans would not only fail, but would also result in a double loss. The sisters had already begun to draw comparisons between the two men. Su Su, with his ethereal beauty, was gentle, courteous, and respectful of others, displaying affection without coercion. In stark contrast, Morongfu appeared cold and indifferent, disregarding the years of camaraderie and treating them as mere merchandise. Their hearts began to weigh the differences. Since Morongfu harbored such thoughts, the two sisters resolved to sell themselves on behalf of the Morong clan one last time. Considering it a way to repay years of kindness, they exchanged a bittersweet glance, then quietly departed, their minds resolute. After marrying into the Su family, they would sever all ties with Morongfu, leaving no debts between them. After a sigh, a flicker of joy arose in their hearts, for they were to wed a man as handsome and understanding as Su Su. Anyone would feel elated in their position. Within the room, Morongfu continued to persuade, but Su Su insisted on consulting a Zhu and a Bai for their opinions. With no alternative, Morongfu summoned them, by the young master's command. Afterward, a Zhu and a Bai responded with utmost respect, their words tinged with an inexplicable sense of detachment and indifference. Morongfu, clearly sensing this shift, furrowed his brow. Previously, the sisters held a much closer and more grateful demeanor towards him, rarely displaying such an attitude or uttering such words. However, Morongfu dismissed these minor details, his heart ablaze with ambition, envisioning how a Zhu and a Bai's successful entry into the Su household would allow him to manipulate events from afar, gradually devouring the wealth of the Su clan. A Zhu, a Bai, since you have no objections, I shall take charge. In the future, do not be as spoiled in the Su household as you were in the Morong clan. I will prepare a generous dowry for you, and we shall choose an auspicious day to marry you off. Upon hearing this, a Zhu and a Bai's expressions lightly shifted. Su Su's face radiated with joy. This arrangement was exceedingly advantageous. Not only would he acquire two delicate and beautiful wives without the need for a bridal price, but he would also receive a substantial dowry. It must be said, Morongfu was ambitious and sufficiently bold, yet regrettably, lacking in ability. Thus, I shall take my leave today. As for the auspicious date, I believe there is no time like the present. I shall come tomorrow to wed you both. To marry two at once. How splendid. Morongfu, untroubled, declared exuberantly. Witnessing Su Su's eagerness filled him with delight. If not for propriety, he would have wished for Su Su to take them away immediately. The sooner a Zhu and a Bai entered the household, the sooner his plans could be set in motion, unbeknownst to the sisters, who were captivated by Su Su's gentle and sincere smile. Their hearts fluttered. Their eyes lingered on him, reluctant to look away. Ahem. Morongfu cleared his throat, but the sisters remained unresponsive. He had to remind them, focus. Their reaction irked Morongfu, stirring a sense of bitterness within him. Had it not been for his aspirations of restoring the country, he would never have willingly surrendered the two beautiful girls he had watched grow up. Reflecting upon his grand ambitions, Morongfu took a deep breath, his expression gradually darkening. Zhu and Bai, I have matters to entrust to you, Morongfu stated. The faces of Zhu and Bai turned ashen, the gratitude they once felt for Morongfu's preparations for their dowry dissipating entirely, replaced by an overwhelming aversion. At this moment, what else could they possibly misunderstand? The pretense of sending them to Su Su to repay a life-saving grace was but a fade, concealing his true intentions towards the Su family. In that instant, the sisters felt an insurmountable estrangement from Morongfu, who had grown up alongside them. They could hardly fathom that he harbored such malevolence. Did you hear me clearly? Morongfu spoke with chilling severity. If you obediently comply with my instructions, I assure you that you can spend your lives in happiness with Su Su. Otherwise, his words dripped with ruthless intent, causing Zhu and Bai to tremble involuntarily. Chapter 42. The Wedding Night, unveiling the heart upon returning to Su family manor. Su Su promptly dispatched individuals to disseminate the news. As for the subtle machinations of Fu, he was fully aware of them. Yet, he harbored unwavering confidence in himself. The entirety of Jiaxing was once again stirred. The young master was to take concubines again, and this time, he would take 2 at once. In Jiaxing City, the populace was exuberant. Have you heard? The Su master is to take concubines again, and this time, 2 at once. Haraha. Given this, those who bet on 8 must have lost for sure. There are already 5, and with these 2, that makes 7. It seems those who wagered on 10 have no chance either. But who cares? The more the Su master takes, the more fortune we share. Conversing further, they speculated about the backgrounds of the 2 new wives. Considering the illustrious lineage of the Su master's previous 5 wives, it was evident that the new ladies were no ordinary individuals. Indeed, the 2 ladies he is marrying this time are from the Murong clan of the Kang Manor. Reportedly the 2 foster sisters of Fu. Is that so? Is the Su family manor forming an alliance with the Kang Manor? That seems unlikely. I heard that Fu nearly harmed himself while training and sought the Su master's assistance. Renowned for his miraculous medical skills, the Su master cured him instantly, and Fu was so grateful he nearly knelt in thanks, ultimately marrying off Madame A Zhu and Madame A Bai to the Su master. Not only did he not demand a bridal price, but he also prepared 2 exceedingly generous dowries. The Su master is truly a winner in life. Gasp. The Su master is also skilled in medicine? You didn't know that? Haven't you heard? The esteemed physician Mei has personally stated that the Su master is his mentor in the art of healing. As the crowd continued their animated discourse, the tales began to diverge. Whispers circulated in the martial world, some claiming that Fu had implored Su Su to accept a Zhu and a Bai, while others suggested it was a wager that led to their forfeiture to Su Su. Nevertheless, Su Su's reputation as a miraculous healer gradually spread, significantly aided by Mei Er's influence. During this period, he tirelessly practiced medicine throughout Jiangnan, and with such a distinguished physician vouching for him, Su Su's credibility surpassed even that of his suppression of Qiaofeng. Such is the nature of the martial world. Those with high renown have their words carry weight. Yet, more than anything, the sentiment among the people was one of envy towards Su Su. If only I could spend my life marrying such 2 beautiful sisters, I would have no regrets. The citizens of Jiaxing routinely expressed their admiration. For an ordinary man to acquire a stunning beauty as a wife is to cherish her as a precious jewel. Yet, Su Su is set to possess 7, seemingly ungrateful. Moreover, it is foreseeable that even more will follow. Were it not for Su Su's considerable reputation in Jiangnan, he might have already fallen victim to the jealous gazes of others. The next day, a lavish boat set sail from Su family manor, heading straight for Kang Manor. With drums beating and lanterns hung, the atmosphere was one of jubilant celebration. Fu gazed enviously at the fleet of majestic boats setting sail, his longing nearly palpable. I must acquire all of this for myself. He stifled the pang in his heart as he loaded box after box of dowries onto the boats, filled with precious herbs, gold, silk, and even martial arts manuals. After all, his reputation in the Kang Manor was at stake. To appear too shabby would invite scorn. Such self-sabotage was unthinkable for Fu. Moreover, one must be willing to sacrifice to reap the rewards. Eventually, everything belonging to the Su family would be his. Su Su wore a broad smile. Though he possessed similar treasures, the sight of Fu's anguished expression brought him immense satisfaction. He assisted A Zhu and A Bai aboard the boat. Set sail. Su Su called out, initiating the return journey. Fu felt a profound sense of loss. Having sent away the cherished flowers he had nurtured for so long, all the while forcing a smile to congratulate them. How utterly infuriating. Nevertheless, he soon rallied his spirits and boarded the vessel. The wedding was a grand affair, primarily due to the fact that 2 brides were being wed simultaneously. Furthermore, Fu, eager to maintain appearances, had volunteered to fund the lavish banquet. Su Su readily agreed, relishing the opportunity to enhance his own reputation at Fu's expense. As the officiant announced the moment for the couple to bow to one another, Su Su grinned and bowed to each of the 2 beautiful brides, drawing countless envious gazes. A Zhu and A Bai felt both bashful and delighted, as the prospect of marrying the same man and remaining together was a stroke of immense fortune for them. As they were escorted to the bridal chamber, Su Su playfully winked at Fu. My dear brother, I must take my leave. Fu forced a smile, but his heart ached intensely. He gulped down several large drinks, attracting many astonished looks. Within the bridal chamber, A Zhu and A Bai entered separate rooms. It was, after all, their wedding night, and certain traditions must be upheld. Su Su first entered A Zhu's room. She sat nervously on the edge of the bed. a blend of shyness and joy washing over her, yet a sense of guilt lingered. Murong Fu's words from the previous day echoed in her mind, stirring her unease. Suddenly, the door creaked open. Su Su strode in, causing her heart to race like a drum. "Aju, you are truly beautiful." Gently lifting the veil, Su Su embraced her. Aju was the epitome of a Jiangnan woman, her soft and sweet voice enchanting, and her delicate features only intensified the allure of Su Su's gentle demeanor. Overwhelmed by guilt, Aju collapsed to the ground, sobbing, "Husband, I am so sorry." She suppressed her sorrow and revealed Murong Fu's plan, feeling like a wicked woman beyond redemption. Su Su laughed heartily, quickly gathering Aju into his arms. "Foolish girl, with merely a few schemes from Murong Fu, your husband has long seen through them. Fear not. In the days to come, you need not concern yourselves with him. Leave the matter to your husband to handle." Aju looked up in surprise. "Husband, do you not blame us?" "Naturally not. The one with ill intentions is Murong Fu, not you. Now that you have severed ties with him, simply rest assured and remain within the estate." Su Su was fully aware of Murong Fu's plots from the beginning. Aju and Abai were merely tools in his quest for restoration. Moreover, the two ladies had never harbored any ill thoughts towards him. Aju's beautiful eyes shimmered with a misty gaze, completely devoted to Su Su. "Husband, have pity on me." Upon hearing these words, Su Su was certainly not one to be coy. Anyone in his position, upon receiving such an invitation from his beloved wife and concubine, would be unable to remain composed. 2 hours later, Aju fell into a deep slumber, while Su Su made his way to Abai's chamber. It was not that he favored one over the other. They were both his wives, and he treated them equally. However, since Aju was the elder sister, had he visited Abai first, Aju would surely have overthought the situation. It was better to adhere to the order of seniority. Upon entering, he was greeted by a pair of red-rimmed eyes. Seeing Su Su enter, Abai too knelt down and recounted all that had transpired concerning Murong Fu. Chapter 43. Marrying two at once, rewards multiplying. My beloved. After an hour of waiting, her mind wandered aimlessly, an excruciating ordeal. Su Su, filled with compassion, gently lifted Abai and embraced her. Aju had already reassured me, saying, "Foolish Abai, your husband sees everything. There is no need for concern. Do not fret over Murong Fu's threats. He cannot harm your husband. Rest assured for the future." With tender words of comfort directed at the lovely maiden, Abai finally felt at ease. Su Su held a deep satisfaction for both women. Choosing to reveal their hearts on the wedding night signified their unwavering loyalty to him. This shifted Su Su's perception of the two sisters. To remain kind-hearted after years by Murong Fu's side was indeed rare. Their wise choice demonstrated their astute judgment, allowing Su Su to wholeheartedly accept them. Otherwise, their fate would have been reduced to mere vessels for lineage continuation. Fortunately, both women possessed pure and benevolent hearts, brimming with affection for Su Su, preferring to forego their own desires rather than bring harm to him. As Su Su gazed upon Abai's exquisite and delicate features, his spirits soared. "My husband, Abai shall assist you in shedding your attire." "No need, I shall do it myself." Accompanied by a delicate exclamation, the room was enveloped in darkness. Once again, it was an exceptionally comfortable night. Ding! Congratulations to the host for marrying Aju, gaining 40 years of cultivation, and the indestructible diamond technique. Ding! Congratulations to the host for marrying Abai, gaining 20 years of cultivation and master-level culinary skills. That night, Su Su felt immensely gratified. His current physique was robust. Had Aju and Abai not possessed martial skills, he likely would not have been able to endure the night. The following morning, while Aju and Abai continued to rest, Su Su rose early and ventured into the courtyard, brimming with anticipation. The rewards this time were remarkably generous, amounting to a full 60 years of cultivation, alongside master-level culinary skills and the indestructible diamond technique. It was undoubtedly a bountiful harvest. Su Su wore a broad smile, savoring this most rewarding experience. After acquiring 7 wives, he gradually discerned the system's patterns. The rewards for taking concubines were assessed based on the status, cultivation, and beauty of the chosen ones. For instance, both Yaoyue and Wang Yuyan alone yielded a total of 60 years of cultivation, while Yunü and Zhongling only brought in 20 years. As for the rewards for having children, Su Su remained uncertain, though he anticipated clarity soon, especially since Yaoyue was expected to give birth shortly. Since the awakening of the system, half a year had passed unnoticed. Su Su was thoroughly content with his current life. Not only did he have numerous wives, but he also wielded formidable power. Such is the pursuit of a man throughout his life. System claimed the cultivation rewards. In an instant, a profound internal force, cultivated over a span of 60 years, surged forth from within, overwhelming in its potency. Yet, in the face of Su Su's internal energy, as boundless as a mighty river, it appeared somewhat wanting. A hum reverberated as Su Su's aura expanded exponentially, visibly inflating at an astonishing rate. Having previously acquired 20 years' worth of cultivation through the introduction of Zongwu into his residence, and now adding the 60 years, he had amassed a total of 80 years of mastery. Mid-stage Grandmaster, late-stage Grandmaster. In an instant, he ascended through 2 realms effortlessly, a sensation of unparalleled comfort enveloping him. A satisfied smile graced the corners of Su Su's lips. Indeed, the path of taking concubines was most gratifying. Had he toiled diligently in cultivation, he might never have reached the innate realm in his lifetime. As a late-stage Grandmaster, even a few of the esteemed 5 heroes of the Song dynasty would scarcely rival his prowess. Perhaps only the deeply cultivated Wang Chongyang could surpass him. In terms of combat capability, he felt no inferiority to any of the 5 heroes, and indeed, he could even dominate them. Su Su pondered these thoughts. After all, both the 9 Yang divine art and the heavenly intent 4 symbols technique were unparalleled skills, enabling him to challenge opponents beyond his level with relative ease. However, what lay beyond the Grandmaster stage? It seemed few in the martial world ever broached the subject. Setting aside such concerns, he decided to take his time. After all, he possessed ample time at his disposal. He prepared to claim his master-level culinary skills. In the next moment, a torrent of information flooded Su Su's mind. Recipes from various cuisines, culinary techniques, ingredient selection, and mastery of heat, all-encompassing knowledge that widened his horizons. Could it be that cooking held such intricacies? Notably, the documented meals could be tailored to suit the dietary needs of a fetus, potentially optimizing its innate qualities. Remarkable. Su Su could not help but chuckle. While the common folk may have been mistaken about many things, one remark rang true. Su Su was indeed a winner in life. Setting aside his vast wealth, he was blessed with striking good looks and a household filled with beautiful wives and concubines, with more surely to come. Now, with the ability to influence the innate qualities of his progeny, he was destined to stand atop the peaks of greatness. The higher the qualifications of his offspring, the greater the rewards he would reap. This master-level culinary skill was undeniably valuable. Su Su realized that every reward bestowed by the system was of utility. Previously, he had chosen suitable ingredients for the master-level brewing technique, eagerly awaiting the completion of Hongyan Zue and Hua Xiaoyue to savor their flavors. Even if the culinary skill did not yield substantial effects, it would significantly enhance Su Su's quality of life. Preparing a meal occasionally would surely earn him admiration from the ladies. Should he encounter a food-loving heroine, it would serve as an undeniable advantage. For food enthusiasts, culinary prowess could surpass even physical allure. Indeed, today would be the day to experiment. Su Su contemplated this with enthusiasm. Yet he still had one final reward, the indestructible Vajra technique, that remained unclaimed. The system continued to dispense rewards. In an instant, an overwhelming torrent of information surged into Su Su's mind. Not only that, but he could also feel his body undergoing continuous transformation. As the commotion subsided, Su Su could not resist the urge to experiment. "Drink," he exclaimed, channeling the indestructible power of the diamond body technique, transforming himself into a resplendent golden figure. The golden light that enveloped him was extraordinarily divine. He casually directed his energy towards the skin on his body, producing a resonant metallic sound. What remarkable defense! I dare say that if I stood still, even a master-level expert would struggle to breach my defenses. Even a grandmaster would likely find it quite challenging. With the diamond body technique, his survivability soared, and his combat prowess significantly increased. Although he possessed formidable martial skills, one could never be too cautious in the unpredictable world of martial arts, where treacherous individuals could employ hidden weapons and ambush tactics. The diamond body technique would automatically activate in the face of danger, undoubtedly providing an additional layer of substantial protection. Chapter 44. We can no longer cleanse ourselves. It seems my physical prowess has become even more extraordinary. This revelation left Su Su somewhat astonished. Ever since acquiring the physique of the Yellow Emperor, Su Su had already been quite formidable. Even a coalition of several ladies could not contend with him. Now, he felt even more powerful. He believed that even if there were 20 more opponents, he could easily prevail. Perhaps I should consider acquiring an exceptionally large bed for future enjoyment. Invincibility, indeed, breeds solitude. Su Su hummed a cheerful tune as he made his way towards the chambers of a Zhu and a Bai. The integration of a Zhu and a Bai into the Su household proceeded remarkably smoothly. After all, with Wang Yuyan present, the other ladies found it easy to accept them. Especially after learning of Murong Fu's misdeeds, the ladies felt both sympathy and indignation towards a Zhu and a Bai. My husband. This man harbors ill intentions and dares to plot against our Su family estate. He must not be spared. A hint of determination flickered in the eyes of Yaoyue as she proposed. This lady, known for her fiery temperament, had not lost her essence despite being married and pregnant. She merely concealed her fervor. Wang Yuyan concurred resolutely. Indeed, Murong Fu has long been indulging in grandiose dreams of restoring his nation. If he had refrained from provoking us, it would have been acceptable. Yet, now that he dares to scheme against us, we ought to take the initiative. At this moment, her heart was entirely aligned with Su Su. As for Murong Fu, who was he but an irrelevant figure? Xing nodded slowly, contemplating further. Given her husband's current prowess and the strength of the Su family estate, annihilating the Murong clan would not pose a challenge. The difficulty lay in finding a justifiable reason. If we were to strike directly, the martial world would undoubtedly reject it. Murong Fu may be eradicated, yet the reputation of the Su family would be tarnished. That makes sense. The ladies nodded in unison, deep in thought. After all, Su Su was not invincible. In the martial realm, mere strength does not grant one the liberty to act without consequence. Sometimes, the intricacies of human relationships hold great significance. Otherwise, Su Su would not have consistently managed his reputation. However, witnessing the unified deliberation of his wives greatly moved Su Su. His affection for them was not in vain. Rest assured, my dear wives, I have long devised a strategy that will ensure Murong Fu faces dire consequences. Murong Fu, destined for demise. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Su Su's eyes. From the very beginning, he had no intention of sparing Murong Fu. As for the plan, it was already set in motion. Not long after, a rumor suddenly spread through Jiaxing City, circulating swiftly among the major inns. Have you heard? The Murong clan from the Kang estate, the same Murong family associated with Nan Murong and Bei Xiaofeng, seems to be up to something lately. What sort of affair? I haven't heard anything. Do tell. Not long ago, the Lord of the Wan Su family estate married two of Murong Fu's sworn sisters, right? We thought it was a powerful alliance between two estates, yet it turns out to be Murong Fu's treachery. It is rumored that Murong Fu expressed gratitude to Su Zhuangju for healing his wounds, and in return, he offered his two sworn sisters in marriage to Su Zhuangju. Alas, such words are merely more melodious than sincere. He is not but a hypocritical scoundrel. It is said that Murong Fu coveted the wealth of Su family manor, intentionally sending his two sisters there, and even plotting to poison Su Zhuangju. Whispers among the well-informed merchants and travelers spread like wildfire. How outrageous. Utterly absurd. The vile Murong Fu is despicable. How dare he harm someone as benevolent as Su Zhuangju? Is he unharmed? No worries, he is fine. Both new brides possess kind hearts and hold deep affection for Su Zhuangju, so they would never betray him. Madame Ah Zhu and Madame Ah Bai confided everything to the Zhuangju, who was furious upon learning the truth. It speaks volumes of Su Zhuangju's charm. From mature, graceful matrons to naive young maidens, he captivates them all. It is a relief to hear he is well, but Murong Fu's audacity is excessive. Does Su Zhuangju intend to endure this affront? I cannot say, for I have heard this only from others. Please keep it confidential. Though a promise was made, the news spread throughout Jiaxing overnight, rapidly reaching surrounding areas. The entire Jiangnan has taken note. Some cannot believe it, arguing that the Murong family, with its vast legacy, could not possibly scheme against Su family manor. Such claims are absurd. After all, the Murong family has maintained a respectable reputation in the martial world for many years. However, many others choose to believe the rumors. There is no smoke without fire. Su Su's reputation is even more formidable. His continuous acts of kindness have swayed public opinion in his favor. In an instant, the reputation of the Murong family has plummeted. Su Su reclines comfortably in the lounge of Su family manor, savoring the sweet grapes offered by Ah Zhu, delightfully listening to reports from his loyal supporters. This rumor is undoubtedly disseminated at Su Su's behest. To justify his actions, the best course is to portray his opponent as a villain. By positioning himself on the moral high ground, should Su Su annihilate the Murong family, no one would dare to speak against him. Rather, they would applaud his actions. Just as when he executed Yun Zhonghe. When the time comes, with his actions justified, who could challenge him? Currently, the news has spread throughout Jiangnan and is swiftly making its way into the territory of the Song dynasty. However, the Murong family seems to be striving to clear their name. They still possess some standing, and not everyone is convinced. Then let us stoke the flames further. Su Su smiled coldly, gazing towards the direction of Tsana Manor. At Sanhe Manor, Morong Fu was enraged, the furnishings and decorations shattered around him. Who? Who could it be? He had not even begun to act, yet others had already laid bare his thoughts. It was as if he had been stripped bare before the heavens. How could he not feel humiliated? Zhu and Bai, those wretched girls. After all these years of nurturing you, how could you so easily betray me for a mere dog of a man? I shall not let you go. Absolutely not. A bloodshot gaze emerged in Morong Fu's eyes. Fierce and menacing. Go. Utilize all the connections of the Morong family to halt the rumors. Declare that I, Morong Fu, shall personally arrive at Su family manor in 3 days to prove my innocence. Yes, young master, replied Deng Baichuan, one of the 4 esteemed ministers, with utmost respect. At that moment, another anxious figure rushed in, nearly stumbling to the ground. Young master, it is terrible news. Upon witnessing Feng Boi's expression of sheer terror, an ominous premonition stirred within Morong Fu. Speak quickly. It is being said throughout Jiangnan that you are determined to restore the nation, even resorting to poison in an attempt to harm Su Su. Someone has uncovered the genealogy of the Morong family, claiming you are a descendant of the Xinbei barbarian tribe, lacking decorum and shame. Furthermore, the skilled physician, Mayer, has stepped forward, stating that you indeed sought heavy gold from him for the poison known as soul-severing powder, with both witness and evidence in abundance. We cannot cleanse ourselves of this stain. Chapter 45. It is finished, utterly finished. What? Morong Fu's expression changed dramatically. Feng Boi appeared anxious, lamenting. The entire martial world is condemning us. The reputation of the Morong clan is utterly destroyed. As he spoke, he could no longer restrain himself and burst into tears. The 4 loyal ministers, who had devoted their utmost efforts to the Morong clan, were heartbroken at the shattering of their dreams. Morong Fu stood in stunned silence, his body collapsing to the ground. It is over. The reputation my Morong clan has built over many years is destroyed. No, the soul-severing powder I sought was not intended to harm Su Su. It was Mayer who framed me. He framed me. Morong Fu roared, his face twisted with rage. This incident indeed had its origins. When Mayer stayed at the Su residence, he had mentioned it casually, and Su Su subsequently used it. Upon learning that Morong Fu dared to strike at Su Su, Mayer was filled with uncontrollable fury. He took the initiative to speak out, leveraging his connections to spread the word far and wide. With a series of calculated maneuvers, the reputation of the Morong clan not only plummeted to its nadir, but also became the target of public scorn. How could this happen? How could this happen? Morong Fu was in a daze, unable to accept the reality. Just a moment ago, he was still dreaming of seizing the wealth of the Su family to achieve his grand ambitions of restoring his clan. In the next moment, that dream shattered completely, leaving him branded as a treacherous villain despised by the martial world. Su Su. It must be Su Su. The malice on Morong Fu's face intensified. I must make him pay the price. Pay the price. At the Su residence, after several days of fermenting, public opinion had completely shifted in favor of Su Su. No one dared to speak up for Morong Fu, fearing the repercussions. In contrast, many who had benefited from Su Su's kindness or admired his chivalry gathered at the Su residence, proclaiming their intent to seek justice for Su Su. Slowly rising, Su Su's gaze turned cold. The time has come. He rarely took action, but when he did, it would be decisive and thorough. Disgracing the Morong clan's name was merely the first step. Taking action was the second and the most crucial step. He would not allow such a treacherous villain to lurk in the shadows, watching him keenly. Young master, we await your command. We shall immediately strike at the Sanhe Manor. Morong Fu's heinous deeds against the young master must not go unpunished. The losses to Jiangnan would be incalculable if he succeeded. The fervent crowd looked on with righteous indignation. Su Su spoke slowly. I am grateful for your support, esteemed friends. Today, I ask you to bear witness as we march together to Sanhe Manor. Without hesitation, Su Su ordered the fleet of boats to set sail from the Su residence. Standing at the bow, he exuded an icy aura. Along the way, villagers and martial artists who spotted Su quickly spread the news. The Su master is personally heading to Sanhe Manor. As soon as the news broke, it created a stir. Everyone rushed to Sanhe Manor in eager anticipation. The unfolding of this situation piqued the interest of many. Some were eager to support Su Su, while others merely sought entertainment. Such is the nature of the martial world. Wherever there is commotion, there they converge. Su Su, however, remained indifferent. The last time he defeated Xiao Feng, there were but a few witnesses. This occasion presented an opportune moment for him to showcase his prowess to the martial community. Not only could his reputation soar to new heights, but he could also deter any lurking malefactors. Silent and impassive, Su Su gazed ahead. Soon, the Zongwu Manor loomed into view. A flicker of murderous intent glimmered in his eyes as he focused his energy, unleashing a thunderous roar. Morong Fu, come forth and meet your demise. Morong Fu, come forth and meet your demise. Come out to die. Die. With a mere exertion of his inner strength, his voice resonated like the lion's roar of the Buddhist sect, reverberating before the Zongwu manor. Visible ripples cascaded across the lake, sending waves crashing forth, producing a continuous barrage of thunderous sounds. The sheer power of his shout was terrifying. Onlookers gasped in astonishment, their breath catching in their throats. Some whispered in disbelief. It was said that Su, the manor lord, subdued Xiao with a single cup of wine at the inn. I thought it was an exaggeration, but now it is evidently true. Morong Fu is in grave peril. With such strength and support from fellow martial artists, he shall surely reap the consequences of his actions. I knew that the young manor lord's victory over Xiao Feng was no mere fabrication. As the crowd murmured in shock and amazement, Su, having completed his roar, stood at the bow of the boat with his hands clasped behind him, his gaze electric and his aura palpable. In the distance, figures swiftly descended from within the Zongwu manor. At the forefront was none other than Morong Fu. Stripped of his previous suave demeanor, he now bore the marks of strain, bloodshot eyes, and unkempt facial hair, revealing a state of disarray. It was clear they had received word of Su's approach, accompanied by a multitude of martial allies seeking justice. Initially, his 4 chief aides urged Morong Fu to retreat from the impending confrontation, but he resolutely dismissed their counsel. He understood that to flee would only solidify the rumors circulating in the martial world, leaving no ground for the Morong clan to stand upon in the vast landscape of the martial realm. Having heard Su's formidable shout, which resonated with the power of creation, Morong Fu regarded him with a strained smile. Brother Su, we have known each other for a long time, and you are most familiar with my character. The majority of rumors in the martial world are fabricated. There are those who wish to sow discord between us. They do not want to see the 2 great manors of Xiaolongnü united. I implore you, Brother Su, to grant me a moment. I, Morong Fu, will undoubtedly uncover the hidden machinations behind this, providing an explanation to the Su family and to you. If any word of mine is insincere, may I be struck by lightning and meet a grim fate. Morong Fu's earnest entreaties and solemn oaths stirred some among the crowd, causing a flicker of doubt to emerge. Could it be that I have truly wronged him? However, the Morong clan has not been without enemies in the martial world over the years, and now, mercilessly beating a drowning dog, they would naturally not allow Morong Fu a moment's respite. I do not believe a single word of that vile scoundrel's declaration. What kind of heart does the Su master possess, who in the martial realm is unaware of it? To conspire to harm the entire Su family is a crime deserving of death. Do not trust him, for I too can swear a poisonous oath. Morong Fu's eyes were nearly bursting with fury. The enemies of the past have risen at this critical moment to step on him, making him feel as though he might vomit blood from the anguish. Yet, the most crucial factor remains Su's stance. If Su believes him, then Morong Fu stands a chance to catch his breath. If Su does not believe him, then a confrontation is inevitable today. Such is the rule of the martial world. Morong Fu's gaze was fixed upon Su, as the eyes of all present lingered on him. Yet, there was not a flicker of emotion on Su's face. Morong Fu, why bother to argue? A Zhu and a Bai have long since informed me of your wolfish ambitions, and they even entrusted me with the poison of the Duanhuan San. Chapter 46. The Tomb of the Living Dead on Mount Zhongnan. Behold, exclaimed Su, as he spread his palm, revealing a cloud of black powder that instantly captured the attention of the onlookers. Those with a discerning eye quickly recognized it as the infamous Duanhuan San. Indeed, it is Duanhuan San. How despicable! I almost fell for his ruse. How vile! Among the crowd, Mei Er, clad in a tattered blue robe that had faded with time, stepped forward. Upon hearing the news, he had hurried to Su's residence without delay. It is truly Duanhuan San. On that fateful day, Morong Fu implored me to concoct this deadly poison. Although I was reluctant, he insisted it was meant to deal with a formidable villain, nearly bringing harm to Master Su. I am utterly ashamed to face Master Su. As he spoke, tears welled in his eyes, stirring the hearts of those present. With both witness and evidence at hand, what more is there to discuss? Master Su, do not show mercy. Compassion has no place in dealing with such scoundrels. The crowd erupted in righteous indignation. Su clasped his fists together and declared, had it not been for the devotion of my 2 ladies revealing the truth to me, I too would have remained oblivious to this villain's treachery. I have foolishly regarded him as a sworn brother, only to discover his betrayal. Today, let us bear witness as I put an end to Morong Fu. With that, Su lightly tapped his toes, gracefully alighting upon the surface of the lake, exuding an air of celestial elegance. Murong Fu, prepare to meet your demise. Murong Fu was truly at a loss for words. At this moment, he sensed the gravity of the situation, yet speaking out would yield no belief. With the overwhelming momentum of the martial world behind Su Su, everyone would rally to his side. Standing upon the lake, Su Su's formidable presence was unmistakable, casting an immense pressure upon the members of the Kang Manor, leaving their faces etched with concern. In this dire situation, their only hope for survival lay in defeating Su Su. Otherwise, their fate was grim. The four chief retainers exchanged resolute glances, each recognizing the determination in the other's eyes. Though fear gripped them, as loyal servants of the Murong clan, they understood their duty. The honor of the master must be defended, even at the cost of their own lives. Deng Baichuan, Gong Jiqian, Bao Butong, and Feng Bo stood firm, positioning themselves before Murong Fu, and boldly proclaimed, "We have long heard of the young master's unparalleled martial prowess, rivaling even the esteemed Xiao gang leader. Today, we four shall experience your esteemed skills. Please, enlighten us." Their intent was straightforward. Even if they could not best Su Su, they aimed to exhaust his inner strength, sacrificing their lives to afford Murong Fu a glimmer of hope. The four innate masters launched their assault, their combined might formidable, advancing towards Su Su with unyielding ferocity. One wielded a sword, another a dagger, a third used their palms, and the last employed their legs, uniting their strengths to challenge the master. Their resolve was further fueled by the desire to perish in battle, amplifying their power. The air crackled with energy, sending waves crashing upon the surface of the lake. The gathered martial artists could not help but change countenance. The four chief retainers were indeed a force to be reckoned with. As for Su Su, a flicker of emotion crossed his face. These four, though loyal, were not worthy opponents for me to unleash my full prowess. Despite the difference in allegiance, their loyalty touched him. In terms of martial skill, these four were not his equals. Yet, Su Su could allow them to perish beneath the weight of this supreme martial art. Heavenly intent. Four symbols: decision. Wind goddess fury. Fire goddess fury. Thunder goddess fury. Lightning goddess fury. In an instant, an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded. Around Su Su, winds, flames, thunder, and lightning surged forth in a dazzling display. Swift as the wind, fierce as fire, rapid as thunder, and violent as lightning, Su Su stood like a deity, leaving all onlookers utterly mesmerized. A hand descended slowly. The ferocious assault of the four adversaries was instantaneously crushed to dust. Their faces were painted with horror, as they felt an overwhelming force bearing down upon them. What terrifying opponent have we provoked, young master? This was the final thought of the four before they were engulfed in profound darkness. As the winds ceased and the rain abated, tranquility returned. The bodies of the four floated upon the lake's surface, threads of crimson blood seeping from beneath, staining the waters a sorrowful red. Su Su stood with his hands clasped behind his back, as though he had merely accomplished a trivial task. In truth, it was indeed trivial to him. Considering your loyalty, I shall allow you to retain your entire corpses. Su Su's voice echoed lightly, awakening the crowd from their stupor. They gazed in shock at the lifeless bodies of the four esteemed ministers, their faces etched with disbelief. With a mere palm strike, they were vanquished in an instant. Witnessing this awe-inspiring scene, silence enveloped the gathering. Everyone instinctively swallowed hard, scarcely daring to believe their own eyes. The martial world resembled a pyramid, with 99% of its practitioners forever trapped in the acquired realm. Although the innate realm is merely the second level of martial arts, it still holds the potential to cultivate considerable renown within the community. Yet here, the four ministers, united in the innate realm and capable of launching a combined assault comparable to a grandmaster, could not even rattle Su Su in the slightest. How could this not astonish the onlookers? Especially the terrifying might of the four symbols of destiny. The recent tempest of wind, fire, and thunder left them trembling in fear. What martial art is this? Why have we never heard of it? The prowess of Su Zhuozhua has reached such astounding heights. It is simply beyond belief. Someone whispered in awe, their gaze towards Su Su filled with increasing reverence. Did you not hear what the young master said? The four symbols of destiny. I recall that day at Linjiang Prefecture when Su Zhuozhua condensed the fire god's fury, one of the four symbols of destiny, into a cup of wine, leaving Qiao Gangzhong utterly convinced. On that day, Qiao Gangzhong even inquired personally, lamenting his inability to witness the entirety of the four symbols of destiny, expressing his regret. So it is, today we are fortunate to glimpse such martial prowess, a rare blessing indeed. The four ministers of the Murong clan met their demise beneath this unparalleled skill, which is a fitting end. Although Murong Fu is a petty man, he retains a few loyal subordinates. Alas, they have chosen the wrong master. Indeed, Su Zhuizhua, in recognition of their loyalty, deliberately employed the four symbols of destiny. Su Zhuizhua's high moral standing. Su Zhuizhua's high moral standing. The crowd exclaimed, praising his actions. Countless reverent gazes turned towards Su Su. Now, everyone believed that at Linjiang Prefecture, Su Su truly subdued Qiao Feng with a cup of wine. Seeing is believing. There is no room for deception. Within the shipyard, amidst the branches of willows, a girl clad in white, adorned in a simple yet elegant fashion, stood as if weightless, showcasing her extraordinary lightness of movement. Although her face was veiled, the exquisite contours of her visage remained discernible. At this moment, her eyes sparkled with wonder. The celestial four symbols technique was indeed a remarkable martial art. She pondered how it compared to the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra of my ancient tomb sect. This girl was none other than Li Macho, the eldest disciple of Lin Huachang from the ancient tomb sect, residing in the dead man's tomb on Zhongnan Mountain. Discontented with the perpetual hardships and secluded existence of the ancient tomb sect, she would occasionally seize the opportunity to sneak out while her master was in seclusion, wandering the outside world. Her journey to Jiangnan this time was entirely to pursue a notorious villain, yet she unexpectedly encountered Su Su. Li Macho, ever fond of lively gatherings, decided to follow upon this chance meeting, eager to broaden her horizons, only to discover delightful surprises instead. This renowned Master Su of Jiangnan truly possessed remarkable skills. It seemed that Murong Fu, the embroidered pillow, was no match for him. Chapter 47. They are qualified, but you are not. The Lord of Su, possessing striking handsomeness, outshines even the renowned Jiang Feng of the Ming dynasty, who is hailed as the most beautiful man under heaven. Yet, in this moment, it seems otherwise. She has never encountered Jiang Feng, but intuitively, there must not exist anyone in the world more exquisite than Su Su. As Li Macho continued to observe, the surface of the lake underwent a new transformation. Su Su's formidable strike had unequivocally demonstrated his prowess, yet the matter was far from concluded. The four esteemed ministers were merely pawns in this game. The true resolution depended on the outcome between Su Su and Murong Fu. Although Su Su displayed overwhelming strength, Murong Fu's reputation in the martial world was equally formidable. In the south, there was Murong. In the north, Xiao Feng. Even if Su Su surpassed Xiao Feng, it did not guarantee he could overcome Murong Fu. One would only ascertain the result through confrontation. After all, the Murong family's unparalleled skill, the doubting stars and shifting planets, also commanded respect in the martial realm. Watching his four ministers being swiftly defeated by Su Su, Murong Fu's expression twisted in fury, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Su Su, you have humiliated the Murong clan. This enmity is irreconcilable. Su Su replied coldly, from the moment you plotted against my Su family, it became clear that only one of us could survive. Murong Fu bellowed, desperate to unleash his wrath. Very well. In that case, I shall witness whether your so-called heavenly intent for symbols is superior, or if my Murong clan's doubting stars and shifting planets reign supreme. Prepare to face your demise. It must be said, though Murong Fu may not rival Qiao Feng, he ascended to the realm of a master before the age of 30. In the martial world, he is regarded as a prodigy. Now, unleashing his full might, he exuded an impressive aura. The Murong clan, well-versed in diverse martial arts, executed a technique named flowing waves crossing, treading upon the surface of the river with tremendous force. However, those with keen perception would clearly discern that, despite both walking on water, Su Su's approach was effortlessly graceful, while Murong Fu's appeared clumsy in comparison. Su Su's expression remained unchanged. After all, Qiao Feng fell to him in mere moments, making Murong Fu seem even less of a threat. You are unworthy of my heavenly intent for symbols, he stated, shaking his head slowly, his tone dripping with disdain. Murong Fu's eyes widened in outrage. This was an affront too great to bear. His subordinates were afforded such treatment, yet he was deemed unworthy? Was this not to suggest he was inferior to his own followers? Such blatant humiliation. You insolent wretch from the Su family, cease your arrogance. Murong Fu's long sword emanated a chilling light, its blade leaving trails of white as it sliced through the air towards Su Su. The sword danced erratically, shifting left and right, up and down, its unpredictable movements concealing lethal intent, a testament to the intricate swordplay he had mastered from various martial arts. Su Su remained unperturbed, extending two fingers with a leisurely grace. In the astonished gazes of the onlookers, his fingers suddenly transformed into a rich golden hue, resembling gold itself. Indestructible Vajra technique. To their astonishment, The unpredictable sword was effortlessly pinched between Su Su's two fingers, and with a subtle twist, a resounding clink echoed as the sword shattered. Murong Fu's complexion changed, his heart filled with dread as he retreated in haste. However, Su Su's two fingers, like shadows, descended with immense pressure. What were merely two fingers appeared to Murong Fu as colossal peaks reaching the heavens, exuding an overwhelmingly terrifying force that threatened to shatter him. What kind of martial arts was this? Murong Fu found it hard to believe. Su Su's internal strength was exceptionally restrained, rendering Murong Fu unable to discern his true realm. All he knew was that it was incredibly formidable. Without a word, Su Su's fingers jabbed forward, showing no mercy. Regardless of the martial arts employed, he would return the attack with equal force. Murong Fu focused his attention like never before, mobilizing all his internal energy as he traced circular patterns with his palms, forming a mysterious trajectory. It resembled Tai Chi, yet was not quite Tai Chi, embodying the exquisite principle of using force against force. This was the Murong clan's ultimate skill. The stars shift and turn. It was said that no matter what techniques the opponent employed, this skill could redirect their force back at them. Truly miraculous. In the distance, Li Macho observed this exceptional skill, her eyes instantly sparkling with intrigue. In truth, her reason for coming to witness the battle was primarily to behold this renowned technique. The stars shift and turn indeed lived up to its reputation. She was eager to see how this Master Su would respond. Though Su Su was handsome, one could not navigate the martial world solely on looks, especially for a woman like Li Macho, who possessed considerable strength and a thirst for power. In the next moment, her eyes widened in shock. Su Su's two golden fingers completely disregarded Murong Fu's clever application of force. No matter how exquisite the stars shift and turn might be, it was simply overpowered. The two fingers descended like mountains, pressing firmly against Murong Fu's forehead. The expression of astonishment and terror on Murong Fu's face froze as a blood hole silently appeared, witnessing his body slowly succumb to the ground. Su Su withdrew his hand, nonchalantly stating, "Return the attack with equal force? Unfortunately, your mastery is lacking." The arena fell into a profound silence, filled with astonishment. How could this be possible? Li Macho could not help but exclaim softly, utterly unable to believe her eyes. Although Murong Fu was not particularly strong, he was not this weak, was he? To be defeated by this Master Su with just two fingers? This was utterly absurd. A one-hit kill. The result was indeed a one-hit kill. An utterly defenseless annihilation. This young master, seemingly of similar age to her, possessed such terrifying strength? Could it be he had already reached the pinnacle of Grandmaster? An unusual glimmer appeared in Li Macho's eyes, and she could not help but feel a surge of curiosity towards Su Su. A handsome man with exceptional strength invariably attracts attention. Unconsciously, she felt an inexplicable stirring in her heart. Strong-willed by nature, she believed that only men stronger than herself were worthy of her. This journey was worthwhile. To witness a genius like Master Su was indeed a remarkable experience. However, it was rumored that this fellow had a penchant for taking concubines, with as many as 7 wives in his estate. Bah! A frivolous person, no matter how outstanding, Li Macho, would never be drawn to him. Li Macho recalled the rumors and couldn't help but let out a soft scoff, silently planting her flag in her heart. She cast another glance at Su Su before departing quietly. Unbeknownst to her, it was the first time she had shown such interest in a man. If one were to speak of it, Li Macho bore some resemblance to Yaoyue, both intolerant of betrayal and harboring an intense disdain for the faithless. However, while Yaoyue had not encountered Zhang Feng, she had met Su Su, and thus fate had taken a different turn. The other wanderers of the martial world were equally astonished. Although it had been previously established that Su Su surpassed Xiao Feng in strength, that had merely been a comparison of skills. The outcome of a life-and-death battle remained uncertain. Initially, everyone anticipated a fierce contest, yet none expected such a hasty conclusion. With a single strike, Su Su dispatched Murong Fu without even employing the formidable Tianyi Four Symbols technique, rendering Murong's ultimate skill, the Dozhuan Xingyi, utterly ineffective, a feat that was simply terrifying. Awe-filled gazes were directed at Su Su, far more intense than when he had effortlessly eliminated the 4 esteemed vassals. The crowd was left in a daze, hesitant to voice their thoughts. Su Zhuangju's prowess surely had reached the realm of a grandmaster. For how else could Murong Fu have been so easily bested? The collective intake of breath was palpable. A grandmaster under 20, what extraordinary talent. It was astonishing that Su Zhuangju had only revealed such abilities today, displaying remarkable composure. Su Zhuangju was inherently indifferent to fame and fortune, had Murong Fu not provoked him. This day might never have transpired. It was merely Murong Fu's own folly. From this day forth, the status of Su family manor in the martial world would soar, rivaling the likes of the Qiao gang and the Baituo villa, establishing itself as a definitive top-tier force. Are you suggesting that the young master already possesses the strength of the five absolutes? That is a certainty. Even if he does not, the difference cannot be significant. How old is the young master? His future will undoubtedly surpass that of the five absolutes. The crowd murmured in hushed tones. Those who had already admired Su now even more fervent, for their idol embodied both chivalry and unparalleled martial prowess, a truly splendid combination. Many martial families began to contemplate how they might marry off their daughters or nieces to Su family manor. It is evident that following this event, Su family manor's standing in the martial world would ascend dramatically. As long as Su remains, Su family manor is undeniably a formidable power. Should Su transcend to an even higher realm, it could very well become a sanctuary of martial arts. Akin to the Wudong Mountain under the stewardship of the esteemed Zhang Zhenren, though Su family manor had possessed astonishing wealth. Many had previously been reluctant to marry their daughters into the family. However, now the situation was entirely transformed. Each wandering martial artist gazed at Su with fervor, as if he were a coveted delicacy. Su soared back to the boat, his profound inner strength allowing him to overhear the discussions around him, eliciting a bemused smile. Soon, a grin of delight appeared on his lips. Following this battle, his reputation would undoubtedly resonate throughout the Song dynasty, and the petty individuals would surely think twice before daring to act with impunity. Moreover, the acquisition of a concubine would inevitably become increasingly seamless. It is indeed a rather pleasant thought. However, now is not the time for such musings. Although Murong Fu has met his demise, the matter is far from resolved. The vast Kang Manor still exists, representing a substantial fortune. Su is not particularly concerned with mundane treasures like silver. Rather, he is captivated by the martial arts secrets of the Murong clan, particularly the Hidden Water Pavilion, which conceals the essence of myriad martial arts. This could significantly enrich the foundation of the Su family estate, and Su also holds a keen interest in the art of Dozhuan Xingyi. The reason he was able to swiftly defeat Murong Fu earlier is twofold. Firstly, there is a considerable disparity in their martial prowess. Secondly, Murong Fu had not mastered the intricacies of Dozhuan Xingyi, rendering him incapable of countering Su's indestructible divine skill. Naturally, such concluding tasks can be entrusted to his subordinates. As the esteemed master of the manor, he is not obliged to attend to every trivial matter personally. Moreover, with the formidable presence Su exhibited in vanquishing Murong Fu and his four chief aides, other martial artists would undoubtedly refrain from daring to provoke him, content to partake in the remnants of his triumph. Chapter 48. The time has come. Wentai, the remaining matters are entrusted to you. And do bring back the martial arts from the water pavilion, Su casually remarked, as he prepared to return by boat. As Su departed, the eyes of all the martial artists in the community sparkled with anticipation, gazing toward the direction of the Tsanha Manor as if it were a sumptuous feast. If it were a reputable sect, there might be a twinge of guilt among the crowd. However, with Murong Fu having been labeled a treacherous villain by Su, they indulged without restraint. In a single night, the illustrious Murong clan, famed throughout Jiangnan, vanished without a trace. At Su Manor, Su reclined in the embrace of Wang Yuyan, while a Zhu and a Bai tenderly massaged his shoulders and arms with gentle, soothing strokes. They also thoughtfully fed him exquisite fruits and fine wine, creating an atmosphere of utmost comfort. Reporting to the young master, in the eradication of the Murong clan, we have acquired a total of 100,000 taels of silver, several precious herbs, and 136 martial arts manuals, including 21 high-level techniques. These are the Murong clan's ancestral skills, doubled stars, and I kindly request the young master to peruse them. As he spoke, Wentai presented the manuals with reverence. A glimmer of appreciation flashed in Su's eyes. Indeed, the Murong clan was remarkable, and the spoils of their downfall were plentiful. The silver was secondary, for Su Manor lacked for nothing in that regard. What mattered most was the martial arts, a foundation that Su Manor had been deficient in. Although Su himself might not utilize these techniques, they would undoubtedly serve well in training future subordinates. To cultivate more capable followers would allow him to comfortably remain at home, enjoying the company of his beloved wife and concubines. What a delightful prospect! As he perused doubled stars, his eyes brightened at its intricacies. Wentai, you should make a copy and learn as well, he suggested. Upon hearing this, Wentai was overwhelmed with gratitude. Thank you, young master. Your immense kindness is something I shall never forget, and I am willing to lay down my life for you. He trembled with excitement. feeling a sense of loyalty akin to that of a soldier devoted to his commander. Su waved his hand dismissively. The reality was that Su Manor had very few skilled practitioners. He felt a growing desire to nurture some talent, lest he be compelled to handle every situation himself. After this campaign, Su Manor's prestige in the martial world would soar, attracting more willing allies. It was indeed necessary to promote some of the elder members. Select some martial arts techniques to pass on to the loyal guards within the manor, he instructed. Wentai accepted the command with fervor and departed with renewed vigor. As time passed, Su's decisive actions against Murong Fu began to reverberate throughout Jiangnan, gradually spreading across the entire Song dynasty. The name of Su became synonymous with power and respect in the martial community, while Murong Fu was overshadowed. Henceforth, he was known as Southern Su, while Xiao Feng reigned in the north. At the headquarters of the Beggars sect, Xiao Feng, deeply engaged in his training and striving for a breakthrough to the Grandmaster level, suddenly opened his eyes. No, this isn't right. Where exactly am I falling short? Half a step to Grandmaster, though termed as such. It feels as distant as 10,000 miles. At present, I can barely contend with the Grandmasters, relying solely on the formidable might of the 18 dragon-subduing palms. However, to triumph over Brother Su is far beyond my capabilities. Ever since I was subdued by Su at the Linjiang mansion, Xiao Feng has immersed himself in rigorous training. He is not one to be easily defeated, yet the humiliation of being bested by a youth so much younger than himself is inescapable. Leader, urgent news. A disciple of the Qiao clan barged into the courtyard, leaving Xiao Feng momentarily stunned. As the disciple recounted the events, Xiao Feng's expression shifted dramatically, akin to a dying workshop in full swing. What did you say? Murong Fu actually plotted to poison Master Su? Su, with a single palm, annihilated the 4 great innates, and he even dispatched Murong Fu with just a finger? How is that possible? Xiao Feng's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with astonishment. The contest of inner strength and a fight to the death are not the same. No one shows mercy when confronted with life and death. Despite having lost to Su at the inn, should a real battle ensue, even if he were to lose, Su would not find victory easily, especially in a life-or-death struggle. Both sides would fight desperately, and in such a dire state. The explosive power unleashed would be all the more astonishing. Yet now, the disciple informs him that Murong Fu, who shares his renown, was swiftly dispatched. Su merely utilized a single finger. This is utterly unbelievable. Although it is widely acknowledged that Murong Fu's reputation is inflated, he could not possibly be so inferior as to be defeated in such a manner. Xiao Feng was shaken to the core, profoundly astonished. He then wore a bitter smile. If this were indeed the case, then Su must have held back during their previous encounter at the inn. Only thus could it be made sense of. South Su, North Xiao Feng, he murmured, reflecting upon this newfound title within the martial world, a bitter smile gracing his lips. They are merely embellishing my reputation. Previously, it was said that South Murong and North Xiao Feng, but in truth, it was Murong Fu who capitalized on Xiao Feng's prestige. Now, however, Xiao Feng finds himself in a position akin to that of Murong Fu in the past, shamelessly leveraging Su's renown. Su has long since entered the realm of grandmasters, and now it seems he is even stronger than imagined. Resolving not to dwell further, Xiao Feng focused intently on his training. If he did not strive harder, the chasm between them would only widen. Meanwhile, at the renowned martial arts family of the Lu clan in Jiangnan, Lu Lideng, the current head, was poring over the freshly acquired intelligence. The Gusu Murong clan has been annihilated. Murong Fu was dispatched by this Master Su with but a finger. Hiss. Lu Lideng could not help but draw in a sharp breath. Such youth, yet possessing such skill, it would not be an exaggeration to call him the finest in Jiangnan. It seems that our martial families of Jiangnan will henceforth look to the Su clan for guidance. However, every person has their flaws. It is said that this Master Su has a fondness for beauty, having already taken 7 wives into his household. Though somewhat frivolous, one might say that a youth without romantic exploits is a youth wasted. Moreover, it is said that he treats his wives with great affection. Lu Lideng paced back and forth, calling out, "Bring forth Wushuang and Inger." He pondered that his daughter, Lu Wushuang, and his niece, Xing, were of marrying age. Perhaps an alliance with the Su family would be beneficial. Such a union would firmly establish the Lu family's position in Jiangnan. In Shenyang City, Xing was engaged in various affairs, attended by a woman of strikingly exotic beauty who was pouring him tea, none other than Huazhang. In this world, Huazhang had followed Xing loyally, even severing ties with the Mongol Empire for his sake. Thus, Xing's fleeting encounter with Huang Rong bore no emotional entanglements. Brother Xing, have you heard about the recent events in Jiangnan? Xing looked up and replied. Are you referring to the conflict between the young master of Wanbao and the Morong clan of Suzhou? Upon Huazhang's nod, he sighed deeply. In these troubled times, the Mongol Empire poses a formidable threat, and our Song dynasty is on the verge of turmoil. We should not be embroiled in such internal strife. While Morong Fu's intentions may be questionable, he was nonetheless a master of his craft. It would be advantageous if he could come to Xiangyang to resist the Mongols. Huazhang frowned slightly. By your reasoning, if someone were to insult your wife and daughter, seeking to bring ruin upon your house, would you allow him to go unpunished? She was a woman of clear principles, willing to love fiercely and hate passionately. Upon hearing that the young master of Wanbao had taken decisive action against the dangers threatening his wives and his state, she applauded his bravery, declaring that a true man ought to act thus. It surprised her to find her husband expressing discontent over Su Su's actions against Morong Fu. Jing quickly responded. Look at you, what are you saying? That was not my intention at all. If anyone were to insult you, I would be the first to seek retribution. He understood that his wife was once again indulging in her caprices. I merely believe that foes should be reconciled rather than further antagonized. If there are no deep-seated grievances, it should not escalate to such extremes. However, it is indeed unfair to place the blame solely on the young master of Wanbao. I have heard of his many benevolent deeds. Had he not been pushed to the brink, he likely would not have acted so decisively. Huazhang's expression softened. Speaking of which, the young master's martial prowess is quite extraordinary. At such a tender age, he is remarkably formidable. One might even say he could match you in skill. Over the years, the couple had no offspring of their own and had taken Yaoyue as their own son. Thus he was not sent to the Chuanjian sect. Jing nodded appreciatively, genuinely impressed by Su Su's displayed capabilities. After the new year, I shall issue a call to heroes, inviting valiant individuals to Xiangyang to discuss strategies against the Mongols. Given the young master's exceptional abilities, I must extend an invitation to him. Do not forget this, my dear. Huazhang nodded in agreement. Having long lost any sentiment toward the Mongols after years of defending Xiangyang, her loyalties aligned entirely with Jing. Despite this, many held a disdainful attitude towards her. Within the city of Xiangyang, numerous individuals clung to the belief that those outside their kin could not be trusted, leading to her exclusion. From the peaks of Mount Zhongnan and the Chuanjian sect to the majestic Tianshan Mountains and Lingzhou Palace. From Dali and the Heavenly Dragon Temple to the famed Peach Blossom Island, discussions surrounding Su Su proliferated. This time, Su Su truly garnered widespread acclaim. Her name echoed throughout the realm of the Song dynasty and even reached the ears of the neighboring Ming and Sui dynasties. For the first time, the name of Su Su, the master of Su village, captured the attention of all. Many marveled at her prowess, believing she had already attained the strength of a grandmaster. Families with daughters began to scheme on how to marry them off, hoping to establish connections with the Su family. Naturally, Su Su remained oblivious to these matters. During this time, he was wholly absorbed in the joys of planting and cultivating, finding immense pleasure in his labor. No one could disturb his tranquil life, which he relished. Each day was filled with diligent work and a bit of merriment, and soon enough, the three women, Zhongling, a Zhu, and a Bai, each found themselves with child. Thus, all 7 of Su Su's wives were now expecting. Yet today, even the usually composed Su Su felt a pang of restlessness. For Yaoyue was finally about to give birth. Chapter 49. A safe birth of twins, mother and children in peace. An atmosphere of tension enveloped the entire Su family estate, with servants bustling about, constantly entering and exiting Madame Yaoyue's chamber. Many loyal old servants knelt on the ground, fervently praying. Today marked a momentous occasion that stirred the emotions of everyone. Madame Yaoyue was about to give birth. Since her union with Su Su, Yaoyue's temperament had undergone a remarkable transformation. She treated her servants and maids with respect and kindness, fostering a deep sense of reverence among them. Now, as she approached labor, anxiety, worry, and unrest permeated the air. In this era, childbirth was akin to traversing the gates of hell for women, and the peril was compounded by the fact that Yaoyue was expecting twins. Fortunately, Yaoyue was a master-level expert with formidable inner strength and robust physical health. Prior to the delivery, Su Su had employed numerous methods to ensure her safety, alleviating some concerns. However, the agony of childbirth was a trial that even someone of Yaoyue's caliber could scarcely endure. Hearing her anguished cries, Su Su felt an unbearable ache in his heart. Unable to find solace as he paced anxiously outside, Xing, bound by blood to Yaoyue, shared in the profound worry. Others endeavored to comfort them, assuring, "Husband, Sister Xing, do not fret. Sister Yao, you will surely be safe. Indeed, dear husband, your medical expertise is unparalleled. And with your attentive care and the most renowned midwife from Jiaxing, Sister Yao, you will surely enjoy a safe delivery. Please, dear husband, take a seat and await the joyous news calmly. Sister Xing is also with child, and such distress will not bode well for her or the unborn child. Su nodded, fully aware of the rationale, yet his anxiety lingered. Observing Xing's pale countenance, he steadied himself, assisting her to sit. Xing, do not worry. Everything will be well. Take care of yourself. Xing nodded, feeling a pang of guilt for burdening her husband with her concerns. After approximately half an hour, the palpable tension within the Su family estate was dispelled by the resounding cry of a newborn, accompanied by the midwife's exclamation of delight. Master, your wife has given birth. However, she cautioned that they must wait a moment longer for the second child. Soon, another wail echoed, bringing a profound sense of relief to all present. Congratulations, Master. You have been blessed with a son, and both mother and child are safe. Once the midwife had tended to the matters following Yaoyue's delivery, she cradled each of the little ones in her arms and presented them to Su. Overflowing with joy, he gingerly accepted the children, marveling at their bright, expressive eyes. Ha ha ha, splendid. I, Su, have become a father. Issue a decree that all within the estate shall receive 5 taels of silver to celebrate the birth of the young master. Congratulations to the host on the arrival of their second offspring, marking the first birth, and bestowing a reward of a century's worth of cultivation and the profound sword intent. As Su's words resonated, the system's voice followed suit. As anticipated by Su, the reward was exceedingly generous. In that moment, Su had no time to dwell on anything else. After returning the little one to the midwife, he stepped into the room. While the child was undeniably important, his wife held an even greater significance. Bearing twins in one breath, even someone as strong as Yaoyue was somewhat overwhelmed and lay weakened upon the bed, though a smile could not be concealed from her face. My husband. Su hastily grasped her hand, channeling some of his internal energy into her. Instantly, Yaoyue's complexion regained its rosy hue, banishing the pallor she had just displayed. You have worked hard, you. Bowing his head, Su gently kissed her forehead. Rest well, my darling. Yaoyue's face flushed with a delicate hue, feeling the immense affection from her husband, making all the hardships worthwhile. The Su family estate buzzed with excitement following Yaoyue's delivery of twins. The servants and attendants rejoiced at their rewards. But what delighted them even more was that the Su family was no longer bound to a single line of descent. The old steward was so moved that tears welled in his eyes. Although the twins would require time to grow, the atmosphere within the estate had dramatically transformed, seemingly infused with newfound vitality. As the father of the children, Su was naturally elated. Reborn into another world, marrying and having children, he had not only established a home in this realm, but also forged blood ties with his kin. After playing with the little ones for a while, Su quickly stepped aside to allow others the chance to indulge in their company. After all, their popularity was undeniable, with several ladies queuing behind to catch a glimpse. At this juncture, Su began to contemplate. With 7 wives now, and aside from Yaoyue, the other 6 were also with child. Next year, his offspring would arrive one after another. And this was merely the present situation. In the future, as he took more concubines, the number of heirs would inevitably increase, perhaps even surpassing 100. With an increase in progeny, considerations regarding their upbringing became paramount. A tutor must be engaged. Additionally, martial arts masters should be summoned. Moreover, arrangements for the children's living quarters must be delineated. Cohabitation was certainly out of the question. Su would not permit anyone to intrude upon his leisurely, enviable life. Of course, this was but one of the reasons. Another was the principle that order must prevail. Henceforth, the western area would be designated specifically for the children, while the eastern section would serve as the residence for himself and his wives, off limits to all others. Even for male offspring, Su's possessiveness remained formidable. However, discussing such matters at this juncture was premature. It would be at least a decade before the children grew, and by then, he might have ascended to a divine realm. System claimed the cultivation reward. Su mulled over his plans as he walked, unknowingly making his way to the backyard. Remembering the system's reward, he felt an eager anticipation. It must be said that the system had been exceptionally generous this time, given the dual circumstances of the twins and the first birth of an heir. A century of cultivation has been bestowed. In an instant, an overwhelming torrent of internal energy surged within, operating with fervor. The 9 Yang divine art relentlessly consumed and obliterated, subsequently transforming into Su's own cultivation. Within the blink of an eye, Su Su's aura skyrocketed at a visible pace. Based on Su Su's previous experiences, a breakthrough to the next minor realm within the Grandmaster level typically requires 40 years of cultivation. 100 years of cultivation is sufficient to transcend 2 minor realms. The bottleneck of the Grandmaster level was shattered in an instant, propelling Su Su to the pinnacle of Grandmaster status. Yet, this was not the end. His entire presence continued to swell, rapidly surging towards the next realm. Various phenomena danced around Su Su, as if a universe were rising and falling, exceedingly terrifying. It was as though Su Su embodied the heavens, and the heavens were Su Su. As the internal energy was fully digested, a stream of information naturally materialized in Su Su's mind. The next realm following the Grandmaster level is intriguingly referred to as the Celestial Being Realm. Chapter 50, of Victory with Ease. The realm of the Celestial Being, as its name implies, signifies the unity of heaven and humanity. It is indeed possible to harness the grand forces of nature to augment one's own power. Even a peak Grandmaster would find themselves easily subdued by a celestial being. The Celestial Being Realm is divided into 9 tiers, symbolizing the ascent to the 9th heaven. Su Su surmised that he currently resided within the first tier of this realm. It appears that to progress to the next tier, one must possess a profound level of cultivation. This realization left Su Su astounded. No wonder there is a lack of information regarding the Celestial Being Realm beyond that of Grandmasters in the martial world. In terms of difficulty, an ordinary person might only achieve the late innate stage in their lifetime. Those with a modicum of talent might enter the Master Realm, which is considered a strong accomplishment. The Grandmaster level can be attained by a typical genius, given the right opportunities. However, the Celestial Being Realm is a different matter entirely. Only those prodigies capable of achieving in 1 year what others do in 10 or even several decades could hope to reach such an exalted state within a mere century. Take the current Great Song dynasty, for instance. The most renowned figures in the martial world are few in number. Xing, who guards Xiaolongnü City, possesses average talents. Yet he experienced a series of fortuitous encounters in his youth, reportedly achieving the Grandmaster level. However, it is evident that Grandmaster is the pinnacle of his abilities, and further advancement seems unlikely. Among the 5 greats of the Great Song, Su Su believed that aside from Wang Chongyang, who holds a glimmer of hope for reaching the Celestial Being Realm, the other 4 have little chance. As for the Tianshan Tong Lao of Lingzhou Palace, if she were to successfully cultivate the Wuwang Bong Luhua skill, she might have a chance, but any misstep in her training would render that impossible. Moreover, the reclusive Murong Bo and Xiao Yuanshan, hidden in Shaolin, are also unlikely to be celestial beings. After careful consideration, Su Su concluded that there appeared to be no celestial beings in the Great Song on the surface. Given such difficulty, it seems unattainable for an ordinary person to aspire to such heights. In this light, I find myself remarkably powerful and invincible. The path of the system is indeed the most favorable. As long as I proceed methodically with taking concubines and siring offspring, even transcending the Celestial Being Realm would merely be a matter of time. Su Su wore a beaming smile, his heart brimming with satisfaction. Achieving a realm that others find elusive throughout their lives in less than a year is nothing short of extraordinary. In other words, his status as the foremost figure in the Great Song martial world is akin to winning effortlessly. The reason he specified on the surface is that Su Su understands that the martial world of the Great Song is not as simple as it appears. While it may seem the weakest among several prominent martial circles, this perception is merely superficial. Take, for instance, the enigmatic monk of Shaolin, who has spent countless years sweeping the temple grounds. He is undoubtedly a formidable celestial being. Additionally, there is Huang Chong, the founder of the 9 scriptures, another peerless powerhouse. Furthermore, there is the legendary Dugu Jianma, who dominated the martial world a century ago, each a truly terrifying presence. While a Grandmaster's lifespan is akin to that of an ordinary person upon reaching the Celestial Being Realm, each tier of advancement could extend one's life by a decade. If one were to attain the 9th tier, they could enjoy a lifespan of a remarkable 200 years. Who knows what ancient monstrosities still lurk within this realm? One must not be reckless. Su Su pondered. The ostensible strongest among them is not, in truth, the true strongest. One must never be arrogant or boastful, for who can say whether an ancient being might emerge unexpectedly? At that moment, there would be nowhere to weep. He gathered his thoughts and keenly sensed the overwhelming might of the celestial realm. Ordinary martial arts techniques hold no sway over a celestial realm powerhouse, regardless of their intricacy. They are mere child's play in the eyes of such beings. Ultimately, what a celestial realm practitioner perceives is the application of the grand forces of heaven and earth. In other words, Only martial arts capable of harnessing these celestial forces would prove beneficial to them. Undoubtedly, for Su Su, the heavenly intent four symbols technique is the most potent technique at his disposal. This art, inherently reliant on the powers of wind, fire, thunder, and lightning, can only be wielded to its full potential by one of the celestial realm. The strike of the celestial is the epitome of terrifying power. It is incomparable to anything that preceded it. System, continue to receive rewards. After digesting the overwhelming sensation brought forth by the celestial realm, Su Su recalled that he had rewards yet to claim and proceeded to do so. As his words fell, a myriad of insights surged forth from his mind. An incredibly sharp sword intent slowly emanated from Su Su's being, grand and imposing, exuding an air of authority. Clang. It was as though a powerful force was compelling it. All the swords within the Su family estate began to hum, even breaking free from their owner's grasp to bow towards Su Su, akin to subjects paying homage to a sovereign. What is happening? The few women practicing martial arts were startled by this sudden phenomenon. Xing and the others struggled to control their swords, but their efforts were in vain. The swords trembled and buzzed as if in fear. In the backyard, it is my husband. 10,000 swords bow in reverence. My husband's martial prowess has reached a new pinnacle. Everyone gazed in awe towards the backyard, their eyes brimming with boundless admiration. To be wed to such an extraordinary husband is indeed their honor. This extraordinary occurrence persisted until the sword intent surrounding Su Su gradually receded, finally dispersing. The grand sword intent is indeed the king among sword intents. Su Su opened his eyes, filled with immense delight, exclaiming, when sword intent emerges, 10,000 swords bow in submission. Although he had not witnessed the recent phenomenon, he could sense its essence. Moreover, having read the system's commentary on the grand sword intent, he could surmise much of its significance. It is rumored that in the Liang dynasty, there exists a sage of great erudition capable of vanquishing myriad foes solely through his overwhelming righteous aura. Su Su felt a curiosity arise, pondering which is superior, the righteous aura or the grand sword intent. In that moment, a surge of battle fervor welled within him. The grand sword intent can sever the grand forces of heaven and earth. For a celestial realm powerhouse, it is nothing short of a formidable weapon. With his current prowess, coupled with the heavenly intent four symbols technique and the grand sword intent, engaging in combat beyond his realm is entirely feasible. However, just how many levels above the celestial realm he could surpass remains uncertain. He has only just reached the celestial realm today and has yet to engage in any combat. However, should the opportunity arise, he would indeed like to test his prowess. Su Su smiled confidently, dispersing the formidable aura surrounding him. In the martial world, human hearts are treacherous, and one must not live too ostentatiously. It is always prudent to keep something in reserve. Those who are arrogant and self-righteous tend to meet a premature end. Moreover, martial arts are merely a means of self-defense. Su Su's true aspiration lies in marrying and nurturing a family. Receiving such generous rewards upon the birth of his first offspring raises his curiosity about what accolades await him when Xing and Yaoyue give birth. Su Su is filled with anticipation. The pregnancies of Xing and Yaoyue have only a 2 to 3 month gap from that of Yaoyue, suggesting that their childbirths will not be spaced too far apart. Additionally, there are a few other wives whose deliveries will also follow suit. This implies that he will soon be able to reap the rewards of offspring one after another. Chapter 51. The long and arduous road ahead. Relatively speaking, the first year was rather arduous, with only the reward for taking concubines available. The reward for offspring was elusive. The lengthy gestation period, coupled with the limited number of wives and concubines, made it exceedingly challenging to attain such rewards. However, perseverance would lead to eventual improvement, establishing a virtuous cycle. As long as he acquired a sufficient number of concubines and diligently toiled, it was conceivable that offspring could be born each month. At that point, he would merely await the rewards with anticipation. The thought alone brought him immense satisfaction. The road ahead is long and treacherous, yet continued effort is imperative. The urgent task at hand is to acquire dozens more valiant women and fairies. Upon entering, they should bear children for him, vigorously giving birth. After all, it is not as if he cannot provide for them. The more offspring, the more prosperous the family, thus fulfilling the system's expectations. After Yaoyue gave birth, her body quickly recovered under the masterful culinary and medical care of Su Su. Consequently, after enduring several months of tribulation, Yaoyue finally resumed an uninhibited and passionate life with Su Su. This brought Yaoyue unparalleled satisfaction alongside her unrestrained release. At this pace and frequency, it would not be long before she would conceive again. Although Su Su had cautioned her, Yaoyue remained unperturbed. Bearing children for her beloved was inherently her duty. Just imagining that day when she had given birth, disheveled and amidst the lingering scent of blood, yet Su showed no sign of disdain, but rather a visage filled with tenderness and concern, filled her with a willingness to sacrifice anything, even her own life, for her husband. Every effort made for him was worthwhile. Since Su had effortlessly defeated Murong Fu and annihilated the Kang Manor, his reputation gradually soared. In the realm of the Song dynasty, the names of Su in the south and Xiaofeng in the north echoed resoundingly. Coupled with Su's already established fame, a significant number of wanderers from the martial world were drawn to seek his patronage. Most of these individuals were either of innate or acquired realms. After a meticulous selection process, Su allowed some to remain, subjecting them to trials in the outer courtyard. This significantly bolstered the strength of the Su family manor. Naturally, Su was not naive. He would not easily place trust in others. Those who sought refuge among him underwent numerous trials before being permitted to stay, and they were strictly forbidden from entering the inner courtyard. As the saying goes, the strength of a horse is known over long distances, and a person's heart is revealed over time. With the passage of time, reliable individuals would naturally emerge. Initially, many opportunists attempted to take advantage of the situation. But after Su showcased his prowess a few times, he swiftly suppressed them with an iron fist. Consequently, these individuals were struck with fear and dared not appear before him again. Presently, the Su family manor thrived with vitality. Su felt immense joy in this. The only regret was that the individuals seeking refuge were not of particularly high caliber. If only there were some master-level figures among them, that would be ideal. However, Su merely entertained such thoughts. Masters in the martial world are typically founders of their own sects. For instance, Yaoyue is the leader of the Yihua Palace. Individuals of their stature would not easily join other factions to be at the beck and call of others. Moreover, a master is not as common as a cabbage. In fact, they are exceedingly rare. Numerous sects find themselves in a state of transition, lacking capable successors. Take the esteemed Chuanjin sect of the Song dynasty, for instance. Aside from Wang Chongyang and Zhou Badong, there remains not a single master among the second-generation disciples. Furthermore, the once renowned Nan Murong and Murong Fu, who were once on par with Xiaofeng, pale significantly in comparison to him. Xiaofeng stands as a half-step grandmaster, yet he merely occupies the realm of a master. Su is acutely aware that rather than longing for a master to ally with him, it would be wiser to await the system's rewards of talented individuals. This is not a flight of fancy. The system has previously indicated that the rewards for taking concubines and fathering children include not only cultivation and techniques, but also divine weapons and loyal subordinates. Such possibilities exist, albeit as a matter of probability, leaving the timing of such rewards uncertain. In the bustling streets of Jiaxing City, two young women stroll side by side, one clad in azure robes, the other in white garments. The woman in azure holds a jade flute, while her companion in white wields a treasured sword. The white-clad maiden possesses an oval face, bright eyes, and pearly teeth, her beauty striking and charming. Her figure is slender and graceful, exuding elegance. Though her complexion may not be exceptionally fair, her features are undeniably exquisite. The azure-robed woman, with her egg-shaped face and radiant complexion, possesses a snow-like skin tone and a rosy visage, her stature slim and graceful, with a delicate waist that enhances her beauty. She carries herself lightly, her demeanor ethereal, radiating an aura of tranquility akin to a chrysanthemum, warm and gentle as jade, with a refined, modest temperament. From their attire, it is clear they are ethereal figures of the martial world, heroines of the Zongwu. Thus, even with their extraordinary beauty, passers-by dare only to steal a glance, refraining from approaching them. "Cousin, are you truly going to see that lecture?" inquired the slightly shorter woman in white, her reluctance evident. "I cannot fathom what father is thinking. Wanting us to marry him. He must be out of his mind." "Do you like her?" "You mustn't speak so. Uncle is merely considering the future of the Lu family estate," replied the azure-clad maiden, her voice soft and melodious, capable of dispelling fatigue and sorrow. These two are none other than Lu Wushuang and Chang'ing, who were summoned for a conversation by Lu Lidong, the head of the Lu family estate. After hearing Lu Lidong's intentions, Lu Wushuang promptly expressed her refusal. As a distinguished young lady of the Lu family, how could she lower herself to become a concubine, especially to someone like Su, who had taken 7 wives? This matter led to a confrontation between Lu Wushuang and Lu Lidong, prompting Chang'ing to intervene and comfort her. Ultimately, persuaded by Chang'ing, the sisters resolved to see for themselves what Su was truly like and to assess his character. Thus, The current scene unfolds. Lu family estate. He cannot push me into a fire pit for the sake of the Lu family. Lu Wushuang scoffed. Cousin, I truly wonder how you convinced my father to agree with your thoughts. Nevertheless, I am delighted to be out and about. Lu Wushuang's uncle had not provoked Li Macho, thus avoiding any danger of vendetta that could lead to ruin. Under the loving care of her parents, Lu Wushuang grew up to be candid and lively. A carefree girl without a worry in the world. Xing watched her cousin with a smile, feeling a tinge of envy for her sister's innocence. However, the world is fraught with peril, and her uncle wished to marry her and her cousin off to Su Su. Having heard that Su Su was exceptionally devoted to his wife. If there were an option that could benefit the Lu family estate while allowing the sisters to live their lives in blissful ignorance, why not embrace it? Oh, what is happening ahead? Why is there such a crowd? Noticing the long line of people, Lu Wushuang curiously inquired. Cousin, this must be the porridge station set up by Lord Su and his companions, Xing remarked after glancing ahead. Let us go take a look. Lu Wushuang, filled with enthusiasm, took Ying's hand and dashed forward. Bang! In her excitement, Lu Wushuang accidentally collided with Su Su, who had just descended from his carriage, or rather, she fell directly into his embrace. Miss, be careful. Chapter 52, The Stench of Wine and Meat from the Gilded Gates. While the frozen bones lie on the road, why don't you watch where you're going? Lu Wushuang exclaimed, her embarrassment and anger palpable. With a wry smile, Su Su responded, My dear lady, it was you who collided with me. Flustered by the unexpected closeness to a gentleman, Lu Wushuang dared not lift her gaze. Observing her distress, Xing swiftly stepped forward to alleviate the situation. My apologies, kind sir, my cousin, she began, only to glance up at Su Su and find herself momentarily entranced. This gentleman possessed an extraordinary beauty, a visage that seemed to transcend the mundane world. Dear cousin, it is clearly his fault. Why should you apologize? Lu Wushuang remarked, rubbing her head as she finally dared to look up. The moment she beheld Su Su's striking features, her expression froze in astonishment. As Su Su opened his mouth to speak, he noticed the two sisters staring at him in a daze and could not help but smile. The allure of the imperial body indeed held a formidable power. Never before had he been so openly scrutinized. Suddenly, a peal of laughter erupted from behind him as Wang Yuyan, Zhongling, and Azhu, who had just disembarked from the carriage, covered their mouths, giggling. My husband's charm is truly remarkable. Even the two young ladies appear utterly captivated. At this, Xing and Lu Wushuang snapped back to reality. They glanced at the beautiful women surrounding Su Su and instantly realized he was the very person they had come to discreetly observe. How unexpectedly handsome he was. Realizing they had lost their composure, the sisters' faces flushed crimson. Excuse us, we must take our leave, Lu Wushuang, with her spirited nature, declared as she grasped Ying's hand and hurried away. Ah, cousin, Ying sighed, trailing after Lu Wushuang while casting a glance back at Su Su. Even as we walk away, you still gaze. Wang Yuyan teased. The other ladies stifled their laughter, having discerned the evident infatuation in the expressions of the two girls. We must inquire further about which family those young ladies belong to, one of them suggested. Su Su chuckled softly, acknowledging that the two ladies each possessed their unique charm, rivaling that of the women by his side. Let us proceed to distribute porridge. Today, I find myself with little to occupy my time. And the lady seemed somewhat overwhelmed by excessive indulgence, he proposed, suggesting a charitable outing. It was crucial for those expecting, like Lingxing and Yuan, to maintain a cheerful disposition for their well-being, though he refrained from bringing them along due to their advanced stages of pregnancy. As the new year approached, the atmosphere at Su's residence grew increasingly lively. The impact of vanquishing Murong Fu continued to resonate, drawing skilled individuals to their cause. Su Su decided to expand the estate, constructing an outer compound specifically to accommodate these martial artists seeking refuge. Those who passed the trials and proved their loyalty would be welcomed into the inner estate. Thus, for various reasons, the scale of Su's estate continued to grow ever larger. As the new year approaches, the entire Su family estate begins to prepare for the festivities. This year has been filled with joyful events for Su family, starting with the master marrying 7 wives in succession. Subsequently, one of his wives, Yaoyue, gave birth to twins. Moreover, the master's reputation has soared, earning him the illustrious titles of Southern Su Su and Northern Xiaofeng. It is worth mentioning that several more wives are expected to give birth in the coming year. All circumstances are evolving favorably, and the Su family estate is destined to flourish with an ever-growing population. The servants and attendants, seemingly infused with newfound purpose, are diligently attending to their duties. Of course, Su Su's life is meticulously organized. Despite having 7 wives, he remains as valiant as ever. His motivation for martial training has intensified. Although breaking through the realm of celestial beings presents formidable challenges, with each minor level requiring an entire generation's worth of effort, the path of cultivation must continue. For every small accumulation leads to greater achievements. Who knows when a breakthrough might occur? The outcome is significant, but the journey is equally enchanting. Beyond martial pursuits, daily life consists of feasting and merriment. With 7 wives alongside Su Su, they form 2 perfect tables for mahjong. He has certainly found his place to showcase his skills. In his leisure time, Su Su often takes a few wives out for strolls, and in the biting cold of winter, enjoying the snowy landscapes proves to be a delightful choice. However, it is not solely a life of indulgence. As the Su family estate expands, the affairs requiring Su Su's attention have become increasingly complex. For instance, when important figures visit, it is necessary for him to personally receive them. The porridge stall outside Jiaxing City has remained operational. Having tasted success, Su Su intends to perpetuate this venture as a tradition of the Su family estate. Reputation in the martial world, though seemingly intangible, often proves to be more effective than sheer strength, especially for someone like Su Su, who has substantial family influence. Regardless of his martial prowess, he cannot manage every aspect alone. After absorbing the Qinhao estate, Su Su has come to appreciate the benefits of reputation. He has thus commanded the establishment of porridge stalls in other regions, further elevating his standing in Jiangnan. At this juncture, Su Su's reputation shines brightly, with countless citizens at home erecting longevity tablets in his honor. Some even secretly wish that Su Su were the emperor of the Song dynasty. Yet, despite these thoughts, none dare to voice them, aware that such declarations could bring endless troubles to Su Su. One day, after distributing porridge alongside Wang Yuyan, they returned to the Su family estate. On the carriage, Wang Yuyan noticed ragged refugees outside and felt a surge of compassion. Recently, the number of refugees has seemed to increase, reflecting the hardships faced by the common people. Su Su nodded, lamenting the stark contrast between the affluent and the destitute. Recognizing the severe struggles of the people during winter, he resolved to instruct those overseeing the porridge stall to thicken the porridge, ensuring that the citizens could be adequately nourished. Indeed, the wealthy revel while the poor perish. Wang Yuyan's eyes sparkled with admiration. Her husband's wisdom and compassion had not let her down. Were it not for his benevolence, many of these people might not survive the harshness of winter. Winter is the most dreadful season. Devoid of food and inadequate clothing to keep warm, one misstep could prevent survival until the spring of the following year. Su Su nodded, recalling the conversations he had overheard among the refugees. Some had come from the Great Sui dynasty, which seemed increasingly unstable, likely on the brink of collapse. Yet, that is not entirely the case. He discovered that a significant number of refugees had also fled from Xiangyang City. The Mongol Empire has always cast a covetous eye upon the Song dynasty, leaving one to wonder if the valiant Xing can withstand the looming threat. Wang Yuyan remarked with a sigh. Su Su shook his head, expressing his doubts about the difficulty of the situation. Just a few days prior, Xing had sent a messenger with a letter of challenge, indicating that the pressure he faced was considerable. It appears that martial arts experts from the Mongol side may be seeking to infiltrate. Chapter 53, A Fortune for a Bone. On the 7th day of the 2nd month, an assembly of heroes was to be held in Xiangyang City. My dear husband, will you be attending? Wang Yuyan's expression reflected a hint of concern following Su Su's earlier remarks. Su Su nodded. The invitation has already been extended. It would be foolish not to attend and become the subject of ridicule. Besides, I am eager to witness the event firsthand. Gone are the days when Su Su was merely a wealthy young master devoid of strength. He now bore the esteemed reputation of southern Su Su and northern Xiaofeng. To refrain from attending the assembly of heroes would indeed invite mockery. Moreover, having reached the realm of transcendent beings, he posed no threat within the Song dynasty. It would be beneficial to explore Xiangyang City, not only to broaden his horizons, but also to seek out a suitable heroine or celestial being to welcome into his life. Be cautious in all matters, my husband, she advised. It's still early. We'll discuss it after the new year. Su Su replied with a chuckle. This year's festivities will be livelier with the addition of 7 wives and 2 young masters. By the way, husband, I've inquired about those 2 young ladies from before. They are Miss Lu Wushuang and her cousin Xing from the Lu family estate. Lu Wushuang, Xing. Upon hearing these names, Su Su nodded thoughtfully. If you have any intentions, it may be worthwhile to visit the Lu family estate. Wang Yuyan laughed playfully, showing no sign of jealousy. There's no need to rush. We can address it after the new year. The 2 young women certainly met the criteria for concubines and were quite beautiful. To claim there were no thoughts on the matter would be disingenuous. Meanwhile, at the Lu family estate, Cousin, what are you up to? Lu Wushuang, with her impulsive nature, burst into Cheng Ying's room, only to find Cheng Ying hastily concealing something behind her back. What are you hiding, cousin? Show me. Nothing. Wushuang, what brings you here? Cheng Ying's cheeks flushed as she stood, attempting to mask her embarrassment. The more she tried to hide, the more curious Lu Wushuang became. Cousin, show me now. Without further ado, Lu Wushuang began to seize the item. Eventually, Cheng Ying conceded under the relentless onslaught. All right, stop snatching. I'll show you. Cheng Ying declared, revealing the object from behind her. Wow, I knew it. Just by looking at your expression, I could tell you were thinking about the Master Su. I was right. Lower your voice. Cheng Ying blushed, hastily covering Lu Wushuang's mouth. Lu Wushuang nodded in agreement, and upon receiving her promise, Cheng Ying released her grip. She had been painting, and the subject was none other than Su Su, whom she had encountered that day. The artwork depicted him with striking vivacity, having met the gentleman. How can one not be delighted? Cousin, you truly harbor feelings for Master Su, Lu Wushuang teased, noticing the small inscription beside the painting. Cousin, do not speak of me so, do not presume I am unaware. Ever since that day we encountered Master Su, you have been calling his name in your dreams. Lu Wushuang's cheeks flushed crimson. I have not. She protested. Do not wrongfully accuse me, dear cousin. Humph, you know the truth. After we hastily fled that day, we returned quietly, unwilling to let go, braving the bitter chill of winter, and lingered to watch for quite some time. Upon our return, Master Su's visage was indelibly etched in our minds. Neither of us dared to utter a word of dissent thereafter. Outside, Lu Lidong exchanged knowing glances with his wife, their minds already plotting. As the new year approached, accompanied by the crackling sounds of firecrackers, it arrived as anticipated. The entire Su family estate was engulfed in jubilance. Throughout the past year, thanks to Su Su's soaring reputation in the martial world, the business of the Su family prospered remarkably. Their endeavors extended not only throughout Jiangnan, but also beyond its borders. When it came to wealth, none could fathom the true extent of the Su family's riches. It sufficed to say that in Jiangnan, the Su family was undoubtedly the wealthiest, and it would not be an exaggeration to label them the wealthiest in the Song dynasty. Su Su was never a miser. Now that fortune smiled upon him, he was even more generous. Various rewards were freely given. For those fond of wealth, he bestowed monetary gifts. For those enamored with martial arts, he granted martial teachings. Even for those who harbored mutual affections, Su Su facilitated their union, granting them the blessing of marriage. In short, anyone loyal to the Su family received ample rewards, eliciting profound gratitude from all, a blend of admiration and reverence swelling in their hearts. Their loyalty surged as they expressed, "Thank you, Master Su, for your generous rewards. We willingly risk our lives for you." Su Su waved his hand. During this festive season, speak words of good fortune. I am aware of your loyalty. No words are necessary. Let your actions speak volumes. In the coming year, let us all strive diligently. As long as I, Su Su, am here, you shall not suffer. Now disperse. Celebrate as you wish. To Su Su, these rewards were trivial, yet they garnered unwavering loyalty, a most profitable exchange. The adage, 1,000 pieces of gold for a horse's bones, held true. Newcomers to the Su family estate were astounded by Su Su's generosity, as he even bestowed the legendary martial art duo Zhuang Xing upon his subordinates. Their eyes gleamed with excitement, and they resolved to remain loyal to Su Su, seeking his favor to earn such rewards. The entire Su family estate united in purpose, their spirits soaring high. This scene was precisely what Su Su desired. Unbeknownst to him, he had been in this world for 19 years. Indeed, Su Su was 19 this year. Many elders in the estate had watched him grow. Human hearts are reciprocal. Those who have remained in the Su family for so long would naturally be treated well and rewarded in kind. Master, the lady has sent someone to urge you again. All right, I shall go at once. Su Su chuckled upon hearing the maid's report. The New Year's reunion dinner, after all, was meant to be shared with the ladies. In the east courtyard, where Su Su and his esteemed wives reside, a vibrant atmosphere prevails. After giving birth, Yaoyue feels a sense of lightness, being the only one who has not experienced pregnancy, and as the first to enter. She naturally commands a certain reverence among the others, despite Su Su's insistence on equality among his wives. Currently, she oversees all matters within the household. Come, place this pot of plum blossoms here and trim it a bit. My husband prefers it this way. Quickly summon the kitchen to prepare the dishes. And be mindful of dietary restrictions. The dishes favored by my husband should wait until he arrives, so he can enjoy them while they are still warm. Clear the snow in the courtyard. As Yaoyue busies herself, the other ladies sit nearby, their faces adorned with smiles, their hearts aglow with warmth. Celebrating the new year together in such numbers is a momentous occasion, unprecedented in their experience. Chapter 54. Drink the strongest wine, love the most beautiful person. Yu and Lianxing had long grown accustomed to relying on one another. Given Lianxing's inherently cold disposition, even the festive atmosphere of the new year held no distinction for her. Despite their sisterly bond, Lianxing had never felt warmth emanating from Yu, let alone the joy of celebrating the new year together. Wang Yuyan, on the other hand, had always been inseparable from her mother. Due to her frail health, even a gentle breeze could render her ill, resulting in a rather subdued New Year celebration. Zhongling fared slightly better, surrounded by her parents, yet her environment remained equally desolate. As for Azu, Abai, and the maidservants, they held no significant status and were thus untouched by the revelry of the new year. However, in the present, the sisters found themselves together, enjoying harmonious companionship. Having endured trials side by side, their bond was undeniably profound. Most importantly, it was Su Su's affection that united them. Ladies, my apologies for the wait. Su Su entered with a smile, and upon seeing him, the joy on the women's faces intensified. Husband. In an instant, they surrounded Su Su like a chorus of birds. He engaged warmly with each of them, and as he surveyed the lavish spread before him, his spirits soared even higher. Bring forth the red face, drunken in fire-burning clouds that I brewed. Today is a celebration, we shall not return sober. With his beautiful wives and concubines, Su Su felt an unparalleled sense of contentment and ease. After indulging in food and drink, the ladies, now in a leisurely mood, began to showcase their talents, playing music, singing, and engaging in various art forms. The courtyard resonated with enchanting melodies, while graceful dancers captivated the audience, sparking flights of fancy. This night was destined to be long, bustling, and romantic. Su Su dreamt of transforming into the great sage, wielding his golden staff and vanquishing countless demons. After the New Year festivities, daily life gradually returned to its normal rhythm. Yet for the Su family, the lively days were merely commencing. On the fourth day of the new year, numerous martial arts factions from Xiaolongnü began to arrive for visits, many of whom were influential leaders. Following the destruction of the Kang Manor, Su Su's reputation soared, and Su family manor began to be regarded as the foremost estate in Jiangnan. In other words, the Su family had become the dominant force in the region. The martial arts community in Jiangnan had long been feeble, with only the likes of Murong Fu making a name for himself, albeit through mere manpower to earn the title of Southern Murong. In truth, he hardly commanded respect, although Peach Blossom Island also belonged to Jiangnan. The eccentricity of the East Evil, Huang Yaoshi, kept him from mingling with other factions. Now, with Su Su rising above Murong Fu and possessing the renown of subduing Xiao Feng, the various martial arts factions of Jiangnan saw a glimmer of hope. They flocked to pay their respects to the manor during the New Year celebrations. Su Su sat gracefully in the foremost position, his countenance adorned with a gentle smile as he engaged in cordial exchanges with the distinguished families and sects of Jiangnan, evoking a sense of springtime warmth. The once lofty masters, now before Su Su, displayed remarkable humility and deference. The venerable patriarch of the Su family from Taihu could not suppress a chuckle, exclaiming, "I have long heard of the illustrious Su Zhuangju, and it is only today that I have the opportunity to pay my respects. I am truly ashamed." The Su family of Taihu had always been a lineage of martial prowess. Though their martial arts may not rank among the elite, their connections were extensive, and many in the martial world were eager to honor the elder Su's standing. Su Su's lips curved into a slight smile as he replied, "Patriarch Su, you are far too humble. As the elder, it is my duty to personally visit your esteemed family." Upon hearing this, Patriarch Su's eyes glimmered with admiration. Regrettably, he lamented, he had no noteworthy granddaughter to present. Otherwise, he would have considered a matrimonial alliance with Su Zhuangju. This sentiment was shared among the other Jiangnan factions, some of whom had even broached the topic with Su Su in private. However, Su Su had not acquiesced to such proposals, not due to a lack of appreciation, but rather because the system stipulated that only renowned heroines from his past life would suffice. Without such accolades, any union would yield no rewards, an endeavor he was keen to avoid. Thus, it became evident to all that while Su Su had an eye for beauty, his standards were exceptionally high, rendering him indifferent to the common heroines of the martial world. Despite this, many brought their daughters or granddaughters, hoping for a chance to capture his attention. After all, with the backing of the Su family, one would be securing a powerful ally. Amidst the banter, a servant called out, "The Lu family, the esteemed Lu Lidong." the valiant hero. At this announcement, the eyes of all present sparkled with intrigue. The Lu family was also a prominent force in Jiangnan. Though not quite on par with the illustrious Zongwu family, it stood comparably alongside the Mandala villa, holding significant influence in the region. Yet, in the presence of the Su family, their stature appeared diminished. Rumors spoke of Lu Lidong's daughter, Lu Wushuang, renowned for her striking beauty and captivating presence, leaving many to wonder if she might catch Su Zhuangzhu's eye. Additionally, he had a niece named Cheng, equally poised and charming, though it remained uncertain if she had accompanied him this time. Fortune favored those with exquisite daughters, and the prospect of even one being noticed by Su Zhuangzhu would be akin to striking gold. The crowd buzzed with envy and speculation. Su's eyes brightened. Was Lu Wushuang and Cheng arriving as if on cue? He had contemplated visiting the Lu family after the new year, and now, it seemed, an auspicious beginning to the year was imminent. Outside Su family estate, clad in a green robe, Lu Lidong awaited with quiet anticipation. Beside him stood the enchanting Lu Wushuang and the elegant Cheng. Today, Lu Wushuang donned a delicate yellow attire, her lively black eyes sparkling with vitality, and her flawless visage radiating allure. Cheng, in a departure from her usual understated style, graced the gathering in a soft white gown. With a slender figure and an air of heroism between her brows, her slightly upturned red lips exuded elegance and grace. Lu Shuang cast a glance at her father before whispering cheerfully to Cheng, "Cousin, do you know the reason why father has brought us here this time?" Upon hearing this, a faint blush crept onto Cheng Ying's cheeks, for she was indeed aware. Previously, her uncle had confided in them about his intention to arrange marriages for them with Su, especially after they had laid eyes on Su. The sisters had silently acquiesced to this prospect, awaiting only Su's response. In recent days, they had heard much about him, handsome and dashing, with unparalleled martial prowess. Some even described him as a glutton for love, having taken 7 wives yet remaining unsatisfied. However, others asserted that Su's marriages were a fulfillment of his parents' wishes, aimed at expanding the Su family lineage and ensuring the continuation of their bloodline. This act of filial piety was deemed entirely appropriate. Moreover, it was said that Su treated his 7 wives exceptionally well, showering them with affection. For Cheng, regardless of Su's character, she would comply with her uncle's wishes to marry him. Having grown up in Lu family village, she had long regarded it as her home, and as long as it benefited Lu family village, she would wholeheartedly oblige. Chapter 55. Upon meeting a gentleman, how could one not rejoice? Isn't it delightful? Upon meeting a gentleman, how could one not rejoice? Lu Wushuang whispered while covering her mouth with laughter. Shuanger, spare me your jesting. Are you not equally joyful? Yet, I wonder if Master Su will take a liking to us. I have heard his standards are exceedingly high. As she spoke, Cheng and Lu Wushuang felt a twinge of anxiety. Standing nearby, Lu Lidong, a martial artist, could hear their soft murmurs with clarity, his own heart racing with tension. The Su family's prominence was sought after by many. They might not have this opportunity. Before long, a servant emerged from the manor. "Hero Lu and esteemed heroines, please step inside. The master and elder Su await you." The attendant was neither servile nor haughty, exuding a commendable demeanor. The sisters lagged a step behind, continuing to whisper among themselves. The servants of Su Manor are quite impressive, far superior to those of our Lu family. With such capable subordinates, it was evident that Master Su was indeed remarkable. His substantial reputation in the martial world was not without reason. Cheng Ying's words drew a look of agreement from Lu Wushuang. The trio proceeded onward, awestruck by their surroundings. The opulent decorations and the meticulously dressed servants vividly showcased the immense wealth of the Su family. This realization stirred Lu Lidong's ambitions. Should Master Su take a fancy to Wushuang and Inger, the Lu family would truly ride the winds of fortune. Soon, they arrived in the grand hall. Upon spotting the young man seated in the main position, Lu Lidong's eyes sparkled with recognition. "I am Lu Lidong, honored to meet the master. I apologize for my tardiness due to the long journey. I hope for your understanding, Master Su." Su promptly rose to welcome him. "Hero Lu, you are too courteous. Your presence alone is a great honor for me, Su. Please, take a seat." Once arrangements were made, Su's gaze shifted to Lu Wushuang in her yellow attire and Cheng in her white garments. These were indeed the 2 ladies he had encountered that day. Compared to their previous meeting, both had evidently adorned themselves with great care, appearing exceptionally beautiful. At this moment, Lu Wushuang and Cheng gazed at Su in a daze. The previous encounter had been chaotic, with Lu Wushuang recklessly plunging into Su's embrace, causing the sisters to flee in a fluster upon recognizing his identity. leaving no time for a proper appraisal. Now, as they beheld him again, they were irresistibly drawn to the strikingly handsome young man before them. Despite being of similar age, his presence commanded a reverence that made countless seasoned martial artists willingly take a subordinate role. At that moment, he seemed to be the very center of the universe, captivating all eyes. Unbeknownst to the two young ladies, this allure stemmed from the occasional outward manifestation of the aura of a transcendent being, combined with Su Su's inherent qualities that rendered him irresistibly attractive to the opposite sex. With a visage akin to jade and a demeanor of refined elegance, it seemed that no words they could conjure would suffice to encapsulate the young man before them. The two women stood utterly transfixed, their eyes wide as they gazed at Su Su, unable to fathom how someone could possess such extraordinary beauty. Wu Shuang, Inger, do not be impolite. The Master Su is calling for you, Lu Liden urged, his voice laced with urgency. The two women snapped back to reality, acutely aware of the peculiar gazes directed at them, recalling their earlier reaction with a sense of mortification. They longed to find a hole to burrow into. However, Su Su was quite pleased with their response. You must be the illustrious jewels of the Lu family, the valiant Lu Wushuang and the esteemed Chang'ing. The other heroines are gathering in the back courtyard with my wife. If you do not mind, I would be delighted for you to join us. The two women felt as if they had been granted a reprieve. In this moment of embarrassment, Su Su extended a helping hand, alleviating their discomfort and endearing himself to them further. Thank you, Master Su. My cousin and I will take our leave now. Chang'ing steadied herself, offering a graceful bow to Su Su as she pulled Lu Wushuang toward the back courtyard, almost fleeing from the scene. How mortifying. Lu Liden quickly apologized. Please forgive my daughter, Master Su. She has always been rather spoiled by me. I did not expect her to be so disrespectful in your presence. This reflects poorly on my family's upbringing. Su Su erupted into hearty laughter. My dear Lu, you are mistaken. These two heroines are simply vibrant and genuine. It is merely their true nature. We, as children of the Zongwu, do not concern ourselves with trifles. There is no need for you to dwell on it. Upon hearing this, Lu Liden's eyes brightened with hope. Perhaps there was a chance after all. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Wushuang and Chang'ing felt their cheeks flush with embarrassment, their shame intensifying. This was not their first encounter with Su Su, having been enchanted and spellbound by his presence before. Their hearts raced wildly, akin to startled fawns. The Master Su was indeed a captivating figure, and the sisters found themselves increasingly captivated by him. Unbeknownst to Su Su, the thoughts of Chang'ing and Lu Wushuang had spiraled deeper into admiration. In the hall, he swiftly set aside the matter of the two women, not out of disinterest, but rather due to his elevated status. There was no need for him to pursue. They had come to him. He had intentionally arranged for these heroines to be welcomed in the back courtyard by the ladies of the household, allowing them to experience the wonders of the Su family estate, thereby kindling their affections further. With the support of the ladies, he felt assured of success. Moreover, he was confident in his own allure. The recent breakthroughs in his abilities allowed him greater mastery over his own essence. What had merely been a casual display had caused Lu Wushuang and Chang'ing to lose their composure in public. With the extraordinary nature of his physique, as long as he refrained from any actions that might provoke ire, his magnetism towards the opposite sex was assured. It must be said that the system had indeed endowed him with an extraordinary means to attract partners. Furthermore, Lu Liden's evident eagerness only served to ease Su Su's own impatience. He decided to let Chang'ing and Lu Wushuang savor their experiences in the back courtyard for the time being. As for the atmosphere in the hall, it grew increasingly vibrant with the arrival of numerous families and martial factions from Jiangnan, heightening the excitement of the gathering. Although we are all comrades from the Jiangnan martial world, our proximity and distance does not translate to ease of gathering. The fact that we are assembled here today is entirely due to Su Su's esteemed reputation. As the guests engaged in leisurely conversation, the sky gradually darkened. Wen Tai leaned discreetly towards Su Su and whispered, "Master, everyone has arrived." Su Su nodded slowly, then rose with a smile, clasping his hands in salute. Esteemed seniors and fellow practitioners, I am deeply honored by your presence here at the Su family estate today. I have prepared a modest offering of wine. I kindly invite you to take your seats. If my hospitality falls short, I hope you will forgive me. Chapter 56. The main event of today has arrived. Though these individuals spoke not a word, it does not imply that Su Su is foolish. Their synchronous arrival at Su's residence undoubtedly signifies an underlying purpose, possibly even a prior exchange of intentions. Although the specifics of their motives remain elusive, Su Su is unperturbed. Guests are to be treated with hospitality, and thus he shall serve them with fine wine and exquisite dishes. With his current level of cultivation, He harbors no fear of disturbances at the manor. Master Su is exceedingly gracious. We intrude uninvited and feel most ashamed. If Master Su does not mind, we would be delighted to welcome you to our humble abode on another occasion. Laughter ensued, as many expressed their courteous acknowledgments. Su, with hands clasped in greeting and a broad smile, urged them not to stand on ceremony. Let the feast begin, called when Tai. Servants emerged gracefully from the shadows, akin to butterflies flitting among flowers, each bearing splendid platters brimming with exquisite delicacies. The dishes were not only visually stunning, adorned with intricate carvings of dragons and phoenixes, but also exuded mouth-watering aromas that stirred the appetites of all present. Observing the eager expressions of his guests, Su could not help but chuckle inwardly. While the culinary delights were not crafted by his own hands, his mastery in the culinary arts allowed him to impart subtle enhancements to the recipes, which, when passed to the household chefs, transformed into rare earthly delicacies. As the banquet commenced, both the esteemed clans and martial sects set aside their airs and pretensions, indulging heartily in the sumptuous fare and exclaiming praises of its deliciousness. Meanwhile, the female guests were seated in a separate chamber, attended to by several of Su's wives, who ensured that the gathering was equally lavish. The dishes served were identical, and the atmosphere was one of wonderment for the two women present. Once again, Su's residents redefined their perceptions. They had previously believed that the women of the inner quarters were solely engaged in intrigue and rivalry, which had been a significant factor in their reluctance to wed Su. The murky environment of the inner sanctum was unappealing to anyone. Yet today, they were met with a starkly different reality. Su's 7 wives were each gentle, kind, and breathtakingly beautiful, existing in perfect harmony and mutual respect, resembling sisters rather than rivals. Cousin, the outside world speaks of Master Su's discerning eye, and it is indeed true. Those 7 wives are each like flowers, stunning as celestial beings. To possess such remarkable companions, Master Su must be truly exceptional. Earlier, the wives' conversations had revolved around Su, and she had overheard Madame A Zhu and Madame A Bai whispering that encountering Su was indeed their fortune. Cheng concluded, and Lu Wushuang nodded fervently. Indeed, I too heard Lady Zhongling jesting that I should join their ranks. At this point, a flush crept onto Lu Wushuang's cheeks, regardless of the truth behind such remarks. However, the fact that they could openly express their thoughts indicated that they harbored no objections in their hearts regarding Su's concubine. There was no trace of jealousy either, which significantly enhanced the two women's fondness for Su. He was not at all the lecherous fiend they had once imagined, but rather an exceptionally handsome and dashing youth. The atmosphere in the residence was harmonious. Moreover, what they had witnessed and heard in the other courtyard unveiled a new realm of possibilities. They had not anticipated that the world could hold so many delightful experiences. The two women exchanged glances, each comprehending the other's sentiments. Su was indeed a man worthy of marriage. In the grand hall, the clinking of cups resonated, creating a lively ambience. Most individuals from the martial world were forthright by nature. Lu Lighting stood up and raised his glass to Su, proclaiming, "Thanks to Master Su's hospitality, I have the opportunity to savor such exquisite food and wine. I shall offer this toast in reverence to Master Su." Instantly, everyone echoed in unison. "We toast to Master Su." Su let out a hearty laugh, lifting his cup in response, insisting that the praise was excessive. After Lu Lighting completed his toast, he did not take a seat. Instead, he surveyed the room and then declared in a resonant voice, "Fellow practitioners of the martial arts, I, Lu, am a straightforward man and prefer not to conceal my thoughts." Upon hearing this, the attendees paused their meals, eager to hear what Lu Lighting had to say. Su wore an expression of keen interest. The main event of the evening was about to unfold. Today, all present are either from the illustrious martial families of the Jiangnan region or heroic figures from various sects and estates. Looking across the Song dynasty, Jiangnan is prosperous, and its martial arts community stands as a paragon. Yet, the reality is starkly different. The martial arts of Jiangnan have been in a state of decline for years. I believe many of you share my experience of being looked down upon while traversing the world. The so-called martial world is, in essence, a circle. In other words, Jiangnan is but a small martial circle. Regardless of the internal dynamics of Jiangnan, once one steps outside, they represent the entirety of Jiangnan's martial community. We are all part of this collective. Upon concluding his remarks, a voice chimed in. Indeed, our Jiangnan martial arts should be leading the way in the Song dynasty. Yet we have remained at the bottom, which is truly disheartening. This is not due to a lack of leadership in Jiangnan. Precisely, a disunited force cannot possibly compete with others. The western regions boast the notorious Ouyang Feng, while the north has Qiaofeng and the beggar-s sect s Hongqigong. And in the vicinity of Xianyang, there is Guijing, with the Zhong Shintong Wang Chongyang in the Zhongnan Mountains. Yet, here we stand in Jiangnan, devoid of any notable figures. The crowd buzzed with discussion, growing increasingly animated. Everyone, let us remain calm. Just because we lacked leaders in the past does not mean we lack them now. Lu Lighting raised his hand to quiet the crowd, exclaiming with vigor. The weakness of Jiangnan stems from the absence of a guiding figure. But now, we have one. The young master swiftly dispatched Morong Fu with a mere gesture, and quelled Xiaofeng with a cup of wine. Such remarkable achievements at such a tender age render him a potential leader for our Jiangnan martial world. As a scattered assembly, we find ourselves vulnerable and despised, forever relegated to the shadows of obscurity. Upon finishing his words, Lu Lighting turned to Su Su with an air of apology. Before the esteemed heroes and families of Jiangnan, he boldly proposed that we form the Jiangnan Martial Alliance, with Su Zhuangmaster at its helm. Upon hearing this, the eyes of those present sparkled with intrigue. The Jiangnan Martial Alliance. What a splendid notion. This suggestion ignited fervor in many hearts. Indeed, Lu Lighting spoke the truth. The martial community of Jiangnan is not inherently weak. The Lu family, the Mandala Mountain Manor, the Su family of Taihu, and the Li family of Linjiang, among others, all command considerable respect in the realm. The weakness lies not in their capabilities, but in the absence of a leader to bear the banner. Historically, there have been opportunities. After all, Peach Blossom Island is part of Jiangnan. However, the eccentricity of the Eastern Evil, Huang Yaoshi, rendered him a solitary figure, estranging him from his peers, thus preventing a grandmaster from becoming the face of Jiangnan. Chapter 57. Composed and unfazed. Beyond Huang Yaoshi, there exists in Jiangnan a figure known as Morong Fu. Yet, he merely holds a title. Southern Morong. Northern Xiaofeng. Though it sounds impressive, in reality, it merely rides on Xiaofeng's coattails. In terms of capability, he is utterly insufficient to uphold the martial arts of Jiangnan. Various factors have led Jiangnan to become the lowest tier of the Song dynasty's martial world. However, the presence of Su Su has undoubtedly ignited hope among the martial artists in Jiangnan. The establishment of a martial alliance, with mutual vigilance, will inevitably elevate the status of Jiangnan's martial arts over time. This realization is not lost on Lu Lighting, nor on other martial artists in Jiangnan, which is precisely why everyone has gathered at Su's residence today. Particularly among the major forces of Jiangnan, this matter had been discussed in advance. Otherwise, how could there be such unity today? Su Su is not foolish. He has discerned the underlying reasons. It must be said that the reputation gained from years of benevolent deeds, combined with the decisive blow to the Tsana Manor, has proven remarkably effective. Su Su could not be more pleased. Reputation is of utmost importance to him. The higher it is, the less challenging it becomes for him to take concubines. Take Lu Wushuang and Cheng for instance. Had he sought to court them previously, it would have taken considerable effort, and the path to success would have been fraught with difficulty. Yet now, Lu Lighting presents them to him, eagerly imploring him to accept. Should he indeed become the leader of the Jiangnan Martial Alliance, his status would ascend even further. Despite understanding this in his heart, Su Su remained composed, revealing not a hint of his thoughts, and patiently awaited the reactions of the crowd. After Lu Lighting spoke, those previously unaware of the situation suddenly found clarity. It makes perfect sense. Without a capable captain at the helm, Jiangnan would remain in a lowly position, subject to scorn. Now that Master Su is present, what is there to fear? Establishing a martial alliance is indeed a splendid idea. Young and accomplished, with his leadership, others would have to step aside. As the crowd discussed, they extolled Su Su's virtues. At that moment, someone recognized a pressing issue. Su Su had remained silent. While they entertained their thoughts, they were uncertain whether Master Su was willing to accept their request. With boldness, they implored Su Su to take on the role of leader of the Jiangnan martial arts community and to forge a blood oath of alliance, vowing to advance and retreat together from this day forth. One individual took the lead, and soon others echoed the sentiment, as if a tide had risen in support. No one dared to oppose. After all, apart from Su Su, there was no other figure in Jiangnan possessing both remarkable skills and high standing. Moreover, the financial resources of Su's residents could easily be deemed the wealthiest in the Song dynasty. Especially today, they had witnessed this firsthand. Unanimously, a thought took root in each person's mind. Aligning with Su Su was undoubtedly the wisest choice. With the wine flowing and Lu Lighting's proposal stirring excitement, they all found themselves flushed with enthusiasm. In her eyes sparkled a glimmer of hope, yearning for Su Su's affirmative response. Li Qingluo of Mandala Villa resolved to rise and stoke the flames further. Su Su was her son-in-law. Should he ascend to the position of the Wulian alliance leader, it would undoubtedly bring her great pride. Furthermore, in the current Jiangnan martial world, there was no one else but Su Su capable of bearing this significant standard. Esteemed peers of Jiangnan, the proposal put forth by Hero Lu was indeed commendable. The establishment of a martial alliance would be a momentous boon for our Jiangnan martial community. However, without rules, order cannot be maintained. If tonight we truly achieve our aspirations in founding the Jiangnan Martial Alliance, with Su Su as our leader, it is essential that from this point forth, we heed his commands. After all, one cannot expect to reap benefits without offering something in return. Would you not agree? Today, Mandala Villa publicly declares its allegiance, willing to follow Su Su. Come what may, whether through treacherous paths or blazing fires, we shall not falter. Lu Lighting understood Li Qingluo's intentions well. As Su Su's father-in-law, he too planned to wed his daughter and niece to Su Su, thus making him a son-in-law as well. At this moment, it was only natural for him to support Su Su. He promptly stood and added, Madame Wang speaks wisely. We, in requesting Su Su to assume the role of alliance leader, have already burdened him. It is unreasonable to expect him to shoulder this without any contribution from us. I, Lu Lighting, shall not agree to that. Today, on behalf of the Lu family, I pledge to stand united with Su Su in both fortune and adversity. Any assignments given will be met without hesitation. Old Master Su of the Su family from Taihu nodded in agreement, affirming, indeed, there is no logic in taking a daughter-in-law without offering a daughter. Henceforth, the Taihu Su family shall look to Su Su as our guiding star. With the declarations from these three prominent figures, other factions began to rise in support. The Lin Zhongli family pledged from this day forward to entrust our lives and fortunes entirely to Su Su. Whatever commands he may issue, we shall faithfully follow. At this moment, the atmosphere was charged with fervor. Perhaps initially, it was merely a hasty impulse, but under the leadership of Li Qingluo and Lu Lighting, the assembly discerned the advantages and recognized that this proposal was not only feasible, but also imperative. With all present bowing in unison, the scene was nothing short of magnificent. We implore Su Su to establish the martial alliance and serve as its leader. Their voices resounded in harmony, echoing to the heavens. Those revered figures of Jiangnan's martial world now willingly bowed before Su Su. Seated at the forefront, Su Su maintained a composed demeanor, unfazed by the tempest around him. Countless heroines gazed at him with hearts aflame, secretly harboring admiration. Alas, it seems Su Su may not regard them with the same interest. Lu Wushuang's heart raced fervently as she discreetly observed Su Su, marveling at his celestial presence. So young, yet already capable of commanding a faction within the martial realm. Truly astonishing. Cheng Ying, equally entranced, felt her cheeks flush and her heart tighten, irresistibly drawn to the profound allure that emanated from Su Su. Observing the expressions of the valiant women around her, who seemed eager to pierce through Su Su's faade, a sense of pressure and self-doubt surged within her. Could the ethereal Su Zhuangzhu truly regard them with any esteem? Furthermore, regarding Su Su, the magnificent and inspiring scene before her was undeniably exhilarating. To claim indifference would be utterly implausible. Although the capabilities of these individuals were somewhat modest, the significance they embodied was far from ordinary. It represented a profound sense of belonging, implying that should he consent, he would ascend as the sovereign of Jiangnan. This land would transform into his stronghold, or perhaps his headquarters, potentially radiating influence throughout the entirety of the Song dynasty. As he continued to take concubines, Su Su increasingly grasped an essential truth: power, influence, wealth, and beauty must all coexist. In other words, one must possess the attributes of Pan, Lu, and Song Shaoxian in their entirety. Chapter 58. Others cannot bear this great banner. I am deeply honored by the esteem with which my fellow martial artists regard me, Su. As the esteemed Lu has rightly pointed out, the martial prowess of Jiangnan is not to be underestimated. However, our collective strength is diminished by our disunity and lack of leadership, rendering us vulnerable to scorn. Thus, I wholeheartedly support the establishment of the Jiangnan Martial Alliance and am willing to represent the Su family manor. However, Su Su hesitated momentarily. In my youth and relative inexperience, I find myself surrounded by numerous esteemed elders within Jiangnan, all of whom are far more qualified to assume the position of the alliance leader. Therefore, I must express my sincere trepidation regarding your request. Su Su spoke with a measured tone, neither hurried nor subservient. His demeanor was not one of arrogance. Rather, humility was his customary mode of conduct. Should I acquiesce too readily, it may leave a sense of dissatisfaction among the assembly. Yet, upon hearing Su Su's reluctance, the crowd grew anxious. Master Su, this position of leadership is yours and yours alone. You cannot refuse, declared Lu Lidong, his voice resolute. Who would dare claim Master Su lacks qualifications? I, Lu Lidong, would be the first to object. Should anyone else assume the mantle of leadership, we shall not yield. We stand united in our support for you, Master Su. If you decline, then let the alliance remain unformed. Indeed, should Master Su refuse, the necessity of the alliance's formation would be rendered moot. It was evident to all that if Su Su were unwilling to shoulder this responsibility, the alliance would lack purpose. In truth, others were simply unable to bear this great banner. Thus, their pleas to persuade Su Su became increasingly earnest. We implore you, Master Su, accept the mantle of leadership. The crowd chanted in unison, their voices soaring to the heavens, resonating through the night. The moment had arrived. With a smile and a nod, Su Su acknowledged their fervor. After a necessary display of humility, he gradually rose, embodying the celestial aura that commanded the tides of destiny. All eyes were irresistibly drawn to Su Su, as if he were the very axis of the universe, inspiring a profound sense of admiration. Since you hold me in such high regard, I shall accept this position of alliance leader, he thought. At this juncture, any further refusal would only serve to discomfort the assembly. It must be said, Su Su possessed an astute understanding of human sentiment. Upon his declaration, the crowd exhaled a collective sigh of relief. We honor the leader, they proclaimed. All the noble families and guilds of Xiaolongnü bowed in unison, their voices harmonizing in a thunderous chorus that echoed through the skies. Su Su felt a swell of joy within. From this day forth, Xiaolongnü would unequivocally be his domain. With the Xiaolongnü martial alliance established, who would dare confront him directly? I hereby announce the formation of the Xiaolongnü martial alliance, effective today. Cheers to the Xiaolongnü martial alliance, Su Su proclaimed. And the fervent spirits of the Xiaolongnü heroes rose in chorus, filled with unrestrained enthusiasm. With merely the 4 characters of Xiaolongnü martial alliance and the name of Su Su, a sense of solidarity blossomed in the hearts of all present. Su Su raised his hand to quiet the assembly. Esteemed guests, since you have entrusted me with the role of leader, I have several matters I wish to discuss with you all. As the crowd quieted, all eyes turned toward Su Su. Please, leader, speak, they urged. Su Su nodded and began. Firstly, without rules, there can be no order. Since the martial alliance has been established, we must formulate corresponding regulations, and I kindly ask everyone to adhere to them together. Naturally, this was met with agreement. As everyone nodded in affirmation, every household has its own rules, and every nation has its laws. With the formation of the martial alliance, it is only fitting that we have proper guidelines, a notion that all can accept. Secondly, the matters concerning the Xiaolongnü martial alliance are of significant magnitude. I fear I may lack the strength to handle them alone. Thus I wish to invite Madame Wang of Mandala Manor, the esteemed hero Lu of the Lu family, and the venerable elder Su to serve as vice leaders, jointly managing the alliance. What do you all think? As one who stands at the pinnacle of authority, it is impossible for him to attend to every detail. Should he do so, would he not wear himself thin? Of course, these selections are made with great consideration. Li Qingluo is my mother-in-law, and Lu Lidong is soon to be my father-in-law. Both are individuals I deeply trust. As for Elder Su, his esteemed reputation ensures that he will not attract any doubts. While Su Su appeared to solicit opinions, his gaze was sharp and commanding, radiating an air of authority that made others instinctively wish to avert their eyes. Who would dare to meet his gaze? The presence of the leader was formidable, exuding an intimidation that required no wrath to be felt. Upon hearing his words, the crowd responded in unison, "We shall follow the leader's arrangements." Su Su nodded in satisfaction. "I am grateful for your support. Bring forth the finest wine. Let us not depart until we are thoroughly intoxicated. Indeed, let us not depart until we are drunk." With the establishment of the martial alliance, a weight lifted from the hearts of the crowd, and Su Su's grandeur inspired a sense of camaraderie among them. Laughter and merriment filled the air as they exchanged toasts, each raising their glasses to Su Su, who greeted each gesture with a smile. The 3 vice leaders he selected bowed respectfully, declaring, "We are honored by the leader's trust, and we shall dedicate ourselves to the Xiaolongnü martial alliance, striving tirelessly for its success. We also request the support of our fellow comrades." Others echoed their sentiments, exchanging greetings, and soon the atmosphere became increasingly harmonious, filled with the clinking of cups and laughter. However, a discordant voice suddenly pierced through the revelry. "Haraha! It seems I have arrived just in time to capture all these Xiaolongnü martial artists in one fell swoop. From this day forth, Our name shall resound throughout the martial world. The speaker's voice was sharp and shrill, slicing through the night and grating on the ears of the assembly, leaving them feeling uneasy. Who dares intrude? Lu Lidong bellowed. Which ruffian has the audacity to disrupt our Jiangnan Martial Alliance meeting? The Jiangnan Martial Alliance? Haraha, came another voice, thick with mockery. Just a bunch of local riffraff, devoid of any notable figures. I wonder where they find their bravado. It's truly laughable. With that, a sinister voice joined in, echoing the derision. Initially, the intent was merely to achieve a resounding victory for the Su family, to eradicate their entire lineage. However, unexpected circumstances have presented themselves with so many heads to claim. Very well, today we shall obliterate your Jiangnan Martial Alliance, and henceforth, our quartet of villains shall resound throughout the martial world. Boss, it is the trio of villains. The fourth has been slain by Su Su. Shall we recruit another? Silence. Even in the absence of the fourth, we remain the four great villains. Came the furious retort. Before long, three figures emerged into view, standing side by side, two men and one woman. The woman was strikingly beautiful, her figure curvaceous, yet marred by several shocking gashes across her face, which not only diminished her allure, but also introduced a ghastly aspect. One of the men wielded a massive pair of shears, his robust physique adorned with an exaggerated appearance. The other, with a visage devoid of any emotion, leaned heavily on crutches, his eyes radiating a venomous ruthlessness. Upon witnessing these three, the Jiangnan heroes within the hall were instantly struck with astonishment. The four great villains. Chapter 59. Today my life ends. It is widely acknowledged that in the realm of the Song dynasty, there exist four notorious villains. They are the malevolent Duan Yanqing, the nefarious Yi Ernyang, the fearsome Yu Laosan, and the ruthless Yun Zhonghe. Upon encountering these three figures, the martial heroes of Jiangnan could not help but reveal expressions of trepidation. The enmity and grievances between Su Su and the four infamous villains are well known to all. In Linjiang Prefecture, Yun Zhonghe committed a heinous act in broad daylight, only to be slain by Su Su with a pair of chopsticks at the Feng Lian. However, it was unexpected for the remaining three of the four villains to seek vengeance during the new year. Oh, the four notorious villains? Yet, there are clearly only three of them. The title seems somewhat misleading. In contrast, Su Su exhibited no sign of panic, instead wearing a playful smirk. Indeed, we are now the three great villains. Upon hearing this, Yu Laosan felt as though he had found a kindred spirit and chimed in. Silence. A shrill voice pierced the air. Yet, none of the three villains dared to speak further. Su Su's gaze, however, settled on the malevolent Duan Yanqing. Ah, a battle of wits. How intriguing. Perceiving Su Su's gaze, Duan Yanqing made no attempt to conceal his intentions, glaring with his lifeless eyes and grinning ominously at Su Su. You killed my brother. Today, I have come to slaughter your entire family. The crowd's countenance changed drastically. The four notorious villains indeed lived up to their fearsome reputation. Their wicked deeds known far and wide, readily threatening the annihilation of an entire clan. Yet, in the presence of so many, to declare the extermination of the leader's family showed a blatant disregard for their might. Impudent. We, the heroes of Jiangnan, stand before you. How dare you utter such brazen words? Today, we shall ensure that you villains do not return. Su Su responded with a calm smile. He raised his hand in a gentle gesture, and the surrounding area fell into silence. Oh, annihilate my family? Just the three of you? What gives you such confidence? Su Su's voice remained placid, yet a palpable aura of deadly intent radiated from him. With his current strength at the pinnacle of human capability, for these three villains to think they could wipe out his family was akin to daydreaming, a clear path to their own demise. Indeed. The master of the manor possesses great ambition. Does this imply you look down upon us three? Yi Ernyang laughed sweetly, surveying Su Su with a glimmer of admiration in her eyes. She had never encountered such a handsome man before. At this revelation, the crowd was taken aback. Indeed, they had entered the manor and made their way to the hall without any disturbances. This was decidedly suspicious. Just as they were about to speak, the expressions of others shifted dramatically. All the martial heroes felt an overwhelming weakness coursing through their bodies, their internal energies slipping from their control. In mere moments, they collapsed to the ground. At this point, the realization dawned upon them. They had been drugged. Truly despicable and shameless. The crowd erupted in outrage. Duan Yanqing chuckled sinisterly. How amusing it is for you self-proclaimed righteous warriors of the martial world. I am indeed a rogue, and do you expect me to engage in a contest with you? The crowd fell into silence. Indeed, what reason is there to converse with a villain? Su Zhuangju, do you truly believe that the three of us cannot handle your motley crew? Su Su raised an eyebrow. The 10 fragrance bewitching powder. With masterful medical skills at his disposal, Su Su was no stranger to the realm of poisons. The perils of the martial world are merely as such. Should one's martial prowess not reach a certain zenith, the use of hidden weapons and toxins serves as a means for the weak to triumph over the strong. Yet, this is only applicable to ordinary warriors. Su Su has now ascended to the realm of celestial beings and possesses master-level medical expertise. Trivial poisons pose no challenge for him. In fact, the presence of these three presents him with an excellent opportunity to establish his authority. The Xiaolongnü martial alliance has just been formed and requires someone to make an example of, to establish its reputation while simultaneously proving his own strength. Indeed, it is the 10 fragrance bewitching powder, and the fact that Su Zhuangzhu remains unaffected is truly surprising. Duan Yanqing, witnessing Su Su's continued agility, could not help but express some admiration. Yet he did not show overt astonishment. Evidently, everything was as he had anticipated. A grandmaster still under 20 years of age is indeed a promising talent for the Xiaolongnü martial world, though alas, today he is destined to fall. The evaluation of martial prowess invariably hinges on two aspects, technique and internal energy, both of which complement each other and are indispensable. The bitter sorrow's clear wind can restrict one's movements, whereas the 10 fragrance bewitching powder renders internal energy unusable. Even a master-level expert, once poisoned, becomes nothing more than a lamb awaiting slaughter. Duan Yanqing's determination that Su Su is a grandmaster stems from the fact that grandmasters possess protective aura that renders them impervious to toxins. This is also why the renown of grandmasters in the martial world surpasses that of regular masters. Grandmasters exist beyond the fray and cannot be easily vanquished by external forces. To an ordinary person, a grandmaster is akin to meat on a chopping block, utterly defenseless. To confront a grandmaster, one must possess similar prowess. Of course, there are extraordinary individuals in the martial world, such as Xiaolongnü, who is one of the few capable of contending with a grandmaster while still at the threshold of that level. However, such instances are rare. Undoubtedly, Duan Yanqing's words have captured the attention of the Xiaolongnü martial community. It is at this moment they realize that Su Su shows no signs of poisoning. Not only does he move with ease, but he also wears a serene expression, as if facing not three villains, but rather ordinary individuals. Setting aside strength, even his demeanor commands admiration. Su Su chuckled inwardly. Grandmaster, I am a celestial being. Knowing my strength, you dare to approach. The 10 fragrance bewitching powder cannot affect me, and you three are equally unworthy. Infamy is one matter, strength is another. Among the 4 great villains, only Duan Yanqing possesses somewhat greater martial skills, likely at the level of a master. As for the other 2 individuals, they serve merely to flaunt their status. Lacking the prowess to even be considered masters, they are utterly vulnerable. Duan Yanqing emitted a sinister chuckle. This is only natural, for Master Su possesses the formidable reputation of extinguishing Murong with a mere finger and subduing Qiao Feng with a single cup of wine. If I cannot easily overcome Murong Fu, how could I dare to confront you? King Ming, why not come and greet Master Su? As his words fell, a distant sound of a Buddhist chant resonated. A figure clad in a yellow monk's robe gradually entered the courtyard. The newcomer, dressed in simple cloth and straw sandals, radiated an aura of brilliance, as if precious gems were flowing around him. His prominent large ears were particularly striking. Little monk Jamozi pays his respects to Master Su and the esteemed martial artists. Someone whispered, the Tibetan national master, the great Will King, Jamozi, the assembly of martial artists. Already entranced by the 10 fragrance bewitching powder, involuntarily inhaled sharply. It was indeed him. Jamozi is a figure of grandmaster caliber. With his presence, coupled with the 3 infamous villains, a singular thought permeated the minds of all. Today, my fate is sealed. Chapter 60, Negotiating with the Tiger, Prioritizing Interests. The elation brought by the Grandmaster Su Su had dissipated in this moment. While the Grandmaster possessed formidable prowess, facing opponents of equal caliber rendered his advantages moot. No matter how extraordinary Su Su was, how could he possibly contend with 4 adversaries alone? Cheng Ying and Lu Wushuang observed the tumultuous scene, their hearts clenched with anxiety. In stark contrast, Su Su's wives maintained a serene demeanor, as did Su Su himself, who wore a faint smile. The great Will King? Huh. It was truly unexpected that he would willingly descend into depravity and consort with villains, seemingly unperturbed by the ridicule it would invite from the martial world. Should calamity befall them today, Su Su's accumulated reputation would undoubtedly incite the righteous to seek vengeance on these individuals. Jamozi faltered and candidly expressed, this humble monk harbors no other passions but an obsession with martial arts. I have come here today to seek enlightenment from Master Su's skills. I have long heard of the profound nature of your four symbols technique, and it has captivated me for ages. If Master Su would graciously impart this secret art to me, I would take my leave, and I wonder what your thoughts are on this matter. What are my thoughts? Naturally, I have none to entertain such a notion. As a secret art, how could it be so casually shared? Upon hearing this, Su Su suddenly understood. Given Jimozi's character, such a proposition was indeed plausible. Before Su Su could respond, Duan Yanqing's countenance darkened with fury. You Laosan erupted with curses, you bald donkey. How dare you speak so deceitfully? I'll skewer you with my scissors. As he spoke, Yu Laosan lunged toward Jimozi. Duan Yanqing barked a command, halting him, and continued. Why bother with pleasantries, O king? Let us seize him directly. Wealth, beauty, martial arts. Are they not all within our grasp? He genuinely feared that should Su Su relinquish his martial knowledge, Jimozi would retreat, leaving the three of them unable to contend with Su Su. Jimozi smiled silently, prioritizing his own interests in this alliance with the tiger. At this moment, all eyes were fixed on Su Su, awaiting his decision. Jimozi hoped for Su Su's capitulation, believing it would allow him to obtain the desired martial arts with minimal effort. After all, Su Su was a grand master. If a conflict arose, he would gain little, while the four nefarious figures would benefit immensely. Conversely, Duan Yanqing did not wish for Su Su to compromise. His purpose was to eliminate Su Su and eradicate his entire lineage. If Su Su were to divulge his martial arts, Jimozi would no longer aid him, depriving Duan of a formidable ally. As for the martial practitioners from Jiangnan, although they felt discontent, they too hoped Su Su would temporarily relent to avoid today's peril, planning to gather their strength and seek revenge in the future. Their motivations had little to do with loyalty or cowardice. As denizens of the martial world, they valued survival above pride and momentary gratification. Only those who survive are worthy of standing at the pinnacle of the martial realm. The atmosphere was charged with tension. Every thought of Su Su's could lead to vastly different outcomes. Slowly, Su Su rose, descending the steps with the ease of a leisurely stroll. Have you ever heard of a saying, Mingwang? Asked Jimozi, perplexed. I beseech you, esteemed Zongwu, to enlighten me. Su Su's lips curled into a sardonic smile. Come and feast. Upon hearing this, Jimozi's ire ignited. How audacious of Su Su to regard him as a mere beggar. Such humiliation could not be tolerated. Since Su Zongwu is so confident, today I shall seek to learn from his esteemed techniques, particularly the celestial four symbols technique he possesses. Observing this, Duan Yanqing and the other nefarious figures felt a sense of relief. Indeed, Mingwang was correct. Su Zongwu, being a young prodigy, seemed oblivious to the treachery of the martial world and deserved a lesson in humility. Let us take him down together. Duan Yanqing, wielding a crutch, though disabled, moved with remarkable swiftness, darting towards Su Su like a bolt of lightning. He employed his crutch as a leg, showcasing an extraordinary agility that surpassed even that of an able-bodied man. The iron tip of his crutch was sharp, serving as both a crutch and a sword. It whistled through the air, aimed squarely at Su Su's face, producing a low, ominous hum. The onlookers' expressions shifted dramatically. Indeed, Duan Yanqing, the foremost of the four villains, possessed formidable strength. Leading the charge, Duan Yanqing was closely followed by two others. Yi Ernyang, brandishing a slender rectangular blade, exhibited remarkable lightness in her movements, a fierce intent emanating from her as she leapt to fill the gap left by Duan Yanqing's assault. Meanwhile, Yu Laosan roared in fury, clutching a massive crocodile jaw cutter, employing his unique martial arts with an unpredictable and enigmatic form that could spell doom for any who dared approach. He secured another weak flank on the right. The trio of villains, having trained together for years, displayed an extraordinary synergy, their initial strikes revealing their extraordinary prowess. The sheer might of their assault would cause even seasoned masters to pale. Mingwang, if you do not intervene now, when will you? Seeing Jimozi hesitating, Duan Yanqing bellowed. To engage in such overwhelming numbers is not befitting of a monk. Let the three of us strike first, while I stand by to offer support. Instead of advancing to attack, Jimozi took a step back. You scoundrel! The three villains cursed in unison. This cunning and treacherous man had the audacity to let them test Su Su's skills first. At that moment, tension hung thick in the air. There was no room for further contemplation. They could only steel themselves and charge forward. Lu Lighting and the others felt their eyes bulging with frustration. They wished to rise and join Su Su in battle, yet their internal energy seemed to have dissipated by half, leaving them powerless. They could only watch helplessly as the three villains charged towards Su Su. Under the moonlight, the three malevolent figures advanced with ferocity. Even a grandmaster would need to brace themselves for such an assault. They were filled with trepidation, fearing Su Su might falter. However, Su Su remained unfazed, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. In the face of the oncoming trio, his expression betrayed no sign of concern, as if he felt no threat whatsoever. How bold, to disregard the three of us. Duan Yanqing hissed, his eyes bulging with a menacing glint. Su Su scoffed disdainfully, questioning why such insignificant beings should even warrant his attention. As his words fell, he finally made his move. An overwhelming radiance of golden light surged around him, transforming him into a resplendent figure of gold. With a single step forward, an earth-shattering tremor reverberated through the air. Sacred, terrifying. These seemingly opposing qualities manifested simultaneously within Su Su. He remained poised, hands clasped behind his back, casually extending his right hand, completely unfazed by the furious onslaught of the three notorious villains. The dense golden light emanated 3 feet from his body, forming a barrier that repelled all attacks. Su Su strolled forward as if walking leisurely amidst raging waves. In one stride, Yi Ernyang's long blade shattered into dust, leaving her frozen in disbelief. No matter how exquisite her movements were, she seemed unable to escape the ever-enlarging golden fingers within her line of sight. Grasping her throat, she realized too late that her life had already slipped away. Chapter 61. Those who know the times are the true heroes. With a decisive step forward, the jaws of the Southern Sea divine crocodile, Elder Yu San, shattered as well. The ferocious roar abruptly ceased, replaced by a gaze filled with terror as his bones splintered, emitting a chilling crackling sound that sent shivers down one's spine. 3 steps. Duan Yanqing's countenance was one of dread, as he wielded his iron staff with a flurry of moves, an impenetrable defense. Yet, against Su Su, he posed no threat whatsoever. Akin to a mayfly attempting to shake a tree, utterly immobile. The Wanyang finger. Duan Yanqing bellowed, substituting his staff for a finger, as an intense and blazing force erupted from the dark iron rod. This was the esteemed Duan family's ultimate technique, the Wanyang finger. Once a royal prince, Duan Yanqing wielded this power not merely with proficiency, but with remarkable skill. He had refrained from using it, wishing to conceal his identity while biding his time for revenge. However, facing death, he could no longer afford to hide his talents. Yet, it was ultimately in vain. In his sight, that golden finger magnified infinitely, as if it could support the heavens with a mere gesture. The sheer force overpowered him, embodying righteousness and grandeur. A blinding golden light surged forth from the fingertip, rendering Duan Yanqing's Wanyang finger powerless against its might. Duan Yanqing's eyes widened in horror, desperate to call for help. Yet the overwhelming pressure rendered him unable to utter a sound. Bang! The golden light descended, piercing into the center of Duan Yanqing's brow. A deafening explosion followed, akin to a watermelon bursting, splattering red and white matter across the ground. Blood and brain matter mingled in a grotesque display, sickening to behold. All stood in stunned silence. Was this how it ended? Just like that? 3 steps. Merely 3 steps. It was as if he strolled leisurely through a garden. And yet he had slain 3 individuals. Not just any trifling foes, but notorious villains renowned throughout the Song dynasty. These 3, capable of contending with masters, were dispatched by Su Su as if they were mere chickens or dogs. As the golden light gradually faded, Su Su returned to his demeanor of a refined youth. Observing the scene, waves of astonishment surged within the hearts of all present, their faces etched with shock. Powerful. This youth is undeniably formidable. Lu Lighting gazed upon Su Su's figure, feeling an immense reverence welling within. The leader truly was extraordinary. With such prowess, he had surely reached the realm of a grand master. Even the 5 absolutes paled in comparison. If Xiaolongnü and Xing could wed the leader, it would undoubtedly be a great honor for the Lu family estate. Li Qingluo's eyes sparkled as she beheld her son-in-law in awe. A strange mix of feelings blossoming within her heart, pride and respect, tinged with something more. Ultimately, her most immediate thought was that entrusting her daughter to the leader was the wisest decision of her life. The patriarch of the Su family was equally exhilarated. He had thought he would meet his end today, yet the tide had turned unexpectedly. Su Su's strength surpassed everyone's expectations. The leader was truly a celestial being descended to earth. Had he been born a few years earlier, the Song dynasty might not have known merely 5 absolutes, but rather 6. Not only them. In that moment, apart from Jiao all eyes turned towards Su Su, filled with boundless admiration. In that fleeting moment, the cohesion of the martial alliance reached its zenith. Hope for the future radiated from every individual present. With Su Su at the helm, the Jiangnan martial alliance was destined to flourish. Cheng Ying and Lu Wushuang's eyes sparkled with infatuation, completely enraptured. They remained unflustered in the face of danger, ready to vanquish all foes. Such an invincible demeanor is nothing short of the most potent aphrodisiac for women. The two ladies could hardly contain their flushed cheeks. To be in the presence of such a remarkable man, Su Zongwu, was already an immense blessing, even without the titles of wife or concubine. I must strive to earn Su Zhuangzhu's favor. At this moment, Lu Wushuang and Cheng Ying's thoughts converged harmoniously. Meanwhile, Su Su remained oblivious to the sentiments of the crowd, his gaze sparkling with mirth as he regarded Jamozi. My king, what do you think of my indestructible divine skill? Do you desire it? The expression on Jamozi's face shifted dramatically, an overwhelming sense of dread creeping from the depths of his heart. The indestructible divine skill? Su Zhuangzhu's prowess transcended the ordinary. It was indeed inappropriate for this monk to presume. Those who recognize the currents of the times are truly wise. In the face of life and death, one's pride and dignity are but illusions. The 5 great masters of the Song dynasty were renowned, and Jamozi could confront them without fear. However, just moments ago, Su Su had dispatched Duan Yanqing and his companions with the ease of crushing ants, leaving him utterly astounded. As a fellow grandmaster, he believed he could not match Su Su's decisive swiftness. Uncertain of Su Su's true strength, Jamozi felt a surge of retreating instinct. Though obsessed with martial arts, he was not blind to the realities of the situation. Why else would he not venture to Shaolin, Dali, or the Chuanjin sect, but instead come to Su's residence? He had initially thought it a soft target. With 3 notorious villains and the 10 fragrance bewitching powder, he expected to obtain Su Su's heavenly 4 elements technique. Yet, he realized he had underestimated the situation. Today, he could only withdraw and seek alternative means for another day. Su Su, in the realm of transcendence, harmonized with the heavens and could naturally perceive Jamozi's intentions. Instead of anger, he smiled. The Su residence is not a place where anyone can come and go as they please. What should Su Zhuangzhu do? Jamozi furrowed his brow. He acknowledged Su Su's strength, yet he was uncertain if force would succeed in detaining him. I possess a sword. I invite the king to appraise it. If you can withstand it, then I shall allow your departure. Jamozi's heart sank, an ominous feeling enveloping him. In the next instant, the sword at the waist of a wandering swordsman began to tremble incessantly. No, it was not merely that swordsman's blade. In the hall, every sword quivered and shrieked in unison. The sound of the swords was extraordinarily clear. Initially, it was but a single note, like a distant star. Yet gradually, all sounds converged, evoking an overwhelming sense of terror. At this moment, the entire Su residence resonated with the sound of swords singing. Clang, clang. The rhythmic sounds of swallowing and exhaling echoed throughout. The 10 fragrance bewitching powder merely restrained the inner strength of the crowd, limiting their actions. Yet it could not prevent them from performing such simple motions. The sword at Lu Lighting's side trembled incessantly, its intensity nearly toppling him to the ground. It is worth noting that even without the influence of the 10 fragrance bewitching powder, he would still struggle to control the restless blade. Yet, he was not alone in feeling such trepidation. A collective astonishment illuminated the eyes of all present. The symphony of 1,000 swords resonated, creating a breathtaking spectacle reminiscent of a sovereign of blades gracing the world, evoking a profound sense of reverence akin to that of a legion bowing before their master. In contrast, Yaoyue and Xing maintained a far greater composure. This was not their first encounter with such a scene. Previously, their husband had demonstrated similar extraordinary phenomena in the courtyard, a sight both astonishing and fearsome. However, given that it was their husband who wielded such power, rather than feeling fear, they found themselves even more enamored with Su Su. From the very outset, they harbored no concerns. Although they may not fully grasp Su Su's capabilities, they were well aware of his character. Had victory not been assured, their husband would not have remained so unfazed. Chapter 62. No corpse, not even a trace. Su Su stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression unwavering from beginning to end. Neither the 4 notorious villains nor Xiaolongnü could provoke even a flicker of emotion within him. The only hint of murderous intent lay restrained beneath the surface. Though he had yet to make a move, the cacophony of 1,000 swords echoed around him, leaving Xiaolongnü parched and his heart constricted. Su Alliance leader, why must you be this way? Xiaolongnü implored. We harbor no profound enmity. The monk has resolved to retreat. Why not let it be? Let it be? Su Su replied with a knowing smile. What if I choose otherwise? Do you truly believe I am an easy target? The Jiangnan martial alliance had only recently been established, and the weight of the 3 villains was yet insufficient. Xiaolongnü, as a grandmaster, possessed some merit, yet his heart sank at the implications. Straining to muster a smile, Xiaolongnü declared, Let today's events be seen as the monk owing Su Zhuang master a favor. Should you require assistance in the future, I shall not fail to fulfill your request. This admission of retreat was strikingly evident. He was even willing to be at Su Su's beck and call without conditions. The crowd gasped in disbelief. Here stood the renowned national master of Tibet, the king of great wheels, a peerless grandmaster. Yet he was backing down, and all this without Su Su having lifted a finger? This demonstrated the sheer terror that Su Su embodied. However, the onlookers felt no fear. Rather, they were filled with immense pride, for Su Su was their leader. Wang Yuyin and others beamed with pride. This is our husband, unmatched in martial prowess, exuding noble grace. Upon hearing this, Su Su merely smiled lightly. If I allow you to leave today, what will the world think of the Su family estate? How will they perceive the Jiangnan martial alliance? A mere favor holds little weight. Instead, as the Jiangnan martial alliance is newly established, the heads of you villains shall serve as a banner to proclaim our might. With a gaze that surveyed the world, Su Su radiated an air of dominance. The masters of the Jiangnan martial alliance trembled uncontrollably, a mix of excitement and fear coursing through them, fear that originated from their very souls. Yet, this did not hinder their exhilaration for such an imposing leader. The crowd longed to let out a roar to express their inner fervor. Xiaolongnü's face turned ashen, though he dared not express his anger. The chilling intent of 1,000 swords surged, intensifying the atmosphere around Su Su, who appeared as a sovereign of swords. To retreat is impossible. To stay is equally untenable. In that moment, Xiaolongnü found himself in a predicament, caught between two choices. Su Zhuang master is unparalleled in skill. I, the monk, feel inadequate. If you press on, I shall do my utmost to counter your strength. Should I withstand your attack, I implore you to honor your promise, and we shall put our grievances to rest. Though he spoke with humility, Xiaolongnü held great confidence in his own abilities. Despite Su Su's fearsome reputation, he believed that as a grandmaster, he could withstand at least one strike. With that, Xiaolongnü clasped his hands together, a profound and steady energy emanating from him. Countless flames of energy began to gather, and having made up his mind, he prepared to defend with all his might. The members of the Jiangnan martial alliance gaped in astonishment, vehemently cursing Jimozi for his shamelessness. Su Su remained silent, a smile playing on his lips, without any movement, yet emanating an overwhelming aura that suppressed all in its presence. Within Su family manor, the previously resounding sound of sword chants continued to reverberate with fervor. In the next breath, amidst the astonished gazes of all, a radiant sword finally broke free from its trembling state. The weapon soared into the sky, darkening the heavens like a swarm of locusts, an ominous sight. The razor-sharp sword unleashed its fury, seemingly cleaving through the very fabric of reality. At that moment, all eyes were fixated solely on the sword, rendering the world around them invisible. Thirsty and speechless, they found themselves devoid of imagination and reaction. Cold sweat streamed down Jimozi's face, his pupils dilated, enveloped by an unprecedented aura of peril. Thousands of malevolent sword energies locked onto him. He was at a loss for how to respond. Before the sword even reached him, its essence and intent descended like a torrential downpour. Even the flames that surged around him could not withstand the murderous aura of the sword's will. His monk's robe tore inch by inch, and fine lines of blood marred his skin. The flesh between his brows split open, crimson spilling forth, clouding his vision. Compassion? How could Su Su feel compassion? The martial world was one of relentless bloodshed, and to dare act so recklessly in Su family manner was a crime worthy of death. Begone! The words slipped from his tongue, yet they detonated like thunder in Jimozi's ears. Through the haze of blood, he beheld the sword instruments ringing out, a chorus of 1,000 blades howling. Each weapon, driven by the righteous sword intent, rivaled even the most divine of armaments, surging forth like a terrifying tide. Jimozi's eyes widened in horror as he bellowed in desperation, "Block it! Someone stop it!" In the face of such a monstrous onslaught, Jimozi summoned all his learned skills. Amidst this life and death crisis, he felt the long-standing bottleneck that had plagued him begin to loosen. However, it was ultimately futile. No matter how robust his vital energy, the sharpness of the sword flood was insurmountable, effortlessly tearing through him like a sheet of paper, completely overwhelming him. The swords whistled as they passed, engulfing Jimozi. And in that fleeting moment, the crowd faintly heard the whispers of despair. Heaven Su Su realized that Jimozi had sensed his own limits. Yet, he had no chance to utter those 3 words before being consumed by the terrifying deluge of swords. Moments later, the weapons emitted a satisfied tremor as they returned to their sheath at their master's side. Everyone awakened from their stupor. only to discover their blades stained with blood of the Grand Master. Looking back at the spot where Jamozi once stood, it was now empty, save for a thin mist of blood lingering in the air. He had vanished entirely from this world, leaving no remnants, not even a trace. A collective gasp escaped the crowd, unable to suppress their astonishment. The Grand Master was unexpectedly vanquished in a single strike by the esteemed leader. What realm of power does this leader possess to instill such terror? The mere thought of Su Su commanding a myriad of swords with an aura of invincibility deepens the reverence in their hearts. Excitement, adoration, and awe envelop everyone present. Were it possible to act, all would instinctively bow in homage to demonstrate their respect. The leader's inscrutable depth suggests that even the 5 exceptional heroes of the Song dynasty would struggle to rival him. Undoubtedly, Su Su has ascended to the status of a supreme deity in the hearts of the Martial Alliance members. Following this night, the Xiaolongnü Martial Alliance will be irrevocably united as a formidable force. As long as Su Su remains, there shall be no dissent or internal strife. The venerable old master Su could not contain his tears of joy, overwhelmed not only by excitement, but also by pride. The Xiaolongnü martial world has finally risen to greatness. Li Qingluo stood in a daze, realizing that such a man is truly a unique presence in the world. Suddenly, she felt a pang of regret for having been born a decade earlier. I was born before you, and now I am aged while you are in your prime. How I wish we had been born together, to cherish each day with you. This thought startled Li Qingluo, prompting her to hastily retract her musings. Chapter 63. Mistaken for a soft persimmon, yet surprising as a tough nut today, events astonished not only the members of the Xiaolongnü martial arts community, but also captivated the heroines and celestial maidens in the side hall. Each one found themselves irresistibly drawn to Su Su, their hearts fluttering with affection, yearning to follow him devotedly. The sentiments of Chang'ing and Lu Wushuang mirrored this. What began as mere admiration had blossomed into an intense and fervent love. Their hearts were completely entwined with Su Su, and within their misty, enchanting gazes, a tide of emotion surged. Even if Su Su were to demand their allegiance at this moment, they would willingly comply, embracing the notion of namelessness and ambiguity. As for the esteemed ladies present, their pride and admiration had reached unparalleled heights. Witnessing Su Su's display of prowess stirred their hearts, igniting a fervent desire to engage him in a spirited duel, to express their profound reverence. Su Su, with his celestial perception, was acutely aware of the myriad gazes upon him, prompting a subtle smile to grace his lips. With the crisis averted, only the aftermath remained. The effects of the 10 fragrance enchantment were potent, yet posed no challenge for Su Su. With his masterful medical skills, he merely required a brief moment. In a flash, he made his way towards his wives, and under the influence of his robust inner strength, silver needles danced through the air. Within mere moments, the toxins were expelled from their bodies. Yaoyue and the others rushed joyfully into Su Su's embrace, the threat dispelled. Their husband had prioritized their well-being over the esteemed martial heroes in the main hall, a testament to his regard for them. How could they not be moved? Su Su gently comforted them, bestowing kisses upon each before urging them to rest. This scene left Chang'ing and Lu Wushuang enviously awestruck. A man of such extraordinary martial prowess displayed such tenderness and concern for his wives, an irresistible allure for them. At that moment, they finally understood why the wives had proclaimed that marrying Su Su was the greatest fortune of their lives. Once he had settled his wives, Su Su proceeded to the front hall to alleviate the toxins from several key figures. The assembly bowed reverently, their gazes towards Su Su brimming with fervor. Thank you, esteemed leader, for your salvation. We are willing to lay down our lives for you. Your unparalleled martial skills and inscrutable prowess give us hope that the Xiaolongnü Martial Alliance may rise to become the foremost faction in the realm. We beseech you to allow us to proclaim today's events throughout the martial world, to elevate our alliance's morale. Countless voices of reverence echoed in unison. Before the arrival of Jamozi and Duan Yanqing, while respect was present, it had not reached such a level of divine reverence. Now, Su Su found himself exalted upon a pedestal. For him, the greater the acclaim, the better. Thus, he would not oppose their proposition. Although their martial skills were modest, Su Su held no expectations of their assistance in that regard. He valued their contributions in other respects. No matter how exceptional one's skills may be, it is impossible to manage every matter personally. It is imperative to possess a cadre of loyal subordinates and allies. The Xiaolongnü Martial Alliance undoubtedly represents the optimal choice for Su Su. Delegating mundane affairs to them is indeed the wisest course of action. Shortly, I will provide some pills. You shall dissolve them in water for others to consume, and through the proper cultivation, the effects of the 10 fragrance enchantment powder will naturally be dispelled. With such a multitude within the Xiaolongnü martial alliance, it is unfeasible for him to intervene directly in every situation, except for those of significant importance. The others do not enjoy such privileges. Nevertheless, the gratitude expressed by the crowd remains profound. Thank you, Alliance Leader. Your martial prowess is unfathomable, and your medical skills are divine. We hold you in the highest esteem. This statement rings true. His martial arts are unparalleled, and his medical expertise is extraordinary, akin to that of a celestial being. It is no wonder that the members of the alliance have elevated Su Su to the status of a deity. Su Su waved his hand dismissively and proceeded towards the eastern courtyard. The concluding matters would be in the capable hands of the 3 vice leaders, rendering his presence unnecessary. Meanwhile, he had several ladies awaiting his comfort. Gazing at Su Su's retreating figure, the crowd was filled with immense reverence. The following day, swift steeds galloped from Jiangnan to various corners of the Great Song. As time progressed, the news spread like wildfire. The entire martial world was abuzz with excitement. In inns and brothels, the channels of communication were most rapid, and countless individuals were left stunned by the revelations. Have you heard about the events in Jiangnan? It seems the martial world there is on the verge of a resurgence. The Xiaolongnü Martial Alliance is making quite a statement. This is merely the precursor. The focal point lies in the fact that on the day of its establishment, 3 of the infamous 4 evildoers, accompanied by the Ming King Jimozi, stormed Su's residence. The notorious evildoers, in their despicable acts, resorted to poisoning. It is said that on that fateful night, the members of the Xiaolongnü Martial Alliance fell victim to the 10 fragrance enchantment powder, a notorious toxin that renders its victims powerless and incapable of utilizing their internal energy, leaving even masters at their mercy. The entire Su family estate was plunged into peril, yet miraculously, the Grand Master's prowess emerged unscathed. Good heavens, a Grand Master? Surely. You jest. How old could Su Zongwu be? 19, perhaps? A Grand Master at 19? Such a prodigy. Previously, we had only heard of such exceptional talents in other dynasties. And now our great song finally boasts one. Hey, focus up. Is that the crux of the matter? On that night, Alliance leader Su descended as if from the heavens. Enveloped in golden light, slaying 3 foes in 3 steps, the 3 infamous evildoers fell like mere chickens and dogs, their names erased from the martial world. What? Slaying 3 in 3 steps? How extraordinary. Everyone stood agape, with gasps echoing around them. The eminent master Duan Yanqing, alongside the other 2, would require utmost caution when facing a grand master, yet Alliance leader Su dispatched them effortlessly? This is truly terrifying. It seems that last year, when he defeated Yun Zhonghe and Morong Fu, he had already attained the status of a grand master. That makes sense. I concur with that perspective. The crowd marveled in awe, while some merely shook their heads. What does this signify? Regardless of Duan Yanqing's prowess, he merely stands at the level of a grand master. The true terror lies in the fact that Lord Su obliterated the Ming King Jimozi with a single sword strike, leaving not even a trace behind. What? Jimozi? That venerable state priest of Tubo? A formidable grandmaster? He had the audacity to venture to Su's manor? What could his purpose possibly be? Oh, I recall hearing whispers that the 4 great evildoers accompanied Jimozi on this journey. If that is the case, then Lord Su not only vanquished the 3 great evildoers, but also dispatched Jimozi. Yet, how could a Tubo priest ally himself with such nefarious figures? A wave of confusion washed over the crowd. It is truly appalling that a seasoned grandmaster like Jimozi would shamelessly collude with a scoundrel like Duan Yanqing. His presence at Su's manor was undoubtedly aimed at seizing the celestial 4 symbols technique from Lord Su. Unfortunately for him, fate was unkind, and he encountered a prodigious talent in Lord Su. What he presumed to be a soft target turned out to be a formidable opponent. Lord Su summoned a myriad of swords and, with one decisive strike, annihilated Jimozi. Chapter 64. The young lady should certainly give it a try. Hiss. The sound of gasps echoed through the crowd. Everyone questioned whether they had misheard. Initially, the individual had proclaimed that Su Su had slain Jimozi with a single sword strike. Yet their focus had evidently been on why Jimozi had appeared at Su's residence. Now, upon hearing the term slain once more, their expressions shifted dramatically. What kind of strength must one possess to obliterate a seasoned grandmaster with a single sword strike, leaving no trace whatsoever? Are you certain that the leader of the Su clan is indeed a grandmaster? Why does it seem to me that this level of mastery is implausible? Indeed, Jimozi is renowned throughout the martial world, and for the young Su Su to attain such a grandmaster level at such a tender age is already extraordinary. To claim that he could annihilate Jimozi in an instant strains credulity. I suspect this is merely a ploy by the Xiaolongnü martial alliance to create a spectacle. Whether or not he was truly slain in an instant is uncertain, but it is highly likely that Jamozi is indeed dead. After all, it has been several days without a peep from him, which inevitably suggests his demise. The crowd nodded in agreement. They believed that Jamozi had been killed. However, the notion of an instantaneous kill was rather far-fetched. The Su clan leader is merely 19 years of age, no matter how prodigious. It seems implausible that he could dispatch an established grandmaster so effortlessly. If it were true, how terrifying would Su be? Achieving such a feat at such a young age would mark him as a genius of monstrous proportions. The presence of such a talent in our Song dynasty would indeed be a boon for the martial arts community. This sentiment rang true, should the opportunity arise. A visit to Su's residence would be imperative. The crowd marveled in unison. Yet, this was merely the beginning. As time passed, the news continued to escalate, gaining momentum and influence. Under the intentional promotion of the Xiaolongnü martial alliance, Su truly achieved renown across the Song dynasty. Martial masters, common folk, and even courtesans were all aware of Su's exploits. Although the previous annihilation of Xing Manor had stirred considerable commotion in the martial realm, it ultimately pertained to the hollow reputation of Murongfu. Moreover, this hollow fame was only somewhat prominent among the younger generation. To put it plainly, the name of South Murong was not illustrious in the Song dynasty and did not belong to the upper echelons. However, this time was different. The four great evildoers had already gained infamy in the Song martial world, surpassing Murongfu by several magnitudes. Su's decisive strike that rendered Jamozi a nonentity was nothing short of astonishing. Furthermore, the fact that Jamozi was a grandmaster only heightened the shock. While some might doubt Su's claim of having slain Jamozi in an instant, viewing it as an exaggeration by the Xiaolongnü martial alliance, the reality of Jamozi's death lay before them. Regardless of the methods employed by Su, the outcome was enough to send chills down their spines. After all, Su's age was evident. An astonishingly young grandmaster at 19, capable of vanquishing an esteemed grandmaster. His martial path is boundless, with a future that holds infinite potential. Given Su's fondness for beauty, many were tempted to pursue their own ambitions. Countless heroines gazed with hearts aflame, filled with yearning, young yet possessing unparalleled martial prowess. They were the very embodiment of the dream lover for all female knights. In an inn, while her master was in seclusion, the little dragon girl, clad in a flowing white garment, emerged from the ancient tomb to seek Li Macho, listening intently to the tales of Zongwu travelers discussing the exploits of Su. A nearby wanderer cast a glance at the little dragon girl, his eyes glimmering with astonishment. This enchanting heroine, if she were to pursue her desires, might venture to Jiangnan, where, should she capture the attention of a remarkable man like Su Mengzhu, a life of endless fortune would surely await her. Despite Su Mengzhu having already taken 7 wives, he treated each of them with great kindness. The man became increasingly animated as he spoke. Alas, if only he were a woman. He would not hesitate to try his luck in Jiangnan. The little dragon girl's expression was one of innocence. This was her first foray beyond the ancient tomb. And with no news of her sister, she felt uncertain of where to begin her search. Indeed, many female warriors are currently en route to Jiangnan. It would be wise for you to join them. Very well, I shall give it a try. The little dragon girl nodded, rising to depart. But wait, you haven't paid yet. Little brother, I have already settled my bill. The wandering hero chuckled, producing coins to cover her meal. Should this heroine truly wed Su Mengzhu, she would undoubtedly remember his kindness, and he would be grateful in return. At that moment, would he not soar to great heights? Indeed, as the Zongwu traveler had remarked, multitudes of heroines were stirred to action, eager to witness the brilliance of Su. In no time, Jiangnan became a gathering place for these valiant women. However, this was but one facet of the unfolding tale. In reality, Su's deeds had reverberated throughout the Song dynasty. Take, for instance, the Beggar's Sect. The elder who had once antagonized Su nearly fainted from fear upon hearing of his exploits. Regret consumed him for having troubled the Su family estate. Now fearing the retribution that might come from Su, Xiaofeng and Hong Qigong were equally astonished. Both had engaged with Su on a deeper level and believed they understood his capabilities, only to realize they had underestimated him. Upon their initial encounter in Linjiang Prefecture, Xiaofeng had perceived Su Mengzhu's extraordinary talent, and after witnessing him suppress a cup of wine, he learned of Su's defeat of Murongfu. Initially, he felt that Su had merely advanced a step ahead of him into the Grandmaster realm, but now he comprehended the vast gulf that lay between them. Xiaofeng sighed in bittersweet resignation, reflecting on his own pride and confidence. In comparison to Su Su, he found himself woefully lacking. This realization dulled the joy of his own breakthrough to Grandmaster, leaving him with a sense of emptiness. He had once thought that achieving Grandmaster status would enable him to contend with Su Mengzhu, but now it seemed he had been deluding himself. It became apparent that during their encounter at the Fenglai Inn, Su Su had shown him mercy beyond measure. The national master of Tubo, Jamozi, possesses strength that may allow him to engage in battle, yet the prospect of slaying him remains utterly unattainable, let alone the notion of vanquishing him with a single stroke. While others doubt Su Su's capability to dispatch Jamozi in an instant, Xiao Feng harbors unwavering belief in this possibility. With a heavy sigh, a profound bitterness envelopes Xiao Feng's heart. He had once believed that his own breakthroughs would bridge the chasm between them, yet he finds that the distance has only widened. Hong Qigong remained silent, at a loss for words. He had encountered Su Su on 2 occasions, both during his wedding festivities. The impression left upon him was that Su Su had a penchant for taking concubines, a greedy yearning for beauty. His willingness to lend support was entirely based on the chivalrous deeds Su Su had undertaken. However, the revelation that Su Su's martial prowess is unfathomable and that he stands as a peerless master, rivaling Hong Qigong himself, has profoundly shaken him. Chapter 65. Understanding the elder Dongxia through the younger Dongxia. Indeed, in Hong Qigong's estimation, anyone capable of vanquishing Jamozi must possess skills that place them on par with his own. As for who is superior, that can only be determined through combat. Individuals in the martial world possess their own pride. It is inconceivable to concede defeat without a fight. This is especially true for someone of Hong Qigong's caliber, a figure among the 5 greats of the Song dynasty. The relationship between the Beggars sect and the Jiangnan martial alliance must be handled with care. With Su Su present, it is likely that in a few years, another individual will emerge who rivals Wang Chongyang. Xiao Feng was taken aback. He had thought his recent appraisal was already quite high, yet he was surprised to hear the elder leader's even greater praise. Another Wang Chongyang. What a remarkable assessment. Throughout the Song dynasty, Wang Chongyang was the only individual who had earned Hong Qigong's unequivocal respect, having once outshone all others with his unmatched prowess. That Su Su could garner such high regard implies that in the elder's eyes, it is merely a matter of time before Su Su surpasses him. As winter waned and spring approached, fallen petals blanketed the ground, and the landscape of Peach Blossom Island took on a more desolate air, losing some of its ethereal beauty. Fortunately, winter had passed, and soon the island would once again transform into a paradise. On the island, a man clad in a blue robe held a jade flute. Gazing out at the sea, the melancholic notes of the flute drifted through the air. Behind him, a girl in a pale yellow dress stealthily approached. Her skin was as white as snow, and her eyes, like crystal, sparkled with mischief, seemingly capable of speech. Just as she reached out to cover the man's eyes, a sigh interrupted her. "Ronger, how old are you to still be playing these games?" "Daddy, you found me again." The girl pouted, her delicate nose wrinkling in playful annoyance. She then casually settled on a nearby rock, revealing her dainty feet as she playfully splashed water. This father-daughter pair was none other than Huang Yaoshi, the master of Peach Blossom Island, and his daughter, Huang Rong. In this world, Huang Rong had indeed crossed paths with Guojing, but given Guojing's companionship with Huajing, she naturally harbored no feelings for him. After a brief acquaintance, they parted ways, merely 2 ships passing in the night. Over the years, she mostly resided on Peach Blossom Island, occasionally venturing out for leisure. Living independently, she found herself quite content. Huang Rong, endowed with exceptional talent, despite indulging in amusement over the years, still possessed considerable martial prowess. Without mentioning other matters, she could effortlessly deal with the likes of the 4 evil ones. However, it was evident that Huang Yaoshi was not entirely satisfied. "Ronger, your innate gifts are extraordinary. Had you dedicated yourself to rigorous training, you would have surely surpassed me by now. Yet you choose to be idle, your cultivation stagnant at the master level, unable to progress." This daughter, whom he cherished dearly, filled Huang Yaoshi with both affection and helplessness. Despite her maturity, she seemed unchanged, retaining the demeanor of a young girl. "Daddy," Huang Rong laughed playfully, linking her arm with Huang Yaoshi's. "Martial skills are merely that. Why strive for such heights when it cannot grant us immortality or sainthood? Sufficiency is all that matters. And I am the daughter of the esteemed Huang Yaoshi. Who would dare to bully me? Life is but a fleeting few years. If one spends both day and night honing their skills, would that not strip away all joy? Moreover, what does my modest talent amount to, when there are countless individuals far more gifted than I? When it comes to reason, even if there were several Huang Yaoshis, they could not surpass a single Huang Rong. Yet Huang Yaoshi is not foolish. He perceives the subtleties in Huang Rong's words. Are you referring to the recent, illustrious leader of the Jiangnan Martial Alliance, Su Su, who possesses a talent surpassing your own? Huang Rong nodded, her expression not one of defeat, but rather filled with intrigue. Su Su has the prowess to vanquish the 3 notorious villains with a mere gesture and to defeat Jimozi with a single strike. Just how formidable is his skill? Even if I were to toil endlessly, I could never hope to match him. Given this reality, it would be far better to relish the pleasures of life. Out of curiosity, Huang Rong slipped into her carefree demeanor. It was uncertain whether her words were meant to persuade Huang Yaoyue or to convince herself. Huang Yaoyue, bemused, found her reasoning amusingly flawed and convoluted. He astutely shifted the conversation back to Su Su. This young man is indeed a prodigy. Even Wang Chongyang in his youth did not possess such extraordinary talent. Surpassing us is merely a matter of time. Frankly speaking, aside from Wang Chongyang, I fear that none of the other 3 can claim absolute certainty of victory. Clearly, Huang Yaoyue had pondered this deeply. Upon hearing this, Huang Rong was taken aback. 5 individuals. Not just any 5, but the 5 greats of the Song dynasty. Yet her father claimed that aside from Wang Chongyang, the other 4 would not have a guaranteed victory against Su Su. What a high appraisal. Father, that seems rather exaggerated. Even if this Su leader is exceptionally talented, he cannot possibly compare to the 5 of you. Her father had always been proud, acknowledging Wang Chongyang as unparalleled, while considering the other 3 as equals. Yet now, to hold Su Su in such high regard was indeed shocking. Huang Yaoyue sighed. This lad is merely 19, yet has achieved so much. I am not so muddled as to overlook that. He then scoffed lightly. As for the outcome, only a contest will reveal the truth. That sounds more reasonable, but father, your demeanor seems a bit off, Huang Rong realized, then smiled at Huang Yaoyue, saying, oh, I see. It is because Su Su took the initiative to establish the Jiangnan Martial Alliance and became its leader without consulting you. In simpler terms, they clearly disregard our Peach Blossom Island. The daughter of the East Evil is naturally a little East Evil. Thus, how could I not understand the peculiar thoughts that occupy your mind? Humph. Huang Yaoyue snorted, offering no rebuttal. Huang Rong smiled and remarked, although Peach Blossom Island is situated in the southern region, father, you have never associated with them. Now that they have established a martial alliance, why are you still sulking? Previously, they dared not offend you because of your formidable strength in Jiangnan, but now their alliance leader is quite powerful as well. If you provoke them, you might find yourself outmatched. Huang Yaoyue, feeling exasperated, muttered, this mischievous girl. Huang Rong chuckled and quickly made her escape, shaking his head in resignation. Huang Yaoyue reflected that while his daughter possessed many admirable qualities, she occasionally had a knack for striking at his heart. On the 7th day of the 2nd month, the heroes' gathering in Xianyang was approaching, and invitations had been sent out. You shall attend on my behalf, he instructed. After all, Xing is a disciple of the old beggar. We must extend him the respect he is due. Otherwise, how could he be inclined to engage in this matter? Chapter 66. For support, and to create momentum. Do not go. If you must, then go on your own. Huang Rong's voice echoed through the wind. Huang Yaoyue felt a surge of frustration, a lump of resentment lodged in his throat, unable to rise or fall. This daughter was becoming increasingly difficult to manage. He needed someone to take her away. In the past, he had wielded a semblance of paternal authority, but now, it seemed all had dissipated. Alas, despite her beauty, why was she still unmarried? In this moment, the old father's heart began to ache with worry once more. Allowing her to attend the hero conference was not merely to appease Hong Qigong. He also hoped she might find a suitable young man among the talented youths. On Mount Zhongnan, within the Chuanjin sect, a sprawling Taoist temple lay nestled amidst the picturesque mountains. The faint sound of chanting could be heard. Inside Chongyang Palace, Wang Chongyang wore a perplexed expression. The 19-year-old leader, slaying Jimozi with a single sword strike? Is this news reliable? The disciple who had brought the news nodded fervently. Many in the martial world were speaking of it, particularly those from the Jiangnan Martial Alliance, recounting it vividly, as if it were truth. Beside him, several disciples were puzzled by their master's fixation on the matter. Master, these are merely tales spun by the Jiangnan Martial Alliance to garner attention. Few in the world take them seriously. How old is that Su leader? Before Qiu Chuqi could finish, Wang Chongyang interrupted him. Speak in detail. Under the weight of his master's command, Qiu Chuqi relayed the rumors with utmost diligence, sparing no detail, including the analyses and speculations that accompanied them. Upon finishing, Qiu Chuqi noted the astonishment on Wang Chongyang's face. How does this bear semblance to the grand forces of heaven and earth? As this thought crossed his mind, Wang Chongyang quickly shook his head. Impossible, absolutely impossible. I have already attained the pinnacle of the Grand Master realm, yet I am still half a step away from the celestial realm. That Su leader is merely 19. How could he possibly reach such heights? Wang Chongyang found himself speechless, his own thoughts seeming ludicrous. Regaining his composure, he cautioned his disciples earnestly. Now that Jiangnan has established a martial alliance, and with that leader in place, you must avoid antagonizing them while traversing the martial world. Even if Su Su is not yet a celestial, his displayed talents suggest that it is only a matter of time before he reaches that realm. We must cultivate goodwill, not enmity. Xiao Chuqi and the others promptly agreed. Given their master's evident concern, they naturally approached the matter with heightened caution. Master, there is another matter. Xing has sent a hero's invitation, hoping you will attend the hero conference in person to lend your presence. Xiao Chuqi said respectfully. Wang Chongyang hesitated for a moment before ultimately declining. I am at a crucial point in my cultivation, still half a step away. You shall lead the way to this hero conference. For martial practitioners, the ultimate pursuit in their lives is the realm of unparalleled martial prowess. At this moment, he was merely a step away from the realm of celestial beings. How could he allow trivial matters to hinder his progress? Upon hearing this, Xiao Chuji's expression turned bitter. Despite the formidable reputation of the 7 disciples of Chuanjin, the sect itself was in a state of disarray. If only they were to venture forth alone, they might inevitably lose face. Observing their troubled countenances, Wang Chongyang also felt a pang of concern. Thus, he decided to have their master accompany them. If you encounter that leader Su, remember to avoid any disputes, he advised with a hint of unease. He harbored a lingering suspicion about Su Su, particularly following the accounts of his fierce battle against Jamozi, which left him feeling unsettled. Though he could not articulate why. We will obey your command, Xiao Chuji and the others responded with solemnity. Unless it concerns matters of life and death, do not summon me, Wang Chongyang instructed before retreating into seclusion. In Lingzhou Palace, a youthful woman with an impressive stature sat in the grand hall. After receiving reports from her subordinates, her face twisted in hatred. I loathe her. Were it not for that wretched woman, I would not be in this predicament. Had I perfected the 8 desolations and 6 harmonies technique, the realm of celestial beings would be within my grasp. Yet now, I can only watch as the rising talents of the martial world manipulate the tides. This woman was none other than the palace master of Lingzhou, known as Wu Xingyun, the Tianshan maiden. By the way, you mentioned that a lad named Su Su is skilled in medicine? Even Mei Er reveres him as a teacher? Her subordinates nodded vigorously. Wu Xingyun's eyes shimmered with a sudden, audacious idea. Perhaps she could, in the city of Xiangyang. Guo Jing's eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing of Su Su's exploits. Su Su was the leader of the Jiangnan alliance, a figure of great renown in the martial world of the Song dynasty. The greater his prowess, the more formidable the Song's martial landscape would become. If they could secure Su Su's assistance along with that of the Jiangnan alliance, Xianyang's defenses would be impenetrable. Even the mightiest of the Mongolian warriors would find themselves vanquished. Quickly, send another hero's invitation to alliance leader Su, requesting his presence on the 7th of February. He decided to pen the letter himself. The significance of Su Su dawned upon Guo Jing, elevating his status to that of the 5 greats of the Song dynasty, affording Su Su the recognition befitting such an honor. Moreover, various martial factions such as the White Camel Mountain, the Duan clan of Dali, and Shaolin Temple began to stir in response to Su Su's remarkable feats and the establishment of the Jiangnan alliance. They silently assessed Su Su's potential and the threat he posed. Many factions aware of Su Su's fondness for beauty began to scour for exquisite women, eager to win his favor. In a fleeting moment, the long-quiet martial world of the Song dynasty began to swell with undercurrents. Jiaxing City bore the brunt of this awakening. As tales of Su Su's deeds spread, the citizens and martial artists of Jiaxing regarded him as a deity, yearning to pay him homage. Su Su's prowess is sufficient to render him a guardian deity for Jiaxing and, indeed, for the entirety of the Song dynasty. The populace rejoices immensely at their fortune to be born in Jiaxing. Today, the citizens of Jiaxing celebrate once more with unrestrained jubilation, for Su Su, the esteemed leader of the Jiangnan martial alliance, has taken yet another concubine. This time, 2 at once, much like his previous occasion. This news reverberates not only through Jiaxing but throughout all of Jiangnan, causing considerable excitement. For the people of Jiaxing, Su Su's acquisition of concubines has become a commonplace affair, eliciting no surprise. However, this occasion bears a distinct significance, as Su Su has recently vanquished the 4 great villains and decisively dispatched the infamous Ming Wang Jamozi with a single stroke. The magnitude of these events has sent shockwaves through the martial world. Coupled with the recent establishment of the Jiangnan martial alliance, The leader's wedding naturally prompts its members to present lavish gifts and attend in person, both to show their support and to generate momentum for the occasion. Chapter 67. Marrying a new bride every day, becoming the groom every night. Regardless of whether they belong to the martial world or the members of the Xiaolongnü martial alliance, the focus lies on the grand spectacle orchestrated by Su Su's marriage, as well as the opportunity to forge connections. The identity of Su Su's bride is of little consequence. Moreover, his choice of the pair of cousins, Lu Wushuang and Xing, was anticipated by the members of the Xiaolongnü martial alliance. On that day, Lu Lidong brought the sisters with a specific purpose in mind. While the members of the Xiaolongnü martial alliance were not surprised, it did not mean they were devoid of envy. Regrettably, many lacked daughters of such exceptional beauty. It is widely acknowledged that Su, the leader of the alliance, has discerning tastes. Ordinary heroines simply do not capture his attention. Being chosen by Su Su is indeed a stroke of fortune for Cheng Ying and Lu Wushuang. Once the news of Su Su taking concubines spread, countless heroes from the martial world flocked to the occasion, with individuals from various regions traversing mountains and rivers to attend. Had time permitted, it is likely that several other prominent figures from the martial realm would have come as well. Jiaxing City was teeming with people, a veritable sea of humanity, creating an unprecedented atmosphere of festivity and excitement. The streets were adorned with red silk and festooned with crimson lanterns, extending from the Su family estate straight to the Lu family residence. Citizens, martial heroes, and those who had heard tales of Su Su's exploits hurriedly gathered along the thoroughfare, all captivated by the opulence of the wedding and Su Su's extravagant display. One might wonder why such grandeur for merely taking concubines. Outsiders, witnessing this spectacle for the first time, were utterly astonished. Little do they know, our alliance leader Su has always upheld such standards when it comes to taking concubines. Indeed, lavish banquets, the scattering of money, bridal processions decorated in red, and grand litters are all customary practices. It is true that the alliance leader has an appreciation for beauty, but he treats his wives with equal regard, never showing favoritism. How can you say that? The Su alliance leader's actions are not mere indulgence. They are a display of filial piety, honoring parental wishes, and an effort to expand and prosper the family. As one can see, many guests arrived accompanied by their female relatives, whether their own daughters or beauties drawn by the allure of the Su alliance leader. Given Su Su's current status and power, it is only natural for others to seek his favor. The local residents of Jiaxing City chatted amiably, explaining to the newcomers. Joy radiated from every face. A shared sense of pride. Among the crowd stood the little dragon girl in a striking white garment, distinctly noticeable. Although many had taken notice of her, none dared approach. The reason was simple. Everyone present was there for the Su alliance leader, and this young lady, possessing remarkable grace and breathtaking beauty, was certainly a potential candidate for his affection. They had come to curry favor with the alliance leader, not to offend him. Who could say which of them might soon transform into the alliance leader's wife? Thus, an unspoken understanding emerged among the guests. All beauties arriving in Xiaolongnü would be treated with utmost respect and kindness. Dear young lady, the banquet is about to commence. Why do you not join us inside? Inquired an individual, courteous yet curious. Commence? The little dragon girl appeared somewhat bewildered. She stepped into the outside world for the first time, lacking understanding of such matters, including the intricacies of marriage. Indeed, I shall guide you, replied the man. Noticing the innocence of the young girl, gratefully, she followed him into Su family manor. The manor was adorned with lanterns and red silk, creating a vibrant spectacle. Guests murmured amongst themselves, commenting on the grandeur of the occasion. Certainly, this is nothing new. The last time he wed Madame A Zhu and Madame A Bai, the arrangements were equally splendid, and we have grown accustomed to it. Last time, were there also two? What is so astonishing? The previous two wives were sisters. This time, they are cousins. One must admit, the master of Su Manor truly knows how to indulge himself. Oh, do refrain from envy, Pan Lu and Song Xiaoxian. Consider what we possess to compare with the master of Su Manor. Upon hearing this, most attendees sighed in resignation. The wandering heroes were envious, their eyes glistening with longing, while the heroines wore expressions of regret. Such an extraordinary man, even to be near him would bring immense happiness and admiration. Upon entering the grand hall, her gaze was drawn to Su Su, who wore a resplendent red wedding robe. His striking features and dual accomplishments in fame and fortune, along with his recent marriages, added to his allure. The aura of nobility radiated from him, exuding an irresistible charm that stirred emotions within her heart. The attention of the heroines seemed magnetically fixed upon Su Su. The young girl felt a mysterious flutter within her heart. This man was exceptionally captivating. Nearby, Lu Wushuang and Cheng Ying stood beside Su Su, their hearts racing with excitement and anxiety. Having witnessed Su Su's prowess in swiftly defeating 3 notorious villains and vanquishing Jiao Emoji, they were further enchanted by his tenderness towards his wives. Their affections had firmly settled on Su Su. Upon returning home, they noticed Lu Liden no longer mentioned the matter, even encouraging them to move on. Lu Liden had long understood the sisters' feelings, yet he began to worry that they were unworthy of such a celestial figure as Su Su. Balancing his concerns for his niece and daughter's happiness with the future of the Lu family, he resolved to make every effort to facilitate their union. Days later, he seized the opportune moment to express his thoughts to Su Su. Su Su had already harbored intentions towards the 2 ladies and readily agreed. On this auspicious day, he welcomed the sisters into his household. With reverence, they paid homage to heaven and earth, bowed to their elders, and exchanged vows as husband and wives. The ceremony completed amidst the envious gazes of the crowd. Su Su led the 2 women into the bridal chamber. After ensuring their comfort, he emerged to host the guests. Congratulations to Master Su for acquiring 2 beautiful concubines. At this rate, and with the desires of the late master, Su Manor will surely flourish with prosperity and an abundance of offspring. Upon seeing Su Su, the guests hurriedly approached, raising their glasses and offering auspicious wishes. The prominent figures of the Song dynasty have long since set aside their statuses, graciously extending their congratulations to Su Su. Su Su responds with a smile, delighted by their words. With numerous wives and concubines, a flourishing family, and descendants that thrive, this sentiment resonates with him, and he relishes it. Casting a glance at the banquet that stretches for dozens of miles within the estate, Su Su reflects on the advantages that come with renown. While there were guests aplenty among his 7 esteemed wives, none had ever gathered in such overwhelming numbers as now, exceeding his expectations. The banquet tables have been arranged beyond the estate, not to mention the ordinary wanderers and townsfolk from Jiaxing City and its outskirts. Most of those who are allowed to partake in the festivities at Su's estate hold a certain standing and reputation in the martial world. Yet, even this has spilled beyond the confines of his estate. However, for Su Su, these matters are trifles. Given the financial prowess of the Su family, such modest gatherings are of no concern. Even if they were to occur daily rather than just a few times a year, he would welcome them with open arms. While the martial world is rife with conflict, Su Su finds little interest in it. He would much prefer to marry more beautiful concubines, to wed anew each day and to revel in the joys of being a bridegroom each night, to indulge in passion, bear offspring, and thereby enhance his strength. What a delightful existence. Chapter 68. Your husband will personally teach you. Long had the tales of the young hero, Lord Su, reached my ears. His beauty likened to that of a celestial being. Upon witnessing him today, it is evident that he is indeed extraordinary, standing tall and graceful. Lord Su possesses an elegance that surpasses even that of the renowned Jiang Feng, the noble son. To call him the most handsome man in the Song dynasty is an understatement. In my opinion, he rightly deserves the title of the most exquisite man in the world. Indeed, the whispers of the martial world are not exaggerated. Rather, they fall short of the truth. Amidst the crowd, voices rose in praise, each person extolling his virtues. The heroines present gazed at Lord Su with adoring eyes, their hearts aflame with admiration, yearning to rush forth and share a chamber with him, alongside the 2 new brides. His beauty is simply unparalleled. How could such a magnificent man exist in this world? Almost every woman in attendance harbored feelings of envy and jealousy towards the 2 fortunate brides who had just entered his life. The Jiangnan martial alliance has certainly honored Lord Su on this occasion, arriving with ample gifts. The spectacle astounded all present, evoking exclamations of how the Jiangnan martial world has undergone a remarkable transformation. This remarkable unity and cohesion are qualities sorely lacking in other martial factions. With a smile, Lord Su graciously accepted the accolades, engaging in polite exchanges. Since the establishment of the martial alliance, he has reaped considerable rewards, not least of which is his burgeoning reputation. Just considering today's wedding, he had little to arrange, for the members of the alliance had taken care of everything with utmost diligence. Lu Lidong, flushed with excitement as he drank, reveled in the happiness of his daughter and niece. The Lu family had firmly secured a place aboard the grand vessel of the Su family, yielding dual benefits. His status and identity would undoubtedly rise in tandem with the tide. Even now, members of the Jiangnan martial alliance and esteemed martial experts greeted him with smiles and utmost respect, all due to his association as Lord Su's father-in-law, a clear and immediate advantage. After exchanging pleasantries with several notable figures, Lord Su, feeling the effects of the wine, discreetly departed the hall. As he left, he caught sight of a figure clad in white, standing apart from the crowd, an ethereal beauty, radiating an aura of solitude and grace. The maiden sat amongst the guests, her striking appearance too exquisite and her demeanor too aloof. Unlike the others indulging in merriment, she wore a frown, lost in her thoughts. Could it be the little dragon girl? Her image is so deeply etched in the minds of many that even without having met her, Lord Su could surmise her identity. However, he had pressing matters to attend to, and would ponder this later. In the bridal chamber, Lu Wushuang fidgeted restlessly, her heart racing with trepidation. Her hands twisted together nervously, a stark contrast to her usual lively demeanor. What should I do when my husband arrives? Should I undress first? Or lift the veil? Oh dear, everything my mother taught me has slipped my mind. With a chuckle, Lord Su entered just as Lu Wushuang engaged in her self-reflection, unable to suppress a laugh at her adorably anxious state. Do not fret, my dear. Leave everything to your husband. Startled, Lu Wushuang trembled, her nervousness intensifying. In the next moment, the veil was lifted, revealing her extraordinarily radiant visage. Her delicate brows rival the hues of the daylily, while her crimson gown ignites envy in the hearts of pomegranate blossoms. You are truly beautiful, Shuanger. Lu Wushuang's cheeks flushed instantaneously. With her gaze lowered and voice barely above a whisper, she called out, "Husband." Before she could fully comprehend the situation, she found herself enveloped in a warm embrace. A visage of unparalleled beauty graced her sight. Su Su lowered his head, gently brushing his crimson lips against hers. A surge of overwhelming happiness surged through her, flooding her heart like a torrential wave. With eyes tightly shut and a bashful demeanor, she presented herself like a flower ready for plucking, stirring Su Su's desire. Shuanger, if you have forgotten what your mother taught you, allow me to enlighten you. Husband. 2 hours later, Lu Wushuang, utterly exhausted, fell into a deep slumber. Su Su pressed a tender kiss to her forehead before rising to enter another chamber. While marrying two was indeed a marvelous affair, it was their wedding night, and the three could not share the same bed, leading to the inevitable consequence of one having to wait. Su Su harbored no objections to their union, yet as it was their inaugural night, a unique moment of beauty must be preserved. Xing sat quietly by the bedside, patiently awaiting her turn. Her temperament was serene, devoid of greed or competition. Inger, I apologize for the wait. As Su Su spoke, he lifted Cheng Ying's red veil, revealing her fair, delicate face, flushed with a rosy hue. Even her ears glowed with a crystalline blush. The grace of her features was accentuated by a touch of allure, rendering her even more breathtaking. The two chambers were adjacent, and being a martial artist, she was acutely aware of the sounds from Lu Wushuang's room. This only deepened her blush. Do not feel guilty, husband. To marry you is a fortune beyond compare. To receive your affection, I have no regrets in this life. Her demeanor was reserved, yet her emotions were candid. Upon hearing her words, Su Su leaned down to kiss her, his face brimming with tenderness. This girl's love is profound, perhaps too naïve. Silly girl, you are now my wife, and I shall cherish you immensely. With that, Su Su's expression was filled with affection. The night was fleeting, and such beauty must not be squandered. In the midst of a night filled with passion, a snowy scarf adorned with plum blossoms. Ding! Congratulations to the host for marrying Lu Wushuang, gaining 30 years of cultivation and mastery in the art of Qimen Duanjia. Ding! Congratulations to the host for marrying Cheng Ying, gaining 30 years of cultivation, with mastery over the 8 grand schools of assassination techniques. The following day, Su Su awoke invigorated, while Lu Wushuang and Cheng Ying remained in slumber. His vitality surged, rendering him unparalleled, even with both wives by his side. With the physique of an emperor and the essence of a celestial being, he was formidable indeed. With a smile upon his face, he departed after breakfast with his other wives and made his way to the backyard, a sanctuary dedicated to his martial practice. No servants were permitted, nor could anyone intrude. This was not due to fear of others learning his skills, but rather concern that the astonishment of his achievements might frighten the servants. This rule was established after his last reward of the Howren Sword Chi. With 2 30-year increments of cultivation, he was poised to ascend to a new realm. System. I wish to claim my cultivation. Boom. A tremendous surge of internal energy instantaneously flooded into Su Su's body, a culmination of 60 years of profound cultivation. The 9 Yin and 9 Yang divine art tirelessly endeavored to consume and extinguish this energy. Through Su Su's relentless efforts and fervent practice, the mastery of the 9 Yin and 9 Yang divine art ascended significantly, having already reached a state of great perfection. Consequently, The speed at which he assimilated the internal energy accelerated remarkably. Waves of intangible rumbling resounded within Su Su's being. His aura surged violently, and in an instant, he shattered the barriers before him. He transcended to the second level of the celestial realm, wielding 60 years of power, precisely as intended. Chapter 69. The power of one to propagate an entire clan. The celestial realm is notoriously challenging to cultivate, yet with each breakthrough, one's mastery over the cosmic forces becomes increasingly refined. Upon reaching the pinnacle of the celestial realm, merely standing still and casting a glance could obliterate even the most formidable grandmasters. The cosmic forces have long transcended the realm of ordinary martial arts. The decree of destiny is not to be defied. The transformation of realms has filled Su Su with unparalleled joy. With a system at his disposal, as long as he continuously marries and begets offspring, the prosperity of his family is assured. There is no need to worry about lacking the strength to protect his women, children, and wealth. Su Su assessed his progress. He had attained the second level of the celestial realm, and his 9 Yang divine art had reached its zenith. Supported by his celestial cultivation, the 4 symbols of destiny technique flowed effortlessly, allowing him to wield it at will. Additionally, he possessed an indestructible body for protection and the formidable Howren sword intent as a secret weapon. Altogether, his combat prowess was truly impressive. Not only could he contend with lesser figures like the 5 absolutes Wang Chongyang, but he could also face true celestial realm practitioners of the second or even third level. However, the extent of his strength remained a mystery to him, as he had yet to encounter an opponent formidable enough to compel him to reveal his full capabilities. Neither Morong Fu nor the 4 great evildoers, nor even Xiao Maji, had forced him to exert even a fraction of his power. They were merely insignificant foes. Naturally, Su Su felt no regret in this regard. His pursuit of martial arts was driven by the desire for self-preservation, not for the sake of contention. In the realm of martial arts, it is wiser to conceal one's secrets than to expose them, allowing others to devise countermeasures, thus avoiding potential pitfalls. The system continued to reward him. Beyond his cultivation, Su Su acquired a remarkable technique known as the art of strategic retreat. The name alone suggested its connection to formations. As the words faded, a wealth of related information flooded Su Su's mind. The art of strategic retreat, the 8 trigrams technique, the 5 elements arithmetic. A quarter of an hour later, Su Su slowly opened his eyes, filled with wonder. The art of strategic retreat is indeed vast and profound, living up to its reputation. It is no wonder that it is considered a cornerstone of the martial arts world. However, if a master-level technique is this formidable, one can only imagine the power of even higher levels. Upon acquiring the art of strategic retreat, Su Su's first thought was to establish a formation at the Su family estate to enhance its security. This would significantly safeguard the well-being of his wives and offspring. The martial world is rife with both noble figures, akin to Xing, and despicable rogues who excel at underhanded tactics, such as the 4 great evildoers. First, Yun Zhonghe drugged Yaoyue, and then Duan Yanqing used the 10 fragrance bewitching powder on several martial artists at the Su estate. This alarming situation caught Su Su's attention, prompting him to seek a solution. Now, with this formation at his disposal, he would be well equipped to thwart any threats, ensuring that even master-level adversaries would find it nearly impossible to breach his defenses. Even the greatest masters can find themselves ensnared for a time. It is unlikely that a situation akin to the one where the 3 notorious villains infiltrated the manor will arise again. To sustain an entire lineage through sheer individual effort and to take concubines, one must hasten the pace. Currently, there are only 9 wives, and even fewer offspring, merely 2 at present. The road ahead is long and arduous. Relentless effort is imperative. System, I wish to claim the final reward. This time, marrying 2 wives at once yields a bountiful reward, which greatly pleases Su Su. With the title of leader of the Jiangnan Martial Alliance, taking wives and concubines becomes increasingly convenient, and the rewards shall only multiply. Upon his declaration, a flash of white light enveloped him, and 8 figures cloaked in black robes materialized before Su Su. We pay our respects to the master, they intoned in unison. These 8 shadows, draped in dark attire, emanated a chilling aura, each one a pinnacle master of the martial arts. At that moment, Su Su could not help but admire his foresight. Had his servants witnessed these formidable figures appearing out of thin air, they would likely have been paralyzed with fear. Rise, he commanded. Feng, Hua, Shui, and you. You 4 shall disguise yourselves as maids and serve the ladies closely while covertly ensuring their safety. While I am indeed powerful, it is impossible for me to guard everyone at all times. My wives, even the strongest among them, Yaoyue, is merely at the master level, while the others are significantly weaker. Tian, Di, Xian, and Huang, you shall divide into 2 groups. One group will remain in the manor, like Feng, Hua, Shui, and you, tasked with safeguarding the children. The other group will infiltrate the martial world, establishing an intelligence network to gather information and resolve matters that cannot be addressed openly. Understood, my lord, they replied in unison. Su Su nodded in satisfaction, the joy on his face unmistakable. In the martial world, it is well known that various factions are in disarray. Now, with 8 pinnacle masters at his disposal, coupled with Su Su's own transcendent power, he could easily dominate the martial realm in plain sight. Yet, he preferred to maintain a low profile, setting aside the secret of families or factions that may harbor formidable and fearsome individuals. The notion of dominating the martial world holds little appeal for him. Is there joy in taking concubines and siring children? A household filled with wives, indulging in pleasures, playing cards, and raising children. What could be more fulfilling? The Su family manor once possessed its own intelligence network, albeit a weaker one, and the information collected through a single channel was not always reliable. While the members of the Xiaolongnü Martial Alliance currently hold him in esteem, human hearts are fickle. Over time, discontent or betrayal may arise. Thus, his arrangement of the 2 individuals serves a crucial role in covertly monitoring affairs. Once Su Su had issued his commands, it took but a moment for the figures to vanish without a trace. Assassins are particularly adept at concealment. None within the Su family manor were aware that 8 exceedingly dangerous individuals had once graced the back courtyard of Su Su. With the system's offerings, loyalty from these 8 is something he does not worry about in the slightest. The information of this world, naturally, does not require Su Su to articulate. The system had already arranged everything meticulously, although it was long anticipated that the system would reward the skilled and the loyal servants. Su Su did not expect this day to arrive so swiftly. Undoubtedly, the emergence of these 8 masters has fortified Su Su's sense of security. The current martial world is increasingly tumultuous. Just a few days prior, Su Su received an urgent handwritten letter dispatched from Xiangyang. This correspondence illuminated a crucial truth for Su Su. The crisis facing the Song dynasty is, in comparison to that of the Sui dynasty, equally formidable. The predatory ambitions of the Mongol Yuan are glaringly evident. Should Xiangyang fall, the Song dynasty would find itself teetering on the brink of collapse. In such dire circumstances, neighboring dynasties would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to covet the Song amidst its turmoil. With both external threats and internal strife, this is no longer a predicament that a mere martial expert can rectify. Even if Su Su's martial prowess were unparalleled, it would not guarantee his escape unscathed. Ultimately, he remains a mere mortal, incapable of vanishing like smoke at the snap of a finger. Chapter 70. The journey is joyful, the outcome is beautiful. A visit to Xiangyang is indeed a necessity, Su Su sighed. It is said that this gathering of heroes aims to select a leader for the martial arts community to unite the forces of the Song dynasty against the Mongol Yuan. Who, I wonder, possesses the capability for such a role? The might of the Mongol Yuan is far more formidable than one might presume. Guo Jing's ability to hold the line is largely due to the significant pressure alleviated by the Ming dynasty. If I were to become this leader of the martial arts community, would my renown not soar? The path to taking concubines would certainly become more accessible. One must look after oneself, for if not, heaven and earth shall conspire against them. The Song dynasty indeed faces peril, yet it is not an imminent threat. Moreover, leading the charge into battle brings no benefit. Who would willingly march to their demise? Is not the warmth of home and family far more delightful? His foremost duty is to safeguard his wives and offspring. Furthermore, he could seize this opportunity to take additional wives, potentially attaining even greater heights. Master, there is a young lady outside claiming to be the little dragon girl who wishes to see you. Oh, Su Su had just emerged from the courtyard when the servant reported this. Please invite her in. The little dragon girl. He had anticipated encountering her at the hero gathering. Yet she had unexpectedly appeared at his wedding yesterday. Today, she had come to him directly. Truly, a propitious start promises a smooth journey ahead. The little dragon girl of the ancient tomb sect has met the leader Su before. She was led into the parlor by the servant and greeted Su Su in a gentle manner. However, upon meeting Su Su's countenance, her fair and beautiful features gained a hint of color. Su Su did not find her demeanor inappropriate. Her behavior stemmed not only from her prolonged seclusion in the ancient tomb, away from the world, but also from her cultivation of the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra, which emphasizes detachment and emotional coldness. Mentioning the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra naturally brought to Su Su's mind its practice, which requires 2 individuals to be utterly bare and to trust one another completely. This aligned perfectly with his own dual cultivation technique. "Greetings, Miss Dragon. Please have a seat." Su welcomed her with utmost courtesy and decorum. The little dragon girl's brows furrowed slightly. "I apologize for the intrusion, esteemed leader. I have come today with a request." Su, maintaining his polite demeanor, sensed that something was amiss with her. "Pray, speak your mind. I have heard that you seek assistance." To his surprise, she candidly expressed her concerns. "I have long heard of your exceptional medical skills, esteemed leader. I wish to request your help. For it seems my cultivation has encountered an issue. Ever since yesterday, I have felt a sense of unrest and emotional instability, which disrupts my meridians during practice." The little dragon girl spoke openly about her bewilderment. She had originally sought her senior sister, Limacho, yet found herself in a predicament instead. Medical consultation? Su was taken aback. With his masterful medical expertise, he could discern at a glance whether the little dragon girl was unwell. Apart from a slight chill in her body, there were no discernible ailments. Then Su's eyes suddenly brightened as realization dawned upon him. Could it be that she, having encountered herself yesterday, was captivated like the other heroines, yet remained blissfully unaware of her own burgeoning feelings due to her navet? In other words, the little dragon maiden's condition is not a malady in the traditional sense, but rather the affliction of unrequited longing. Indeed, the physique of the Yellow Emperor is terrifyingly potent, capable of ensnaring even someone as innocent as she. The mere thought of her foolishly seeking his aid for a remedy brought a smile to Su's lips. Then, with an impassive countenance, he furrowed his brow in contemplation, his fingers gently probing the pulse of the little dragon maiden. "Permit me to first assess your pulse, dear maiden. By the way, do you experience any other symptoms?" He adopted a demeanor befitting a skilled practitioner. "Nothing else, but my heart does race a bit. As if it might leap from my chest," she confessed, feeling considerably better at that moment. Su felt a chuckle bubbling within him, mingled with a sense of lamentation. It seemed that Lin Xiaoying, the founder of the ancient tomb sect, never contemplated a certain predicament. Despite her disciples' unparalleled martial prowess, they remained woefully ignorant of worldly affairs. Once they stepped beyond the confines of their sect, they became vulnerable to the machinations of others. Su found himself curious about how the little dragon maiden had traversed from Zhongnan Mountain to Jiangnan. Having long dwelled in her secluded tomb, she bore an excess of damp and chill, which indeed hindered her cultivation. As I understand, the ancient tomb sect's Jade Maiden Heart Sutra requires a mutual connection of hearts for effective practice, while the Jade Maiden swordplay necessitates the harmonious fusion of dual swords to unleash its full might. Practicing alone, she lacked the balance of yin and yang, making her predicament rather predictable. Upon hearing this, the little dragon maiden was taken aback. "So, there truly is an issue. May I inquire if the Alliance leader possesses a remedy? You may reside at the mountain villa for now. I shall gradually assist you in your recovery." Su replied with a smile. "One cannot simply let such an opportunity slip away. Then I shall impose upon you, Alliance leader," she acquiesced. Su nodded, promptly arranging for the little dragon maiden's comfort before turning towards the eastern courtyard. The smile at the corners of his mouth broadened until it erupted into laughter. "What has brought you such joy, my lord?" Several ladies inquired upon seeing Lu Wushuang and Chang'ing still in slumber as they brought food to visit. Having experienced similar situations, they were unperturbed, while Lu Wushuang and Chang'ing blushed with shyness. "Indeed, there is something I wish to discuss with the ladies," Su said candidly. The women, upon hearing this, were not taken aback, but rather expressed their sentiments regarding the little dragon maiden. "This dragon maiden seems a tad too innocent to be so easily deceived by our lord. In my opinion, few of the heroic women of the martial world can resist his allure. I must admit, I am quite curious to meet this dragon maiden. A person so unpretentious would make for an excellent sister." Lu Wushuang and Chang'ing, relieved that the topic had shifted, exhaled deeply. However, just as they revealed their sense of relief, they heard Yaoyue and others remark, "My lord, in the early days of marriage, do not neglect our two new sisters. Indeed, on the side of Lady Long, we shall take care of matters for you. You may simply enjoy the company of your sisters, Shuang'er and Inger." Upon uttering these words, the young ladies swiftly departed, leaving Lu Wushuang and Chang'ing in a state of astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. "Sisters, why such generosity?" 3 days later, under Su's relentless pursuit, Lu Wushuang and Chang'ing spent a full 3 days ensconced in their chamber. At this juncture, the two finally grasped the intentions of others. Consequently, in the days that followed, they unhesitatingly drew the remaining acquaintances into the fray. The immediate benefit of this decision was that Lu Wushuang and Chang'ing rapidly integrated into the larger community. Su already possessed 9 wives, each a stunning beauty, unparalleled in allure. Such fortune is indeed beyond the grasp of ordinary individuals. Even an emperor with a harem of 3,000 beauties can only indulge in one at a time, often constrained by the steward's strict time limits. Once the hour is up, the enchanting companion must depart. The justifications of serving the nation and prioritizing the realm are mere pretexts, with the singular truth being a consideration for the emperor's own desires. Yet, Su remains wholly unconcerned with such dilemmas. Each day, he revels in the delightful company of his wives, exhibiting remarkable prowess. The experience is filled with joy, and the outcomes are splendid. Thus, why not indulge in such pleasures? Chapter 71. What? Do you believe I cannot draw my sword? Although the pace of improvement from card games is not as generous as the direct rewards from the system, the effects are nonetheless significant in a cumulative sense. With the increase in the number of my ladies, the instances of our shared intimacy have also risen considerably, yielding astonishing results. With the completion of the 9 Yin and 9 Yang divine art, Su's physique has been subtly enhanced by this mastery. He is no longer the mediocre youth of average talent he once was before awakening the system. Today, Su possesses not only exceptional aptitude but also remarkable comprehension and a photographic memory. Ordinary techniques can be learned with but a glance. Even the proud Morong Fu's skill. The celestial shift was effortlessly mastered by Su after a single viewing. In the world of martial arts, maintaining several life-saving trump cards is essential. The crux lies in the fact that the celestial shift contains a hint of the true essence of Tai Chi. Should one grasp its principles, it would undoubtedly be of immense benefit. As Su pondered, he savored the fruits offered by his ladies. According to the system's description, when the number of concubines and offspring surpasses 10 or even 100, special rewards will be bestowed. Presently, he has 9 ladies, just one short of reaching 10. It seems he must expedite matters with the little dragon girl. As for offspring, he anticipates at least 7 or 8 this year. Such a life promises comfort and joy. My lord, the dragon girl has arrived, suddenly reminded Xing, interrupting Su's reverie. Logically, as a guest, the little dragon girl should not freely enter the east courtyard, where Su and his ladies reside. However, Su has developed feelings for her, and the little dragon girl, unbeknownst to herself, has reciprocated. Thus, he made special arrangements for her to frequently witness his closeness with his ladies, intending to stimulate her emotions and allow her to understand the dynamics of his relationships. This way, upon entering, she could better integrate into their circle. Dragon girl, how is your health? Su inquired with a gentle smile, exuding grace and elegance. The little dragon girl nodded, then shook her head. Lord Su, she hesitated. To speak frankly, my affliction is rather peculiar. I find myself inexplicably cured in your presence, yet when you are absent, I feel utterly miserable. A look of distress crossed her face. Hearing this, Yaoyue and Xing stifled their laughter, covering their mouths. Sister Long, your ailment is indeed quite severe. In all the world, only my lord can remedy it. They jested. Moreover, this illness is difficult to heal. If you wish for a cure, you must be prepared to reside at Su Manor for an extended period. Best to stay by my lord's side every day. Before Su could respond, his wives began their supportive banter. Initially, he intended to wait a couple more days after Cheng and Lu Wushuang's arrival, but upon hearing the little dragon girl's words, he felt both pity and helplessness. Cheng and Lu Wushuang, instead of being put off, eagerly joined the fray. Dragon girl, not long ago, I was in the same predicament as you. Now, being with my lord, I have not suffered from my illness again. May I ask, Lord Su, what exactly is this ailment? The words of several ladies rendered Xiaolongnü's complexion as pale as death. If she were to succumb to illness, how could she face her master? She had yet to find her senior sister. Moreover, would she never again see the alliance leader Su? A tremor coursed through Xiaolongnü's body. Su rose and approached her, enveloping her in his embrace. His voice, as gentle as jade, resonated. Though the world harbors myriad ailments, only yearning remains unhealed. Silly girl, you are not sick. Rather, you have unwittingly fallen for me. Leaning against Su, she felt the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, bringing her an inexplicable sense of comfort and sweetness. Could it be that she truly harbored feelings for the alliance leader Su? Xiaolongnü could not ascertain her own thoughts. Yet she was acutely aware of one thing. It was profoundly difficult for her to endure his absence. Witnessing his intimacy with the ladies, his courtesy towards them, caused her heart to ache. I like you, but do you like me? She pondered. If I were to become your wife, would you treat me as you do the other sisters? Su nodded affirmatively. That is only natural. The other ladies echoed his sentiment. Rest assured, dear Sister Long, our husband is never partial. He will treat you well. Xiaolongnü contemplated this and nodded. Very well, I shall be your wife. She was indeed innocent, not fully grasping the intricacies of romantic affection or worldly affairs, yet she was not foolish. At that moment, she was resolute in her belief that these individuals were not deceiving her. She had genuinely fallen for the alliance leader Su and found no desire to part ways. Thus, if others could marry, so could she. Sister Long, welcome to our fold, the ladies smiled warmly. From the day Xiaolongnü entered the manor, the ladies had known she would become one of them. Regarding Su's intention to take concubines, everyone accepted it with equanimity. Their husband possessed extraordinary prowess. Even if 9 of them were present, adding 10 or 8 more would pose no challenge. They were all in the same trench, naturally wishing for the camaraderie of as many allies as possible. Even the newly arrived Xing and Lu Wushuang, overwhelmed by the situation, often sought assistance from the elder sisters to bear the burden. Each additional member meant an extra pair of hands to share the weight. Su had an inkling that there was some sort of pact among the ladies, yet he could not ascertain the details. Even the most obedient Zhongling had not divulged the truth to him. However, Su felt no discontent. Rather, he relished the situation, focusing on enjoying the warmth and affection of the ladies. That afternoon, news of Su's intention to take another concubine once again set the Su family manor abuzz. The city of Jiaxing was thrown into a frenzy. The townsfolk stood agape, while the wandering heroes lingering in Jiaxing were equally astonished. How soon had it been? Another concubine? In less than 10 days, he had already shattered the record for the fastest succession of marriages. At this rate, acquiring 30 or so wives in a year would be no trouble at all. One could not help but wonder if Su's stamina could withstand such demands. Yet, who could say? The emperor himself had 3 palaces and 6 courtyards, with a myriad of beauties at his disposal. Su, with a new wife added, would only total 10. How trivial that seemed. My envy has reached a point where words elude me. I cannot fathom which gallant maiden has captured the attention of Master Su this time. Alas, had Master Su deemed me worthy, I would not have aspired merely to be a wife, but even a humble bedwarmer would suffice. A young girl, brandishing a sword, exclaimed, provoking a wave of scrutiny from those nearby. Soon after, all present shook their heads in unison, exclaiming, what a fanciful dream. The maidens of Su manor surpass you in beauty. I would not desire you. What makes you think Master Su would? The girl, flustered and incensed, retorted, how outrageous. Do you doubt my swordsmanship or believe this blade incapable of claiming lives? The crowd fell silent, hastily shifting the conversation. Whispers circulated about the new mistress, said to possess unparalleled beauty and an ethereal grace, akin to an ice queen. Haraha. Master Su truly knows how to indulge. He has the passionate, the gentle, the frosty, and the vivacious, all in abundance, even sisterly pairs. Indeed, your words have only intensified my envy. Chapter 72. Envy so intense it turns eyes red upon the announcement. The citizens of Jiaxing were abuzz with fervent discussions, eagerly sharing the news with one another. Both men and women found themselves consumed with envy. The men admired Su for his ability to take so many beautiful wives and concubines, while the women yearned for the honor of marrying him. In the finest inn of Jiaxing, a designated venue for Su's wedding, the little dragon maiden sat in her bridal sedan chair, holding an apple in her hands. Her gaze was a mixture of confusion and anticipation, interspersed with happiness. She had originally left the ancient tomb in search of her senior sister, but had unexpectedly found herself married instead, pondering whether her master would be furious upon learning of her union. Being inherently aloof and unversed in worldly affairs, she was apprehensive about her master's potential wrath regarding her marriage to Su, and thus, she was reluctant to adhere to a conventional wedding ceremony. However, Su was adamant for 3 reasons. First, a wedding was only fair to the little dragon maiden. The thought of lacking such a ceremony might lead to future regret. Second, he wished to publicly affirm his intention to maintain his lifestyle of marrying and taking concubines, helping society adapt to this reality. Most importantly, without any formal ceremony to recognize his bride, the system would not acknowledge her, resulting in a lack of rewards. Consequently, despite the complications, Su felt compelled to proceed in an orderly and proper manner. Notably, compared to the previous weddings of Lu Wushuang and Xing, this ceremony was considerably simpler, with only a handful of guests invited. The last event had been orchestrated to bolster his reputation and was further necessitated by the recent establishment of the Jiangnan Martial Alliance. This time, however, his sole purpose was to marry the little dragon maiden. As the bridal procession swiftly entered Su's estate, the banquet commenced. Suddenly, the little dragon maiden felt a wave of nervousness wash over her. Just days prior, she had stood in the same spot, witnessing Su Su marry another. Now, she was the bride herself. Truly, the whims of fate are unpredictable. She had sensed a connection with this man, and within mere days, she had become the new mistress of Su's household. Among the guests was a man who had previously escorted the little dragon maiden into Su's estate for a banquet. Although her face was obscured by her veil, her ethereal aura was unmistakable. This gentleman felt a rush of nostalgia, and, upon realizing her identity, exclaimed, "Oh, do you know this dragon lady?" The surrounding guests were intrigued, prompting him to recount his encounter with her. Upon hearing his tale, the crowd praised his good fortune. Grateful for the man's role in their union, Su Su treated him with great respect. From that point onward, the knights of Xiaolongnü eagerly sought to introduce beautiful warrior women to Su Su. With the ceremonial rites concluded, bowing to heaven and earth, bowing to the elders, and the couple's mutual bow, the little dragon maiden was now unequivocally recognized as Su Su's legitimate wife. Through the veil, the visage of Su Su was revealed, strikingly handsome and exuding an air of nobility that stirred her heart even more. To wed such a man was indeed a splendid choice. This realization deepened the rosy hue of Xiaolongnü's cheeks. After being led into the bridal chamber, she sat quietly upon the bed, waiting. Having lived in the ancient tomb since childhood, she was oblivious to the ways of the world and had no one to teach her. Her innocence surpassed even that of Zongwu in her prime. When Su Su entered, he beheld her serene and ethereal presence, which elicited a gentle smile. "My dear Longer, have you been waiting anxiously?" As he lifted the veil, an unparalleled beauty emerged. The crimson robe accentuated her already fair complexion, rendering her even more radiant. Xiaolongnü shook her head, indicating she had not been kept waiting long. "Husband," she tentatively called, mimicking the endearments used by you and the others. Su Su nodded in response. "Now that I am your husband, how about a kiss?" Having often been subjected to the affectionate displays of Su Su and his other wives, her curiosity was piqued. Now that she was wed to Su Su, she was eager to partake in such experiences. "Longer," Su Su murmured her name, leaning down to bestow a gentle kiss, which deepened into something more passionate, enveloping the room in a springtime warmth of infinite romance. Ding! Congratulations to the host on marrying Xiaolongnü, receiving 60 years of cultivation and a shadowy doppelganger. Ding! Congratulations to the host for exceeding 10 concubines, receiving a special reward, the divine skill turning dragons and toppling phoenixes. The following day, Su Su awoke and glanced at the peacefully slumbering Xiaolongnü beside him, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Truly, she was a character worthy of a protagonist, and the rewards were indeed substantial. Recently, he had wed both Lu Wushuang and Chang'ing, which collectively granted him a mere 60 years of cultivation. However, marrying Xiaolongnü alone bestowed upon him the same amount. Su Su felt his spirits lift. He leaned down to plant a soft kiss on her. Rising, he made his way to the backyard, reminding the maidservants to attend to her needs. As Xiaolongnü slowly opened her eyes, her fingers instinctively brushed the spot where Su Su had kissed her, her face alight with a sweet smile. "My husband is truly wonderful." In the backyard, Su Su addressed the system, claimed the rewards. A glance at the pending rewards brought a smile to his lips. Boom. At the moment he spoke, an immense surge of internal energy surged into Su Su's being. To this day, his 9 Yang divine skill had reached perfection. A century's worth of internal power was merely trivial for him. In the blink of an eye, it was absorbed and assimilated by his skill. Su Su's aura swelled dramatically, propelling him directly to the third layer of the celestial realm. This outcome left Su Su immensely satisfied. The system's methods were undeniably comfortable. In less than a year, he had already ascended to the pinnacle of the martial world, at least on the surface. In the third layer of the celestial realm, even the most prodigious talents, those who could practice for a single day while others toiled for decades, would expend many years, if not a century. His pace was nothing short of terrifying. The system continues to dispense rewards. A century of cultivation brings joy to Su Su. Likewise, the acquisition of 2 martial arts forms further elevates his spirits. In an instant, a torrent of vast and enigmatic information floods Su Su's mind. Images materialize, transforming into little figures executing various techniques within his consciousness. An intangible voice conveys the incantations, merging movements and mantras into a harmonious unity. In just a fleeting moment, Su Su comprehends the essence of these teachings. To his astonishment, the technique of shadow clones is an unparalleled lightness skill, a most fortuitous discovery. Although Su Su possesses profound internal strength and formidable combat prowess, his agility and lightness skills have been somewhat lacking. For an ordinary individual, a single strike would be fatal. Without engaging in direct confrontation, this shortcoming remains concealed. However, should he encounter a master of higher cultivation, this deficiency could prove detrimental. Fortunately, the shadow clones technique serves to effectively compensate for this inadequacy. Chapter 73. The Taste of the Essence. Not to be shared with outsiders. The phenomenon of creating doppelgangers does not imply the mere fabrication of clones. Rather, it refers to the illusion of multiple selves arising from the pinnacle of speed. For an ordinary individual, even upon reaching the zenith of cultivation, one would merely manifest a shadow. However, Su is exceptional, possessing the strength of the third tier of the celestial realm. Even a spectral doppelganger emanating from him carries considerable offensive capability. Provided his internal energy is profound enough, in an instant, he can conjure thousands, even tens of thousands, of formidable illusions. This technique embodies both agility and skill, allowing for unparalleled swiftness in both evasion and pursuit, far surpassing the likes of the wave-flowing steps. After assimilating the information, a satisfied smile graced Su's face. With a mere thought, the technique unfolded as if second nature, and in an instant, the air was filled with a flurry of sounds as countless phantoms materialized, saturating the once spacious courtyard. Each specter mirrored Su's form, whether standing, sitting, smiling, or fuming. So lifelike. Su's satisfaction deepened. The indistinguishable nature of these illusions served well to divert an enemy's attention at a critical moment. As he retracted his energy, the phantoms vanished without a trace, leaving no evidence of their prior existence. Truly, a product of the system is guaranteed to be of exceptional quality. Should I refine this skill to a higher level, even if each doppelganger possesses merely a fraction of strength, their combined force would be formidable. Merely contemplating this sent a surge of exhilaration coursing through Su's veins. Yet, for now, it remained a distant aspiration, not easily attained. Even if employed solely for misdirection, it remains a commendable technique, further augmenting his combat prowess and survival capability. Regaining his focus, Su continued to claim his rewards. The divine skill, the reversal of dragon and phoenix. The name alone hints at its essence. Upon uttering it, vivid images unfolded in his mind. Though it could be classified as martial arts, its appearance was anything but conventional. However, to dismiss it as mere frivolity would be an oversimplification. Each movement and pose encapsulated martial principles and techniques. As he beheld these provocative illustrations, Su felt no embarrassment, only awe. What splendid craftsmanship! Truly, such a skill is worthy of its special designation, as if it were tailor-made for him, perfectly aligned with the essence of the Yellow Emperor's body. The reversal of dragon and phoenix is, in essence, a duality of techniques, comprising the dragon reversal technique suited for men and the phoenix technique tailored for women. Only through their union does one attain the complete mastery of the reversal of dragon and phoenix. What thrilled Su most was that this practice encapsulates the true harmony of yin and yang, benefiting both genders. In simpler terms, long-term cultivation of this skill enhances one's innate qualities and augments power. Furthermore, when men and women practice together, it fosters emotional harmony. Once a woman engages in this cultivation alongside a man, her heart becomes entirely devoted to him, ensuring unwavering loyalty and an absence of betrayal. This matter is of utmost importance to Su. As time progresses, Su's wives will multiply, making harmonious coexistence within the inner chambers essential. Although there have been no signs of discord thus far, with the increase in numbers, the future remains uncertain. This remarkable skill effectively alleviates Su's concerns. Moreover, in certain extraordinary circumstances, its effects can be astonishing. Naturally, the third benefit holds great significance. The advantages of the first 2 points should not be overlooked either. Su is well aware of the importance of innate talent. If he possessed such talent, he would not toil in vain without results. This inherent quality is exceedingly difficult to alter after birth. However, with persistent practice of this technique over time, one may accumulate enough to potentially attain extraordinary gifts. When that day arrives, even without reliance on the system, he could become an unparalleled powerhouse. As for the enhancement of his abilities, that is even more crucial. With his current 10 wives and their frequent intimate encounters, he could match the progress of an ordinary talent in 30 years within just 1 year. In the realm of martial arts, this is an achievement only exceptional geniuses can attain. Not only he, but his wives can also elevate their skills alongside him. Su sighed. In the martial world, while those with innate talent may gain some renown, masters can command respect in their regions. And grandmasters reign supreme over the martial realm. Ordinary individuals may spend a lifetime in pursuit of breaking into the innate realm without success. True prodigies can achieve in a year what others cannot in a century, attaining innate, master, or even grandmaster status at a tender age. In comparison, such disparity breeds despair. Su Su, prior to awakening the system, felt this anxiety deeply. Fortunately, upon awakening the system, he merely needed to marry, bear children, and prosper his family to earn rewards, effortlessly ascending to the pinnacle of life. Now, with this newfound skill, it is as if wings have been added to a tiger, rectifying all deficiencies. This reward has entirely dispelled the anxiety and knots in Su Su's heart. The issue of talent has been resolved, and so has the challenge of his wives' cultivation. As long as he continues to advance, his wives will benefit in return. Achieving immortality and becoming ancestors in the future is undoubtedly within reach. With this thought in mind, Su Su felt an overwhelming eagerness. He turned back to his chamber. The newly awakened little dragon girl barely had time to react before he was upon her. "Husband, be good, my dear. Let me introduce you to something extraordinary." At this moment, Su Su was fervently eager to experiment with the newly acquired skill, curious to discover whether it truly possessed such marvels. In the days that followed, Su Su diligently guided his wives in their cultivation. Their lives were enviable, akin to celestial beings. As time passed, the abilities of his wives steadily increased. Even the physically frail Wang Yuyin showed remarkable improvement. Her health, previously unhealed by Su Su, began to show signs of recovery, evoking tears of joy. Everyone revered Su Su, viewing him as a mysterious treasure that held endless surprises. The newlywed little dragon girl admired and envied Su Su immensely. Every day, Su Su finds himself without any pressing matters to attend to, aside from indulging in leisurely pursuits. His greatest passion lies in embracing his numerous wives. With beautiful consorts nestled in his arms, even the emperor may find it difficult to rival Su Su's carefree demeanor. Through Su Su's relentless efforts, Yaoyue has once again become pregnant, shortly followed by Xing and Lu Wushuang, who also find themselves expecting around the same time. The Su family estate is once again filled with jubilant celebrations. As a being of transcendent realm, Su Su possesses an unparalleled mastery over his own power, adeptly harnessing the forces of nature. The delightful experiences shared between them grow increasingly intoxicating, and the essence of such pleasures is far too profound to be divulged to outsiders. What a marvelous delight it is. A few days later, the newlywed little dragon girl, too, finds herself with child. Having married a few days later than Lu Wushuang and Xing, her pregnancy naturally follows suit. At this moment, all 10 of the esteemed ladies of the Su family are expecting. Chapter 74, The Benefits of Weakness. A few days passed, and the Eastern Garden became tense once more. After the birth of Yaoyue, it was now Lianxing's turn to give birth. Compared to the time of Yaoyue's delivery, both Su Su and the others had gained experience and were no longer in a state of panic. Although anxiety lingered, they managed to maintain composure. Su Su, however, was more concerned for Lianxing than for the child. After all, she was his beloved, and childbirth felt akin to traversing the gates of hell, an inherently arduous endeavor. Fortunately, several ladies were present, softly offering words of comfort. Seeing Su Su's deep concern for Lianxing, the other ladies felt reassured, as it attested to their wise choice in companionship. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from the delivery room, followed by the unmistakable sound of a newborn's cries. She had given birth. A wave of relief washed over the ladies. Yaoyue, sharing the bond of sisterhood with Lianxing as well as being one of Su Su's wives, breathed a sigh of relief. She understood all too well the pain and difficulty of childbirth. How could she not worry? Before long, the midwife emerged, cradling the child with a beaming smile. "Congratulations, Master Su. Mother and child are safe, and the Su family welcomes another young master." Su Su laughed heartily. "Excellent. There shall be rewards." Simultaneously, a voice echoed in Su Su's mind. "Congratulations, host. Offspring 1 has granted you 30 years of cultivation, mastering the art of weapon forging at the Grandmaster level." Su Su felt a sense of satisfaction and was about to speak when, suddenly, Yaoyue grasped his hand, crying out in anguish, "Oh no, my husband. I feel I am about to give birth as well." Yaoyue's face turned pale, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, as waves of pain coursed through her. "Quickly, midwife, hurry!" Su Su exclaimed, swiftly lifting Yaoyue into his arms and carrying her into the room. Once again, the Su residence was enveloped in a tense atmosphere. Although concerned for Yaoyue, Su Su took a moment to check on Lianxing after her delivery, offering her some words of reassurance. In contrast to Lianxing and Yaoyue, Yaoyue's labor was progressing slowly. Su Su awaited outside, filled with anxiety. "My husband, everything will be fine. You have been nurturing us every day. Nothing will go amiss," she reassured him. Indeed, Dear husband, Sister Yaoyue is merely taking her time, echoed another voice. Su Su nodded, yet worry gnawed at his heart. Unlike the others, Yaoyue remained silent during her labor, which only heightened Su Su's concern. Thankfully, after another hour, the sound of a newborn's cries filled the room. At last, Su Su could breathe easy. The midwife returned once more with joyous news. Congratulations, Master Su. You have a Qilan child. Su Su nodded in acknowledgement, feeling relieved that the midwife was handling the situation well. He glanced at the child briefly before entering the room to see Yaoyue ding. Congratulations, host. Offspring 1 has granted you 30 years of cultivation and the legendary Dragon Abyss 7-star sword. After providing comfort, Su Su made his way to the backyard. At this moment, the excitement and joy within him could no longer be contained. System, claim cultivation rewards. In an instant, a lifetime's worth of cultivation surged into Su Su's body. The 9 yin and 9 yang divine art absorbed and transformed this energy instantaneously. With a thunderous roar, Su Su's cultivation soared. He reached the 4th level of the celestial realm. His spirit soared. Within less than a month after the new year, he had consecutively broken through 3 realms, attaining the 4th level of the celestial realm. While others toiled for decades, they might not achieve such remarkable progress. Yet he accomplished it with ease. This was the advantage of the system. Upon ascending to the celestial realm, his mastery over the forces of heaven and earth expanded to a radius of 40 feet from the previous 10. Not only that, his precision in controlling these forces improved significantly, enhanced by 40% compared to before. Overall, he could easily rival 10 of his former self in strength. It is no wonder that the 9 levels of the celestial realm each present considerable leaps in power. The truth of this assertion is undeniable. One shudders to think of the terrifying prowess at the pinnacle of perfection, an unstoppable force against 1,000 foes. Su Su brimmed with anticipation. Upon reaching that level, he would truly transcend the mundane, able to observe the tumult of the world and the rise and fall of dynasties. System, continue to claim rewards. Following the procedure, the system bestowed upon him master-level crafting techniques. Compared to the grandmaster-level medical expertise, master-level crafting could indeed be regarded as divine craftsmanship. Although its status may not match that of a divine doctor, it is equally sought after and indispensable. While a divine doctor saves lives at critical moments, a divine craftsman provides one with a reliable weapon. Not only can such a weapon turn the tide in battle to ensure survival, but it can also facilitate an underdog's triumph over a superior opponent. Should one acquire a divine weapon, even an unparalleled celestial realm expert would experience significant enhancement. Yet, it must be noted that crafting divine weapons with master-level techniques is somewhat unrealistic. However, creating weapons suitable for ordinary warriors or grandmasters poses no issue. As he began to receive the information, a stream of profound knowledge inundated Su Su's mind. Ores identification, raw material extraction, mold maintenance, shaping, forging, tempering. Every intricate detail of crafting was encompassed. Su Su was dazzled by the marvels before him. Various weapons were at his disposal, from commonplace swords and spears to rare axes and halberds, everything imaginable. He could forge any weapon that existed in the world. This was the benefit of the system's offerings. While an ordinary craftsman might specialize in one type, like Zongwu and Moyi, who excelled in sword forging but would not craft other weapons, Su Su could masterfully create all and even employ unique crafting techniques, such as blood synergy, which were far beneath his capabilities. He could incorporate the force of a celestial realm expert's strike into his creations, providing a life-saving measure when necessary. After completing his studies, Su Su could not suppress his eagerness to practice. Unfortunately, the Su family estate currently lacked suitable equipment. However, that posed no significant challenge. He could arrange for it later. By now, I could be considered the foremost craftsman in the Song dynasty, could I not? One cannot help but acknowledge the true weakness of the Song. Aside from the potential concealment of a few ancient monsters, there exists no one in any other realm. It is no wonder that the martial artists from several other dynasties look down upon the Song dynasty. It truly lacks merit. However, Su Su does not lament this state of affairs. There are advantages to weakness. At least there are no sinister sects, and the imperial court is feeble, essentially unable to govern the affairs of the martial world. Consequently, he can openly take concubines without fearing any repercussions. As for the Su family's wealth, previously there were those who coveted it, but now, it is likely that no one possesses the audacity to do so. What Su Su values most is his pursuit of taking concubines. Nowadays, among the beauties of the Song dynasty's martial realm, few are eligible to be taken as concubines. Eventually, he will have to seek them in other dynasties. Nevertheless, Su Su is not in a rush. He recently married the little dragon girl. And Li Macho is also a beauty, not to mention Ling Bo. There are still a few beauties from the ancient tomb sect to pursue first. Chapter 75. A remarkable effect. Returning to the matter at hand, the other dynasties boast a multitude of martial arts masters, with the number of grandmasters being virtually incalculable. On the surface, there exist formidable beings at the celestial realm, while the true count of hidden powers remains a mystery. Logically, given the weakened state of the Great Song, it should have long been targeted and devoured by the other dynasties. Yet, they coexist in tranquility, showing no inclination to confront the Great Song. This is indeed peculiar and suggests deeper, more complex matters at play. As for the specifics, Su Su remains oblivious and has no desire to delve into such affairs. At least until he has cultivated his strength to a certain level, he will refrain from prying into higher secrets. Moreover, he does not relish challenges. He finds greater satisfaction in dominating others through sheer force. Engaging in battles that defy the odds, where one must resort to desperation to secure victory, may be awe-inspiring. Yet Su Su perceives such actions as foolish. With a fleeting moment of reflection, Su Su reined in his thoughts. Now is not the time for such musings. The immediate priority lies in the matters of family and legacy. System, I wish to claim the Longyuan 7-star sword. No sooner had he spoken than a resplendent sword, shimmering with a chilling aura, materialized in Su Su's grasp. Measuring 7 feet in length and half a palm in width, it bore a striking black golden hue, adorned with dragon patterns and embellished with 7 golden gemstones. The Longyuan 7-star sword lived up to its illustrious name, exuding an unmistakable air of magnificence. While ordinary weapons could sever hair and slice through gold or jade, this sword, classified as a divine weapon by the system, clearly possessed extraordinary qualities. Setting aside the craftsmanship for a moment, the materials alone were exceedingly rare. With his master-level forging skills, Su Su discerned the exceptional value of the materials at a glance. Of course, the quality of the materials is but one aspect. A glimmer of affection sparkled in Su Su's eyes as he gently gripped the hilt. A profound sense of kinship surged within him, confirming the sword's recognition of its master. Should anyone else come into possession of this blade, they would face considerable challenges to conquer it and establish a blood pact. However, Su Su had no such concerns, as the system had already bound the sword to him through blood. It can even amplify the momentum of the heavens and earth? With the Longyuan 7-star sword in hand, Su Su felt his command over the cosmic forces surge dramatically, reaching an astonishing extent of over 50 yards. His face lit up with unbridled joy. The Celestial Realm Masters could wield weapons for battles beyond their level. Truly, this is a divine weapon. In comparison, the Heavenly Sword and Dragon-Slaying Saber pale in significance against the Longyuan 7-star sword. As he caressed the blade, Su Su found himself enamored. He wondered what kind of power the Longyuan 7-star sword would unleash when paired with his mighty sword intent. After cataloging his rewards, Su Su took a moment to steady his emotions before emerging from the courtyard. Bring me Xiantai, Balian steel, and black pattern steel. Su Su enumerated dozens of precious ores in a single breath, leaving his subordinates perplexed. Yet to voice his inquiry, Su Su continued, within 3 days. Construct a weapon forging chamber to the south of the manor. As you command. His subordinate ultimately refrained from asking further questions and set about making arrangements. Previously, the master of the manor had instructed preparations for a substantial quantity of brewing materials, only to later reveal his remarkable ability to craft exquisite wines, the likes of which could be deemed the finest in the world. The tiniest remnants of wine nearly provoked a brawl between Deputy Alliance Leader Lu and Elder Su. This speaks volumes. Now, with the master requesting such rare ores and the construction of a forging chamber, doubts crept into his mind. Could it be that his master, in addition to brewing, also possessed skills in metallurgy? After issuing his commands, Su Su's subordinate hurried to execute them. The rare materials were beyond the means of the Su family alone, thus it was most fitting to entrust the matter to the Martial Alliance. Indeed, that was Su Su's intention. With a mere word, he could summon anything to his presence. To wield such vast power and not utilize it would be sheer folly. Days later, Su Su approached several ladies with an air of mystery. Today, I have a gift for you. A gift? What kind of gift? The women, intrigued, turned to him with eager anticipation. You shall have to guess. Only those who answer correctly shall receive it, while those who do not shall find themselves empty-handed. Su Su wore a serene smile, leisurely sipping his tea. At that moment, the curiosity of the ladies was thoroughly piqued. Since marrying Su Su, they had frequently received a variety of gifts from him, ornate hairpins and jade ornaments, gold and silver treasures, along with sumptuous delicacies and fine wines infused with heartfelt sentiment. Moreover, there were numerous rare and precious items that one could scarcely find in the world. In summary, what they experienced and enjoyed in the Su residence was beyond the wildest dreams of ordinary folk. Thus, whenever Su announced a gift, their anticipation soared. My husband, please do tell us. We cannot fathom. If you cannot guess, then you shall not receive it. Could it be fine wine? Yaoyue inquired, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. For Su's blushing beauty was her favorite. In response, Su playfully pinched her nose. Little wine enthusiast, do you not desire something else? Yaoyue's cheeks flushed. There is nothing else I lack. Duo, or what do you think? Su turned to Lu Wushuang. Perhaps jewelry? Su shook his head and glanced toward Chang'ing. Could it be a weapon? Upon seeing the eager expression on Su's face, Chang'ing involuntarily recalled the grand construction of the forging chamber that had taken place just days prior, where the sounds of hammering echoed within. It seemed likely that today's gift was related to that endeavor. Su embraced Chang'ing and planted a kiss on her cheek. Very clever. This is your reward. Chang'ing's face turned crimson, while the others stifled their laughter. They were all aware of the forging chamber's developments, yet had not considered this particular angle. Su clapped his hands, and servants entered bearing 10 trays. Come, take a look and see if you like it. As the red silk was lifted, a short sword was revealed. The blade, entirely obsidian, reflected no light, measuring 3 inches in length, resembling a dagger. It appeared to possess no weight. Yet, in the moment it was grasped, each woman felt its sharpness and profound essence. A subtle yet enigmatic power lay dormant within. Once unleashed, it would create an earth-shattering impact. Clearly, this sword was not as ordinary as it seemed, capable of slicing through hair and severing strands, its true capabilities merely superficial. A gift from her husband could not be trifling. The women held the short swords with an affectionate grip. One observant individual noted that the daggers were inscribed with names, each a term of endearment from Su during their shared moments. A Yu, a Xing, a Zhu, a Bai, Yan Er, each dagger bore a name. In that instant, tears welled up in the eyes of the women, deeply moved. They truly felt the meticulousness and tenderness of their husband. They would not hesitate to bear his children, and were even willing to brave the depths of fire and mountains for him. Even the last to enter the fold, the little dragon girl, felt Su's unconditional affection, her heart gradually warming. Chapter 76. The ladies are all delicate flowers of understanding. The emotions of women are often direct and uncomplicated. They swarm around Su like butterflies drawn to blooming flowers. 3 hours later, Su sat gracefully sipping tea, while the ladies' blushes had yet to fade. They gathered around him, brimming with inquiries. My husband, could it be that this sword was crafted by your own hands? Su raised an eyebrow, affirming, naturally. Despite anticipating this revelation, the women were still taken aback. Goodness, my husband, you are truly remarkable. Lu Wushuang, Chang'ing, and Xiaolongnü, who had recently joined the family, were less familiar with Su. However, Xiaolongnü, with her cool demeanor, remained composed, while Lu Wushuang, ever vivacious and unable to conceal her excitement, was flooded with astonishment at his confirmation. Indeed, the craftsmanship was extraordinary. Her husband was undoubtedly a master of various skills, a divine artisan. Chang'ing nodded in agreement. The other ladies were equally awestruck. Yaoyue, with admiration in her eyes, remarked, Sisters, you must gradually acclimate. Our husband possesses talents far beyond these. He is like a vast treasure trove, with secrets yet to be discovered. His martial prowess is exceptional, his poetic talent astonishing, and he even brews wine and forges tools. As Yaoyue spoke, the others chimed in with their thoughts. Had it not been for hearing him recite poetry in the peach orchard, I and a Zhu, Abai would not have, Wang Yuyin said, a hint of shyness in her voice. A Zhu and Abai's faces flushed with embarrassment. His medical skills are formidable as well. Sister Yuyin's ailment stumped numerous renowned doctors, yet he was the one who healed her. If he claimed to be a celestial being, I would wholeheartedly believe it. Sister Au is right. He is a treasure that we must continually unearth. Sister Linger, how would you go about excavating? Is there ever enough to discover each day? As they conversed, the topic veered into unmentionable territories. Su smiled, inquiring if the ladies had any new thoughts. Shall we continue to dig deeper? Upon hearing this, the women scattered in haste. After 3 exhausting hours, they could hardly bear more. The following day, driven by curiosity about Su's forging techniques, the ladies accompanied him to the forge, where he was eager to demonstrate. The method he employed was the heavenly hammer forging technique, which ordinary divine artisans could not wield, as it required a mastery of the celestial forces. In other words, Either the blacksmith must be a formidable celestial being, or they would need a compatible celestial ally by their side. Yet, Su Su harbored no concerns. He was capable of executing it alone. As the celestial forces manifested, the ladies beheld Su Su, his figure suddenly radiating an irresistible allure, as if he were the very center of the universe. His bare upper body, muscular and robust, quivered with each motion of his forging. Whether it be the trembling of muscles, the traces left by dripping sweat, the resounding clang of the hammer, or the transformation of the sword embryo, every facet appears as enchanting as a painted scroll. However, that elusive atmosphere remains indescribable, even by the most accomplished of artists. The women gazed in rapturous fascination, their eyes filled solely with the figure of Su Su. Each subsequent step was a breathtaking spectacle, rivaling the beauty of the scenes they typically reveled in. Initially deemed mundane, dirty, and unpleasant, the craft of forging became unexpectedly exquisite when executed by her husband. No one dared to refute this sentiment. Rather, they found their husbands particularly captivating at that moment. With thoughts of Su Su concluding his work, they eagerly approached him. Time flowed at a leisurely pace. Each day, Su Su enjoyed carefree moments with his wives. After experiencing the novelty of forging a few times, Su Su set it aside, preferring the delightful intimacy with his wives. With the acquisition of the legendary skill of Upside-Down Dragon, both Su Su's growth and that of his wives accelerated significantly. He no longer fretted over the prospect of outliving them in the future, for he was determined to continue taking concubines and siring offspring, ensuring the emergence of even more formidable techniques. In essence, the path ahead appeared increasingly promising. "Husband, what are you pondering?" "It's your turn to play," reminded Yaoyue, seated beside Su Su, noticing his momentary distraction. At that moment, in the eastern courtyard, Su Su was engaged in a game of mahjong with 10 of his wives. 2 tables were overflowing, while a third was insufficient. Thus, Su Su contemplated the need to acquire another wife to complete 3 tables. Earlier this year, the Zongwu martial alliance was established. The ladies of the alliance, upon discovering the delightful game of mahjong at Su's estate, eagerly spread the word. In a short span, mahjong became a sensation in Jiangnan, rapidly expanding beyond its borders. Su Su had not anticipated this. Yet the realization that mahjong was regarded as a national treasure brought him some solace. "Husband, has the alliance gleaned any news about my senior sister?" The icy demeanor of the little dragon girl persisted. She held little interest in mahjong, preferring to remain close to Su Su. At that moment, she clung to his arm and inquired. Having come to Jiangnan in search of her sister, she found herself reluctant to return. "Currently, there are no updates regarding your sister. But do not fret. I shall assist you in locating her and will ensure she becomes your companion," Su Su thought resolutely, though he refrained from voicing this sentiment. "Husband, if you find my sister, please take her as well," the little dragon girl stated unexpectedly. She shared a sisterly bond with Li Macho and deemed Su Su a man worthy of trust. With numerous wives already, he surely would not mind adding one more. If her sister were to marry Su Su, not only would she find happiness, but they would not have to part ways either. Moreover, there was strength in numbers. Even if Master were to admonish them, the 2 sisters would bear the brunt together, which is far preferable to facing it alone. To the reclusive Master, the little dragon maiden harbors both reverence and trepidation. She possesses an inherent innocence, yet she is far from foolish. The notion of her husband marrying her senior sister appears beneficial for both her and her spouse. However, is this truly appropriate? Although Su Su was aware of the little dragon maiden's candid nature, he still found himself somewhat taken aback. Wasn't it agreed to seek out the senior sister to return to the ancient tomb? Yet before they had even located her, this individual was already contemplating sending her here. Thus, he would be spared the difficulty of persuading the little dragon maiden. Each of the ladies is undoubtedly a paragon of wisdom. The dragon maiden, not wishing to part from her husband or her senior sister, could only place her trust in her spouse. "Very well, as long as your senior sister is willing. I shall raise no objections." Chapter 77. The Call of the Martial World. What grandeur! Opinions? What opinions could he possibly have? Su Su was so delighted he could hardly contain his laughter. With the words of the little dragon maiden, Su Su became increasingly devoted to the quest for Li Macho. Unfortunately, the members of the Jiangnan Martial Alliance had yet to uncover any trace of her in the realm of the Song dynasty. The quartet of Tiandi Xianhuang remained stationed at the residence, while Xianhuang roamed the martial world. They had more pressing matters to attend to, and naturally, Su Su would not assign them to investigate Li Macho's whereabouts. Life continued to unfold peacefully. Through Su Su's relentless efforts, both Lianxing and Yaoyue, having given birth, found themselves pregnant once more. Observing the fruits of his labor, Su Su wore a broad smile, utterly content. across the vast expanse of the Song dynasty. As the heroic assembly drew near, excitement began to swell. On the 7th day of the 2nd month, the heroic conference would commence. This event was no longer a secret within the Song dynasty. It was common knowledge among the martial community. The impending grand occasion shattered the long-standing tranquility of the martial world. From esteemed heroes to humble tradesmen, the air was thick with discussions in taverns, inns, and alleyways. "Oh, good sir, would you mind sharing a table? Please be my guest. Are you also heading to Xianyang? Is that even a question?" On the 7th of the 2nd month, the heroic assembly is to be held in Xianyang. Such an event must be witnessed. Indeed, we are fortunate to partake in such a gathering. It is certainly worth attending. Alas, our martial skills are lacking, and we possess no reputation in the Zongwu. We are unworthy of receiving an invitation. I heard that last year, at the end of the year, the valiant Gua had already dispatched invitations. Indeed, my cousin, a natural-born warrior, received his invitation long ago. Do you know the purpose of the heroic assembly? A nearby listener leaned in, intrigued. Well, I must admit, I am unaware. Perhaps you possess insight? Insight may be too grand a term. I merely know a tad more than you do. Pray enlighten us. This tale begins with Xianyang. Do you know why the heroic assembly is to be held there? Is it not obvious? It is because of the valiant Gua. Not quite, my friend. You know but a fragment of the truth. The traveler, dressed in scholarly garb and adorned with a square cap, shook his head, leaving the audience in suspense. Do share more. I shall cover today's meal. Enticed by the cliffhanger, some could hardly bear the suspense and urged him on. Sensing their eagerness, the traveler basked in his moment of vanity and replied leisurely, Gua has defended Xianyang for many years, yet now he suddenly convenes the heroic assembly. Clearly, it is due to the overwhelming offensive from the Mongols, which he cannot withstand alone. Under such duress, he must call forth the assembly to elect a leader who can command the martial world and lead the fight against the Mongols. It is said that this time, many masters, even grandmasters, will attend, and even the 5 absolutes have received a personal letter from the esteemed hero Gua. The caliber of this hero conference is unprecedented. A collective gasp arose from the crowd. This news was nothing short of earth-shattering. The leader of the martial arts world, such a prestigious title, to summon the martial community. What tremendous authority it holds. In the world of chivalry, where individuals pursue fame and fortune, the prospect of the exalted leader's throne ignites fervor in every heart. Such a splendid dream has been envisioned by 80% of the martial world. The remaining few are not devoid of desire. Rather, they lack the strength to pursue it. Possessing a clear understanding of their limitations, this supreme throne is not one that just anyone can aspire to. At the very least, one must attain the grandmaster level. Alas, we, who are not even qualified to receive the hero's invitation, let alone compete for the title of leader, are merely here to revel in the excitement. Within the inn, while the martial guests were astonished, they did not foolishly forget their own capabilities. Naturally, this did not hinder their discussions. We indeed lack the qualifications. But let us speculate on who might be worthy of ascending to this leader's throne. To aspire to be the leader, one must satisfy at least 2 conditions. First, martial prowess must be exceptional. One need not be the best in the world, but must be renowned within the martial community, ideally ranking among the top 3. Otherwise, possessing mere fame without strength would render the title a farce. Indeed, the notion of allowing any random individual to challenge the leader is laughable. In this regard, the 5 absolutes certainly have a chance. Each of them is a distinguished grandmaster. Furthermore, the esteemed hero Gua himself is not without merit. And there is also some potential in Xiaofeng. The leader of the Jiangnan Martial Alliance, Su Su, is reputed to possess formidable skills as well. Those present mentioned the individuals they favored. What is the second condition, then? Someone inquired. The second condition, of course, is reputation. Only with great martial skills and high renown can one earn the respect of others. However, it seems that those we previously discussed have no issues meeting both criteria. The 5 absolutes rose to fame early, holding a transcendent status in the martial world, particularly the unparalleled Wang Chongyang, whose reputation is unmatched. When it comes to reputation, Hero Gua undoubtedly stands out, safeguarding Xianyang with unparalleled chivalry and being a direct disciple of the venerable Hong, earning the support of both the populace and the beggars' sect. Even the current leader of the beggars' sect, Xiaofeng, cannot rival this. I still favor Su Su of the Jiangnan Martial Alliance, who has successively vanquished Murong Fu, the 4 great evildoers, and the formidable Ming Wang Jamozi, showcasing exceptional combat prowess. Regarding reputation, Su Su's benevolent deeds have made him a household name in Jiangnan, embodying both virtue and talent, with no one in the younger generation able to stand alongside him. Upon hearing this, a chorus of agreement erupted within the inn. Indeed, Leader Su is exceptionally gifted, generous, and kind-hearted, making him entirely qualified to become the leader of the martial world. It is true that among the younger generation, no one can compare to Leader Su. The martial realm of the Great Song has long been feeble, yet it is in dire need of a rising star like Alliance Leader Su to spearhead its resurgence. With Su at the helm, the Great Song's martial arts community may yet rival its counterparts. Initially, opinions among the crowd diverged, but upon mentioning Su, an unspoken consensus emerged in his favor. Today, Su's reputation in the world of martial arts rivals that of the Five Absolutes, and he stands on the precipice of parity with them. As for his combat prowess, it is beyond dispute. Whether facing the four great evildoers or the formidable Jamozi, he has dispatched them with a mere flick of his finger and a stroke of his sword. Such feats are nothing short of astonishing. With each victory, Su treads upon the vanquished, his brilliance undeniable, and his renown resounding. Moreover, the establishment of the Jiangnan Martial Alliance under Su's leadership has invigorated the martial community in Jiangnan, instilling a newfound confidence as they traverse the lands of the Great Song. Naturally, Su's illustrious name has spread far and wide. Inside the inns, the air is filled with echoes of admiration and support. Chapter 78. A grand arrival in Xianyang at this moment, an exceedingly discordant voice pierced the ears of the crowd. Su is but a mere child, barely out of infancy, a mere fabrication of the Jiangnan martial world. Do you truly believe that he, in his tender years, could slay a grandmaster? What did you say? The onlookers glared with indignation. The speaker, undeterred, radiated an imposing presence, unmistakably exuding an air of superiority. I concede that Su possesses some degree of skill, but to suggest he rivals the prowess of the Five Absolutes is nothing short of ludicrous. From what I understand, it was not Su alone who battled Jiao Emoji. Rather, it was the collective effort of the Jiangnan Martial Alliance that ultimately led to Jiao Emoji's demise. Yet they shamelessly proclaim that Su single-handedly delivered the fatal blow. Such brazen self-aggrandizement from a person devoid of talent and virtue is unworthy of the title of leader of the Song dynasty's martial world. My sect's leader, Taizhong Decheng, is the rightful candidate for this position. Having disparaged Su, the individual introduced himself and divulged information regarding his leader, Taizhong Decheng. Upon hearing this, the crowd was taken aback. No wonder he spoke with such audacity. He was from the Iron Palm sect. Recently, the Iron Palm sect had risen with remarkable swiftness in the martial world, and its leader, Qiu Qianren, was a renowned master. Though he did not participate in the first Huashan sword debate, this did not imply weakness in his abilities. On the contrary, Qiu Qianren could easily be compared to the Five Absolutes. In other words, had Qiu Qianren taken part in the Huashan sword debate, the tales circulating in the martial world would not be of the Five Absolutes, but rather the Six Absolutes. Presently, with the leader Taizhong Decheng, the speaker believed that even the Five Absolutes would not stand a chance against his sect leader. Thus, he exuded an unusual confidence. Others, despite their reservations regarding the opponent's strength, remained silent, unwilling to voice their dissent. Within the martial world, the ongoing debates surrounding the heroic assembly were fervent and plentiful. Differing allegiances naturally led to conflicting stances. Some rallied behind the Five Absolutes, others championed Guijing, while some supported Su, and naturally, there were those who favored Qiu Qianren. The martial guests engaged in relentless arguments, escalating to physical confrontations that claimed numerous lives. Yet in the realm of martial arts, lives held little value. A disagreement could swiftly lead to drawn blades, hearty feasts, and boisterous revelry. Such was the essence of the martial world. However, their choices did not dictate the outcome of the heroic assembly. Ultimately, it would be revealed during the gathering who would claim the title of leader. This only heightened everyone's anticipation. Aspirants for the leader's position, all exceptional masters, were eager to prove themselves. As the date drew near, the fervor in the martial world intensified. Various martial artists and heroes flocked to Xianyang, eager to witness this grand event firsthand. The city of Xianyang soon became a bustling hub, alive with excitement. At Su's manor, amidst the idyllic and ethereal existence, time passed swiftly, and soon it was time to depart for Xianyang. With the ladies encumbered by pregnancy, it was clear that Su could not subject them to the rigors of travel. Moreover, the fourth to be wed, Wang Yiyan, was on the verge of childbirth and could not possibly accompany them through the arduous journey. Thus, even leaving her at home did not ease Su's anxiety. "Your Honor, take good care of yourself during these days. I am not by your side, so you must be exceedingly cautious." Due to the timing, Su Su truly could not wait for Wang Yuyan to deliver her child, which filled him with guilt. Wang Yuyan shook her head and, with understanding, replied, "My husband, do not worry about me. With my sisters here, I shall surely not suffer any grievances. You may depart with peace of mind. To all the ladies, I implore you to look after Yuyan diligently," he said, though even with her reassurances, Su Su could not help but reiterate his concerns. The women smiled and nodded in agreement, followed by a heartfelt farewell. Before his departure, Su Su approached the little dragon girl, kissed her gently, and said, "Long, do not fret about your senior sister. If I encounter her at the Heroes' Conference, I shall certainly bring her back to see you." The little dragon girl nodded, her face radiating sweetness. Then, the ladies each offered their own words of caution to Su Su. Their journey ahead was fraught with danger, and despite their husbands' formidable prowess, they could not suppress their worries. This instinct was unrelated to strength. Su Su laughed heartily, exchanging affectionate gestures with each of them, before mounting his steed and galloping away. Numerous experts from the Xiaolongnü martial alliance followed closely behind. How could the leader depart without a grand entourage? On one hand, the display was insufficient. On the other, it was to facilitate matters at hand. If he were to handle everything personally, it would surely become overwhelming. "Ladies, wait for my safe return at home. Wishing you a smooth journey, my husband," they called out as Su Su waved goodbye, riding away amidst their heartfelt sentiments. At Su family manor, Su Su had arranged formations, and with the presence of the ladies' comforting words, his worries began to dissipate. On his swift steed, the renowned blood-sweat horse, Su Su felt invigorated. Experiencing the benefits of being the leader of the Xiaolongnü martial alliance piqued his interest in the upcoming Heroes' Conference. He was determined to compete fiercely. Upon success, his stronghold would no longer be confined to Jiangnan, but would expand to encompass the entirety of the Song dynasty. From there, he could radiate outward, establishing his influence. The beauty of the Song dynasty was nearly exhausted, thus, he needed to plan ahead. As he rode tirelessly through the night, within a few days, the city of Xianyang loomed near. Majestic and imposing, Xianyang city bore the scars of time, its walls marred by the marks of weaponry and stained with the blood of countless battles. Su Su could not help but marvel. For it to stand resilient against the Mongolian cavalry for so many years was indeed remarkable. In response to his musings, Lu Lighting remarked with a smile, "This is all thanks to the valiant Guihiro. He has held the fort at Xianyang for many years, enduring hardships and earning great merit. Thus, when he calls, everyone is compelled to heed." Their party advanced with great momentum. The leader's journey necessitates a certain grandeur. In contemporary Xianyang, it has become a gathering place for martial artists. As Su Su and his companions arrived in Xianyang, they immediately attracted a great deal of attention. Before long, someone recognized them and exclaimed, "It is the esteemed leader Su of the Xiaolongnü martial alliance." Astonishingly, it is said that leader Su is the most handsome man of the Song dynasty, and today, he certainly lives up to that reputation. The Xiaolongnü martial alliance's presence is indeed far more formidable than before, particularly with Lu Lighting, who seems to have grown significantly stronger. Could it be the result of leader Su's guidance? It seems implausible. Wasn't there speculation that such claims were mere fabrications by those from the Xiaolongnü martial alliance? Is leader Su truly as formidable as rumored? Chapter 79. Today's events will not end well. It is difficult to articulate. For those who speak with conviction have not borne witness to the events, just as those who oppose have also not seen them firsthand. The truth remains elusive. Regardless, we shall witness the true prowess of heroes at the gathering, and simply enjoy the spectacle. The atmosphere is already charged with excitement. As the esteemed figures of the martial world, including the North Beggar, Hong Qigong, and the Iron Palm, Xiao Qianren, along with numerous masters from the Shaolin Temple and the Chuanjin sect, have converged upon Xianyang City. Apart from the Western Poison and Eastern Heretic and the Central Divine, nearly all others have arrived. Indeed, this hero convention promises to be far more thrilling than the Huashan sword debate. Surrounding individuals engage in fervent discussions, their gazes towards Su Su filled with admiration and reverence. Though the 7th day of the 2nd month has yet to arrive, the martial practitioners of the Song dynasty have already gathered here. Everyone is keenly aware of the prevailing conversations around them. Lu Lighting stands tall, chest out, his face beaming with pride. Since the establishment of the Xiaolongnü martial alliance, the cohesion among the martial artists of the region has surged, and their status grows by the day, all thanks to Su Su. Upon entering the city, a stout man with a square jaw, accompanied by a group, immediately approaches. The man strides with the grace of a dragon and the might of a tiger, exuding a down-to-earth demeanor, yet possessing a steady and commanding presence, akin to that of a grandmaster. Having long heard of the illustrious Lord Su, he feels a kinship with him, and upon meeting, He finds the young talent indeed surpasses even Guijing. As Su Su dismounts, before words can escape the stout man's lips, he has already greeted him with a hearty laugh. At this moment, Guijing feels a profound sense of astonishment. The youth before him possesses an ethereal elegance. His aura is deep as an abyss, shrouding his true capabilities. At merely 19 years of age, he stands as a peerless master, rivaling the five absolutes. In stark contrast, Guijing recalls that at 19, he had just emerged from the desert, his martial arts skills negligible. The comparison stirs within him a sense of envy. Thankfully, he has flourished with time, achieving great stature in the martial world, preventing him from dwelling too much on this disparity. Su Su laughs heartily. You flatter me. Guidixia, your dedication to defending Xiangyang amidst your busy affairs is commendable. I am humbled by your personal welcome, even in their first encounter. Recalling the gifts Guijing had bestowed upon him at his wedding, Su Su feels a kinship. He respects Guijing's noble aspirations for his country and people, acknowledging that while he may not aspire to such heights, he holds great admiration for those who do. As they exit the city gate of Xiangyang, the assembled martial artists are astonished to witness Guijing personally greeting Su Su. Such an honor and reception are not afforded to just anyone. Undoubtedly, Guijing's actions affirm Su Su's status as a supreme master, and the onlookers regard Su Su with even greater respect. Lord Su, please. After a round of pleasantries, Guijing courteously addresses Su Su. The latter, of course, does not intend to offend in matters of etiquette. Guidixia, please. The two engage in conversation as they stroll onward. It should have been my honor to personally visit Su Jiazhai. Yet I am truly ashamed that Master Su has traveled countless miles to meet me here in Xiangyang City. The situation in Xiangyang is dire, and I am unable to leave. I hope Master Su can forgive me. Su Su repeatedly waved his hand, saying, What you speak of, Guidixia, is uncalled for. It is the duty of all to protect the Song dynasty, and your kindness is well remembered by all. Upon hearing this, Guijing's smile deepened. Though he was indeed righteous and simple-hearted, he was not naive. Who does not relish words of praise? The masters of the Jiangnan Martial Alliance have been arranged in a modest courtyard on the eastern side of the city lord's residence. I ask that Master Su bear with us for this. Moreover, a group of martial friends who arrived earlier has already settled in. And if the Jiangnan Martial Alliance members find leisure, they may engage in friendly exchanges with other peers. The Heroes' Conference will take place in 2 days, and I kindly request Master Su's understanding. Having defended Xiangyang for many years, Guijing had evidently become far more astute in matters of human relations than before, which surprised Su Su. We are all children of the rivers and lakes. There is no need for you to be overly concerned with trifles, Guidixia. Should you require anything, just command us, and my brothers of the Jiangnan Martial Alliance will certainly oblige. Su Su replied with a smile, and those from the Jiangnan Martial Alliance behind him nodded in agreement. Guijing felt quite satisfied with this. Respect begets respect, he thought. Such was the way of the rivers and lakes. Seeing Su Su grant him such courtesy brought him immense pleasure. After arranging for everyone, he took his leave. Su Su glanced at his excited subordinates and remarked, Since we have 2 days to spare, it is an excellent opportunity for everyone to explore Xiangyang City and appreciate its beauty. Neither Guijing nor Su Su spoke of what the Heroes' Conference would entail or its regulations. It was not a matter of urgency, and they would wait patiently. Master, please rest. We shall go gather information. Su Su nodded in agreement. Indeed, possessing accurate information is of paramount importance, regardless of the time or place. Lu Lighting led his men away, while Su Su returned to his quarters. The absence of a beautiful wife or concubine brought a different flavor to his solitude. What was this? A brief respite for the spirit? Su Su felt at ease. However, this tranquility did not last long. A figure rushed into the courtyard, his tone rife with panic. Master, there is trouble. Our brothers clashed with members of the Iron Palm Gang while seeking information. The newcomer was none other than Su Su's grandson, Su He. Su Su, who had been feigning sleep with his eyes closed, instantly opened them upon hearing this. A glimmer of divine light flashed across his gaze, radiating authority without anger. He rose and inquired, Is anyone injured? Su He quickly shook his head, explaining that there were no injuries and that Leader Lu and their brothers had managed to rout the opponents. However, those adversaries were particularly troublesome and had gone to fetch reinforcements. Leader Lu fears for the safety of our brothers, so he has sent me to summon you, Master. Let us go. Su Su did not ask further questions and led the way, with Su He closely following behind. As long as his people are unharmed, that is sufficient. As for reinforcements, do they not exist? Even the mightiest deity would not dare to lay a finger on his men. Just as he stepped out, Su Su grasped Su He firmly, and in an instant, a fleeting shadow surged forth. The speed of the doppelganger was astonishing. He was utterly astounded. Moments later, as realization dawned upon him, he was overwhelmed with joy. By the time he regained his composure, Su had already arrived at the inn with his companions. At that moment, the inn was teeming with people, encircled in layers. Upon Su's arrival, he immediately heard the furious voice of Lu Lighting. Master Qiao, your Iron Palm gang has insulted our alliance leader in broad daylight. If I were to teach them a lesson, what of it? One must adhere to reason. Would you not agree? A disdainful snort followed. My Iron Palm gang does not require your instruction. Neither you, Lu Lighting, nor even Su possess that authority. It is a travesty that the Xiaolongnü martial arts community would elevate an inexperienced youth to the position of alliance leader. Do you expect us to indulge your childish theatrics? Today, I, Qiao Qianren, declare that even if Su were to arrive, your men must kneel and apologize and deliver 30 slaps. Otherwise, this matter shall not be resolved amicably. Chapter 80. Do not underestimate the turtle named Qiao. Are you finished? Have you ever sought my opinion? As Qiao Qianren's words faded, a voice, cold and indifferent, pierced through the air. Before the crowd could regain their composure, they were forcefully parted by a surge of internal energy, creating a wide path. Su's expression was devoid of emotion. He commanded authority without raising his voice, walking as though he were merely strolling through a garden, yet emanating an overwhelming sense of power. The atmosphere was charged, and silence enveloped the venue. All eyes were drawn to him, witnessing a strikingly handsome youth approaching with an air of otherworldliness. What a remarkably handsome young man, they whispered, though his chilling aura sent shivers down their spines. He was the leader of the Xiaolongnü Martial Alliance, Su. It seemed an intriguing performance was about to unfold. Based on past events, he was not someone to be trifled with. It was quite timely, indeed, for the Iron Palm gang had stirred trouble without cause. They certainly deserved a lesson. Su's arrival was akin to a drop of water splashing into a pot of hot oil, igniting an immediate uproar. Those who had been momentarily angered were now instinctively parting to form a broad passageway. As he stepped forward, his resplendent white robe billowed without wind, his imposing presence reminiscent of a deity surveying the mortal realm, casting a disdainful glance at Qiao Qianren. Leader Lu Lighting found himself immobilized under Qiao Qianren's oppressive aura. Yet, the moment Su made his entrance, that suffocating pressure dissipated, leaving him feeling as if he had been granted a reprieve, his face alight with joy. The members of the Xiaolongnü Martial Alliance were equally exhilarated. Just as they began to speak, Su raised a hand, silencing them. Leave everything to me. Though merely 5 words, they served as a balm to the hearts of the Xiaolongnü Martial Alliance members and Lu Lighting, instilling a profound sense of calm. Moreover, an indescribable feeling of gratitude washed over them. Su cast a scornful glance at Qiao Qianren, questioning, "You wish to teach me a lesson?" He was well aware of the consequences of their actions. Even if the Martial Alliance had erred, it was not for others to reprimand them. What was Qiao Qianren? After all, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, Su exuded an aura that overwhelmed the entire assembly. I was wondering whose words were so audacious. It turns out to be the young leader of the Xiaolongnü Martial Alliance. Qiao Qianren laughed mockingly, his tone dripping with scorn. Su's unyielding demeanor only fueled his fury. Ha, how absurd. The leader of the Xiaolongnü martial world is merely a callow youth. Has he not yet grown into his own? Perhaps he fears crying at night without a maternal figure to comfort him, he taunted, laughter echoing from the Iron Palm gang members. The members of the Xiaolongnü Martial Alliance glared angrily, drawing their swords and preparing to charge. Silence. Do not defame our leader. One shouted, furious. You speak nonsense. And I shall tear your mouths apart today. How dare you seek death? Su replied with a sardonic smile, raising a hand and pointing. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions reverberated through the air. The previously arrogant disciples of the Iron Palm gang were swiftly transformed into a mist of blood. The 4 notorious villains were no match for Su's single finger strike, let alone these minor lackeys, whom he could dispatch with merely a flick of his wrist. This spectacle left the onlookers in utter disbelief, particularly the disciples of the Iron Palm gang, who appeared as if they had encountered a ghost. Just moments before, those who had mocked Su were now as if they had never existed. Amidst the crowd, Xiao Feng wore a bitter smile. This fellow seemed to have grown considerably stronger, his aura now more profound and inscrutable, truly a monster. Just prior, he had intended to assist Lu Lighting and the others from the Xiaolongnü Martial Alliance, not only due to his camaraderie with Su, but also because he could not stand idly by witnessing Qiao Qianren's bullying of the weak. Furthermore, having just broken through to the Grandmaster realm, he was eager for a battle to solidify his newfound strength. Unfortunately, at this critical moment, Su arrived. leaving him no choice but to relent and quietly unclench his fist. Although Qiu Qianren was an established grandmaster, Xiao Feng felt no fear towards him. Rather, it was Su Su who instilled within him a sense of trepidation, especially after witnessing Su Su's earlier display, where several disciples of the Iron Palm Gang were reduced to ashes in an instant. Even against a single opponent, he doubted his own capability. The disparity between them felt insurmountable, leaving Xiao Feng in a state of despair. On the second floor of the inn, in stark contrast to the tense silence of others, an elderly man with a cherubic visage was clapping his hands in delight. Let the fight begin. That turtle surnamed Xiao should not back down. He is no match for a mere child. Come on, let us see some action. Upon hearing this, the group of Taoists surrounding him turned pale, cold sweat trickling down their brows. Uncle Master, please stop. Xiao Chuji, witnessing his uncle's reckless incitement, felt an overwhelming sense of alarm. The two below, one comparable to the five greats, Xiao Qianren, and the other a new prodigy that his master had warned him against provoking, the leader of the Jiangnan Martial Alliance, were both far beyond their reach. His uncle's encouragement seemed to invite disaster, as if he wished for them to perish quickly. What cowards! What kind of disciples has my senior brother gathered? All of them are timid. Zhou Batong glared at Xiao Chuji and the others, visibly irritated. Others quickly surrounded him, coaxing and even invoking Wang Chongyang's name, which finally subdued Zhou Batong somewhat. Yet, his eyes remained shifty, harboring ill intentions. Meanwhile, on the other side, elder sister, what do you think of the leader of the Jiangnan Martial Alliance? Gong Sunji stood by the window, having witnessed Su Su's earlier display in its entirety. He felt no concern for the confrontation between Qiu Qianren and Su Su. On the contrary, he secretly wished to applaud. Qiu Qianren was the brother of his wife, Qiu Qianxi, yet he had committed numerous transgressions against her, and that wretched woman incessantly demanded her brothers seek vengeance. Undoubtedly, this was a sword of Damocles hanging over his head. He fervently wished for Su Su to eliminate Qiu Qianren. Which aspect does father refer to? Gong Sun Lao was quietly observing Su Su, finding the young man strikingly handsome, exuding an extraordinary demeanor that rendered him utterly captivating. Her cheeks were already flushed with a rosy hue. At that moment, upon suddenly hearing Gong Sun Ji's inquiry, she feared her secret thoughts had been unveiled, and she stammered in response. Gong Sun Ji, ever astute, immediately discerned her reaction, his mind as clear as a mirror. Rumors in the martial world suggested that Su Su was particularly fond of beauty. Should his younger son surpass Qiu Qianren, he might as well send Lao to ingratiate herself with Su Su. Even if the truth were to come to light one day, he would still have an avenue for escape. Gong Sun Ji was incessantly calculating in his mind. The confrontation between Su Su and Qiu Qianren had drawn the attention of numerous martial experts, a fact he remained unaware of and indifferent to. A fleeting moment of astonishment flickered in Qiu Qianren's eyes, swiftly followed by an uncontrollable surge of fury. Su Su, you dare to kill a disciple of the Iron Palm Gang. Today, I shall demand your life in retribution. Chapter 81. How dare you? Clad in a black robe, Qiu Qianren's gaunt visage bore hands that were an ominous shade of black, glimmering with a metallic sheen. His fingers were remarkably thick, betraying his formidable martial prowess. In his fury, his features contorted, rendering him even more grotesque. An aura of power surged forth, akin to a tempest, overwhelming all in its wake. The onlookers from the martial world could not help but exhibit expressions of terror, instinctively retreating. A confrontation was imminent. Xiao Feng's eyes flickered with astonishment. This man's abilities likely rivaled those of the five greats. Having spent considerable time with Han Qigong, he possessed a clear understanding of their strength. Zhou Batong, perched atop a table to observe the excitement, was equally taken aback, a glint of surprise crossing his face. Gong Sun Ji, who had been scheming, halted his machinations, his eyes wide with shock. This old rogue. Su Su might not stand a chance. Qiu Qianren reveled in their reactions, laughing maniacally, his face radiating unchecked arrogance. His efforts over the years had finally borne fruit. During the Huashan Sword Conference, he had deemed himself unworthy and refrained from participating. Now, having perfected his iron palm technique, he had come to Xiangyang with aspirations for the position of leader. That reckless brat Su Su had invited his own demise. Today, he would use him as a stepping stone to ascend over the corpses of Su Su and the five greats. He was determined to vanquish all adversaries. An overwhelming aura enveloped the Jiangnan Martial Alliance. Su Su, however, merely smiled disdainfully, taking a step forward. Qiu Qianren's ferocious energy dissipated instantaneously, as if it had never existed. With a subtle lift of his hand, a flicker of golden light emerged. He found no need for words with such an arrogant foe. One strike would suffice to shatter him into irrelevance. Xiao Qianren's palms had turned an inky black, resembling ancient iron, exuding a chilling aura that sent shivers down the spine. Today, he would use this encounter as a platform for his resurgence. Su Su, unfazed, wore an expression of contempt. You? How dare you? Die! Xiao Qianren erupted with rage. With a resounding crash, he swung his iron palm, a terrifying sound accompanying his every movement. He advanced towards Su Su with unmatched grace and ferocity. Yet, Su Su remained steadfast, not budging an inch. The spectators around them tensed in anticipation, sensing that the leader of the alliance was perhaps overstepping his bounds. Faced with such a profound master as Xiao Qianren, to stand with hands clasped behind his back seemed excessively audacious. Many harbored this thought, save for the members of the Xiaolongnü martial alliance, who brimmed with confidence. After all, Xiao Qianren was merely a petty jester, inconsequential to their leader. The atmosphere was charged with tension. Xiao Qianren's iron palm drew ever closer. Just as many believed Su Su would succumb to the might of the iron palm. He made his move. Slowly, he extended his right hand. In an instant, golden light erupted forth. Su Su appeared as if a deity had descended, inciting an involuntary reverence among the onlookers. What was that? All eyes widened, fixated on the shimmering golden light emanating from Su Su's hand. Then it spread across the entire palm, enveloping the whole body, akin to the radiance of Buddha, sacred and majestic. With Su Su's current cultivation, he wielded it with effortless grace, transcending his original realm. A casual strike from him was nothing short of extraordinary. Those present were utterly astonished. What kind of palm technique was this? Compared to the 18 dragon-subduing palms, it was in an entirely different league, even surpassing the prowess of the esteemed 7 gongs. Xing, who rushed upon hearing the news, bore an expression of shock, having completely forgotten his original purpose. Previously, he had only been momentarily astounded by the sight of Qiao Feng in Su Su's grasp. In contrast, Xing had always held confidence in his own strength. At this moment, he realized how ludicrous his self-assurance was. The surrounding martial artists were equally speechless, overwhelmed by the sheer might. They had initially presumed that the tales they heard were mere fabrications, orchestrated by the Xiaolongnü martial alliance to elevate Su Su's reputation. Now, they recognized the extent of their folly. Xiao Qianren stood face to face with Su Su, experiencing an unparalleled pressure that transformed his fierce demeanor into one of bewilderment and disbelief. No, it was impossible. How could this inexperienced youth possess such profound mastery? As a supreme master skilled in palm techniques, Xiao Qianren slightly raised his hand, the golden light emanating from it instilling an unimaginable fear within him. Every hair on his body stood on end, his skin prickling with goosebumps. He was paralyzed with dread. Such extraordinary palm power made him wish to flee. However, with the arrow already drawn, he had no choice but to release it. Xiao Qianren roared, his hand crashing down like a wave, akin to the strength of dark iron. His perfected iron palm, transcending the mundane, could shatter even the mightiest of weapons. The resounding force should have inspired awe and terror, yet before Su Su's golden palm, it appeared utterly laughable. Bang! The golden palm power surged forth with overwhelming force. Amidst the astonished gazes of all, the iron palm met the golden palm. Crack! A tremendous sound erupted, followed by the crisp sound of bones fracturing. The iron palm, cultivated to perfection, crumbled before Su Su like an egg or tofu, offering little resistance. In an instant, it was obliterated entirely. A surge of pain coursed through Xiao Qianren, yet he seemed oblivious, his face a mask of shock. The internal turmoil he experienced overshadowed the physical torment. To be defeated in his area of pride, this was a blow to the heart, and yet it was not over. The golden palm power continued unabated, crushing Xiao Qianren's hand bones before pressing down with relentless force. Bang! Xiao Qianren felt an immense weight bear down upon his shoulder. Subsequently, before the astonished eyes of all, this newly emerged master, eager to compare himself to the 5 extremes, found his knees crashing to the ground, kneeling before Su Su. Xiao Qianren's eyes were bloodshot with fury, yet he could not budge an inch. His hands, from his arms to his fingertips, felt utterly limp, devoid of strength. Just a single palm strike. The formidable leader of the Iron Palm Gang, once feared throughout the martial world, found himself subdued and forced to bow. A collective gasp of astonishment echoed through the crowd as they witnessed this scene. What they had anticipated to be a fierce contest of titans turned out to be a one-sided display of domination and torment. It was overwhelming and utterly devoid of suspense. The arrogance that Xiao Qianren had exhibited moments before was now replaced by utter humiliation. The disciples of the Iron Palm Gang, standing behind him, were rendered speechless, paralyzed by fear, not daring to make a sound. Su Su wore an expression of icy indifference. He adhered to a principle. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. However, if one transgresses against me, I shall eradicate them without hesitation. With that, Su Su raised his hand once more. This time, it was not merely to crush Qiu Qianren, but to claim his life. The onlookers were still in a state of shock. None thought to intervene. Naturally, no one wished to incur the wrath of a master like Su Su on behalf of a vanquished Qiu Qianren. In the martial world, many had harbored skepticism regarding Su Su's prowess, particularly his ability to eliminate the 4 notorious villains and to vanquish Jamozi with a single strike. Yet now, the evidence lay stark before them. A single palm had subdued Qiu Qianren, an act both tyrannical and invincible. Please, Su Alliance leader, show mercy. Chapter 82. A single strike to suppress, kneeling in surrender. The absence of fear among others does not imply that no one dares to act. Just as Su Su was poised to take action, the astonished Xing regained his senses and hurriedly interjected, Lord Su, I beseech you to show mercy. The onlookers turned towards the voice, only to see the disheveled Xing striding towards them. At that moment, Xing was filled with immense regret. He had arrived not too late, yet was so taken aback by Su Su's strike that he missed the opportune moment. Had he acted otherwise, matters would not have escalated to this extent. His intention in hosting the hero gathering in Xiangyang was to select a leader to unite against the Mongolian Yuan, not to incite infighting among the martial artists of the Song dynasty. Guodashia, are you pleading for him? Although Su Su held respect for Xing, he had already severed ties with Qiu Qianren and had come too far to turn back. To leave a potential threat lurking would be unwise. Xing was indeed a grandmaster, possessing formidable skills, yet before the 4th level of the celestial realm that Su Su commanded, he fell significantly short. Even a fraction of Su Su's power was sufficient to crush him. Seeing Xing attempting to mediate, Su Su's demeanor grew more aloof. Xing offered a wry smile. Lord Su, it is true that I have inadequately hosted, and this unfortunate incident is entirely my fault. In my eyes, whether it be the Jiangnan Martial Alliance or the Iron Palm Sect, both are factions of our Song dynasty. We ought to unite to resist the Mongolian Yuan. Such internal strife is indeed unwarranted. Upon hearing this, the gathered martial artists nodded in agreement. Initially believing Xing was interceding on behalf of Qiu Qianren, they were taken aback to discover his true intent was to preserve strength against the Mongolian Yuan. Guodashia's selflessness for the nation is commendable. As events had unfolded to this point, the situation was indeed difficult to salvage. Su Su smiled faintly. If that is the case, I shall grant Guodashia some face. Grateful, Xing expressed his profound appreciation. With Su Su's concession, Xing felt a tremendous weight lift off his shoulders. This matter could now be considered settled. Qiu Qianren, having brought this upon himself, found his arms shattered, rendered as powerless as a cripple. After thanking Su Su and offering his apologies, Xing arranged for Qiu Qianren to receive treatment. Su Su, you are ruthless. Qiu Qianren, supported as he trembled, felt the loss of his iron palm and cast a regretful glance at Su Su. Yet, he dared not utter harsh words at this moment. His very survival hinged upon Xing's plea. He feared provoking Su Su's ire, which might lead him to disregard even Xing's intervention. In that instant, he longed for the sands of time to reverse, wishing he had not been so arrogant as to challenge Su Su. Otherwise, he would not have met such a dismal fate, his reputation tarnished, publicly humiliated, and the martial arts he had painstakingly cultivated over the years obliterated in an instant. Decades of arduous training extinguished in a blink. Su Su's gaze was icy, his eyes unwilling to bestow even a glance upon Qiu Qianren. While he had promised Xing not to kill him, once he departed from Xiangyang, the heavens and earth could just as easily dispose of him. Long live the Lord of the Alliance. The members of the Jiangnan Martial Alliance chorused in unison, their voices amplifying Su Su's already formidable presence. Following this battle, Su Su's reputation will undoubtedly grow ever more resounding. With an expressionless visage, Su Su offered a slight salute to Xing before striding away. Xing, his countenance tinged with bitterness, returned the gesture and began to tidy up the aftermath. Once Su Su departed, the inn erupted in chaos. Am I seeing this correctly? The renowned, seasoned master was subdued by a single palm and reduced to begging for mercy? The martial prowess of the Su Alliance leader is indeed unfathomable. To call him the most formidable genius of the Song dynasty would not be an exaggeration. Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, it would be scarcely believable. I now believe the rumors of Su Alliance leader S' ability to annihilate the great wheel King Jamozi in a single strike. The fact that two grandmasters were vanquished by Su Alliance leader is truly terrifying. It is often said that Xiao Qianren could rival the five greats. Yet Su Alliance leader has bested him with a mere strike, which implies that even the five greats may not pose a challenge to him. The other four might very well fall short, and it may require a duel to determine the superiority of Zhong Shintong. If that is the case, does this imply that the martial arts leader of the upcoming hero gathering is? The crowd dared not pursue the thought further. In a place teeming with voices, a careless remark could lead to dire consequences. On the second floor, Xiao Feng was still in a state of shock. After a prolonged silence, he finally managed to utter two words, freak of nature. At this moment, he had completely abandoned any thoughts of competing with Su Su. Such an extraordinary being is beyond human comprehension. Xiao Feng had no doubt that, even at his current grandmaster level, he would merely fall victim to Su Su's overwhelming power. Xiao Qianren had truly courted disaster. Why provoke someone like Su Su? He has brought about his own demise. Is he half a step to the heavens? No, I suspect he has already transcended to the celestial realm. After a brief silence, the members of the Chuanjin sect engaged in fervent discussion. Xiao Chuji and the others wore expressions of deep shame. After years of training, they found themselves outclassed by a mere 19-year-old. These years have truly been wasted. A prodigy, indeed, a veritable prodigy. He treats grandmasters as if they were mere playthings, while we have yet to even touch the threshold of mastery. The disparity is so vast it induces existential doubt. This time, Zhou Badong unusually refrained from mocking his few disciples. He had long since cast aside his usual nonchalance, now bearing an unprecedented seriousness. I am no match for him. Not even my senior brother. No, that cannot be. My senior brother is an unparalleled talent. He will surely break through to the celestial realm during this retreat. No matter how formidable Su Su is, he cannot surpass the celestial realm. Zhou Batong was so astonished that he nearly lost his train of thought, inadvertently placing Su Su on par with his senior brother. Meanwhile, Gongsun Ji was beside himself with joy. Seeing Xiao Qianren in such a woeful state made him want to shout to the heavens. Unable to contain his excitement, he turned to Gongsun Lu and said, Lu, if you hold any interest in Su Alliance leader, I shall arrange it for you. How does that sound? Gongsun Lu gasped, her face flushed with shyness. Having just observed the match, her heart had already blossomed with admiration and adoration for Su Su. Xiao Qianren may be her uncle, yet their relationship is devoid of any connection or affection, rendering him no different from a stranger. Subconsciously, her emotions gravitate towards Su Su. Just moments ago, she felt a sense of melancholy due to Su Su's departure. Upon suddenly hearing her father make such a statement, she felt a blend of shyness and, more prominently, joy. Her destiny is entirely in her father's hands. Chapter 83. Using his daughter as a token of gratitude, seeking refuge. The news of Su Su's remarkable victory over Xiao Qianren, the leader of the Iron Palm Gang, spread like wildfire from the inn, sending ripples through Xiangyang City. The martial artists who had come to observe or participate in the martial arts tournament were left astounded, questioning their hearing. After multiple confirmations, they could only lament their absence from such a spectacular battle, slapping their thighs in regret. On his very first day in Xianyang, Su Su displayed extraordinary prowess, his reputation soaring in tandem. In no time, he became the most talked-about figure of this hero assembly. Moreover, the prestige of the Jiangnan Martial Alliance rose in tandem. Su Su's triumph over Xiao Qianren dispelled all doubts, solidifying his position within the martial world of the Song dynasty. Previously, it was said that Su Su could rival the five absolutes. Now, the leader of the Jiangnan Martial Alliance had become synonymous with the pinnacle of martial prowess. As for Xiao Qianren, in order to avoid further humiliation, he left Xiangyang City in disgrace with his Iron Palm Gang members. 3 days later, he was discovered dead at the gang's base, leading to a significant decline in the Iron Palm Gang's reputation, relegating it to a third-rate sect until it eventually vanished. In the lunar month of February, the weather was a curious mix of warmth and lingering chill. Su Su rested in the courtyard, finding himself somewhat unaccustomed to solitude after a prolonged absence from the outside world. The notion of granting his body a reprieve was merely a jest. With the body of the Yellow Emperor and the mastery of the turning dragon and inverted phoenix techniques, he had no need for deliberate rest. In fact, he found himself missing his wives. As for the battles of the day, they hardly occupied his thoughts. His visit to Xianyang was merely a means to secure the position of the martial arts leader and pave the way for taking concubines. The leader of the Indifferent Valley, Gongsun Ji, came to pay a visit, claiming to bring a gift. Oh, Su Su raised an eyebrow. Gongsun Ji, wasn't he just a hypocritical old lecher? What sort of gift could he possibly offer? In truth, Since Su Su's reputation skyrocketed after defeating Xiao Qianren, an incessant stream of martial artists had sought to visit him. But Su Su had no desire to meet them and had dispatched them through the Jiangnan Martial Alliance. He occasionally saw those of relatively high status, but evidently, Gongsun Ji was not the type he wished to entertain. Decline. Su Su resolutely refused. Gongsun Ji arrived empty-handed, accompanied solely by a stunning woman clad in green, leading Su Su to suspect that the gift, Lu Lighting, fearing Su Su's reproach later, promptly revealed the crux of the matter. The green-clad woman. Su Su's lips curved into a smile as comprehension dawned. Gongsun Ji intended to present his daughter as a gift? Gongsun Lu. She indeed met the criteria set by the system for concubinage. This girl was pure and kind-hearted, rivaling Longer in virtue. Let her in, he decided. Upon entering the main hall, Su Su found Gongsun Ji awaiting him with utmost respect, while Gongsun Lu was notably absent. Su Su approached leisurely and took his seat among the others, as Gongsun Ji promptly bowed in greeting. In the depths of the Heartless Valley, Gongsun Ji encountered the esteemed leader Su. Su Su inclined his head, inquiring about the purpose of Gongsun's late-night visit. Gongsun, a rather unimpressive figure, found Su's straightforwardness unexpectedly disarming. He had been taken aback by Su's frankness, for he had held a deep admiration for Su since their earlier meeting, captivated by the latter's extraordinary martial prowess. Speak plainly, Gongsun, Su Su said, furrowing his brow, feeling a wave of nausea wash over him. The notion of admiration was ludicrous. Why would he, a mere old man of unrefined appearance, evoke such feelings when there were far more enchanting young maidens around? Gongsun Ji, caught off guard by Su's unorthodox approach, managed to grit his teeth and replied, I came to express my gratitude to you, Su Alliance leader. Oh, Su responded nonchalantly, awaiting further elaboration. To be candid, Xiao Qianren is my brother-in-law, and our relationship has been strained due to certain circumstances. Your actions today in defeating Xiao Qianren have, in a sense, liberated me from a looming threat. I am profoundly grateful to you, Gongsun disclosed without reservation. Moreover, he was keen to forge a connection with Su, hoping to secure a powerful ally. After all, Xiao Qianren had two brothers, and with one defeated, who could foresee whether the other would seek vengeance? Thus, seeking refuge under a formidable protector seemed the wisest course. There is no need for such gratitude. What transpired today was merely a matter of convenience. I bid you farewell. Gongsun, Su Su replied with disinterest. Yet, Gongsun Ji pressed on. Actually, I have a rather unseemly request. Should the Iron Palm sect turn against me in the future, I would appreciate your assistance. At what cost? Su's smile vanished, and an imposing aura enveloped him, causing Gongsun to struggle for breath, his heart filled with dread. If you agree, I have a daughter named Lu Ao, a paragon of beauty, whom I could offer to you as a token of my gratitude, Gongsun hastily confessed, sensing the pressure emanating from Su. To propose his daughter as a gift in exchange for protection was indeed a callous act, revealing Gongsun's true nature as a father. The thought of Lu Ao's fate stirred a feeling of pity within Su Su. Very well, I accept. But remember your words today. Lu Ao is merely a token of gratitude, and from this moment forth, you shall have no further claim over her. Under the shadow of the collapsing nest, how can there be a complete egg? With Xiao Qianren's demise, how long could the Iron Palm sect endure? This was a transaction not to be missed. Yet Gongsun must not think he could leverage Su's reputation for his own gain. Gongsun's complexion paled, but, ultimately, he nodded firmly. A daughter for the sake of his life was a fair trade. He could always take more concubines later. Having secured the promise, Gongsun departed. Moments later, Lu Ao entered. Her visage flushed with modesty, garbed in green, with her head bowed low. She possessed an alluring figure, exuding a delicate charm, her skin porcelain-like in its purity. There exists an air of elegance and refinement. Su Su could not help but be captivated. What a graceful and lively young lady. She bore a resemblance to Chang'an, Lu Wushuang, and Zhongling Gongsun Lu Ao. I have heard of the leader. The young girl bent gracefully to offer her respects. Her complexion flushed with shyness, her heart fluttering like a startled deer. Just earlier, she had witnessed Su, the leader, display remarkable prowess, and now he stood before her. The words of her father only intensified her timidity. Why should the lovely and delicate Miss Lu Ao bow her head, denying others the chance to admire her beauty? A teasing voice pierced the air. Almost immediately, a warm hand gently lifted her chin. In that fleeting moment, when Gongsun Lu Ao shyly lowered her gaze, it was raised again. The strikingly handsome face of Su came into her view. In an instant, her mind went blank. Su smiled, locking his gaze onto Gongsun Lu Ao. To this day, regardless of status, strength, or reputation, Su Su stood atop the pinnacle of the Song dynasty. Naturally, he could adopt a different demeanor towards this fledgling heroine of the martial world. Chapter 84. It is a gift, not a marriage. In truth, after Su Su gained fame, the number of valiant women who voluntarily sought to share his bed was countless. Unfortunately, they did not meet the system's requirements for concubinage. In retrospect, aside from the little dragon girl, Gongsun Levayu was the second. Both possessed pure hearts and had never interacted with men. Gongsun Levayu felt somewhat bewildered. Her fair cheeks flushed like ripe apples. As she listened to Su Su's praises, a sense of overwhelming sweetness enveloped her heart. Following their close encounter, her heart was utterly captivated. She cast her gaze away, unable to meet Su Su's eyes directly. Has your father made his intentions clear to you? Su Su withdrew his right hand, his gentle touch on her delicate chin immensely comforting. This push and pull left Gongsun Levayu feeling a sense of loss. My father said that from now on, I belong to the leader and instructed me not to refuse my fate with the valley of unrequited love. Gongsun Levayu's voice was soft, tinged with shyness and a hint of embarrassment. She had initially believed her father wished to facilitate a union between her and Su, the leader. In reality, that objective had been achieved. However, she was being offered as a gift rather than being wed. Moreover, she was treated as a mere present. The valley of unrequited love was a place she truly wished to avoid. Since childhood, her parents had been like enemies, forever at odds, depriving her of parental affection. The valley left her feeling stifled. Yet, what would her future hold alongside the leader, Su? Gongsun Levayu felt lost. Su Su nodded in satisfaction. Gongsun Ji was somewhat agreeable and had not anticipated that subduing Qiu Qianren would yield such unexpected benefits. However, he wondered if, in a few days, Gongsun Ji would be furious enough to spit blood upon learning of Qiu Qianren's sudden demise and the fact that he had given away his daughter. With a swift motion, Su Su drew Gongsun Levayu into his embrace. After the hero conference concludes, you shall return with me to Su family manor, and I shall welcome you into my household. What say you, Levayu? Upon hearing her name called, Gongsun Levayu was momentarily stunned. She quickly nodded, her shyness rendering her speechless. I shall heed the leader's wishes. Leader? Su Su questioned with an ambiguous tone. Gongsun Levayu, fearing he disapproved, hastily corrected herself. Su Lang. Su Su, already handsome, possessed the physique of an emperor, making it effortless to captivate a novice like Gongsun Levayu. A few tender words were all it took to ensnare her heart. Many a female hero in the realm had sworn never to marry anyone but Su Su after their first encounter. The night was fleeting. Initially believing she would endure a solitary, quiet evening, Gongsun Ji unexpectedly delivered a stunning beauty to Su Su. He felt elated. As long as he welcomed her into his residence, he would receive rewards from the system. He swiftly lifted Gongsun Levayu and turned to return indoors. While Su Su reveled in his triumph, news of his suppression of Qiu Qianren's iron sand palm spread rapidly throughout Xiaolongnü city. The onlookers were left astonished, struggling to believe what they had heard. Unlike the previous encounter with Jamozi, where only the Jiangnan martial alliance was present, this time, numerous witnesses were present during the suppression of Qiu Qianren. The leader of the beggars sect, Xiao Feng, the all-true sect's Zhou Batong, the Heartless Valley's Gongsun Ji, and the guardian of Xiaolongnü city, Xing, were all there, each renowned in their own right. Naturally, they could not conspire to fabricate lies for Su Su. Consequently, the collective astonishment only deepened. Even before the hero assembly commenced, Su Su had already begun to emerge as a prominent figure, his reputation soaring, which rendered those masters aspiring to the martial alliance leader position more cautious. In a modest courtyard within Xiaolongnü city, a father and daughter sat facing each other. The man was dressed in the attire of a scholar, while the young woman wore a gown of soft yellow. Upon hearing his daughter's infuriating remarks, Huang Yaoshi was momentarily taken aback. Previously, upon learning that Su Su had become the leader of the Jiangnan Martial Alliance, he had indeed made such a statement. However, at that moment, he had not anticipated Su Su's formidable prowess. As soon as they entered Xiaolongnü city, they had heard the news of Su Su defeating Qiu Qianren with a single strike. The father and daughter exchanged astonished glances, struggling to comprehend the revelation. To be candid, Huang Yaoshi believed he could not achieve such a feat as defeating Qiu Qianren with one blow. Although this did not necessarily imply that Su Su could surpass him, it was clear that each individual possessed unique skills. Exceptional palm techniques did not guarantee unparalleled agility. Despite his thoughts, Huang Yaoshi still found it inconceivable. Su Su was remarkably young, and to possess such strength that could rival Wang Chongyang was indeed astonishing. With the hero assembly approaching, Huang Yaoshi felt obligated to extend some regard towards Xing. Dealing with one Xiaolongnü had already left him overwhelmed. Why would he seek to add to the chaos? Should they cross paths in the future, he could inquire further then. His visit to Shenyang was partly to honor Xing, but also to reconnect with an old friend. As for the position of martial alliance leader, he was indifferent. Huang Yaoyue was known for his eccentric nature, often unpredictable, straddling the line between righteousness and villainy. Elevating him to the role of martial alliance leader might not yield favorable outcomes. His visit was merely to meet an old friend and engage in some sparring. However, upon hearing of Su Su's astonishing strength, he felt a surge of competitive spirit. My father is undoubtedly the most formidable. I shall be there to cheer him on, ensuring that this leader of the Jiangnan martial alliance is thoroughly defeated. Regarding Huang Yaoyue's outward bravado, Huang Rong chose not to expose it, but instead teased him playfully. Huang Yaoyue's eyes widened in surprise. You, my dear girl. Daddy, I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave first. With that, Huang Rong hurriedly departed, leaving Huang Yaoyue to sigh deeply. Do take your time. At your age, you should not rush about like a child, lacking composure. Though reluctant to see her go, he acknowledged that it was indeed time for her to marry. After speaking, Huang Rong had vanished from sight. He shook his head and began to ponder the younger generation. In terms of martial prowess and talent, Xiao Feng is indeed commendable, yet his disposition is rather unappealing. Being quite dull, reminiscent of that lad Xing. Su Su, on the other hand, is rather admirable, albeit excessively infatuated with the fleeting pleasures of life. Surrounded by numerous wives and concubines, he certainly does not wish to impose any grievances upon his daughter. After pondering for quite some time, he still could not find a suitable match. In the small courtyard of the Jiangnan Martial Alliance, the others had ventured out to gather intelligence. Su Su and Gongsun Levayu, idle in their leisure, engaged in playful antics together. Despite Gongsun Levayu's lingering shyness after a night of intimate interactions, she had evidently become much more at ease. Following Su Su's importation of the reversal of dragon and phoenix technique, they diligently practiced together. It was unmistakably evident that Gongsun Levayu's aura had strengthened considerably. Moreover, another significant outcome was that Gongsun Levayu's heart was entirely entwined with Su Su's. At that moment, nestled in Su Su's embrace, she tenderly fed him peeled grapes, their sweetness seemingly enhanced by the warmth of their intimacy. Ding! Congratulations to the host's offspring. Having acquired 30 years of cultivation, mastering the 6 proud cold techniques. Chapter 85, let us stroll beyond the city. Suddenly, a system prompt echoed. A fleeting glimmer of surprise sparkled in Su Su's eyes. Yena has given birth? Before departing, Wang Yuyan was on the brink of labor. So the arrival of this moment was indeed anticipated. Moreover, everything at home was already arranged, providing Su Su with considerable reassurance. However, this reward brought him immense joy. Come, Aoer, let us venture outside the city. This place was not Su's residence, and the small courtyard was not his domain. Here, collecting cultivation could lead to disturbances, and he felt somewhat constrained. It would be far more suitable to seek an isolated spot beyond the city. All right, sounds good. In just one night, Gongsun Levexu had almost reached a point of complete obedience towards Su Su. Half an hour later, Su Su and Gongsun Levexu found themselves seated beside the riverbank. Levexu, please guard me. I have experienced a sudden epiphany and need to contemplate it. Of course, Gongsun Levexu, without a hint of suspicion, stood beside him, ready to protect him. Su Su gazed at the river's surface and commanded the system, collect the cultivation. Boom. 30 years of cultivation surged forth, flooding into Su Su's body. Despite his utmost efforts to suppress it, his entire aura trembled violently. Gongsun Levexu, standing nearby, covered her mouth to stifle any sound. She had initially thought that Su Lang's contemplation would be a meditative state, but she never anticipated the magnitude of her husband's awakening. Upon encountering that overwhelming internal force, the 9-9 Yang divine art began to operate frantically. In an instant, it was consumed and obliterated. An imperceptible rumble resonated. Su Su's aura surged dramatically. Unmasked, his celestial realm cultivation was laid bare. 30 years of cultivation was insufficient for a breakthrough, yet it significantly augmented Su Su's strength. Coupled with the continuous dual practice with his wives, and with the assistance of the turning dragon and phoenix technique, ascending to the 5th level was merely a matter of a final push. As his cultivation progressed, Su Su's command over the forces of heaven and earth grew increasingly formidable. Although Gongsun Levexu was unaware of the exact level Su Su had attained, she could sense his immense power. Moreover, in that fleeting moment, he had become even stronger. Had Su Lang displayed such strength yesterday, a mere finger would suffice to crush Qiu Qianren. Su Lang is truly remarkable. Gongsun Levexu gazed at him with admiration, yet dared not disturb him. System: collect the Aohan 6 techniques. After acquiring his cultivation, Su Su did not hesitate to claim the other reward. In an instant, a torrent of knowledge regarding sword techniques flooded into Su Su's mind. An unparalleled sharpness emanated from him. The Aohan 6 techniques, a treasured sword art of the Nye family, when combined with the Shuain Madblade, would yield exponentially greater power. The Aohan 6 techniques consist of 6 forms. 1. A glimpse of chilling cold. 2. Ice ceiling 3 feet. 3. Red apricot in the snow. 4. Peach branch in full bloom. 5. Seeking plum blossoms in the snow. 6. Cold blade ice heart. The final technique, the supreme form, possesses extraordinary power, far exceeding the other 5 forms, and invokes the forces of heaven and earth with unparalleled intensity. Every martial arts manual and technique possesses its most formidable move. According to Su Su's understanding, the most powerful strike of the 18 dragon subduing palms is the final move, which synthesizes the preceding 17 techniques into a single, formidable blow. It is uncertain whether the cold blade and ice heart surpasses the 18 dragon subduing palms in prowess. Su Su pondered this, recognizing that they are distinct techniques, and merely indulging in speculation. However, it is worth noting that this fierce swordsmanship suitable for celestial beings would undoubtedly enhance his capabilities. As one ascends in rank, the number of compatible techniques diminishes. Fortunately, Su Su need not fret over this issue. Upon returning to the manor, he could forge a blade adept for the arrogant cold 6 techniques. A contented expression adorned Su Su's face. Whether sword or fist, as long as it proved effective in combat, he remained untroubled by preferences. Meanwhile, Gongsun Le stood nearby, utterly entranced. The slight aura he had previously exhibited had rendered her breathless. Her eyes sparkled with admiration and affection. Su Su, preoccupied with his thoughts, felt an itch for action. Although he lacked a suitable blade, the 7 Stars Dragon Abyss sword could serve as an adequate instrument for experimentation. With this in mind, Su Su concentrated, grasping the 7 Stars Dragon Abyss sword, and unleashed his most potent strike. Bang, bang, bang. The surface of the lake erupted in splashes. The chilling intent of the blade radiated outward with ferocity. Su Su's robes billowed without wind, instilling a sense of awe in onlookers. Not far from them, a disheveled beggar, clad in tattered rags, and a stunningly beautiful woman in a delicate yellow garment squatted before a mound of mud enveloped in charcoal. These two were none other than Hong Qigong and Huang Rong. Huang Rong rolled up her sleeves, eschewing any semblance of ladylike decorum, embodying instead a spirit of boldness and nonchalance, which resonated with the essence of the martial world. Hong Qigong, renowned as the North Beggar, displayed no air of a master as he sat on the ground, wrinkling his nose and inhaling the aroma in the air, his mouth watering in anticipation. "Is it ready yet, Ronga? This beggar's chicken is making me salivate," he exclaimed. Despite his eager sniffs, there was no scent to be found in the air. This was Huang Rong's secret recipe, wrapped in banana leaves, coated in yellow clay, and buried in the fire. The chicken's fragrance would not escape, ensuring a more fragrant and delectable taste upon consumption. Observing Hong Qigong's fidgeting demeanor, Huang Rong found it amusing. "Ronger, do speak up, is it ready?" Hong Qigong urged. "I've tasted numerous beggars' chickens, even those crafted by the imperial chefs, but none compare to yours. How long has it been since I savored your beggar's chicken? 3 years, or 4? I'm beginning to forget the flavor." As he impatiently gazed at the chicken in the fire, counting on his fingers, Huang Rong wore a smile, her eyes glimmering with pride. In the realm of culinary arts, she harbored considerable confidence. Moreover, who does not relish a compliment? Moreover, the one who praised her was none other than the revered Hong Qigong, one of the 5 greats. Huang Rong chuckled. "Master Qigong, please stop counting. It has already been 5 years. This time, I shall prepare you a beggar's chicken, but you must promise me one thing." Her cunning eyes sparkled mischievously, captivating in their allure. "As long as you prepare delicious meals for me every day, I would not mind agreeing to 10 or even 8 conditions." For Hong Qigong, indulging in exquisite cuisine was of utmost importance. Everything else paled in comparison. "Very well, it is settled then," she continued. "During this heroes' gathering, my father not only wishes to reunite with old friends, but also intends to find me a suitable husband. I have no desire for any such husband, so you must assist me, lest my father forcibly drags me back." Huang Rong recounted this with a hint of playful reproach, her bright and cunning eyes sparkling with mischief. Upon hearing this, Hong Qigong erupted into hearty laughter. "Ah, you little trickster, so this is your scheme." Chapter 86. Few encountered. Losing is not embarrassing before the sumptuous feast, Hong Qigong exuberantly declared, "Rest assured, Ronger. Should Huang Loxi dare to pressure you, I shall assist you in dealing with him." Hong Qigong, a paragon of chivalry, had but one passion: gourmet cuisine. In his youth, his insatiable love for food had led to significant delays in important matters. He even resolutely resorted to biting off one of his fingers as a form of self-punishment, earning him the moniker of the nine-fingered divine cook. This illustrates the profound allure that culinary delights held for him. "Thank you, Qigong," Huang Rong replied with a sweet smile. Having achieved her aim, she began to focus intently on the lump of clay before her. As she worked, the air became suffused with an intoxicating fragrance. Suddenly, both felt a powerful surge of internal energy, akin to a seismic tremor. Remarkable. They exchanged glances of astonishment. Yet, before they could fully comprehend it, an icy blade intent began to pervade the atmosphere. It was faint, yet unmistakable. They sensed it merely as a ripple, yet its dominance and ferocity were palpable. Such formidable internal power and a fearsome blade intent. Hong Qigong exclaimed, wide-eyed. "Has a master swordsman of great renown arrived at the Xiangyang Heroes Conference?" Huang Rong shook her head, contemplating the intensity of the residual energy. She could only imagine how terrifying the true form of this power might be, for she had not heard of such a master. "What would happen if you were to confront him, Qigong?" Hong Qigong shook his head, uncertain. The mere remnant of that overwhelming internal force had already instilled a sense of dread within him. "Shall we take a look?" Huang Rong proposed, believing that if they could sense the blade intent, they must not be far away. After a moment's reflection, Hong Qigong replied, "Perhaps not. It would be ill-advised to offend someone by intruding upon their affairs, inviting unnecessary adversaries." Huang Rong nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom in his words. She set aside her curiosity and patiently awaited the clay-baked chicken. Soon, the aroma of the chicken intensified, causing Hong Qigong to salivate uncontrollably as he rubbed his hands together in anticipation. Huang Rong, beaming with delight, was about to tear away the clay exterior when the sound of approaching footsteps caught her attention. Looking up, she beheld a young man in white robes, leading a girl clad in green, walking towards them. Both Hong Qigong and Huang Rong were momentarily taken aback. "Is it you, young lad?" Hong Qigong exclaimed. Su Su smiled gently. "I was wondering who it might be, and to my surprise, it is you, Qigong. I did not mean to intrude." After testing the Aohan 6 techniques, he felt a surge of joy, which prompted him to bring Gongsun Lu to experience another form of exercise. Gongsun Lu's cheeks were flushed, clearly having been subjected to some playful teasing. Both had expended considerable energy, and, with mealtime approaching, Su Su intended to procure some game for Gongsun Lu to sample, ensuring his culinary skills did not go to waste. However, as he neared, he was met with an overwhelmingly rich aroma wafting through the air. Unable to resist the urge, he took Gongsun Lao to investigate. As they approached, Su Su's eyes brightened instantly. He was familiar with Hong Qigong, who had even attended his wedding and supported him. However, standing beside him was a woman named Huang Shan, whose beauty and grace were unparalleled, with skin as pure as snow, though her face bore traces of mud. It only enhanced her charm, adding a touch of innocence and playfulness that invited closer acquaintance. What a stunningly exquisite and ethereal woman! Su Su couldn't help but exclaim, as he subtly guessed her identity. Given her close relationship with Hong Qigong and her culinary skills in preparing beggar's chicken, who else could she be but Huang Rong? Gongsun Lao also scrutinized Huang Rong. Just a glance made her feel a sense of inferiority, yet she couldn't help but feel drawn to her, inexplicably fond of her. After speaking, Su Su wasted no time. He squatted down with Gongsun Lao, eagerly watching the nearly cooked beggar's chicken. Their appetites peaked. Just when they were hungry, they happened upon this delightful dish. Naturally, they must indulge in a piece of chicken to satiate their cravings. Hong Qigong's expression turned sour. Alas, the already meager chicken would have to be divided into 2 portions. What would he have left to eat? The crux of the matter was that he found it impossible to refuse the person before him. After all, he had previously promised that if there were needs, they should not hesitate to speak. Little did he know that Su Su's first act would be to seize his food, a feeling more distressing than death itself. "I say, you young man, instead of staying within the city, you come here to snatch food from a beggar like me, and you have the audacity to do so?" Su Su shook his head, speaking earnestly. "That notion is misguided. Fine wine and exquisite food gain even greater flavor when shared. Miss Huang, would you not agree?" He smiled at Huang Rong, instantly bringing her back to reality from her momentary daze. From the moment Su Su appeared, Huang Rong was captivated by the handsome young man before her, not solely due to his unparalleled features. Indeed, he was the most charming man she had ever seen. But more importantly, it was the aura he exuded. She sensed the residual chill and power of the blade from moments before. It was he who had been testing the sword. Huang Rong was filled with questions and curiosity. Although Hong Qigong had not spoken, she too had surmised Su Su's identity. Such youth, such elegance. Who could he be if not the leader of the Jiangnan Martial Alliance? Recent rumors about Su Su were plentiful. A single finger dispatching the four great villains. A sword striking down Jiumaji, a palm suppressing Qiu Qianren. Initially, she thought the world had exaggerated, but it turned out they had underestimated him. Had she not witnessed it with her own eyes, who could have fathomed that Su Su concealed such astonishing swordplay? Upon hearing Su Su's inquiry, Huang Rong's eyes sparkled mischievously as she replied with a smile. This is the beggar's chicken that I exchanged with Hong Qigong. If the alliance leader wishes to partake, he must first seek Hong Qigong's consent. At her words, Hong Qigong felt a wave of relief and pride swelling within him. Before he could speak, however, Su Su had already preemptively countered him with words. In days of yore, the venerable Hong Qigong promised me that should I require assistance, I need only to speak up. I am not greedy. Merely a half chicken would suffice for me and Ao to satisfy our appetites. However, the once confident expression of Hong Qigong suddenly froze. His discomfort palpable. Gongsun Lu stifled a giggle, taken aback by Su Su's audacious and carefree demeanor. Yet, it was clear that some matters must be delineated. While many things could be overlooked, encroaching upon his culinary delights was an entirely different matter. Hong Qigong could hardly bear the thought. If you wish to partake in the old beggaress chicken, it is not an impossibility. However, you must prove your worth. Should you demonstrate sufficient skill to win over the old beggar's heart, then a half chicken shall be yours. Besides his love for gastronomy, Hong Qigong was equally combative. This youth had vanquished Jimozi and defeated Qiu Qianren, earning his formidable reputation with tangible victories over two great masters. In terms of palm techniques, he might not even be his match, yet as one of the five absolutes, he would never concede without a fight. At this moment, with only a handful present, it was an opportune occasion for a friendly spar. Even in defeat, one's dignity would not be excessively tarnished. Chapter 87. Master-level culinary skills. Upon hearing Hong Qigong's words, Huang Rong's face brimmed with curiosity. This young man, repeatedly mentioned and renowned, was he truly as miraculous as the rumors suggested? Hearing is but a whisper, while seeing is believing. In matters such as these, people prefer to witness the truth with their own eyes. At this moment, Huang Rong gazed at Su Su, her expression filled with anticipation and intrigue. Meanwhile, Gongsun Levayu looked upon him with trust and admiration. She had just witnessed Su Lang's prowess. In her eyes, Su Su had ascended to the pinnacle of the Song dynasty. Feeling Gongsun Levayu's gaze, Su Su responded with a smile. What man does not relish the adoration of his woman? Since Qigong had such refined intentions, he would gladly accompany the gentleman. A smile danced on Su Su's lips. It must be said that Hong Qigong's proposal resonated deeply with him. Having recently acquired the proud cold six techniques, he merely vented his frustrations earlier, feeling unfulfilled. Here stood a living target before him. To not seize the opportunity would be a disservice to himself. Very well, let us determine the victor with a single strike. Lest others accuse me of bullying the young, Hong Qigong proclaimed with a grin. Huang Rong unrelentingly exposed him. Shameless. Qigong, you are worried you cannot best Su Mengzhu, aren't you? Hong Qigong was momentarily flustered. Su Su's smile widened further. The unmarried Huang Rong retained the naive charm of her youth, which he found delightful. From the first moment he beheld her, he had yearned to bring her into his household. One strike it is. I have just learned a new sword technique. I humbly request your guidance. Qigong. Guidance. Such a notion was utterly unfounded. Given Su Su's current strength, there were few capable of offering him any counsel. Upon hearing this, Hong Qigong immediately assumed a serious stance. If Huang Rong could perceive the lingering aura of Su Su's sword intent, how could he possibly remain oblivious? In truth, his challenge was motivated by a desire to ascertain the true might of Su Su's swordsmanship. The two men took their positions, poised for action. Huang Rong and Gongsun Levayu stood to the side, holding their breath, eager not to miss a single detail. Suddenly, a brilliant light flickered in Hong Qigong's eyes, his aura reaching its zenith. With a deep breath, he unleashed a thunderous roar, a dragon's cry echoing forth. The 18 dragon-subduing palms. The mightiest technique was unleashed, revealing the immense pressure Su Su had exerted. Likewise, giving his all was the greatest mark of respect for his opponent. Boom! A golden palm force surged forth. Countless golden dragons, their gaping maws wide, roared as they advanced. Huang Rong's eyes sparkled with wonder. After years apart, Qigong's internal power had deepened significantly. He had likely reached the pinnacle of grandmaster level. Truly, he was one of the five absolutes. Turning to Su Su, he stood resolute against the overwhelming palm force, hands clasped behind his back, unmoving as a mountain. His expression betrayed no hint of emotion, exuding an air of calm serenity. In the next moment, Su Su stirred. No. To be precise, it was the Longyuan seven-star sword at his waist that moved, instantly unsheathing itself. A sword? Huang Rong was taken aback. He wielded such a ferocious blade intent that he didn't even need to draw his sword. How arrogant! Hong Qigong seethed with anger. To employ sword techniques using a saber was to underestimate him. Yet, Su Su remained unfazed, icy and composed, inviting the venerable master for guidance. It was not a life-and-death struggle. Su Su exuded an air of ease and tranquility, without even attempting to communicate with the grand forces of heaven and earth. It was merely a contest of techniques. As his words fell, a chilling blade intent suddenly surged forth from the Longyuan seven-star sword, radiating with an icy power that threatened to freeze the void itself as it slashed towards the golden dragon. The sharp, crystalline sounds of freezing echoed continuously. That fierce, roaring golden dragon's might was instantly encased in ice, transforming into an ice dragon. Meanwhile, Su Su's blade intent flowed unceasingly, relentlessly advancing toward Hong Qigong. The phrase 3 feet of ice does not form in a single day resonated deeply within this attack, embodying an endless essence. Hong Qigong's countenance shifted in shock. He could not afford to adhere to the notion of a single exchange. He clapped repeatedly, conjuring dragon-shaped energy that surged wildly toward the blade aura. However, the relentless sounds of freezing continued to resonate. No matter how hard Hong Qigong exerted himself, he could not budge this blade intent even a fraction. He could only retreat repeatedly. As the blade aura approached, he instinctively shut his eyes, his face etched with bitterness. His life was forfeit. Yet, in an instant, the once ferocious and merciless blade aura vanished without a trace, revealing the practitioner's extraordinary mastery over blade techniques. After a prolonged silence, Hong Qigong sighed deeply. The tales of the Zongwu are not to be trusted. They have belittled you. The old beggar conceded defeat. In that moment, Hong Qigong was entirely convinced. Their brief exchange had resulted in a complete loss for him. He had hoped to gain an advantage through the ferocity of the dragon subduing 18 palms, but he had never anticipated Su Su's prodigious prowess. Reflecting on that singular strike, it was chilling and resolute, inexhaustible and continuous. Though it was but one blow, it evoked the sensation of facing 1,000 blades, sending chills throughout his being. Particularly at the end, despite exhausting all his strength, he could do nothing against that strike. The feeling of impotence birthed within him a sense of melancholic decline, akin to a hero's twilight. Huang Rong's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment as she heard Hong Qigong, one of the 5 absolutes, openly acknowledge his defeat. Everything transpired too swiftly, leaving her in a daze. One moment, she marveled at Hong Qigong's profound internal strength, and the next, he had faced utter defeat. One could even describe it as a catastrophic loss. It was no exaggeration to say he had been utterly annihilated. Had Su Su not retracted his blade intent at the last moment, Hong Qigong would surely have met a fate akin to that of Jimozi or Qiu Qianren. Huang Rong's gaze fell upon Su Su, filled with shock and curiosity, as well as an unmistakable admiration. Strong, truly formidable. How had he cultivated such prowess? She had encountered many talented prodigies, yet none compared to the extraordinary existence that was Su Su. Even if he had been honing his skills since birth, at merely 19 years of age, he could dominate grandmasters, and this was not even his full strength. Huang Rong could scarcely fathom the extraordinary prowess of the youth before her, whose remarkable talents seemed almost otherworldly. In stark contrast, Gongsun Liu harbored only admiration and affection for Su Su, never once questioning his capabilities. If we don't eat soon, it will surely turn cold, Su Su remarked, gesturing towards the beggar's chicken before commencing to peel away the mud. Upon hearing the mention of food, Hong Qigong's earlier gloom dissipated, and he rubbed his palms together, gazing longingly at the dish in Su Su's hands. This delectable treat was originally meant for him, yet now he could only await his portion. Huang Rong maintained her composure, her eyes sparkling with a gleam of intrigue. While the beggar's chicken piqued her interest, her curiosity was predominantly directed towards Su Su. She too felt a flicker of anticipation, eager to witness his reaction upon tasting the dish she had prepared. With a smile, Su Su deftly sliced the chicken into 4 neat portions before indulging in it with great relish. The moment the succulent meat touched his palate, his eyes lit up with delight. The rich aroma wafted through the air, and the exquisite flavor was nothing short of divine. Possessing master-level culinary skills, Su Su was seldom astonished by the dishes crafted by others. However, this was an exception. It was evident that Huang Rong's culinary prowess was equally of a masterful caliber. Chapter 88. 10 ladies, a tang of sourness wait for me. I shall return shortly. With a single chicken insufficient for 4 individuals, Su Su felt somewhat unfulfilled. Rising with a casual remark, he vanished from the sight of the others. While the 3 remained in puzzled contemplation, Su Su reappeared, triumphantly carrying 4 large, plump wild chickens. Ha ha ha. Quickly summoned Ronger to prepare another 4 beggars' chickens. With a serene smile, Su Su declared, "This time, I shall let you savor my beggar's chicken." As he spoke, he began his culinary endeavor amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers. "Come, do taste." Soon, 4 fragrant and sumptuous beggar's chickens were freshly prepared. Su Su peeled one apart and handed it to the other 3, then embraced a chicken of his own and began to devour it. Gongsun Lvexu held unwavering trust in Su Su, picking up her own chicken to indulge as well. Upon the first bite, her eyes sparkled with delight. "Delicious, truly delicious," she mumbled joyfully, relishing every morsel. The rich aroma wafted through the air as the chicken was torn apart. Hong Qigong, enticed by the savory spectacle, pondered in confusion. Could this lad be feasting so heartily to trick me into joining him? Yet, despite his musings, he could not resist. Grabbing a beggar's chicken before him, he began to feast with gusto. Upon tasting the tender meat, his eyes lit up with surprise. Delicious indeed. It surpasses even what Ronger prepares. Laughter erupted. "It seems I have found a new favorite haunt." Hearing this, Huang Rong felt a twinge of rivalry. "Better than what I make. I must see for myself." She seized a beggar's chicken and took a bite. The moment the meat touched her palate, she was astonished. An amateur enjoys the spectacle, while a connoisseur perceives the craft. As an adept in culinary arts, Huang Rong understood the immense effort required to elevate a simple beggar's chicken to such heights. To her surprise, this Su Su possessed remarkable culinary skills. In an era where few men ventured into the kitchen, let alone excelled at it, she regarded Su Su with newfound admiration. This man appeared to be a treasure, revealing layers of intrigue with each revelation. A youthful martial artist of exceptional prowess, coupled with extraordinary culinary talent, such a rarity in the martial world. Huang Rong realized that she had inadvertently displayed her own shortcomings. Su Su chuckled heartily. "My wives, being rather indulgent, took it upon themselves to learn a thing or two, and to my astonishment, they possess quite the talent." Maintaining his composure, he boasted modestly. Upon hearing this, Huang Rong felt an inexplicable pang of envy towards Su Su's wives. How fortunate they were to have a man willing to master the culinary arts for their sake. After satisfying their appetites, Hong Qigong, while picking his teeth, let out a contented burp. "Su Xiaozai, your beggar chicken is truly beyond words. In the future, the old beggar will certainly not miss an opportunity to visit your Su family village for a meal and drinks, so do not find me bothersome." "Oh, what are you saying, 7th Master? As long as you are willing to come, the Su family village will always welcome you." Upon hearing this, Hong Qigong laughed heartily, increasingly finding Su Su to his liking. He glanced at Huang Rong and remarked, "Isn't Huang Loxi looking for a husband? I believe this young man Su would be an excellent choice. Although he may be a bit of a libertine, he treats the lady of the house quite well. Ronger, both you and Su are skilled in culinary arts. Should you become husband and wife, it would save this old beggar from wandering around." Undoubtedly, Hong Qigong's potential for matchmaking had been ignited. Su Su silently applauded him. Huang Rong's face flushed at his words. Regardless of her mischievous nature, she was ultimately still a girl. 7th Master, if you jest with me further, you shall no longer partake of my cooking." "Oh dear, that would be the end of me." Once he heard that he would be deprived of her delicious meals, Hong Qigong quickly begged for mercy. Meanwhile, Su Su maintained a serene and elegant smile. Gongsun Lu Ao naturally had no objections. She was initially given to Su Su by her father, and in her view, marrying Su Su alongside Huang Rong would be a splendid affair. If they had the evening free, they could gather here again to savor other exquisite dishes and fine wines. However, the time was not yet ripe. One cannot force what is not meant to be. Su Su deftly shifted the topic. Exquisite dishes and fine wines. Indeed, upon Su Su's mention, Hong Qigong's attention was immediately diverted. Su Su nodded and listed several dishes. Roasted bear paw, 8 treasure fatty duck, honey glazed rabbit meat. Fiery cloud. Wonderful, wonderful. We shall definitely come tonight. Hong Qigong exclaimed, wiping away his saliva as he agreed. Though Huang Rong said nothing, she tacitly consented, feeling quite comfortable in Su Su's company. In the following 2 days, with the allure of fine food and drink, Su Su, Hong Qigong, and Huang Rong quickly grew familiar with one another, their bond deepening. The more they interacted, the more Huang Rong was astonished and increasingly admired Su Su. No matter what culinary creation she attempted, Su Su could replicate it with even greater finesse. Even her newly devised dishes were swiftly mastered and improved upon by him. He seemed to be her culinary nemesis. Yet, Huang Rong was not one to concede easily. Instead, she found herself competing even more fervently with Su Su. Sister Rong, after the hero conference concludes, do join us in Jiaxing, Gong's son Lu Ao invited. Their friendship had progressed rapidly over these 2 days, to the point that even Su Su felt a twinge of jealousy. Return to Jiaxing? Huang Rong was momentarily taken aback, a wave of melancholy washing over her. Yes, the hero conference was to commence tomorrow. Once it concluded, they would part ways. The thought of separation filled her heart with reluctance, as she couldn't bear to leave Gong's son Lu Ao. On the other hand, the culinary competition between her and Su Su remains unresolved, which leaves her somewhat discontented. Indeed, according to Su Lang, there are numerous delightful activities at home, and one could join the sisters in a game of mahjong. In recent days, Su Su has casually mentioned various intriguing happenings at home. Huang Rong is determined to bring him back. After a brief silence, Huang Rong gazed at Su Su, stating that she has no objections, but is uncertain whether certain individuals would agree. Her words inadvertently carried a hint of bitterness. This fellow, despite not being wed to the esteemed Gongsun Lvayu, already shares the intimacy of a married couple, and there are a total of 10 wives at home. The mere thought of this fills Huang Rong with a twinge of jealousy, secretly cursing Su Su as a notorious philanderer. Chapter 89. Not only welcoming, but also hoping for a permanent stay. If Rong'er is willing to come, I would be more than delighted, Su Su said with a smile, his words echoing genuine sentiment. Not only did he welcome her presence, but he also wished for her to remain permanently. And what about me? What about me? Hong Qigong interjected eagerly, fearing he might be left behind by the three. Naturally, he too was welcomed. It would seem somewhat deliberate to only invite Huang Rong, especially since their bond had deepened considerably of late. Hong Qigong had previously gone out of his way to support him, making an invitation to visit entirely appropriate. Moreover, he had ignited the assistive mode, and with him around, success might be even more attainable. Upon hearing this, Gongsun Lvayu and Huang Rong covered their mouths, giggling. Huang Rong did not object, which brought a sense of reassurance to Su Su. The group settled onto the ground, enjoying roasted meat while engaging in light-hearted conversation. Su Xiaozi, tomorrow marks the hero conference. As everyone knows, you are currently the most esteemed and the most likely candidate for the position of alliance leader. To be candid, do you have any interest in this role? Su Su raised his cup to clink with Hong Qigong's, a smile gracing his lips. Naturally, he had interest. The benefits of being the alliance leader were manifold, paving the way for his path of taking concubines. Why would he not be intrigued? Hong Qigong nodded, downing his drink with a look of deep contemplation. Then, with a serious demeanor, he remarked, "You are aware of the purpose of the hero conference. This matter is not as simple as it seems. It may bring you honor, but it also comes with responsibilities. Have you considered this?" Su Su nodded, understanding this well. Defending one's home and country is a universal duty. Should he attain the position of alliance leader, he would certainly shoulder the corresponding responsibilities. His words were not mere platitudes, much like his commitment to safeguarding Jiangnan as the leader of its martial alliance. The Song dynasty was his foundation, and since he intended to treat it as his private garden, he would not allow the Mongol invaders to trample upon its lands. Where there are nests, there cannot be enscathed eggs. His family and wives were here, and he could never disregard them. Upon hearing this, Hong Qigong's expression softened with satisfaction. In that case, tomorrow, I shall do my utmost to assist you. The following day, the hero conference commenced. Su Su, accompanied by the members of the Jiangnan Martial Alliance, proceeded in grand procession towards the martial arts arena in Xiangyang. The scale of the conference was monumental, with a multitude of attendees. The excitement surpassed all expectations. Even Guijing, the initiator, had not anticipated such a turnout. The original venue proved unsuitable and thus had to be relocated outdoors. After several days of inquiry and understanding, everyone was aware that the purpose of the hero conference was to elect a leader for the martial world, rallying heroes from across the land to unite against the Mongol invaders. In every realm, there exist its own rules. Ordinary soldiers would naturally contend with their counterparts, elite troops with elite, and likewise, martial experts would require other martial experts to engage with. In other words, those of the martial world, holding their distinguished identities, would not wield weapons against ordinary soldiers. At most, they would serve as commanding generals directing the battle. For instance, Guijing, who had been defending Xiangyang for years, exemplified this approach. However, as the power of the Mongol Yuan dynasty grew stronger, the once formidable Guijing found himself increasingly overwhelmed. The king of the Golden Wheel, The two elders of Xianming, the four disciples of the Mongol national master Ba, along with himself, all represented exceptional martial prowess. There were even beings who transcended the realm of grandmasters. Although the martial world of the Mongol Yuan was entangled with various dynasties and would not mobilize en masse against the Song dynasty, the Song had long been weakened. Even a fraction of their might would be insufficient for resistance. This was the very purpose behind Xing convening the gathering of heroes, to unite the valiant from across the land. To select a leader among the martial arts community who could consolidate their strength against the Mongol Yuan. Otherwise, the fragmented forces of the Song would be easily picked off one by one. At this moment, thousands of martial artists made their way towards the arena, gracefully utilizing their lightness skills, soaring through the air, evoking immense envy among the ordinary soldiers. Naturally, not every individual in the martial world was extraordinary. There were still many with mediocre skills and average talent. In truth, the genuine protagonists were few, merely a select group among many. Moreover, most of these individuals were renowned, easily recognizable upon their entrance. As Su made his appearance, numerous conversations began to arise. Look, it's Su, the leader of the Jiangnan Martial Alliance. He is truly handsome and charismatic. He is a favored candidate for the position of leader at this heroes' gathering. Having decisively defeated Qiu Qianren and effortlessly vanquished Jiao Moji, overcoming two grandmasters. Today he is sure to shine. Yet, it was still premature to reach such conclusions. The Song dynasty was not solely represented by Su. The five greats were all long-established figures. The northern beggar Hong Qigong with his 18 dragon-subduing palms. The western poison Ouyang Feng with his toad skill, and the eastern heretic Huang Yaoshi with his finger-flicking divine technique, all formidable contenders. And let us not forget the central divine master Wang Chongyang. Even though Wang Chongyang was absent, the old mischief maker Zhou Badong was no less powerful. The eventual victor for the position of leader remained to be seen. The heroes of the martial world expressed their opinions, each supporting their own favorites. And some even initiated betting. After all, the visible powerhouses of the Song dynasty were limited. The leader would undoubtedly emerge from among them. As for those who were absent, they were not included in their considerations. Not every martial artist felt compelled to engage in the significant affairs of the world, nor did they all share Guijing's patriotic fervor. Many practitioners pursued the higher realms of martial arts, shunning the pursuit of fame and profit. Notable figures such as the Tianshan child, Li Qiushui, the esteemed monk from Shaolin, the sweeping monk Xiao Yuanshan, and Murong Bo were conspicuously absent. However, the presence or absence of individuals mattered little. Once the martial arts leader was elected, he would undoubtedly be recognized by the entire martial community of the Song. Should anyone dissent, there would surely be those to make them submit. The arena was prepared with tables, chairs, and tea, awaiting the arrival of the guests. Meanwhile, the martial masters of the Song dynasty had begun to enter one after another. The onlookers, drawn from the world of martial arts, gasped in astonishment upon encountering these legendary masters, whose names had only graced the whispers of tales. Huang Yaoshi, Ouyang Feng, Zhou Badong, and others had already taken their seats. Su arrived shortly after, his presence commanding attention with a sudden exclamation from the crowd. The name of the man, like the shadow of a tree, demanded recognition. Su's illustrious achievements could not be overlooked. At this moment, his entrance bore a grandeur that surpassed even that of the five absolutes. Clad in a flowing white robe, he exuded elegance and charm, accompanied by a young maiden in green attire, while Hong Qigong strode alongside him. Not far away, a lady adorned in a delicate yellow gauze dress caught the eye. As the gathering beheld the newcomer, they were momentarily taken aback, collectively marveling at the strikingly handsome youth before them. Chapter 90. Both are essential, one cannot be lacking. In stark contrast to others, the Eastern evil, Huang Yaoshi, appeared profoundly astonished upon witnessing the young woman clad in yellow beside Su, his expression one of sheer bewilderment. How could Ronger be in the company of this young man? His daughter, known for her whimsical nature, was also fiercely proud and had never shown interest in any man. Yet here she was, closely following Su alongside Gongsun Lvayu. Although accompanied by the venerable Hong Qigong, Huang Yaoshi could not shake off his suspicions. Could it be that his daughter had taken a liking to this young man? The moment this thought crossed his mind, his gaze towards Su grew markedly colder. While it was true that Huang Yaoshi was intent on finding a suitable husband for his daughter, Su, despite his merits, was known for his flirtatious tendencies and thus did not rank as an ideal candidate in Huang Yaoshi's eyes. In fact, he had likely ruled Su out from the very beginning. However, now that his daughter was so intimately associated with Gongsun Lvayu and appeared alongside Su, it stirred a disquiet within him, akin to watching one's prized vegetable being devoured by a pig. Zhou Batong, on the other hand, wore an expression of excitement. He held Su Su in high regard, harboring a measure of respect for him. To be compared to his esteemed senior was no small feat. Ouyang Feng squinted slightly, his expression inscrutable. In response to the gazes directed towards him, Su Su offered a slight nod, acknowledging their presence. Once everyone had taken their seats, Xing rose, sensing the time was ripe to address the assembly. I am grateful to all the martial artists present for honoring me with your presence here in Xianyang for this martial arts gathering. I trust one need not elaborate on the purpose of this hero conference, as you are all undoubtedly aware. Many in the audience nodded in agreement, some vocally affirming his words. The Mongol Yuan dynasty casts a covetous eye upon our Song dynasty, and we must unite. Should we remain as scattered grains of sand, the iron cavalry of the Mongols will surely breach our gates. Friends, in a collapsing nest, how can there be unbroken eggs? It is time for us to unite. The objective today is straightforward: to elect a leader of the martial arts community whose skills and reputation command the respect and allegiance of all. To guide our Song's martial fraternity. The title of Martial Arts Alliance Leader, what immense honor and prestige it embodies. It signifies the pinnacle of authority and status. Who would not be tempted? Xing's words undoubtedly ignited their ambitions, the gazes of the skilled participants now ablaze with fervor. Prior to arriving in Xianyang, many had speculated and heard whispers, but nothing could compare to the thrill of hearing Xing announce this exhilarating proposition in person. The situation was pressing. Any astute observer could perceive the gravity of their circumstances. If they continued to operate independently, they would remain as a mere collection of disjointed forces. Should the Mongols invade, the entire Song dynasty would face annihilation. The reason Xing could convene this gathering of heroes was not solely due to his towering reputation, nor was it because he held the authority to decide the convening of such an assembly or the selection of a leader. Rather, it was the circumstances that birthed a hero. Comparatively speaking, Xing has long guarded Xianyang and is acutely aware of the current state of the Song dynasty. He has taken the initiative to convene this hero assembly to elect a suitable leader for the martial arts community, one who will unite the practitioners to collectively resist foreign threats. In essence, Xing serves merely as a facilitator. Nevertheless, he is profoundly exhilarated. It is the first time in years that such a multitude of martial artists has gathered for this purpose, to select the supreme leader of the martial arts world. How could this not ignite one's fervor? Presently, Xianyang epitomizes the amalgamation of all martial prowess within the Song dynasty. Even though some individuals have chosen not to attend, the prevailing trend dictates that once a leader is chosen, their authority must be acknowledged. Esteemed colleagues, he proclaims, today, we all bear witness that the martial arts leader is chosen collectively. Should anyone dare to disobey the leader's command in the future, let it be known that they shall face the wrath of the realm. Upon hearing this, the martial artists responded fervently. What Gui Xia says is wise. The martial arts leader is indeed chosen by us all. How could we refuse to recognize their authority? From this day forth, our Song dynasty shall stand united. Who would dare to provoke us? To defy the leader is to oppose the entire martial community of the Song. The crowd was animated. Fully aware of the Song's precarious state, this shared anxiety weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. A weakened state invites aggression, a truth universally acknowledged. While other martial factions may not openly oppress the Song, they certainly do not regard it with due respect. The Song lacks formidable masters and invaluable martial resources. The election of a martial arts leader aims to consolidate the strength and resources of the Song. Only through unity can they unleash their full potential. Everyone awaits an opportunity for resurgence. Thus, I declare the hero assembly officially commenced. Witnessing the overwhelming support from the martial community for his vision, Xing felt a surge of confidence. Now, I invite everyone to nominate suitable candidates for the martial arts leader. The selection of the leader will not commence with violence. After all, to hold the position, one must possess both skill and prestige. The nomination phase serves as a testament to the candidates' reputations. As soon as Xing finished speaking, someone rose to declare, Senior Hong has acted with integrity, punishing evil and promoting good, and is a master of the 5 absolutes. His reputation and skill are unparalleled. He should rightfully be elected as leader. Another added, as the head of the White Camel Mountain Manor, my prowess supports the entirety of the Western martial arts community, making me the most qualified candidate. However, interjected another, Xing is the most deserving. For years, he has defended Xianyang with great dedication, and his 18 dragon-subduing palms have earned him worldwide renown. Moreover, East Evil Huang Yaoyue is equally qualified, transcendent, and unmatched in martial skill. Yet, I believe we should elect a young prodigy as our leader. Xiao Feng, despite his youth, has already reached the pinnacle of mastery. He would be most suitable for this esteemed role. No, I still believe that the leader of the Jiangnan Martial Alliance is more suitable. His martial prowess and achievements are unparalleled, and his reputation for benevolence is widespread. Who in the world is unaware of his chivalrous deeds? I also deem that Master Su is indeed the most fitting candidate for the leader of the martial world. Among the younger generation, it is challenging to find someone more formidable than him. As for the younger generation, I doubt even the 5 absolutes could surpass Master Su. That is not necessarily the case. The revered Wang Chongyang is indeed an exceptional master. In his earlier years, he contributed significantly to the Song dynasty. And when it comes to the title of leader, he is most deserving. The crowd was filled with excitement, each person eagerly nominating their preferred candidate for the leader. As for ordinary individuals, no one even mentioned them. Such matters are well understood by all. The selection of the Martial Alliance leader must be drawn from the ranks of renowned grandmasters. Those of mediocre talent would never dare to step forward and risk their dignity. Both reputation and skill are indispensable. Lacking either would render one incapable of commanding the multitude. Similarly, possessing only skill without a foundation of reputation would also fail to garner respect. The two complement each other. Only one who embodies both qualities can truly command the world. Chapter 91. Not an unworthy leader, but one who can fight. The time for nominations was brief, lasting only the duration of a burning incense stick. During this period, the assembly selected several candidates who garnered the most acclaim. Among them were the renowned figures, the Eastern Heretic, Huang Yaoshi, the Western Poison, Ouyang Feng, the Northern Beggar, Hong Qigong, as well as Guijing, Xiao Feng, and Su Su. Additionally, there was the absent Wang Chongyang, known as the Central Divine. As for the Southern Emperor, his Buddhist inclinations led him to shun worldly affairs, resulting in his omission from the nominations. In essence, apart from the top 5, both Xiao Feng and Guijing had achieved fame long before Su Su, making him the sole rising star in this arena. Wang Chongyang, the foremost among the 5, was universally acknowledged as the greatest of the Song dynasty. However, his seclusion during this critical event drew considerable criticism. At this moment, the disciples of the Quanzhen sect bore expressions of discontent. While Zhou Badong, as a junior, could represent Wang Chongyang in the contest, there remained an undeniable gap in their martial prowess. There was but one position for the leadership, yet numerous nominees emerged. Should a confrontation arise, Zhou Batong might find himself at a disadvantage against the others. All nominated candidates were acutely aware that a battle was inevitable. Consequently, a fervent spirit of competition ignited within each contender. Not only did the 5 esteemed figures yearn for another bout, but they were equally eager to assess the capabilities of the new contenders, particularly Su Su. It was evident that, aside from Xiao Feng, Hong Qigong, and Guijing, the rest were keen to test their skills against him. Su Su's reputation loomed large, eclipsing that of these seasoned grandmasters. Moreover, as the most favored candidate for the position of martial arts leader, it became imperative for them to triumph over Su Su to claim the title legitimately. The gathering of martial artists buzzed with excitement. They were not only poised to witness the emergence of a new leader, but also to observe the grandmasters in combat, perhaps gaining insights that might elevate their own skills to celestial heights. The entire arena was abuzz with activity. Once the list was confirmed, Guijing chuckled heartily. Grateful for your esteemed nominations, I shall refrain from participating in this contest for the position of martial arts leader. My duty lies in safeguarding Xiangyang, and I shall dedicate myself to serving the future leader. Those present understood Guijing's rationale. As the initiator of the Hero Conference, his involvement in the competition for leadership could easily lead to perceptions of self-interest. Thus, it was wiser to withdraw in advance to avoid any suspicion. Guijing was known for his integrity, and even though the martial artists of the Song dynasty would not voice their concerns, he would never engage in actions that might invite scandalous gossip. This mutual understanding only deepened their admiration for him. After Guijing's declaration, Xiao Feng rose to his feet, laughing heartily. I am honored by your support in nominating me for the position of martial arts leader, yet I, Xiao Feng, humbly decline. I fear I would disgrace myself in the presence of such esteemed predecessors. Therefore, I too shall withdraw from this contest. The incident involving Su Su's suppression of him with a mere cup of wine had been frequently revisited as Su Su's renown continued to swell. The martial arts world of the Great Song dynasty has ceased to be a secret. Xiao Feng, convinced of his inability to defeat Su Su, similarly harbored no confidence against the others. Among those nominated, his prowess appeared to be the weakest. The so-called South Su Su and North Xiao Feng were entirely on different levels. Others may have given him face, but he was not oblivious to his own limitations. Xiao Feng laughed heartily. Though he would not assume the mantle of leader, he was more than willing to engage in combat. After taking his seat, Hong Qigong rose. The old beggar, accustomed to a carefree lifestyle, showing little interest in the title of martial arts leader, declaring he would not contend for it. Dong Xia Huang Yaoshi scoffed. Old Seven Hong, it matters not if you do not seek the title. I too have no desire for it. However, I shall still observe whether you old fellows have made any progress. Huang Yaoshi, with his dual nature of righteousness and treachery, had always acted according to his whims, indifferent to reputation and standing in the martial world. He had never been interested in the position of leader. Yet, as Xiao Feng remarked, while they might not vie for the title, they could certainly engage in battle. 7 individuals were nominated, yet within moments, had withdrawn. This left only Ouyang Feng, Zhou Batong, and Su Su. Ouyang Feng cast a cold, determined glance at Su Su, while Zhou Batong wore a troubled expression, being pulled by disciples of the Chuanjin sect. Unable to escape. Throughout, Su Su maintained an unflappable demeanor, serene and undisturbed. From the moment he resolved to compete, the position of leader was as good as his. No one could usurp it. Who among you wishes to begin and showcase your skills? Xing inquired, tapping the others. The gazes of the assembled martial artists fell upon the nominated individuals. To become the leader of the martial arts world, one must speak through strength and conquer all. I shall take my turn. As the words fell, a flash of white appeared upon the high platform, leaving only an afterimage in his previous position. Hiss! Such speed! Such ethereal lightness! On the platform, Su Su stood with a smile, hands clasped behind his back, addressing the crowd below. I, Su, am unworthy, yet willing to give it a try. However, time is limited. Why not have all the esteemed seniors ascend together? Su Su's words were straightforward and simple. Yet, when combined, they left everyone gasping in disbelief. Arrogant, utterly audacious. This rising star dared to challenge them all at once. Surely, they must have misheard. The martial artists could hardly believe their ears. Su Su, however, looked down with a smile. His reasoning was indeed sound. Engaging one by one would be a waste of time. He had come out today, with his wife eagerly awaiting his return home. He must return early. Especially with Gong's son Yaoyue, who had yet to be formally accepted into his household, now by his side. Huang Rong had also agreed to return with him to Su family village. Thus, he boldly challenged the nominated individuals, aiming not only to secure the title of leader but also to instill respect and fear, deterring any thoughts of betrayal. This approach was simple yet effective, with great potential for impact. Moments later, the crowd began to regain their composure. Watching Su Su was akin to observing a monster. The members of the Xiaolongnü Martial Alliance were in a state of extraordinary excitement, vociferously proclaiming the might of their leader. Meanwhile, the onlookers from the martial world were not only astonished, but also deemed Su Su excessively arrogant. Was he truly taking on 6 opponents? What could possibly instill such confidence in him? Among the 6, 3 were venerable masters of the 5 absolutes, and had he truly underestimated the rest after besting Xiao Qianren? Indeed, such youthful exuberance betrays a lack of awareness regarding the vastness of the world. The crowd buzzed with speculation. Gong's son Yaoyue gazed at him with admiration, while Huang Rong's eyes sparkled with intrigue. This fellow was remarkably domineering and fiercely powerful, yet undeniably captivating. Having witnessed Su Su's duel with Hong Qigong, she was aware of his formidable inner strength and the potency of his sword intent. Yet, at that moment, her curiosity was piqued. What would be the outcome of his confrontation against 6 adversaries? Chapter 92. Today, I shall unleash but a single sword. Upon hearing this, Xiao Feng and Hong Qigong exchanged bittersweet smiles. Arrogant? Perhaps others may be deemed so. Yet this lad, Su Su, undoubtedly possesses that kind of power. Both men reflected on this sentiment. The extent of Su Su's strength was beyond their comprehension. Meanwhile, Zhou Batong clapped his hands joyfully, exclaiming, "Excellent, excellent. I relish this. A swift resolution is preferable. Dawdling is devoid of interest. Uncle Master, he has also invited you," Qiu Chuji reminded helplessly. Upon hearing this, Zhou Buotong's expression fell. He enjoyed spectating and fighting alike, but Zhou Buotong's face contorted in distress as he scratched his head in frustration. To confront someone he could not defeat was merely self-infliction of torment. Although Zhou Batong was playful and lively, he was not devoid of wisdom. Xing remained silent. Having witnessed Su Su's prowess firsthand, even the 18 dragon-subduing palms might not suffice. Among those present, none were more agitated than Ouyang Feng. Upon hearing Su Su's words, he was instantly consumed by rage, his eyes reddening, a tempestuous fury surging forth. Arrogant little. The final word had yet to escape his lips when an overwhelming aura erupted from Su Su. The entire realm seemed interconnected, an all-encompassing force descending upon them. The martial heroes gasped in astonishment, utterly stunned. For the first time, Su unabashedly displayed his cultivation level before such a multitude. Although he revealed his strength, this was not a disclosure of his trump card. In the presence of these individuals, merely being at the first level of the celestial realm was sufficient to astonish the world, to look down upon all beneath the heavens. What? Does Su possess no qualifications? The 6 grandmasters, suppressed by this celestial might, exhibited expressions of shock, rendered speechless. How could it be? A celestial, indeed a celestial. The implications of such a celestial force were self-evident. The fury on Ouyang Feng's face was swiftly replaced by disbelief, prompting an exclamation from him. He had labored for many years, unable to break through the barrier, while this youth, scarcely 19, had already entered the realm he had long coveted and pursued. How could this be? How could this be? It is unjust. Heaven is unjust. Ouyang Feng shook his head repeatedly in denial, yet the truth lay starkly before him. Xiao Feng exhibited little astonishment. Having witnessed Su subdue Qiu Qianren previously, he had harbored suspicions that were now confirmed. Apart from bitterness, he felt admiration and envy. Such remarkable talent was unmatched throughout the entirety of the Song dynasty. Hong Qigong wore a wry smile. Indeed, comparing oneself to others could be disheartening. He felt his age acutely. Xing gazed wide-eyed, his face a tempest of emotions. He knew Su was formidable, but never anticipated he had attained the status of a celestial being. His own mediocre aptitude rendered him less capable of achieving greatness. Huang Yaoshi shivered slightly, not from fear but from the realization that he had nearly sought trouble with Su. As a grandmaster confronting a celestial being, he would have been courting death. Zhou Batong was utterly dumbfounded, squatting on the table and leaping about in excitement. A celestial being, how astonishing. His senior brother had toiled for many years and was still teetering on the brink of breakthrough, uncertain if he could succeed. Yet, here stood this 19-year-old lad who had already made the leap. What a disgrace for the older generation of cultivators. This youth was truly a prodigy, terrifyingly so. The others also heard Ouyang Feng's exclamation, but they were somewhat bewildered. A celestial being? Could this truly be the realm beyond grandmasters? For nearly all of them, it was their first encounter with such a concept. This exemplified the folly of human ignorance that breeds joy. Those who know little often revel in their blissful ignorance. A mere innate realm could allow one to bask in the glory of being a genius. Only those with greater knowledge tread with caution, feeling the overwhelming pressure around them. Everyone instinctively swallowed hard. Powerful. It was truly formidable. They sensed that even a mere thought could extinguish their lives. In contrast, those under Su's gaze appeared far more relaxed than the rest. Was it not merely a battle? What was there to fear? The first to speak was Xiao Feng. He knew he could not defeat Su, yet he felt no fear. On one hand, 6 of them against 1 presented some advantage. On the other, he was eager to comprehend the true strength of the celestial realm. All were in pursuit of greater heights, and now that a living celestial being stood before them, how could they refrain from challenging him? Hong Qigong shared a similar sentiment. Combat was the swiftest path to enhancing one's strength. Should one glean insights from the encounter, the benefits could last a lifetime. He was but a step away from the celestial realm himself. Should he succeed, he might become the next celestial being. Moreover, Hong Qigong had another motive. Last night, he had promised to pave the way for Su. The young man showcasing his prowess was merely a means to elevate himself and establish his reputation as a leader, and thus, Hong Qigong felt compelled to cooperate. After Xiao Feng and Hong Qigong made their move, Jing, too, laughed and rushed forward. Notably, these 3 hailed from the same lineage, and the might of the 18 dragon-subduing palms should not be underestimated. Each selected a direction, preparing to launch a coordinated assault. As the battle was imminent, how could the old man be absent? Huang Yaoshi leapt onto the high platform, positioning himself behind Su. At this moment, his earlier disdain for Su had vanished. In the realm of martial arts, merit was paramount. Besides, having a celestial being as a son-in-law seemed quite advantageous. The crucial factor was that his daughter's gaze was likely captivated by this young man. Zhou Batong did not hesitate either. His motivations were not solely for the reputation of the Chuanjin sect, but also to satiate his curiosity. Just how formidable was the celestial realm? Last to ascend the platform was Ouyang Feng, his eyes filled with envy and malice as he glared at Su, wishing he could annihilate him with a mere glance. What of the celestial being? Was he not merely at the initial stage? Even 6 grandmasters united could not teach him a lesson? In an instant, the 6 grandmasters formed a hexagonal formation, encircling Su completely. The overwhelming aura shifted the very colors of the skies. Su, however, remained remarkably composed, exuding an air of tranquility. His overwhelming presence left the 6 grandmasters visibly tense, cold sweat streaming down their brows. My goodness, it was utterly terrifying. Is this what it means to be a celestial being? The martial heroes of the realm stood in stunned silence. They had anticipated a fierce contest among grandmasters, yet they were taken aback as it transformed into a battle between a celestial being and grandmasters, with one opposing 6 in a dominating display. The crowd trembled with excitement. Such a spectacle in the martial world was a rare gem. The realm of celestial beings existed solely in legends, a level beyond the reach of ordinary mortals. Many had never even heard of it. Yet here they were, witnessing a celestial being engage in combat. This was an experience they could boast about for a lifetime. Setting aside the true nature of the battle, even the clash of their auras was already intensely fierce. The ensuing conflict would surely be earth-shattering. As if the heavens were collapsing, Su strolled leisurely, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Today, I shall wield but a single sword. Chapter 93. The 6 grandmasters yield without a fight a single sword? All present were astonished as they gazed at Su. Those few simple words were imbued with boundless confidence. The heroes of the martial world were utterly taken aback. It was undeniable that the leader of the Su alliance was a powerful being of the celestial realm, yet he faced not mere rabble, but rather 6 formidable grandmasters. A single sword. How audaciously confident this was. The expressions of the others were marked solely by bitterness, devoid of any other emotion. Only Ouyang, who had never interacted with Su, wore a face full of fury. Arrogant youth, today I shall make you aware of the cost of your hubris. The moment his words fell, Ouyang was the first to launch an attack. A smile played upon Su's lips as he softly uttered 2 words, sword come. As his voice resonated, the wind stirred, and an imposing sword intent gradually emerged, subsequently intensifying infinitely. When confronting a formidable foe, one must possess the courage to crush them with the mightiest strike. The overwhelming sword intent was undoubtedly the finest choice. Hong Qigong was filled with astonishment. He knew the young man was strong, having once faced his formidable blade intent and suffered defeat. Thus, he instinctively believed that Su's greatest strength lay in that blade intent. However, he had not anticipated that the sword intent displayed today would be even more terrifying. Guojing, Xiaofeng, and Huang Yaoshi were equally astonished. Although these individuals were not masters of the sword, they had dabbled in it and had crossed swords with numerous experts. Yet, they had never encountered such an overwhelmingly domineering sword intent as Su's. Huang Rong was also struck with amazement. This little rogue was indeed like a treasure. The more one delved, the more delightful surprises one unearthed. Previously, there had been rumors that he had slain Jamozi with a single sword strike, but his countenance and demeanor had caused many to overlook this fact. Only the members of the Xiaolongnü martial alliance exhibited excitement, trembling with exhilaration. That night, Su's sword had left an indelible memory upon all. Now, witnessing that astonishing sword once more, how could they not be thrilled? The entirety of the Xiaolongnü martial alliance, filled with admiration and shock, prostrated themselves in reverence. The other martial artists present were horrified and perplexed by this spectacle. As Su's sword intent was unleashed, the martial artists present were gripped with terror, for they felt their swords at their waists trembling, struggling to break free from their sheaths. All the swords in the vicinity began to roar. The Longyuan 7-star sword at Su's waist emitted a thunderous sound, then broke free from its sheath, hovering above his head. As the Longyuan 7-star's divine sword emerged, the swords of others uncontrollably flew forth. A multitude of swords surged forth, buzzing and trembling as if in worship. Akin to a pilgrimage, all the swords assumed a prostrate posture, further accentuating the status of the Longyuan 7-star sword, elevated above all, like a king among swords. Within the city of Xianyang, even the swords in the hands of soldiers exhibited the same phenomenon. All the swords seemed to have lost their autonomy, clearly devoid of life, yet appearing to obey an unseen command. Silence enveloped the entire training ground, broken only by the resonant tones of the swords and the gasps of the martial heroes. Eyes wide with disbelief, everyone found it difficult to swallow. Was this the prowess of a celestial realm master? Or was it merely the unparalleled strength of Lord Su? Confusion reigned, clouding their reasoning. As the sword intent radiated, all the swords, like soldiers responding to a command, ceased their prostration and soared into the air, directed towards the space above Su's head, specifically behind the Longyuan 7-star sword. Thousands of long swords were arrayed neatly behind it, akin to soldiers poised for battle, awaiting a single order to strike. Ouyang Feng's advance was abruptly halted, his fury replaced by shock and fear. It was inconceivable that such formidable sword intent could emanate from a mere 19-year-old youth. In that moment, all of Ouyang Feng's discontent evaporated, leaving only profound reverence. Merely the sword intent, merely an initial maneuver, was sufficient to crush them. How could they possibly fight under such overwhelming force? Beneath the vast and potent sword intent, even the slightest movement became a Herculean task. Had it been a life-or-death struggle, they would already be corpses. I shall not fight any longer. Zhou Baotong was the first to voice. What of the reputation of the Chuanjin sect? What of fighting for a senior brother? Nonsense. With just this one move, even a senior brother would be unable to withstand it. Why would he seek death? The fighting spirit of the six had already begun to wane, and with Zhou Baotong leading the retreat, the others quickly succumbed to despondency. United as six, they were still utterly powerless. With their morale shattered, resistance was impossible. Enough, I shall not fight either. The Mongolian forces are watching closely. It is better to conserve our strength for them. Guojing sighed in resignation. Su Su's strength was beyond imagination. Then, Hong Qigong sighed. The old beggar still wishes to live a few more years, alas. At this moment, Huang Yaoshi regarded Su Su with admiration. This young man, being his son-in-law, why continue to fight? They were all kin. However, he refrained from stating this too explicitly, merely sighing. Alas, the world of martial arts is ever-changing, and the rising talents will eventually overshadow us old-timers. Of the six who had joined the fray, 5 withdrew without a fight, leaving Ouyang Feng in stunned silence. What was the point of his continued resistance? Very well, today I concede, he declared. Su Su smiled without a word. The retreat of these warriors was compelled by circumstance, yet the lack of actual combat might foster illusions in the future. Thus, he did not retract his stance, but instead pointed toward an empty space. In an instant, an enormous torrent of long swords surged forth. Boom, boom, boom. A cacophony erupted, and clouds of dust billowed. In the dazed gaze of all present, a deep chasm several dozen feet wide appeared in the ground, with long swords embedded densely like a hedgehog. The 6 grandmasters were enveloped in an indescribable sense of astonishment. Had they not conceded defeat moments ago, could they have withstood such a formidable blow? The answer was evidently in the negative. Confronted with such a powerful technique and an adversary of immense strength, surrendering without a fight at that moment seemed less disgraceful. With a casual flick of his hand, Su Su summoned the Dragon Abyss 7-star sword back to its rightful place. The other swords, which had been sent flying, returned to their sheaths as if nothing had transpired. As the dust settled, Su Su stood atop the platform, a smile gracing his lips, exuding an air of tranquility. In contrast, the others remained in a daze, their minds blank. Remarkable, truly remarkable, exclaimed Zhou Baotong, excitement radiating from his face as he leaned closer to Su Su, his eyes brimming with curiosity. That move of yours was astonishing. Could you perhaps share its name with me? Su Su shook his head, embodying a boundless sword intent, devoid of any specific technique. Zhou Baotong's eyes sparkled with admiration. Such profound sword intent. It is indeed impressive. I am in awe. From now on, I shall recognize you as our leader, and should anyone dare to oppose you, I will be there to defend you. Zhou Baotong eagerly endeavored to win Su Su's favor. Chapter 94. The Heroic Role of the Great Song. Su Su wore a beaming smile. Zhou Baotong was indeed quite an intriguing figure. Upon hearing Zhou Baotong's words, the others approached respectfully, proclaiming, Xiao Feng, Hong Qi, Guojing pay their respects to the alliance leader. Ouyang Feng and Huang Yaoshi exchanged glances, stepping forward as well. We too pay our respects to the alliance leader. With this display from Su Su, even without engaging in true combat, all 6 individuals felt a profound sense of respect. In fact, they believed that Su Su had not shown his full strength. Otherwise, even Ouyang Feng would not dare to utter another word. One might envy those of similar or slightly superior abilities, yet one would never harbor jealousy towards someone vastly superior, as the disparity is too great to even summon the courage to compare. Take the 5 greats, for instance. On the surface, Wang Chongyang stands as the foremost among them. But in reality, the others hold little admiration for him. Their relentless training is driven by the desire to surpass their peers one day. Huang Yaoshi and Ouyang Feng predominantly share this mindset. This is the very purpose of their attendance at the martial arts assembly. The thrill of defeating others far outweighs the allure of becoming the leader of the martial world. Regrettably, none expected the emergence of a prodigy like Su Su. At such a young age, he had already attained the realm of celestial beings, and without drawing his sword, he had vanquished 6 masters. With these 6 leading the way, others in the martial community readily bowed in submission. We pay our respects to the alliance leader. The resounding cheer echoed from the training grounds throughout the expanse of Xiangyang, filling the air with admiration and awe. The stunning display of the stunning sword would forever be etched in the memories of all who witnessed it. Su Su stood upon the high platform, exuding an exalted aura. Men gazed at him with respect, while women admired him with a hint of infatuation. With a noble lineage, striking looks, formidable strength, and the esteemed title of alliance leader, he had undoubtedly become the object of desire for countless women in the martial world. Many a heroic maiden, having caught a glimpse of Su Su, sought to arrange a match for marriage. Alas, many lacked the renown to meet Su Su's standards and thus remained solitary for life. At this moment, Gongsun Leviu's cheeks were flushed with excitement, not from shyness, but from exhilaration. Had the occasion been more suitable, she might have dashed into Su Su's embrace. Beside her, Huang Rong's face was also flushed, her gaze fixed dreamily upon Su Su. Her heart raced uncontrollably, surrendering to the enchantment of the moment. Countless others shared the same infatuated stare as Huang Rong. On the high platform, Su Su observed the kneeling figures of the martial heroes below, a sense of accomplishment swelling within him. A true man ought to stand tall in the world, if he did not rise to the pinnacle. What was the purpose of his journey? A surge of gallantry welled up within him. Please rise. The members of the Jiangnan Martial Alliance were particularly ecstatic and animated. Compared to other martial artists, they felt a heightened sense of honor. The ascension of Su Su as the leader of the martial world not only represented himself, but also embodied the pride of the Jiangnan Martial Alliance. From this moment forth, the status of the Jiangnan Martial Alliance is destined to rise significantly, with all members poised to reap the benefits. We are willing to heed the leader's command, ready to face any peril without hesitation. Led by Lu Liding and others, the rest eagerly echoed their sentiments. Even if someone were to ascend to the pinnacle of the martial world, such an extraordinary call to arms would be rare. However, Su Su's recent sword strike has captivated all. The 6 great masters submitted without a fight, a testament to the formidable nature of that breathtaking sword move. With such astonishing prowess comes an unparalleled ability to rally others. A mere gesture from Su Su silenced the crowd, reflecting the depth of his authority. Su Su understood that to solidify the martial world of the Song dynasty into an impenetrable fortress, mere prestige would not suffice. The passage of time inevitably diminishes authority. Thus, regulations must also be established. Those in power must wield both grace and might, with clear rewards and penalties to be deemed competent. Grateful for your support, I, Su Su, ascend to the position of leader today. It is well known that the purpose of electing a leader is to confront the ever-watchful Mongol Yuan. For when the nation is in peril, each individual shares the responsibility. As a member of the martial community, one cannot remain indifferent. However, I cannot allow everyone to toil without recompense. To inspire collective efforts against the Mongol Yuan, I propose the establishment of the Song Dynasty Hero List. The mention of the Song Dynasty Hero List left the crowd momentarily stunned, struggling to comprehend Su Su's intentions. With a gentle smile, Su Su continued to elucidate. From this day forth, anyone contributing to the Song Dynasty's martial efforts against the Mongol Yuan will be eligible for inclusion on the hero list. Initially, this list will accommodate 100 individuals, and eligibility will be determined by one's contribution, which must be registered with the Hero League. Those listed will receive rewards, including gold, silver, treasures, and the opportunity for personal guidance from the leader of this alliance. Su Su patiently elaborated. Yet for the martial practitioners of the Song dynasty, this felt akin to a monumental revelation. A collective gasp filled the air, followed by fervent breaths of excitement. Figures like Ouyang Feng, Huang Yaoshi, and Hong Qigong were nearly beside themselves with enthusiasm. The prospect of receiving direct guidance from Su Su was akin to touching the divine. For these venerable masters, their lifelong efforts had been aimed at breaking through to that next level and entering the realm of the extraordinary. May I inquire, how does one earn contribution points? Ouyang Feng, unable to contain his curiosity, posed the question. Acknowledging the confusion, Su Su responded, the avenues for earning contribution points primarily involve combating the Mongol Yuan, such as slaying or intercepting invading Mongol masters. Alternatively, one could defend a region, as exemplified by the valiant Xing. Additionally, holding a position within the Hero League or mentoring younger practitioners also qualifies as a means of earning points. Su Su provided a general overview, noting that specific details would be established later through the formulation of appropriate regulations. As the newly appointed leader of the Martial Alliance, he felt it was imperative to reshape the organization to align with his vision. The Song dynasty, weakened as it was, lacked not only martial prowess, but also a competent leader. In essence, It suffered from a dearth of strong guidance. Figures like Wang Chongyang and Hong Qigong have been unable to transcend the realm of mortals, primarily due to the absence of a guiding force. Isolated in their endeavors, they ultimately achieve little. The system he has proposed could fundamentally alter the current state of stagnation. In Su Su's perspective, this resembles a newly established company or sect. Provided that each department begins to function effectively, the organization will thrive. By addressing the issues of martial arts and leadership, the strength of the Song martial world will gradually ascend, leading to the emergence of waves of skilled practitioners. The prevailing weakness will inevitably be shattered, allowing him to settle down and start a family. For Su Su, this approach is quite ordinary. Having navigated various corporate strategies as a diligent worker, he finds it familiar. However, for the martial artists of the Song dynasty, the impact is undeniably profound. Chapter 95. It is not my infidelity, but your beauty. Following the conclusion of the heroic assembly, the formation of the Hero Alliance, as proposed by Su Su, commenced with great swiftness. At the helm stood Su Su, accompanied by the 6 esteemed elders, Xing, Huang Yaoshi, Ouyang Feng, Zhou Batong, Xiao Feng, and Hong Qigong. Each elder was entrusted with the management of distinct sectors within the alliance. Hong Qigong and Xing were responsible for the meticulous tallying of contribution values, a task so intricate that it required the collaboration of 2 individuals. Xiao Feng oversaw the exchange of treasures for contribution values, while Huang Yaoshi managed the conversion of martial arts techniques. Ouyang Feng took charge of the daily affairs of the Hero Alliance, and Zhou Batong was tasked with the amalgamation of intelligence, ensuring that those seeking to redeem their contributions had genuinely made such contributions. The heroic rankings were updated every 7 days, granting guidance at various levels to those within the top 100. In addition, Su Su decided to utilize the martial arts techniques acquired from Murong Fu, along with those he found superfluous, as rewards for exchange. This revelation sent shockwaves through the community, igniting an almost fervent pursuit of contribution values. It took Su Su 5 days to delineate the overarching direction of the Hero Alliance and the specifics of the heroic rankings. The remaining duties were then entrusted to the 6 elders for execution. With established regulations, Su Su ensured the seamless operation of the Hero Alliance, even in his absence from Xiangyang. This was, after all, his intention. He aspired to marry and start a family, desiring the warmth of companionship, and had no time to manage these affairs daily. Although he had offered up his own martial arts techniques, it was akin to painting a grand vision. Given the caliber of his techniques, the required contribution values were substantial, and acquiring them would demand considerable effort. In essence, Su Su aimed to ensure that these individuals diligently assisted him in his endeavors. The notions of divine skills and celestial guidance were merely managerial tactics employed by him. Nevertheless, everyone was captivated by this scheme, from the Grand Masters to the ordinary skilled practitioners. All seemed invigorated, as if infused with newfound energy. At that moment, Su Su reclined in the embrace of Gongsun Levayu, playfully toying with her silky hair while enjoying the fruits she had peeled for him. Levayu, there is a matter I wish to discuss with you. Su Lang, please go ahead, Gongsun Levayu replied gently, her face adorned with a soft smile. I intend to host a wedding in Xiangyang and take you as my wife, Su Su expressed, feeling that it was inappropriate for Gongsun Levayu to remain by his side without formal recognition. Additionally, he understood that without a proper union, there would be no rewards. Most importantly, he wished to proclaim to the world that Su Su was committed to the pursuit of marriage and concubinage. Given that he had already ascended to the position of leader, what was there to hesitate about? Gongsun Levayu nodded, her expression filled with emotion, affirming that she would leave everything to Su Lang's discretion. The obedient little girl, Su Su, could not help but steal a kiss. Observing the departing figure clad in pale yellow at the door, Su Su wore a beaming smile. The bait had been taken. He had already made up his mind regarding Gongsun Levayu. The reason he chose to solemnly inform Gongsun Levayu was twofold: to express respect and to provoke Huang Rong. He had long set his sights on Huang Rong and sensed her affections for him during these past days. However, there existed a veil between them that needed to be torn asunder. All along, his intention was to court both of them. Huang Rong, intending to seek out Su Su, was taken aback to overhear him discussing marriage with Gongsun Levayu. A tumult of emotions surged within her, a bitter pang of jealousy leaving her heart feeling hollow. It was an unbearable ache. As she walked, she vented her frustrations upon the flowers and grasses along the path. Detestable scoundrel, shameless thief, how dare you steal my heart? I loathe you. I truly despise you. The more she expressed her grievances, the more sorrowful she became, tears streaming down her cheeks. She wiped her tears while hurling insults, hardly recalling the last time she had cried. Why was she weeping? The flowers and grasses had done her no harm. Why unleash her wrath upon them? A gentle voice, as refined as jade, rang out, laced with a hint of teasing. Turning around, Huang Rong beheld Su Su standing behind her, a bouquet in hand. Ah, what a beautiful girl shedding tears. That simply won't do. Who has wronged you? Tell me, and I shall take care of them. In an instant, Huang Rong's tears transformed into laughter, her eyes sparkling with joy. Yet, the moment was fleeting, quickly overshadowed by silence. Why is the leader not preparing for the wedding? What brings you here? Are you not concerned about Leviu's feelings? Su Su laughed heartily. The wedding preparations are well underway. We are merely missing a bride. I wonder how this young lady feels about that. At his words, Huang Rong turned away, indignant. Suspecting Su Su was jesting. Gongsun Leviu had long anticipated this day. Why must the leader tease her? With a swift motion, Su Su wrapped his long arm around Huang Rong, pulling her close. Silly Ronger, if Leviu wishes to marry me, do you not desire the same? Huang Rong's face flushed crimson as she vehemently shook her head, insisting she did not want to marry him. Heavens, how is it that I am in his embrace? Her heart raced uncontrollably. Seeing Huang Rong's contradictory demeanor, Su Su could not suppress his laughter but feigned disappointment. Oh, very well then. I have long yearned to wed Rong, only to discover she has no desire to marry me. In that case, oh, wait, are you being serious? Before he could finish, Huang Rong interrupted him. Of course I am serious. I have been utterly smitten with you from the moment we met, and these past days, I have pondered how to become your bride. The world knows of my infatuations, yet I dare not approach a lady so abruptly. Sweet words flowed from Su Su's lips as if they were free of cost. Huang Rong, clever and witty, was nonetheless a novice in matters of the heart, unable to withstand such honeyed declarations. A heart suddenly felt a surge of sweetness, yet it still bore an air of pride. How many women have you uttered such words to? Have you always been deceiving me? I am not a fool. Indeed, Ronger is astute and clever. How could I possibly dare to deceive you? Moreover, these words have never been spoken to anyone else, but solely to you. Su Su's sweet nothings flowed forth in abundance. How could Huang Rong possibly withstand such affection? Her heart brimmed with bliss. Leaning against Su Su, she radiated happiness. You scoundrel! As if having Sister Lu Sa was not enough, you wish to marry me as well. Huang Rong playfully pounded her small fist against Su Su's chest, feigning annoyance. Yet, it was evident her heart was thoroughly willing. Su Su held her close. What else could I do when I fell head over heels for Rong? If blame is to be placed, it can only be on you, Ronger, for being so exquisitely beautiful that I cannot help but feel my heart flutter. Chapter 96. Allow me to excel in what I do best. News swiftly spread throughout Xianyang City, announcing that the newly appointed alliance leader was to marry, and astonishingly, he was to wed not one, but two brides. In recent days, due to the discussions surrounding the hero rankings and the hero alliance, martial artists visiting Xianyang had lingered longer than anticipated. Upon hearing this delightful news, the populace erupted in joyous celebration. Have you heard? The alliance leader is getting married. Indeed. And one of the brides is none other than Elder Huang's daughter. It is said she is strikingly beautiful and exceptionally intelligent. What a stroke of fortune for the alliance leader to welcome such a remarkable woman into his household. How could one argue otherwise? The young lady Gongsun is also quite splendid. It appears the alliance leader is determined to pursue the path of taking concubines to its fullest extent. While envy coursed through their veins, a clever individual discerned a potential method to enhance their contributions. Given that alliance leader Su has a penchant for beauty, perhaps we can capitalize on this. Even if we cannot enhance our contributions, might we not receive some valuable guidance in return? This notion, once articulated, garnered immediate approval from the others. They recognized Su Su's inclination towards beauty and understood that he would pursue this affinity to the very end. His recent ascension to the position of alliance leader, coupled with his imminent nuptials, served as the most effective means of publicity. The following day, within the city of Xianyang, the streets were adorned with crimson carpets, and the trees were festooned with red silk. Vibrant lanterns lined the path, as merchants, ordinary folk, and valiant heroes alike joined in the celebratory procession. The sounds of suona and drums filled the air, trailing along the red carpet and culminating at the city lord's residence. Upon assuming his role, Su Su had introduced the hero rankings and the hero alliance, along with a myriad of reward and punishment systems that instilled hope for the future of the Song dynasty among the populace. Naturally, they wished to pay their respects and extend their blessings for the alliance leader's grand wedding. Amidst the festivities, numerous discussions arose. It seemed the earlier suggestion to gather the world's beauties in exchange for the alliance leader's guidance on martial arts was indeed a viable strategy. Absolutely. I shall give it a try as well. One day, When I become a martial arts master, I too shall wed a beauty like the alliance leader." Laughter erupted, and agreement echoed among the crowd. Yet, some remained skeptical. You all dream too grandly. What sort of person is the alliance leader, and what are we? Even achieving a fraction of his success would be a dream come true. Feelings of envy and admiration coursed through the assembly, each individual harboring their own sentiments. Although Elder Huang's daughter was to be taken as a concubine and marry simultaneously with another, he displayed no trace of anger. Instead, he reveled in merriment, a broad smile adorning his face as he sipped his drink. What choice did he have? After all, his son-in-law was the alliance leader, a figure of celestial prowess. Had it been anyone else, they would have faced his wrath. Yet, with Su Su, he was fortunate enough to escape unscathed. Moreover, due to this familial connection, he might even receive monetary recompense and gain the alliance leader's insights into the path of the celestial, potentially achieving that esteemed state himself. In every conceivable aspect, he found himself in a position of gain. Moreover, he could sense the envious gazes of others, which felt as though they might slay him. Take, for instance, Ouyang foamed before him, whose jealousy was plainly etched upon his visage. "This wine is truly delightful, brother Ouyang. Shall we share a toast?" "Humph, good for you, Huang Yaoshi. You possess no remarkable skills, yet you have given birth to a splendid daughter, who has caught the eye of the alliance leader. What extraordinary luck you have." Ouyang Feng raised his cup and drained it in one gulp, his heart heavy with bitterness. Why did he not have a daughter? In recent days, he had submitted all the martial arts of the White Camel Mountain Manor, along with his own, yet his contributions fell short of the required standard. Huang Yaoshi, without lifting a finger, simply because his daughter married the alliance leader, now stood to benefit from proximity. It was utterly unjust. What if he were to reach the transcendental realm before himself? The mere thought incensed him. TSK, old poisoner, do not be so bitter. If you had a daughter, you could have her marry the alliance leader as well. You, haha, but do not be so anxious. Just because it is not the case now does not mean it will never be. Why not seek out a woman to bear you a child? Huang Yaoshi, with his dual nature of righteousness and wickedness, displayed no pretense before his old friend. What was initially meant as jest aimed at Ouyang Feng now found him contemplating the feasibility of the suggestion. Strangely enough, your idea holds merit. The alliance leader is merely 19. If I were to find a woman now, it would only take a decade or so to have a daughter. There is still time. Ouyang Feng erupted in hearty laughter. Were it not for the impending wedding of the alliance leader, he would have already set out. Meanwhile, on Su Su's side, the wedding had reached its final steps. Huang Yaoshi was invited to the forefront. Bow to heaven and earth. Bow to the high hall. The couple bows to each other. Ordinarily, taking a concubine does not involve such elaborate rituals. However, Su Su adhered to the system's requirements, treating every woman entering as if she were a bride. Thus, it became quite cumbersome. In ordinary households, a concubine would enter with little more than a small sedan chair through a side door. Ouyang Feng observed Huang Yaoshi seated at the head, receiving the alliance leader's respects. The notion suggested by Huang Yaoshi ignited a fervor within him. No, he must seek a woman to bear him a daughter. Ouyang Feng, who had devoted his life to martial arts, was not surprising in his willingness to embark on such a venture. Finally, the words signaling the entrance to the bridal chamber resonated. Su Su directly led the two women away. As the alliance leader, there were few worthy of his toasts. In the bridal chamber, Huang Rong sat at the edge of the bed, her crimson veil concealing her unparalleled beauty. Though no longer a child, she could not suppress her nervousness. Her hands intertwined as she fidgeted. Upon entering, Su Su beheld this scene and could not help but chuckle. It seemed even Rong'er could feel anxious. "Husband," Huang Rong softly chided, and as her words fell, she felt a sudden illumination. The red veil that had covered her head was gently lifted by Su Su. At that moment, clad in resplendent red robes, he dazzled like a radiant sun, captivating all eyes. Similarly, in Su Su's gaze, Huang Rong appeared breathtakingly exquisite. In her everyday demeanor, Huang Rong resembled a sprite, transcending the essence of mortal women. At this very moment, adorned in wedding attire, her fair skin radiates like the finest mutton-fat jade, dazzling to behold. Her beauty is overwhelming, rendering one unable to gaze directly upon her. "Rong'er, you are truly exquisite." Huang Rong shyly lowers her head, her heart brimming with joy and happiness. Initially, she may have been uncertain about her feelings. However, until yesterday, when she overheard Su Su discussing marriage with Gongsun Lvayu, the hollow sense of loss that enveloped her, along with the heart-wrenching urge to weep, allowed her to gain clarity regarding her own heart. Children of the rivers and lakes have always dared to love and hate passionately. Moreover, she, Huang Rong, is no exception. Love is love, regardless of the consequences. What of being infatuated or lustful? What of being a concubine or a mistress? She is willing. Of course, these were notions she had never contemplated before. Yet, she harbors no regrets. My husband, I shall loosen your garments. As she spoke, Huang Rong reached to pull at Su Su's clothing, only to be seized by him. Silly girl, allow me to handle such matters. It is the duty of a husband to assist in the unwrapping of his beloved. Chapter 97. Is this acceptable? A few hours later, Huang Rong fell into an exhausted slumber. Su Su turned and made his way to the chamber of Gongsun Levayu. Upon seeing Su Su, Gongsun Levayu greeted him with a tender smile. If you are weary, my husband, there is no need to accompany me today. Weary? In matters such as these. A man may claim exhaustion, yet not in this regard. Moreover, on our wedding night, how could I neglect you? Clearly, you underestimate your husband's capabilities. With that, Su Su waved his hand, extinguishing the candlelight. Gongsun Levayu gasped and fell into his embrace. A night of wakefulness ensued. As for the system notifications echoing in his mind, Su Su paid them no heed. The following day, Su Su awoke invigorated and brimming with determination, while the two newlywed brides slept in until the sun had risen high. Many in the martial world, upon hearing this, were envious. It is said that every man possesses a penchant for beauty, but when it comes to vigor, their leader reigns supreme. One wonders if the leader possesses some secret elixir, skillfully managing the affections of over a dozen wives, a feat not to be underestimated. Who would deny it? Every man dreams of multiple wives, yet the challenge lies in maintaining one's stamina. You mentioned two. Let me tell you, my own lady has not exhausted me yet. Our leader is a divine physician. Perhaps he does possess a formula. Once we accumulate enough contribution points, we could seek his guidance and perhaps indulge in new brides every night. They jested, their admiration for Su Su growing ever deeper. Meanwhile, Su Su, the subject of their discussions, was in the back courtyard of the city lord's mansion, collecting his rewards. In marrying Huang Rong and Gongsun Levayu, he had amassed a total of 90 years of cultivation. Gongsun Levayu's prestige and beauty paled in comparison to Huang Rong's, granting him only 30 years, while Huang Rong bestowed upon him a full 60. Previously, he had broken through to the fourth layer of the celestial realm and received a 30-year offspring reward. Yet he had not made further breakthroughs. Now, with the 90 years of cultivation stacked upon the previous 30, Su Su felt confident in his ability to ascend to the sixth layer of the celestial realm. System, I wish to claim my cultivation. As the words left his lips, the 90 years of cultivation erupted within Su Su, a torrent of energy surging through him. He hastily harnessed his powers to expedite the absorption. Moments later, he completed the process, achieving the sixth layer of the celestial realm. With a deep exhale, Su Su released a breath of stale air, feeling as though he could now effortlessly commune with the forces of the universe. The sensation of strength was exhilarating. How satisfying it was for Su Su to reflect that while others toiled in their cultivation, he merely needed to marry and relax, effortlessly acquiring both power and technique without concern for adverse effects such as becoming possessed by his own energy. At his current level, even the most extraordinary talents might struggle to reach his heights. The five greats of the Song dynasty had been stalled at a threshold for many years, illustrating just how challenging it was to progress in cultivation. The system continued to bestow rewards. Last night, in addition to the cultivation rewards, he had also received the thunderclap technique and masterful culinary skills. A mysterious and ever-changing technique suddenly emerged within Su Su's mind, manifesting as a slender figure that continuously demonstrated its intricacies. In a mere moment, Su Su had completely mastered this art. The Five Thunder Lightning Hand, a Taoist Tai Xianmen technique, serves as a formidable method for subduing adversaries and safeguarding oneself, capable of channeling energy across distances and transmitting force through barriers. Upon grasping the essence of this technique, Su Su's face radiated joy. This was undoubtedly a method tailor-made for him, perfectly suited for a celestial being to commune with the cosmic forces and significantly enhancing the might of the heavenly intent four symbols formula when used in conjunction. It is a well-known truth within the martial world that as one's realm ascends, suitable techniques become increasingly scarce. This is precisely why Su Su suggested that contribution points could be exchanged for martial arts, igniting fervor among the martial practitioners. Ouyang Feng even surrendered the techniques entrusted to him by his sect in hopes of acquiring contribution points to exchange for techniques and guidance from Su Su. The reason the five absolutes have struggled for years to break through to the final stage lies not only in their innate limitations, but primarily in the inadequacy of their techniques. Fortunately, he merely needed to follow the natural course of life, marriage and procreation, to attain these advancements. Having fully absorbed the essence of the 5 thunder lightning hand, Su Su then received the gift of divine culinary skills. Upon receiving this culinary reward, he felt no disappointment, for the system had never let him down. The evolution from a basic to an advanced version was marked by a clear enhancement in functionality. The most immediate effect of the divine culinary skills is the ability to heal ailments through food when prepared in a specific manner. Not only can ordinary maladies be treated, but even severe afflictions affecting the internal organs can be remedied through culinary delights. Moreover, the improvement in the potential of his offspring has also strengthened considerably. While the basic version could only enhance potential from the womb, the upgraded version allows for changes even after birth through dietary means. In other words, had Su Su possessed the ability to alter his potential through food in his childhood, he would never have been troubled by his ordinary qualifications prior to the awakening of the system. An individual of average potential, with prolonged acceptance of dietary therapy, could transform into an extraordinary genius. This is indeed a formidable prospect. Su Su resolved to keep this matter to himself, tending to his wife and children in due course. Of course, he would only cook occasionally. He had no desire to toil daily in the kitchen. His pursuit was to marry, raise children, and indulge in joyous intimacy. Culinary skills would serve merely to provide variety for his wives or to charm a food-loving heroine. His success in winning over Huang Rong was significantly aided by his culinary prowess. After collecting his rewards, Su Su turned to return to his chambers. Having recently married 2 enchanting wives, he could hardly bear to neglect them. As for matters concerning the League of Heroes, with the presence of 6 elders, he need not worry. Upon returning to his room, Su Su engaged in playful antics with Huang Rong and Gongsun Lu, only departing when they surrendered in delightful defeat. Gongsun Lu and Huang Rong exchanged glances, both shy yet troubled. I have finally come to understand why my husband insists on taking multiple wives. He is truly formidable. Huang Rong, with her whimsical nature, might have felt shy to express such thoughts before. However, after sharing the trials of battle with Gongsun Lu, their bond has grown increasingly intimate, allowing for unrestrained conversation. Gongsun Lu nodded in agreement. Indeed, why had she worried about her husband's fatigue last night? Both she and Sister Rong were utterly exhausted, yet he appeared invigorated. No, once we return to Su family village, I shall unite with the other sisters to overthrow him, Huang Rong declared, a hint of defiance in her voice. Gongsun Lu was utterly astonished. Is this even possible? Chapter 98. It is uncertain whether it can be used now. Leader, something terrible has happened. Elder Ouyang has sustained some injuries and may require your personal examination. As Su Su stepped out of his room, members of the alliance hurriedly approached him. What is the matter? Su Su furrowed his brow. Elder Ouyang refers to Ouyang Feng. Could it be that he has succumbed to madness? Perhaps it would be best for the leader to take a look himself, the individual said, a look of hesitation upon his face. Su Su refrained from further inquiries and swiftly made his way to Ouyang Feng's residence. At this moment, Ouyang Feng lay upon his bed, his complexion pale and seemingly embarrassed to be seen. Leader. The others, upon seeing Su Su's arrival, hastily bowed in greeting. Su Su nodded, casting a glance at Ouyang Feng without asking questions, and proceeded to remotely control the needles to assess his condition. After administering the needles, Su Su immediately grasped Ouyang Feng's situation, though his expression grew somewhat peculiar. Ouyang Feng has kidney issues? Moreover, a certain area has been bent? What tremendous force must have been exerted? At this juncture, Huang Yaoyue and several others entered, greeting Su Su before unceremoniously teasing Ouyang Feng. Haraha, old poison. Have you lost your mind? You truly sought someone to bear your child. Finding a woman is one thing, but you even went to a brothel? You are truly going to make me laugh to death. Huang Loxi, silence yourself. Is there no decorum when the leader is present? Provoked by Huang Loxi's jest, Ouyang Feng immediately became furious. Oh, today I truly have nothing to lose. If you tell me to stop, I shall speak even more. Are you not simply envious that my Ronger can marry the leader? You actually entertained the fanciful notion of finding women to bear you a daughter. With your looks, even the leader might not take a liking to her. You invited 10 girls at once. Do you think you are as formidable as the leader? Haraha. Whether it can be used now is uncertain. Huang Yaoyue could not contain his laughter, and seizing this rare opportunity, he did not hold back. The others, overhearing the banter, also struggled to suppress their amusement. Old poison, this is utterly ridiculous. At your age, engaging in such matters. Hong Qigong remarked disapprovingly. They all pursued higher realms of martial arts, harboring little interest in women. There are indeed many in the martial world like Su Su, but most exploit the union of yin and yang to practice sinister arts, while the majority diligently cultivate their skills. Beauty only leads to distraction. Ouyang Feng had lived alone for so many years, yet upon being spurred by the leader's teachings, he suddenly felt compelled to seek out women. No wonder he felt ashamed to face others. Su Su could not help but find the situation amusing. The idea that Ouyang Feng wished to have a daughter to marry him in exchange for guidance on the path of celestial beings. What a curious notion. As he pondered, Ouyang Feng spoke up. Huang Loxi, if it were not for you, I would never have engaged in such folly. Yesterday, after consuming copious amounts of wine, I was provoked by Huang Yaoyue and lost control, truly seeking out 10 women. As a result, I inadvertently brought about my own ruin. Go where I say, but would you go if I commanded your demise? Huang Yaoyue would never admit to this being his fault. Upon hearing this, Su Su sighed, realizing that Zongwu's whimsical nature indeed had its origins. An old Eastern evil and a young one. Enough of your chatter. I shall treat you now, Su Su remarked, channeling his inner energy as Ouyang Feng's complexion visibly improved. After a brief moment, Su Su withdrew the silver needles, advising, rest well and refrain from further disturbances. Thank you. Alliance leader, Ouyang Feng quickly expressed his gratitude upon rising. Disturbances? He certainly would not engage in such antics again. Practicing martial arts was far more beneficial. Women were of no use. Observing Su Su's remarkable medical skills, the others could not help but shower him with praise. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Su Su took his leave. Upon returning, Huang Rong learned of the events and burst into laughter, her joy evident. Su Su had meticulously planned the overarching strategy for the alliance, with all remaining details already refined. Everyone merely needed to follow the established protocol. The hero ranking had gradually begun to unfold, updated every 7 days. Many, after Su Su's wedding, sought ways to accrue contribution points. The first individuals to grace the hero ranking were rewarded, as promised by Su Su. Provided their contribution points were sufficient and they were on the ranking, they could exchange them according to their level. Su Su also granted certain benefits to Ouyang Feng, Hong Qigong, Xing, and others. Though promises may be mere words, they cannot remain unfulfilled indefinitely. If one never experiences the rewards, the significance will inevitably fade over time. Following their initial gains, these individuals grew increasingly loyal to Su Su, approaching their tasks with renewed enthusiasm. Witnessing the first batch of pioneers relishing their rewards, those who hesitated felt compelled to join in. Under the alliance's vigorous promotion, the entire Zongwu of the Song dynasty, and even others beyond, became aware of this development. Anyone who heard the news could not help but express their astonishment. The alliance leader Su is truly extraordinary. While wealth is one matter, the martial arts techniques he offers as rewards are incredibly rare. His willingness to exchange them is both thrilling and admirable. Indeed, no time to waste. I must join the alliance. To defend my homeland while accruing contribution points for martial arts techniques is a stroke of fortune. Brother, wait for me. I shall accompany you. By the way, I heard that submitting martial arts techniques can also yield contribution points. I plan to contribute mine. What about you? Me too. Such ordinary techniques pale in comparison to contribution points. If I could gain the guidance of the alliance leader, or even that of a grandmaster, it would be invaluable. Initially, when Su Su proposed the idea of exchanging martial arts techniques for contribution points, many were reluctant. However, as they observed others submitting their techniques, they realized that even if they submitted theirs, they would not receive any points, leading to frustration. Gradually, everyone became astute, prioritizing the exchange of their techniques for contribution points, regardless of their rarity. Thus, with merely a system in place, Su Su acquired thousands of martial arts techniques. The effects have been remarkably evident. The once stagnant martial world of the Great Song has been revitalized. Transformations occur daily, with individuals consistently achieving breakthroughs. This phenomenon is indeed astonishing. In the pursuit of martial mastery, years of relentless training do not always yield progress. Take figures such as the Five Absolutes, who have remained at the Grandmaster level for decades without advancement. Yet now, each day witnesses new individuals ascending to higher ranks, an alarming prospect. If this trend continues, it will be challenging for the Great Song to avoid flourishing. As tales of the Great Song's martial feats spread, the reputation and standing of Su Su, the leader of the martial world, naturally ascend in tandem. It would not be an exaggeration to say he is in the prime of his life, eclipsing even Wang Chongyang. With the matters of the alliance and the heroes list largely resolved, Su Su intends to return to Su family manor. As his stature and prestige grow, the Su family also becomes renowned as the foremost manor in the land. While it is true that he holds the title of leader, Su Su never contemplated residing in Xiaolongnü city indefinitely. If one were to consider a stronghold, it would undoubtedly be Jiaxing. Having been away from home for several days, He finds himself yearning for his wives. Although he enjoys the company of Gongsun Lu and Huang Rong, life lacks the comfort of home. On the day of his departure, all martial practitioners in Xianyang gathered to bid him farewell. May the leader have a safe journey. Everyone, return to your duties. Xianyang and the alliance shall be entrusted to you, Su Su stated with utmost seriousness. Rest assured, leader, we will safeguard both Xianyang and the alliance, they replied resolutely. Chapter 99. Guests have arrived. Shouldn't we entertain them properly? Alliance leader, we have arrived at the inn. Shall we rest for the night before continuing our journey? Lu Lidong inquired respectfully, standing outside the carriage facing Su Su. That would be fine, Su Su replied. The journey from Xianyang to Jiaxing spanned several days. Haste would not hasten their return. In truth, Su Su was not particularly anxious. With a beauty by his side, taking the time to explore the scenic wonders along the way seemed a delightful option. With Su Su's consent, Lu Lidong promptly made arrangements. After disembarking, Su Su entered the inn alongside Huang Rong and Gongsun Lu. Upon his arrival, he attracted numerous gazes. Dressed in a flowing white robe, Su Su exuded an aura of elegance and charm, accompanied by two strikingly beautiful women. One possessed an otherworldly beauty with sparkling eyes, radiating an air of playful mischief, while the other, clad in a gentle green garment, appeared graceful and endearing. The trio, with their exceptional looks, was impossible to overlook. Inside the inn sat several martial artists preparing to head to Xianyang. Although none had encountered Su Su before, they were well aware of his reputation, leading to a flurry of speculation. What a dashing young man. And those two ladies by his side are truly extraordinary. He is indeed fortunate. Ha ha ha. How enviable. Tell me, do you possess any discernment? Upon seeing these three, did nothing cross your mind? What do you mean? Indeed, I suspect as much. As one individual prompted, the majority began to connect the dots. Stop guessing. I believe it to be true. It is said that our martial arts alliance leader is strikingly handsome, not yet 20, and just days ago married two exceptionally beautiful wives, one of whom is the daughter of the renowned Eastern Evil, Huang Yaoyue. These individuals before us must surely be the alliance leader, along with Lady Gongsun and Lady Huang. Nods of agreement rippled through the crowd, affirming the speculation. Since Su Su's recent marriages to Huang Rong and Gongsun Lu in Xianyang, news had spread throughout the Song dynasty, stirring interest among martial artists. The alliance leader's amorous pursuits were well known, yet this did not tarnish his reputation. Rather, it became a subject of admiration, inciting envy among many. There was a prevailing sentiment that such was the way of a true gentleman. The heroines of the Song's martial world eagerly flocked towards Xianyang, not for any other reason but to try their luck. If Su Su were to take notice of them, it would be akin to a carp leaping over the dragon gate. From every major sect in the martial realm, any female disciples were hastily making their way to Xianyang. Their intentions unmistakable. Should Su Su be willing, even without a betrothal gift, they would gladly offer themselves. The benefits of marrying Su Su far exceeded those of mundane pursuits. With Huang Yaoyue having married his daughter to the alliance leader as a concubine, what psychological burdens could they possibly carry? Moreover, Ouyang Feng, in his eagerness to secure a marriage for his daughter with Su Su, had summoned 10 courtesans overnight, and his own tribulations became a topic of discussion within the martial community. Amidst the laughter, deeper reflections emerged. If those without daughters were striving so diligently, how could they afford to squander such opportunities? The incident involving Ouyang Feng directly catalyzed this trend, sweeping across the entirety of the Song dynasty. Pray tell, is this the leader in person? The crowd engaged in spirited discussion. Several bold individuals, possessing some degree of renown in the martial world, stepped forward to respond. Given Su Su's current status, such inquiries did not necessitate his direct reply. Instantly, Lu Li stood up to declare, indeed, this is the leader of the martial arts world. Upon hearing Lu Li's introduction of Su Su's identity, the entire tavern erupted as if a single drop of water had been cast into a pot of boiling oil. Regardless of whether they were dining downstairs or residing in the upper rooms, patrons swiftly opened their doors to pay their respects to Su Su. We have met the leader of the martial arts world. There is no need for excessive courtesies. I am merely passing through for a brief respite. Please, do carry on with your affairs, Su Su responded with a smile. At this, the crowd was further astonished. They had not anticipated that the leader of the martial arts world, so young, had already reached the realm of celestial beings, and yet was so affable. This only served to enhance their desire to approach him. However, Su Su had made it clear that he was there to rest, and they felt it would be impolite to intrude. The men reluctantly returned to their seats, their gazes lingering on Su Su's figure. The female warriors, too, were captivated. Upon seeing Su Su, they were utterly enamored. Moreover, With Su Su possessing the physique of a Huangdi, it was almost impossible for them to avert their eyes, as they were entranced by his presence. Su Su, accompanied by Huang Rong and Gongsun Lu, entered the tavern and retreated to their room. Inside the upper chamber, a strikingly handsome youth, rivaling Su Su in appearance, revealed a glimmer of mischief in his eyes, mingled with curiosity. The leader of the martial arts world, how intriguing. Heir, you two must investigate thoroughly. I want to know everything about this leader. Yes, my lady. Upon hearing this, the youth's brow furrowed, his eyes glinting with coldness. Silence. She has already stated that you are not to call her my lady in public. Are you two fools? With a series of sharp slaps, Ada and Heir chastised themselves, uttering numerous pleas for forgiveness. Enough, you may go. Yes. After their departure, the youth gazed towards Su Su's room. A look of keen interest etched on his face. The leader of the martial arts world, Su Su. Do you intend to thwart my Mongol entry into the Song dynasty? Let us see if you possess the rumored prowess. That night, after indulging in intimate pleasures with Huang Rong and Gongsun Lu, Su Su lay satiated upon his bed, enjoying the soothing massages from the two women. Suddenly, his ears perked up, and a hint of intrigue graced his lips. Luer, Ronger, we have guests arriving. Should we not attend to them? Guests? Gongsun Lu was momentarily puzzled, but Huang Rong quickly grasped Su Su's intent. Very well. With that, Huang Rong's long sword thrust forth. With a clang, a sizable hole was pierced in the roof, revealing a man adorned in flamboyant attire, sporting braids, entirely unlike the typical garb of the Central Plains, standing before Huang Rong. The moment the sword made contact with the man, he retaliated with a powerful palm strike. Feeling the force in his palm, Su Su's gaze sharpened, and he left only an afterimage on the bed. In an instant, he was before Huang Rong, enveloping her in his embrace, and swiftly struck out with a powerful palm. Bang! At the moment of impact, a shock wave erupted, tearing the tiles from the roof with a clattering sound. Then, a piercing scream pierced the air. Huang Rong was momentarily stunned, and upon regaining her senses, she witnessed the man's hand utterly destroyed, not shattered like Qiu Qianren's, but entirely severed along with his arm. Husband. Leaning against Su Su, Huang Rong's face radiated with emotion, although she wore the soft-shelled armor, rendering her impervious to harm from that strike. She realized that her injury would not leave her assailant unscathed either. Yet, feeling Su Su's concern and affection, her heart brimmed with sweetness. Chapter 100. The meaning of drinking alone. Ronger, are you all right? Su Su inquired with concern. I apologize, my dear. I was a bit hasty just now and nearly caused you harm. Indeed, Su Su had initially underestimated his opponent. It was only when the adversary struck that he realized he was facing a peak grandmaster, a challenge beyond Huang Rong's capabilities. Thankfully, Su Su intervened just in time, and Huang Rong emerged unscathed. I am fine, my husband. What is happening? What caused such a commotion? The considerable uproar had naturally awakened the other guests at the inn, all of whom hurried to ascertain the situation. How dare you harm my brother? At that moment, another man, resembling the first, appeared before the crowd. He supported the injured individual, his face aflame with fury. Su Su regarded him with cold indifference. The instant the man made his move, Su Su recognized his identity, the twin elders of Xianming, the deer staff guest and the crane brush elder, one lecherous, the other a connoisseur of wine, masters of the chilling Xianming divine palm. These two were formidable fighters, driven by ambition and fame. Having offered their services to the royal house as seasoned martial artists, having trained together since childhood, they had remained inseparable for decades, without wives or children, their partnership flawless. Together, they were a force to be reckoned with, even against innate experts. However, Su Su cared not for their identities. Anyone who dared to provoke him at his doorstep was considered an enemy. Moreover, weren't these two supposed to be following Zhao Min? If they were here, did that imply Zhao Min had also entered the Song dynasty? Su Su's thoughts whirled. Zhao Min was indeed a notable figure. He pondered whether marrying her might yield rewards from his system. Who were these individuals? How could they provoke the leader? What provocation? It is clear they intended to launch a midnight ambush on the leader. I suspect they are spies sent by the Mongols, aware that we have chosen an exceptional leader and seeking to eliminate him. Despicable. How dare they attempt to assassinate our leader? Fortunately, our leader possesses extraordinary skills and has disabled that man's arm. Indeed, our leader is formidable. Our leader is formidable. With one voice rallying the others, the crowd erupted into fervent cheers. Witnessing this scene, the martial artists were both shocked and exhilarated. To witness the leader in action against nefarious foes was an honor. Su Su raised his hand to quell the uproar, and silence fell instantly. This was the weight of his authority. Turning to the twin elders, Su Su declared, "Should you harm Ronger, I shall ensure you are rendered to mere dust." The implication was clear. Those who dared to lay a hand on his beloved would find themselves fortunate to remain alive. The dear staff guest, aflame with rage at Su Su's words, was about to retort when he caught Zhao Min's gaze in the crowd. He promptly relented. "My apologies, Leader Su. My brother and I partook in some wine and were engaged in a light contest of agility, unaware that we had inadvertently offended your esteemed wife. We humbly seek your forgiveness." Su Su raised an eyebrow. Had they truly backed down? A glance at the crowd revealed the elegant and striking Zhao Min, her presence rivaling his own. At this moment, Zhao Min, disguised as a man, would not raise any suspicions about her gender. But who is Su Su? He already has 12 wives and certainly can discern between male and female. Soon, Su Su made his intentions clear. "If you apologize to my lady and offer your respects, I shall allow you to depart. While leniency may be granted, it must not be overtly apparent. Moreover, as the leader of the martial arts community in the Song dynasty, his actions must reflect the dignity of the Song itself." Brother, Hebai Wang, having lost an arm, felt discontent. Lu Zhang shot him a glance, subtly indicating Zhao Min's direction. Upon realizing it was the princess's intention, Hebai Wang could only swallow his pride and dutifully apologize to Huang Rong, albeit with reluctance before departing. Huang Rong not only felt Su Su's affection but also a profound respect. She was completely honored, and her heart sank deeper into infatuation. Beside her, Gongsun Levi gazed on with tender eyes. Her husband treated them all equally, and seeing him protect Sister Rong in such a manner assured her that he would equally guard her. How she envied the leader's wife. Cherished so dearly by the leader, she would willingly sacrifice herself for him. The leader truly treats his wife well, but alas, they lacked such fortune. The envy was palpable among the female heroes, their hearts bubbling with jealousy. "I say, do you not see how beautiful the leader's wife is? If you possessed her beauty, even if the leader were unwilling to marry you, I would gladly do so." A wandering hero jested, prompting a disdainful glance from the heroines, who spat in response. "What nonsense! Can't you see your own reflection?" Laughter echoed through the inn. As for other matters, Lu Lighting would handle them, and Su Su need not involve himself further. After changing rooms, he continued to rest. In another chamber, a sharp slap resonated as Zhao Min struck Hebai Wang across the face. "You nearly spoiled my plans. Forgive us, princess." The two from Xianming quickly apologized. "Humph. Go tend to your injuries. Without my command, no one is to act recklessly." They complied and departed. Zhao Min recalled the sight of Su shielding Huang Rong. An indescribable feeling stirred within her. Perhaps a hint of envy, or perhaps discomfort. "Bah, lecherous scoundrel," she muttered, shaking her head and spitting. Grabbing a jug of wine, she exited her room. Hearing the commotion on the rooftop, Su Su allowed a smile to grace his lips. He bestowed a gentle kiss on the slumbering Huang Rong and Gongsun Leviu before rising to leave. On the rooftop, Zhao Min sat alone under the moon, drinking and feeling somewhat troubled. She had been in the Central Plains for several days, primarily in the Ming Dynasty. Her arrival in the Song was prompted by news of the Xianyang Hero Conference. She sought to observe the leader chosen by the Song to resist their Mongol Yuan adversaries. Yet, upon her arrival, tales of the martial arts leader's deeds and policies had already spread throughout the Song. It was undeniable. The leader possesses remarkable skills, and these new policies will soon transform the frail state of the Song dynasty. Her arrival this time is undoubtedly purposeful. The League of Heroes, the Hall of Heroes, the leader, Su Su. She must disrupt something. Otherwise, their aspirations to step into the Central Plains will remain distant. "Why are you here drinking alone?" Suddenly, a voice as gentle as jade echoed. Zhao Min was taken aback. She turned to see Su Su, who had appeared behind her without her noticing. Under the moonlight, Su Su, clad in a white robe, resembled a celestial being descended to earth, captivating all who beheld him. Zhao Min found herself momentarily entranced. This man is truly handsome. The commotion earlier was too loud. I couldn't sleep, she replied, snapping back to reality. With another sip of wine, she mused, what is the point of drinking alone? Shall we not share a cup together? At her words, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Zhao Min's eyes. It seemed like a splendid opportunity. Very well. Meeting is a form of fate. If you do not mind, let us share a drink. After a brief moment of hesitation, she offered the jar to Su Su. Although she is a woman, others are unaware of this, and overthinking would only cloud the moment with unnecessary sentimentality. Chapter 101. Uncertain if the alliance leader will approve of me, what a fine wine. Upon receiving the wine jar, Su Su savored it and exclaimed. Zhao Min was somewhat taken aback. This person was quite intriguing. Did he not fear she might poison him? Sensing Zhao Min's suspicious gaze, Su Su smiled gently, expressing his trust in her character as they shared a drink. This sentiment moved Zhao Min. It was rare for someone to place such faith in her upon their first encounter. However, she remained astute and cautious, unwilling to lower her guard simply due to Su Su's words. This leader was not to be underestimated. With a light chuckle, Zhao Min accepted the wine jar and took another swig. Drinking from the same jar as a stranger felt rather peculiar, especially as she noticed they were positioned closely together, causing her cheeks to flush under the cool, silvery moonlight, rendering the scene particularly enchanting. Before long, the jar was emptied by the two. Su Su produced a gourd of his own wine from his waist and offered it to her. "Try my brew." "Yours?" Zhao Min was surprised that Su Su had also brought his own wine. Why hadn't he revealed it earlier? Why drink from the same jar with her? Su Su offered no explanation, and Zhao Min did not inquire further. Upon tasting it, her eyes lit up. This was exquisite wine. Su Su merely smiled in silence. Their conversation flowed, yet they both remained guarded, each failing to extract anything of substance from the other, yet intrigue brewed between them. Zhao Min was astonished to learn that Su Su had brewed the wine himself, heightening her curiosity about him. As the wine was consumed, dawn approached, and they each retreated to their quarters. The following day, as Su Su prepared to depart, all the patrons of the inn gathered outside to bid him a warm farewell. Observing his departing figure, Zhao Min's expression grew complex. "Let us follow them." Soon, Lu Lidong approached Su Su to report. "No harm. If they wish to follow, let them." A smile graced Su Su's lips. He had successfully baited them. In the days that followed, Su Su traveled by day and shared drinks with Zhao Min on the rooftop by night. "Husband, are we to gain another sister?" Huang Rong inquired playfully. Leaning against Su Su, Gong Sun Luxio was momentarily stunned, failing to grasp Huang Rong's insinuation. Su Su playfully pinched Huang Rong's nose, teasing, "Rong, you are quite the clever one. Pray tell, what do you know?" Huang Rong pouted slightly. "That Zhao gentleman is clearly a lady. You are fully aware, yet feign ignorance. Leading her to Su family manor. How mischievous." Su Su laughed heartily. Gong Sun Luxio then experienced a moment of clarity. Upon receiving news of Su Su's return, the ladies of the household busied themselves without pause, tidying up and preparing the rooms with meticulous attention to detail. Naturally, these tasks fell to the capable hands of Xiaolongnü. Lu Wushuang and Cheng Ying, Ye, Lianxing, and Yuanu were equally eager to contribute. Wang Yuyan, freshly delivered, could not partake in the preparations. Zhu Abai and Zhong Ling, being far along in their pregnancies, could only rest and await their time. Although Xiaolongnü was the last to arrive at marriage, her inherently innocent nature made her easy to get along with, and she was greatly cherished by all. One day, amidst the bustling activities of the Su family estate, an unexpected guest arrived. "Senior sister, how did you find this place?" Indeed, the visitor was none other than Xiaolongnü's long-admired senior sister, Li Macho. Su Su had sent people to inquire about her whereabouts for quite some time without success, yet here she was, arriving unannounced. Li Macho glanced at Xiaolongnü's slightly protruding abdomen and let out a soft huff. "You little girl, how dare you marry without a word?" And moreover, Li Macho hesitated to elaborate, for Su Su's reputation was now renowned, his standing in the martial world unmatched. Furthermore, it would be unseemly to speak too freely in front of Xiaolongnü. "Are you not afraid that master will blame you for this?" Xiaolongnü smiled. "If master wishes to blame me, so be it. I am now my husband's wife and bear his child. Can master truly harm me?" To say she was not afraid would be disingenuous. Yet, the fact that her husband was a choice made from her heart allowed her to triumph over any fear. "You." Li Macho found herself at a loss for words. On one hand, Xiaolongnü was her beloved junior sister whom she had cared for since childhood. On the other hand, many in the martial world had rushed to Jiaxing with their daughters and disciples upon learning of Su Su's departure from Shenyang. Given that her junior sister had gained the upper hand by becoming Su Su's wife, it might not be a misfortune for their ancient tomb sect after all. Master might not even blame her upon learning this. Moreover, Li Macho's visit was not intended to reprimand Xiaolongnü, but rather stemmed from an inexplicable urge. Ever since witnessing Su Su's battle with Murong Fu, his image had often surfaced in her mind. She had come this time simply to see him. "Since you are here, stay for a while longer," Xiaolongnü suggested. "My husband is wonderful, and if you wish to remain, I can discuss it with him." Xiaolongnü was always forthright, and upon seeing Li Macho, she candidly expressed her thoughts. Li Macho's face flushed instantly. "Junior sister, what nonsense are you speaking? How could I? If you do not wish to, then let it be. Consider it as if I never mentioned it," Xiaolongnü remarked, noticing Li Macho's shyness and sensing an opportunity for playful banter. "No, who says I do not wish to? Upon uttering those words, confronted by the smile on Xiaolongnü's face, Li Macho realized she had fallen into her trap. Well then, junior sister, how dare you tease me? When did you become so mischievous? Xiaolongnü took Li Macho's hand and said, Sister, you have misunderstood me. I genuinely wish for your happiness. I do not want our bond to be severed simply because I have married. Li Macho had always been restless. In the past, whenever she sneaked out, it was Xiaolongnü who sheltered her and even shared her meals. In her youth, Xiaolongnü had not been so slender. Li Macho, being prone to romantic thoughts and vanity, could not help but feel captivated upon learning that every woman in the Song dynasty desired to marry Su Su. After all, he was exceptionally handsome and held the esteemed position of the leader's wife. Observing the attire of the petite dragon girl, one can discern that she is flourishing in life. Which young maiden is devoid of youthful exuberance? Which young woman remains untouched by emotion? Initially, Li Macho was already captivated, and with the gentle guidance of the dragon girl, the matter unfolded quite naturally. The two sisters engaged in conversation for a while, during which the dragon girl shared numerous anecdotes, causing Li Macho to blush profusely. Her admiration for Su Su grew ever stronger. However, within the span of just a moment, Li Macho's expression shifted to one of despondency. What troubles you, elder sister? She inquired. I wonder if the leader of the alliance could ever find favor in me. Though their discussion seemed amiable, it was common knowledge that the newly appointed leader possessed discerning tastes, often overlooking ordinary women of the martial world. The mere thought that Su Su might not take a liking to her filled Li Macho with dismay. In truth, it was not only Li Macho. Countless women in the martial realm had fallen irrevocably for Su Su at first sight. Chapter 102. Who would not be moved? The little dragon girl remained silent. Her elder sister's concerns were indeed a matter of significance. Nevertheless, one must endeavor to try, regardless of the circumstances. The following day, early in the morning, Su family manor began to bustle with activity. The ladies adorned themselves with meticulous care as they awaited at the entrance. Soon, a carriage approached slowly. Upon sighting it, the anxious expressions on the ladies' faces were replaced with sheer delight. The carriage came to a halt, and Su Su alighted from it, flanked by Huang Rong and Gongsun Lu. Zhao Min stood at a distance with a Da and Ayer alongside Lu Lidong, watching intently. My husband, you have returned. I trust your journey was pleasant. You have worked hard. Upon seeing Su Su, they rushed forward to greet him. Su Su embraced and kissed each one in turn before responding to their inquiries with a smile. Huang Rong and Gongsun Lu stood momentarily dumbfounded. Their husband's discerning eye was indeed remarkable. Before them were an array of enchanting beauties, each more captivating than the last. Even Huang Rong felt a twinge of self-doubt in their presence. These ladies were simply stunning. Allow me to introduce you. This is Rong'er, and this is Lu'er. Su Su said, guiding Gongsun Lu and Huang Rong to meet the others. He reciprocated by introducing the ladies to them. Huang Rong, Gongsun Lu. It is a pleasure to meet you all. Ah, sisters, do not stand on ceremony. We are all family now. The ladies welcomed them joyfully. Already aware of their husbands' additional consorts in Xiangyang, they ushered Huang Rong and Gongsun Lu inside with cheerful enthusiasm. Standing nearby, Li Macho watched with envy as Su Su showered affection upon each of the ladies, his demeanor intimate and warm. Noticing that Su Su had paid her no mind, she felt a sense of despondency. Zhao Min shared a similar sentiment. However, her feelings were more complex than those of Li Macho, for she still interacted with Su Su in the guise of a man. The more time she spent with him, the more she realized that he was a treasure trove, an enigma that seemed inexhaustible. Her attraction to him grew ever stronger, and she found herself questioning her own motives for accompanying him to Su family manor. She had rationalized her presence as a strategic endeavor to understand him better, yet deep down, it seemed her intentions had shifted. The ladies escorted Huang Rong and Gongsun Lu away, leaving Su Su momentarily aside. Only the little dragon girl lingered a few steps behind, hoping to speak with Su Su regarding Li Macho. However, Su Su misinterpreted her intentions. He embraced the little dragon girl and kissed her affectionately, exclaiming, Ah, my dear Long, you know how to cherish your husband unlike those heartless ones. At his words, the other ladies cast him a barrage of playful yet reproachful glances. The little dragon girl's cheeks flushed crimson. Husband, there are others present. Very well, let us return home and close the door for some intimacy, Su Su teased, causing her face to flush even deeper. She quickly extricated herself from his embrace and brought Li Macho over, saying, Husband, this is my elder sister. You may greet the leader. Li Macho's complexion flushed slightly as she shyly greeted him. Previously, from a distance, she had only regarded Su Su as a breathtaking figure. Now, observing him up close, She felt he was indeed a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. So it is you, senior sister. Long has longer sought you. Upon seeing Li Macho, Su Su's expression shifted. She was even more beautiful than he had imagined, rivaling Longer in elegance. Moreover, her demeanor suggested the stirrings of springtime affection. With such an opportunity presented, he felt no hesitation. Su Su summoned Zhao Min and Li Macho into the manor, after a casual conversation. He retreated to his chambers to attend to his wives, leaving Li Macho and Zhao Min to be neglected for a while longer. That night, Su Su experienced an unprecedented warmth from his wives. Is it not said that a brief separation can ignite the flames of love? Following the order of their entry into the residence, Su Su visited each room, busy throughout the night. He was in bliss, while Li Macho and Zhao Min found themselves unable to sleep. At that moment, Zhao Min sat atop the roof, gazing at the moon and drinking wine. Yet without Su Su to share the drink. A profound sense of loss enveloped her. Lecher, a true lecher. One of the martial arts alliance leader, a breathtaking figure. He is merely a glutton for pleasure, having married 12 wives, unconcerned about exhausting himself. The troubling part is that each of these 12 wives is as beautiful as I. As she drank, she cursed him, a bitter taste surging within her heart, causing her great distress. From a distance, Ada and Aer stood guard. What has befallen the princess? Aer shook his head, perplexed. Meanwhile, Li Macho too sought solace in wine. She was tempted yet uncertain by the little dragon girl's suggestion. Su Su's wives were all stunning. She wondered if she could ever catch his eye. Master, what is the matter? Hong Lingbo, unaware of the conversation between the little dragon girl and Li Macho, was deeply confused. Li Macho chuckled. Lingbo, have you ever liked someone? Lingbo shook her head. During her youth spent with her master, she had little opportunity to interact with men, let alone engage in matters of the heart. Moreover, Master, is it not forbidden in the ancient Tomb sect? Li Macho replied, shaking her head. There is no prohibition against marriage within the sect. It is simply that their matriarch lay in a deep coma, and their master, focused on reviving her, forbade them from leaving the tomb for fear of encountering danger. Oh, I see, Lingbo realized, then looked at Li Macho in shock. So, Master, you like the alliance leader? Li Macho smiled wryly but did not deny it. What of affection, if he does not look my way? For the first time, the usually self-assured Li Macho felt a lack of confidence in her beauty. Lingbo wished to offer comfort but found herself at a loss for words, falling into silence. The alliance leader truly is a celestial being. Who would not be moved upon meeting him? A night of bustling activity ensued. All the ladies rose an hour later than usual, while Su Su, invigorated and bright, began his training in the backyard at dawn. The remarkable art of cultivation, which allows one to progress through the mere act of channeling energy, is truly extraordinary. He must intensify his efforts moving forward, particularly concerning Yu Yan, who has recently given birth. In due time, she should conceive again. It is through one's own strength that a family thrives. Merely having wives is insufficient. Offspring are the true path to prosperity. Of course, while Su Su cherishes his children, his affection for his wives surpasses that sentiment. Although pregnancy and childbirth are arduous and painful for women, they willingly endure it for Su Su. Furthermore, with the application of the dragon reversal technique, the lady's powers continue to grow, naturally mitigating the risks associated with childbirth. Consequently, the ladies eagerly wish to bear more children for Su Su. Their love for him, combined with his affection for children, results in their fervent desire to give him offspring. Chapter 103. A fortuitous encounter. Huang Rong and Gongsun Liu initially believed that with so many women in Su Su's household, they would constantly be confronted with scenes of rivalry and jealousy. Even though Huang Rong had previously claimed she would ally with the other ladies to combat such tensions, deep down, she felt uncertain. However, after spending a few days together, her apprehensions completely dissipated. Instead, she found herself quickly immersed in the warm camaraderie of the other ladies. Furthermore, Su Su had created many delightful trinkets that captivated their hearts. Despite their diverse backgrounds and unfamiliarity with one another prior to entering Su Su's courtyard, they now shared a harmonious bond that surpassed even that of sisters. This was precisely the scenario Su Su had hoped to witness. A peaceful courtyard served as the foundation for his continued endeavors. Longer, do you harbor any concerns? Su Su inquired as he reclined on the couch, noticing the little dragon girl lost in thought once more. Dearest husband, what are your thoughts on my senior sister? The little dragon girl was not preoccupied with anything else. Rather, she was worried about her senior sister, Li Macho. Over the past few days, her senior sister had grown increasingly haggard, and if the situation remained unresolved, she feared her sister would fall ill. Your senior sister? Quite admirable. Su Su discerned her intentions immediately upon her inquiry. The way Li Macho had gazed at him that day was all too familiar, yet he refrained from addressing it directly. Why do you ask such a thing, Wang? The little dragon girl nestled against Su Su, clutching his arm, her tone laced with a hint of pleading. Could you possibly take in my senior sister? Having grown up alongside her husband, Longer did not wish to part ways with her sister. Su Su playfully pinched her nose, a smile gracing his lips. It is certainly feasible, but please, do elaborate. The little dragon girl's eyes brightened, her face alight with anticipation. If her husband acquiesced, she would be able to share this delightful news with her sister. Yet, I fear your senior sister may not be willing, Su Su teased. Having caught a distant sound outside. I am willing. An excited yet timid voice chimed in. Both turned to see Li Macho, adorned with travel gear and brandishing a sword, clearly intending to depart. Indeed, she had come to bid farewell to the little dragon girl. After waiting several days in the residence without any word from Longer, Li Macho was in agony. She had to remind herself that it was time to let go and take her leave. Remaining would only deepen her sorrow as she witnessed Su Su's affection for the other ladies. At that moment, Li Macho's eyes were red, tears streaming down her face, though it was unclear whether they stemmed from joy or sorrow. Sister, what are you doing? Sister, Su Su approached Li Macho, gently lifting her chin with his finger. You wish to leave? How could someone I have set my sights on be allowed to depart? At that moment, Su Su exuded an audacious and playful demeanor, accompanied by an imposing aura that nonetheless stirred the heart. For a brief instant, Li Macho was entranced. Even Hong Lingbo, standing behind her, was captivated. The little dragon maiden spoke coldly, yet her husband's demeanor was undeniably captivating. What was ostensibly frivolous behavior, bolstered by his celestial realm and the physique of the Yellow Emperor, only served to enhance his allure. When Gongsun Levayu faced Su Su in a similar manner, she too was rendered defenseless. What is it? Are you unwilling to marry me? Su Su continued to tease, secretly reveling in the sensation. He had always held women in high regard. Even in the context of marriage and concubinage, it was essential that the other party consented. Often, their interactions were rooted in equality. However, given his current status, a change in approach felt refreshing. Neither Li Macho nor Hong Lingbo found Su Su's behavior inappropriate. Rather, they perceived it as befitting of his esteemed position, exuding a commanding aura. Far from being repulsed, they found themselves increasingly enamored. The little dragon maiden, witnessing Su Su's demeanor, was utterly entranced, let alone Li Macho, who was known for her romantic inclinations. I am willing. And you? Su Su directed his gaze towards Hong Lingbo. Although she was a mere novice, lacking in both skill and reputation, her beauty was undeniable and met his expectations. Hong Lingbo was taken aback, then looked towards Li Macho, momentarily bewildered. Was Su Su not only proposing to marry her master, but also seeking her hand? Li Macho, noticing her pupil's dazed expression, grew anxious. This foolish girl. A fortune had quite literally fallen into her lap, yet she failed to recognize the opportunity. Among the chivalrous maidens of the Song dynasty, who would not wish to marry the esteemed Su Su? Yet this girl was slow to respond. However, one could hardly fault her. The surprise had come so swiftly that she momentarily forgot how to react. Su Su remained patient. After a brief interval, Hong Lingbo regained her composure. But instead of responding to Su Su, she turned to Li Macho. Master, may I? Li Macho felt a wave of emotion. This naive girl still held her in high esteem as a mentor, and she had not misjudged her pupil. The loyalty of a disciple was not something she could disregard. Lingbo, from this day forth, I shall no longer be your master. With that, Hong Lingbo knelt on the ground. Master, I implore you to retract your decree. I should not harbor such thoughts. I will depart from Su's residence at once. Observing Hong Lingbo's reaction, Li Macho found herself at a loss for words. This disciple was indeed loyal, albeit a bit dim-witted. The little dragon maiden had now come to her senses and helped Hong Lingbo to her feet. Silly girl, your senior sister is facilitating your happiness. After a brief moment of confusion, Hong Lingbo realized the truth. Her master had severed their mentor-disciple bond to permit her to marry the leader. Upon this realization, Hong Lingbo bowed deeply to Li Macho, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, master, for your kindness. Once a master, always a master. You shall forever hold that title in my heart. Foolish child, Li Macho said, personally aiding her to rise. Only then did Hong Lingbo answer Su Su's inquiry. My lord, I am willing. Su Su was greatly pleased. Both Li Macho and Hong Lingbo exhibited far more loyalty and affection than he had anticipated. Alas, for the sake of harmony in his household, he felt compelled to test the waters. On that day, news spread from Su Jiazhuang. The head of the Su family, or rather, the leader of the Su alliance, was once again set to take a concubine. As this news emerged, The already vibrant city of Jiaxing, which had been bustling due to the gathering of numerous chivalrous figures drawn by Su Su, became even more animated. Wandering heroes flocked to witness the grandeur of the martial arts leader. Among them were factions from various regions of Song dynasty, eager to align themselves with Su Su, who had journeyed to Xianyang only to find themselves thwarted and redirected to Jiaxing. Many brought along their female relatives or disciples. Unfortunately, before they could establish connections, others had already seized the opportunity, leaving them lamenting their missed chance. Yet, who could discern which ladies had captured the attention of the Su alliance leader this time? No one seemed to know, as there were no reports. I've heard, however, that one of them is the senior sister of Lady Long, and another is their cousin. In any case, it is indeed enviable for a single sect to have 3 disciples wed the alliance leader who would dare provoke them henceforth. Curiosity abounded as everyone sought to uncover the identities of Li Macho and Hong Lingbo, fearful of inadvertently offending the sects to which the 3 ladies belonged. Chapter 104. Until when will you continue to pretend? The news of Su Su's marriage spread like wildfire, swiftly reaching every corner of the Song dynasty's martial world. Various sects reacted promptly. Xiao Feng, one of the elders of the alliance, was still attending to affairs in Xianyang when he learned of Su Su's remarriage. He immediately arranged for gifts to be prepared and instructed the deputy leader to deliver them personally. Zhou Batong of the Chuanjin sect, weary of handling such matters, was filled with excitement upon hearing of Su Su's wedding, as if he had found a perfect excuse to evade work. I must leave for a while. Let my disciples handle the affairs here, he declared, intending to slip away. However, he was abruptly halted by Huang Yaoshi. Where do you think you are going? Are you planning to shirk your responsibilities assigned by the leader? Zhou Batong glared. Who is shirking? I merely wish to represent everyone in presenting congratulatory gifts to the leader. The gifts can be sent by your disciples. You cannot leave. Guojing and Hong Qigong chimed in agreement. It was absurd. They were all too busy to allow him to escape. Although the leader's tasks sounded simple, their execution proved quite challenging. They had only managed to arrange for someone to deliver the gifts. Zhou Batong still wished to attend personally, but that was simply not feasible. Hey, how can you treat me this way? Zhou Batong found himself scrutinized by several pairs of eyes, leaving him no opportunity to make his getaway. On that day, Jiaxing City was bustling with activity. Gongs and drums resonated, accompanied by the crackling of firecrackers. The streets were adorned with a red carpet, while lanterns and red silk hung on either side, creating a festive atmosphere. The finest inn in Jiaxing had been designated as the venue for Su Su's wedding. All factions from Jiangnan gathered to partake in the celebration, with various other forces from the Song dynasty also sending representatives. Even if they could not attend, gifts were sent in abundance. At the banquet, guests raised their glasses in toasts to Su Su, all appearing joyous. Yet, one person remained despondent. Upon learning of Su Su's marriage, Zhao Min's face had been clouded with sorrow. Her heart felt both bitter and pained. Just days ago, she and Su Su had been strangers, yet today, he and his disciple had become a newlywed couple, while she remained nothing. The feeling was unbearable. Zhao Min drank cup after cup of wine. At that moment, a lively little girl sat beside her. Little girl, it seems you are also concerned about the leader Su. His marriage has left you in such distress. What is so special about men? They are fickle and forgetful, easily abandoning the old for the new. At these words, Zhao Min regained some clarity. You little brat, what nonsense are you spouting? With that, she stood to leave. As a dignified princess, she could not allow a mere child to speak so freely. As Zhao Min departed, the little girl chuckled. Little girl, I could practically be your grandmother. This girl was none other than the master of the Lingjiu Palace on Mount Tianshan, Tianshan Tonglao, who, regrettably, had been secretly harmed, forever appearing as a child of 8 or 9 years. Even though her medical skills are exceptional, she is unable to cure her own affliction. Descending the mountain today, she merely wishes to pay a visit to the leader of the martial arts world, a celestial being of 19 years. How enviable indeed. Had she not been poisoned and schemed against by that vile person, she would likely shine as brightly in the martial realm as he does. Hearing of this leader's remarkable medical expertise, she wonders if he could possibly heal her. Lost in her thoughts, Tianshan Tonglao's gaze lingers on Su Su, who is adorned in a resplendent red wedding attire. The realm of celestial beings. Su Su, ever perceptive, senses the scrutiny and discreetly glances back, momentarily taken aback upon realizing the observer is a young girl. Quickly regaining her composure, she deduces the girl's identity, Tianshan Tonglao. How intriguing. Accompanying her to the wedding are Zhongling's mother, Gan Baobao, and Mu Wanqing. Gan Baobao is genuinely concerned for Zhongling, and on another note, she comes to present a congratulatory gift. With her son-in-law now the leader of the martial arts world, Her presence is only natural. Marrying Zhongling to Su Su has not only left them unrepentant, but rather filled with immense satisfaction. As the final words of the ceremony resonate, Su Su, alongside Li Macho and Hong Lingbo, returns to their chamber. Inside the bridal chamber, the two beauties anxiously await. Su Su enters Li Macho's room first. Already a stunning beauty, her makeup enhances her allure to an extraordinary degree. This night is destined to be sleepless. Beep. Congratulations, host, on marrying Li Macho. You have gained 30 years of cultivation and divine medical skills. Beep. Congratulations, host, on marrying Hong Lingbo. You have gained 20 years of cultivation and master-level alchemy skills. A stir of excitement fills Su Su's heart. An upgrade in medical expertise and master-level alchemy skills? Could this be intended for Tianshan Tonglao? In the midst of joy, there is also sorrow. Rising from her bed, Su Su finds Zhao Min seated atop the roof, drinking alone, looking utterly haggard. She gracefully leaps to Zhao Min's side. Seated on the rooftop in her flowing white garments, a vision of tranquility. Have you been drinking all night? Su Su inquires. Zhao Min lifts her gaze. Casting a glance at Su Su, what is it to you? Shouldn't you be with your newlywed wife? Su Su sniffs the air, detecting a sour scent. Zhao, your tone resembles that of a woman. Do you harbor feelings for me? After speaking, Su Su deliberately distances herself slightly, adding, I have a well-known fondness for beauty. So you should dismiss such thoughts. For the first time, Zhao Min feels vexed by her own pretentious disguise. Had she known, she would have presented herself as a woman from the start to avoid such misunderstandings. Who has feelings for you? You're being presumptuous, she retorts before rising to leave. Be careful, she cautions. Having drunk all night, Zhao Min is already inebriated. Forgetting she is on the roof, she strides forward as if on solid ground, only to misstep and tumble off the edge. Seeing this, Su Su swiftly catches her. They twirl in the air for a few moments before landing. Gazing closely at Su Su's distinct features, Zhao Min is entranced. Are you all right? After a considerable time, Zhao Min finally regained her senses, pushed Su Su aside, and hurriedly departed. A smile played upon Su Su's lips, as if to say, how long do you intend to keep up this facade? Once Zhao Min had left, Su Su made his way to the backyard. The previous night, Li Macho and Hong Lingbo collectively amassed 50 years of cultivation. Although this might not elevate him to the 7th level of the celestial realm, it should not fall far short. It appears that in the future, he must seek out talents of high repute and formidable skills. System, claim the cultivation. Chapter 105. Striving vigorously for contribution points. A silent, yet resounding roar echoed in the air, as a formidable surge of internal energy surged into Su Su's being. The profound 9-9 yin-yang divine art was exercised to its utmost limits. In but a fleeting moment, 50 years of cultivation were entirely consumed, devoured, and transformed. A powerful aura erupted from Su Su, and although he had not yet ascended to the 7th realm of the celestial being, he was tantalizingly close. Furthermore, the imminent birth of Zhongling's child was just days away. The rewards accompanying the birth of his offspring would undoubtedly propel him beyond the 7th realm. Su Su was filled with anticipation. The current lack of breakthrough was merely a trivial matter. Logically, Zhongling should have given birth by now. However, it was likely delayed due to the child being a girl. Su Su had already diagnosed Zhongling's condition and found no issues. With each elevation in cultivation, his grasp of the grand cosmic forces grew ever stronger, granting him an exquisite sense of freedom. Each movement he made was imbued with an almost ethereal quality, shrouded in a mysterious veil that evoked both awe and fascination in those who beheld him. Should the esteemed ladies be present, they would inevitably find themselves entranced. The exhilarating sensation of perpetual growth invigorated Su Su. His willingness to share his martial techniques stemmed from this very feeling. In the realm of martial arts, talent was paramount. The 6 elders of the alliance had reached the pinnacle of Grand Master, suggesting they possessed commendable aptitude. Yet, in terms of speed, they were vastly outpaced by Su Su. Even should they receive guidance to reach the celestial being realm, they would merely be scratching the surface, and the disparity between them and Su Su, who was nearing the 7th realm, was glaringly apparent. In simpler terms, for Su Su, the distinction between the pinnacle of Grand Master and the initial stage of the celestial being realm was negligible, a mere matter of a single sword strike. Transitioning from the 1st to the 2nd realm of the celestial being required 60 years of cultivation, a statistic based on standard aptitude, implying that others would also need 60 years to achieve the 2nd realm. 60 years, a duration during which Su Su contemplated the extraordinary potential of the ladies. They were perpetually on a different plane, freeing him from any concerns of vigilance. Receiving the system's divine medical skills was met with eager anticipation from Su Su. Although this was his second encounter with a divine reward, having previously acquired divine culinary skills, he had no desire to pursue the path of a chef, using it only on rare occasions. To be precise, he had yet to utilize it. Medical expertise, however, was an entirely different matter. Setting aside other considerations, the elevation of his standing within the martial world provided an undeniable advantage. While martial heroes might risk offending a culinary deity, they would certainly refrain from antagonizing a divine physician. Previously, with merely master-level medical skills, Su Su had already earned the title of divine doctor. Now, with divine medical skills, even the likes of Hua Tuo would pale in comparison. A torrent of vast knowledge flooded into his mind, far more profound and esoteric than the master-level skills he had possessed before. As the information continued to pour in and assimilate, Su Su gradually uncovered numerous secret techniques. The resurrection needle, a technique to awaken latent potential, the 9 turns life-extending needle. For those who have passed, their flesh now mere bones. Such divine medical skills are undeniably formidable. Should Su Su traverse the martial world, he would undoubtedly become an object of reverence among renowned physicians and divine healers alike. Whether faced with poison or acute illness, as long as there is a breath of life, salvation is within reach. Unless one has reached the end of their days, death seems a distant possibility. His mastery of medicine places him firmly at the pinnacle of the profession. In the realm of martial arts, there exists a figure named Xue Muhua, referred to as the king of hell's adversary. To put it plainly, he is merely a notable doctor. Yet he has not even grazed the threshold of true divine healing. At this moment, Su Su stands as the genuine rival to the king of hell. His exceptional medical skills afford him an additional layer of security. In the unpredictable world of martial arts, who can guarantee immunity from illness, injury, or treachery? With such formidable medical prowess, Su Su can at least ensure the safety of those around him. System, continue to receive rewards. In addition to his divine medical skills, he has also acquired master-level alchemy techniques. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than a torrent of information flooded his consciousness once more. Alchemy harnesses the intrinsic properties of herbs, maximizing their efficacy. Take, for instance, a single piece of lingji. Its effects differ greatly when consumed directly versus when paired with other ingredients. If refined into a pill through alchemical processes, its potency is significantly enhanced. The information Su Su received encompassed everything from herb selection to juice extraction, purification of the medicine, and the final formation of the elixir. Beyond that, there exist numerous unique formulas. Mastery of alchemy alone could secure his renown. Moreover, with his divine medical skills as a complement, the two disciplines intertwine seamlessly, allowing Su Su to navigate this newfound knowledge with ease and grace. As he absorbed the information, a smile adorned Su Su's face. The timing of this alchemical knowledge could not have been more fortuitous. If one were to ponder his greatest concern, it would undoubtedly be the disparity in advancement between himself and the ladies in his life. Despite their exceptional talents, they could not possibly keep pace with his rapid progress, which granted him decades of cultivation with a single reward. This discrepancy weighed heavily on Su Su's mind. What would happen if, one day, he ascended to the realms of immortality and divinity while the ladies remained behind in their cultivation? Now, however, the arrival of alchemy offers a remedy for his apprehensions. Among the various formulas lies a particular elixir known as the cultivation pill. One such pill can enhance a person's cultivation by an entire generation. Naturally, there are limitations. It is only effective for those below the Grandmaster level. Yet, Su Su harbors no worries. The ladies are all below that threshold, making this pill perfectly suited for them. In addition to enhancing their cultivation, he also wishes for the ladies to retain their beauty. He has no desire to be surrounded by a group of elderly women. As he mused, Su Su searched for suitable formulas. Ah, this one is excellent. The youth-preserving pill, ensuring everlasting youth. The rejuvenation pill is also a viable option. Should the ladies ever age, this elixir could forcibly restore their vitality. The body-refining pill? Quite commendable. And what about the barrier-breaking pill? The more he delved into his research, the brighter Su Su's spirits became, to the point where he could not suppress his joy and broke into laughter. At this moment, Su Su was already formulating a plan in his mind. He would first arrange for the beauty-preserving elixirs and cultivation pills for the ladies. Additionally, he could select some loyal subordinates to bestow upon them body-tempering pills and barrier-breaking pills, as well as cultivation pills. This way, the safety of Su family manor would be assured. Unfortunately, there was another limitation regarding the cultivation pills. Each individual could only consume one. Otherwise, Su Su could scarcely imagine the extent of power Su family manor could achieve. Of course, he was not in a hurry. Once his master-level alchemy skills were upgraded, all these issues would be resolved. As for the League of Heroes, with these elixirs in hand, a mischievous smile crept onto Su Su's lips. The masters of the Song dynasty and the chivalrous heroes of the martial world could earn their contributions diligently. Chapter 106. Worry is instinct. Soon, Su Su managed to stabilize his emotions. Although alchemy held its own merits, the path offered by the system was far more manageable for him. As long as he adhered to the prescribed steps, everything would come to fruition. Master, someone seeks an audience. As Su Su stepped out, Wen Tai respectfully addressed him, his eyes brimming with reverence. Although Su Su had assumed the title of leader, in the eyes of the people of Su family manor, he remained their master. Thus, they maintained their original form of address. Who is it? Su Su inquired, raising an eyebrow. Given his current status, it was not customary for him to meet anyone seeking an audience, which prompted his question. Wen Tai hesitated, unsure of how to respond. After a moment, he candidly replied, "It's a little girl who claims to be the Tianshan Tonglao. Let us go and meet her." Upon hearing this name, Su Su instantly comprehended the visitor's intent. In short order, he found himself in the living room, face to face with the little girl he had encountered at the wedding banquet the previous day. "I have met the leader," she greeted, and Su Su nodded. Scrutinizing the Tianshan Tonglao closely, she began practicing the eternal youth technique at the tender age of 6. Every 30 years, she would revert to her youthful form. But each renewal required her to reconstitute her internal energy and consume fresh blood at noon to restore a year's worth of vitality and appearance each day. However, due to her young age when she began her training and the poison inflicted by Li Qiushui, she was forever trapped in the guise of a 6-year-old girl. Indeed, this little girl was quite charming. Su Su occupied the seat of honor, refraining from speaking immediately. As the leader, he had to maintain an air of authority. The Tianshan Tonglao, upon Su Su's entrance, was also examining him. This young man before her possessed an extraordinary grace, even more striking than her master brother in his youth. He exuded a subtle yet palpable aura of power, instilling a sense of trepidation that deterred any reckless thoughts. Having observed him from afar the day prior, she had sensed his exceptional nature. Now, standing closer, she felt an overwhelming urge to revere him. Truly, he was a dragon among men. With increasing caution, the Tianshan Tonglao addressed Su Su. "I have long heard tales of your remarkable medical skills. Today, I humbly request your assistance in curing my chronic ailment." "Oh?" Su Su raised an eyebrow, intrigued. While offering assistance is not difficult, what would be the cost? It was a jest, they were strangers, and it was unreasonable to expect labor without recompense. "If the leader does not mind, I can offer the services of the 9 heavens and 9 departments, along with thousands from the 36 caves and 72 islands, even my Lingzhou palace, all at your disposal." In essence, she was willing to trade her entire influence for the prospect of recovery. Upon hearing this, Su Su raised an eyebrow and inquired, "And what about you?" A fleeting flash of anger crossed the Tianshan Tonglao's eyes before she feigned ignorance and asked, "What does the leader mean? Your martial prowess is unparalleled, and you are the foremost female warrior in the Zongwu of our great song. If I were to treat your ailment, what would you offer in return? You are quite attractive and possess formidable skills, with a reputation that precedes you. Such an opportunity should not be dismissed lightly. Do you wish for my allegiance?" "No, I wish for you to marry me," Su Su stated candidly. He is renowned for his fondness for beauty, and there is little he can conceal. Indeed, he has set his sights on the enchanting Xinjian of Tianshan. The Tianshan maiden's youthful visage was ablaze with fury. She had anticipated that Su Su would propose conditions, yet she was taken aback to discover that his demand was for her to marry him. Such a notion is utterly impossible. Setting aside her intricate feelings for her senior brother, Wuyazi, their age difference alone renders it unsuitable. However, this realization was but a fleeting moment. Moments later, Xinjian regained her composure, her smile radiating innocence. "Is the leader truly willing to wed me?" "Naturally. Then you must not disdain me for being an old hag." Regardless, she resolved to first deceive Su Su into providing her with treatment. As for other matters, she doubted that Su Su, who had an unyielding appreciation for beauty, would ever be attracted to her aged appearance. She could easily trick him momentarily. It was inconsequential. A few rejuvenation pills could resolve the issue, nothing of great significance. Surely, Su Su was aware of Xinjian's schemes. Yet, who could ultimately fulfill their desires remained uncertain. "In that case, please proceed with my treatment, esteemed leader." Su Su shook his head. "There is no rush. I must first prepare some medicinal herbs." Xinjian's ailment was not insurmountable. It merely required time for recovery. during which complications arose, causing her energy to surge chaotically and disrupt her meridians. Consequently, her energy became stagnant, unable to circulate. A few acupuncture sessions would suffice for healing. However, he did not wish to restore her too swiftly. That which comes too easily is often taken for granted. A challenge must be presented first. Very well, then. Please specify a time, esteemed leader. A glimmer of relief graced Xing's youthful countenance, as she had initially believed Su Su was deliberately obstructing her. How about half a month? Su Su contemplated for a moment before responding. During this fortnight, he could refine elixirs and attend to matters of procreation. Huang Rong and Gong Sunlavayu had yet to show signs of pregnancy. Moreover, there were the newly welcomed Li Macho and Hong Lingbo, as well as Wang Yuyan, who had just given birth. Additionally, he was close to reaping the rewards from Zhao Min's side. With these thoughts, Su Su felt a surge of contentment. After Xing departed, he busied himself, first gathering the necessary materials for alchemy. Rejuvenation pills, revival pills, and cultivation pills, all needed to be prepared. The creation of these pills was not overly challenging. It was the primary herbs that proved elusive. Su Su even reached out to the Hero Alliance for assistance in sourcing the ingredients. Meanwhile, he devoted his time to accompanying his numerous wives, indulging in fishing, playing mahjong, and sailing. Life was exceptionally carefree and delightful. 2 days later, Su Su's leisurely days came to an abrupt end, replaced by an air of tension. The reason was simple. Zhongling was about to give birth. Husband, why do you seem so anxious every time someone is about to deliver? Indeed, given your numerous offspring, why are you not more composed? The ladies consoled him while teasingly remarking. Su Su playfully pinched the nose of Yaoyue, exclaiming, "Silly, the one who bears my child is indeed my wife. Although I am fully aware of the absence of danger, concern is a natural instinct." Upon hearing this, the other ladies could not help but feel their eyes welling with tears, profoundly moved by his affection. Their husband treated them with such kindness. It was indeed a blessing for them to be married to him. Meanwhile, Mu Wanqing and Gan Baobao, who were waiting nearby, felt a mix of anxiety and envy towards the wives of Su Su. After Su Su's marriage, Gan Baobao and Mu Wanqing had been retained by Zhongling. With Zhongling nearing her labor, Gan Baobao found herself missing her daughter dearly, leading her to stay at Su's residence. However, this prolonged stay had a rather stimulating effect on the two women. One, who had been dry for many years, especially after witnessing the intimate yet undisclosed moment between Su Su and Zhongling, could not help but indulge in fanciful thoughts upon seeing Su Su's affectionate interactions with his wives. The other, a young maiden yet to be wed, was in the throes of youthful longing and found herself contemplating her own future, inevitably haunted by the image of Su Su. This left Mu Wanqing in a state of melancholy, and witnessing Su Su's demeanor only deepened her envy. Chapter 107. If you don't want to die, let them come. Apart from Gan Baobao and Mu Wanqing, there was another person who looked on with envy, Zhao Min, who, disguised as a man, could only stand afar from the inner courtyard, longing for what she could not partake in. It was astonishing how well this little rogue treated the ladies. Soon, a loud wail emanated from the room, causing everyone's hearts to settle. Su Su let out a sigh of relief. Congratulations, host. Offspring acquired. 1. Gained 30 years of cultivation, and obtained celestial silkworm gold silk armor. Moments later, the midwife cradled the child and approached Su Su. Congratulations, master of the manor, on the birth of a daughter. And the lady is safe. Su Su nodded and entered the room to see Zhongling when Tai had already stood by, accompanying the midwife as she departed. My dear Linger, you have endured so much, he murmured. Having just given birth, Zhongling appeared pale. Even with her practice of the reverse dragon and phoenix technique, which mitigated childbirth risks, the act of giving life was still no trivial matter. Su Su couldn't bear to see his wife suffer even the slightest pain or risk. Zhongling leaned against Su Su, her face radiant with happiness. It was not painful. Linger still wishes to bear many, many children for Brother Su. In her playful tone, she still preferred to call him Brother Su. Su Su had no objection to this endearment. Hearing her words, he playfully pinched her nose, calling her a silly girl. Reflecting on the past, he recalled how Zhongling had once viewed childbirth merely as a means of gaining status. Now, she had already blessed him with children. How swiftly time passes. In their unspoken understanding, Zhongling also reminisced about the Na'vi words she had spoken when she first contemplated marrying him, which now brought a smile to her face. Back then, Linger had been so foolish, believing that children were somehow inserted through the soles of her feet. Su Su laughed heartily. Ah, so now Linger is wise. Brother. Zhongling's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. After comforting her for a while, he left once she had fallen asleep. This scene stirred envy in many onlookers. Though Su Su had a penchant for beauty, his kindness towards his wives left no room for criticism. System claimed the cultivation. In the rear courtyard, Su Su wore a beaming smile. He now had 6 offspring, and only 4 remained until he reached his goal of 10. It wouldn't be long before a Zhu and a Bai would also give birth, bringing him closer to that number. However, once both had delivered, time would stretch out a bit longer. Yaoyue, Lian Xing, and Yunü were all pregnant as well. Yet being their second pregnancies, they would not give birth until at least the end of the year. Lu Wushuang and Chengying also married after the new year. And although March children would not come before the new year, they too would arrive by year-end. Of course, Su Su was in no rush. He was merely 19, with ample time ahead. The moment 30 years of cultivation surged into his body, he absorbed and transformed it seamlessly. After so many experiences, he had become thoroughly familiar with this process. Moreover, 30 years of cultivation posed no challenge to him whatsoever. Boom! A series of intangible roars resonated as Su Su's aura surged dramatically, akin to the sound of a barrier shattering. His entire presence reached its zenith. Breakthrough, 7th layer of the celestial realm. Building upon the foundation established previously, Su Su has amassed 50 years of experience, with his 30 years of cultivation adding significantly to his prowess. Breaking through barriers has become an effortless endeavor. He has now reached the late stage of the celestial realm, specifically the 7th level. Reflecting on the journey from the awakening of his system to this past year, a broad smile graces Su Su's face. Who could have anticipated that within a single year, he would ascend from the mortal realm to the current pinnacle of the celestial realm? This velocity is akin to soaring in a rocket. Indeed, the path of ease has proven to be the most rewarding. Should one seek a flaw, perhaps the only drawback lies in the toll it takes on one's vitality. Nonetheless, the process has been utterly delightful, and Su Su revels in it. Today, Su Su exudes an ever-growing confidence. His current cultivation can be deemed invincible, instilling no fear even when faced with hidden formidable entities. Setting aside his formidable strength, the mere existence of his unutilized trump cards is sufficient to leave them in awe. The crux of the matter is that mastery equates to complete perfection, which is simply exhilarating. Throughout this past year, Su Su has yet to unleash his full power, not due to a lack of desire, but rather a lack of opportunity. In other words, he has not encountered any worthy adversaries. Of course, Su Su is a person who seeks stability and does not yearn for excitement. He remains unperturbed by the absence of formidable foes. However, within the martial world, it appears that his suspicions hold merit. There seems to be some form of constraint in play. Otherwise, with the grandeur of the Hero Alliance, why have those in hiding not revealed themselves? Su Su is disinclined to ponder such matters, for they are not his concern. Let others contend with strengths and weaknesses, dynastic changes, and regulatory constraints. As long as they do not provoke him, all is well. While the Song dynasty may currently be weakened, it will not be long before it rises to prominence if it follows his guidance. In the ensuing days, Su Su transitioned into a teaching mode, imparting martial arts knowledge to his wives. Together, they engaged in training, and Su Su found great joy in the process. Whenever someone faltered, a swift application of acupuncture would restore their vigor in an instant. Among his wives, only Yaoyue and Huang Rong have reached the master level, while the others remain in the innate realm. The advantage of lower cultivation levels is the rapidity of progress. Under Su Su's specialized training, his wives made remarkable strides, quickly attaining mastery. This serves to illustrate the formidable nature of the dragon reversal technique, which not only enhances innate talent, but also accelerates cultivation. With Su Su's 7th level celestial realm prowess nurturing their growth, it is highly likely that his wives will soon break through to the Grand Master level. Simultaneously, Huang Rong and Gongsun Levexu shared joyous news. They are both expecting. Among the wives, Xiaolongnü and Huang Rong are twins. Witnessing this, Li Macho and Hong Lingbo felt a twinge of envy. However, given their relatively short time in the fold, they were not in a rush, as Su Su would also offer them supplementary training. Life flowed at a leisurely pace, with all 14 wives seamlessly integrating into the Su family, basking in warmth and affection. In stark contrast, Zhao Min, who observed the lively interactions of Su Su and his wives, grew increasingly despondent, neglecting thoughts of her own ambitions and even failing to respond to her father's letters. She appeared listless and utterly worn out. A Da-ene heir, lacking understanding, could only fret in frustration. Your Highness, since you are not content in Su family village, shall we depart? Xiaomin shook her head. I shall not leave. Who claims I am unhappy? I am quite content. What about the two from Xianming? To avoid arousing Su Su's suspicions, Zhao Min had dispatched the two from Xianming. Having not been in contact for so long, the two were becoming restless. If they wished to avoid death, let them come. One need not elaborate on Su Su's formidable prowess. Should the two dare to approach, their demise would be inevitable. Your Highness, what are your plans henceforth? Let us remain for now, seek an opportunity, and eliminate Su Su first. Ada and A air fell silent. They could not shake the feeling that the princess's words lacked sincerity. Whether she would indeed eliminate Su Su remained uncertain. Chapter 108. Once you overcome this challenge, your path ahead will be smooth. Apart from Zhao Min, two other individuals possess equally intricate emotions, Mu Wanqing and Gan Baobao. Linger, your husband is remarkably formidable. Isn't so many of his wives are with child, and there are even two sets of twins, Gan Baobao remarked, her eyes glimmering with envy. Though the object of her admiration remained known only to herself, Zhongling, lively and innocent, remained oblivious to the envy in Gan Baobao's gaze, contentedly nibbling on fruit while nodding earnestly. Blushing, she exclaimed, "Indeed, my husband is impressive. Just playing around with him, and I have already reached the realm of a grandmaster." What? Gan Baobao gasped in astonishment. To be truthful, her focus had predominantly been directed towards Su Su, and she had not perceived Zhongling's transformation until this moment. Now, upon her revelation, Gan Baobao could sense the potent aura emanating from Zhongling. This was hardly surprising, given that Zhongling's progress had been remarkably swift. Yet she had not demonstrated her prowess in combat. They had spent their days indulging in leisure at Su's estate, rendering their training efforts largely unnoticed. In the mere span of a year since their marriage, Zhongling had ascended to the heights of a grandmaster, a revelation that left Mu Wanqing equally astounded. Linger, you have achieved the status of a grandmaster? Zhongling nodded. Not only I, but the elder sisters in our residence have as well. Moreover, Sister Huangrong and Sister Yaoyue have already surpassed the great grandmaster level. Huangrong and Yaoyue were naturally gifted and had always been grandmasters. With the others advancing to grandmaster status, it would be unreasonable for them to remain stagnant. Are they all grandmasters? Gan Baobao's eyes widened in disbelief. This is utterly terrifying. Seeing the expressions on Mu Wanqing and Gan Baobao's faces, Zhongling couldn't help but chuckle. Her cheeks flushed as she recounted the events surrounding the reversal of fortune's technique. After listening, the two remained speechless for a while, their faces aflame with embarrassment. Meanwhile, Su Su was deep in thought, pondering how to stoke the flames further, given Zhao Min's hesitation in revealing her identity. Before long, the day arrived, marking the eve of Su Su's appointment with Tianshan Tonglao and Wu Xingyun. During this interval, Su Su had successfully concocted the youth-preserving pill and the rejuvenation pill. Each woman received a youth-preserving pill, while Gan Baobao was bestowed with a rejuvenation pill, one that could restore 10 years of youth. Gan Baobao, already youthful in appearance, radiated an irresistible charm after consuming the rejuvenation pill, exuding the allure of a blossoming maiden. Though she was inherently beautiful, the rejuvenation made her stand shoulder to shoulder with the other ladies, not only appearing ageless, but also exuding a shared mature grace. Regrettably, such a stunning woman was his mother-in-law. Su Su mused with a tinge of disappointment. Yet, the sight of Mu Wanqing nearby brought him joy. While he could not pursue his mother-in-law, Mu Wanqing was certainly an option. Thus, the decision to gift Mu Wanqing a youth-preserving pill was a calculated one. Whether it was Zhao Min or Mu Wanqing, since they had willingly presented themselves, he had no intention of letting them depart. However, he remained patient. Master, Tianshan Tonglao has arrived. Please allow her entrance. This time, Su Su chose not to venture into the living room, but rather remained within the confines of his own chamber. Shortly thereafter, the childlike figure of Wu Xingyun entered, her gaze sweeping across the furnishings of the room, her expression one of astonishment. Particularly, as her eyes fell upon the items casually strewn across the table, her pupils constricted in surprise. Amongst the objects was a gossamer thin, golden-hued soft armor, seemingly weightless and easily overlooked. Yet, Wu Xingyun did not share such a dismissive view. She was certain that this armor was an exceedingly rare artifact, likely crafted from the fabled silk of a millennium-old ice silkworm. Noticing Wu Xingyun's gaze fixated on the armor, a smirk played upon Su Su's lips. Do you recognize it? He inquired. Wu Xingyun shook her head. Su Su offered no further explanation. After all, it was his room, and the presence of his belongings was perfectly reasonable. This remarkable armor was a reward for the progeny of the ethereal creature, a heavenly silkworm golden silk armor, made from a single strand of the finest silk harvested from the Millennium Ice Silkworm, woven with 10 types of rare soft gold, taking a grueling 81 days to create. Wearing it would enhance one's control over the forces of heaven and earth by 20%. While this may seem modest for Su, who currently stood at the 7th level of the celestial realm, such an enhancement was formidable indeed. Additionally, the user required only a minimal amount of internal energy to activate its protective capabilities, effortlessly warding off attacks even from those of the celestial realm. It could even offer automatic protection, marking it as an exceptional treasure. The reason Su had placed it here was to study its forging methods. With master-level crafting skills at his disposal, creating a batch of replicas would pose no challenge. The term replica did not imply that Su could not forge identical pieces, but rather that he could not procure materials that were precisely the same. Then Wu Xingyun's gaze fell upon the Longyuan 7-star sword and many of Su's other treasures, leaving her utterly astounded. A sense of bewilderment crept in as well. Did he not fear that she would develop covetous thoughts upon seeing these treasures? Dare I ask if the leader is fully prepared? She inquired after a brief pause. Su nodded affirmatively. Of course. Let us begin. Wu Xingyun exhibited no hesitation, swiftly disrobing. Su pointed towards the bed with a serious demeanor. Wu Xingyun initially contemplated expressing her indignation, but upon witnessing Su's grave expression, she found herself uncertain. What is the leader's intention? She asked. To administer acupuncture and examine your pulse, he replied. In truth, during his master-level medical practice with Wang Yuyan, there had been no need to remove clothing. Moreover, now possessing divine medical skills, this insistence was merely a means to toy with Wu Xingyun. Her pride required tempering. Must I truly disrobe? She pressed. Su nodded, affirming that it was indeed necessary. This time, Wu Xingyun did not hesitate and promptly shed her garments. Su, in turn, wasted no time, channeling his internal energy to maneuver the silver needles. With a resonant hum, the silver needles deftly pierced her acupoints. Subsequently, a gentle wave of internal energy flowed through Wu Xingyun's meridians like a spring breeze. A soft moan escaped her lips, and in but a fleeting moment, a look of anguish etched itself upon Wu Xingyun's face. Her doll-like features contorted into a frown, yet there was an inexplicable charm about her. Just hold on. Su's voice resonated. Once you pass this trial, the path ahead will be smooth. Wu Xingyun gritted her teeth, enduring the excruciating pain that gnawed at her bones like a swarm of insects. Su's expression was earnest, his demeanor imbued with a solemnity that commanded attention. When Wu Xingyun met his strikingly handsome visage, she felt a jolt within her. Is it any wonder that serious men possess such allure? At that moment, Wu Xingyun found herself drawn to Su. Though their relationship was transactional, the prospect of being wed to such a man seemed rather appealing. Just as these thoughts crossed her mind, a wave of terror washed over her. Her dantian was inexplicably reversing. What could possibly be happening? Chapter 109. No acceptance of verbal gratitude. The reason her everlasting youth and vitality would backfire lay in the fact that during her recovery period, that despicable Li Qiushui deliberately disrupted her. Consequently, her dantian would occasionally experience reversals, resulting in a chaotic conflict of internal energy, rendering her weaker than an ordinary person. Yet at this moment, she surprisingly sensed a miraculous transformation. Could it be that he intended to rectify the chaos? At such a tender age, possessing such extraordinary medical skills was nothing short of divine. If, prior to Su's treatment, she had felt uncertain and approached it with a mindset of mere experimentation, now she was filled with a profound sense of hope for recovery. As she felt Su's formidable internal energy, Wu Xingyun's heart swelled with astonishment. Su's mastery was undoubtedly far beyond the realm of an ordinary celestial being. He had likely reached the late stages of the celestial realm, and beyond that lay the earthly immortal realm. Despite Wu Xingyun's own cultivation being stymied, hindering her progression, it did not imply a lack of knowledge on her part. After all, she had lived for several decades and possessed a deeper understanding of the world than most. Moreover, her master was the renowned Yaoyue, which granted her even more insight into hidden truths. Take her master, for instance. His realm surpassed that of celestial beings, verging on the status of an earthly immortal. When her master imparted his martial arts to her, he only shared the foundational aspects prior to the celestial realm. She had requested the subsequent teachings on numerous occasions, but they were always met with refusal, leaving her with nothing but a wistful admonition to explore and comprehend on her own. Regrettably, she had fallen into obsession, wasting many years. Like the 5 absolutes, she had long since reached the pinnacle of grandmaster status, yet without a lineage, the final step remained elusive. Her mind wandered through a myriad of reflections, as she recalled her entire life with a sense of regret, lamenting the considerable disparity between individuals. At merely 19 years of age, Su had already ascended to the celestial realm, or perhaps even higher. What an astonishing talent he possessed. In contrast, Wu Xingyan could not help but offer a wry smile. Lost in her thoughts, she failed to notice the changes in her own body. Meanwhile, Su Su, beside her, swallowed audibly, marveling at the grandeur before him. It was magnificent, truly awe-inspiring. Initially, he had intended to temper Wu Xingyan's temperament, but he never anticipated reaping such rewards. Upon hearing Su Su's reaction, Wu Xingyan snapped back to reality, realizing that all the silver needles had been withdrawn, leaving her momentarily stunned. Why had he ceased the treatment? Had he not sensed the transformation within her? Su Su, with a hint of amusement in his gaze, replied with an air of appreciation, "Is it done?" Wu Xingyan felt a sense of unreality. Was it truly this simple? It was as if she were dreaming. As she probed her internal energy, she confirmed that Su Su had indeed healed her. Thank you, she expressed gratefully. Su Su merely raised an eyebrow, indicating his refusal to accept verbal thanks. Rest assured, Alliance Leader Su, tomorrow you shall embark on a journey with me to the Lingzhou Palace to accept all the substantial powers under my command. Wu Xingyun's complexion flushed as she rose, advancing towards Su Su to offer her respects. Suddenly, she regained her composure, realizing something, and hastily crossed her arms. Her face adorned with bashfulness, she retreated to her bed, enveloping herself in the quilt. Could you perhaps step outside? Su Su remarked with a hint of amusement. Are you certain? I suspect that as soon as I leave, you will call for me. Perhaps I should linger a while longer. You. Wu Xingyun snatched up a garment beside her, preparing to dress, only to cast a pleading glance at Su Su. Alliance Leader, may I? The clothing belonged to a 6-year-old child, and now that she had regained her former self, it was no longer suitable for her. It is not impossible. Why not call me husband first? Thus far, Wu Xingyun was the most skilled woman Su Su had encountered, mere moments away from reaching the realm of transcendence. The prospect of her becoming his wife brought him unbridled joy. Wu Xingyun's cheeks flushed crimson. At that moment, her internal injuries had vanished and the backlash had dissipated, restoring her to the stature and form of a normal woman. Despite her age, she appeared ageless, exuding a unique allure. The rosy hue of shyness graced her cheeks, rendering her breathtakingly beautiful. Husband, Wu Xingyun whispered softly. No sooner had the words escaped her lips than a delicate pink dress materialized before her. Here, it has been prepared for you all along. Wu Xingyun expressed her gratitude, taken aback by Su Su's thoughtfulness. Shortly thereafter, dressed appropriately, Su Su presented her with 2 vials of pills. This vial contains the rejuvenation pill. One can restore a decade of youth, so use it judiciously. This is the everlasting beauty pill, aptly named, to preserve youthful radiance, akin to your martial arts. Whether to use it is entirely your choice. Though Wu Xingyun had not yet entered the household, he would not treat her any less than other wives. Wu Xingyun was astounded. Such precious elixirs, so readily bestowed upon her. They had previously agreed upon a transaction, yet now, she found herself rather moved. After Su Su departed, Wu Xingyun gazed into the mirror, tears streaming down her face as she beheld her restored form and countenance. After so many years, today, she had finally returned to normality. Throughout the years, she had endured the weight of peculiar gazes. Indeed, others had refrained from speaking, not out of lack of desire but from the intimidation of her presence. This did not mean she was indifferent. Now, she had finally transformed into a normal person. Observing the stunning figure and exquisite visage reflected in the mirror, Wu Xingyun could not help but burst into laughter. It began as a soft giggle, escalating into a hearty laugh, reverberating throughout the Su family estate, where all could hear. Su Su lay nestled in Li Mo Chao's embrace, relishing the treats offered by Hong Lingbo. The other wives engaged joyfully in a game of mahjong. And upon hearing that laughter, they too could not help but smile. Congratulations, my lord, on the impending addition to your household. Ha ha ha, we share in your joy. On that very day, news spread throughout Su family village that the master of the Su clan was to wed once more. While this event was not unprecedented, the swiftness of Su Su's actions left many astonished. Indeed, the leader of the Su alliance serves as a paragon for us all. It has scarcely been long since his last marriage, and yet here he is, preparing for another. One must acclimate to the rapid pace of the Su alliance leader. From last year to now, he has taken 14 wives, averaging 1 per month. Is that not remarkable? I harbor no envy for the rest. The world is rife with beautiful women, and one can always find a suitable companion if desired. What then do you envy? Naturally, I envy the leader's robust vitality. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent for a moment, then nodded in agreement, acknowledging the wisdom in the statement. Indeed, the leader is beyond the reach of ordinary folk like us. Could this be the terrifying prowess of a celestial being? It is quite possible, but alas, Our modest talents leave us without such opportunities in this lifetime. In the city of Jiaxing, Jiangnan, during the reign of the Song dynasty. Chapter 110. Perhaps we may discern the next realm. Wherever the news spread, discussions thrived. However, this time, the guests were few in number. Due to Wu Xingyun's arrangement with Su Su to marry on the same day, preparations were rather hasty, albeit simple. Of course, this simplicity is relative, even with meticulous planning. It would still not rival the opulence of this wedding in the eyes of ordinary folk. The entire Jiangnan martial alliance was present, amidst the clinking of cups and laughter. Su Su and Wu Xingyun followed the customary proceedings. Once the rites were completed, they were escorted to the bridal chamber. Throughout the wedding, the atmosphere was joyous. Yet some hearts were heavy. Mu Wanqing was taken aback upon witnessing Su Su take another wife merely half a month after their union. The martial world was well aware of the leader's penchant for beauty, and Mu Wanqing, too, understood this. The presence of the many charming ladies in Su's residence spoke volumes. Yet she never anticipated the rapidity with which Su Su acted. Shocked as she was, envy soon enveloped her. In the days past, she had seen firsthand how Su Su treated his wives with unparalleled kindness, providing not only for their needs, but also imparting martial arts techniques. A man of immense wealth, a formidable figure at the celestial realm, and the supreme leader of the alliance. What woman could remain indifferent to such a man? Gan Baobao observed Mu Wanqing's reaction with a heavy heart. It was fortunate that Wanqing harbored feelings for Su Su. Should she wish, she could marry him. But what of her own fate? I was born after you, yet you were born before me. How I lament not having met you before your marriage. Gan Baobao was consumed by regret. Heir, we shall depart Su's residence tomorrow. Zhao Min was genuinely exasperated this time. Su Su continued to marry one after another, yet she could not reveal her identity and was left to endure the torment in silence. The pain was unbearable, prompting her resolution to leave the next day. However, the thought of this decision brought her immense sorrow. I shall notify the two Xinming brothers to assist us. Ada's expression brightened. Finally, the princess is willing to leave. Not just yet. Let me complete one last task tomorrow. Zhao Min raised her hand to halt him. Ada and Heir were momentarily taken aback, but soon bore expressions of realization. The princess was finally preparing to take action against Su Su. Unbeknownst to them, Su Su was utterly unaware of their thoughts. At this moment, he was filled with excitement as he entered the bridal chamber. Wu Xingyun, renowned in the martial world for her skills, left him wondering what kind of rewards this union would yield. Inside the room, Wu Xingyun felt both anxious and exhilarated. Where did this sensation of anticipation and happiness stem from? They had agreed this was merely a transaction, yet her heart had stirred. Nonetheless, Wu Xingyun bore no guilt. Those of the martial world were bold in love and hate, and she cared little for Su Su's other wives. This was the way of the strong. As she lifted the bridal veil, Su Su greeted her with a warm smile. Yun, shortly I shall teach you a technique that will help you break through swiftly. Wu Xingyun was taken aback by his offer to impart martial arts. Overwhelmed with gratitude, her heart swelled with happiness. Thank you, my husband, for your affection. Congratulations to the host on marrying Wu Xingyun, rewarded with a century of cultivation in the Taishan Sutra. Upon hearing the voice of the system, Su Su felt a sense of disappointment. He had anticipated that greater martial prowess and renown would yield more substantial rewards. To his surprise, Wu Xingyun was granted only a century of cultivation. However, upon reflection, he found solace in the realization that even prominent figures such as Xiaolongnü, Huang Rong, and Yaoyue were bestowed with merely a century of cultivation. While Wu Xingyun was indeed formidable, she remained a supporting character, and a century of cultivation was quite considerable. In the courtyard, Su Su commanded the system to receive his cultivation. As his words fell, an immense surge of inner strength erupted within him. A century of inner power, vast and formidable. Any ordinary individual would undoubtedly be overwhelmed, yet for Su Su, it stirred not a ripple. In mere moments, it was completely absorbed. A thunderous, ethereal roar resonated. Su Su's aura surged instantaneously, elevating him to the 8th layer of the celestial realm. No, to be more precise, he surpassed the 8th layer by a considerable margin. Even at the 7th layer, he had already possessed an additional 20 years of cultivation. With the acquisition of a century's worth of inner power, that 20 years remained intact. Although the progress was not overtly visible, it was undeniably substantial, enhancing Su Su's combat prowess significantly beyond that of his peers within the same realm. He merely awaited the birth of the child in a Zhu and a Bai's womb, or perhaps the resolution of matters with Zhao Min and Mu Wanqing, to attain the pinnacle of the celestial realm. However, Su Su was in no rush. Once again, He instructed the system to continue claiming rewards. In the next moment, a series of profound and enigmatic stone wall patterns emerged in his mind, accompanied by corresponding verses. The poem comprised a total of 24 lines, detailing sword techniques, fist techniques, and breathing exercises. Each martial art, if unveiled, could incite a tempest of chaos within the martial world, qualifying as unparalleled masterpieces. Yet, Su Su paid little heed to these. His primary focus lay upon the Bai Shou Taishan Sutra. Upon mastery, swordplay, palm techniques, inner power, and lightness skill would harmoniously converge, all-encompassing. It would incorporate the strengths of myriad schools, allowing for effortless application. As Su Su sensed this, he could not help but feel a profound tremor within. If he were to continuously gather unparalleled inner power and amalgamate the characteristics of various martial arts, he could only fathom the terrifying heights he might reach. At this moment, the surging inner strength coursed within him, and Su Su perceived that, with his current cultivation, he could even challenge those at the pinnacle of the celestial realm or beyond. Moreover, this technique could amplify the momentum of the natural world. Although he already possessed the celestial silkworm golden thread armor, one could never have too many treasures. After all, armor was merely a precious item. True strength must come from within. This Taishan Sutra was the genuine treasure. With it, the status of the 99 yin-yang divine skill diminished significantly. Yet, Su Su felt no regret. Rather, he was elated. The higher one's status, the stronger one was. His desire was to grow ever more powerful. Having completed the reward collection, Su Su returned to his chamber to continue accompanying Wu Xingyun. Zhuang Master. Young Master Zhao requests your presence, a servant reported. Su Su raised an eyebrow. I understand. I will come over shortly. Young Master Zhao? Is it that little girl? Wu Xingyun had encountered Zhao Min on more than one occasion, so she naturally recognized her. Upon hearing the report, a playful expression crossed her face. Su Su merely smiled and remained silent, playfully pinching Wu Xingyun's nose. Are you feeling jealous? Not at all. It is only natural for a husband of such strength to take many wives. However, Wu Xingyun hesitated. When will my husband return with me to accept Lingzhou Palace? Speaking of Lingzhou Palace, Su Su was reminded of another matter. This issue had puzzled him during his previous life while reading the original text, and now that he had reached the realm of celestial beings, he harbored many speculations. He was even more eager to verify it. Yaoyue, is your sect's founder not your master, the free and easy master? The free and easy master is carefree and unrestrained, his flowing robes billowing like an immortal, his figure elusive and ghostly, excelling in the art of strange and elusive techniques. Yet, where did the free and easy master come from, and where did he go? Typically, those who name a sect are its founding ancestors. Judging by the name, the free and easy master certainly resembles the founder of the free and easy sect. However, a question arises. Lingzhou Palace has been the gateway of the free and easy sect for centuries. Therefore, the free and easy sect must have existed for at least several hundred years. Could it be that the free and easy master has mastered the art of eternal youth, allowing him to live for centuries? Su Su felt that unraveling this mystery might provide insight into what lies beyond the realm of celestial beings. Chapter 111. Beyond humanity lies the earth immortal. Upon hearing this, Wu Xingyun was momentarily taken aback before nodding in affirmation. The Xiaoyao sect was indeed established by my master. Wu Xingyun possessed certain secrets unknown to others. And now that Su Su was her husband, there was no longer anything to conceal. This revelation left Su Su utterly bewildered. The Xiaoyao sect was genuinely founded by Yaoyue, which implied that Yaoyue had truly lived for centuries. Before Su Su could pose his questions, Wu Xingyun began to narrate the tale. As a being of celestial stature, Su Su should be aware that reaching the pinnacle of the celestial realm could extend one's lifespan by 200 years. Beyond the celestial realm, the transformation of liquid internal energy into solid internal energy occurs, which essentially means the condensation of the golden pill. This transition is not merely a change from liquid to solid, but signifies a profound transcendence. To ascend to the Earth immortal realm requires a millennium of cultivation. Earth immortals, often referred to as terrestrial immortals, can only be attained by an ordinary person after 1,000 years of endeavor. And the reward for such an arduous journey is a lifespan extended to 500 years. My master is indeed an Earth immortal. And founding a sect like the Xiaoyao sect is not a formidable task for him. Wu Xingyun admitted that her knowledge of these secrets was limited. Upon hearing this, Su Su suddenly comprehended the connection. Beyond the celestial realm lies the Earth immortal, with a lifespan of 500 years. If Yaoyue is indeed an Earth immortal, then everything falls into place. What of your master now? Su Su inquired. It had been many years since news of Yaoyue had graced the martial world. Not only him, but figures such as Huang Shang, the founder of the Nine Scripture, and the sword demon had also vanished without a trace. Other ancient beings from various dynasties seemed to have disappeared as if bound by some unseen rules, or perhaps they were preoccupied with matters of greater significance. Countless prodigious talents, upon ascending to the earth immortal state, are driven by one ultimate aspiration, to shatter the void and ascend to the true celestial realm. While the title of Earth Immortal seems appealing, it is merely an extension of mortality, and for those exceptional beings pursuing the pinnacle of martial arts, such a fate is hardly satisfying. To break through the void and reach the heavenly realms is their true pursuit. My master is no different, but alas, becoming a heavenly immortal is no simple feat. The act of shattering the void is beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals. As for my master's current whereabouts, I, too, am in the dark, Wu Xingyun candidly confessed. With this revelation, Su Su gleaned a deeper understanding of the path beyond the earth immortal. Who among cultivators does not aspire to become a saint or an immortal? Wu Xingyun's uncertainty regarding Yaoyue's whereabouts suggested he might be in seclusion, much like the sweeping monk, engaged in profound cultivation. While some of her suspicions were somewhat validated, others remained unproven. I suspect there exists a reason that binds my master and his peers, she pondered, reflecting on the regretful gaze her master had cast when she sought powerful techniques. Wu Xingyun could not help but express, "My husband, you have now reached the late stage of the celestial realm, and the earth immortal state is not far off. It would be wise to prepare yourself mentally." "How so?" Su Su inquired, intrigued. Wu Xingyun then recounted her experience of being refused when she sought powerful techniques. At this moment, Su Su began to comprehend the situation. It appears that the Song dynasty lacks the ascension techniques to become celestial beings, which seems to have been a deliberate act by someone. The reasons behind this remain unknown. However, this situation has not adversely affected Su Su. He follows a systematic path and finds solace in a laid-back approach. He need not exert effort in cultivation, nor worry about the absence of techniques. He simply has to proceed step by step in marrying and raising children. With a capable husband by her side, there is no cause for concern. Embracing Wu Xingyun, he confidently declared that regardless of achieving immortality or sanctity, he would undoubtedly bring his women along with him. Nonetheless, he must hasten their cultivation progress. "Very well, my dear husband, you should quickly seek out your lady Zhao. Do not linger, lest she departs," Wu Xingyun said, her cheeks flushed with shyness. Despite their marriage, a certain bashfulness lingered in their interactions, yet her heart brimmed with sweetness. To be wed to her husband is indeed a great fortune. Many a chivalrous woman in the Song's martial world would gladly offer themselves, yet alas, her husband remains indifferent. This clearly indicates that while he may be drawn to beauty, not every maiden captivates his interest. In contrast, those chosen by Su Su appear all the more fortunate and blissful. "All right, Yaoyue, I shall teach you the art of cultivation upon my return." With that, Su Su stole another kiss before departing. Zhao Min had taken the initiative today to send someone to summon her, undoubtedly unable to contain herself. Given this fellow's penchant for disguising as a man, it would be intriguing to see how long he can maintain this facade. If she does not temper his temperament, marrying him may prove quite troublesome. "Master Su, you have arrived." At the entrance, a Da and Ayer greeted him with utmost respect. "The young master has been awaiting you for some time. Please, come in." In his own home, even within Zhao Min's chamber, Su Su felt no need for formality. "Su brother, you have finally come. Please take a seat." Upon seeing Su Su, Zhao Min was exceptionally warm. "Your enthusiasm today, Lady Zhao, has taken me by surprise." Su Su replied with a smile. Zhao Min referred to him as brother, and he chose not to dismantle this pretense, instead teasing her deliberately. Zhao Min chuckled. "I have overstayed my welcome at your esteemed residence. I truly feel remiss. Today, I wish to treat Su brother to a drink, both as a token of gratitude and a farewell." Su Su had wed twice in the past fortnight, each occasion having no connection to her, which had indeed provoked her feelings rather intensely. She could no longer remain at Su's estate, but she was unwilling to leave without expressing her true identity. Planning to seize this dining opportunity to clarify matters with Su Su. "Why the haste to depart, Brother Zhao? Do stay a while longer," she suggested. Once someone enters Su's estate, he would not allow her to leave so easily. However, Su Su's feigned insistence was merely to provoke this restless spirit. The Yuan dynasty is engaged in multiple battlefronts, and the situation in the Ming dynasty is not much better than that of the Song. Moreover, should the Ming suffer defeat, the Song would undoubtedly suffer the repercussions as well. Conversely, Zhao Min had journeyed from the Ming battlefield to the Song and now stood before him. To let her go would surely reflect poorly on his capabilities. Moreover, he wed the princess of the Mongol Empire. And with the affection that the Prince of Riyang harbors for Zhao Min, it is inevitable that he would exercise caution, thereby alleviating the pressures faced by the Song dynasty. This would allow for a greater expanse of time for development. As the two engaged in conversation, they imbibed copious amounts of wine. This exquisite beverage, of course, was crafted by Su Su, and Zhao Min became utterly captivated after just one taste, unable to cease her indulgence. Furthermore, the ever-enthusiastic Han Qigong was equally unable to restrain himself. He had already proposed to Su Su that his handcrafted wine be placed in the contribution pavilion, available for exchange with contribution points. Su Su naturally acquiesced, as it merely provided an additional incentive for the martial artists of the Song dynasty to labor on his behalf. Upon discovering that Su Su's wine could enhance one's appearance, augment offensive capabilities, and significantly elevate one's comprehension for a brief period, the martial community of the Song went into a frenzy. They flocked to Su Su's wine, striving desperately to accumulate contribution points. How would they feel if they were to learn that the wine, which required them to amass countless contribution points for exchange, was consumed at Su's estate as if it were mere water? Chapter 112. Introducing my sister to you today, I wish to introduce someone to you, Su Xiong. After a brief moment of drinking, Zhao Min, slightly intoxicated, wore a rosy complexion, her lips glistening and alluring. With a smile, she addressed Su Su. Oh, who might that be? Su Su feigned ignorance, fully aware that the entire Zhao manor was under his control and that no outsiders could be present at Zhao Min's residence. It seemed likely that Zhao Min intended to introduce her own feminine self. It is my twin sister, born of the same parents. Su Su's interest was piqued immediately. Zhao Xiong has a sister? She must be as clever and charming as you, undoubtedly a beauty. Indeed, Zhao Min replied, her spirits lifted by Su Su's praise. Zhao Xiong, hasten to introduce me. If your sister does not object, I would gladly take her as my wife. There was no doubt this was directed at Zhao Min. At that moment, a mix of joy and complexity filled her heart. Did he wish to marry her sister because he found her similar to herself? Before she could dwell further on this thought, Su Su's voice resonated again. I have often lamented that Zhao Xiong, with such striking looks, is not a woman. Otherwise, I would certainly have married you. Alas, like me, you are but a man. What a pity. Zhao Min's cheeks flushed crimson. So, Su Su had wished to marry her. What a foolish oversight. He had not realized she was indeed a woman. Despite having married so many before, a peculiar sweetness began to blossom within her. Wait here, I shall fetch my sister. Zhao Min, unable to contain her excitement, eagerly anticipated Su Su's astonished expression upon seeing her in feminine attire. Su Su nodded, a smile dancing on his lips. After a stick of incense had burned, Zhao Min appeared before Su Su, donned in a beautiful dress. Su Gongzi, she greeted. Su Su paused momentarily, holding his cup, utterly captivated. One could not deny Zhao Min's beauty. Her delicate face, long lashes, large eyes, fair skin, and slender figure were truly enchanting. No wonder she had outshone the likes of Zhou Zhuruo, Xiao Zhao, and Zhu Er, capturing Zhang Wuji's heart. However, this time, Zhang Wuji had no part to play. The woman of Su Su was not to be coveted by anyone else. Miss Zhao? Su Su feigned a dazed expression, provoking a chuckle from Zhao Min. Excellent. This is the reaction I desired, she thought. With a playful smile, Su Su remarked, why has Zhao Xiong not emerged yet? Zhao Min, no longer wishing to hide, spoke in a masculine tone. To think Zhao Xiong is such a captivating maiden. You have deceived me most skillfully. My apologies, Su Xiong. It is inconvenient for a woman to venture out, and I did not mean to conceal my identity. Zhao Min blushed as she apologized. Hearing Su Su's words, she felt a pang of guilt. Do not apologize. In fact, I am quite delighted. Miss Zhao has given me a tremendous surprise. Ha ha ha. I can now fulfill my wish to marry Miss Zhao. After keeping Zhao Min in suspense for so long, it was time to show some warmth. Otherwise, she might truly slip away. In essence, it was all a matter of mindset. Zhao Min's face flushed with embarrassment, taken aback by Su Su's candor. Why would I not be willing? In that moment, Su Su had already enveloped Zhao Min in his embrace. Feeling his warmth, she trembled, her cheeks growing ever more flushed. She promptly extricated herself from his hold, letting out a cold huff. Brother Su has married so many enchanting ladies. How could I, a mere willow, ever capture his interest? Indeed, Su Su's recent actions had thoroughly unsettled her composure. Now, as he laid bare his feelings, Zhao Min found herself inexplicably beginning to act coy. Upon hearing her words, Su Su released her, his expression one of regret. Since Min Min is unwilling, then so be it. The hour grows late, do rest early. With that, he turned to leave. Humph, she thought. If he wished to play games, perhaps she would simply leave him to ponder. Were Zhao Min a woman of the Central Plains, Su Su might not have acted thus. Yet she was a princess of the Mongol Yuan, and if he did not temper her pride and dignity, how could she ever be compliant? Ah, you. Su Su loosened his grip, and a wave of despondency washed over Zhao Min seeing him about to depart. She cast aside her reservations and rushed after him. Do not go. I will marry you. I am willing. You are indeed a notorious scoundrel, she exclaimed. Neglecting me these days, solely focused on marrying someone else. Do you have any idea how much this pains me? Su Su turned back, embracing Zhao Min once more, lowering his head to silence the unspoken words she could not articulate. At that moment, words were superfluous. Actions spoke volumes. Dear Sister Wanqing, what troubles you? You appear rather unhappy of late, and you seem to have lost weight. Is the food unappetizing? Zhongling, having nearly recovered, approached to engage her in conversation. Wanqing shook her head, her expression one of bitterness. What can I say? How can I share my thoughts with outsiders? With a sigh, she inquired, Sister Ling, why do you and the others not mind the Alliance Lord taking concubines, but rather assist in the arrangements? Furthermore, with so many of you, sisters and brothers combined, do you not fear that the Alliance Lord may struggle to tend to you all? Zhongling smiled and leaned closer to Wanqing, whispering a few words. Struggle to tend to us? That is utterly impossible. We sisters play together all the time. In truth, Zhongling had previously mentioned this, but as it pertained to the chambers, she had not elaborated clearly. Wanqing, being an unmarried young lady, could hardly fathom the implications. She had assumed Zhongling's mention of practice referred solely to training. Now, as Zhongling spoke, Wanqing's face flushed a deep crimson. So, that is how it is. No wonder I have not seen any of the Alliance Lord's wives displaying jealousy during my time in the residence. He is truly an extraordinary man. Oh, I see now, Sister Wanqing, you cannot possibly. Do not speak nonsense. I am not. Flushed with embarrassment at her thoughts being uncovered, Wanqing hastily defended herself. Very well, if you say it is not so, then it is not. However, do not allow yourself to feel envy or sorrow just because your husband has wed another. Zhongling is lively and spirited, innocent and adorable, yet not foolish. Mu Wanqing often, both intentionally and unintentionally, inquires about her husband, and she is naturally aware of her intentions. After all, they share a close emotional bond as sisters. How could she bear to see her suffer alone? Was she not once like her sister Wanqing, filled with budding affection, yet too timid to take action? It was only through the encouragement of Sister Xiaolongnü that she found the courage to confess her feelings to her husband. Fortuitously, in her navette, she followed Sister Xiaolongnü's suggestion, leading to the happiness she enjoys today. Marrying another? Mu Wanqing was taken aback, a pang of pain striking her heart. Is Master Su to marry once more? Zhongling nodded repeatedly. I suspect it is so. I heard that her husband went to visit young Master Zhao today and has yet to return. It seems quite certain. As for the matter of Zhao Min's true identity, the ladies of the Su household are nearly all aware. Only Zhao Min herself remains oblivious to what others know of her thoughts. However, it is simply that they do not feel the need to inquire about her husband's affairs. Chapter 113. Do not delay my contribution points upon hearing Zhongling's words. Mu Wanqing stood there like a puppet, her mind clouded with thoughts of Su Mingzhu's impending marriage. Gnbobo shared her discomfort, albeit in a more concealed manner. It was inappropriate for her to express her feelings overtly, given the circumstances. As anticipated, the following day, news spread from the Su residence that Su Su was to marry once more. The announcement created quite a stir, yet the citizens of Jiaxing had grown numb to such occurrences. They had expressed their envy enough times. Su Zhuozhu's weddings were no longer a novelty. If someone were to proclaim that Su Zhuozhu was not marrying, that would indeed be a rarity. This year alone, he had already taken in 9 brides, and with one more, it would be a perfect 10. Laughter ensued as they mused. A perfect 10. I dare say, the young master could have thousands of beauties at his beck and call. Indeed, Su Zhuozhu was the martial arts leader of our great Song dynasty, a figure of high esteem. If he wished, he could have as many as he desired. Yet, it was noted that the young master had discerning tastes, turning his nose up at ordinary heroines. Otherwise, he would have married countless times already. As they continued their playful banter, the news swiftly spread throughout the Song dynasty. In the case of others, such a matter might invite criticism, but for Su Su, who would dare to voice disapproval? Instead, many regarded him as a man of genuine character, well known for his appreciation of beauty and his carefree nature. Such was the privilege accorded by reputation and status. When a person reaches a certain level of strength, not only do rules cease to bind them, but they also become the architects of those very rules. In Xiangyang, The guardians could not help but gasp upon hearing of Su Su's latest nuptials. Hadn't he just recently married Wu Xingyun? Though Wu Xingyun had not participated in the Huashan debate, her age and standing were comparable to the likes of Hong Qigong. Had it not been for her martial arts training gone awry, her renown in the martial world would rival that of the five greats. This time, although the bride was an unknown, it was still astonishing. Xiao Feng could not restrain his admiration, exclaiming, "I envy the leader's vitality. His vigor is indeed remarkable." Huang Loxi turned to Ouyang Feng, jesting, "Old poisoner, the last time you sought 10 women, did you succeed in siring any heirs? Hurry and father a few daughters. In 18 years, you could marry them off to the leader and soar to greatness." Ouyang Feng retorted, "Enough with the women. Do not impede my quest for contribution points." The previous incident had left him thoroughly embarrassed. Now, the mere mention of women sent shivers down his spine, deepening his admiration for Su Su. Indeed, the leader was formidable. Yet, despite his thoughts, Ouyang Feng could not help but feel an intense envy towards Huang Yaoshi, all because of Huang Rong. Behind the alliance leader, one cannot fathom how many clandestine favors were bestowed upon Huang Yaoshi. Recently, he sensed that Huang Yaoshi had grown significantly more formidable. Observing Ouyang Feng's demeanor, others could not suppress their laughter. The fearless Ouyang Feng, renowned for his audacity, was surprisingly intimidated by women, a notion that struck them as comically absurd. In comparison to the alliance leader, it was indeed amusing. Throughout the martial world of the Song dynasty, this incident became a topic of lively discussion. If one were to speak of astonishment, it was undoubtedly the martial artists of the Ming dynasty who were taken aback. In the Song dynasty, Zhao Min was virtually unknown, a name unrecognized by many. However, in the Ming realm, the name Zhao Min was far from unfamiliar, her full name being Min Min Timer. Zhao Min was merely the Han name she had adopted for herself. On the battlefields of the Ming martial world, many had suffered losses at her hands, particularly due to the formidable duo, the Xianming brothers, who, when united, could vanquish even the most powerful adversaries. Such a sorceress-like figure had inexplicably taken a husband. And not just any husband, but the leader of the martial arts community in the Song dynasty. The news left many incredulous, bordering on the absurd. The enchantress who had been a source of vexation for them had wed the martial arts leader of the Song, which compelled them to admire the leader's capabilities. When Zongwu, the leader of the Ming cult, received this news, he was equally astonished. This Su alliance leader was indeed an extraordinary individual. Despite having suffered numerous setbacks at the hands of the sorceress, he had unexpectedly welcomed her into his fold. Zhang Wuji felt a sense of inadequacy. "Leader, do not belittle yourself. The sorceress is cunning and resourceful, and it is entirely reasonable that your benevolent nature could not outmaneuver her. The Su alliance leader's rise in the Song is merely a case of finding the best among the less impressive. It seems that the Song martial world is merely creating a spectacle, claiming that without drawing a sword, he has already defeated 6 grandmasters. Such claims are hardly fearsome." As the white-browed Eagle King, Zhang Wuji's maternal grandfather, naturally inclined to support his grandson, he remarked. Zhang Wuji shook his head, asserting, "The Eagle King's words are misguided. The Su alliance leader, despite his youth, has already attained the celestial realm, undoubtedly a prodigious talent. I hold him in high regard and wish to forge a friendship." This sentiment was not unwarranted. Young and impetuous, Zhang Wuji considered himself exceptionally gifted and fortunate, now also at the celestial realm. However, despite being the leader of the Ming cult, his renown paled in comparison to Su Su's, inevitably stirring feelings of rivalry within him. Should the opportunity arise, he would seek to learn from him. Meanwhile, the accolades from his subordinates continued. Unbeknownst to Su Su, the rumors circulating in the martial world and the reactions from various quarters were beyond his awareness. At this moment, clad in a resplendent red robe, he was joyously fulfilling the role of the groom. Bow to heaven and earth. Bow to the ancestral hall. The couple bows to each other. With the ceremonial rites completed, he joyfully escorted Zhao Min into the bridal chamber. The final 4 words brought him immense delight as he led Zhao Min into their private quarters. As for toasting and such, those matters were far removed from Su Su's concerns. Inside the bridal chamber, Zhao Min was engulfed in a whirlwind of emotions. Nervousness, excitement, joy, and happiness all swirled within her. Memories of her acquaintance and deepening bond with Su Su flooded her mind, culminating in the events of yesterday. Had she not bravely taken that crucial step, would she have missed this opportunity? As the Mongol ruler, she had always possessed everything she desired since childhood, never once encountering a longing unfulfilled. After becoming acquainted with Su Su, his fluctuating attitude towards her caused her considerable distress, and witnessing his continuous engagements only deepened her sorrow. Today, she finally fulfilled her desire and became his wife. Elated, she felt a sense of joy, while outside at the banquet, Mu Wanqing, lacking Zhao Min's courage, could only weep silently as she drank, her heart filled with melancholy, reminiscent of Zhao Min's earlier plight. Su Su entered the chamber, lifted the bridal veil, and upon gazing at the exquisite beauty before him, his heart swelled with joy. In the blink of an eye, the red candles extinguished. Ding! Congratulations to the host on marrying Zhao Min, earning 30 years of cultivation, and attaining master-level mechanical skills. Chapter 114. The Perks of Status. System, claim cultivation rewards. Despite a night of labor, Su Su awakened with an invigorated spirit, promptly making his way to the backyard at dawn. Since marrying, it had become his routine to collect rewards the very next morning. As his words faded, a thunderous surge erupted. In an instant, 30 years of cultivation flowed into Su Su's being. He was no stranger to this experience. Ever since marrying Wu Xingyun and acquiring the Tai Xian Jing, the Jiuzhong Yin Yang divine skill had been devoured and fused. Given the Tai Xian Jing's all-encompassing nature, 30 years of cultivation was hardly sufficient to be a mere morsel, and it was absorbed in the blink of an eye, far surpassing the previous speed of the Jiuzhong Yin Yang divine skill. In an instant, Su Su's aura strengthened considerably. Although his realm remained at the 8th level of the celestial being, there was an unexpected delight. The system provided a prompt, affirming Wu Xingyun's assertion, above the celestial being lies the earth immortal. The fluid inner power transforms into a solid state, coalescing into a golden elixir. The earth immortal realm lacks a definitive cultivation method. Most practitioners follow their personal preferences. Some cultivate sword intent, while others practice blade techniques. A myriad of paths to choose from. Seeing the road ahead, Su Su's face radiated with even more joy. Regardless of the method, he merely needed to adhere to the system's guidance to achieve success. Not to mention the earth immortal, even the celestial immortal and sage were within reach. Having already conquered Zhao Min, only Mu Wanqing remained. Once she stepped through the door, the 9th level of the celestial being could be breached. Su Su tempered his elation, centering his thoughts. System, continue claiming rewards. Master-level mechanism arts. This was indeed a remarkable asset. In the Great Qin dynasty, the Mo family's mechanism techniques were unrivaled in the realm. To a significant degree, the presence of the Mo family's mechanisms contributed to the formidable strength of the Great Qin. In an instant, a torrent of information surged into Su Su's mind. Various techniques and legacies of mechanism arts emerged, encompassing a vast array of knowledge. From crossbows and rotating shooters to traps, puppets, wooden and stone automata, and bronze devices, all were included. Upon receiving this information, Su Su was filled with exhilaration. Who would ever dismiss an abundance of skills? The mechanism arts complemented his previous formations, further fortifying the protection of Su family manor. Without hesitation, he planned to create several mechanism puppets to safeguard Su family manor. Although these puppets lacked the agility of martial arts experts, they were impervious to pain and death, proving even more useful than death warriors. The more he delved into it, the more astonished Su Su became. These mechanism arts were truly extraordinary. Not only could they create puppets, but they could also forge mechanism beasts. Su Su immediately envisioned the 4 divine beasts. The thought of crafting mechanism beasts resembling the azure dragon and vermilion bird was undeniably impressive. With this inspiration, he resolved to arrange for materials shortly, intending to conduct a trial. In this world, nothing surpassed the importance of strength, especially when it came to the precious commodity of self-preservation. The more, the better. Although he is now considered a formidable individual, he cannot permanently remain at Su family village, constantly watching over the ladies. Crafting a few mechanical beasts would be just right. This world is far more expansive than he had initially imagined, with each dynasty encompassing vast territories. Even Su Su, with the 2 assassins, Xian and Huang, gathering intelligence outside, only knows a handful of matters concerning the neighboring dynasty, and even that knowledge is merely superficial. As for the more distant dynasties, his understanding is scant. The information regarding each dynasty is not as he comprehends. It appears to be true, yet is misleading. If he were to claim unfamiliarity, it would seem inaccurate. Yet to assert familiarity would also be untrue. This ambiguity is precisely why he has always been cautious. After further studying the art of mechanisms, Su Su ordered his men to discreetly gather materials. For an ordinary individual, merely procuring the materials would require considerable effort. However, Su Su was unconcerned about this issue. Su family village was not lacking in wealth, and they could afford any materials. He was untroubled by expenditure. Furthermore, With his status as the leader of the martial arts alliance, his position and prestige ensured that anything he desired could be acquired, not merely through financial means, but often with others willingly collecting and presenting items before him. This is the privilege that status affords. Contemplating the fortification of Su family village, Su felt a surge of excitement. This was merely at the master level. Envisioning an enhanced version would be utterly exhilarating. It is no wonder that Su harbored ambitions. After all, he had already experienced upgraded culinary and artistic skills. It was entirely plausible to seek enhancements in other abilities as well. Su spent some time in his room accompanying Xiaomin, imparting to her the secrets of the phoenix and dragon art. Despite her being a woman of the Mongol Yuan, Su harbored no concerns regarding her betrayal. This confidence stemmed from his self-assurance, as well as his trust in the emperor's physique and the unique dragon and phoenix techniques. As time progresses, Xiaomin would become increasingly reliant on him. "Ladies, come quickly. I have something splendid for you," Su called out joyfully. Upon hearing this, the women promptly gathered around. "What is it, my husband?" Whether it was Xiaomin or Wu Xingyun, both integrated into the Su family with remarkable swiftness, largely due to the strong acceptance displayed by Su's wives. Each one of them was an astute woman, and with Su's impartiality, jealousy and rivalry were non-existent. Instead, their camaraderie surpassed that of even biological sisters. Notably, after arriving at Su family village, Su discovered Huang Rong's managerial capabilities and entrusted her with the affairs of the household, alongside Yaoyue and Lianxing for assistance. The three managed Su family village with remarkable efficiency. Su could not help but praise their competence. At that moment, Xiaomin was the first to approach, followed closely by Zhongling and Lu Wushuang, while the other ladies engaged in cheerful conversation. "This is the latest cultivation pill I have refined," Su stated as he distributed the elixirs one by one. However, Yaoyue, Huang Rong, and Wu Xingyun did not receive any. "My husband, are you showing favoritism?" Huang Rong teased knowingly. She understood that Su's decision not to give them the pills indicated their inappropriateness. Su playfully pinched her nose and replied, "What are you thinking? Is your husband a biased man? However, you must wait a moment." Su elucidated, and the women immediately comprehended. It turned out that this elixir could enhance the cultivation of an entire family, albeit only effective for those below the Grandmaster level. Hence, it was not administered to Huang Rong and the others. Once the explanation was complete, the women shed their concerns and eagerly partook of the elixir. Su, along with Huang Rong, Yaoyue, and Wu Xingyun, stood by to protect them. In a short while, waves of internal energy surged through Su family manor. By this day, through the relentless efforts of Su and his wives, all of Su's wives had attained the Grandmaster level. Wu Xingyun stood at the pinnacle of the great Grandmaster realm, and after practicing the Phoenix technique, she sensed a hint of impending breakthrough. Yet she still required a bit more. Both Huang Rong and Yaoyue had reached the great Grandmaster level, albeit in the early stages, and they needed more time to advance further. Thus, Su provided them with another type of elixir that could accelerate their cultivation. The two women successfully transcended a realm, entering the mid-stage of the great Grandmaster level. For Wu Xingyun, Su presented her with a breakthrough elixir. Moments later, Wu Xingyun achieved the realm of transcendence. Chapter 115. Just wait. You will not be disappointed. My husband, thank you. Feeling the transformation in her cultivation and the sense of mastery over the great forces of the universe, Wu Xingyun could not help but feel tears welling in her eyes. How many years had it been? Once harmed by that vile Li Qiushui, her beauty had forever remained in the guise of a child, and her cultivation had been perpetually stunted at the final threshold. Of course, it was not entirely fair to blame Li Qiushui for her inability to transcend to the celestial realm, as she had never possessed a suitable cultivation method for such elevation. In summary, without Su, there would be no present-day her. Wu Xingyun wept tears of joy. The other women congratulated her in unison, and the entire Su family estate was filled with warmth and merriment. With one at the 8th level of the celestial realm, another in the early celestial stage, 2 mid-level grandmasters, and a host of other masters, their combat prowess was a formidable presence, striking fear into the hearts of any rival faction. In the martial world, the transition between generations among the major sects had become increasingly pronounced. The rapid emergence of so many masters under Su's tutelage within just a year would surely provoke a tempest of turmoil should word of it spread. Moreover, Su had selected a group of loyal individuals from the Su family estate, providing them with cultivation elixirs alongside various martial techniques. It could be said that the strength of the Su family estate now surpassed that of any martial sect in the Song dynasty. As life gradually settled into a more leisurely pace, Su Su devoted his time to accompanying his wives and pursuing the affection of Mu Wanxing. One day, while Mu Wanxing was engaged in conversation with Zhongling, Su Su approached and affectionately embraced Zhongling, planting a kiss upon her lips. "My husband, Sister Wanxing is still here," she reminded him. "Oh, my apologies. I was so captivated by Ling that I failed to notice Miss Mu's presence." Su Su feigned surprise and expressed regret. Mu Wanxing's cheeks flushed crimson upon witnessing Su Su's display of affection. At his words, she found herself momentarily speechless. Did he truly not see her? This realization struck her hard. After all, she considered herself a beauty not inferior to the other wives in Su Su's abode. The fact that the esteemed Su leader had overlooked her only deepened her sense of inadequacy. Regrettably, she thought, why did the Su leader not notice me? The pang of disappointment washed over her. "Forgive me, Su leader. Ling I am feeling unwell, so I shall take my leave," she stammered. "I do possess some knowledge of medicine. Might I offer my assistance to Miss Mu?" he inquired, bemused by her flimsy excuse. It was rather amusing that she claimed illness in front of a genuine healer like him. "Yes, Sister Wanxing, let my husband take a look at you," Zhongling chimed in, genuinely concerned. Panic surged within Mu Wanxing. Indeed, how could she concoct such a poor excuse when faced with the unparalleled medical prowess of the Su leader? "There is no need to trouble the Su leader. I can simply rest at home," she insisted, and with that, she fled as if escaping a tempest. Upon returning to her room, she succumbed to tears. Su Su, now fully aware of his cultivation, was privy to everything transpiring within the Su family estate and understood Mu Wanxing's situation. However, patience was required. "My husband, I ought to check on Sister Wanxing. She truly does seem unwell." "No worries. Could she possibly be more important than her husband?" Su Su did not grant Zhongling any opportunity. After giving birth, Zhongling remained captivating, yet she exuded an added air of maturity. She was utterly alluring. Naturally, Su Su seized this chance without hesitation. Soon enough, joyous news echoed through the Su residence. Just recently, Madame Mo Cho and Madame Hongbo, who had only just entered the household, were also expecting. At this moment, a Zhu and a Bai had reached their due date, with the day of delivery imminent. This filled Su Su with immense anticipation. After marrying Su Su, Zhao Min became exceedingly affectionate, eager to remain by his side at all times. This sparked much amusement among the other ladies. "You all entered the household before me and have enjoyed your husband's affection longer. I have just arrived. Shouldn't I seize the opportunity to make up for what I've missed?" Indeed, it was time to catch up with her husband. They laughed heartily. Realizing the implications of her words, Zhao Min's face flushed crimson. In the residence, only she and Sister Yun had yet to conceive. "Ah, and what of Ling Er? It truly is time for your husband to offer you some lessons." In the back garden of Su Manor, the ladies, with their diverse charms, resembled a blooming garden, vibrant and resplendent. It was a breathtaking sight. Su Su sat beside Wu Xingyun, exchanging smiles. Upon seeing the soon-to-deliver Zhu, he couldn't help but think of someone else. He turned to Wu Xingyun and inquired, "Yun, do you know the whereabouts of your two junior sisters?" "Humph. Dear husband, do not mention those wretches to me." The moment the past was brought up, the smile vanished from Wu Xingyun's face. "They are living in the western regions with my senior brother." Though angered, she answered Su Su's question truthfully. Su Su nodded. "The western regions, indeed? It would be wise to send someone to investigate." Noticing Wu Xingyun's strong reaction, he refrained from probing further. "A Z should be with the Xingxiu sect, accompanying Ding Chunqiu. In due time, we could bring her back to keep a Zhu company." Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the air, unmistakably from a Zhu. Moments later, Abai clutched her abdomen and joined in the cries. The ladies, seasoned in such matters, quickly arranged for a room and summoned the midwives. Under the guidance of Huang Rong and Yaoyue, everything proceeded methodically. Su Su stood outside the door, reassured of their safety. Yet a trace of worry lingered on his face. Soon, cries of newborns filled the room, followed by another voice. A Zhu and a Bai, both entering the household and conceiving together, now delivered simultaneously, truly the bond of good sisters. After a brief while, two midwives emerged, cradling the infants, to convey their congratulations. "Congratulations to the master for welcoming a daughter. All is well with Madame Zhu. Congratulations to the master for a son. All is well with Madame Bai." A Zhu and a Bai had given birth to a boy and a girl, not twins, yet akin to them in their timing. Su Su nodded, glanced at the two children, and instructed the arrangements for the midwives to depart. He then stepped into the room. "Congratulations, host, on the birth of two offspring. You have gained 100 years of cultivation, Tian Shundan, and the Xian Yunhan Bing fan. 100 years of cultivation." The smile on Su Su's lips never waned. "A Zhu, Abai, you have worked hard, she reassured as she entered the room. Zhu and Abai's faces were not excessively pale. Their master-level internal strength was evident. Though childbirth was undoubtedly painful, it did not leave them overly weakened. At that moment, Su Su's comforting words made them feel that it was all worthwhile. For them, bringing children into the world for their beloved was the greatest joy. Husband, we are not weary. Marrying you is our greatest blessing. Su Su gently tousled Zhu's hair and said, I have a surprise for you. A surprise? Zhu asked, puzzled. Abai, on the other hand, felt no sense of unease. Knowing her husband spoke thus was surely related to her sister Zhu. Just wait. You will not be disappointed. Chapter 116. The true pinnacle existence in the martial world. After soothing the two ladies, Su Su departed for the back courtyard. He was immensely pleased with this reward. Upon his arrival, he eagerly proclaimed, System, I wish to claim my cultivation. Su Su was filled with exhilaration. This breakthrough held profound significance for him. With just a single step, he would ascend to the 9th layer of the celestial realm, achieving the state of celestial perfection. And his lifespan would extend to 200 years. To the ordinary populace, he would undoubtedly appear as an immortal. Boom. As his words faded, Su Su felt an overwhelming surge of internal energy flooding into his being. In the blink of an eye, it was absorbed and transformed by the Tai Xin Classic. A resounding roar echoed as his aura surged instantaneously. He had successfully elevated to the 9th layer of the celestial realm. Furthermore, Su Su had stored an additional 50 years of cultivation within him, rendering his celestial perfection far more formidable than it appeared. At this moment, Su Su sensed numerous changes. With merely his cultivation, he could command the natural forces within a radius of 300 zhang. Coupled with the enhancements from his techniques and treasures, he could extend his control to 4 or even 500 zhang. Asserting that it doubled would not be an exaggeration. His combat prowess was beyond question. With celestial perfection and an additional 50 years of cultivation at his disposal, the distance to the next realm was not far at all. Ordinary celestial beings were insignificant before him, easily vanquished with a mere flick of his wrist, as if slicing through vegetables. This was not mere arrogance on Su Su's part, but rather the confidence bestowed upon him by his formidable strength. Mastery of martial arts, divine weapons, and treasures at his disposal rendered any lackluster combat ability utterly irrelevant. After all, possessing such exceptional resources without formidable combat strength would render one utterly superfluous, a true waste of potential. The 9th layer of the celestial realm had been traversed step by step, culminating in this state of perfection. The next endeavor was to strive further, to become an earth immortal, often referred to as a terrestrial deity, the authentic pinnacle of the martial world. Su Su calculated that his current cultivation amounted to a total of 880 years. To break through the threshold of a millennium, he required precisely 2 more cycles of 50 years. Regarding progeny, after Zhu and Abai gave birth, a period of waiting would be necessary. To garner cultivation, he could only pursue marriage. At present, Mu Wanqing undoubtedly represented an excellent choice. Additionally, Azi could also be considered. Su Su's thoughts spiraled, brimming with hope for the future. 2 cycles of internal energy would suffice to become an earth immortal, igniting an intense fervor within his heart. For others, crossing this threshold was arduous, but for Su Su, it was merely a matter of reclining comfortably. While others toiled relentlessly, he merely needed to relax. Fortunately, his efforts had not been in vain. According to the system's description, an earth immortal was not merely defined by possessing a golden elixir and a lifespan of 500 years. It was also because the physiological functions of an earth immortal could consistently remain at their zenith. Most critically, ordinary soldiers posed no restrictions whatsoever on terrestrial deities. A single strike could effortlessly shatter 10,000 foes, rendering their existence trivial. Earth immortals were the true invincible beings of the mortal realm. Only another earth immortal can contend with an earth immortal. This epitomizes the pinnacle of martial arts, Su Su mused. In this realm, earth immortals stand as the supreme beings. The fervor is undeniable. Su Su was acutely aware that his aspirations, stepping into the realm of earth immortals, were merely steps towards that ultimate goal. System, claim the heavenly dust pill. With his thoughts gathered, Su Su proceeded to receive his reward. No sooner had he spoken than a luminous pill, as translucent as jade and radiating brilliance, materialized in his hand. Setting aside the pill-less quality for the moment, its aesthetic alone suggested it was no ordinary item. Upon closer inspection, he noticed not a hint of medicinal fragrance. One might mistake it for a mere pearl. However, endowed with master-level alchemy skills, Su Su recognized its extraordinary nature with a mere whiff. Truly exceptional pills are not only visually stunning, polished to a jade-like sheen, but also possess a subtle fragrance, entirely contained within, leaving no trace of waste. After reviewing the system's explanation, Su Su was utterly astounded. The heavenly dust pill was revealed to be a substance capable of enabling grandmasters to directly transcend to the celestial realm. Unlike the barrier-breaking pill he had previously provided to Wu Xingyun, which merely facilitated a breakthrough due to Wu Xingyun's accumulation reaching a critical point. The heavenly dust pill disregarded such prerequisites, allowing one to leap across levels without regard for prior accumulation. This was indeed remarkable. He had not anticipated that the system's inaugural reward would be of such caliber, verging on that of an immortal pill. Although Su Su currently had no use for this pill, it would indeed benefit his wives. His aspirations were not solely about achieving immortality and sanctity for himself, but rather to ascend together as celestial companions. The progress of his wives was intrinsically linked to his own, even though he could nourish them through the dragon reversal technique. Who wouldn't he desire more treasures that could enhance their abilities? Take Ouyang Feng, for instance. He had gone to great lengths to cultivate Su Su's understanding of the celestial path, even enlisting 10 women to labor tirelessly overnight in hopes of bearing a daughter to please him. He later surrendered the White Camel Mountain Manor and even his private techniques. Now he was diligently striving to amass contribution points. Had he known of such a pill that could directly facilitate a breakthrough to the celestial realm, his envy would have been immeasurable. It must be said, the system possesses notable capabilities. Su Su felt invigorated with renewed motivation. As for whom to bestow the pill, he had yet to decide and would momentarily set that consideration aside. There were still rewards yet to be claimed. System, claim the Frost Cloud fan. In the next moment, a fan emanating a chilling aura appeared in Su Su's hand. At first glance, the folding fan appeared similar to any ordinary one, yet it concealed profound secrets. Not only did it harbor hidden weapons, but it also possessed ice attributes. While it was perfect for providing relief from heat, one could not afford to merely regard it as such. One cannot underestimate the treasures produced by the system. Su Su attempted to channel his inner energy to activate the frost fan, directing it towards the colossal boulder upon the artificial mountain. With a thunderous sound, he struck. In an instant, the immense stone was transformed into a block of ice. Su Su's eyes brightened. It was indeed a remarkable treasure. Not only could it be employed for cooling, but it also served as a means of displaying one's prowess. The fan proved to be exceedingly effective, which explains the popularity of using fans as weapons among many. After a period of contemplation, Su Su discovered that when this fan unleashed its attack, it not only had the capacity to freeze adversaries solid, but could also withstand any assault of cold energy. This meant that even upon entering an icy lake, he would remain unharmed by its chill. Furthermore, he realized that the Qianyun Frost Fan could be employed in conjunction with the 6 cold techniques, amplifying their effects manifold. Moreover, the cold emanating from this fan was not merely ordinary. It was the essence of frost distilled from the grand forces of nature. While the Longyuan 7-star sword he carried was commendable, being a sword, it lacked the resonance with Su Su's inclinations that the Qianyun Frost Fan embodied. Having claimed his rewards, Su Su returned to his quarters. As newlyweds, his bride deserved his unwavering companionship. Chapter 117. Oh, dear mother-in-law. You truly put me in a difficult position. Su Su's deliberate teasing and subsequent coldness left Mu Wanqing in a state of disarray, engulfed in a whirlwind of self-doubt, gradually withering away. Observing this, Zhongling felt a deep pang of sympathy. Sister Mu, why not confide in your husband? Mu Wanqing shook her head. The leader holds exceedingly high standards. He would never regard me. Why should I humiliate myself? Sister Mu, you possess such beauty. How could your husband possibly overlook you? Do not belittle yourself. Seeing Mu Wanqing wallowing in despair reminded Zhongling of her own past struggles, intensifying her concern for her friend. Mu Wanqing lay on the bed, her complexion as pale as paper. Zhongling glanced at her mother, who sat nearby, lost in thought, and sighed quietly. Lately, her mother seemed distracted. Could it be that she was yearning for her father? With this thought, Zhongling resolved that after resolving Sister Mu's troubles, she would have her husband arrange for her mother to return home. Sometimes, she envied her father. Despite his lack of conventional attractiveness, he had captured the heart of a beauty like her mother. Fortunately, she did not inherit his looks. Otherwise, her husband might not have found her appealing. Bringing her thoughts back, Zhongling released Mu Wanqing's hand and stood, saying, Sister Mu, if you won't speak, then I shall take the initiative. Zhongling, no, please don't. Mu Wanqing grasped Zhongling's hand, her face a portrait of desperation. There was no need to burden the leader with her troubles. Sister Mu, you truly. Zhongling replied, exasperated. Fine, I won't interfere. Thank you, Linger, Mu Wanqing said with a faint, weary smile. Zhongling shook her head. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wu Xingyun leaned against Su Su, her mind wandering. Su Su playfully pinched her nose. What occupies your thoughts so deeply? My husband. When will you return with me to take over the forces of Lingzhou Palace? Also, I shall provide you with the life and death talisman for your convenience in managing those individuals. Su Su raised an eyebrow, intrigued. The combined forces of the 9 heavenly maidens, along with the 36 caves and 72 islands, numbered in the thousands. If these powers were incorporated into the alliance, the strength of the Song dynasty would undoubtedly increase. However, Su Su was still undecided whether to integrate these individuals into the Hero Alliance or to place them under the Su family estate. The Su family estate served as a stronghold, naturally holding greater importance than the alliance. Yet, it must be acknowledged that without a stable foundation, no structure can stand. If he failed to safeguard the Song dynasty, the Su family estate would also be at risk. Su Su reined in his thoughts, setting aside these considerations for the time being. Instead, the 4 sword attendants of Lingzhou Palace piqued his interest. It seemed he should indeed find the time for a journey to Mount Tian. The life and death talisman is unnecessary. I have no use for it, Su Su replied nonchalantly. Wu Xingyun contemplated this. Indeed, given her husband's current prowess and renown, he required no means to control those individuals. When will you have the time? I have been away from Mount Tian for a while, and my subordinates rely on the life and death talisman for management. Now that I am absent from Lingzhou Palace, I fear they may cause unrest. Su Su nodded. In that case, let us embark on our journey today. A matter of just a few days, he felt no apprehension. The Su family manor was currently teeming with experts, and no ordinary rogue would dare to approach. Even if they did, they would meet with certain doom. However, before departing, there was one matter he needed to attend to. Soon, Su Su summoned Huang Rong and Yaoyue. They were the only 2 at the Grandmaster level. There was but a single Tian Chun Dan, and the question of its ownership weighed heavily on his mind. Moments later, he made a decision. By then, Huang Rong and Yaoyue had arrived before him. Husband. Su Su did not conceal the matter and directly informed them about the Tianqin Dan, leaving the choice to their discretion, for he felt a bias towards either of them. Although he had a preference in his heart, he was curious to see how they would choose. Let it go to Sister Yaoyue. No, it should be given to Rong. Both Yaoyue and Huang Rong spoke simultaneously, exchanging smiles afterward. Su Su could see that neither of them wished to vie for the precious elixir, which brought him great relief. His wives indeed got along splendidly. A potion capable of stirring turbulence in the martial world was being graciously declined in the Su family manor. Such camaraderie was rare. You 2 needn't insist on declining. This time, let it be for a you, and next time it shall be for Ronger, Su Su declared, revealing his inner resolution. Yaoyue was his first wife, and it was due to her that the system had been activated. He held profound feelings for Yaoyue. Furthermore, with him present, all of his wives would eventually attain the celestial realm. It was merely a matter of timing, not a significant issue. Husband, Yaoyue glanced at Huang Rong, wanting to decline. However, Su Su had already made his decision, leaving her somewhat in a quandary. Foolish you. It is not just you and Ronger, there are others as well. I will ensure all of you reach the celestial realm, even the earth immortal stage. It is merely a matter of order, so do not carry the burden in your heart. I shall be away for a couple of days, and I entrust the household to you and Ronger. With the celestial being present, I can rest assured, Su Su explained. Once he finished, Yaoyue no longer hesitated and directly consumed the Tianqin Dan. Instantly, her aura surged dramatically, transcending to the late Grandmaster level and then reaching the celestial realm. With a single Tianqin Dan, she crossed 2 realms effortlessly. At that moment, Yaoyue's presence became immensely powerful. Achieving the celestial realm allowed her to command the great forces of the universe. In that instant, Su Su seemed to see again the audacious and domineering master of the Yihua Palace from their first encounter. Congratulations, Sister Yaoyue. Huang Rong offered her heartfelt congratulations. As clever as ever, Huang Rong shared Su Su's sentiment. With her husband by her side, breaking through to the celestial realm was merely a matter of time. Thus, she had never coveted the precious elixir from the outset. Su Su glanced at Huang Rong and Yaoyue, a hint of mischief dancing at the corners of his mouth. Yaoyue's ascension to the celestial realm is indeed a momentous occasion. Shall we not celebrate? Upon hearing this, both women blushed. Su Su chuckled softly, pulling the 2 individuals closer. Wu Xingyun, standing nearby, stifled a laugh. In the next moment, a powerful force surged forth, abruptly dragging her into the room. Wu Xingyun's expression turned to one of astonishment. Her husband's cultivation was truly terrifying. As a being of the celestial realm, she found herself utterly incapable of resistance. That afternoon, Su Su, accompanied by Wu Xingyun, departed from Su family village, heading straight for the heavenly mountains. Upon learning of Su Su's departure, Mu Wanqing fell into a state of despair, her condition worsening. She lay in bed, seemingly devoid of vitality. Zhongling was filled with anxiety, urgently summoning Mei Er to provide treatment that very night. Under Su Su's guidance, Mei Er had traversed the final step, emerging as a genuine divine physician. Divine physician Mei, how is Sister Mu faring? You must ensure her recovery. After examining her pulse, Mei Er wore a look of deep sorrow. Despite his status as a divine physician, Mu Wanqing's ailment was beyond his healing capabilities. Master, you truly put me in a difficult position. Chapter 118. Private grievances. Please do not interfere. What does this mean? Is it possible that Sister Mu's illness is beyond cure? Zhongling's face was etched with sorrow. How could this happen? Just recently, Sister Mu had stood vibrantly before her, and now she was in such a dire state. She regretted heeding her advice not to inform her husband. Mei Er sighed and remarked, as the saying goes, a heart ailment requires a remedy for the heart. Miss Mu is despondent, and there is little I can do. However, do not worry, madam. I can temporarily stabilize Miss Mu's condition and hold on for a fortnight until Master returns. That is all I can do. Zhongling nodded in agreement, glancing at the still distracted Gan Baobao with a sense of helplessness. Mei Shini, would it be too much trouble for you to also treat my mother? Sister Mu suffers from a heart ailment, and it is highly likely that my mother does as well. Mei Er readily complied. You may call me Mei Er, madam. Master Su regards me as his disciple, and every wife of Master is my madam. Soon, Mei Er sigh echoed once more. Madam, I am powerless. I can only prescribe a few remedies for the elder lady to take for now. Both women were burdened by their hearts. Though the state of the elder lady appeared better than that of the one in bed, the weight of her worries was far heavier. The reason for their afflictions puzzled Mei Er. He later inquired with Zhongling about matters concerning Gan Baobao and Mu Wanqing. Upon receiving answers, a terrifying suspicion took root in his heart. Miss Mu pined for Master and thus succumbed to excessive worry and depression. Could it be that Madam's mother also? Mei Er dared not contemplate further, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. No matter how indifferent Master was to external opinions and perceptions, he could not marry his mother-in-law. Naturally, Su Su was unaware of this, as he and Wu Xingyun made their way to the Tianshan Mountains. The Tianshan is a continuous, colossal mountain range situated at the juncture of the Song and Ming dynasties. Lingjiu Palace rests upon the ethereal peaks of Tianshan, perpetually shrouded in mist, resembling a paradise on earth. Soon, Su Su beheld a series of opulent palaces nestled on the mountainside, a breathtaking spectacle. One could not deny the remarkable creativity of ancient people. However, at that moment, Su Su had no inclination to admire the palace. For the grand entrance of Lingjiu Palace was besieged by a throng of people, each wielding torches that blazed into the sky. The clamor of battle cries was deafening. Wu Xingyan, come out here. If you do not provide us with the antidote, we shall storm in and fight to the death. Charge in. Kill Wu Xingyan. She has deprived us of a peaceful existence. Let us fight to the bitter end. Outside Lingjiu Palace, the structures had already been set ablaze, flames soaring high. The relentless cries continued. Wu Xingyun's expression darkened. This was outrageous, to dare to set my palace ablaze. These individuals were none other than the martial arts masters of the 36 caves and 72 islands. In the ordinary course of their lives, they were constrained by the life and death talisman, and with Wu Xingyun being a formidable grandmaster, they naturally dared not cause a disturbance. They could only come to collect the antidote punctually each year. However, now, the day for receiving the antidote had long passed, and they were tormented daily, suffering a fate worse than death. The life and death talisman inflicted excruciating pain, a torment that escalated until the 81st day, after which it would gradually diminish over the following 81 days. The cycle would then repeat, perpetuating their agony. This was not merely a physical torment, but a profound psychological torment as well. During these days, they sought an audience with the Tianshan Tonglao daily, yet they were repeatedly turned away. This led to growing suspicions among the people from the 36 caves and 72 islands, who began to speculate whether Tianshan Tonglao had faltered in her cultivation. With no sight of her and no antidote in hand, many found their life and death talismans starting to activate, inciting thoughts of rebellion among these inherently wicked individuals. If the antidote was unattainable and Tianshan Tonglao possibly faltering, they might as well seize the opportunity to take her life. Thus, when Su Su and Tianshan Tonglao arrived, they were met with a scene of bloodshed. The four sisters, Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu, were unable to withstand the onslaught and were retreating in disarray. What to do? Although the old lady was not present in Lingjiu Palace, they had to defend it fiercely. Even in death, They could not allow the palace to fall into ruin. The four women exchanged glances, each recognizing the resolve to die in the other's eyes. And Zongwu, the acknowledged leader of the 36 caves and 72 islands, glared menacingly at the four sword maidens. Supported by thousands, and Dongzhu's morale soared. We do not wish to trouble you unduly. Simply allow us entry or let Tonglao emerge too, and we shall depart. No way, the four sisters were not ignorant young maidens. The people from the 36 caves and 72 islands were no trifles. Were it not for the old lady's suppression with the life and death talisman, they would not have remained so compliant. Now that the old lady was absent, they could not let this information slip out, regardless of what speculations lingered in their hearts. As long as the old lady did not appear, they would remain cautious. Should they discover her absence, Lingzhou Palace would undoubtedly be in peril. Humph, a few young girls dare to obstruct us? Even a clay figure has its temper. If pushed to the brink, we shall bring this palace down with us. If we must die, let us die together. Yes, let us perish together. If the fish die, so shall the net be broken. Upon Dongzhu's declaration, those behind him echoed in fervor. If we perish, it matters not, but you shall endure the endless agony of the life and death talisman. And Dongzhu, why waste words with them? Just kill them, and then Wu Xingyun, Wu Laoda interjected impatiently. They had long suffered enough over the years. With no hope of survival, they might as well take the old witch Wu Xingyun down with them. Following Wu Laoda's words, the others began to stir restlessly. Kill them, kill them. The cries echoed thunderously, a cacophony infused with rage and exhilaration. After waiting so long, the opportunity had finally arrived. If they did not eliminate Wu Xingyun today, they would never enjoy a moment of peace in their lives. The four women tensed, yet their expressions remained resolutely steadfast. At worst, they would die. Grandmother would return and surely avenge them. The battle was on the brink of eruption. With a command from Master and numerous skilled warriors brandished their swords and approached. Let anyone dare. Su Su and Wu Xingyun floated gracefully above their heads, alighting upon the rooftop of Lingzhou Palace. Wu Xingyun had reverted to her true form, no longer resembling a child. Standing side by side with Su Su, one donned in white and the other in red, they appeared as celestial companions. The raucous crowd was instantly struck with astonishment upon witnessing this scene. Who are you? This is a matter between my 36 caves, 72 islands, and Tianshan Tonglao. I kindly ask you not to interfere, Masterin remarked gravely, unable to gauge the newcomer's depth, and thus spoke with utmost courtesy. Masterin, did you not wish to meet the true self just moments ago? Why the sudden timidity? Wu Xingyun retorted coldly. She had anticipated that her absence and the delay in providing the antidote would incite unrest, yet she had not expected such audacity. Anger surged within her. Upon Wu Xingyun's declaration, all present fell into stunned silence, including Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu, who had intended to sacrifice themselves for their cause. Grandmother, is that really you? Mei Jian was the first to recover. Though she did not recognize Wu Xingyun in her current form, she discerned the tone of her voice. The remaining three soon followed suit, their faces alight with excitement. Grandmother, you have returned. Grandmother, you are restored. Wu Xingyun nodded, a hint of gratitude gracing her features. You have all worked hard. At her words, the four women wept tears of joy. Chapter 119. Where did their courage arise from? What? This extraordinarily beautiful woman is the Tianshan Tonglao? How can this be possible? Who is the man beside her? The individuals from the 36 caves and 72 islands could hardly believe that this woman in red was the Tianshan Tonglao they knew. The words of Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu immediately stirred up a tempest of discussion. It was inconceivable. How could she possibly be the Tianshan Tonglao? Surely, the Tianshan Tonglao remained inside, and these four maidens were deliberately misleading us. Indeed, summoned the Tianshan Tonglao forth. Wu Xingyun was instantly enraged. Reckless fools. Upon uttering these words, she activated the life and death talisman. In an instant, Dongzhu and the others were engulfed in excruciating pain. A familiar sensation washed over them, and they turned to Wu Xingyun, their faces devoid of color. Those who were timid and fearful collapsed to their knees, exclaiming, Tonglao, spare us. We dare not defy you again. We beseech your mercy. Wu Xingyun maintained a cold demeanor, showing no inclination to grant them clemency. Such behavior, once exhibited, would inevitably recur. She aspired to transfer all power to her husband, and, to do so, she must subdue them, compelling their willing submission. And Dongzhu and Wu Laoda also bore expressions of terror. It was at this moment they began to ponder the implications of Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu's recent words. Restored? Is it as they understood it? If so, then today, my life is forfeit. Each island lord and cave master simultaneously contemplated this notion. They were all too aware of the Tianshan Tonglau's ruthless nature. At this juncture, many began to kneel in supplication, pleading for mercy. Meanwhile, Wu Laoda and Dongzhu exchanged glances, recognizing a resolute determination in each other's eyes. Regardless, death awaited them. They might as well fight. Wu Xingyun, all we seek is the antidote to the life and death talisman, yet you have disregarded our plight. Now that we have reached this impasse, there must be a resolution. Should you refuse to yield the antidote, we shall fight to the bitter end, bringing about mutual destruction. Just as Wu Xingyun was about to act, Su Su raised a hand, signaling for calm. With a smile, he remarked, when the fish perishes, the net need not tear. As for mutual destruction, that notion is merely a figment of your imagination. Why engage in such an unwise transaction? Who are you? And Dongzhu and Wu Laoda's expressions shifted to one of alarm. They had just witnessed the interaction between Su Su and Wu Xingyun. This youth, with a mere gesture, had caused all of Wu Xingyun's fury to dissipate. Who is this person? Clad in white robes, he exuded an air of elegance. Though he had yet to strike, one felt an ungraspable depth to his presence. In the realm of the Song dynasty martial world, individuals of such youth who attained this level of prowess were exceedingly rare. In an instant, Dongzhu's complexion changed dramatically. Suppressing his trepidation, he cautiously inquired, "Might I ask if you are the alliance leader?" Su Su nodded. The next moment, with a thud, Dongzhu fell to his knees. "We pay our respects to the alliance leader." The others, upon hearing this, were struck with panic. This youth was indeed the alliance leader of the Song dynasty martial world. If Dongzhu had knelt, what could they do? How could they possibly refrain from kneeling? Unlike Wu Xingyun, their submission to him was born of necessity, compelled by circumstance. Yet, their admiration for Su Su was genuine and heartfelt. They had naturally heard of the events surrounding the League of Heroes, and the tales of the heroes list were well known among all. Every individual took pride in the prospect of entering this illustrious list. Regrettably, they were constrained by their circumstances. Otherwise, they would have long since sought entry into the League of Heroes to earn contribution points and exchange them for martial arts techniques. It was said that the leader of the martial arts world had yet to reach his 20th year and had already attained the celestial realm. With a single stroke of his sword, he had rendered 6 grandmasters defeated without a fight. In the realm of martial arts, strength was revered above all. Su Su, as the leader of the Song dynasty's martial arts community, naturally commanded their respect. In an instant, all present bowed in reverence. The 4 sisters, Mylan, Zhuzhu, and Xiao, stared in astonishment at Su Su. The man, akin to a celestial being, was indeed the leader of the martial arts world. Their shock was no less than that of the others. "Please rise," Su Su said calmly, devoid of any emotional turmoil. Having experienced such occasions frequently, he remained unperturbed. He slowly raised his hand, and instantly, a force seemed to lift everyone up, leaving them in awe. The prowess of the leader was indeed as unfathomable as the rumors suggested. "Leader, we implore you to take charge of our affairs." And Dongzhu and Wu Laoda simultaneously bowed to Su Su, having come to a realization. With the leader present, they were determined to seize this opportunity. Yet, uncertainty lingered in their hearts. After all, the leader had arrived alongside Wu Xingyun. They had previously heard tales of the leader's extraordinary medical skills, and it was evident that Wu Xingyun's recovery was a testament to his capabilities. Reflecting on the rumors that the leader had a penchant for beauty, they speculated that Wu Xingyun must have become his woman, and Dongzhu stifled his astonishment. With no path of retreat remaining, they could only await the leader's decision. The previously tense atmosphere dissipated entirely in that moment. Everyone silently sheathed their weapons, fearing any offense towards Su Su. Even Wu Laoda and others found themselves devoid of the will to resist. What choice did they have? 6 grandmasters dared not engage the leader. So how could they muster the courage? They could only wait. "As for your life and death talismans, I shall address them shortly," Su Su stated, perceiving their thoughts. True to his earlier words, he did not require such measures to command their allegiance. Upon hearing this, a wave of relief washed over the crowd, and admiration and loyalty blossomed in their eyes. At that moment, Wu Xingyun proclaimed with her inner strength, to all in Lingzhou Palace, the 36 caves, and the 72 islands. "Heed my command. From this day forth, my husband shall be the newly appointed master of Lingzhou Palace. You are all to obey him henceforth." Her voice, amplified by her inner strength, echoed across the ethereal peak, startling the birds into flight. The inhabitants of Lingzhou Palace, the 36 caves, and the 72 islands all displayed expressions of joy. Compared to Wu Xingyun, their acceptance of Su Su was decidedly more profound. "We pay our respects to the master. Please rise." Since Su Su has arrived, he is naturally determined to resolve these matters. There is no time to waste, as there is still Mu Wanqing awaiting him at the residence, and Su Su would not linger outside for long. It would be a pity if he inadvertently frightened her away. Since all of you are present today, let us proceed to unravel your life and death talismans. Upon his words, the masters from the 36 caves and 72 isles were instantly stirred, trembling with excitement and expressing their gratitude repeatedly. Yet, Su Su maintained a demeanor of tranquility. Without allowing the crowd a moment to react, he commenced his actions. In essence, the life and death talisman functions as a concealed weapon. By utilizing liquids such as wine or water, one can reverse the flow of true energy, transforming the vigorous yang energy into a more yielding yin essence. Consequently, the true energy emanating from one's palm becomes several times colder than ice, causing the liquid in hand to freeze. Originally, each piece of the life and death talisman contains varying proportions of the nourishing energy when introduced into the human body, and unraveling it demands immense mental effort. However, as a consummate master of the heavenly realm, Su Su requires no such extravagant exertion. Chapter 120. Leader, why must you save me? With a mere wave of his hand, the forces of heaven and earth enveloped a vast expanse of several hundred zhang, capturing all individuals from the 36 caves and 72 isles within its embrace. The internal energy coursing through him was exquisitely profound, each thread seemingly possessing its own consciousness. With the slightest perception, he could discern the physical condition of everyone present. In the original text, the life and death talisman could only be unraveled by the 6 yang palm of Tianshan. In essence, the life and death talisman belongs to the realm of yin, while the 6 yang palm of Tianshan is associated with yang. To Su Su, this represented a simple balance of yin and yang. In other words, even if it were not the 6 yang palm of Tianshan, any other yang-based martial arts could similarly dissolve the life and death talisman. Under the influence of the 9-9 yin-yang divine art, Su Su's internal energy could embody both yin and yang. It sufficed to utilize the yang attribute. He then flicked his finger, and a surge of internal energy instantaneously transformed into thousands of fine threads, akin to strands of hair, merging into the bodies of each individual. Upon contact with the ice fragments, they melted and dissipated. The crowd felt a warmth enveloping them, and suddenly, the presence of the ice fragments vanished. It was as if they had been struck by lightning. Was that it? Moments later, as realization dawned upon them, tears of joy streamed down their faces. The sound of bodies kneeling echoed through the air, each person bowing in profound gratitude. The tormenting life and death talisman that had plagued them for years was finally undone. We are eternally grateful to the leader for your immense kindness. From this day forth, we shall follow you unflinchingly, ready to face any peril. At that moment, a collective sigh of relief washed over them. They no longer had to live in trepidation, constantly gripped by the uncertainty of what awaited them each day. Now, the shackles had been cast aside, and they were finally free. Su Su maintained a serene expression, welcoming those who wished to join him. To protect the great song is a shared responsibility. Upon hearing this, the skilled practitioners bowed respectfully. We shall heed the leader's command. They then bid farewell and descended the mountain. Though these individuals might seem inconsequential, their numbers would gradually accumulate, enhancing his reputation further. After resolving the matters concerning the 36 caves and 72 isles, Su Su chose to reside in Lingzhou Palace for the day. His visit was not solely for the palace and the caves, but also for the Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu quadruplet sisters under Wu Xingyun's tutelage, which constituted another purpose of his journey. Once the crowd departed, the 4 sisters approached Su Su and Wu Xingyun, performing their greetings. We have come to pay our respects to the palace master. Su Su nodded, casting a glance at the shy sisters who dared not meet his gaze, and felt immense satisfaction. The 4 sisters not only shared identical appearances, but also possessed a profound connection, which indeed piqued Su Su's anticipation. Noticing Su Su's gaze, Wu Xingyun chuckled softly and addressed Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu. Are you aware of your responsibilities? At this reminder, the sisters' faces flushed crimson, their heads bowed in shyness. Yet they could not resist stealing glances at him. They were full-blooded sisters, having grown up alongside Wu Xingyun since childhood. As a sword attendant, wherever her master marries, they shall follow. Unexpectedly, her grandmother wed the exceptionally handsome leader of the alliance, bringing them all a stroke of good fortune. Tonight, you shall attend to the new mistress, Wak Xinjian declared, and Su Su embraced her, planting a kiss upon her lips. Yuner, you truly are a flower of understanding. Wak Xinjian felt a blend of happiness and sweetness. What she initially perceived as a mere transaction had blossomed into profound joy. Not only had her body returned to normal, But her cultivation had also surpassed the realm of human. All of this was bestowed upon her by the man before her. Without him, she would not possess her current state. Though these handmaidens were originally part of her dowry, even if they were not, she would seize them for her husband, should he desire. That very evening, Su Su experienced the beauty of the quadruplets. The four sisters shared a deep connection. Their joy multiplied among them. However, as handmaidens, their fates were intertwined with Xing's marriage. In the realm of martial arts, they held no renown, thus the system would not grant rewards. Su Su relished in the experience purely for its beauty. In the days that followed, while managing affairs, Su Su also indulged in the pleasure of companionship. Time flew by, and during this period, Xing happily discovered her pregnancy, which brought Su Su considerable relief. The flourishing of their family was the ultimate goal, and heirs were paramount, leaving no room for negligence. After assuming the primary responsibilities, Su Su entrusted the remaining matters to Xing. The influence of Lingjiu Palace was substantial, making swift integration into Su's estate a formidable challenge. Moreover, Xing had numerous matters to attend to, which led her to choose to remain. As they parted, Xing felt a pang of reluctance. Su Su gently kissed her forehead, saying, "Tend to your affairs swiftly and return home." The word home resonated deeply with Xing. She had indeed grown fond of Su's estate. When Su Su departed, he left alone, with Milan, Zhulan, and Qiuju remaining to assist Xing. With a swift movement, Su Su soared into the distance, and in the blink of an eye, he was 100 feet away, akin to a celestial being, vanishing from the longing gazes of the maidens. With thoughts of Mu Wanqing occupying his mind, Su Su did not tarry. Upon entering the estate, the voice of the guards echoed throughout Su's abode. "The master has arrived." The ladies gathered, rushing to him. "Husband, you have finally returned." Zhongling was the first to dash forward, nestling into Su Su's embrace. After a few days apart, Linger missed him so dearly? "No, husband." Zhongling shook her head. "You must see Sister Wanqing. She is on the brink of collapse." "What? Why is she in such a state?" Su Su queried, taken aback. "What happened, Ling? You should go see her. Originally, Sister Mu thought you looked down on her, and her worries became overwhelming. The day you left, she fell ill. Mayor said only you can save her." "Husband, please hurry," Zhongling urged, her urgency palpable. Upon hearing Zhongling's explanation, Su Su suddenly comprehended the situation. The girl, Mu Wanqing, had been profoundly affected by his provocations, resulting not only in a deep depression but also in a fervent desire for death. This left him in a state of both amusement and despair. He had not anticipated that the administration of the medicine would be so severe. Fortunately, he had returned, otherwise. Before long, Su Su encountered Mayer, who was about to speak. Su Su raised his hand to forestall him. In an instant, silver needles danced through the air, swiftly penetrating Mu Wanqing's acupoints. In mere moments, the vitality that had seemingly vanished from Mu Wanqing's face began to re-emerge, her complexion gaining a rosy hue, transforming her from the lifeless visage she had previously worn into a picture of renewed vigor. At that moment, Mu Wanqing slowly opened her eyes, and upon seeing Su Su, her gaze reflected not only excitement, but also profound anguish. "Leader, why must you go to such lengths to save me?" Chapter 121. "I apologize, but I cannot consent to this marriage." Mu Wanqing, born into despair, harbored a singular desire for death. Living without the beloved by her side seemed a fate worse than death itself, a release from the relentless torment of longing. "Foolish girl, how can you even contemplate death when you have not yet married me?" Su Su sensed the profound affection reflected in Mu Wanqing's eyes. Observing her current state, he could not help but feel a pang of compassion. Su Su's demeanor varied with different individuals. Li Macho, infatuated, had long since surrendered her heart to him. Thus, the mere display of his authority as the leader would leave her utterly entranced. Hong Lingbo, being Li Macho's disciple and of humble status, would readily yield to his slightest inclination. Wu Xingyun, a formidable figure, possessed a self-respect that set her apart from ordinary women of the martial world. Yet she sought his aid, allowing for a transaction. Zhao Min, proud and haughty, as a princess of the Mongol Empire, required a more nuanced approach. As for Mu Wanqing, the situation was no different. Su Su had initially intended to tease her emotions by deliberately drawing close and then ignoring her. Yet he had not anticipated that her composure would shatter. Clearly, he had underestimated his own allure. A transcendent being, coupled with his status as the leader and the captivating essence of the Huangdi body, would be irresistible to any woman, let alone Mu Wanqing. "Leader, what did you say?" A flicker of light suddenly ignited in Mu Wanqing's dimmed gaze. She found it hard to believe her ears. Upon hearing this, the others discreetly withdrew. leaving only Su Su and Mu Wanqing in the room. Seeing her incredulous expression, Su Su tenderly supported her, enveloping her in his embrace as he spoke earnestly. I mean it. You must recover quickly. I am eagerly awaiting the day I can call you my wife. Is it truly so, leader? Please do not merely comfort me. Mu Wanqing responded, feeling both joy and disbelief. How could the leader possibly harbor feelings for her? Foolish girl, Su Su murmured, lowering his gaze to affirm his intentions through action. At that moment, he clearly understood Mu Wanqing's affections and felt no need for restraint. After a kiss, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She finally grasped that this was no mere dream. The leader genuinely wished to marry her. Overwhelmed with joy, she could hardly contain herself. Once Mu Wanqing was reassured, Su Su proceeded to meet the ladies. Upon entering the room, he was immediately surrounded, the ladies approaching him with fervent enthusiasm. Su Su, missing their company dearly, soon found himself swept into a whirlwind of activity. A joyful occasion invigorated Mu Wanqing, who, once despondent, rose early to prepare herself. The memory of her disheveled state from the previous day, witnessed by the leader, filled her with embarrassment, her cheeks flushed with shyness. Sister Mu, congratulations on your heart's desire. Zhongling joyfully entered the room to extend her felicitations. With a rosy face, Mu Wanqing expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Ling. Haraha. Sister Mu, what do you thank me for? The playful girl teased, leading them into a light-hearted banter within the confines of the room. Meanwhile, news once again spread from Sujia village. The master of the Su family was to take another concubine. In response, both the martial artists and the common folk of Jiaxing and Jiangnan had grown utterly indifferent. For Su Su, marrying was as casual as dining and drinking with them. In other words, it was an everyday occurrence that no longer astonished them. At most, a group would gather to discuss the new bride, speculating on which family had climbed the ranks to ally with the master. Many harbored envy towards Mu Wanqing, particularly the chivalrous women of the Song dynasty's martial world, who were filled with jealousy. Countless suitors offered themselves, yet none were granted an opportunity. After all, who could resist the allure of Su Su? On the other hand, the fearsome assassin Qin Hongyan was infuriated upon receiving a letter from Mu Wanqing. This scoundrel dared to disregard her counsel. Soon, she would understand the consequences of her folly. If it weren't for that deceiver from years past, she wouldn't have found herself in such a predicament. Her own daughter could not be acknowledged, and they could only refer to each other as master and disciple. She harbored deep resentment towards the man who had wronged her, as well as towards all men in general. From a young age, she had veiled Mu Wanqing and forced her to vow that any man who glimpsed her true face would be slain. Yet now, her disciple was attending a wedding banquet, preparing to marry, which filled her with fury. That very day, Qin Hongyan set out for Sujia village. Mu Wanqing was filled with both eagerness and trepidation. Surely, her master would be furious? Unbeknownst to her, her master had already arrived at Sujia village. Upon seeing Su Su, Qin Hongyan was taken aback. The tales of Su Su's unparalleled beauty paled in comparison to the reality before her. No wonder Wanqing was eager to marry him. However, in Qin Hongyan's eyes, Su Su was merely another scoundrel, and she could not bear to see her daughter follow in her footsteps. Thus, she plainly stated her disapproval to Su Su. Master Su, I must express my disagreement with this union. Su Su raised an eyebrow and chuckled lightly. Disagreement? Why? Because you have had poor experiences. Do you believe all men are villains? He disregarded Qin Hongyan's ire and continued, speaking of which, if I wed Wanqing, should I call you master or mother-in-law? Qin Hongyan was astounded. Her deepest secret had been uncovered by Su Su. You investigated me? Su Su scoffed lightly. I am not so idle. I am determined to marry Wanqing. If you have anything to say, convey it directly to her. Those who respect him shall be treated with respect in return. And the opposite holds true as well. Qin Hongyan was then led to Mu Wanqing's chamber. No one knew what transpired between them. The following day, Qin Hongyan altered her stance and remained to witness the wedding. Their relationship transformed from master and disciple to mother and daughter. On this day, Sujia village was ablaze with celebration. Lanterns adorned every corner, and the festivities were as grand as ever. The citizens of Jiaxing, indulging in the wedding feast of Su Su, found themselves noticeably plumper, their once gaunt figures now a thing of the past. Su Su has never been one to shy away from spending, especially since the business of the Su family has consistently flourished, with substantial earnings flowing in daily. He harbors no concerns regarding financial insufficiency. Dressed in a vibrant red wedding garment, he guided Mu Wanqing through the ceremonial rites. Qin Hongyan and Gan Baobao sat together, their expressions a tapestry of complexity. Junior sister, do you think what I am doing is right or wrong? Gan Baobao gazed vacantly, lost in her own thoughts. Qin Hongyan sighed softly, reflecting on the undeniable allure of the alliance leader. Bow to heaven and earth. Bow to the ancestral hall. The couple bows to each other. With the final proclamation, the wedding ceremony reached its conclusion. Su Su led Mu Wanqing back to their chamber. At this moment, Mu Wanqing was both exhilarated and anxious. That day, her mother recounted numerous tales from her youth, lamenting that had she not encountered unworthy individuals, she would not have squandered her years. And what of herself? It dawned on Mu Wanqing that, irrespective of whether Su Su is a virtuous partner, she is irrevocably ensnared, destined to be engulfed in this life. Thus, why bother with trivialities? To remain by his side is a profound blessing, a true happiness. Chapter 122. Do I look like a fool? Wanner, you are truly beautiful. As the veil was lifted, the exquisite visage of Mu Wanqing was revealed. In terms of beauty, Mu Wanqing surpassed even the likes of Yaoyue and the others. Within the residence of Su Su, the ladies were numerous and enchanting, each possessing their own unique charm and grace, all of whom he held in great affection. Upon receiving such straightforward praise from Su Su, Mu Wanqing's face flushed with shyness, resembling a bud poised to bloom, captivating beyond measure. With her demeanor inviting admiration, Su Su couldn't help but feel a stirring in his heart. Congratulations to the host for marrying Mu Wanqing, earning 30 years of cultivation and the dragon elephant prajna skill. The following day, Su Su rose as usual, feeling refreshed, and proceeded to the backyard to claim his rewards. System, claim cultivation. For Su Su, cultivation held immense allure, prompting him to prioritize this aspect. As his words fell, an imperceptible rumble echoed. 30 years of cultivation surged into Su Su's body, and in an instant, it was transformed and absorbed by the Taishin Sutra, akin to an insatiable glutton. Upon reaching the culmination of the celestial being realm, the 30 years of cultivation did not yield a breakthrough in his realm, yet his internal energy began to thicken, marking the process of internal energy transforming into a golden core. Su Su felt a surge of excitement. Although marrying Mu Wanqing had only added 30 years to his cultivation, it brought him great joy. One must savor their meals bite by bite, and similarly, one must tread their path step by step. Moreover, this process was not arduous for Su Su, but rather delightful. Having absorbed the internal energy, Su Su smiled with satisfaction. System, claim the dragon elephant prajna skill. This skill was not unfamiliar to him. It was practiced by the king of the Golden Wheel, who had often been criticized for its inefficiency. It is well known that in martial arts, the higher the realm, the greater the power. The dragon elephant prajna skill was no exception. The criticism of its inefficiency stemmed from the extensive time required for its cultivation. The king of the Golden Wheel took a full 16 years to ascend from the 9th to the 10th layer, and he believed that further progress was beyond his reach, declaring that anyone who enjoyed a lifespan of several thousand years would eventually attain the 13th layer. This illustrates that while this skill is powerful, its cultivation is indeed quite challenging. As Su Su's words settled, a dragon and an elephant materialized in his mind, complementing each other with an awe-inspiring force. In mere moments, the dragon and elephant began to evolve and branch out, mutually transforming until they manifested the might of 13 dragons and 13 elephants, an extraordinary and formidable sight. The dragon-elephant prajna skill requires a gradual approach. Ascending to a new layer does not result in a doubling of power. However, once fully mastered, it represents a qualitative leap. After absorbing the information about this skill, Su Su finally comprehended why it wielded little power in the hands of the king of the Golden Wheel. Due to his insufficient strength, this technique, suitable for those above the celestial realm, was beyond the capabilities of a mere grandmaster like him. Indeed, the system's products are never ordinary. Anything deemed a reward by the system must possess exceptional quality. After claiming his reward, Su Su returned to his quarters, content and pleased. In the following days, Su Su resumed a life of leisurely ease. He found no cause for concern regarding the League of Heroes, as everything progressed in an orderly fashion. With the enhancement of his skills, the array of items available for exchange using contribution points in the League expanded significantly. Fine wines, elixirs, martial arts manuals, everything one could envision was made available. As various rewards were unveiled, martial artists from the vast Zongwu of the Great Song flocked eagerly to join the League of Heroes, diligently accumulating contribution points to redeem their desired items. Only Su Su possessed the unique ability to motivate these martial artists to willingly toil for such rewards. Renowned figures like Xiao Feng and Hong Qigong also redeemed their rewards in succession. Except for Xiao Feng, all others ascended to the celestial realm, with their martial prowess enhanced. The likes of Ouyang Feng became increasingly enthusiastic about the League, Consequently, Su Su found ample time to marry and raise children, indulging in merriment with his wives. After a period of gathering materials, Su Su finally amassed everything needed to construct a mechanical beast. He dedicated several days to crafting one. At that moment, his wives gathered around the mechanical creature, chattering excitedly. "My husband, how did you create such a magnificent bird? Can it fly? It looks splendid." Su Su refrained from elaborating and simply activated the mechanism. The once lifeless bird sprang to life, emitting a sharp cry before unfurling its wings and soaring into the sky. Its colossal form cast a shadow as it flew overhead. "Wow, it can really fly. How astonishing!" his wives exclaimed, awe and admiration evident in their gazes. "Husband, is there anything you cannot do? I long to experience the sensation of flying." The ladies looked at Su Su, their eyes filled with wonder. Zhongling, lively and spirited, could not suppress her envy upon witnessing the bird in flight. "How difficult can it be?" Su Su raised an eyebrow and smiled before calling out, "Vermilion bird, come down." As soon as he spoke, to the incredulous gazes of the onlookers, the enormous bird gracefully descended, landing before Su Su. "Vermilion bird, what a lovely name. I am even more curious about why it obeys your command. If it weren't for the lack of feathers, I would almost think it a true bird," they marveled. Utterly astounded, Su Su invited his wives to mount the bird's back, then joined them. Soon, the magnificent creature took to the skies once more. The mechanical beast he had chosen was the vermilion bird, one of the 4 divine beasts, albeit with certain enhancements, such as voice control. The mechanical beasts lack spirituality, entirely driven by the intricacies of machinery. After mastering the art of mechanics, Su Su found himself adept in various aspects, capable of enhancing elements effortlessly. Moreover, his choice of the vermilion bird was not without personal motives. He had grown somewhat weary of wandering aimlessly and felt compelled to offer the ladies a refreshing diversion. For instance, a bird's tremor. With this thought, he took action. As he commanded the mechanical bird to soar high, he became engrossed in his tasks. The ladies were both anxious and exhilarated by the novelty. In the ensuing days, Su Su and the ladies reveled in this fresh form of entertainment. "My dear husband, do you not see a woman below being pursued?" Yaoyue casually glanced and noticed a figure in purple fleeing in haste, pursued by several skilled individuals. Upon seeing this, Su Su could not help but smile. Just days prior, he had been contemplating her, and now she had unwittingly presented herself to him. "Please wait here. I shall return shortly." With those words, Su Su swiftly approached the woman in purple. The ladies could not help but marvel at their husband's ever-growing prowess. "Little vixen, halt. Halt. Do I appear to be a fool?" Chapter 123. "Brother, you must save me," the young woman in purple spoke urgently, dashing forward while occasionally scattering a handful of poison powder. Suddenly, in her intense focus on conversing with those behind her, she collided unexpectedly with Su Su. As if she had struck a wall of iron and bronze. A sharp intake of breath escaped her lips as she glared at Su Su in frustration. "What is the matter with you?" Upon raising her gaze and meeting Su Su's eyes, Azi was momentarily taken aback. "Wow, there exists such a stunning person in this world. Brother, you are truly magnificent." In an instant, she forgot the dizziness from the impact, now gazing at Su Su with an infatuated expression. Su Su, with his gentle demeanor, smiled softly. "My dear lady, if you do not flee soon, they will catch up to you." Azi turned to look behind her and gasped in alarm. Quickly, she concealed herself behind Su Su. "Brother, they are villains. Please help me." "Very well," Su Su replied. "But what shall you offer me in return?" "Offer?" Azi tilted her head in thought. "How about I praise your looks?" Su Su raised an eyebrow. "Is such flattery necessary?" "You little vixen," one of the pursuers sneered. "Let's see where you can run now." The group closed in swiftly, encircling Azi. Soon after, a figure was borne forth in a palanquin, draped in white gauze that obscured the view within. The followers surrounding him chanted fervently, "Old immortal of the Starry Lodge, boundless in power, invincible in battle." Azi, hiding behind Su Su, felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. "He has arrived. Brother, you must save me." Though she did not recognize the young man before her, her plea for help stemmed not only from his striking appearance, but also from her desire to divert the conflict. Today, escape seemed impossible, and she was determined to use this encounter to her advantage. Azi's eyes darted around, her expression betraying her cunning intent. Yet Su Su saw through her ruse without exposing her deception. Before long, the group had reached Su Su and Azi, with the first to arrive hastily bowing in respect. Observing this, Su Su chuckled lightly. "Ding Chuanxiu, you certainly have a grand display. How bold you are to directly address the name of the old immortal." Ding Chuanxiu, his silver hair glistening, slowly lifted the curtain of the palanquin with a sinister smile. Who possesses the audacity to act so recklessly? In the next moment, with a thud, Ding Chuanxiu tumbled from the palanquin and knelt upon the ground. Alliance. Alliance leader. I was unaware of your return. Please forgive me. He repeatedly bowed his head, internally lamenting his predicament. His elaborate pursuit of Azi was intended to present her to the alliance leader, hoping for assistance in curing his ailment. And now, this was the outcome. He directly collided with the leader, sealing his fate. Ding Chuanxiu knelt upon the ground, trembling in fear. He had already knelt. Upon hearing the title of leader, the other disciples' faces paled, and they too fell to their knees. As he tugged at Su Su's clothing, "Are you the lecherous leader? How dare you all conspire together to bully me?" As he quickly realized she had been deceived and attempted to flee. Naturally, Su Su would not grant her such an opportunity. With a mere gesture, an invisible force ensnared Azzy. "Release me, you vile scoundrel. Cursed lecher. I wish for your demise." Azzy struggled, spewing curses from her lips. At this moment, Ding Chuanxiu felt a deep desire for death. What sins had he committed to provoke this lady? This was undoubtedly a threat to his life. "I shall deal with you shortly," Su Su replied with a mocking smile, his gaze towards Azzy laced with menace. He was, of course, intentional in his demeanor. Observing this, Ding Chuanxiu was even more terrified. He knelt, paralyzed with fear, completely devoid of the arrogance he had displayed upon his entrance. Perhaps offending someone else might have been tolerable, but who stood before him now? This was the leader of the martial arts world, renowned throughout the Song dynasty, and the celestial being of the Southern Star, whose intentions were inscrutable. Su Su's voice carried a chill, akin to ice, sending shivers through Ding Chuanxiu. While others may have called him the Southern Star in admiration, the one before him was undoubtedly mocking him. Ding Chuanxiu felt weak all over, his heart nearly bursting. Cold sweat trickled down his silver beard. "Leader, you jest. How could an old man like me ever be worthy of such titles? It is merely the ignorance of my disciples. Before you, I am nothing. Please, treat me as a mere trifling matter and let me go." Ding Chuanxiu wore a fawning expression, trembling in trepidation. Su Su chuckled softly, speaking with a hint of indifference. "Now, tell me, what is the situation?" Azzy had grown up in the Southern Star sect, and her relationship with Ding Chuanxiu should not have been so strained. Their current state was clearly one of enmity. Most importantly, Azzy's previous words piqued Su Su's curiosity. Ding Chuanxiu hesitated to respond, contemplating how to phrase his answer for maximum benefit. Su Su emitted a soft huff, releasing a mere hint of his pressure. Ding Chuanxiu's expression shifted dramatically, as if 1,000 pounds weighed upon him. Having previously maintained his kneeling position, he was now completely pinned to the ground, unable to move. At this moment, any thought of concealing the truth vanished. He hastily divulged his intentions, like bamboo shoots tumbling from a tube. "The leader is astute. I dare not conceal anything. This girl is named Azzy, raised within my Southern Star sect. Upon hearing that the leader favors beautiful maidens, I thought her appearance commendable and wished to present her to you. Who could have foreseen that she, ungrateful wretch that she is, would steal from me and attempt to flee?" Unwilling to clash with the leader during the pursuit, Su Su raised an eyebrow, astonished that Ding Chuanxiu intended to offer a Z to him. A glance at Ding Chuanxiu immediately enlightened Su Su. "You present a Z to me, hoping I would cure you. Am I correct?" Possessing unparalleled medical skills, he could discern ailments at a mere glance. Ding Chuanxiu was taken aback. His intentions had not yet been revealed, yet the leader was already aware. He hastily pleaded for forgiveness. "My lord, I beg for your mercy. I resorted to this desperate measure out of necessity. I implore you to consider the years I have devoted to raising the sister of Madame Zhu, who shares a mother with a Z, and grant me my life." In truth, he had not known this information from the outset. He had stumbled upon it later by chance. However, it was enough to elate him beyond measure. He showered a Z with various attentions, all in hopes of one day presenting her to the leader in exchange for the chance to save his own life. After all, who could refuse the bond of sisters? Chapter 124. This was indeed different from what he had previously understood. It must be said that Ding Chuanxiu grasped the man's thoughts remarkably well. Su Su let out a cold laugh. "Do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your intentions towards a Z." Upon hearing this, Ding Chuanxiu trembled like a leaf. "Forgive me, my lord. I deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Initially, I did wish to take a Z as my own, but upon learning of her true identity, I dared not entertain any further impure thoughts. I assure you, during her years at the Starry Constellation sect, a Z has suffered no grievances or humiliation." Ding Chuanxiu was well aware of the nature of the Starry Constellation sect. Since the Lord was aware of his thoughts, he naturally understood the circumstances of the sect as well. Ding Chuanxiu bowed repeatedly, not daring to conceal anything, recounting the events in their entirety. Seeing his timidity, Su found it somewhat amusing. This old monster of the starry constellation sect boasted loudly, yet his courage seemed woefully inadequate. He had been frightened into this state without uttering a word. In truth, Su was oblivious to the extent of his current prowess. Even if a grandmaster stood before him, they might not fare much better than Ding Chuanxiu. I shall tentatively believe you. One point Ding Chuanxiu spoke correctly. Xi had indeed not faced any injustice within the starry constellation sect, with Ding Chuanxiu backing her. Everyone else could only suffer at the hands of Xi. Whether or not Ding Chuanxiu would be spared depended on his performance, particularly regarding his treatment. Su made no mention of it. However, Ding Chuanxiu breathed a sigh of relief, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. Xi was momentarily bewildered. Did she truly have a sister? Was Ding Chuanxiu's kindness towards her driven by intentions of courtship? So much information overwhelmed her, leaving her unable to process it all. As Su had not returned for a while, the other ladies joined him. After hearing Ding Chuanxiu's words, Zhu appeared exceedingly excited. She approached Ding Chuanxiu and pressed. What you just said, is it true? Why yes, Madame Zhu. It is all true, Ding Chuanxiu replied repeatedly. Zhu turned her gaze from Ding Chuanxiu to Su. Husband. Su smiled as he embraced her. Do you recall the surprise I mentioned last time? It is a Z. Zhu trembled all over, realizing her husband had long known about her twin sister and had even intended to bring her for a reunion. This revelation deeply moved her. Having grown up in the humble confines of Canham Manor, though Murong Fu claimed her as a sworn sister, she remained a lowly maidservant in reality. Though she shared a sisterly bond with Bai, they were not true sisters. She had never imagined that she had a biological sister in this world. Z, having been caught in a daze from Ding Chuanxiu's words, ceased all resistance. Now, as she locked eyes with Zhu, the instant their gazes met, the bond of blood compelled them to believe in this truth entirely. Sister. Zhu embraced Z tightly, overwhelmed with joy and tears. Z, still in a daze, made no effort to struggle. She indeed had an elder sister. Moreover, my sister has married that libertine? This cannot be. She must have been coerced into it. I must find a way to rescue her from this abyss. The sudden emergence of a sister is truly astonishing to Azu, yet she does not harbor any aversion towards her. Conversely, Ding Chuanxiu is overwhelmed with an unparalleled shock. The leader of the Su clan had known all along about Azu's sister. This implies that the information he had previously stumbled upon was deliberately orchestrated. The implications are chilling. Ding Chuanxiu trembles uncontrollably. Rise, Su suddenly commands, but Ding Chuanxiu remains prostrate on the ground, devoid of the strength to move. Your ailment is not beyond treatment. It merely hinges on your sincerity. Sincerity? Leader, I am willing to bring the Xingxiu sect to submit to you. Recalling the rumors from not long ago, Ding Chuanxiu swiftly makes a decision. His master, Wu Xingyun, had relinquished all influence of Lingjiu Palace in pursuit of the leader's aid. Should the leader be willing, he too would follow suit. Xingxiu sect? Su expresses only a modicum of interest. However, he ponders other matters. Ding Chuanxiu, I must inquire, where is your sect's ancestor? Yaoyue at present? This question had been posed to Wu Xingyun previously, who had been ignorant of Yaoyue's whereabouts. Now, Su's inquiry serves merely as a probe. He harbors a persistent suspicion that there are secrets in this world of which he remains unaware. Now that he has ascended to the position of the Great Song's martial arts leader, creating such a commotion, the elder masters have yet to make their presence felt. Are they truly striving for a higher realm, or is there some other motive at play? Ding Chuanxiu is still astounded by Su's omniscient demeanor. Yet, the thought of his master following the leader brings him a sense of relief. In reporting back to you, leader, I am unaware of the ancestor's current location. Throughout my life, I have only encountered him once, during my childhood. After he declared his intent to wander, he vanished without a trace. Ding Chuanxiu recounts the details of his meeting with Yaoyue. Su remains silent. After a moment, Ding Chuanxiu musters the courage to speak. Leader, I suspect that our ancestor may no longer be among the living. Such suspicion is not without merit. When he departed from his sect, his master, Wuyazi, had poisoned him and cast him off a cliff. If Yaoyue were alive, how could he neglect his own disciple? Su finds some agreement with this notion. Wu Xingyun has been harmed, as has Wuyazi. With two disciples in peril, if Yaoyue were truly alive, how could he remain indifferent? This is merely my conjecture. The whereabouts of our ancestor remain a mystery. Perhaps my other masters might possess some knowledge. If the leader wishes to know, he adds, I would go to great lengths to assist you in uncovering the truth. After speaking, Ding Chuanxiu seems to feel he has not offered enough, and silently adds another bargaining chip. My third and fourth masters are twin sisters, their beauty surpassing even that of my master. The leader has an affinity for beauty. Master Dashi can certainly embrace this notion. It is only natural for him to hold interest in both his third and fourth uncles. Su Su raised an eyebrow, pondering the allure of beauty. What significance does it hold? Is not your third uncle also your matriarch? How curious. Has she not sought retribution against you? Indeed, I seem to recall whispers of your entanglement with her. Thus her leniency towards you seems quite justifiable. What? Ding Chuanxiu was taken aback. What had he just heard? My lord, please do not frighten me. My relationship with the third uncle is entirely innocent. The third and fourth uncles have long since severed ties with master. The notion of marriage is utterly unfounded. While it is true that master harbors affection for the fourth uncle, the fourth uncle does not reciprocate such feelings. The third uncle and Master Dashi, however, once cherished master. Yet ever since master became consumed by his own practice, he has retreated to the Tianshan Lingjiu Palace, distancing himself from master. Upon realizing that master regarded her merely as a substitute, the third uncle too fell out of favor, seeking seclusion alongside the fourth uncle. I have heard whispers of their existence in the western regions, though their precise whereabouts remain a mystery to me. Nevertheless, I could inquire further. In hopes of Su Su attending to his ailment, Ding Chuanxiu is indeed quite determined. Su Su found himself speechless. This revelation was markedly different from his prior comprehension. Chapter 125. It would be best to change your title and what of your master? At the mention of Wuyazi, a tempest of fury washed over Ding Chuanxiu's countenance. My master, Wuyazi, is nothing but a hypocritical charlatan. He favors Su Xinghe, imparting to him all the supreme martial arts while refusing to share even a morsel of knowledge with me. He often turns a blind eye as others torment me. In my exasperation, I resorted to poison, casting him down the precipice. Alliance leader, I was driven to this. I beseech your understanding. The hatred and ire burning in Ding Chuanxiu's eyes were unmistakable, a testament to his unvarnished truth. It became evident that Li Qiushui and Li Songhai had remained unmarried. In such a scenario, Wu Xingyun was undeniably beautiful, and while Li Qiushui's allure was well known, it was said that Li Songhai was the most captivating of all. Su Su could not help but be stirred by these thoughts. I can cure your affliction, but you must heed my commands from this moment forth. Thank you, Alliance Leader. I shall devote myself wholeheartedly to your service henceforth. Excellent. I now entrust you with a task. Locate your third and fourth Shirshu. Ding Chuanxiu promptly accepted the charge, reassured by the Alliance Leader's promise to assist in his detoxification. In the blink of an eye, an intangible force enveloped Ding Chuanxiu. In the next moment, silver needles shot forth and, under Ding Chuanxiu's astonished gaze, pierced his acupoints. In mere moments, the toxins that had accumulated within him for years were driven to a singular point, from which they were subsequently extracted. Ding Chuanxiu was overwhelmed with joy, gazing in astonishment at Su Su. It was no wonder the martial world praised Su Su's formidable skills. His medical prowess was indeed unparalleled. Witnessing it firsthand today was nothing short of astounding. Just as Ding Chuanxiu was on the verge of tears of joy, Su Su halted abruptly. At this moment, Ding Chuanxiu was bewildered. What was happening? Why had he stopped? The toxins had only been partially removed. He felt an urge to weep, his eyes reflecting confusion and grievance as he looked at Su Su. The toxins you bear are a mere trifling matter for me, Su Su remarked. You must strive to assist me, and I shall subsequently cleanse the remaining poison from you. Ding Chuanxiu, by nature, was not an admirable person. While Su Su utilized him, he remained cautious, not fully placing his trust in him. This was not due to fear of betrayal, but rather a desire to maintain a measure of control to ensure Ding Chuanxiu's diligence. Rest assured, Alliance Leader, I will diligently assist you. Await my news. With that, Ding Chuanxiu cast a glance at Azu and Azzy, said nothing, and hastily departed. Today, any misstep could lead to his utter demise. Fortunately, his wits served him well. He dared not conceal anything from the Alliance Leader, ensuring Azzy's safety while also securing a connection with the Alliance Leader. With half of the toxins expelled, the path ahead seemed less daunting. As long as he obeyed and aided the Alliance Leader, he might yet reap considerable rewards. In that moment, Ding Chuanxiu felt a mixture of admiration and trepidation towards Su Su, suppressing any ill-conceived thoughts. After Ding Chuanxiu's departure, Su Su released Azzy. Upon regaining her freedom, Azzy approached Su Su with a beaming smile. Thank you, my lord, for your timely intervention. I am at a loss as to how to express my gratitude, remarked Azzy, her eyes sparkling with a fleeting cunning that did not escape Su Su's notice. With a smile, he replied, we are all family here. There is no need for formality. As Azzy approached Su Su and bowed, her hand suddenly glimmered with the flash of a dagger aimed directly at him. You lecherous fiend! How dare you bully my sister? Today, I shall end your life. Clang. Su Su silently activated his indestructible divine skill. and when Aziz's dagger struck him, it produced a sharp sound. The dagger in her hand shattered into pieces. Aziz's eyes widened in horror, as if she had seen a ghost. "Why you?" she stammered, realizing Su Su's terrifying power. In a hurry, she turned to Zhu and urged, "Sister, run. I'll hold off this lecherous scoundrel." The other women were taken aback by Aziz's audacity, yet none intervened, for it was unnecessary. Only Zhu looked worried, concerned about how Su Su might react to Aziz's attack. However, upon hearing Aziz's plea for her to escape, Zhu felt a warmth in her heart. How wonderful it was to have such a caring sister. The others rejoiced at the reunion of the sisters, understanding a bit about Zhu and Abai's background. "Foolish sister, you misunderstand my husband. I chose to marry him willingly," Zhu said as she stepped forward, linking arms with Aziz to restrain her. "I can't believe that. The world speaks of the lecherous scoundrel's fondness for beauty. You must have your reasons, right? Do not fear, for I shall protect you from anyone who dares to bully you," Aziz replied. Growing up in solitude, the sudden presence of an elder sister felt like a dream to her. Yet, the undeniable bond of blood made her trust that Zhu was indeed her sister, though she found it hard to believe that her sister would willingly choose to be with this lecherous scoundrel. Smack! Aziz yelped as her bottom was playfully slapped. "If you continue to call me a lecherous scoundrel, I shall prove otherwise." Aziz jumped, clutching her rear, her cheeks flushed like a boiled shrimp. Let us depart, ladies. It is time to return home," Su Su declared, intentionally ignoring Aziz. She was undeniably beautiful and lively. Yet she was also quite troublesome, definitely a handful. There was no rush. He had ample time to deal with her. With wide, curious eyes, Aziz grasped Zhu's hand and whispered, "Sister, let us escape while that lecherous scoundrel is distracted." Su Su made no comment about her intentions, and Aziz naturally assumed she was free. In the next instant, an invisible force bound Aziz, lifting her into the air alongside Su Su's movements. "Ah, lecherous scoundrel, why have you lifted me so high? I am afraid of heights." Su Su smiled. "The more you fear, the better." Soon, they were once again aboard the mechanical bird, soaring towards Su's residence. Aziz's eyes were filled with wonder and astonishment as she beheld the contraption, remaining silent with Su Su but quietly posing her questions to Zhu. After listening to Zhu's introduction, Aziz occasionally cast curious glances at Su Su. However, Su Su completely ignored her, engrossed in affectionate exchanges with the ladies. "Humph, what a lecherous rogue." Slap! Aziz was struck again. Infuriated, she leaped from the mechanical bird, exclaiming, "Hey, you are going too far. If you hit me again, I will make sure we both perish together." In the Xing sect, no one had ever dared to treat her this way. Her face flushed with rage. She had considered employing poison, but since he could neutralize even Ding Chuanqiu's toxins, her feeble concoctions would be ineffective. A careless mistake could backfire disastrously. To be prudent, Aziz refrained from taking action. Su Su cast a disdainful glance at her, advising, "It would be wise to change your address for me. Otherwise, you shall suffer the consequences." Feeling humiliated, and with Zhu offering consolation beside her, Aziz could only grit her teeth and swallow her indignation. Upon arriving at Su's manor, she was immediately captivated by the other intriguing trinkets, behaving like a forgetful child. Chapter 126. The blow cannot be underrated atop Mount Zhongnan. Within the hallowed halls of Chongyang Palace, all disciples of the Chuanjian sect gathered today, their expressions brimming with fervent excitement. For today marked a momentous occasion. The long-secluded Grandmaster Wang Chongyang had emerged from his retreat. Just moments prior, an overwhelmingly potent force of nature enveloped Chongyang Palace, prompting Qiu Chuji and his fellow disciples to rally all members forthwith. Such a formidable aura was undeniably a sign of a breakthrough, one accomplished with remarkable ease. Beyond the great master lies the realm of the celestial beings. How could this not incite exhilaration? Previously, at the Heroes' Conference in Xianyang, Su Su, having attained the celestial being level, had caused 6 great masters to concede without a fight. That scene remains vivid in the minds of many. In the martial world, who does not yearn to ascend further? The state of celestial being has become the ultimate aspiration for all. Moreover, not long ago, figures such as Hong Qigong, Ouyang Feng, Huang Yaoshi, Guo Jing, and even Master Zhou had achieved breakthroughs. The prolonged absence of their master had caused considerable anxiety. At last, today heralded a change. Their master had successfully transcended to the realm of celestial beings. With a resounding boom, the grand doors swung open, and a figure clad in Taoist robes emerged. Wang Chongyang appeared somewhat gaunt yet exuded a vibrant spirit, his eyes gleaming with vitality, and an unmistakable smile graced his face. Having attained the pinnacle of celestial being, who else could claim the title of the foremost in the Song dynasty but him? All gazes converged upon Wang Chongyang, sensing his formidable presence, which elicited jubilant cheers from Qiu Chuji and the others. We humbly welcome our master back from seclusion. Congratulations on your attainment of celestial being. Wang Chongyang laughed heartily, waving his hand, causing some to be lifted by an unseen force. Qiu Chuji and the others immediately sensed a peculiar change. Master, what level of celestial being have you reached? Why do you seem even stronger than Alliance Leader Su? Qiu Chuji's inquiry was not born of genuine comparison, for he could not ascertain whether his master could replicate Su Su's feat of subduing 6 great masters with a mere sword. His words, ultimately, were but flattery. Had their master ascended to the realm of celestial beings sooner, perhaps he would have been the Alliance leader himself. At these words, the smile on Wang Chongyang's face dimmed slightly. Alliance leader? Pray, tell me what transpired in the martial world during my seclusion. He dismissed the other disciples and turned to Qiu Chuji and the others for an account. The joy of his breakthrough was momentarily overshadowed by Qiu Chuji's remarks. Hastily, he recounted the events that had unfolded in the martial world. With each revelation, Wang Chongyang's astonishment grew, and his expression turned grave. You mean to say that Su Su, without drawing his sword, had the 6 great masters willingly submit? Even my junior brother accepted him as the Alliance leader? Previously, I had surmised that he might indeed be a celestial being, and to my astonishment, my conjecture proved accurate. I had not anticipated that such a prodigy could emerge within the rivers and lakes of our great Song dynasty. It is, indeed, a boon for us. At merely 20 years of age, he has already ascended to the celestial realm, and the future that awaits this young man is beyond measure. Our own talents pale in comparison. This sentiment is not merely a display of modesty from Wang Chongyang. After all, many of them have lingered for years at the Grandmaster level, only just managing to break through. In contrast, Su Su has achieved the celestial state at such a tender age. An undeniable chasm separates their capabilities. Wang Chongyang's elation has been thoroughly dispelled. However, he takes solace in his own hard-earned progress, having surged directly to the 2nd level of the celestial realm upon his own breakthrough, an occurrence that has been exceedingly rare throughout history. For this reason, Wang Chongyang harbors considerable confidence in his martial arts prowess, believing that Su Su, even as a celestial being, might not surpass his own level. Upon emerging from seclusion, he was met with this staggering news, which bore significant weight. Continuing the discourse, he inquired further about subsequent events. Setting aside Su Su for the moment, Wang Chongyang pressed on. Qiu Chuji and others proceeded to recount the unfolding tales. As expected, Wang Chongyang was met with revelations that left him both astonished and taken aback. He could not help but exclaim, "Our Song dynasty's martial world is truly fortunate to have talents like Alliance Leader Su. Not only does he possess extraordinary cultivation abilities, but he is also a natural leader. With him at the helm, it cannot be long before our Song dynasty's previously weakened state is transformed." As a member of the Song's martial community, Wang Chongyang naturally feels a deep concern for the martial world. The emergence of a rising star like Su Su brings him immense comfort. As the foremost of the 5 absolutes, Wang Chongyang is a man of vision and broad-mindedness, not one to harbor resentment for having missed the chance to claim the title of Martial Alliance leader. He would never begrudge Su Su for establishing the Hero Alliance and creating a hero ranking, which might seemingly undermine the interests of their sect. After expressing his thoughts, he turned to Qiu Chuji and said, "Please compile the martial arts of our Chuanjin sect and send them forth." The founding of the Chuanjin sect was merely to gather talent and martial strength, to aid our Song dynasty in times of crisis and save the populace from peril. Additionally, I can share insights and guidance regarding the celestial path. Upon hearing this, the disciples remained silent, as the tide of events had already shifted. Countless martial sects had integrated into the Hero Alliance, reaping evident benefits. Due to Wang Chongyang's seclusion, the Chuanjin sect had delayed submitting their martial teachings, and as they were tasked with safeguarding him, they could not accumulate contribution points. Consequently, the Chuanjin sect had fallen behind other sections. Observing that his disciples did not appear pleased by this revelation, Wang Chongyang felt a twinge of doubt. Were there still matters left unspoken? Qiu Chuji, with a bitter expression, replied, "Master, Uncle Zhou, Elder Hong, Huang Yaoshi, and the Western Poison Ouyang Feng have all attained the celestial state as well." What? In that moment, Wang Chongyang felt no joy. Instead, his countenance was overtaken by sheer astonishment. "Are the 5 individuals you mentioned already transcendent beings?" Qiu Chuji nodded. "They have surpassed their master by approximately half a month. It is not alarming when others progress at a pace similar to one's own. What is truly disconcerting is when those who were once deemed inferior suddenly eclipse one, all the while remaining blissfully unaware of their own complacency." In this moment, Wang Chongyang experienced such a sentiment. He had believed that reaching the realm of transcendency was the pinnacle of mastery, only to discover that Su Su had achieved this milestone before him. While this revelation did not initially dishearten Wang Chongyang, after all, Su Su's extraordinary talent had long indicated his ascendance. It was the subsequent news from his disciple that delivered a profound blow. He learned that, apart from himself, the other members of the five absolutes, including Xing, had also attained the status of transcendent beings. Moreover, he, the leader of the five absolutes, was the last to make progress. This realization was undeniably a significant setback. Chapter 127. The master arrives with a coffin after receiving validation from his disciple. Wang Chongyang was enveloped in despair. To share an era with a prodigious talent like Su Su was a disheartening predicament in itself. He was taken aback by Su Su's formidable comprehension of the celestial path. With but a single piece of guidance, Su Su effortlessly ascended to the realm of the celestial, surpassing Wang Chongyang, whose own prowess was significantly weaker. In that moment, rather than elation, Wang Chongyang felt his martial spirit deeply wounded. Was it fate or destiny that placed Su Su in this age? Or was it Wang Chongyang who was out of time? His life had been one of unparalleled brilliance, basking in the admiration and respect of the world, yet he found himself utterly crushed by Su Su's triumph. Had he sought an audience with the Su Alliance leader in Jiangnan sooner, he might have already transcended to the celestial realm. Regret consumed Wang Chongyang. Had he not confined himself to his own pursuits, he would not be in this position now. Master, Wang Chongyang's state was a cause for concern. Fear not. I shall bathe and offer incense. Once I have resolved the mundane matters of my heart, I will journey to Jiangnan. Wang Chongyang was eager to meet this extraordinary youth. Meanwhile, within the ancient tomb, Li Macho and the little dragon girl's master, Lin Xingrong, emerged from her seclusion. After extensive cultivation, her advancement had stagnated at the grandmaster level. Lin Xingrong sighed. As a mere maid with limited talent, her ascent to the grandmaster realm had required extraordinary means. Regrettably, upon exiting her meditation, Lin Xingrong did not immediately seek her two disciples, but instead made her way to the tomb chamber, where she opened the most esteemed coffin. A breathtaking visage lay revealed beneath the lid. The woman within appeared no different from an ordinary person, save for her pallor. Her skin was as delicate as jade, flawless and ethereal. She was a beauty beyond the realm of mortals, yet her eyes were tightly shut, devoid of any breath or movement. A chilling aura emanated from the coffin, deterring any approach. This woman was none other than Lin Xiaoying, the founder of the ancient tomb sect. Miss, I am but a useless servant. I cannot save you. Lin Xingrong, suppressing her shivers from the cold, grasped the woman's hand and trembled as she vowed, but rest assured, I will find someone to restore you. This was both a promise and an oath. For years, Lin Xingrong had labored for this very vow. Unfortunately, her innate talents were far too ordinary. The path to the celestial realm and the healing of her mistress posed a formidable challenge. Unable to achieve it alone, she resolved to seek alternative methods. I have been in seclusion for a long time. If Longer and Macho have diligently cultivated, they should now be at the late innate stage. If all else fails, I may have to borrow their powers temporarily, and once I revive the miss, I will return their strength in full. This was Lin Xingrong's last resort. The truth was harsh, yet it remained a reality. She had taken the little dragon girl and Li Macho as disciples precisely for the day when her own abilities would fall short, requiring her to draw from their strengths. This was an unfortunate necessity. Until the very last moment, she would not resort to such measures. Emerging from the tomb, Lin Xingrong called out twice, but received no response. A fleeting shadow passed. Lin Xingrong soared above the ancient burial site, thoroughly investigating every chamber, yet found it devoid of life. Her brow furrowed in concern. Where could those two maidens have gone? Even Longer is absent. Could it be that Imocho took advantage of my seclusion and, together with Ling Bo, lured Longer into the outside world? Lin Xingrong pondered anxiously. She was aware of Li Imocho's restless nature, yet the little dragon girl had always been obedient. Now, with everyone missing and the tomb enshrouded in dust, it was clear they had been gone for quite some time. It seemed necessary to descend the mountain. Without hesitation, Lin Xingrong departed from the ancient tomb. After a brief inquiry, her failure to locate Li Imocho and the little dragon girl led her to learn about recent happenings in the martial world. Could mere guidance enable one to break through the boundaries of the celestial realm? If so, could I not also achieve this? Furthermore, she had heard that the esteemed Su Mengzhu possessed remarkable skills, having cured Wu Xingyun's ailment that had plagued him for years. Could the same be true for the young lady? Lin Xingrong's thoughts swirled in a tempest. Ultimately, she resolved to give it a try. However, It was said that this man had a penchant for beauty. Where could she possibly find a peerless maiden for him? Lin Qingrong found herself troubled. The little dragon girl and Li Mo Cho were indeed stunning, but they were her disciples. The act of borrowing their internal energy to save the young lady was already a reluctant measure. To use them in exchange for the young lady's healing would be profoundly unfair to them. After all, they had lived together for over a decade, and she truly could not bring herself to do such a thing. Yet, who else would be suitable? In the end, Lin Qingrong resolved that as long as Su Su was willing to assist, she would offer herself as the exchange. Having made her decision, Lin Qingrong promptly returned to the tomb, bringing along the stone coffin containing Lin Xiaoying, and departed. Logically, leaving Lin Xiaoying in the tomb would be safer. But with no one left at the Gumu sect, Lin Qingrong could not find peace of mind. Wang Chongyang of the Chuanjin sect had always harbored ill intentions towards the young lady. Should he take advantage of her absence to inflict harm upon her? How could she ever forgive herself? A day after Lin Qingrong left with the coffin, Wang Chongyang received news. The previously arranged bathing and fasting ceremony to pay homage to the three pure ones had been entirely disregarded. Where could Qingrong be taking Xiaoying? Wang Chongyang's face was filled with urgency. No, I must retrieve her. Now that I have attained the celestial realm, I can cure Xiaoying's ailment. As these words fell from his lips, Wang Chongyang found himself at the foot of Zhongnan Mountain. Lin Qingrong, a master of her realm with unparalleled lightness of foot, traveled swiftly and had already arrived at the entrance of Su's residence. The Gumu sect requests an audience with Su Su, she declared. Upon hearing this, the guards hastily went to report. In recent days, Su Su had been enjoying leisure, indulging in revelries with the ladies and amusing Zi. Zhao Min and Mu Wanqing had arrived later and were also among his favored attendees. Just as a group was engrossed in a lively game of mahjong, a guard suddenly burst in with news. The master of the manor, a woman bearing a coffin, claims to be Lin Qingrong of the ancient tomb sect and wishes to meet you. Before Su Su could respond, the expressions of Xiaolongnü, Li Macho, and Hong Lingbo had already changed dramatically. Master, it must be the master who has arrived. What shall we do, my husband? Hong Lingbo appeared somewhat calm. Yet Li Macho and Xiaolongnü were gripped by genuine fear. Does she come bearing a coffin because she knows of our affairs and intends to bring us harm? The ancient tomb harbors many coffins, indeed, some prepared for them. Now that they have quietly married, it is likely that the master is quite displeased. The mere act of bringing a coffin to seek them out speaks volumes. Observing the two women in such a flurry, Su Su reassured them, "Fear not, my dear. I shall go see what this is about first." Chapter 128. A chilling presence, breath like a whisper outside Su family manor. Lin Qingrong stood proudly in her flowing white garments. Beside her a stone coffin. This scene appeared both eerie and irresistibly intriguing. The Su family manor exuded grandeur. With towering stone lions, each 3 zhang high, stationed at the entrance, emanating a formidable presence. These lions were intricately carved from cloud-patterned stone, their worth surpassing that of silver. Each lion held an enormous luminous pearl in its mouth. The crimson doors and the golden locks on them showcased the opulence and distinction of the estate. Ordinary families would never dare to flaunt their wealth so brazenly. Even the most audacious bandits would think twice before targeting such a fortune. Yet, the Su family manor showed no signs of fear. Not only was Su Su a master of martial arts, but his esteemed position as the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance and his renown in the Jianghu ensured that no one would dare to covet the manor. With a single sword strike, the alliance leader had quelled 6 masters, compelling them to surrender without a fight, and with a mere gesture, he had elevated 5 individuals to the realm of celestial beings. In today's world, no one dared to provoke Su Su. Offending the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance meant inciting the wrath of the entire martial community of the Great Song, a fate one would not wish upon themselves. Lin Qingrong surveyed the Su family manor, her eyes betraying a hint of astonishment. The world whispered of its riches. Yet she suspected that the true wealth of the Su family far surpassed the rumors. A glimpse through the narrow lens revealed the manor's lavishness from the very arrangements visible outside. At that moment, the grand doors of the manor swung open. A guard emerged, courteously addressing her. "Heroine, the master invites you inside." "Thank you," Lin Qingrong replied, shouldering the coffin and proceeding into the manor. The guard's lips twitched in dismay. "Might the coffin remain outside? I could guard it for you." "Absolutely not." Lin Qingrong dismissed without a second thought, leaving the guard in a quandary. Bringing a coffin to pay respects at the manor was indeed an unprecedented sight. More than anything, it was simply inauspicious. Just then, Su Su's voice resonated from within the manor. "Please, Miss Lin, come in." With Su Su's command, the guard breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Qingrong entered the Su family manor, and the opulence she witnessed along the way further attested to the family's wealth. However, such material displays held little significance for her. Upon entering the grand hall, her gaze fell upon a strikingly handsome young man clad in white, exuding an aura of authority with every gesture. His captivating presence was enough to render Lin Qingrong momentarily entranced, taken aback by the existence of such an exquisite figure in the world. After a brief moment, she averted her gaze. The appearance and prowess of the martial arts leader mattered little to her. The only person she held dear in this world was her beloved miss. Similarly, Su Su was equally captivated upon witnessing Lin Qingrong. She, adorned in a flowing white dress with a veil, possessed an enchanting grace. Even obscured as her visage was, the contours of her features revealed her to be an unparalleled beauty. The master of the Little Dragon Maiden and Li Macho is scarcely mentioned in the original text, and not even her name is revealed. It is Little Dragon Maiden who discloses the name Lin Qingrong. However, Su Su did not anticipate that their master would possess such striking beauty. During the journey, Su Su inquired of the system, discovering that Lin Qingrong was also a potential candidate for concubinage. Initially, Su Su merely entertained this notion, but at this moment, he genuinely harbored such thoughts. Lin Qingrong's demeanor was icy, even colder than that of Yaoyue and Little Dragon Maiden. This was not due to their inherent nature, but rather a consequence of practicing the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra. The name itself suggests a cold detachment. The longer one cultivates, the more pronounced these side effects become. Lin Qingrong serves as a living testament to this truth. When Little Dragon Maiden first appeared, she exhibited similar traits. Su Su collected his thoughts and set down his teacup, remarking, "So it is the esteemed leader of the ancient tomb sect who has graced us with her presence. My subordinates, unaware of your arrival, may have inadvertently shown disrespect, and for that, I seek your forgiveness." He did not inquire about Lin Qingrong's purpose in visiting. Like Little Dragon Maiden and Li Macho, Su Su assumed that Lin Qingrong had come to cause trouble for them, perhaps to take them back or eliminate them. His gaze casually drifted to the coffin before Lin Qingrong, and his eyes flickered momentarily. To his astonishment, there was indeed a person inside. With Su Su's perceptive abilities, he could ascertain the condition of the occupant with just a slight focus. The aura was frigid and the breath faint. What could prompt Lin Qingrong to care so deeply as to bring this individual along? Could it be Lin Xiaoying? Lin Xiaoying was a legendary figure of her generation, reputed for her exceptional martial skills. It was said she had refrained from participating in the Huashan sword debate due to her cultivation practices. Had she done so, the martial world would likely have been transformed, and perhaps the foremost among the 5 masters would have been replaced. However, Lin Xiaoying shunned fame and fortune, thus her presence in the martial world remained obscure. She established the ancient tomb sect, which comprised only 5 members, 3 of whom Su Su had already welcomed into his household. It had been many years since Lin Xiaoying's whereabouts were known. Some claimed she had ascended to a higher realm, while others suggested that a mishap in her cultivation had led to her demise. The truth of the matter remains a mystery to those within the martial community. Su Su's thoughts whirled in contemplation. If the occupant of the coffin were indeed Lin Xiaoying, then Lin Qingrong's visit to Su family village was not merely to confront the trio of Little Dragon Maiden and Li Macho. It was highly likely she sought to heal Lin Xiaoying. However, the specifics remained uncertain to Su Su at this juncture. Lin Qingrong furrowed her brow. Having met the alliance leader, she was astonished to find that the ancient tomb sect, despite its low profile, was known to him. She felt both honored and bewildered. Lin Qingrong was well aware of the sect's scale. Now, observing Su Su's demeanor of familiarity, she could not help but feel perplexed, wondering if there were matters of which she remained unaware. It was not that they were intimately acquainted. He merely possessed a modicum of knowledge. Su Su chuckled, thinking, how could one not be familiar? Your disciple and grand-disciple are both present. Lin Qingrong furrowed her brow, her heart increasingly filled with perplexity. Surely, there must be something amiss with Su Su's demeanor. Upon arriving in Jiangnan, Su Su's reputation had soared, particularly due to his marriage to numerous wives, a topic that had become a source of much intrigue. Observing Su Su's obvious attempts to conceal his intentions, Lin Qingrong suddenly had an epiphany. Both Mo Cho and Long Air had gone missing, and given the leader's well-known fondness for beauty, could it be? This thought startled Lin Qingrong. However, having accompanied Lin Xiaoying through many tumultuous experiences, she did not immediately reveal her concerns, but instead steered the conversation towards other topics. She had long heard of the leader's striking appearance, exceptional martial prowess, and unparalleled medical skills, and she wondered if the leader could perhaps assist in healing someone for her. Chapter 129, A Temporary Measure. Oh, but what of the woman in the coffin beside you? Su Su raised an eyebrow, delicately toying with his teacup. a faint smile gracing his lips. Lin Qingrong's heart shuddered. The lady's aura was so faint that he could perceive it. He truly was a master of celestial prowess. Prior to this encounter, Lin Qingrong had undertaken extensive preparations, ensuring that ordinary experts could sense no trace of humanity within the coffin. Yet, Su Su remained unperturbed. Lin Qingrong instantly heightened her vigilance. The leader possesses an insight that pierces through the fog. My modest strategies have failed to elude your notice. Su Su chuckled lightly. I may be inclined to rescue her, but I have a condition. Please, speak. Lin Qingrong's heart raced, apprehensive that Su Su might impose an unreasonable demand. Su Su gradually rose, stepping down from his throne to approach Lin Qingrong, his fingers gently caressing the stone coffin as if admiring a priceless treasure. I shall save your lady, and in return, you will become my wife. Su Su articulated each word with deliberate clarity. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingrong's face flushed crimson, her entire being enveloped in shock. She had not anticipated that Su Su could discern the identity of the person within the coffin. When had she revealed it? Confusion mingled with indignation surged within her. She suspected Su Su was deliberately humiliating her. Despite having steeled herself for this encounter, the reality was more than she could bear. Was she truly to wed this lascivious leader of the martial arts world? Lin Qingrong's complexion fluctuated between shades of red and pale, losing the icy detachment she had exhibited upon their first meeting. After a brief period of mental blankness, she regained her composure and gritted her teeth, declaring, "Very well. As long as you heal her, I shall marry you." Ultimately, if it meant saving her lady, what was this minor sacrifice? Su Su nodded. It is settled. Thus, this transaction was forged. While it was termed a transaction, for Lin Qingrong, it was merely that. For Su Su, irrespective of the circumstances, once she was wed, she would be his wife. At this moment, as he anticipated meeting the legendary founder of the ancient tomb sect, Lin Xiaoying, Su Su felt a surge of excitement. If the maid was this beautiful, then surely this lady would not disappoint. If circumstances allowed, he might even take them both, capturing the entire ancient tomb sect in one fell swoop. The disparity in age had never concerned Su Su. In essence, they were all beings striving for immortality, where a difference of 10 years or even 20 or 30 was inconsequential. Leader, I shall do it. As Su Su moved to open the coffin, Lin Qingrong hastily stepped forward to stop him, carefully lifting the lid of the stone coffin herself. To Su Su's surprise, he discovered not just Lin Xiaoying lying within the coffin, but also an ice coffin encasing her. This was crafted from a millennium-old cold jade. Lying within the ice coffin not only accelerated her cultivation, but also staved off aging, preserving eternal youth. At this moment, a glimmer of awe illuminated Su Su's eyes. A breathtakingly beautiful maiden lay serene within the confines of the coffin, her eyes gently closed. Yet the exquisite features, infused with a hint of gallantry, render one irresistibly captivated. Adorned in a flowing white gown, her figure is accentuated to perfection, embodying an exquisite allure. One's gaze is drawn to her furrowed brow and pallid complexion, evoking a profound sense of compassion. What a peerless beauty she is! Su Su could not refrain from expressing his admiration. He had anticipated Lin Xiaoying to be a middle-aged woman or perhaps a silver-haired matron, yet to his astonishment, she turned out to be a youthful maiden, even more ethereal than the likes of Xiaolongnü. It must be said, the ancient tomb sect truly produces remarkable beauties. Lin Qingrong furrowed her brow and immediately positioned herself protectively in front of Su Su. My lord, please maintain your decorum. She was willing to barter her own well-being for the opportunity to save her mistress, but she would never permit her mistress to be disrespected. Observing Su Su's astonished gaze, Lin Qingrong's displeasure became evident. It is only human to appreciate beauty. I merely admired her without any inappropriate intentions. Surely that is not excessive? She scoffed. Men are all unworthy creatures. In the past, many men have looked upon my mistress with such eyes. Wang Chongyang from Chongyang Palace was particularly hypocritical, seeking to keep my mistress atop Zhongnan Mountain by presenting her with an ancient tomb. He even concocted a ridiculous wager that became widely known. Over the years, he has made no small number of visits to disturb my mistress. I shall not allow such vile men to gain any advantage. Lin Qingrong held no affection for men whatsoever. Were it not for the need to save Lin Xiaoying, she might never have interacted with them throughout her life. I implore you, my lord, to keep your word, she urged. Su Su regained his focus and ceased his admiration of Lin Xiaoying's beauty, beginning to meticulously assess her condition. Lin Xiaoying's pallor suggested a chilling force coursing beneath her skin, visibly apparent. Clearly, this was an overpowering frost poison. In a mere flick of his fingers, several silver needles danced around Su Su, shooting forth like lightning, swiftly penetrating the acupoints on Lin Xiaoying's body through her garments. Now, Su Su had attained the pinnacle of his cultivation, his mastery over internal energy exceptionally refined. Within moments, he had discerned the full extent of Lin Xiaoying's condition. Yet, an unusual expression crossed his face as he withdrew the silver needles, his brow slightly furrowing, gazing intently at Lin Xiaoying without uttering a word. Lin Qingrong's heart tightened. "My lord, is it that my mistress's condition is dire? Could it be that something unfortunate occurred during our journey to Su Manor?" Lin Qingrong felt an overwhelming anxiety, fearing that Su Su might utter words that would plunge her into despair. Su Su shook his head. "I can indeed provide assistance, but I fear the method of treatment may be one you cannot accept." "What method? As long as it can save my mistress, I will accept it," Lin Qingrong exclaimed, clinging desperately to Su Su's arm, her excitement palpable. She remained unaware of the true nature of this unacceptable method. "I will have someone arrange a room for you. Please settle in first. As for the treatment method, I shall discuss it with you later." Su Su did not elaborate on the method of treatment. There is no way around it. Once this method is revealed, with Lin Qingrong's temperament, she would undoubtedly take Lin Xiaoying and leave immediately. However, Su Su's nature dictates that once an opportunity presents itself, there is no reason to let anyone go. Lin Xiaoying is afflicted by a chilling poison, extraordinarily domineering. It has likely accumulated over several decades, reaching a truly terrifying level. Ordinary experts in the realm of celestial beings are utterly incapable of addressing it. Yet, Su Su possesses divine medical skills and wields the Tai Xian Classic, allowing him to utilize acupuncture to concentrate the poison in one area, subsequently drawing it into his own body. Through the Tai Xian Classic, he can then devour and extinguish it. The process of healing is not particularly intricate and carries no significant danger. The only issue lies in the procedure of guiding the poison's transfer, which is somewhat ineffable. In other words, it necessitates leveraging Su Su's strengths to compensate for Lin Xiaoying's vulnerabilities. The reason for withholding this information is the certainty that Lin Qingrong would never consent. It is true that Su Su has set his sights on Lin Xiaoying, but this course of action is not one of taking advantage of another's plight. Rather, it is a matter of necessity. The dilemma arises. Lin Qingrong has reluctantly agreed to marry him solely to save Lin Xiaoying. If he discloses this method of treatment, would she not be inclined to slay him with her sword? It is not a matter of fearing her strength. Rather, it is that such a revelation might dissuade her from marrying him altogether. Alas, a headache. Su Su sighed. He can only resort to a strategy of delay for the time being. Chapter 130. The habit of not sharing with others. Why do you not directly reveal to me the method to cure my lady? Lin Qingrong pressed, her intelligence evident. Or are you deliberately stalling, unable to save my family's young mistress? Not at all, it is merely. Su Su was about to clarify when a resounding voice echoed from outside. The Qiuanjin sect, Wang Chongyang, has come to pay respects to the alliance leader. This proclamation resonated throughout Su family manor, heard by all within. Su Su furrowed his brow. What business did Wang Chongyang have with him? Did he wish to exchange martial techniques or seek celestial guidance? Nonetheless, his arrival was timely. Lin Qingrong, however, was incensed. That insufferable Taoist has pursued us all the way from Zhongnan Mountain? Please wait, I shall attend to him immediately, she stated. Upon hearing this, Su Su glanced at Lin Xiaoying in the coffin, quickly comprehending the situation. Rumors circulated in the martial world that Lin Xiaoying and Wang Chongyang were a pair of celestial lovers. Wang's presence at Su family manor clearly indicated his deep affection for her. Yet Lin Qingrong's reaction puzzled Su Su. Is it not said that your lady and Wang Chongyang are mutually enamored? What is inappropriate about his visit? Mutual affection? Those are mere tales of the martial world. How could my lady, possessing such exquisite beauty, ever be drawn to that filthy Taoist? Su Su raised an eyebrow. The ancient Tomb sect and the Qiuanjin sect are neighbors. Are they not? Surely it is due to your lady and Wang Chongyang's mutual feelings, albeit marred by differing ideals, that they maintain this complicated relationship? It was said that your lady had secluded herself in the ancient tomb for many years to decipher Wang Chongyang's techniques, crafting the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra. Long ago, Su Su had realized that the truths he knew were not universally applicable. Many were mere shadows of reality. Just as the tales of the intricate relationship between Ding Chuanqiu's masters and Weiyazi were entirely dissimilar. Yet, this did not hinder Su Su from probing further. As anticipated, upon his remarks, Lin Qingrong immediately countered. After a thorough exchange, Su Su discerned the true nature of the relationship between the ancient Tomb sect and the Qiuanjin sect. In essence, they were unrelated. If any connection existed, it was Wang Chongyang's unrequited affection for Lin Xiaoying, which had led to much entanglement over the years. Matters of the heart are often elusive. Su Su did not dwell on these intricacies. In fact, discovering that Lin Xiaoying and Wang Chongyang shared no bond brought him a sense of relief, further solidifying his resolve to eradicate the ancient tomb sect entirely. Outside, Wang Chongyang, clad in a Taoist robe, bore the weariness of travel. Upon receiving the news, he had hastened his pursuit, but ultimately arrived a step too late. The world knew of the Alliance leader's unparalleled medical skills. How could Wang Chongyang not be aware? Yet, he did not wish for Su Su to intervene in Lin Xiaoying's healing. For years, he had been devoted to martial arts, striving for a higher realm, not for fame, but in hopes of one day reviving Xiaoying. Despite having achieved success, he found himself unprepared for the unexpected turn of fate. Lin Xiaoying was brought to Su family village by her maid, Lin Xingrong. Left with no choice, he had to follow along. The only solace for Wang Chongyang was that Lin Xingrong was utterly loyal to Lin Xiaoying. She would not allow anyone to offend her mistress. If Su Su were to employ similar tactics, she would undoubtedly refuse, leaving him a glimmer of hope. I shall go and expel that insufferable Taoist immediately, Lin Xingrong declared, her temper flaring as she stormed out. Su Su trailed behind her, unhurriedly contemplating how to persuade Lin Xingrong. Wang Chongyang, how persistent you are. Pursuing me all the way from Zhongnan Mountain. I have told you countless times that my mistress does not harbor any affection for you. Nor will she allow you to intervene, Lin Xingrong retorted, gripping her sword and glaring fiercely. Yet Wang Chongyang appeared fervently agitated. Xingrong, I am now a celestial being. I can save your mistress. You must trust me. That is unnecessary. The Alliance leader Su has already promised to assist in rescuing my mistress, Lin Xingrong replied. Recalling how Lin Xiaoying had treated Wang Chongyang with disdain in the past, she certainly would not afford him any courtesy. To save my mistress? That is entirely unnecessary. Wang Chongyang's expression darkened. Do you not know what is required to cure your mistress and expel the cold poison from her body? He could hardly fathom that Lin Xingrong might agree. Lin Xingrong hesitated, her curiosity piqued by Su Su's words regarding the method of treatment. What exactly are you referring to? Wang Chongyang fell silent, pondering how to articulate his thoughts in front of so many witnesses. After a moment's reflection, he leaned closer, whispering the treatment method into Lin Xingrong's ear. Her complexion instantly changed. Get lost. My mistress will not permit you to treat her. You would do well to abandon this notion. At that moment, Su Su stepped forward, overhearing her words but maintaining a neutral expression. Master Wang, what brings you to Su family village? If you are here as a guest or with a request, I welcome you. However, it is clear that you have come to undermine my efforts, Su Su remarked, his demeanor cold. Wang Chongyang had indeed been taken aback by Su Su's imposing presence, confirming the rumors circulating in the martial world. Under ordinary circumstances, he would have welcomed a meeting with Su Su, eager to engage in conversation. Yet, at this moment, his mind was elsewhere. Wang Chongyang, you should depart. My mistress does not require your concern, Lin Xingrong snapped, regaining her composure. Though she held no official standing to speak to Wang Chongyang in such a manner, her position as Lin Xiaoying's maid granted her a certain audacity. Wang Chongyang, despite his superior status, tolerated Lin Xingrong's outbursts due to his fondness for her mistress. Regardless of her vitriol, he remained unfazed. Instead of responding to her, he turned to Su Su with a smile. I am now a celestial being. Why not join forces with the Alliance leader to treat Miss Lin? Su Su's lips twitched slightly. Join forces? How naive. He is not accustomed to sharing with others. There is no need to trouble Master Wang. Miss Lin's ailment is not a perplexing malady. Su's medical skills are adequate and can provide a cure. Su is entirely convinced that Wang Chongyang is aware of the method for treatment. The notion of collaborating in the healing process may very well be a guise for ulterior motives. Chapter 131. Entrusted by others. Loyal to the task, Wang Chongyang was taken aback by Su Su's abrupt refusal, his expression turning grave. Unfortunately, his status afforded him little standing in this matter. Su Su was a renowned divine physician and the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance. Whether it was Lin Xiaoying seeking treatment or Lin Xingrong arriving with a coffin, his ostentatious pursuit from Zhongnan Mountain had already offended Su Su. To insist further would indeed be inappropriate. Yet, relinquishing this opportunity left him with a sense of deep dissatisfaction. Should there be no other matters, I must take my leave. It is inconvenient to entertain today. Please forgive me, Su Su stated, turning to depart. Lin Xingrong shot Wang Chongyang a sharp glance, saying nothing. She would later address the suitability of Su Su's treatment methods. But she would not permit Wang Chongyang to offend her sister. As Lin Xingrong and Su Su prepared to leave, Wang Chongyang steeled his resolve and called out, Alliance leader. Please wait. Their acquaintance had blossomed into an obsession, especially after Lin Xiaoying's illness. He had stealthily visited the ancient tomb, aware that her cold poison required the harmonization of yin and yang, achievable only through the realm of transcendence. Despite years of diligent practice, he had not taken the position of alliance leader to heart. Now, having finally made a breakthrough, he had been ready to heal Lin Xiaoying, only to be taken aback by Lin Qingrong's emergence with Su Su, who was reputed for his extraordinary medical skills. Suddenly thwarted, even Wang Chongyang felt the strain. All his years of effort seemed to culminate in a fleeting dream. How could he endure such a fate? In truth, Lin Xiaoying had become a haunting specter in his heart. He could not bear to witness the woman he revered being harmonized with another man. At that moment, Wang Chongyang's composure shattered. Su Su, upon hearing this, furrowed his brow in growing impatience. He turned to Wang Chongyang, the lines on his forehead deepening. Goodness, has he succumbed to darkness? The impact of this situation on Wang Chongyang must have been profound. With his current mastery beyond the realm of transcendence, he could perceive the dark aura emanating from Wang Chongyang, as if he had succumbed to demonic influence. Realizing that Wang Chongyang's mindset had indeed collapsed, Su Su understood that such a reaction must stem from his awareness of the treatment method. A once certain victory had slipped away, and he was unable to maintain his composure. Wang Chongyang's temperament typically would not allow for such a breakdown. Alas, his obsession ran too deep. The paths of these practitioners differed from Su Su's. While Su Su followed a systematic approach devoid of side effects, ordinary practitioners, upon entering the realm of transcendence, grasped the grand forces of the universe but also became exceptionally vulnerable. Had Wang Chongyang chosen to remain in seclusion for a while longer to solidify his gains, he would have faced no issues. However, his fixation on Lin Xiaoying compelled him to hasten his emergence to save her, and upon being interrupted, he was overwhelmed by this stimulus, giving rise to inner demons during a moment of weakened mental fortitude. Qiu Chujin and others had pursued them, but the disparity in their realms had caused them to arrive late. As they entered, they were met with a scene that filled their faces with terror. A chilling aura emanated from Wang Chongyang, instilling an overwhelming sense of dread, even evoking a sinister terror. "Master, what has happened to you?" Qiu Chujin inquired hastily. At that moment, Wang Chongyang's eyes burned with crimson intensity, his presence swelling uncontrollably. The celestial energy he possessed was unleashed without restraint. His once neatly arranged hair now flowed wildly, moving as if stirred by an unseen wind. He appeared as a madman, a fiend. As Qiu Chujin approached, he was forcefully repelled by the overwhelming aura surrounding Wang Chongyang, causing him to spit a mouthful of blood. "Senior brother." The other disciples rushed to assist Qiu Chujin, their faces etched with terror. "What has befallen our master? Why does he not even recognize Qiu Shixiao?" Qiu Chujin forced a bitter smile. Love can wound both the beloved and the lover. From the moment he learned that Lin Qingrong of the ancient tomb sect was en route to Su family village with a coffin, he had lost his sanity. Now, it seemed that something else had further provoked him. Qiu Chujin promptly knelt before Su Su, pleading, "Leader, I implore you to intervene and save my master." The others followed suit, kneeling in desperation. Wang Chongyang's current state was utterly terrifying, a far cry from the ethereal figure he once was. He now resembled a demon. In the entirety of the Song dynasty martial world, only the leader could hope to restore him. Su Su remained silent, but Wang Chongyang, witnessing Qiu Chujin and the others' actions, erupted in fury. "What are you doing? Do you believe he surpasses me?" Silence enveloped the group. Wang Chongyang turned his gaze to Su Su, his voice icy, as if rasped from the depths of his throat. "Leader Su, we both understand the unspoken truth. I beseech you to hand over Miss Lin for my treatment. Once she recovers, I shall come to apologize. Otherwise, I shall not hold back." Today, he would seize Lin Xiaoying by force if necessary. Wang Chongyang fixed his gaze on Su Su, devoid of any trace of his former ethereal grace. Su Su chuckled softly, subtly shielding Lin Qingrong behind him. "I cannot hand over Miss Lin without her consent, as she was personally sent by the sect leader to implore my aid." He had already envisioned marrying Lin Xiaoying, and now Wang Chongyang sought to take her from him? That was out of the question. "Lin Qingrong, surrender your mistress to me. In your dreams." Previously, even in his composed state, Lin Qingrong had refused. Now, with his frenzied demeanor, she was even less inclined to comply. "Leader Su, do not heed her. I implore you to assist in saving the young lady." Undoubtedly, Lin Qingrong's words stung Wang Chongyang to his core. In an instant, he succumbed entirely to madness. His voice echoed like a demonic whisper, akin to a wraith emerging from the abyss. "You seek death. You are courting death. Miss Lin belongs to me. Who dares to touch her? I shall annihilate you all." As his words fell, an overwhelming force surged forth, the dark energy enveloping him thickening ominously. Surging directly towards Su Su, Xiao Chujai and the others knelt before Su Su, utterly disregarded by Wang Chongyang, who struck with lethal intent. Su Su sighed. This man had succumbed entirely to darkness, beyond redemption. Yet, merely a second-tier celestial dared to act so presumptuously in his presence. What audacity! In the blink of an eye, a powerful force enveloped Xiao Chujai and the others, shifting to a position behind him. Then, with a mere wave of his hand, the overwhelming momentum of heaven and earth dissipated before their astonished gazes. Clearly, Xiao Chujai and the others were astounded by the remarkable increase in Su Su's strength, far surpassing that of the hero conference. Wang Chongyang's eyes were bloodshot as he gripped his sword, recklessly charging at Su Su. The blade radiated a chilling light, exuding tendrils of dark energy that rendered it truly terrifying. Lin Qingrong stood behind Su Su, her expression a mix of complexity. She was taken aback by Su Su's protective stance towards her, yet equally astonished by Wang Chongyang's ferocity. Her master was undoubtedly formidable, but the leader was evidently even more powerful. What should she do? Chapter 132. The pain of unrequited love at this moment. Xiao Chuji and the other disciples were engulfed in a tumult of emotions. It was evident that they sensed something amiss with their master, who seemed to be succumbing to madness. Without intervention, it was uncertain what calamity might befall them that day. Although the leader of the Su was formidable, they harbored doubts about his ability to subdue their master. Simultaneously, they worried about Wang Chongyang's potential injuries in this confrontation. They found themselves in a precarious dilemma. Especially after succumbing to madness, their master appeared even more powerful than before. As the tension thickened, Su Su, with an air of tranquility, slowly raised his right hand and unleashed the technique known as the 5 thunderclap strike. In an instant, the atmosphere transformed dramatically. Dark clouds gathered ominously in the heavens, exuding a sense of impending doom. Countless bolts of lightning converged, gradually coiling around Su Su's colossal hand, which was formed by his gathered vital energy. Enveloped in a purple aura of electricity, the air crackled with thunder, an overwhelming force that was anything but ordinary. Although dubbed the 5 thunderclap strike, it was, in fact, an enhanced version, amalgamated with the thunder god's wrath from the heavenly intent 4 symbols technique. The combined might of these two martial arts was far beyond mere addition. It had multiplied exponentially. Under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, the giant hand of lightning descended upon Wang Chongyang with immense pressure. The purple arcs of electricity crackled violently, instilling greater terror than the wrath of a thunder god. This was Su Su's inaugural use of this technique after acquiring it. And it was indeed a martial art suited for those at the celestial being realm and beyond, showcasing formidable power. With a deafening roar, the colossal hand of thunder struck down. Wang Chongyang emitted agonizing cries as the dark energy surrounding his sword dissipated, his techniques rendered futile against the onslaught of lightning. The giant hand descended without pause, crashing down upon Wang Chongyang's form. In an instant, the demonic energy enveloping him was obliterated by the thunder, an unparalleled method to eradicate inner demons. With a thud, Wang Chongyang, rendered pitch black and his hair standing on end from the lightning strike, collapsed to the ground. This scene, though seemingly prolonged, transpired in the blink of an eye. Lying on the ground, he expelled black smoke from his mouth. Xiao Chuji and the others stood agape, their faces etched with astonishment. So powerful, far too powerful. They had assumed that the pinnacle of Su Su's might was the ability to suppress 6 grandmasters with a single strike, forcing them to yield without conflict. Now, it was apparent that they had gravely underestimated his strength. Their master, at the second level of the celestial being realm, was easily vanquished by Su Su's mere gesture. The true extent of Su Su's prowess was unimaginable. The surroundings were filled with the sounds of swallowed breaths. Such a dominant display naturally attracted the attention of the ladies in the residence. Standing at the doorway, they witnessed the spectacle with eyes full of admiration. Xiaolongnü, Li Macho, and Hong Lingbo, due to their association with Lin Qingrong, dared not reveal themselves directly, hiding among the ladies. However, they were clearly mistaken, for at that moment, Lin Qingrong had no time to spare for them. If anyone was truly shocked, it was undoubtedly Lin Qingrong. The martial world spoke highly of Su Su, and she had believed there was an element of exaggeration in those claims. At this moment, she harbored no further doubts. Master, after the initial shock, Xiao Chuji and the others regained their composure and hurried toward Wang Chongyang. As the dust settled, Wang Chongyang appeared before the crowd in a state of disarray, his hair disheveled, his breath erratic, and all his cultivation dissipated. Simultaneously, he was devoid of any trace of demonic energy. With the inner demons dispelled, his mind was considerably clearer. Master, are you all right? The 7 disciples of Chuanjin had all gathered, surrounding Wang Chongyang and aiding him. In this moment, Wang Chongyang resembled an elderly man on the brink of death. His once black hair had turned white in an instant, and wrinkles adorned his face. Xiao Chuji and the others could hardly believe that the person before them was their master of the celestial realm. Under ordinary circumstances, one would not survive beyond 100 years. Wang Chongyang, due to his cultivation, had enjoyed a longer lifespan than average, yet now, with his powers stripped away, he appeared frail and aged, as if his days were numbered. Master, I will transfer my inner strength to you. The 7 disciples of Chuanjin, despite their limited cultivation, understood that even if they pooled all their power, it would be of little use to Wang Chongyang. Clearly, Wang Chongyang was aware of this as well. He waved his hand dismissively, urging them not to squander their energy on him. Cultivation is arduous. Remember to safeguard your hearts and not to stray from your path, lest you find yourself in regret as I have. Master, Xiao Chuji and the others wept profusely. Yet, Wang Chongyang bore an expression of relief. Looking at Su Su, he smiled warmly. Su Alliance leader, the old Taoist, deserves his fate. To perish at the hands of a prodigious talent like you is a death without regrets. With you around, I can rest assured for Lin Girl. Throughout his life, he had experienced dualities, extraordinary martial prowess, and the ability to rescue his beloved from illness. Both were as unattainable as stars in the heavens. With the inner demons vanquished, his obsessions had also vanished, leaving Wang Chongyang with a serene countenance. Su Su sighed. Deep-rooted obsessions ultimately harm oneself and others. Wang Chongyang replied with a smile. Indeed, my attachments were too profound. It is a pity that I realized this too late. I entrust Lin Girl to you, Alliance leader. Su Su did not respond. He showed no mercy towards Wang Chongyang, for he was not a benevolent person. Should anyone seek to harm him, he would preemptively strike first. Mercy? It was a jest. In the martial world, leniency only begets harm. Wang Chongyang had also sought death. He had offered no resistance, presumably awakening after the thunderous obliteration of his demonic energy, yet feeling unworthy to face the disciples of Chuanjin. He relinquished any struggle and sought his end. To Su Su, there was little distinction in this. As for Wang Chongyang's entrusting Lin Xiaoying to him, Su Su found it amusing. By what right? Wang Chongyang recognized this irony and could not help but let out a bitter laugh. He glanced at Xiao Chuji and the others, instructing them to remember his words today, to keep their hearts steadfast and to cultivate diligently. As for the Chuanjin sect, it should disband. They were to follow the alliance leader and assist wholeheartedly. Return and inform others that today's events bear no relation to the alliance leader. Wang Chongyang continued with his final instructions. Xiao Chujai and the others tearfully acquiesced. The fall of a celestial being was indeed a lamentable loss. Yet there remained a glimmer of solace. With him present, the Song dynasty would not lack for celestial powers. Besides the 5 from the League of Heroes, Xiao Feng was also nearing that level. He still had 2 celestial-level wives by his side. Wang Chongyang, in comparison, seemed less significant. Lin Qingrong could not help but sigh. Deep-seated obsessions often culminate in inner demons. Otherwise, with Wang Chongyang's prodigious talent, he could have traversed even further along the martial path. Su Su's numerous wives also found themselves reflecting on their circumstances. The pain of unrequited love was the most excruciating. In contrast, their ability to be with their beloveds felt like unparalleled happiness. At that moment, all the wives simultaneously turned their gazes towards Su Su, their eyes brimming with affection. Sensing their stares, Su Su turned back and responded with a smile. Chapter 133. You said this. Are you not regretting it? Lin Qingrong turned her head and immediately spotted several familiar figures among Su Su's numerous wives. Her pupils involuntarily narrowed. To her astonishment, her suspicions were indeed confirmed. Lin Qingrong had previously speculated that with several of her disciples missing and Su Su's well-known fondness for beauty, it was plausible that her disciples were residing in Su's estate among his many wives. However, this notion had merely flickered through her mind. Now, with reality laid bare before her, Lin Qingrong found it somewhat difficult to accept. Su Su naturally noticed Lin Qingrong's gaze. Upon learning that she had come to Su's estate seeking his assistance for Lin Xiaoying's ailment, he relaxed his vigilance. Even though Lin Qingrong was aware that he had married both Longer and Mo Cho, he felt no trepidation. Azi, her eyes sparkling, bounced over, exclaiming, "Wow, brother-in-law. You are amazing. You even defeated the divine power. Can you teach me? The sisters in the estate are so formidable, all at least masters. Yet I remain a mere innate. It hardly seems fair." Su Su raised an eyebrow. "They are all my wives. It is only natural that I assist them in their cultivation. But what reason do I have to help you? What? You don't want to bring your sister along and run away from me? During these days, Aziz had been devising various schemes to eliminate Su Su and escape with Zhu. Yet each attempt had not only failed but resulted in her receiving a sound reprimand from him. Paradoxically, the more he reprimanded her, the more she relished the experience. I'm not running away anymore. Brother-in-law, you are so powerful, why would I run? With you by my side, no one can bully me, right? Aziz shook her head vigorously. Then, with a mischievous glint in her eyes, she inquired, Brother-in-law, do you only teach your wives martial arts? That is indeed the case. Su Su replied, a smile playing on his lips. This little girl had taken the bait. It was time to prepare the small whip. Then, how about I marry you too? Aziz said, her cheeks flushing with shyness. Initially, she had harbored a strong dislike for Su Su, especially when he would occasionally spank her, driving her to frustration. Yet, when he disregarded her, she felt a pang of sorrow. The stark contrast of his kindness towards her sister while treating her differently weighed heavily on her heart. Her sister had confessed her love for Su Su, and after a night of contemplation, Aziz, being a person of passion, decided to boldly acknowledge her feelings. You said this, are you not regretting it? Of course. I do not regret it. My brother-in-law is so powerful, it would be regrettable not to marry him. Su Su nodded and promptly sent out word. Lin Qingrong, standing nearby, felt a twinge of anger at Su Su's hasty acceptance of Aziz. However, upon hearing a recent piece of information, her mind began to wander in another direction. With Xiaolongnü and Mo Cho both being masters, perhaps if she borrowed some of their inner strength, she could break through to the celestial level herself and no longer require anyone else's assistance to heal her young lady. As this thought took root, it began to flourish wildly within Lin Qingrong's heart. Suppressing her emotions, she approached Xiaolongnü and Li Macho. Xiaolongnü, Macho, how fortunate I am to find you. Upon closer inspection, Lin Qingrong was astonished to discover that Xiaolongnü, Li Macho, and even Hong Lingbo had all attained the Grandmaster level. Moreover, most of Su Su's other wives were also Grandmasters, with some even reaching the pinnacle of Grandmaster. There was one figure she found somewhat inscrutable, whom she suspected might be an extraordinary being. Lin Qingrong was both shocked and awed. In the martial world, a Grandmaster could establish a sect, yet there was a severe lack of successors. Even the illustrious Chuanjian sect, renowned for its 7 disciples, had not produced a Grandmaster. Why then, were Su Su's wives so remarkably formidable? Could there be some secret technique at play? Lin Qingrong's mind raced as she resolved to stay and uncover the truth. I'm sorry, Master. We have defied your orders and taken husbands without permission. Please punish us. Xiaolongnü and Li Macho quickly apologized. Nonsense. How could I bear to blame you? Lin Qingrong replied. Now, tell me the story of what transpired. As they conversed, they returned to Su's manor. Lin Qingrong refrained from mentioning her intentions to heal, instead bringing Lin Xiaoying's coffin to Xiaolongnü's residence. After gaining insight into the situation, Lin Qingrong was filled with wonder. Indeed, Su Su possessed many unknown methods, from elixirs to martial arts, all of which were immensely alluring. Caught in a conflict of loyalties, Lin Qingrong found herself torn between her beloved disciple, whom she had nurtured for over a decade, and her deeply indebted lady. She desired both, yet 2 paths lay before her, either to draw upon the inner strength of Xiaolongnü and Li Macho, or to marry Su Su and have him save the lady. However, recalling Wang Chongyan's words regarding the healing method, Lin Qingrong silently chose the former. She could not allow anyone to tarnish her lady's honor. Seeing that their master bore no resentment, Xiaolongnü and the others were overjoyed and engaged in lengthy conversation with Lin Qingrong. In Jiaxing City, the populace and martial artists alike were astounded by the 2 recent announcements from Su's manor. The news of the master of Su marrying again was not surprising, as they had grown accustomed to it. However, the fact that Lady Az was sought by Ding Chuanxiu for the position of alliance leader piqued considerable interest. The fervor for seeking beautiful maidens in the martial world intensified. This news, of course, was disseminated by Su Su himself. It would be far too cumbersome for him to seek each beauty individually. Encouraging figures like Ding Chuanxiu was much more efficient. Although Aziz was not directly delivered to Su's manor by Ding Chuanxiu, the effect was nearly the same, and Su Su was not opposed to giving Ding Chuanxiu a little reward. Another matter that stirred the martial world was the competition between Zhong Shintong, one of the 5 absolutes, and the master of Su, wherein Zhong Shintong was defeated by Su Su. The uproar this caused in the martial community eclipsed even the news of Su Su's marriage. Who was Wang Chongyang? 20 years ago, he was one of the 5 absolutes, renowned for his swordsmanship. It was said that after years of diligent training, he broke through to the celestial realm and reached the 2nd level. Yet he could not withstand even a single strike from the master of Su. What a shocking revelation. The elders had already received the news and were aware of the underlying circumstances, reflecting with a sense of nostalgia. The five absolutes had always engaged in mutual rivalry, a dance of love and conflict, which did not signify discord in their affections. Rather, it underscored their deep camaraderie. Upon learning that Wang Chongyang's powers had dissipated and his days were numbered, the Western Poison, Eastern Heretic, Zhou Batong, and Guijing all extended their efforts, channeling their internal energy to prolong his life. However, Wang Chongyang ultimately declined their assistance. A fortnight later, he passed away. In Jiaxing City, the atmosphere today was exceptionally vibrant. Streets and alleys resonated with the sounds of gongs and drums, and the air was filled with the crackle of firecrackers. A red carpet stretched from Su's manor to the inn in Jiaxing City. The welcoming procession was a cacophony of joyous music, creating a festive and lively ambience. Master Su was remarrying today, and many townsfolk gathered to partake in the celebration, eagerly collecting lucky money, filled with joy. Within Su's manor, the couple exchanged vows, completing the ceremony and entering the bridal chamber. Chapter 134. Both surprise and delight within the bridal chamber. Az adorned in a resplendent red wedding gown. Her vibrant face partially concealed beneath a veil, her dark and lustrous eyes twinkling with excitement and anticipation. Azhu and Az are twins, yet they are strikingly different. Azhu embodies maturity and composure, while Az is cunning and clever. Both, however, are unparalleled beauties. Lost in thought, the sound of footsteps approached. Before Su could lift the red veil, Az eagerly unveiled it herself, gleefully linking her arm with his. Brother-in-law, I am now your wife. Should you not teach me martial arts? Having learned much about the art of mischief from the Xingxiu sect, Az was eager to acquire martial skills, particularly since her sister and the women of the household were all masters. Her envy was palpable, and she wasted no time on their wedding night, clamoring to learn the craft. With a smile gracing his lips, Su replied, Very well, I shall teach you now. Ding. Congratulations to the host on marrying Az, earning 30 years of cultivation and divine brewing skills. The following day, Su cast a glance at the slumbering Az before making his way to the martial academy alone. The previous night, Az had insisted on learning martial arts, and he had imparted the Luanfeng technique to her. This spirited girl not only had a fondness for small whips, but also possessed a competitive nature. Yet, before Su, she stood no chance of victory. It must be said that occasionally experiencing a different approach brings an unexpected delight. Relishing the moment briefly, Su recalled his thoughts and addressed the system to claim his cultivation. Boom. 30 years of cultivation surged into Su's being in an instant. This immense internal energy, potent enough to overwhelm, stirred not even a ripple within him. In a flash, it was absorbed and transformed by the Tai Xianjing. For Su, even without actively channeling the Tai Xianjing, assimilating this energy was merely a matter of moments. With an additional 30 years of internal power, Su's aura intensified significantly. Although there was no elevation in realm, he could distinctly feel the nearly 1,000 years of internal energy within him becoming considerably more viscous, showing evident signs of solidification. A wave of joy surged within Su. The transformation of internal energy into a golden elixir drew ever nearer. He needed merely a century of cultivation to complete this metamorphosis. When the time comes, the internal energy will transmute into a golden elixir, propelling him to immortality. Contemplating how close he was to the realm of the earth immortal, excitement glimmered in Su's eyes. After 19 years in this world, and over a year of activating the system, he had ascended from the postnatal realm to his current state. Such a feat would be hard to believe for others. To outsiders, this journey seemed remarkably swift. Yet for Su, it was an arduous 18 years prior to the system's awakening. Fortunately, he was finally on the brink of reaching the ultimate realm of martial arts in this world. From this point forward, the vastness of existence awaited him. With this thought, Su felt a surge of exhilaration at the prospect of a century's worth of cultivation. If Lin Qingrong and Lin Lincheng progress smoothly, a cultivation of 60 years will soon be within reach. It appears that I must devote more energy to these two individuals moving forward. In a brief moment, Su had already formulated a plan. The closer he approached this realm, the more he comprehended. Many of the doubts that had lingered in his mind were gradually resolved with the increasing information provided by the system prompts. Human lifespan is finite. Even the terrestrial immortals, who surpass mortals, possess a lifespan of merely 500 years and may not have the opportunity to shatter the void and truly ascend. Thus, many resort to a method of reincarnation and recultivation. After experiencing this several times, they accumulate the cultivation from their past lives to facilitate breakthroughs. Su even suspected that figures like Yaoyue were employing similar methods for their training. However, this bore little relevance to him. As long as he diligently followed the path laid out by the system, achieving immortality and sainthood would merely be a matter of time. The system granted him god-level brewing skills. Having witnessed the potency of god-level medical and culinary arts, Su held great anticipation for this upgraded brewing technique. As soon as he uttered the words, a torrent of information surged into his mind. The vast amount of information was comparable to what he had received when learning god-level medical and culinary skills, and it was several times greater than that of master-level brewing. Rare wine recipes, secret brewing techniques, and even the ability to brew spiritual liquor were now at his disposal. Furthermore, Su discovered an intriguing interrelation among the medical, brewing, and culinary arts. When applied adeptly, they could effortlessly nurture prodigious talents from conception through to growth. Su's elation stemmed not only from the fact that the brewing skills could enhance the qualifications of his offspring, but also from the realization that differing qualifications would yield varying rewards. If each offspring were to be a prodigious talent, each could potentially provide Su with cultivation rewards amounting to 50 or even 60 years. This was no trivial sum. It was a significant multiplication of his efforts. Zhao Min had recently become pregnant, and Mu Wanqing was nearing the same fate. As for Zi and the postnatal Zhu and Bai, their diligence was commendable. Altogether, his wives accounted for not a few offspring, easily numbering 20. Notably, he currently had 19 wives. Although the number of offspring had not surpassed 10, his wives were on the verge of exceeding 20. He wondered if there would be rewards associated with that. Su reveled in these thoughts. The upgraded brewing skills, while seemingly modest in utility, had undeniably charted a splendid future for him, promising to enhance his efficiency and significantly accelerate his cultivation pace. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. If he could present this brew to Wu Shuang and Chang'ing before their deliveries, the birth of their offspring would equate to a century's worth of cultivation. He was filled with impatience. Without further ado, Su immediately arranged for the procurement of brewing materials. Although terrestrial immortality was not his ultimate goal, who would disdain swift progress in cultivation? The aforementioned concoction intended to enhance the fetal qualities is merely one among many. There exist numerous others, capable of augmenting inner strength, vanquishing celestial beings, and exerting control over terrestrial immortals. The more Su delved into the matter, the more astonished he became, a mixture of surprise and delight enveloping him. Indeed, products of the system are devoid of detrimental elements. This reward cannot be deemed anything less than generous. Suppressing his emotions, Su returned to his quarters with a cheerful demeanor. It was evident that Zi still had to exert further effort. In the ensuing days, Su devoted himself to assisting the various ladies in their studies within the manor. Lin Qingrong resided in Su's homestead, accompanied daily by the trio of Xiaolongnü, Li Macho, and Hong Lingbo. Both of her disciples and her grand-disciple were already with child, with Xiaolongnü even expecting twins. This predicament left her in a state of profound turmoil, for should she draw upon their inner strength, it would inevitably impact the fetuses. She found herself unable to reach a decision. Chapter 135. Are you truly asking me to save her? The matter of saving someone was not mentioned by Lin Qingrong, nor did Su bring it up. However, each day, he would unabashedly display his affection for the little dragon girl and others in front of Lin Qingrong, treating her with utmost courtesy. It seemed as though his request for Lin Qingrong to marry him had merely been a transaction. Days passed, and Lin Qingrong could no longer contain herself. She approached Su and inquired, "Alliance leader, does our agreement still stand?" During this time, Lin Qingrong observed that aside from his lascivious nature, Su genuinely cared for his wives, showering them with affection. Among the maidens and disciples, Lin Qingrong ultimately chose to sacrifice herself. As Su reveled in Ozzy's attentions, upon hearing Lin Qingrong's words, he nodded without hesitation, acknowledging the agreement. "Very well. Our transaction shall proceed. However, before I save the maiden, I have a question for the alliance leader." "Please, go ahead," Su replied. Lin Qingrong gritted her teeth and posed the method mentioned by Wang Chongyang. "Is there truly no other way to save her?" "Indeed," Su affirmed, his divine medical skills confirming that this was the sole method available. Lin Qingrong fell into a profound silence, grappling with the reality that her marriage to Su was merely a means to an end, and the method to save the maiden was. Did this not imply that she had recklessly jeopardized both herself and the maiden? "Please allow me to contemplate further, alliance leader." That evening, Lin Qingrong prepared a meal and invited the little dragon girl, Li Macho, and Hong Lingbo over. "Master, what is the occasion? Your sudden courtesy has us somewhat taken aback," they remarked. Lin Qingrong, who had always been emotionally distant, had never expressed such kindness. It was unprecedented for her to invite them to dinner. With a hint of embarrassment on her face, she urged, "Please sit and eat. The food is growing cold." Trusting Lin Qingrong, the three women had no suspicions as she served them dishes and poured wine. In a short while, all three showed signs of intoxication. "Master, is our matriarch resting in the coffin in your room?" Li Macho asked, her eyes slightly glazed. Lin Qingrong did not deny it and rose to open the coffin. "Come, take a look." This was the first time the little dragon girl and Li Macho beheld the legendary matriarch Lin Xiaoying. "She is so beautiful," they exclaimed. "If my husband claims he is the only one capable of saving her, then it must be true," the little dragon girl consoled. Believing Lin Qingrong's doubts about Su Su were unfounded. With a bitter smile, Lin Qingrong responded, "There is another method." "What method?" Li Macho's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "If you lend me your internal energy to help me break through to the celestial realm, I shall personally save the maiden." As she spoke, Lin Qingrong gazed at the three women with a face full of guilt. "I am sorry, I have no other options left." The little dragon maiden shook her head and said, "Master, I am truly sorry, but even if we were to lend it to you, you would be unable to save Grandmaster. Furthermore, we shall not lend it. Do you dare to defy the master's orders?" Lin Qingrong invoked the authority of her master, attempting to suppress the little dragon maiden and her companions. However, the aura she had just released was swiftly shattered by an invisible force. "They are now my wives. I dare anyone to lay a hand on them." Su Su, clad in white robes, appeared ethereal, like a celestial being descended from the heavens. The mere hint of his imposing presence left Lin Qingrong breathless. "Dear husband," the three women, fighting against their intoxication, rushed to Su Su's side and nestled in his embrace. With a casual flick of his hand, silver needles flew forth, swiftly sealing their acupoints, and the effects of the wine dissipated instantly. Standing beside Su Su, their gazes were filled with concern for Lin Qingrong. Realizing her predicament, Lin Qingrong found herself at a loss for words, yet a sense of unwillingness lingered. Observing her distress, Su Su remarked, "Even if you were to acquire the abilities of Longer and the others and attain celestial status, you would still be unable to save your young lady. Why persist in this folly? I have always acted with integrity and have never coerced you in the slightest. But should you dare to harm my wife?" A mere cold snort from Su Su caused a trickle of blood to escape from the corner of Lin Qingrong's mouth. With a thud, Lin Qingrong collapsed to her knees. "Qingrong is willing to marry the leader in exchange for saving the young lady's life." Su Su did not immediately respond. Instead, he departed with Li Macho and the little dragon maiden, for he was not one to impose undue burdens upon others. Lin Qingrong sat despondently on the ground, realizing that her actions had irrevocably disqualified her from bargaining with the leader. She feared that Longer and Macho might harbor resentment towards her as well. "Young lady, what do you think I should do?" she lamented. "Young lady." Lin Qingrong had merely intended to speak with Lin Xiaoying, but upon approaching, she was met with Lin Xiaoying's pallid complexion, far worse than before. Clearly, when Su Su unleashed his oppressive aura, it had affected Lin Xiaoying, who lay within her icy casket. Lin Qingrong regretted her choices. Had she known she would endanger the young lady, she would never have engaged in such actions. At that moment, Lin Xiaoying's condition appeared dire. Lin Qingrong, disregarding everything else, stumbled forward and knelt before Su Su. "Leader, I beseech you to save my young lady. I am willing to do anything, as long as you can rescue her." Su Su's perceptive abilities encompassed the entirety of Su Manor, and he was well aware of the events unfolding within the room. However, Lin Qingrong's lack of respect, coupled with her intent to harm his wife, irked him. It was imperative that she learn a lesson. "If you wish for me to save your young lady, it is not impossible, but from this moment forth, you shall serve me as a maid, attending to my every need." "Very well," Lin Qingrong agreed without hesitation. The little dragon maiden attempted to voice her concerns, but was halted by Li Macho. Their master, fixated solely on Grandmaster, had neglected their own feelings, which was precisely what displeased Su Su. Since he desired change, they would comply. As Su Su returned to the room, intending to alleviate Lin Xiaoying's condition with a few deft needles, he discovered that the suppressed cold poison within her had begun to spiral out of control. If not treated promptly, her life would be in jeopardy. Furrowing his brow, he glanced at Lin Qingrong and asked, "Do you truly wish for me to intervene?" Upon receiving confirmation from the leader, Su Su carefully lifted Lin Xiaoying from the ice coffin and laid her on the bed. Lin Qingrong immediately comprehended the gravity of the situation and stepped back. "You need only save my lady. I shall guard you," she declared. Su Su supported Lin Xiaoying, gently removing her garments, and sat facing her, fully engrossed in the treatment. Employing silver needles, he began to concentrate the dispersed cold poison within her body into a singular point, meticulously breaking it down piece by piece with his internal energy. This process was intricate and painstakingly slow. Years of accumulation had intertwined the cold poison with his internal force, necessitating a gradual separation. After skillfully isolating it with his needle techniques, the next step was the most crucial, demanding an exceptional level of medical expertise. Chapter 136. If he marries, she will wed. In the fleeting moment when the internal energy and the cold poison separated, he had to act swiftly. The disjunction could lead to damage of the meridians. During this critical process, he needed to promptly assist in the restoration, for any lapse would result in Lin Xiaoying's demise due to ruptured meridians. Go, Su Su commanded softly. His formidable internal energy surged, causing the trembling silver needles to reverse their motion. One must commend the prowess of divine medical skills. They were undeniably formidable. With this step completed, the subsequent phase was equally crucial. The silver needles had already gathered the cold poison within Lin Xiaoying's body, yet now, a trace of the poison had seeped out, causing the temperature in the room to plummet, rendering it quite frigid. Next, Su Su would guide the cold poison towards himself through his own body, employing the Taishan scriptures and his potent internal energy to transmute and eradicate it. Of course, there existed another method. If Lin Xiaoying could transcend to the celestial realm, she could use her internal energy to eliminate the cold poison herself. Yet, this alternative was the least feasible. Having lost consciousness and fallen into a stupor, it was exceedingly difficult for her to even sustain her life, let alone cultivate or break through to the celestial realm. Thus, the responsibility fell to Su Su, who would absorb and eradicate it. This process was undeniably heart-pounding. Lin Qingrong felt an indescribable discomfort merely contemplating the scene outside, uncertain whether it stemmed from Su Su's perceived affront to her mistress or some other reason. The procedure did not unfold slowly. As it was a matter of healing and saving a life, Su Su naturally would not indulge in a leisurely pace. Soon, the cold poison began to transfer gradually into his body. As the poison shifted, a layer of icy blossoms manifested on Su Su's surface, illustrating the formidable nature of the cold poison that had plagued Lin Xiaoying for years. After laying Lin Xiaoying down and covering her with blankets, Su Su settled into a meditative posture. Given his current level of mastery, he would have struggled in earlier stages, but now, with merely a century's worth of internal energy, he faced this cold poison without trepidation. In no time, under the influence of the Taishan scriptures, the cold poison was entirely obliterated. Moments later, Su Su opened his eyes in delight. After absorbing the cold poison, his internal energy had become remarkably purer and more viscous. Additionally, a cold attribute infused his energy. Upon reflection, Su Su felt a sense of relief. The Taishan scriptures were indeed powerful, capable of encompassing all, having devoured even the 99 yin-yang divine art. So it was hardly surprising they could consume the cold poison as well. The addition of the cold attribute was entirely reasonable. When employing the Ayahan 6 techniques or the Qianyun Ice fan, the enhancement from this cold attribute would undoubtedly amplify their might. With this thought, a smile crept across Su Su's lips. He had not anticipated such unexpected joy from saving Lin Xiaoying. After a brief incense stick's worth of time, Su Su rose and opened the door to step outside. "Leader, how is my lady?" Su Su smiled faintly, assuring that everything was proceeding smoothly and that the young lady from her family would awaken shortly. As his words faded, he felt a sharp sword pressed against his waist. "Who are you, daring to intrude into my chamber?" The unexpected turn left Su Su somewhat taken aback. However, Lin Qingrong's face lit up with joy. "Miss, you're awake, Qingrong." Upon seeing Lin Qingrong, Lin Xiaoying felt a wave of happiness. "Where's this?" It didn't take long for Lin Xiaoying to realize she was no longer in an ancient tomb. Lin Qingrong succinctly recounted the events, leaving Lin Xiaoying both flustered and enraged. Yet, she could hardly blame Su Su, as it was indeed Qingrong who had implored him for assistance. "Miss, perhaps you should put on some clothes first?" Lin Qingrong reminded her, a hint of embarrassment in her tone. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoying suddenly felt a chill and quickly wrapped herself in the blanket. "Could you please step outside?" Su Su, however, seemed unfazed. After waiting outside for a while, the door to the room opened. Lin Qingrong stepped out, saying, "Alliance leader, my lady requests your presence." Su Su raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Still calling me alliance leader? Have you forgotten me as your husband now that your lady has recovered?" Lin Qingrong's cheeks flushed. The man before her was already her lady's husband. How could she dare entertain such thoughts? I do not concern myself with the negotiations between you and your lady, but the promises made previously must be honored." After a moment of silence, Lin Qingrong nodded in agreement. Once Lin Qingrong was settled, Su Su felt a sense of satisfaction as he entered the room. At this moment, Lin Xiaoying had donned a white dress, radiating grace and beauty, truly a rare gem. Upon seeing Su Su, memories of their previous encounters flooded her mind, causing her to feel somewhat bashful. Yet, being a renowned heroine, she would not allow herself to act shyly. She rose and approached Su Su, bowing respectfully. "Thank you, Alliance Leader, for saving me." In a brief span, Lin Xiaoying learned all about Su Su from Lin Qingrong. At merely 19, he had the prowess to defeat a formidable opponent at the second level of the celestial realm. His medical skills were nothing short of divine. After becoming the leader of the martial arts world, he had accomplished significant feats for the Song dynasty, establishing the Hero Alliance and creating the hero rankings, guiding many into the celestial path in a remarkably short time. The more she learned, the more astonished Lin Xiaoying became. After a few years of slumber, such an extraordinary figure had emerged in the martial arts community. Truly, talents arise with each generation. At that moment, Lin Xiaoying gazed at Su Su, momentarily lost in thought. The young man before her was strikingly handsome, akin to a celestial being. Having saved her life, she couldn't help but feel a flicker of attraction. "There's no need for formalities, Miss Lin. I was merely fulfilling a request," Su Su replied nonchalantly. The beauty before him was indeed captivating, stirring his heart. Yet he would never allow himself to become a lovesick fool. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoying could not help but feel a twinge of disappointment. So, would the alliance leader not have rescued her had Qingrong not pleaded? That is not entirely the case. Su Su shook his head. How could he bear to see such a beautiful woman as Lin Xiaojiao wither away like a flower? If he were to encounter her, he would undoubtedly come to her aid. Upon receiving this answer, the flicker of disappointment in Lin Xiaoying's heart vanished instantly. Grateful for the leader's rescue, she was now a part of the leader's world. Yet, she pondered how the leader intended to position her in this new life. Indeed, the children of the rivers and lakes are known for their passionate affections. However, Lin Xiaoying was also a woman of substance, and having already shared a profound bond with Su Su, she could not remain oblivious to their situation. Clarity was essential. If he were to marry, she would consent to wed. Although Su Su was merely a junior, his remarkable presence was undeniably captivating, stirring emotions within her. Moreover, as cultivators, age had long ceased to be an obstacle in their hearts. Thus, it was only natural for him to welcome Xiaoying into his life. Su Su stepped closer, enveloping Lin Xiaoying in his embrace. After bestowing a gentle kiss upon her, he raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Xiaoying, do you wish for this?" Chapter 137. What? Are you having second thoughts? Boom. Su Su's actions were both audacious and frivolous. Lin Xiaoying felt as if something had exploded in her mind. Having navigated the martial world for so many years, she had become a renowned heroine. Despite numerous talented suitors admiring her, they all exhibited restraint and courtesy. Even seasoned admirers like Wang Chongyang treated her with utmost respect, fearful of tarnishing her impression of them. Yet, Lin Xiaoying held no regard for these individuals. Thus, she had never encountered anyone as brazen as Su Su. His sudden advances left her flustered. Hesitantly, she responded, I am willing. However, I have a condition. Could you also marry Qingrong? I mean as an equal, not as a maidservant." Su Su nodded, pondering how fortunate this arrangement was. Initially, he intended to marry Lin Qingrong as well. Marrying both was even more advantageous, simplifying matters and yielding greater rewards. The following day, news of the marriage proposal from Su Zhuang spread throughout Su family village. The entire city was abuzz with excitement. Everyone rejoiced, not only for the auspicious occasion, but also due to the extraordinary status of Su Su's intended. Furthermore, it was another instance of marrying two women at once. According to informed sources, both brides belonged to the ancient tomb sect. One was the founding ancestor, while the other was the current sect leader. It sounded utterly preposterous. Moreover, some disclosed that prior to this, Su Mengzhu had already taken in the little dragon girl and Li Macho from the ancient tomb sect, with Hong Lingbo being a disciple of Li Macho. Now, with Lin Xiaoying, the founding ancestor, and Lin Qingrong, the sect leader, Su Su had ensnared the entire lineage of the ancient tomb sect across 4 generations. Those privy to this information wore expressions of shock and astonishment. If such news were to emerge regarding anyone else, it would be deemed outrageous. Yet, in the present-day Song dynasty, no one dared to speak ill of Su Su. Instead, they regarded him as remarkably audacious, free-spirited, and indifferent to societal opinions. In the Song dynasty, whose prestige and position could rival Su Su's, as the architect of rules, He was indeed entitled to such liberties. When the members of the League of Heroes learned of this news, they too were left astounded. Initially, they thought the union with Wu Xingyun was already remarkable, only to discover something even more outlandish. He had effectively captured an entire sect across 4 generations. Incredible. The leader was truly formidable. Envy was futile. Laughter ensued. Xiao Feng and Hong Qigong exchanged glances, both lamenting, alas, what could the leader possibly find appealing? What is more interesting than martial arts? Ouyang Feng sighed, expressing his disenchantment with women, likening them to venomous serpents. With Hong Qigong and the others frequently jesting about his plight, he grew increasingly convinced that women were no good. They were nothing short of a nightmare. At the very least, he would never consider marrying off his daughter to the leader. One cannot fathom how the leader accomplishes such feats. Day after day, he seems engrossed in marrying and courting wives, yet he also masters peerless martial arts, divine medical skills, winemaking, alchemy, and culinary arts. Xiao Feng enumerated these astonishing talents. The others fell into a profound silence. After a brief interlude, they collectively uttered 2 words, monstrous genius. One's energy is inherently limited. To balance such diverse pursuits is indeed no small task. Yet their leader excels in each domain, achieving mastery with minimal time investment. Apart from the term monstrous genius, they could think of no other apt description. As for these matters, Su Su remained blissfully unaware. Every time he took a bride, he disseminated the news widely, which was partly for publicity. This path he intended to traverse indefinitely. Moreover, he wished for his wives to be spared from any scandal or gossip. Such actions could be seen as paving the way for his spouses. The martial community became increasingly eager to assist him in sourcing beautiful women. It must be said, the results were quite favorable. The last time the martial world learned that a Z was sent by Ding Chuanxiu, interest surged significantly. Unfortunately, while some beauties were indeed exquisite, they lacked renown. Compared to the ladies in Su Su's household, they fell considerably short. The beauty of the Song dynasty was dwindling, but other dynasties still flourished. Once the Song's power increased, it was certain that someone would elevate his reputation. This was a concern Su Su did not fret over. At Su family manor, a festive atmosphere prevailed. Xiaolongnü, Li Macho, and Hong Lingbo personally oversaw all wedding arrangements. By this day, all of Su Su's wives had unified in their stance regarding his taking of concubines. They were supportive and actively assisting in the preparations. What once warranted caution was now entirely absent. Given Su Su's current status, who would dare voice any objections? Guests gathered in droves. Countless martial experts arrived, drawn by reputation, carefully toasting Su Su. Among them, a certain martial hero laughed heartily in agreement. Elders from the heroic alliance presented gifts of congratulations. The corners of Su Su's lips curled upward. It was evident that he was in high spirits. His joy was palpable, impossible to conceal. There was little wonder. This night would mark the culmination of a lifetime's cultivation, allowing him to transform his internal power into a golden core and ascend to immortality. He was overwhelmed with excitement. To the bridal chamber. With that final exclamation, Su Su could hardly contain his eagerness as he led the 2 women into the nuptial chamber. The envious gazes of the guests and the admiring looks of female heroes were left in his wake. Inside the bridal chamber, Su Su entered and eagerly lifted the veil of Lin Xiaoying. Dressed in a flowing red gown, her enchanting eyes resembled a painting. If the Lin Xiaoying clad in white was a celestial being, then this moment's Lin Xiaoying was an ethereal sprite, beautiful and animated, utterly captivating. Xiaoying, you are truly stunning. Lin Xiaoying shyly lowered her head, softly addressing him as husband. Su Su smiled and replied, Xiaoying, I have a skill to impart to you. 2 hours later, after Su Su imparted the Luanfeng decision, Lin Xiaoying had grown weary and succumbed to slumber. He then departed from her quarters and proceeded to Lin Qingrong's side. In contrast, Lin Qingrong resembled a spirited little firecracker, seated within her chamber. She felt a tumult of nerves and complex emotions. Given the nature of their arrangement, she inherently dismissed any notion of Su Su harboring feelings for her. However, she could discern that her mistress had indeed developed an affection for him. Alas, her mistress truly ought not to bring me along to wed. What is this regret? Upon entering, Su Su overheard this remark and could not resist a teasing retort. No, not at all, Lin Qingrong quickly refuted. At that moment, Su Su had already lifted her veil. Silly girl, even if your mistress remains silent, I shall still take you as my bride. In my eyes, distinctions such as mistress and maid, or master and disciple, hold no significance. You are all my wives, and I shall treat each of you with equal regard. Chapter 138. A millennium of cultivation transformed into golden elixirs. Upon hearing these words, Lin Qingrong was deeply moved. In the martial world, although she was revered as the leader of the ancient tomb sect, she was acutely aware that both she and the martial artists knew she was merely a maidservant to Lin Xiaoyue. She had always regarded herself as a servant to her mistress. Yet, this man before her treated her as a lady and regarded her as an equal. Beloved, hush. Do not utter a word. I understand. I shall now impart to you a technique known as the phoenix and phonebird formula. Lin Qingrong nodded, aware of the phoenix and phonebird formula, as both Long and Mo Cho had spoken of it. It was a method that could enhance cultivation and draw upon her husband's energy to accelerate her practice. The fact that Long and the others achieved mastery was a testament to her husband's contributions. Lin Qingrong was astonished by her husband's kindness, bestowing upon her such a profound technique so soon after their marriage. Ding! Congratulations to the host on marrying Lin Xiaoyue, rewarded with 60 years of cultivation and the 9 transformations mysterious technique. Ding! Congratulations to the host on marrying Lin Qingrong, rewarded with 30 years of cultivation and a formula for the celestial dust pill. Ding! Congratulations to the host for having more than 20 wives, receiving a special reward, the Buddha's palm. The following day, Su Su awoke feeling invigorated. With the advancement of his cultivation, he noticed his physique becoming increasingly robust. Coupled with the emperor's body, he felt confident in handling not only Lin Xiaoyue and Lin Qingrong, but even all the ladies of the household simultaneously. The tales of the emperor ascending to immortality with 3,000 consorts were no mere jest. After rising, Su Su instructed the maidservants to take good care of the 2 new mistresses before making his way to the backyard. The backyard had long been transformed into a private training ground by Su Su. It was a space where no one else was permitted to enter. Calling it a forbidden area of the Su estate would not be an exaggeration. At this moment, Su Su was filled with anticipation. He could not help but feel exhilarated. His marriage to Lin Xiaoyue and Lin Qingrong had directly granted him 90 years of cultivation. This implied that he was on the verge of attaining the status of an earthbound immortal within the year. How could he not be thrilled? To convert internal energy into a golden elixir was to step into the most powerful realm of martial prowess in this world. Who could remain calm in such circumstances? The excitement on Su Su's face was unmistakable. The maidservants assumed their master was merely elated by his new brides, whispering amongst themselves as they watched his retreating figure. Su Su, however, paid no heed to their murmurs, striding swiftly into the backyard. Gazing at the system rewards, his breath quickened. 90 years of cultivation. A formula for the celestial dust pill, the 9 transformations mysterious technique, and the Buddha's palm. These rewards were nothing short of extraordinary. The cultivation was self-evident. He was but a mere 60 years away from achieving the status of an earthbound immortal, and now he had not only enough, but also an additional 30 years. How could one not rejoice? Once he absorbed and refined these energies, he would truly stand at the pinnacle of this world. According to the information Su Su had gathered, earthbound immortals possessed a lifespan of 500 years and were exceedingly difficult to kill, unless there was a vast disparity in combat power. Otherwise, one could only defeat them, not slay them. It is precisely for this reason that anyone who is not foolish would refrain from offending the terrestrial deities. As previously mentioned, no one in the realm is truly unencumbered or solitary. Therefore, the world often revolves around human sentiments and social intricacies. Rarely does anyone exist who is devoid of thoughts, solely preoccupied with conflict and violence. If such individuals do exist, they are either madmen or fools, or perhaps those who are truly unburdened and fearless of death. In this realm, there are never absolute powerhouses. Even among those of the same rank, there exist varying levels of prowess. Thus, to offend a terrestrial deity would be a most terrifying affair, for no one could bear the thought of being stalked by an adversary capable of living for 500 years. The very notion is chilling. Consequently, unless there are deep-seated grudges, terrestrial deities generally refrain from severing ties. Moreover, those who attain such a realm are invariably prodigious talents, exceptional individuals of stunning capability, possessing not only intellect but also emotional acumen. However, in this regard, Su Su remains undaunted. With the system in place, as long as sufficient time is allotted for the accumulation of cultivation, he fears not even the mightiest of foes. After all, the products of the system are far from mundane. Reining in his emotions, Su Su excitedly exclaimed, "System, I wish to receive my cultivation." As his words fell, in an instant, 90 years of cultivation surged into Su Su's body. Having experienced this phenomenon numerous times, he felt no pressure and promptly activated the Tai Xian Jing, swiftly converting and absorbing the influx. In a mere moment, the 90 years of cultivation was completely devoured and extinguished. Simultaneously, a transformation took place within Su Su's body. A thunderous sound erupted from within him, an invisible roar resonating as the 90 years of cultivation melded within, akin to the final drop of water needed in a vessel. The originally adequate century of cultivation had now increased by 30 years. As the saying goes, a full cup overflows. Instantly, Su Su's immense and viscous inner strength began to circulate at an astonishing speed. His skin and meridians seemed to undergo a transformation as well. A millennium's worth of cultivation surged like a wild stallion, recklessly rampaging within Su Su's body, inadvertently widening all of his meridians. Within his dantian, the inner strength spun rapidly, visibly coalescing and condensing. After approximately a quarter of an hour, the speed of the inner strength's circulation gradually diminished, transforming the once overwhelming force into a perfectly round golden inner elixir. This elixir exuded an extraordinary aura, flowing through Su Su's limbs and bones. Upon witnessing this golden inner elixir, Su Su felt an exhilarating surge of excitement. Golden elixir. Indeed, this was the golden elixir. 1,000 years of cultivation transformed into a golden essence. Su Su distinctly sensed that his golden elixir radiated an unparalleled energy, indicating that the additional 30 years of cultivation had not been squandered. However, he soon noticed the ominous gathering of dark clouds overhead. Above the courtyard, the clouds loomed threateningly, reminiscent of a city under siege. In response, Su Su was not taken aback. According to the system's introduction, once the golden elixir is forged, the ensuing tribulation follows. Only those who have endured this tribulation can be deemed true terrestrial immortals. Dark clouds gradually converge, looming ominously over the courtyard of Su family manor. What began as a small patch of darkness has burgeoned into an increasingly dense mass. The heavens have transformed into a heavy, oppressive black. Within the thick clouds, flashes of lightning intermingle with the sound of thunder, creating a cacophony of crackling noises. The rumbling thunder carries a somber resonance. Such extraordinary phenomena swiftly captivate the attention of many. Countless townsfolk and martial artists gaze at the spectacle, their faces etched with astonishment. Heavens, what is that? What is happening at Su family manor? Why are we enveloped by thunder? Could it be divine retribution or a blessing? Nonsense. Aside from his penchant for matrimonial pursuits, the master of Su manor spends most of his time doing good deeds. How could there be divine punishment? Shouldn't we be hoping for something positive? Indeed, the master of Su manor is a paragon of virtue. I suspect that his numerous good deeds have led him on the path to immortality. Chapter 139. Experience deepens understanding of the power of heavenly tribulations in the city of Jiaxing. The populace and martial artists alike were embroiled in fervent discussion, their faces etched with fear and astonishment. This trepidation was not born of cowardice. Rather, it stemmed from the ancient association of thunder with justice, an embodiment of overwhelming power that instills a profound sense of dread. Even the mightiest warriors, be they masters or grandmasters, found themselves insignificant in the face of heavenly lightning. A single bolt could obliterate them entirely. Consequently, concern for the Su family manor permeated the air as the townsfolk pondered the fate of their lord, Su Su. Yet, they were paralyzed by uncertainty and helplessness, resorting to silent prayers in the depths of their hearts. Regardless of Su Su's esteemed position as the leader of the martial world or his illustrious reputation, his acts of chivalry had earned him an irreplaceable status among the citizens of Jiaxing. To them, Su Su was undoubtedly the kindest and most benevolent soul in existence. Who among them would wish harm upon such a noble figure? While some cowered in fear, others summoned their courage, driven by a sense of loyalty to Su Su. They rushed toward the Su family manor, uncertain of their ability to assist, yet yearning to stand by his side in this trying time. At the Su family manor, ominous storm clouds had completely enveloped the estate. Initially, the household staff remained oblivious to the impending danger, but as the clouds thickened, an unsettling awareness began to dawn upon them. The air crackled with the sounds of thunder and lightning. The servants, sensing the gravity of the situation, became frantic and alerted the ladies of the household. Even Lin Xiaoying and Lin Qingrong, who had been peacefully slumbering, were roused from their dreams. The women gathered together, their expressions fraught with anxiety as they gazed at the turbulent sky. "Quick, to the backyard. My husband is out there, and it seems the storm is aimed at him," Xiaomin exclaimed in alarm. "Wait," Wu Xingyun interjected, her voice steady amid the chaos. Having resolved matters in Tianshan days prior, she, alongside Yaoyue, possessed a greater composure than the others present. As a disciple of the carefree master, she understood what it meant to transcend to the realm of the heavenly beings and the tribulations one must endure. "Dear sisters, do not act rashly. My husband is on the verge of a breakthrough, undergoing his tribulation. If we rush to him now, we may hinder rather than help, diverting his focus at a critical moment. Upon hearing her words, the others were left in a state of confusion. Sister Xingyun, what do you mean by tribulation? Why must my husband face such trials? Wu Xingyun paused momentarily, gathering her thoughts before responding. As you are all aware, on the path of martial arts, after the Grandmaster level comes the realm of the heavenly beings, which consists of 9 stages. Upon completion of these stages, one can transform their inner energy into a golden core, transcending the mortal realm to attain the status of an earthly immortal. Transcendence? An earthly immortal? The other women still struggled to comprehend the gravity of her explanation. Wu Xingyun continued to elucidate. The transformation of inner strength into a golden elixir undergoes the trials of heaven and earth, specifically the tribulation of thunder. Once one successfully passes this trial, they can transcend, extending their lifespan to 500 years, and they shall not easily meet death, thus achieving a state of carefree existence in the world. The women, however, did not feel any sense of relief upon hearing this. After all, Wu Xingyun mentioned that transcendence is contingent upon passing the trial. What if one were to fail? This concern prompted Zhongling to voice her question first. Wu Xingyun's expression momentarily faltered. In the event of failure, the consequences could range from severe injury and loss of cultivation to utter annihilation. To assuage the women's worries, she had already chosen her words with care. Nevertheless, the countenances of Su Su's wives remained grim, their faces filled with apprehension. Would their husband be in danger? All eyes converged on the direction of the back courtyard, where worry and anxiety were almost palpable on their faces. If possible, they would have willingly taken their husband's place in facing the tribulation. Sisters, do not fret too much, since my husband has chosen to undergo the tribulation. He must possess confidence. Besides, when has he ever engaged in matters without assurance? Wu Xingyun, having spent considerable time with Su Su, was well aware of his disposition. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement, particularly Yaoyue and Xing, who had been with Su Su the longest and knew him best. They promptly joined in offering words of reassurance. As the emotions of the ladies stabilized, the servants were also guided to calm down. Each lady found tasks to occupy themselves, all the while anxiously observing Su Su's situation and managing affairs within the estate. Lin Qingrong and Lin Xiaoying stood together, their eyes betraying their concealed worries. Miss, is the husband? He will be fine, Lin Xiaoying calmly reassured. Compared to others, Lin Xiaoying had a deeper understanding of the realm of terrestrial immortals than even Wu Xingyun. When Su Su had healed her, she was still merely Lin Xiaoying, possessing only her memories. However, after their wedding last night, her husband had imparted the Luanfeng decision to her and, utilizing his formidable inner strength, had nurtured her, significantly enhancing her own power. By the time her husband had departed to see Qingrong, she had already broken through to the celestial realm. This also allowed her to recover many of her previous memories. To be precise, she was not actually Lin Xiaoying. That was merely her current incarnation. Indeed, she was a being of both past and present lives. In her previous life, she was the Jade Maiden of the 9 Nether, and she had a twin sister named the Mysterious Lady of the 9 Heavens. Together, they had perpetually reincarnated, though she was unaware of their current whereabouts, having only just awakened. Moreover, in a state devoid of consciousness, she engaged in a relationship with Su Su, subsequently choosing to marry without the restoration of her memories. This left her utterly bewildered. Having undergone multiple reincarnations and cultivations, she never anticipated such a predicament. In other words, the cold poison within her was something she could resolve on her own. It was merely Su Su's intervention that hastened her awakening. Lin Xiaoying gazed towards Su Su, her expression a tapestry of complex emotions. She could hardly fathom that upon regaining consciousness, she would witness her husband facing tribulations. Such occurrences were not unfamiliar to her. After all, a day of marriage engenders 100 days of affection. While she struggled to adapt, Su Su's kindness towards her was undeniably profound. Consequently, Lin Xiaoying had resolutely resolved in her heart that should she sense any danger, she would risk her life or even seek reincarnation once more to save him, as a means to repay his kindness. Despite the calm faade she maintained while comforting Lin Qingrong, turmoil brewed within her. Having endured such trials before, she was acutely aware of the formidable nature of the heavenly tribulation. Chapter 140. How can one word, strong, encapsulate this? The ominous thunderclouds of the tribulation are terrifying enough to stir the entire city of Jiaxing. The guests who remained from Su Su's wedding last night were naturally alarmed as well. At this moment, everyone had risen and gathered outside. The identity of Su Su's bride, Lin Xiaoying, a heroine renowned alongside the likes of Hong Qigong, compelled many to show their support. However, the primary motivation lay in the fact that matters concerning the League of Heroes had finally gained momentum. The elders, now with leisure at hand, sought an opportunity to cultivate a closer relationship with Su Su. While the pretense of attending a wedding banquet was evident, the genuine desire for Su Su's guidance and elixirs was undeniable. Little did they expect to awaken to such an extraordinary event. What on earth is happening? Xiao Feng exclaimed. Up until now, among the 6 elders, only Xiao Feng had yet to transcend to the celestial realm. This cannot be blamed on Su Su, nor can it be said that Xiao Feng lacks talent. The other elders had long accumulated their prowess, remaining at the Grandmaster level for many years, merely awaiting a catalyst to break through. Xiao Feng, on the other hand, had only recently achieved Grandmaster status, making his foundation considerably weaker. Without the exceptional Tianqin pill, a breakthrough was far from simple. As everyone gazed at the cataclysmic arcs of lightning threatening to obliterate the heavens and earth, a sense of dread enveloped them. Even Hong Qigong and the others, now celestial beings, felt an instinctual awareness that survival beneath such tempestuous thunder was impossible. Their fear was justified. The martial arts of the Song dynasty had dwindled to such a degree that they lacked even the legacy of celestial beings. How could they possibly comprehend the tribulations faced by an earthly immortal? Fortunately, the words of Wu Xingyun soon reached their ears through the household servants. Suddenly, clarity dawned upon them. This tribulation was likely the precursor to the realms beyond the celestial stage. It was astonishing to realize that ascending to the status of an earthly immortal necessitated enduring such a trial. It was said that earthly immortals enjoyed a lifespan of 500 years, truly enviable. With our talents, we can scarcely aspire to even the celestial realm, let alone that of an earthly immortal. Indeed, is that Su Mengzhu? As the conversation unfolded, a voice called out softly, capturing the attention of all present. They beheld a figure clad in white, standing majestically in the sky. A gasp of astonishment arose from the crowd. The one undergoing the tribulation was none other than Su Mengzhu. Have you lost your mind? Who else among the sects possesses such extraordinary talent besides Su Mengzhu? What a prodigious genius, transforming into an earthly immortal at such a tender age. The martial world of the Song dynasty was truly blessed. Indeed, with Su Mengzhu at the helm, our Song dynasty shall only grow stronger. No one harbored envy towards Su Su's advancement. Rather, they believed that with a powerhouse like Su Su, the Song dynasty's fortunes would only improve, ensuring they would no longer be subjected to oppression. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Su Su soared through the air, seemingly reaching out to embrace the impending tribulation. In truth, this was precisely the case. While the awe-inspiring force that struck fear into the hearts of onlookers was formidable, to Su Su, it felt akin to a gentle spring breeze. The thunderous roar of the storm and the crackling of electricity had no effect on him. The heavenly tribulation had been forewarned by the system long ago. Nevertheless, he chose to endure the tribulation in Su family village, evidently confident in his abilities. Otherwise, why would he risk the safety of his numerous wives and everything in the village? At this moment, the golden core within Su Su was operating at an indescribable speed. As the golden core rotated, an invisible force was continuously released outward, exuding unparalleled strength. The Tai Xian Jing, embracing all things, encompassed Su Su's entire array of martial arts and inner strength. Not only did it preserve the inherent characteristics of his techniques, but it also combined their advantages, unleashing even greater power. The direct result was a significant enhancement in the quality of Su Su's golden core. He felt capable of easily vanquishing even the strongest of beings, let alone ordinary celestial beings. The sensation of soaring through the air, looking down upon the world, was indeed exhilarating. The moment the golden core was formed, life on land blossomed. This feeling was simply marvelous. Bathed beneath the storm clouds, Su Su felt splendid. The experience of flying through the air with his physical body was entirely distinct from that of employing lightness techniques. As Su Su ascended higher, standing with hands clasped behind his back, he gazed down upon the masses. The people of Jiaxing City and Su family village were engulfed in terror and panic. He calmly addressed them. Do not be alarmed. It is merely a tribulation. His gentle and refined voice evoked a sense of springtime warmth, dispelling the previously frantic emotions. The suffocating pressure they had felt moments ago vanished, replaced by a profound sense of relief. In the sky, Su Su remained suspended, while the fury of the thunder grew more intense. Countless thunder dragons could be seen swirling amidst the clouds. The atmosphere thickened, and everyone felt as though their breath was nearly stifled. The heavenly tribulation of a terrestrial immortal was indeed terrifying. Just as suffocation approached, a resounding boom echoed. Accompanied by a violent crack, a bolt of lightning, resembling a barrel, pierced through the dark clouds, hurtling towards Su Su. At this moment, everyone held their breath. Su Su's wives instinctively huddled together, covering their mouths in fear of disturbing him. Yet, Su Su remained unfazed, calmly meeting the bolt with a single palm strike. With the 5 thunder lightning hand, complemented by the thunder god's wrath from the Tianyi 4 symbols technique, he met lightning with lightning. His action was undeniably a provocation. A thunderous roar erupted, sending tremors through the air. The servants of Su family village trembled in fear, covering their ears and crouching to the ground. Meanwhile, Yaoyue and others wore anxious expressions, their eyes fixed on the sky. Moments later, joy illuminated the faces of the women. For the dreadful scene they had feared did not unfold. In the recent confrontation, a colossal bolt of lightning was shattered into fragments. Even the storm clouds above the sky momentarily revealed a void. Dongxia, Shidu, and Hong Qigong were all left in sheer astonishment. How formidable! It was truly overwhelming. Faced with such terrifying thunder, even the residual waves were unbearable for them, threatening to obliterate them into nothingness. However, the leader not only withstood it, but also, with formidable prowess, countered the heavenly thunder with thunder itself. This was undoubtedly the greatest provocation to the heavenly tribulation. Astonishingly, Su Su emerged victorious. This highlighted the immense chasm between them and their leader, akin to an insurmountable gulf. Could this truly be the leader's genuine strength? What mere word could encapsulate such power? The elders of the alliance were left in shock. The citizens of Jiaxing City, along with other martial artists, were equally astounded. Meanwhile, Su Su's wives wore expressions of joy, utterly thrilled to discover just how powerful their husband truly was. Chapter 141, Provocation. This is nothing short of provocation. To describe her feelings as complex would be an understatement. It is undoubtedly Su Su's first wife, Yinyu. Upon their initial encounter, her husband was merely at the postnatal stage. She vividly recalls asking her husband why he was so obsessed with martial arts. Su Su's answer remains etched in her memory. She had believed that alongside her sister, they could help their husband safeguard the Su family estate. Little did she anticipate that within just a year, her husband would grow to such an extraordinary extent. Such talent is truly astonishing. After the initial shock, a wave of joy washed over her. To be married to a man of his caliber is indeed their greatest fortune. In the crowd, Xiao Feng's emotions were equally intricate. Last year, during their first encounter in Lingjiang Prefecture, he had clashed with the leader and was subdued by a cup of wine, an experience that left him visibly disheartened. He had confined himself for months, striving to achieve greatness, believing he might catch up to the leader. However, upon their next meeting, the leader had already ascended to a celestial level, and this time, the leader had leapt to the status of a terrestrial immortal. While both were striving forward, Xiao Feng felt as though with every small step he took, the leader had already taken a giant leap, rendering him unable to keep up. What he once considered a disgrace had transformed into a rare moment of brilliance for him. The numerous top experts of the Hero Alliance also displayed expressions of shock and joy. The astonishment stemmed from the leader's terrifying prowess, while the joy was derived from Su Su's ability to withstand the lightning, indicating hope for her successful transcendence. Should she succeed, the strength of the Song dynasty would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. The process may seem slow, yet it unfolds rapidly. Just as their thoughts flickered through their minds, the lightning in the sky began to coalesce once more. With a crackle, it surged directly towards Su Su. Frantic, searing, and filled with dread, a palpable tension enveloped everyone present. Even though they were not in close proximity to Su Su, they could still feel the overwhelming sensation of such formidable power. The might of the thunder and lightning was beyond human capacity to withstand. Yet, Su Su effortlessly raised her hand to fend it off, an awe-inspiring sight. Lin Xiaoying observed all of this intently. Upon witnessing Su Su successfully defend against the first stage of the tribulation, she did not breathe a sigh of relief. There were 3 stages of the tribulation. The first stage, provided one accumulated sufficient strength, could generally be traversed by any perfected celestial expert, albeit not as easily as Su Su had done. However, the subsequent 2 stages were far from straightforward. This was precisely why she remained vigilant. Silence enveloped the entire scene, particularly among the protectors of the Hero Alliance. Having reached celestial levels themselves, they understood that if they could attain perfection, they too would embark on the same path as Su Su. Thus, they carefully observed, hoping to glean insights to prepare themselves for future encounters without panic. Soon, the second stage of the tribulation had coalesced. With a resounding thunderous boom, dark clouds churned, and the thunder erupted. The assault on Su Su was no longer mere lightning, but rather formidable thunder dragons. Fierce and ferocious, they surged towards Su Su, roaring with a desire to devour him. Even in the mere second phase of the heavenly tribulation, the terror was palpable. How frightful must the third phase be? Every onlooker turned pale at the sight. Only a powerhouse like the leader Su could confront such a horrifying spectacle with composure. Had it been anyone else, they would have met a fate of utter annihilation. The martial artists of the great Song, witnessing the heavenly tribulation for the first time, were all struck by its terrifying nature. They gained a profound understanding of the realm of earthly immortals, a state that necessitated the trial of heavenly tribulation, thus earning the title of immortal. Regardless of their status, be it martial artists or Su Su's ladies, each bore a solemn expression. In stark contrast, Su Su, amidst the tempest, appeared unfazed by the impending doom. His countenance remained placid, even adorned with a subtle smile, as if he were not confronted by an army of thunderous dragons, but rather greeting an old friend. Dragon Elephant Prajna, Su Su exclaimed. In an instant, 13 dragons and 13 colossal elephants burst forth from his being, charging towards the oncoming thunder dragons. As the golden giants clashed with the dark thunder dragons, they began to consume and tear at one another. The Dragon Elephant Prajna, an exalted technique beyond the realm of mortals, was unleashed by Su Su, showcasing its utmost power. In mere moments, the ferocious thunder dragons were devoured, leaving nothing but emptiness in their wake. In stark contrast, the colossal elephants and dragons released by Su Su emerged unscathed, soaring skyward after their feast. The spectators were left in awe once more. They had anticipated that Su Su would exert considerable effort to withstand such a formidable second phase of the heavenly tribulation, yet he annihilated it with remarkable ease. The sheer horror of it was beyond comprehension. At that moment, words failed to encapsulate Su Su's might. Lin Xiaoying's eyes were filled with astonishment. She had never expected that the husband she had married so casually could possess such extraordinary talent, surpassing even their previously strongest contenders. Did this imply that as long as her husband continued down this path, shattering the void was merely a matter of time? Lin Xiaoying trembled with excitement. Fully aware of the arduous journey she had endured through multiple reincarnations for that very goal. Initially, she had harbored doubts about Su Su's ability to transcend the heavenly tribulation, but at this moment, all skepticism vanished. In other words, even if he could not pass safely, his life would not be in peril, having faced the tribulations herself. Lin Xiaoying had been left battered and weary each time. Merely resisting the thunder had nearly depleted her entire cultivation. There was no one else, like her husband, who could not only withstand the onslaught with ease but also consume it effortlessly. Su Su was undoubtedly the singular exception capable of navigating the tribulation with such grace. Lin Xiaoying gazed skyward, her heart momentarily ensnared by the sight of Su Su, adorned in flowing white robes that danced in the wind like a celestial being. Above, Su Su remained at ease, observing the tumultuous thunderclouds with a bemused smile. Heavenly tribulation, is this truly the extent of its challenge? He jested. At his words, Lin Xiaoying was rendered speechless, as were the others, struck dumb by sheer disbelief. Such audacity. It was an unadulterated provocation. While others trembled at the prospect of a severe reckoning, Su Su appeared to mock the very essence of the heavenly trial. This scene left all present in utter disarray. In the skies above, the clouds churned ominously, the roar of thunder reverberating in tandem with the darkening tempest. Lightning crackled violently, the atmosphere thickening with an escalating terror. The once ominous black thunder dragon had vanished, replaced by a colossal dragon radiating with violet lightning. Its size and formidable presence eclipsed that of its predecessor, instilling a primal fear that sent shivers down the spines of all who beheld it. Chapter 142, The Heavenly Tribulation as a Test. The colorful auspicious clouds as a reward, as if sensing Su Su's provocation. The third phase of the heavenly tribulation loomed far more terrifying than the preceding two. Everyone could feel that once the thunder struck, it would obliterate the Su family estate in an instant. What was the master of Su Zhuang attempting? According to the original power of the thunder, he should certainly possess the ability to withstand it, yet now. Indeed, it was perplexing why the alliance leader would challenge the will of the heavens. Could the leader truly endure such a fearsome thunderstorm? The onlookers murmured amongst themselves, their expressions laden with concern. Su Su's wives wore faces of deep worry, and Lin Xiaoying's countenance was particularly grave. Her husband's actions were exceedingly reckless. Meanwhile, high above in the sky, Su Su remained calm and composed. System, I request the 9-turn mystic art. He had never been one to act without purpose. Since he dared to provoke the heavenly tribulation, he naturally possessed the means to confront it. With the quality of the golden elixir within him, he was already more than capable of facing the tribulation. However, to ensure utmost caution, Su summoned the system for the remaining rewards. As his words echoed in his mind, a wondrous technique surged into his consciousness, the nine-turn mystic art. This was an internal alchemical skill, encompassing the principles of yin and yang, the five elements, and their transformations. When circulating his qi, it was as soft as cotton, yet when gathering energy, it was as hard as steel, allowing him to release warmth or coldness to heal others. For Su, who had just attained the golden elixir, this was like a tiger gaining wings. Upon integrating the nine-turn mystic art, Su immediately sensed a significant acceleration in the operation of his golden elixir, his strength continuously amplifying. This sensation was both invigorating and delightful. Next, he claimed the Rulai Divine Palm. After swiftly absorbing and integrating it, Su no longer stood idly but instead let out a resounding shout and soared upward to confront the heavenly tribulation. This scene left everyone in astonishment. The wives could not suppress their exclamations, and Lin Xiaoying was rendered speechless. How could one face the tribulation in such a manner? They had always passively endured it. Never had they witnessed someone, like her husband, actively challenging the thunder. Lin Xiaoying's mind was a blank canvas. If her husband were to encounter misfortune, she would be utterly at a loss for how to assist him. This was simply too outrageous for her. The crowd, as if struck by a spell, wore expressions of horror, their faces drained of color. Within their constricted pupils, a golden figure surged towards the writhing purple thunder dragon, raising a hand as if to shake the very heavens. Behind Su, a colossal Buddha statue materialized, radiant in gold, exuding both compassion and majesty. While its massive golden hand began to move slowly, pressing down upon the purple thunder dragon, the Rulai Divine Palm, unleashed, sought to extinguish all life. Unrivaled in the universe, above the skies, the onlookers seemed to witness the golden Buddha smiling down upon them. Yet the golden palm continued to expand, boundless and immense, overshadowing the sun and the moon, as the tumultuous thunderclouds were all suppressed beneath its grasp. In the instant of their collision, the once formidable thunder dragon disintegrated in an instant, its pitiful cries and wails echoing in a haunting symphony. In that moment, everyone's gaze lost its focus, as if the world had transformed into a blank canvas. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Above, the Buddha's hand dissipated, and the statue gradually faded away, while countless golden rays of Buddha light cascaded down upon the crowd. The sky, now restored to clarity, bore no trace of the earlier tempest. The thunderclouds vanished as if the ordeal had never transpired. Slowly regaining their senses, the onlookers wore expressions of bewilderment, as though caught in a dream. Such a terrifying thunder tribulation had been effortlessly dispelled by the palm of the Alliance Master Su. It was a feat they would never have dared to envision. Yet here it was, a tangible reality. As they awakened to the gravity of the moment, gasps of astonishment filled the air. Truly, it was beyond comprehension. The elders of the League regarded Su with eyes wide in disbelief, akin to gazing upon a monster. Moments ago, they had intended to observe and glean insights, only to realize the terrifying prowess of their leader. Even witnessing it firsthand, they could not hope to replicate a fraction of his strength. In the heavens, Su stood resplendent in snow-white robes, exuding an ethereal aura. At that moment, he had transcended to become a true immortal, a terrestrial deity. The gazes directed at him brimmed with admiration and reverence. Wu Xingyun, too, was momentarily stunned. Her husband's tribulation was a far cry from her understanding of the process. Could the crossing of tribulations be so effortless? The ability to disperse heavenly calamities with a mere gesture was unfathomable. Lin Xiaoying was most profoundly affected, clutching her heart in excitement as she beheld Su in the sky. She speculated, could her husband possess the strength of a reincarnated immortal? Perhaps he was among the ancient deities reborn. Who else could be so formidable? She continued her musings. The other wives, too, were filled with awe, their eyes reflecting admiration. They had known their husbands were powerful, yet never had they imagined such ferocity, daring to confront and disperse heavenly tribulations. At this moment, 5-colored auspicious clouds began to coalesce in the sky, and radiant hues of 7 colors gathered around Su. If the heavenly tribulation was a test, then the 5-colored clouds were its reward. Bathed in this celestial light, Su experienced an unprecedented sense of transcendence. The forces of the universe surged into his being, replenishing the energy he had expended, amplifying it tenfold in that instant. He felt invigorated, as if reborn anew. With the culmination of his golden core and the emergence of the heavenly tribulation, Su Su had fully transformed into a terrestrial immortal, blessed with a lifespan of 500 years. Under the shimmering backdrop of the vibrant hues, he appeared as a true deity. The citizens of Jiaxing City had already knelt in reverence, offering their worship. Throughout the Song dynasty, the hidden ancient beings awakened, their far-reaching gazes directed towards the southern lands. At that moment, Su Su sensed a profound change within himself. After being bathed in the radiant, multicolored clouds, he immediately sensed a profound connection to this realm and the dynasty itself, thereby affirming his earlier conjectures. The ascension of the terrestrial immortals appears to be intricately linked to the fortune of the dynasty. Thus, although the Song dynasty may be weakened, as long as terrestrial immortals exist, it cannot be utterly obliterated. It is only after becoming a terrestrial immortal that one truly comprehends the magnitude of this realm's power. It is undoubtedly a nuclear force within the martial world, a figure of superlative strategic significance. When a terrestrial immortal takes action, the very heavens and earth seem to shatter. There exists an insurmountable chasm between this realm and that of the celestial beings. This is precisely why the heavenly Tao imposes tribulations to hinder the ascension of terrestrial immortals. Having endured the trials of heavenly tribulations, even if they succeed, they remain subject to the constraints of the heavenly Tao. While a single sword can indeed shatter myriad armors, should they engage in mass slaughter of mortals, they will inevitably face retribution from the heavenly Tao. The most direct consequence may manifest as a reduction in lifespan. Chapter 143. Seeking a master. You seem to have chosen the wrong person. Having realized this, Su Su instantly comprehended matters that had previously eluded him. No wonder the terrestrial immortals seldom intervened. They were evidently constrained by the heavenly laws. It is understandable, for when immortals clash, it is the mortals who suffer. Although the terrestrial immortals cannot be deemed true deities, they nonetheless represent the pinnacle of strength within this world. Should they engage in battle, chaos would undoubtedly ensue. However, it must be noted that as long as there is no rampant slaughter, there should not be any significant issues. Yet, the terrestrial immortals in this realm have chosen to remain hidden, shunning the world. Su Su sensed that there must be additional reasons behind this. In essence, with a lifespan of 500 years, augmented by various techniques for prolonging life, one would expect there to be a considerable number of terrestrial immortals in existence. Yet, not a single one has emerged. There must be some underlying clues to this phenomenon. Nevertheless, Su Su was not in a hurry. Rather, he found the situation increasingly intriguing. Having ascended to the status of a terrestrial immortal, he had truly touched the zenith of this world. Perhaps he would soon unveil aspects that had previously remained obscured. All his prior impressions had been superficial, but now he had the opportunity to delve deeper. Sensing the watchful gazes lurking in the shadows, Su Su casually scanned his surroundings. Upon his recent ascension, he had already connected with the destiny of the Song dynasty and, through this connection, perceived the existence of other terrestrial immortals. Not many, merely 4. He had even discerned their locations. Clearly, at this moment, they too were observing him. Although Su Su was unaware of their intentions, he remained unperturbed. Despite his recent elevation, he believed his combat prowess surpassed that of ordinary immortals. After all, he had accumulated a wealth of experience and the additional 30 years of cultivation, along with the martial arts techniques rewarded by the system, were formidable in their own right. Moreover, with the system's guidance, he felt no fear even in the face of formidable foes. Su Su's figure gradually descended, his toes lightly touching the ground. As he steadied himself, his wives rushed toward him. "Husband, you crossed the tribulation without informing us in advance, causing us great concern." The women chided playfully, their tone devoid of reproach. Su Su hastily reassured them, "My dear wives, do not blame me. It was my fault for startling you all. This morning, I experienced an unexpected epiphany. The opportunity arose, and I did not wish to squander it, which regrettably caused you worry." He chuckled as he comforted his lovely wives, feeling immensely gratified. Having just successfully broken through to become a terrestrial immortal, he was surrounded by such beautiful partners, their caring gazes warming his heart. From the very beginning, he had never desired to be a solitary figure. With his wives by his side, achieving immortality and sanctity would indeed be a joyous endeavor. Alone, even living for millennia would hold little meaning. Upon witnessing Su Su's triumphant breakthrough, congratulations poured forth from all sides. We extend our heartfelt congratulations to the leader, celebrating his remarkable achievement of a lifespan of 500 years. Such longevity indeed ignites envy, especially among ordinary mortals, rendering him a figure akin to a celestial being. With such profound cultivation, it is no exaggeration to observe the shifting tides of fate with ease. Su responded with a warm smile, raising his hand, and all present were lifted by an irresistible force. Henceforth, all members of the Hero Alliance can exchange their contributions for experiences and insights pertaining to the realm of terrestrial immortals. Su has always been generous, and this aligns with his established management approach. The guidance of celestial beings is no different from that of terrestrial immortals. After all, in his eyes, the growth of these individuals will never match his own pace. As the saying goes, a good man is aided by three. After attaining the status of a terrestrial immortal, Su realized that there were far too few terrestrial immortals in the Song dynasty, and he himself had yet to reach an invincible state. To cultivate more terrestrial immortals as allies would allow him to enjoy an even more carefree existence. If he were to handle every matter personally, how could he continue to court his beautiful wife and concubines? Upon hearing this, the martial artists of the Song dynasty were filled with unrestrained joy. It would be disingenuous to claim that they were not envious when Su faced tribulation. However, their talents were severely limited. Now, with Su's promise in hand, their elation knew no bounds. Everyone bowed in submission. The weakness of the Song dynasty lay in the absence of celestial beings, which stemmed from a lack of methods and guidance in the path of celestial beings. Ever since Su became the leader, the martial world of the Song dynasty had witnessed the emergence of several celestial beings. As long as leader Su is present, the arrival of terrestrial immortals is merely a matter of time. The protectors of the Hero Alliance were particularly exhilarated, for they had already attained celestial status, with the next goal being terrestrial immortality. With guidance and experience, their future paths would undoubtedly be smoother. They had already savored the sweetness of success. In an instant, everyone was filled with renewed vigor, eager to offer their utmost devotion to Su, ready to face any challenge. Meanwhile, outside the Sutra repository of Shaolin Temple, an unassuming old Taoist without eyebrows was diligently sweeping the fallen leaves from the ground, devoid of any trace of inner power. The broom in his hand gently brushed the earth, gathering the leaves into a pile. This individual appeared remarkably ordinary, almost inconspicuous, easily overlooked by those around him. However, at that moment, as if sensing something, a formidable aura suddenly erupted from the monk. He gazed toward the south, a smile gracing his features. He could not help but pause and utter a mantra, Umitba, marvelous, marvelous indeed. Uncertain of which old friend had successfully reincarnated, he chuckled softly. Oh, what need is there to investigate? It is merely the past. With that, the monk resumed his sweeping, his aura once again receding, as if the powerful inner energy that had just manifested were nothing more than a fleeting illusion. Yet this scene was clearly witnessed by Xiao Yuanshan and Murong Bo in the Sutra repository. Their faces were filled with astonishment. In pursuit of the celestial path, they had concealed themselves in the Shaolin Temple for decades, only to discover such a formidable master within its walls. The mere flicker of aura that had just erupted left them with a sense of impending cataclysm. This level of mastery surely transcended the mere realm of celestial beings, and it was highly likely to be beyond that. As for what lay beyond the celestial realm, they could only speculate. Observing the sweeping monk diligently tending to the fallen leaves, they dared not even breathe, fearful of inciting the ire of such an unparalleled expert. Why the anxiety, esteemed masters? The years spent in each other as company can only be deemed as fate, the monk remarked with a gentle smile. Master, we beseech you to accept us as your disciples. The two swiftly appeared before the sweeping monk, kneeling upon the ground, their expressions fervent and their voices trembling. The sweeping monk continued to sweep the leaves nonchalantly, chuckling softly. If you seek a master, I fear you have mistaken your man. Chapter 144. Master, have you decided to descend the mountain? In the vast and desolate palace of the Great Song, a sense of forlornness permeates the air. This particular palace stands in stark contrast to the opulence of other imperial residences, appearing worn and ancient, devoid of the bustling presence of maids and guards. Instead, it lies in a state of eerie solitude, even more desolate than the cold palace. This palace is a forbidden ground within the Great Song's imperial precincts. No one may enter except for the reigning emperor. Outside the side hall, there are no guards, yet none dare to intrude even a step. Inside the hall, a figure sits cross-legged on a mat, eyes closed in meditation. Suddenly, as if sensing something, he slowly opens his eyes and gazes towards the south. Clad in a dark robe, his ink-black hair is secured with a wooden hairpin, and his beard appears somewhat unkempt, suggesting a long neglect of grooming. He seems somewhat dispirited. However, the moment he opens his eyes, an extraordinary aura radiates from him, transforming his demeanor into one of profound mystery. The surge of inner strength emanating from him is astonishing. This person is none other than Huangshang, revered as the guardian deity of the Great Song for safeguarding the realm many years ago. He is also the founder of the Nine Manual. At this moment, his eyes shimmer with joy and amazement. A new terrestrial immortal has emerged from the southern lands, and the Great Song has gained another formidable figure, a rare and joyous occurrence. Huangshang cannot help but chuckle. The Great Song has long been weakened, and as its protector, he is acutely aware of the current plight of the realm. Due to a pact made a century ago, all celestial legacies within the Great Song were eradicated, leaving the martial world in a state of stagnation. The path to becoming a terrestrial immortal requires exceptional talent, along with arduous self-discovery. Though he outwardly refrains from meddling in the affairs of the martial world, he remains well-informed. 20 years prior, the sword debate at Huashan revealed several promising talents among the younger generation. Among them, Wang Chongyang, one of the 5 absolutes, exhibited remarkable aptitude and insight. It was anticipated that he might ascend to the status of terrestrial immortal. However, he met his untimely demise in the celestial realm. This turn of events led Huangshang to focus on another individual, Su Su, the martial leader of the Great Song, who at the tender age of 19 had already reached the celestial realm. Initially, there was hope for this young prodigy, but in a mere few months, he astonishingly achieved the rank of terrestrial immortal. The shock is palpable, yet the joy is genuine. Regardless of whether Su Su is an extraordinary genius or a reincarnated celestial being, his ascension to terrestrial immortal status is intertwined with the destiny of the Great Song, marking him as one of its own. 5 have emerged. Next time, the Great Song shall surely not suffer losses. Huangshang murmurs, reflecting on events from a century ago. His expression darkens. As the founder of the Nine Manual, he knows that his original teachings surpass what is currently circulated in the martial world, capable of directly leading to the realm of terrestrial immortals. Merely due to an agreement, he could only proceed with a revision, limited to enabling others to transcend to the great master level. Reflecting on this matter, Huangshang felt a profound sense of discomfort. Fortunately, his young friend surnamed Su had upheld the righteousness of the Song dynasty, successfully breaking through to the realm of the earthly immortal. Alas, he lamented, he could not visit this young friend personally. With a sigh, Huangshang shook his head and gradually closed his eyes, though tinged with regret. It was not a matter of never having the chance to meet. It was merely a question of time. Furthermore, some matters were inconvenient for him to attend to personally, but that did not imply there was no one to take his place. In the instant he closed his eyes, Huangshang's entire demeanor seamlessly melded with the royal palace, or more accurately, with the very essence of the Song dynasty's fortune. Meanwhile, in a secluded valley, a figure lay on the ground, clad in tattered clothing, eyes tightly shut, devoid of any movement or breath. Surrounding him were countless corpses of ferocious beasts, all equally drenched in blood. The entire environment was eerily silent. Birds prepared to descend, eager to peck at the flesh, while a pack of wolves watched with piercing gazes, poised to launch an attack. At that moment, the person suddenly opened his eyes with a swift motion. An innate aura erupted forth, reverberating through the air. With a thunderous sound, the lurking wolves and hawks were violently repelled by this overwhelming force, their bodies reduced to mere powder. Haraha! Haraha! A chilling, maniacal laughter echoed through the valley. The earthly immortal, the 5th one, how splendid, how splendid. At last, another has emerged, another has emerged. This individual spoke and acted with a lunatic's flair, his laughter resembling that of a madman. The surroundings were cloaked in silence, save for his voice resonating through the valley. Ha ha ha! Another one added to the cage, another trapped beast. Unable to shatter the void, ultimately, he merely spent several centuries of life returning to dust. What difference is there from an ordinary person? Haraha! Off we go, to witness this newly ascended earthly immortal, to behold his exceptional talent. The Song dynasty lacked celestial methods. This was precisely due to the agreement made a century prior, which had to be dismantled. Yet now, someone had achieved the status of earthly immortal, either an old friend reincarnated or a genuine talent. It was time for him to venture forth and take a look. How many years had it been? Day after day, he practiced the sword frantically, yet ultimately made no progress. As he spoke, the figure had already retreated, his entire being resembling a shadow of the sword, instilling fear in all who beheld him, making them hesitant to approach. Simultaneously, in the western regions, amidst the mountains, at a residence atop a peak, celestial cranes soared gracefully. 2 women clad in white were engaged in a duel of swordsmanship, their flowing garments akin to drifting swans. On the rooftop, an elder in a white Taoist robe, exuding an ethereal presence, stood with a smile. Suddenly, as if sensing something, His gaze abruptly turned towards the southern lands, followed by a hearty laugh. Master, what has brought you such joy? Two women, engaged in sword practice, suddenly descended and approached the elder to inquire. Though referred to as an elder, he appeared to be a man barely in his 50s, with silver hair and beard, resembling an immortal. Upon hearing their question, he held a whisk in one hand and stroked his beard with the other, smiling as he explained, "What a joyous occasion. Our Song dynasty has given birth to yet another terrestrial immortal. By my count, we now have 5. At the next grand gathering, we shall surely redeem our past disgrace. At that time, with the fortunes of the Song dynasty on the rise, we might entertain that proposal." Upon hearing this, the two women's expressions brightened. "Master, does this mean we might have the opportunity to learn the ways of the celestial beings?" The man stroked his beard and nodded. "Indeed, yet not entirely so. Xiaoshui, Songhai, the fate that awaits you sisters does not lie with me. This time, you shall accompany me down the mountain." Down the mountain? The sisters, Li Xiaoshui and Li Songhai, were taken aback. "Master, have you truly decided to descend?" Chapter 145. Their minds are truly boundless. The individual in question is none other than Li Songhai, Li Xiaoshui, and Wu Xingyun's master, the founder of the Xinxia sect, Yaoyue. For many years, he has chosen to live in seclusion, dedicating himself to the pursuit of cultivation. Although his abilities have steadily advanced, his heart has grown increasingly despondent. He yearns for a breakthrough beyond the realm of terrestrial immortals, aspiring to shatter the confines of the law with sheer force, yet finds it utterly unattainable. In other words, even if a terrestrial immortal possesses a lifespan of 500 years, it remains insufficient for them to amass the cultivation required to transcend the void. Not to mention 500 years. Even if one were to extend their life by a millennium through the rare treasures of heaven and earth, it would still fall woefully short. This is the most disheartening aspect of their reality. Even though numerous terrestrial immortals resort to reincarnation for the purpose of accumulating cultivation, it is by no means an easy endeavor. With a heavy sigh, Yaoyue reflects that perhaps he should follow the path of cultivation espoused by his friend, Huang Shang. If the Zhou dynasty could achieve unification and harness the fortune of the dynasty, perhaps breaking free from the shackles of heaven and earth would become more feasible. Undoubtedly, at this moment, Yaoyue's thoughts have become invigorated. Yes, he would descend the mountain and first visit this newly ascended terrestrial immortal in Jiangnan, sharing certain matters that are not suitable for public discourse, before proceeding to the imperial palace. He has made his decision to head to the palace and join Huang Shang in safeguarding the realm, embarking on the path of fortune cultivation. Yaoyue's expression is somewhat intricate. If he can entertain such thoughts, others are likely to do the same. As more and more terrestrial immortals embrace the path of fortune cultivation, the competition for the destiny of the unified dynasty will undoubtedly lead to tumultuous changes across Jiuzhou. The fortune is limited and cannot sustain a multitude of terrestrial immortals. When that time comes, the struggle over fortune will be inevitable. Clashes among armies and battles between terrestrial immortals will become commonplace. The collapse of the Sui dynasty and the actions of the Mongol Yuan dynasty serve as ominous precursors. Master, the emergence of another terrestrial immortal should be a good thing. Yet why do you appear so troubled? Li Songhai inquires, perplexed. Just moments ago, his master's mood seemed quite favorable. How has it shifted to such a state? Yaoyue shakes his head, withholding extensive explanations from the two, and instead expresses remorse. "I have wronged you both over these years. You two sisters possess exceptional talents. Yet due to the oath I once took, I am unable to impart the path of celestial beings to you. I truly regret this. Master, please do not say such things. It is already a tremendous blessing for us to follow you. Our inability to step into the path of celestial beings ultimately stems from our own lack of comprehension and has nothing to do with you," they reply earnestly. Indeed, if their understanding were profound, there would be no need for others to teach them. "Come, follow me down the mountain and explore your own opportunities," Yaoyue encourages. His two disciples are extraordinarily gifted, yet unfortunately lack the cultivation techniques and guidance that would allow them to progress. However, once they encounter the right circumstances, their latent potential will surely erupt forth with overwhelming force. Li Songhai and Li Xiaoshui, of course, have no objections to this. They follow closely behind Yaoyue, making their way to Jiangnan. The extraordinary phenomenon accompanying Su Su's ascension to the land immortal was widely recounted among the populace. Thunderous clouds roared, violet lightning crackled, and radiant hues adorned the skies. In every street and alley, the tales were known to all. However, the common folk remained oblivious to the intricacies of cultivation. To them, Su Su was akin to a celestial deity descending to earth, performing numerous benevolent deeds, thereby deserving divine rewards. Following the tribulation of thunder, it was believed that the esteemed Master Su would ascend to the heavens in broad daylight. Of course, some speculated that Master Su had awakened memories of his celestial past, but, reluctant to leave his beloved wives, chose to forego his return to the heavenly realm. This incited the wrath of the deities above, resulting in a storm of thunder as punishment. In summary, throughout Jiangnan and the Song dynasty, rumors associated with Su Su proliferated, each tale more poignant and moving than the last. At Su family manor, upon hearing the various embellished versions of these rumors recounted by his wives, Su Su could not help but smile wryly at their imaginative creativity. These folks truly possess boundless imagination, he chuckled. Regardless of the version, it does not diminish their admiration for their husband, remarked Huang Rong with a cheerful demeanor. Raising an eyebrow, Su Su inquired, and what of the ladies? Naturally, we share in that admiration, the wives chimed in, drawing closer to him with laughter. In recent days, Su Su had been engrossed in researching the formula for the heavenly dust pill. Regrettably, despite his current master-level alchemical skills, he was not yet capable of producing such a celestial elixir. However, a modified version was within reach. While it might not elevate his wives from Grandmaster to celestial being, it could certainly enable all those below Grandmaster to achieve that esteemed rank. Coupled with the assistance of the reversal of dragons and phoenixes technique, Su Su diligently nourished his wives, and within a few days, they all attained the Grandmaster level. Among them, the most astonished was Lin Xiaoying. She had never anticipated that her husband possessed such formidable abilities, enabling her sisters to reach the Grandmaster level in mere days. Yet, upon reflecting on his nonchalant demeanor during the tribulation, Lin Xiaoying felt a sense of relief and an unprecedented fervor blossomed within her heart. Perhaps her husband would one day possess the power to shatter the void and ascend during the day. Moreover, after becoming a land immortal, Su Su forged numerous connections with the world, gaining profound insights. The path to becoming a land immortal was not clearly defined. It was a journey of personal choice. Some chose the sword, others honed their inner strength, while some cultivated their fortune. Su Su had once speculated that the decline of the Song dynasty might be intricately linked to the concept of destiny. After his ascension, he became increasingly convinced of this notion. The manipulation of fortune could be categorized into several levels, based on the intensity of the dynasty's fate and its integration with the fortune of the land immortal. Fate transforming into a serpent, into a python, into a flood dragon, and finally into a true dragon. The path of cultivating fortune was ostensibly more accessible than other forms of cultivation, yet it harbored significant drawbacks. Specifically, one's strength in the realm of their own dynasty was formidable. Once one departs from their dynasty, they become susceptible to various influences, and the farther they stray, the lesser the divine fortune of the dynasty aids them. This ultimately results in a continual decline in the strength of the celestial cultivator. As for the other paths of cultivation, each possesses its own hierarchy, meticulously delineated. Advancement is arduous, yet with each progressive step, one's power is correspondingly enhanced. The comparison of strength among earthly immortals does not adhere to the same hierarchical standards as that of celestial beings. Rather, it necessitates consideration of a multitude of factors, including power level, cultivation techniques, and other elements such as weapons and magical artifacts. Generally speaking, earthly immortals remain unaware of one another's cultivation levels, and there exists an unspoken understanding to refrain from engaging in combat. This, in turn, preserves their strength and adds an air of mystery. Upon reviewing the information provided by the system and synthesizing it with the knowledge he had acquired, Su Su smiled. It appears that the path I am currently traversing towards inner force cultivation is the most straightforward. Chapter 146. The audacity to disturb the Su family manor. The path of Su Su is indeed straightforward, cultivating inner strength to transcend the mortal realm. Often referred to as the path of the power immortal. Presently, he possesses a millennium's worth of inner energy, and as he accumulates more, his prowess will undoubtedly reach extraordinary heights. According to the information provided by the system, the classification of power immortals is devoid of superfluous distinctions. Strength is measured directly by the quantity of inner energy. Su Su remains unaware of the vast years of inner strength required to shatter the void. Yet he recognizes that it is no simple endeavor. The feat of shaking the heavens and fragmenting the void is inherently challenging. Throughout history, countless prodigies have found themselves halted at this juncture, often necessitating rebirth to continue their journey. Despite the formidable challenges, Su Su does not harbor fear. His path diverges significantly from that of others. Through the profound transformation afforded by the 99 Yin Yang divine art, His innate talents have already surpassed the ordinary. Additionally, the enhancement provided by the reversal of dragons and phoenixes technique, coupled with the continuous influence of the Taishan classic, has rendered his current capabilities akin to those of an unparalleled genius. With the augmentation of his techniques, a year of diligent practice for him equates to a century of cultivation for others. Moreover, Su Su's greatest asset is not merely this, but the system itself. As long as he follows the prescribed path of marrying and procreating, he need not worry about his cultivation. In other words, while others toil through rigorous training, he can afford to relax. With a lifespan of 500 years, he has ample time to gradually marry and sire children, ultimately embarking upon the path of supremacy. Contemplating this, Su Su's spirits lifted considerably. Upon achieving the status of a terrestrial immortal, a transformative process unfolds in various aspects. Each day, he reflects upon this evolution. Beyond the purity of essence, terrestrial immortals possess the ability of physical flight and can create their own realms. The gift of 500 years is both a divine blessing and a source of authority over life and death. Should a terrestrial immortal engage in wanton slaughter, they would face backlash, resulting in the diminishment of their lifespan. In a certain sense, this aligns with the natural order of the universe. The other two aspects are equally comprehensible. The ability to fly without reliance on lightness techniques or external force is a sensation Su Su has previously experienced. Indeed, it is exquisite. As for the creation of one's own realm, this marks a significant distinction from the celestial realm, where one must harness the momentum of the cosmos to exhibit power. A terrestrial immortal, however, is a realm unto themselves, making the disparity evident. In summary, the advantages of a terrestrial immortal far exceed those of the celestial realm. Su Su is content with this state, yet he remains unsatisfied. While for many, becoming a terrestrial immortal may signify the culmination of their journey, for him, it is merely the true commencement of the path of the powerful. He recognizes that his future endeavors stretch far ahead, and he shall not rest on his laurels. It appears that the pursuit of additional wives and progeny is imperative. With a languid stretch, Su Su retracted his inner force, radiating an ethereal aura that belied his formidable cultivation. With a sigh of reflection, he prepared to return to his chambers to accompany his wives. A sudden chime echoed in his mind, announcing, "Ding! Congratulations, host! You have received a cultivation reward exceeding 1,000 years and successfully unlocked the system achievement feature. As the number of your wives and offspring reaches a certain threshold, you will receive achievement rewards." Upon hearing this, the delight on Su Su's face became increasingly evident. Indeed, this system possessed a remarkable understanding of human nature, continually adapting its methods to encourage him to take more concubines and sire more children. However, this was not a misfortune for Su Su. Not only were there rewards for taking concubines and having children, but reaching a specific quantity also yielded further rewards. This was undoubtedly a fortuitous development. Su Su was curious about how this reward differed from previous ones. He had already received system rewards upon acquiring 10 and 20 wives. He wondered what this new achievement entailed. Without hesitation, he promptly checked the system and discovered that he had unlocked 2 achievements: perfection and a sea of beauties. The respective notes indicated rewards for having 10 and 20 wives. These 2 achievements granted 100 years and 300 years of cultivation, respectively. Seeing this, Su Su was overcome with excitement. Goodness, were the system's rewards now this generous? Just as he was about to claim his cultivation rewards, a servant reported, "Master, a madman has invaded the estate, and we are unable to stop him. Ladies Yaoyue, Yun, and Xiaolongnü have gone to confront him. Madame Huang Rong has sent me to summon you." Upon hearing this, Su Su's expression darkened. At this moment, someone dared to cause trouble at the Su estate? Such audacity was remarkable. In the next instant, the servant witnessed Su Su leave the rear courtyard. Outside the Su estate, the 3 formidable experts, Yaoyue, Lin Xiaoying, and Wu Xingyun, wore grave expressions as they gazed at a disheveled figure before them, appearing akin to a beggar. This individual seemed somewhat deranged, wielding a wooden stick, exuding no discernible aura of a cultivator. Previously, they might have assumed he was merely an ordinary beggar. However, having witnessed Su Su's transformation after he became a terrestrial immortal, they dared not entertain such notions now. The person before them was likely a figure of strength, akin to their husband. Yaoyue, Lin Xiaoying, and Wu Xingyan stood poised for confrontation. Upon seeing the 3, Dugu Qiubai's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Ha ha ha! Splendid, splendid! 3 celestial beings. It seems the fortunes of our great song are indeed favorable. Though lacking celestial techniques, we are graced with several celestial beings before us. Not long ago, a terrestrial immortal emerged as well. The fortune of the great Song is, without a doubt, quite prosperous. Perhaps the path of immortality is the correct one. Senior. Upon hearing his laughter, Yaoyue retracted her sword, intending to communicate with Dugu Qiubai. At that moment, however, Su Su soared out from the estate, landing before Yaoyue and the others. Esteemed friends, I failed to extend a warm welcome for your long journey. I apologize for my rudeness. Among terrestrial immortals, there existed an inexplicable connection. Just moments ago, Su Su had sensed Dugu Qiubai's presence. Through the aura emanating from him, it became apparent that he was one of the 4 terrestrial immortals of the Song dynasty whom he had sensed on the day of his ascension. Naturally, one must adopt a courteous demeanor. Had it been any other terrestrial immortal from a different dynasty daring to intrude upon the Su family estate, Su Su might not have shown such leniency. My husband. Upon seeing Su Su, Lin Xiaoying, Yaoyue, and Wu Xingyun all approached him in unison. Su Su cast a reassuring glance towards them before turning his attention to Dugu Qiubai. At that moment, the latter was also appraising Su Su. Dugu Qiubai, taken aback by the youthfulness of the person before him, felt a surge of astonishment. Having traveled to Jiangnan, he had indeed heard numerous tales about Su Su, of his benevolence, extraordinary talent, and penchant for beauty. However, such matters were of little concern to Dugu Qiubai. As fellow practitioners, each had their own path to tread. He could not impose upon others. Yet, upon meeting Su Su, Dugu Qiubai found himself thoroughly astonished. The reason was simple. Su Su was exceedingly young. Chapter 147, Master. What is happening? Haraha. I never expected that the young friend would be so youthful. Indeed, the younger generation is formidable. Dugu Qiubai laughed heartily. His suspicions now confirmed. The individual before him must surely be an ancient celestial being reincarnated. Otherwise, how could one so young achieve such remarkable accomplishments? Su Su smiled faintly and replied, My friend, you jest. Dugu Qiubai waved his hand dismissively. I have come solely to meet you, young friend. And now that my purpose is fulfilled, I shall take my leave. With that, Dugu Qiubai prepared to depart. As one of the few terrestrial immortals of the Song dynasty, Dugu Qiubai was deeply enamored with the sword, yet his demeanor was refreshingly candid and magnanimous. His visit to Su Su was merely out of concern that they might not recognize each other in future encounters, leading to misunderstandings. Seeing his carefree disposition, Su Su couldn't help but feel a measure of admiration. There remained many unresolved questions regarding the Song dynasty that lingered in Su Su's mind, and he now sought someone knowledgeable about the dynasty's past and the hidden intricacies of the martial world to dispel his doubts. As an established terrestrial immortal, Dugu Qiubai surely possessed considerable insights. Therefore, Su Su intended to retain him with a few words. Just then, an unforeseen change occurred. The previously jovial Dugu Qiubai suddenly transformed, his expression shifting to one of madness. Haraha! What terrestrial immortal? What of 500 years of life? In the end, one cannot escape this earthly prison. I, Dugu Qiubai, have devoted my life to the sword, yet I do not comprehend what it means to possess a sword or to be without a sword. Forgetting the sword? How can I forget? At this moment, the wooden staff in Dugu Qiubai's hand had morphed into a sword gleaming with a chilling light. As he swung it, the destructive power was immense. Husband, what has happened to him? He was fine just a moment ago. Why has he gone mad? Yaoyue and the others were utterly perplexed. Su Su furrowed his brow. Dugu Qiubai's state was evidently amiss. Protect yourselves. I shall see what is amiss, Su Su declared. Leaping toward Dugu Qiubai, the Su family estate, having undergone several expansions, now stood grand and splendid, with intricately carved beams and painted pillars. If Dugu Qiubai were to wreak havoc, the losses would be considerable. Come forth, sword. Su Su uttered softly. The Long Yuan 7-star sword soared forth from the Su estate. Hovering behind him, as he summoned his sword intent, all the swords within the estate began to quiver. This scene was familiar to the residents of the Su estate. They understood that the master was taking action. No one could control their own swords now. When the master intervened, even their attempts to wield them were futile. Simultaneously, the martial heroes in Jiaxing City sensed an unusual aura. The swords at their waists seemed to respond to an unseen call, stirring with restlessness. As that mysterious force grew ever more potent, countless swords broke free from their sheaths, soaring toward the direction of the Su estate. The expressions of the martial practitioners changed dramatically. The skies above Jiaxing City were filled with a multitude of flying swords. Everyone was awestruck. What is happening? Why have our swords become uncontrollable? Su family village. The direction of the swords is towards Su family village. Let us hasten to see what has transpired there. Someone shouted, pursuing the flying weapons. In the city of Jiaxing, An elder with an ethereal demeanor strolled along the bustling street, accompanied by two maidens clad in white as snow. This venerable figure was none other than the carefree master, Xiaoyue, who had brought his two disciples to the south in search of Su. As they walked, they heard various versions of rumors, which left a complex expression on Xiaoyue's face. In just a century, the understanding of the people had regressed to such an extent, it was truly lamentable. He sincerely hoped that the individual from Su family village could bring renewed hope to the Song dynasty. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Xiaoyue's expression suddenly changed. Li Qiushui and Li Songhai, too, sensed an unusual aura. They both approached their master, inquiring, "Master, what is happening?" Above Jiaxing, countless swords zipped through the air, heading straight for Su family village. Xiaoyue did not respond to his disciples' questions. Instead, he wore a grave expression and said, "It is my old friend Dugu. It seems he has engaged in a confrontation with young Su." What? Though Li Songhai and Li Qiushui had not learned the art of celestial beings, their years spent with Xiaoyue had imparted knowledge that eluded ordinary folk. They understood that the Dugu referred to by their master was none other than Dugu Qiubai. How could he possibly be in the south? Among the four terrestrial immortals of the Song dynasty, besides Huangshang in the imperial palace, one resided in the western regions, and another in the northern domain. The sweeping monk had achieved terrestrial immortality in less time than their master, remaining relatively unknown, secluded in Shaolin Temple. With Su present in the south, it was unlikely anyone else would come to seize power there. But why had Dugu Qiubai come from the north? Could it be for the same reason as them? Setting aside such ponderings for now, they decided to head to Su family village. Xiaoyue harbored a few suspicions, believing that Dugu Qiubai's intentions might be similar to his own. However, the state of Dugu Qiubai was often lucid, yet at times, frenzied. It was likely that something unexpected had occurred. Xiaoyue urged his two disciples to hasten towards Su family village. Meanwhile, beside Su, myriad swords awaited their command. Dugu Qiubai found himself encircled by the flying weapons. Witnessing this scene, his eyes glowed crimson. No one could discern whether his reaction to the multitude of swords was one of joy or rage. The wooden staff in his hand was employed to its utmost, continuously emanating sword intent. Yet, compared to Su's grand sword intent, it ultimately fell short. Su slowly flicked his finger, and the swords behind him surged forth like a torrential downpour, aimed at Dugu Qiubai. Yet, his intention was merely to suppress, never to engage in a deadly confrontation. Having just attained terrestrial immortality, he was confident in his strength, but understood that true heroism among terrestrial immortals was not solely defined by raw power. There was no need for battle unless absolutely necessary. Moreover, he was not fully aware of Dugu Qiubai's capabilities. To act recklessly was not in his nature. Certainly, he would not allow the destruction of his estate. In the moment the blade was launched, Dugu Qiubai swiftly employed his martial arts to defend himself. Su's reluctance to engage did not imply that the frenzied Dugu Qiubai would refrain from fighting. All of his resistance was instinctual. Naturally, Su had anticipated this. Thus, following the blade, he unleashed his silver needles. The blade merely served to divert Dugu Qiubai's attention and combat prowess. The silver needles were his true objective. Whoosh whoosh, whoosh. Dugu Qiubai managed to block the incoming sword, yet he could not fend off the silver needles. They penetrated his acupoints at an astonishing speed. In an instant, Dugu Qiubai collapsed in a heap. Su approached slowly, his fingers gradually lifting, exuding an aura of unfathomable terror. Just as Su's hand was about to descend, the voice of Xiaoyue echoed through the air. Chapter 148. Insufficient light for cultivation, young friend. Please cease your actions. However, Su did not pause. In just a fleeting moment, Dugu Qiubai was subdued. At that moment, he gazed at the approaching Xiaoyue, raising an eyebrow. Pray tell, who might you be? Yet, Xiaoyue offered no reply to Su's inquiry. Upon witnessing Dugu Qiubai sprawled on the ground, Xiaoyue was momentarily taken aback. Dugu Qiubai had been subdued by one who had only just ascended to the realm of earthly immortals. Xiaoyue's expression stiffened, a look of shock etched upon his face. Meanwhile, upon seeing the newcomer, Wu Xingyun trembled with anxiety. Master! Master! Wu Xingyun dashed toward Xiaoyue. At this juncture, Li Qiushui and Li Songhai also caught sight of Wu Xingyun. Their expressions filled with astonishment. What? My elder sister has actually become a celestial being? Master, what brings you here? Wu Xingyun rushed to Xiaoyue's side, her countenance ablaze with excitement. This exclamation jolted Xiaoyue back to awareness, as he scrutinized the young woman before him. You are Xingyun? Indeed, master. I never anticipated that I would see you again. You have become a celestial being? Indeed, ha ha ha. Upon discovering Wu Xingyun's cultivation level, Yaoyue chuckled while stroking his beard. Su Su, too, discerned the identities of the two from their exchange. He had not expected this individual to be none other than the founder of the Xiaoyao sect, Yaoyue. Not long ago, Su Su had sensed his aura, yet he had been unable to ascertain his identity. Little did he know that today, he would first encounter Dugu Qiubai, and now, Yaoyue. It truly was a lively gathering. With familiar faces around him, Su Su no longer felt the urgency. At this moment, Dugu Qiubai gradually regained consciousness, his senses returning. Upon seeing Yaoyue, he too was somewhat taken aback. Brother Xiaoyao, you have also arrived? Indeed, he replied. Without awaiting an answer from Yaoyue, Dugu Qiubai had already deduced his purpose for coming. At this moment, he looked at Su Su with confusion. Young friend, what is the meaning of this? Indeed, Dugu Qiubai found himself bound by Su Su's internal energy. He had no recollection of his earlier frenzy, leaving him somewhat bewildered. A misunderstanding. Su Su withdrew his internal energy but cast a deeper glance at Dugu Qiubai. This fellow was not merely a victim of demonic deviation, he had been poisoned. To dare employ underhanded tactics against an earthly immortal clearly indicated a significant ulterior motive. Please, esteemed friends, step inside. Su Su held great interest in both Dugu Qiubai and Yaoyue. Thus far, these two were the only earthly immortals he had encountered, and he was determined to seize the opportunity to learn more about them. Yaoyue had indeed come to seek out Su Su, intending to reveal certain secrets of the martial world. He stepped forward into the manor. Dugu Qiubai had initially intended only to meet Su Su briefly before departing. But now that Yaoyue had arrived, and having sensed an intense battle aura moments ago, his interest in Su Su had been piqued. With Su Su's invitation, he decided to remain. As the group entered the manor, they proceeded ahead. Li Songhai and Li Qiushui approached Wu Xingyun, respectfully bowing in greeting. Senior sister. Wu Xingyun snorted coldly, deeming herself unworthy of such reverence. Li Qiushui, with a face full of remorse, offered an apology, saying, Senior sister, I am truly sorry. It was my folly. Blinded by the charms of Wu Yazi, which led to actions that harmed you. She expressed her willingness to accept any punishment. They had all trained under the same master, growing up together, and the bond among Wu Xingyun, Li Qiushui, and Li Songhai was undeniably strong. Had it not been for Li Qiushui's irrational actions during Wu Xingyun's training, which caused her harm, their sisterhood would not have deteriorated to this point. Enough, let us not dwell on the past, Wu Xingyun declared, content with her current life and desiring no further mention of bygone events. She waved her hand dismissively. Senior sister, Li Qiushui called out. But Wu Xingyun did not respond. Her unwillingness to discuss the past did not equate to forgiveness. The treachery of Li Qiushui had rendered her years exceedingly difficult, yet it had also serendipitously led her to her husband. Thus, Wu Xingyun resolved to let go of her grievances. Let us proceed. Master will soon grow impatient. Li Qiushui and Li Songhai nodded and followed suit. Yaoyue and Lin Chaoying flanked Wu Xingyun, inquiring, Sister Xingyun, are you well? I am fine, do not worry. She reassured them, warmed by their concern. Regardless of titles of seniority, she now had many sisters and did not lament the absence of one or two. However, observing the figures of Li Songhai and Li Qiushui, Wu Xingyun couldn't help but reflect that, given her husband's nature, these two would likely soon become part of the household as sisters as well. Yaoyue and Lin Chaoying seemed to share the same thought, yet they bore no ill will. Given Su Su's current standing, nothing that transpired in the household could escape his notice. Indeed, as Ding Chuanqiu had remarked, Li Qiushui and Li Songhai were unparalleled beauties, rivaling even Wu Xingyun. He had previously dispatched Ding Chuanqiu to locate these two women, but had received no news. Now, Su Su realized that their constant company with Yaoyue made it impossible for Ding Chuanqiu to trace their whereabouts. It was no wonder that Ding Chuanqiu had encountered such misfortune. It seemed every task he undertook was of hellish difficulty. Su Su couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity. The events unfolding behind him were also not lost on Yaoyue and Dugu Qiubai. Listening to the trio's conversation and witnessing Wu Xingyun's harmonious interactions with Su Su's wives, Yaoyue grasped the situation. Along their journey, he had heard much regarding Su Su, including his penchant for taking concubines. The household already boasted 20 wives, with no signs of slowing down. This only heightened the intrigue of Yaoyue and his disciples. They held no disdain, for in a world where strength reigned supreme, cultivators lived longer than ordinary mortals. As long as one possessed sufficient power, the bounds of propriety could be transcended, whether taking concubines, ruling as emperor, or engaging in even more outrageous pursuits. Of course, that said, the conversation could return to its earlier topic. Though the lifespan of cultivators is extended, time remains an invaluable treasure. Merely dedicating oneself to cultivation leaves little room for anything else. Who would willingly squander precious time on marriage and procreation? Every ounce of a cultivator's energy is devoted to the pursuit of higher realms, striving to shatter the void and ascend to the heavens. After all, whether an emperor or any other figure, they are merely perceived as formidable beings in the eyes of ordinary mortals, objects of reverence. For cultivators, such identities are but worldly labels. Few cultivators indulge in the way of Su. It is typically only those nearing their ultimate fate, like terrestrial immortals, who might afford such liberties. At a tender age, Su has already attained the status of a terrestrial immortal. Thus, one cannot gauge his understanding with the perspective of an ordinary person. This insight is not exclusive to the trio of Yaoyue, but is also shared by the likes of Duguqiubai. However, both Yaoyue and Duguqiubai find themselves unable to focus on such matters. Their hearts stirred profoundly by the aura exuded by Su. Chapter 149. The Path of Earth Immortals. Secrets of the past. Upon breaking through to the realm of Earth Immortal, there typically exists a transformative period. During this interval, the innate qualities of an Earth Immortal undergo a profound metamorphosis, yet the strength of the metamorphosing individual is often difficult to conceal. However, the individual before him possesses an aura as deep and stable as the ocean, exhibiting no trace of leakage whatsoever. How peculiar it is! How long has it been since he ascended to the status of Earth Immortal? Remarkably, he has already mastered the art of regulating his aura with such finesse. Yaoyue regarded Su with increasing respect, sensing that his identity was far from ordinary. Particularly noteworthy was the fact that he had subdued the frenzied Duguqiubai, which left Yaoyue nearly incredulous. His silence in addressing Su stemmed from this astonishment. The interruption by Xing had deprived him of the opportunity to fully digest this information. Now, having processed it, Yaoyue gazed at Su as one might at a marvel. Upon entering the parlor, Yaoyue courteously addressed Su, saying, "Young friend, your talent is unparalleled. At merely 19, you have ascended to the realm of Earth Immortal. I have lived for 180 years, yet have only taken a small step ahead of you. How truly humbling this is. My intrusion today was merely to witness your remarkable presence. I hope you can forgive my boldness." Su chuckled heartily, instructing his attendants to serve tea and refreshments. Once everyone was seated, he spoke slowly. "Senior, your praise is unwarranted. I merely stumbled upon this breakthrough. You two esteemed seniors are pioneers in this realm. I had intended to visit each of you in due time. Yet here you both are today. How embarrassing." Since he had weathered the tribulation, Su had sensed the presence of several other powerful Earth Immortals. Counting himself, there were only 5 in total. Naturally, he found it hard to believe that they had no communication among them. With both Yaoyue and Duguqiubai making their visits today, he had begun to form some conjectures. After being pricked by Su's silver needle, Duguqiubai regained his senses. Although he could hardly recall the events of his madness, as a long-established Earth Immortal, he could indeed perceive Su's extraordinary nature. Witnessing Su's humility only deepened his admiration. "Young friend, why must you be so modest? You are the 5th Earth Immortal of the Great Song, and at such a young age have reached this level. Your future prospects far exceed those of us old-timers," Duguqiubai remarked. Su smiled and remained silent, awaiting them to continue. Yaoyue exchanged glances with Duguqiubai. "Dugu, would you care to address this matter?" he inquired. Duguqiubai shook his head. "No, it is better if you speak. I have been rather erratic these past years, as you know, and I fear I might not articulate it well." He was acutely aware of his own condition. He simply did not recall the specifics of his madness. A hint of bitterness lingered in his heart. In truth, while the Great Song currently boasted 5 Earth Immortals, he felt incomplete as one of them. "Very well. Then let me convey some matters regarding the realm of Earth Immortals to you, young friend," he concluded. Su nodded, adopting a serious demeanor. He possesses information provided by the system, and he has a preliminary understanding of the various classifications of terrestrial immortals. However, the system is unable to furnish deeper insights. Even if the likes of Yaoyue and Duguqiu come knocking, he would still seek them out. There are certain matters that must be clarified for his peace of mind. This is unrelated to his cultivation. He has traversed the path of cultivation with great ease, yet he feels the need to comprehend some social intricacies. Yaoyue, undeterred, began to speak slowly. Among the myriad cultivators in the world, there are countless paths to immortality, particularly in the realm of terrestrial immortals, which encompasses numerous avenues. Not only are there mainstream approaches, but also several newly researched paths. Therefore, the realm of terrestrial immortals cannot be regarded lightly. as it is crucial to avoid enmity unless absolutely necessary. Moreover, regardless of the path we choose, the ultimate goal is to break free from the confines of heaven and earth, achieving unparalleled freedom. Without delving into the experiences of other old sages, let me first introduce the mainstream paths to you, which broadly include the paths of strength immortals, weapon immortals, body immortals, and fate immortals. As Yaoyue spoke, he observed Su Su's reactions. Noticing no change in Su Su's expression, his conviction that Su Su was the reincarnation of a sword immortal grew stronger. In our Song dynasty, counting Su Su, we now have 5 terrestrial immortals, all evidently following the mainstream paths previously mentioned. Su Su listened intently, genuinely intrigued by the matter. Prior to this, he had surmised the identities of several individuals with considerable accuracy. However, he found himself curious about their paths of cultivation. Deguxiu, undoubtedly, follows the path of the sword immortal, a fact he had just confirmed. But what of the sweeping monk and Huangshang? And what path does the present Yaoyue tread? Yaoyue continued to elaborate. The first terrestrial immortal I wish to introduce to you is none other than our present companion, the Taoist Deguxiu, whom you have likely already guessed is known as Deguxiu, the sword demon. He is also the first terrestrial immortal of our Song dynasty, having gained renown a century ago. It is entirely normal that there is little news about him in the Zongwu, for he walks the path of the sword immortal. Deguxiu sighed and addressed Yaoyue. You need not extol my virtues. While it is true that I tread the sword immortal path, I have not journeyed far upon it. Moreover, I encountered a setback during my cultivation, leaving me in a state of madness, neither human nor ghost. I feel deeply ashamed. Deguxiu was taken aback that Yaoyue chose to introduce him first. While indeed the first terrestrial immortal of the Song dynasty, his path has not been smooth. Trapped in this celestial cage for a century, he has made no progress and feels quite embarrassed in the face of a rising star like Su Su. Why must you belittle yourself, my friend? Yaoyue countered disapprovingly, before proceeding with his introduction. The second individual worth mentioning, whom you may have heard of, is the founder of the Nine Manual, Taoist Huangshang. The Nine Manual holds the potential to lead one to terrestrial immortality. However, what circulates in the Zongwu is not the authentic Nine Manual, but rather a truncated version. At this revelation, Su Su felt a stir of curiosity within. A truncated version? No wonder he perceives the Nine Manual as less formidable. Upon further reflection, Su Su began to comprehend a bit more. This must be related to the absence of celestial lineage in the Song dynasty. Indeed, just as Su Su contemplated this, the voice of the carefree one resonated, indicating that this matter pertains to another secret, which we shall discuss shortly. Taoist Huangshang follows the path of fortune manipulation, which entails deepening the connection between oneself and the celestial fate of the dynasty. By refining the dynasty's fortune into the golden core, one can attain various supernatural abilities. The method of fortune manipulation significantly amplifies strength within the dynasty's realm. However, it also bears its drawbacks. Should the dynasty perish, one would face dire repercussions. In other words, if a unified dynasty were to reign over the 9 provinces and subsequently infuse the dynasty's fortune into the golden core, it could potentially shatter the void and achieve a higher realm. This is considered, thus far, the path with the highest likelihood of success, as believed by 80% of the Earth Immortals. Chapter 150. In terms of comprehension, perhaps no one can surpass him. As these words were spoken, a flicker of astonishment crossed Su Su's face. Across the vast expanse of the 9 provinces, dynasties are in disarray. The quest for unification is fraught with challenges. A forced unification would undoubtedly result in a storm of bloodshed. This conflict transcends mere skirmishes between ordinary individuals. It is a war between dynasties, propelled by terrestrial immortals, the consequences of which are beyond imagination. What is crucial is that within the tone of Yaoyue, there lies an implicit admiration. Could it be that the esteemed elder Yaoyue also traversed the path of the immortal of fortune? Yaoyue shook his head. Not at all. The old Taoist cultivates the path of the immortal of strength, yet I have prepared myself for a transition in my cultivation. Transition? The path of fortune? Su Su's heart brimmed with confusion. Why would one abandon the promising path of strength for the uncertain road of fortune? Yaoyue sighed, the expression on his face laden with bitterness. The path of the immortal of strength is a dead end. The old Taoist must seek another way. At this moment, Dugu Qiubai chuckled softly. It is not merely the path of strength. My journey as an immortal of the sword also holds no future. Su Su's perplexity deepened. He understood the classifications of the sword immortal's realm and recognized the arduous journey of advancement. Dugu Qiubai had remained at the level of terrestrial immortal for over a century. Yet he had made little progress and had even encountered setbacks in his practice, nearly succumbing to madness. What about Yaoyue? The path of the immortal of strength, as its name implies, revolves around shattering the heavens with inner strength, refining inner energy to transform it into the golden core, ultimately transcending all methods through sheer power to breach the heavenly gates. Among the myriad paths, this one stands at the forefront. Initially, the old Taoist was drawn to this aspect and, upon reaching the realm of terrestrial immortality, chose the path of strength, even creating numerous techniques, one of which is the northern underworld divine skill. At first, it seemed promising, but as time passed, he increasingly felt that this path was utterly impassable. Yaoyue's voice resonated with desolation and helplessness. In the living room, the others fell silent. After a moment, Yaoyue continued. To attain the realm of terrestrial immortality after a millennium of cultivation, if one were to persist in nurturing inner strength, the difficulty would multiply exponentially. Upon entering the realm of terrestrial immortality, a pristine golden core requires 2,000 units of inner strength to manifest a single pattern, resulting in a one-pattern golden core. After 4,000 years of cultivation, the golden core may become two-patterned. After 8,000 years, it can become three-patterned. However, to achieve a four-pattern golden core, one requires 16,000 years of cultivation. As Yaoyue spoke, his tone was filled with despair. According to the estimates of ancient great beings, a 10-pattern golden core could shatter the heavens, yet it demands a staggering million years of cultivation. As his words fell, everyone present, save for Su, gasped in disbelief. A million years of cultivation? Ordinary individuals aside, even terrestrial immortals have a lifespan of merely 500 years. With methods to extend life, one might reach 1,000 years. To attain a million years of cultivation, one would need to cultivate relentlessly, achieving at least 1,000 years of progress each year to reach that goal. The notion that man can triumph over heaven is indeed not a simple endeavor. When considering a million years of cultivation alone, human effort falls woefully short. The venerable sage, having pursued his cultivation for a century, found himself yet unable to attain even the second-tier golden elixir. How could he then aspire to a million years of cultivation or the 10th-tier golden elixir? With a lifespan of 500 years, he had already squandered a fifth of it. Should he continue down this path, he would ultimately exhaust his life force and return to the dust. Even those prodigious geniuses, who devised various ingenious methods, could not escape the inexorable decline of their lifespan, lamentably falling short in the end. To the sage, it was evident that this avenue was no longer viable. Rather than waste time, it would be wiser to seek an alternative. With the persistent invitations from his friend Huang, after meeting with the young companion, he would enter the palace to cultivate the methods of celestial enhancement alongside Huang Chang. The thought of idly dissipating his lifespan was intolerable to him. Would his comrade, Dugu, join him? The carefree one turned to invite Dugu Qiubai. Dugu Qiubai shook his head, expressing indifference. It matters not. There are myriad paths, and they all lead to similar destinations. Indeed, in Dugu Qiubai's eyes, all paths seemed comparable. The struggle to transcend the heavens with mere human effort was an arduous endeavor. Su, upon hearing this, maintained a tranquil demeanor. Initially, he had been taken aback by the carefree one's discourse regarding the 10th-tier golden elixir and the notion of a million years of cultivation, which he had been unaware of, as the system had not explicitly conveyed such information. He was only privy to a general understanding. According to the carefree one's calculations, breaking through indeed appeared exceedingly challenging, even with his extraordinary talent and the benefits of his cultivation techniques. Accumulating a century's worth of power in a single year seemed an arduous task. Yet, the gulf between that and a million years of cultivation was vast. However, after a brief moment, Su came to a realization. How foolish it would be to feel daunted by such a distance. He was a man of the system. Since awakening the system, it had only been a year, and he had already amassed a millennium of cultivation, achieving the golden elixir. If he continued on this trajectory, perpetually taking wives and siring offspring, amassing a millennium of power within a year would not be a daunting task. In other words, at present, with 20 wives, he could expect at least 20 offspring each year. Given the aptitude of his progeny, each would likely yield a reward of at least 50 years of cultivation. Thus, in terms of offspring alone, he would fulfill his goal of 1,000 years of internal energy within a year. Additionally, there were various achievement rewards and bonuses for marrying. A simple calculation revealed that Su need not fret over this matter. Moreover, he had yet to claim 400 years of cultivation from the system. In stark contrast to the carefree one's bitter expression, Su felt an involuntary urge to smile. The path of celestial enhancement was tailored precisely for him. There were no bottlenecks, no arduous struggles for comprehension. He merely needed to accumulate internal energy methodically. With 20 wives, he could achieve half of his objectives. What if he had 50 or even 100? Not to mention the longevity methods. 500 years of life would suffice for him to break through to even higher realms without hindrance. Furthermore, he possessed system rewards such as culinary skills and brewing techniques, which could enhance the qualities of his offspring. As the caliber of his progeny improved, so too would the rewards, and he might achieve success well before the passage of 500 years. Reflecting upon these thoughts, Su Su's expression grew increasingly composed, which, in turn, rendered Xiaoyue somewhat perplexed. The young friend's cultivation of the sword immortal path might indeed benefit from further exchanges with Taoist Dugong, perhaps yielding fruitful insights. Dugong Xiaobai sighed, acknowledging, if I myself am still in confusion, how can I offer guidance to young friend Su? Moreover, Su's accomplishments and innate talent in the sword immortal realm are quite remarkable. He hardly requires the counsel of a mere novice like myself. This sentiment was one that Xiaoyue did not contest. Just prior to entering the estate, he had witnessed Su Su wielding his sword against Dugong Xiaobai, a spectacle that was truly astonishing. Even a master like Dugong Xiaobai had been repelled. It seems, as Taoist Dugong stated, Su Su possesses extraordinary talent in the sword immortal path. In terms of comprehension, it is likely that none could rival him. Su Su, however, chuckled and shook his head, saying, my esteemed friends have misunderstood. I am not on the sword immortal path. Chapter 151. The inexplicable reasons. As the words fell, Dugu Xiaobai, Xiaoyue, Li Qiushui, and Li Songhai were momentarily taken aback. Was it not the path of the sword immortal? They had all witnessed his profound understanding of sword intent and his extraordinary talent in the sword arts. To say he was divinely attuned to the sword would not be an exaggeration. Yet, he claimed it was not the path of the sword immortal. Could it be that, much like the sweeping monk of Xiaolongnü, he was cultivating the path of the body immortal, the last of the terrestrial immortals of the great song, who achieved the status of a land immortal a generation earlier, remains nameless and is referred to simply as the sweeping monk. His path was that of the body immortal. In essence, the body immortal is one who refines their physique. In the realm of martial arts, external skills reach their zenith, revealing the true treasures of the human body. Should one develop these treasures to their utmost potential, they could shatter the void with a mere fist. While the body immortal is formidable, the process of honing one's body is excruciatingly arduous. If the young friend were to choose this path, it would indeed be fraught with immense hardship. The sweeping monk is a reincarnated body immortal, having secluded himself in Xiaolongnü to ascend to the pinnacle of that path, indifferent to worldly matters. Yet, the individual before them left both Xiaoyue and Dugu Qiubai in a state of perplexity. This was not merely a distinction between entering the world and transcending it. It was also bewildering that Su Su, who possessed such exceptional talent in the sword arts, would opt for the path of the body immortal. In the eyes of Xiaoyue and Dugu Qiubai, it was evident that Su Su bore the identity of a reincarnated being. This choice felt profoundly unsettling. Su Su shook his head once more. Nay, Dugu Qiubai and Xiaoyue were now even more perplexed and intrigued. Could it be that the young friend intended to pursue the path of the luck immortal, akin to the old Taoist? The mere thought of this possibility stirred excitement within Xiaoyue. The fortune of the great Song dynasty could indeed support 3 luck immortals. If someone as extraordinary as Su Su were to join, their mutual validation would surely lead to a smoother path in cultivation. Dugu Qiubai's expression grew complex. Yet, it was human nature to seek advantage and evade harm. After all, it was quite reasonable for Su Su to make a wise choice following Xiaoyue's extensive analysis. Nevertheless, at that moment, Su Su shook his head once again. Without allowing anyone to speculate further, he declared directly, I shall walk the path of the strength immortal. Strength. Strength immortal. The group was instantly astonished. Xiaoyue questioned whether he had misheard. Others felt similarly bewildered. After all that discourse, had it all been in vain? A 10-pattern golden Dan, a million years of cultivation. Was this something an ordinary person could achieve? Let alone 10 patterns. Even a 5-pattern golden Dan was daunting enough. Realizing the implications, Xiaoyue became anxious. Young friend, you must reconsider. Absolutely not. At that moment, it would not be an exaggeration to say his heart raced like a stampede of horses. He had finally grasped the dangers of the strength immortal path, only to find Su Su plunging headlong into it. As one of the few terrestrial immortals of the great song, each was exceedingly precious. Naturally, Xiaoyue wished for Su Su to choose a more favorable path, having faced obstacles on this road himself. How could he bear to watch such a prodigious talent as Su Su venture forth into it? Should one possess nefarious intentions, they might indeed relish such an outcome. Yet, it is evident that Yaoyue is not one of those. My young friend, I am a prime example. Do not tread the same misguided path. This route is unfeasible, so why squander your precious time? He advised. Are you not adept in the sword arts? With Dugu as your companion, embark upon the path of the sword immortal together. As Yaoyue offered his counsel, he exchanged glances with Dugu Qiubai, who was momentarily taken aback. Upon regaining his senses, he hastily joined in. Indeed, my young friend, let us pursue the path of the sword immortal together. If all else fails, we could accompany Yaoyue to the palace and serve as fortune bearers. To Dugu Qiubai, the notion of becoming a sword immortal seemed, in truth, a dead end without prospects. Su Su chuckled softly, shaking his head. Although their conversation seemed somewhat out of place, and perhaps even intrusive, Su Su appreciated their intentions, for they genuinely cared for his well-being. However, they remained unaware that he was a man with a system. The ordinary paths of cultivation held no allure for him. The path of the force immortal was not one he would pursue, but with the system in place, this route was undeniably the most effortless and expedient shortcut. Su Su held a favorable view of both Dugu Qiubai and Yaoyue. They certainly deserve the title of seniors. Thank you, esteemed friends, for your guidance. However, I have already made my choice, the reasons for which I cannot divulge, so I hope for your understanding. Su Su remained calm and self-assured. This very demeanor instilled a sense of composure in Dugu Qiubai and Yaoyue. After all, how could someone capable of defeating Dugu Qiubai lack strength? And how could one who ascended to the realm of the earth immortal be considered foolish? Perhaps they had been too eager. Nonetheless, a sense of unease lingered in their hearts, particularly for Yaoyue, who was all too aware of the arduous nature of this path. Could it be that Su Su truly held such confidence? Perhaps in his past life, he was not a sword immortal, but rather a formidable being with profound mastery over the path of the force immortal, blessed by the legacy of his former existence, which would indeed facilitate his rapid breakthroughs. If that were the case, his innate talent would be nothing short of terrifying. Few could rival Dugu in the sword arts. And should he choose not to pursue the path of the sword immortal, yet still possess the means to suppress Dugu, then surely there remained a glimmer of hope should he take up the sword path in the future. Ultimately, it was far superior to the path of the force immortal. Yaoyue felt a surge of curiosity and resolved to make one final attempt. My young friend, if you would not mind, allow me to demonstrate the quality of my one-pattern golden dan. As he spoke, Yaoyue extended his right hand, intending to let Su Su experience it. Without engaging in combat, they would merely compare their skills. Even so, the atmosphere grew tense, and the breath of those present slowed. Su Su sensed Yaoyue's intent and could not help but smile. If the esteemed elder wishes to impart wisdom upon the younger generation, let us proceed. Su Su felt a surge of excitement. Although he had just sparred with Dugu Qiubai, it had been too brief and overwhelmingly one-sided. Now, he was eager to witness the caliber of other Earth immortals. I will suppress my cultivation to match yours, allowing you to better perceive the quality of my golden dan. Su Su nodded in agreement. Gently extending his right hand, he clasped it with the hand of the carefree master, Yaoyue. The onlookers gazed wide-eyed, captivated by the unfolding scene. Dugu Qiubai wore an expression of excitement. He had always perceived Su Su as extraordinary, yet the true measure of his prowess would only be revealed through their contest. The sisters, Li Songhai and Li Qiushui, were filled with anticipation. Meanwhile, Wu Xingyun, Lin Chaoying, and Yao Yu's gazes were fixed upon Su Su, their husbands, whom they trusted implicitly. However, in comparison to Yaoyue, a terrestrial immortal over a century ago, they remained uncertain of the outcome. With a resounding thud, their palms met, unleashing an intangible aura that immediately enveloped the surroundings. Apart from Dugu Qiubai, the expressions of the others shifted dramatically. After all, the rest were merely of the celestial realm. Despite Su Su and Yaoyue having largely restrained their internal energy, even a mere trace of it was overwhelming for them. Particularly, Li Songhai and Li Qiushui, who had yet to transcend to the celestial realm, turned ashen in an instant. Quickly step back. Chapter 152. A perilous crossing of a single plank by thousands of troops in an instant. As the sound reverberated, several individuals hastily retreated from the living room. They distanced themselves by at least several dozen paces, and only then did the oppressive sensation begin to wane slightly. Li Qiushui and her sister Li Songhai withdrew even further. Retreating over 20 paces, their complexions pale and their expressions filled with astonishment. Previously, they had only been aware of the realm of the earthly immortal, yet they never anticipated its formidable nature. Though they were not of the celestial realm, they were indeed formidable masters at the pinnacle of their craft. And should they break through the celestial barrier, they could potentially ascend directly into the third or even fourth tier of the celestial realm. However, at this moment, they found themselves unable to withstand even a mere ripple from the clash of internal forces between their master and Su Su. The glimpse they had afforded them a profound understanding of the true terror embodied within the earthly immortal realm, which exceeded their prior imaginings. Both Yaoyue and Wu Xingyun, having recently breached the celestial barrier, experienced a similar visceral understanding of that power, akin to that of the Li sisters. Even having witnessed Su Su attain the earthly immortal status, their inner turmoil now was no less than on that day. Yet, with a shift in their thoughts, they quickly found solace. After all, their husband was a figure who could effortlessly disperse heavenly tribulations. How could he not contend with another of the same realm? In their hearts, Su Su was undoubtedly exceptional. Lin Xiaoying maintained a composed demeanor. She knew well the strength of the earthly immortal and was equally aware of how effortlessly Su Su had broken through on that day. What intrigued her now was a comparison between her husband and the carefree Xiaolongnü, who possessed a single pattern of the golden core, who would emerge victorious. The clash of internal energies was not a direct confrontation. The two had engaged hands, yet found themselves in a stalemate. While everyone else had exited the living room, only Dugu Qiubai remained seated nearby, steadfast and unmoving, keenly attuned to the fluctuations of their internal forces. Sisters, do you think our husband will triumph? In the realm of speculation, Yaoyue was far less confident than Wu Xingyun and Lin Xiaoying, prompting her to humbly inquire. I believe he will, Lin Xiaoying responded. If nothing else, consider his ease during the tribulation. His strength should be on par with that of a golden core. How can that be? Even if my master suppresses his cultivation for a millennium, he still possesses an extra century of experience. You are far too optimistic. Li Qiushui clearly doubted the possibility of her master's defeat. Indeed, my master's golden core bears a pattern. He is surely not someone Su Mengzhu can compare with. Li Canhai concurred. At present, the two were evenly matched. In the eyes of the Li sisters, Xiaozi seemed to be holding back, sparing Su Su's pride. Yet, on the other hand, it was remarkable that Su Mengzhu, having just ascended to the earthly immortal realm, could contend for such an extended period with their master. His aptitude was truly extraordinary. Lin Xiaoying did not refute the words of the Li sisters. But Yaoyue and Wu Xingyun spoke in unison. We believe in our husband. Debating who will win or lose is futile. Let us await the outcome. As Lin Xiaoying concluded her words, their gazes swiftly returned to the living room, where they witnessed a change in the expressions of both Su Su and Xiaozi. Dugu Qiubai's face was one of sheer astonishment. In the next moment, the expressions on everyone's faces underwent a transformation. Yaoyue, Wu Xingyun, and Lin Xiaoying were radiant with joy, exuding an air of expectation fulfilled. In stark contrast, Li Canhai and Li Qiushui wore expressions of shock and disbelief. Just moments ago, they had witnessed Xiaoyue being repelled by Su Su, staggering back several steps. Their master was defeated? How could this be possible? At that moment, Yaoyue, Lin Xiaoying, and Wu Xingyun rushed towards Su Su. Husband, you are incredible. Truly remarkable. I always knew you would prevail. As the three women approached with enthusiasm, Su Su smiled and opened his arms, welcoming them into his embrace. Do you have such unwavering faith in me? Of course, they replied. With the ability to disperse the heavenly tribulation with a mere palm, your strength is undoubtedly formidable. Su Su smiled gently. Xiaoyue stood in a daze, his face a mask of disbelief. During their earlier clash of internal energies, the contest had initially seemed evenly matched. Yet, as he poured more power into the exchange, he was alarmed to discover that he could not contend with Su Su. Ultimately, he found himself forcefully pushed back by the latter's overwhelming internal energy. Although he had utilized only a millennium's worth of power, his golden core was a first-rank one. How could he be defeated by someone who had just ascended to the earthly immortal realm? After more than a century of self-cultivation, he had prided himself on maintaining an unperturbed demeanor. This was the first time he felt his composure shatter. Just as he began to process this, he heard Su Su's wife proclaim that he had dispersed the heavenly tribulation with a single strike, causing his expression to stiffen once more. What manner of extraordinary being was this youth before him? While others struggled against tribulations, he effortlessly dispersed them. Was such a thing even conceivable? Xiaoyue felt utterly unguarded. Nearby, Dugu Qiubai, upon hearing this, burst into hearty laughter. Young friend Su, you truly are exemplary, a paragon for our generation. After comforting his wives, Su Su turned to Xiaoyue and offered a respectful gesture. Senior, I am in your debt. Having personally experienced the quality of a first-rank golden core during their contest, Su Su felt a renewed sense of confidence. His Tai Xin scripture, harmonized with the 9-9 yin-yang technique and other methods, had not only matched the quality of a first-rank golden core, but had even surpassed it. This technique of force was undoubtedly tailored for him. Yaoyue could only offer a wry smile, lamenting, in every era, there emerged talents beyond compare. Young friend Su, your aptitude is unprecedented. In my 180 years, I have never encountered such a forceful internal energy in one so newly ascended to the earthly immortal realm. I find myself humbled. At this juncture, Yaoyue no longer wished to persuade Su Su. He had originally intended to allow Su Su to appreciate the quality of his golden core before gracefully retreating. However, he had not anticipated that instead of imparting this knowledge, he would be the one left in awe. A first-rank golden core nearing the second rank could not even compare to Su Su, who had just entered the earthly immortal realm. This realization left him astonished and embarrassed, especially given the seemingly unprecedented strength of Su Su's techniques. Since you are determined to pursue the path of the immortal of strength, I shall no longer deter you. However, allow me to offer you a word of caution. The path of the immortal of strength requires years of meticulous contemplation. Should it prove unfruitful, it would be wise to seek an alternative path without delay. This advice comes from the depths of my heart. Su Su is not one to disregard good counsel, and he nodded appreciatively, assuring his elder, rest assured, there are countless paths in cultivation. If this particular route proves impassable, I shall promptly cease my efforts and seek another way, for I will not hang my hopes on a single tree. With Su Su's promise, Yaoyue felt a sense of relief. However, Dugu Qiubai erupted in laughter, remarking that while there are indeed myriad paths in cultivation, the alternatives may not necessarily be any easier. As for the path of the immortal of fortune, if all terrestrial immortals were to embark upon it, it may not bode well for this world. After all, the luck of dynasties is ultimately finite. A multitude of troops crossing a narrow bridge can only lead to calamity. Chapter 153. This humiliation shall finally pass indeed. Dugu Qiubai was not mistaken. Once everyone joins the ranks of Yunxian, cultivating under the auspices of the dynasty's fortune over time, the limited resources of the dynasty's fortune will undoubtedly be unable to sustain such a multitude. What then, if they cannot bear it? They shall resort to plundering the fortunes of other dynasties. Once the earth immortals begin to meddle with the dynastic fortunes, the inevitable outcome will be chaos and bloodshed, with mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. Upon hearing this, Yaoyue let out a sigh. This was something the old Taoist was well aware of. Not to mention the earth immortals engaging in plunder. Even the dynasties ranked at the bottom of the Earth Immortal Convention are doomed to misfortune. Fortunately, we now have the Sweeping Monk and Su Xiaoyu. This Earth Immortal Convention should be somewhat improved. At this point, a spark of excitement illuminated Yaoyue's countenance. The Earth Immortal Convention? Su Su keenly grasped the crucial information. Dugu Qiubai and Yaoyue nodded in agreement. This must also be another purpose for Yaoyue's visit to you. This is yet another secret I mentioned to you previously. Intrigued, Su Su felt a flicker of speculation within. Yaoyue and Su Su resumed their seats, with Su Su instructing the servants to refill their tea. Yaoyue took a sip, his eyes lighting up with delight. What exquisite tea! Su Xiaoyu truly knows how to indulge. With a smile, Su Su responded, Senior, you flatter me. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Yaoyue spoke. The Earth Immortal Convention is a gathering of Earth Immortals that occurs once every 100 years, a tradition that has been passed down since ancient times. It continues to this day, where the immortals exchange martial arts experiences, precious materials, and the distribution of benefits. Distribution of benefits? Upon hearing this, Su Su confirmed his inner suspicions. This must be related to the lack of celestial techniques in the Great Song. Yaoyue gazed into the distance, saying, For Earth Immortals to ascend to the pinnacle, they naturally require the support of resources. With precious resources, the speed of cultivation accelerates. For instance, Yunxian requires the fortune of the dynasty, Lixian needs spiritual herbs to enhance internal strength accumulation, and Tixian likewise needs spiritual herbs to protect the physical body. In the past, fierce battles erupted over resource contention, plunging the world into turmoil. Later, to avert such calamities, several formidable beings united to cease the hostilities. And to prevent large-scale disputes, the Earth Immortal Convention was established to allocate resources based on strength. The duration of each convention is 100 years, and resources are distributed according to the order of success and failure. This is also the reason why our great song is frail, lacking celestial inheritance. With the Grand Masters being at the apex, a flicker of understanding crossed Su Su's face. If this holds true, the Last Earth Immortal Convention must have seen the great song ranked quite low. Otherwise, how could it have lost its celestial inheritance? May I inquire, Senior, what was our great song's ranking in the Last Earth Immortal Convention? Yaoyue smiled bitterly at this inquiry. Second to last. Su was rendered speechless. Goodness. Second to last. No wonder. In the realm of the mundane, the Emperor merely governs the common folk. The true arbiters of fate are the terrestrial immortals. Across the vast expanse of the 9 provinces, numerous dynasties exist. The last time our Song dynasty ranked second to last, by the established decree, we were compelled to sever the celestial inheritance. From that moment forth, neither Luluan nor any celestial beings could impart the celestial teachings, unless someone possessed the innate qualities to ascend to that realm. This oath was sworn upon the heavenly principles. It is precisely for this reason that I refrained from bestowing the teachings of the celestial realm upon my disciples, such as Xing and her sisters. For many years, Song Hai and Xiao Shui have followed me, yet I could only watch helplessly as they suffered indignities, unable to share even a fragment of knowledge. Xiao Yaozi were a bitter expression. Survival of the fittest. Their position at the bottom naturally warranted a corresponding consequence. Such a strategy is indeed ruthless. Su remarked with a sigh. Without the celestial inheritance, ascending to the realm of celestial beings becomes a challenge akin to scaling the heavens. Without celestial beings, the prospect of elevating to a new terrestrial immortal is even more daunting. Consequently, not only for a century, but even for a millennium, the Song dynasty shall struggle to rise above. Once at the bottom, it risks perpetual decline. To some extent, this serves as a method for the terrestrial immortals to delineate their territories and vie for interests. Indeed, it is quite merciless. Fortunately, the Song dynasty has enjoyed some fortuity, with figures such as the sweeping monk and Su Xiaoyu emerging within its ranks. Otherwise, the future could be even more dire. At this juncture, Su's curiosity piqued. If being second to last is so dismal, what must befall the last? Which dynasty occupies that unfortunate position? The answer is the Sui dynasty. Dugu Qiubai continued. Should the Sui dynasty rank last in the celestial gathering, the terrestrial immortals would no longer intervene in the affairs of the dynasty, allowing it to function autonomously. Even if it faces obliteration at the hands of other dynasties, they could only observe, lest they provoke the ire of other terrestrial immortals. This indicates the demise of a dynasty. Unlike other dynasties, which merely contend for territory, the Sui dynasty may not endure until the next celestial gathering. Upon hearing this, Su comprehended the situation. The celestial gathering serves to prevent large-scale conflicts over resource competition. However, if ranked by martial prowess, the downfall of the last place is deemed a natural occurrence, satisfying the interests of the majority. While it appears to be a struggle between dynasties, the resources of these dynasties are ultimately controlled by the terrestrial immortals. Although the Song dynasty is weakened and lacks celestial inheritance, it is fortunate not to be in last place. Compared to the Sui, its condition is relatively better. In essence, this is a system of elimination for the lowest ranking. Nonetheless, Su was still perplexed. How could the Sui dynasty be so feeble? It seemed that the Sui dynasty had its fair share of martial experts, and there should be many terrestrial immortals among them. Xiao Yaozi chuckled. It is not that the Sui's strength is lacking. Rather, their ancestor Yang, bolstered by his royal lineage, has been arrogant and has fostered poor relations with other terrestrial immortals. Consequently, during the celestial gathering, the other immortals from the Sui remained indifferent, with only him stepping forward, making it inevitable for them to finish at the bottom. Furthermore, with Yang's lifespan nearing its end, the Sui's downfall is only to be expected. But what of the Song? Logically, with 3 esteemed predecessors present, it should not have ranked second to last. Dugu Qiubai and Huangshang are formidable figures, and Yaoyue is no slouch either. To finish second to last is quite absurd. Dugu Qiubai sighed, lamenting, "This is all my fault. At the last Immortal Conference, I should have participated, yet I unexpectedly succumbed to madness, resulting in only my friends Yaoyue and Huangshang representing the Song dynasty, leading to its decline. I am the sinner responsible for the weakness of the Song dynasty." Dugu Qiubai's face was etched with despondency. His lifelong pursuit of strength ultimately brought ruin upon the entire dynasty he cherished. This burden contributed to his increasing state of confusion. As a sword immortal, he sought a path of straightforwardness, living without guilt. Frequently haunted by the events of the Immortal Conference, he fell into self-reproach, giving rise to inner demons. Observing his distress, Yaoyue promptly offered words of comfort. "Dear Dugu, there is no need for such self-reproach. Your current clarity is markedly improved. And with the presence of Su and the sweeping monk, We shall surely redeem ourselves at this next immortal conference. Together, the 5 of us will not only aim for the top spot, but will certainly avoid the ignominy of finishing last. This humiliation shall soon be a thing of the past. Chapter 154. Why refuse such an opportunity? Alas, in my current state, I fear that. Dongwu Qiuba sighed. He was far from as optimistic as Yaoyue. Su turned to Dongwu Qiuba with a smile and said, Senior, do not be troubled. You are not suffering from a deviation in your practice, but rather from poison inflicted by another. I possess the antidote. What? Truly? Both Yaoyue and Dongwu Qiuba stood up in shock from their seats. Young friend, you assert that Dongwu Daoyu is not experiencing a mishap in his cultivation, but is instead poisoned by someone. This news is utterly astounding. Yaoyue was taken aback, not to mention the realm of terrestrial immortals. Even grandmasters are typically impervious to ordinary toxins. Who could possibly poison someone like Dongwu Qiuba? And what kind of poison could elude his notice? Su nodded, explaining. Before the arrival of Senior Yaoyue, Senior Dongwu had already succumbed to a state of madness. I used silver needles to probe his acupoints and discovered a peculiar toxin within his body. Who could be so brazen? Dongwu Qiuba's expression turned grave. For nearly a century, he had been consumed by guilt, believing he was the cause of the Song dynasty's decline, only to realize that someone had deliberately orchestrated this downfall. Their intentions were unmistakable. Young friend, do you truly have a remedy? Indeed, I do. However, it will require some time. I wonder when the next Earth Immortal Gathering will take place. Even the most divine medical skills may find it challenging to resolve the toxin within Dongwu Qiuba swiftly. It will take no less than 3 to 5 years to expel the poison entirely. Nonetheless, considering the circumstances, it was entirely reasonable for someone of Dongwu Qiuba's stature, having achieved terrestrial immortality over a century ago, to be targeted. The potency of the toxin that evaded his detection must be formidable. 5 years. We have 5 years until the next gathering, Yaoyue remarked gravely. Previously, he and Huangshang had assumed Dongwu Qiuba was merely facing a cultivation error. Now, upon learning the truth, it was evident that someone was indeed plotting against the Song dynasty. They would need to prepare accordingly. He was uncertain whether Dongwu Qiuba could recover in 5 years. 5 years. That is sufficient. It aligns closely with my expectations. Upon hearing this, both Dongwu Qiuba and Yaoyue became immensely excited, particularly Dongwu Qiuba. He had not anticipated that a momentary whim would lead to such an opportunity. Should he recover, he would surely avenge a century of grievances. I will commence treatment for you first, and then supplement it with medication. 5 years will be just right. Then I shall trouble you, young friend. Dongwu Qiuba stood and politely bowed to Su. After exchanging pleasantries, Su began the treatment for Dongwu Qiuba. As the patient was a terrestrial immortal, the efficacy of silver needles was diminished. Thus, Su opted for golden needles instead and proceeded with the treatment. Before him stood Su, wielding his internal energy with extraordinary finesse, each strand of power seemingly imbued with life, guiding the golden needles as they danced gracefully upon the figure of Dongwu Qiuba. The elder Yaoyue, witnessing this spectacle, felt an increasing awe wash over him. He had not anticipated that this young friend, Su, would ascend to the realm of terrestrial immortals at such a tender age, demonstrating profound understanding not only in swordsmanship, but also in the healing arts. What an extraordinary talent this was. Soon enough, Su completed the treatment, and Dongwu Qiuba appeared significantly rejuvenated. Rising to his feet, he bowed deeply. Thank you, young friend. There's no need for such formality, esteemed senior. As fellow terrestrial immortals of the great song, we are bound by kinship and must stand united against our foes, Su replied. Yaoyue and Dongwu Qiuba regarded Su with admiration. In that case, I entrust the matter to you, Dongwu Daoist. Before the terrestrial immortal assembly commences, I shall come to inform both you and young Su. I hope you will lend your utmost support at that time. As for the resources I promised, I trust that Daoist Huangchang has dispatched someone to deliver them, and they should arrive shortly, Yaoyue stated with a serious expression. Su readily agreed. Rest assured, esteemed senior, I shall not shy away from my responsibilities. As a member of the great song, I must participate in the terrestrial immortal assembly, not only for the sake of broadening my horizons, but given the current state of the great song, it is imperative that I take a stand. The assembly employs an elimination system, and there are those who wish to see our realm fall to the bottom. As this is my stronghold, I shall not allow such a fate to befall us. 5 years would be ample time for growth. What level he might attain was uncertain, but with 5 individuals united, they would assuredly not finish last. Moreover, there was a possibility of cultivating more terrestrial immortals by then. With your assistance, our great song shall surely be secure. The more Yaoyue interacted with Su Su, the more he perceived the young man's prodigious talent. I have come here, firstly to visit you, young friend, and secondly to invite you to the Terrestrial Immortal Assembly. Now that our business is concluded, I shall take my leave, Yaoyue said, his face radiating satisfaction. He held a fondness for this newly ascended friend, who not only agreed to participate in the assembly, but also offered to resolve the issues concerning Duga Daoist. How could the 5 terrestrial immortals of the Great Song possibly finish at the bottom again? Esteemed senior, why the haste? Why not stay a few more days? Su Su urged, while Wu Xingyun beside him looked on with anticipation. Yaoyue glanced at Wu Xingyun, then at the sisters Li Songhai and Li Qiushui. Before bowing to Su Su, young friend, I have one more humble request. Please, go ahead. Su Su responded, sensing something in his heart. Yaoyue then summoned the sisters Li Qiushui and Li Songhai to his side and said to Su Su, I must confess, I have only taken a few disciples in my lifetime, and among them, Xingyun, Songhai, and Qiushui possess exceptional talent and extraordinary potential. However, due to my oath to the heavenly way, I am unable to impart to them the secrets of transcendence. Unwilling to follow the clouds, one possesses their own opportunities. To be favored by a young friend and achieve a celestial demeanor is indeed a remarkable fortune. If the young friend is willing, might it be possible to welcome the sisters Qiushui and Songhai into the residence? Indeed, compared to sheer luck, Wu Xingyun's fortune surpasses that of Li Qiushui and Li Songhai by a considerable margin. Upon hearing these words, Su Su felt a stirring within. Initially, sending Ding Xuanqiu to investigate the whereabouts of the sisters was indeed a strategy to draw them into the residence. Now, they come willingly to his door. What reason could there be to refuse? Upon hearing this, Li Songhai and Li Qiushui were instantly overcome with shyness. Throughout their journey, they had long heard of Su Su's fondness for beautiful wives and concubines. The residence already boasted 20 ladies. Furthermore, to their astonishment, the eldest sister had become the wife of the leader Su. This revelation left them both astonished and bewildered. Especially when they learned that the eldest sister had already attained the celestial realm, their shock was intensified. With heads bowed, they occasionally glanced up at Su Su, their hearts racing wildly. Chapter 155. The banquet returns. Seeing the two of them in such spirits, Su Su could not help but smile. He glanced at Wu Xingyun, aware of the subtle tensions that existed between the sisters. Although she might take offense at the prospect of his marriage, he remained deeply considerate of her feelings. Upon sensing Su Su's gaze, Wu Xingyun felt a warmth in her heart. It was unexpected that her husband would still be mindful of her emotions at such a moment. Compared to the joy of being with him, her personal grievances with Li Qiushui seemed trivial. Her husband was a formidable figure, one whose prowess surpassed even that of her master. As long as she could remain by his side, occupying a cherished place in his life, it would suffice. Moreover, her 2 junior sisters were rare beauties. When good fortune arose, it was only natural to favor her husband. Thus, Wu Xingyun gently nodded in agreement. Su Su understood the intentions of Yaoyue. One aspect was to forge a connection with him, while the other was to consider the well-being of his 2 disciples. In essence, it was to have him impart the celestial arts to them. However, this posed no loss for Su Su. By sharing his knowledge with his wives, they would ultimately stand by his side. Contemplating this, Su Su felt a surge of excitement. He would be delighted to have 2 enchanting fairies as his companions, though he worried it might be a burden for them. Yet, despite his exhilaration, he maintained his composure, articulating his thoughts with eloquence. Li Qiushui and Li Songhai exchanged glances. Their faces flushed as they looked up at Su Su. The young man before them was strikingly handsome. Having ascended to the realm of terrestrial immortals at such a tender age, he possessed remarkable medical skills and unparalleled swordsmanship, his internal strength surpassing even that of their master. How could they not feel drawn to such a man? Regardless of whether he had 20 or even 200 wives, it mattered not. Their master held the authority to decide. The 2 sisters performed a respectful bow to Yaoyue, their shyness preventing them from directly meeting Su Su's gaze. The prospect of marrying a youth so much younger than themselves was undeniably daunting. Yaoyue stroked his beard and laughed heartily. Excellent, excellent. It brings me great relief that you 3 sisters have found such splendid paths in life. To Yaoyue, Su Su's union with 1 disciple versus 3 made little difference. Their bond would only grow stronger. Prior to their arrival, he had already contemplated this arrangement. Having decided to pursue the path of celestial cultivation, it was clear that his 2 disciples could not accompany him into the palace. Moreover, due to his vows, he could not impart the celestial arts to them directly. The only avenue for breakthrough lay with the young man before him. Hearing numerous tales of Su Su's accomplishments had only strengthened Yaoyue's resolve. In every regard, Su Su was an excellent choice for a husband. Witnessing Su Su's agreement, and with no objections from his two disciples, Yaoyue felt immense joy. If that is the case, let us choose an auspicious day for the marriage of these two fairies. Senior Dugu, Senior Yaoyue, I kindly request that you both stay in my residence for a while longer, as I have many matters I wish to consult with you. Ha ha ha. Well, I shall shamelessly remain to partake in a cup of celebratory wine, chuckled the indomitable Dugu Chiobai. Initially, he intended to stay due to the toxins afflicting his body. Su Su's insistence undoubtedly granted him ample face. In the Song dynasty, there were but 5 terrestrial immortals. Naturally, they should stand united. Regrettably, he had neither a daughter nor a disciple. Otherwise, he would not have minded marrying an exceptional youth like Su Su. Naturally, the carefree master did not decline. With his disciples preparing to marry, it was only fitting to stay and enjoy a glass of celebratory wine. Having been in the realm of terrestrial immortals for over a century, sharing his experiences to help them avoid pitfalls was indeed a benevolent act. Previously, he had generously imparted knowledge even when merely standing behind, not to mention now that he would be marrying his own disciple. The following day, news spread throughout Su family village. The master of the Su family was to take another concubine. Unlike previous occasions, this time he was to marry 2 celestial maidens, whose beauty was nothing short of extraordinary, more enchanting than the fairies of the heavens. Given the significance of Su Su's affairs, the news traveled swiftly, spreading from Jiaxing City to the southern regions and then throughout the entire Song dynasty. Currently, the news of Su Su's taking of concubines no longer shocked the populace. After all, they had grown accustomed to it. However, the rapidity with which he did so still left many astounded. Indeed, the master of the Su family was an extraordinary figure. It was astonishing how quickly he acquired concubines yet again. I have noticed that the frequency of Su Zhuozhu's marital endeavors has been increasing. At this rate, who knows how many he will take this year? He already has 15. By year's end, he may well surpass 20. A truly formidable prospect. Ordinary individuals struggle to manage even one wife, yet Su Zhuozhu handles over 20 with remarkable ease. If your prowess falters, who can you blame? What backgrounds do these 2 new wives possess? The master of the Su family has discerning taste. Ordinary women do not pique his interest. Countless noble ladies have sought to present themselves for his favor, yet many have had their advances rebuffed. And numerous chivalrous women have vowed never to marry due to their admiration for Su Zhuozhu. Indeed, it is said that many chivalrous women in nunneries await the chance to renounce their worldly ties, all heartbroken by rejection from him. How enviable it is for Su Zhuozhu to have so many ladies pining for him, while I cannot find even one partner. With your disposition, how could you possibly compare to Su Zhuozhu? Honestly, even without a mirror, one should take a moment of self-reflection. In the martial world, various discussions abound. Yet, Su Su remains their esteemed leader, a paragon of martial prowess, with a reputation unmatched. Both the common folk and martial practitioners hold him in deep reverence. Thanks to the existence of Master Su, the Song dynasty has gained several formidable beings of transcendent realms, and ordinary martial practitioners, given sufficient merit, can also acquire exceptional and powerful techniques. This has elevated the strength of the Song dynasty to a new echelon, with prospects only growing brighter. With such esteem and influence, Su Su would face no dissent in matters of marriage or any other endeavors he chose to pursue. On the contrary, following the incident of the Thunder Calamity, numerous discussions have ensued within the realm, whether they proclaim Su Su as an ascended immortal or a reincarnation of a deity. Such speculations have instilled a semblance of trepidation among the martial artists of the Song dynasty. However, upon hearing that Su Su continues to wed and take concubines, their anxiety dissipated instantaneously. The leader remains the same as ever, and that is sufficient. As for the common folk, particularly those of Jiaxing City, such matters are of no concern to them. They are, after all, ordinary individuals whose struggles for mere survival consume their every ounce of energy. The news of Su Su's marriage brings joy to the hearts of the people. For them, there is but one matter of significance. They shall once again partake in the splendid banquet hosted by the esteemed Su. Chapter 156. Your husband can teach you a skill right now on this day. The Su family village was adorned with vibrant decorations, radiating a fiery red hue. Lanterns and silk drapes hung everywhere, marking this as the most extravagant wedding celebration the Su family had ever hosted. Not only were the esteemed elders from the Hero Alliance present, but numerous legendary figures from the martial world also graced the occasion. Guests flowed in continuously, with the banquet extending beyond the confines of the Su family estate. Many venerable martial elders, aged over a century, attended as well. Figures such as Lu Lighting and Li Qingluo busied themselves with arrangements, their expressions a mix of awe and trepidation upon encountering these illustrious individuals. They greeted them with utmost caution and courtesy. Setting aside their formidable cultivation levels, the reputations and standings of these elders in the martial community commanded respect, necessitating careful interaction. Moreover, the advanced age of these guests meant they had not achieved significant breakthroughs in their cultivation, leaving no prospects for extended longevity. With the twilight of their lives approaching, many required the support of canes, swaying as they walked. Naturally, Li Qingluo and her companions were exceedingly mindful. A misstep could lead to dire consequences in such a gathering. Yet, the very individuals they approached with such caution were warmly greeting Su Su, their faces illuminated with reverence and admiration. The tale of Su Su's tribulation with the thunder had spread throughout the martial community, while others might regard it as mere folklore. These seasoned elders were privy to countless hidden truths. Even without celestial methods, the legends surrounding the martial world of the great Song dynasty were not to be dismissed lightly. After all, there were indeed celestial beings among them in the past, and even if their lifespans had waned, remnants of their knowledge remained. These venerable martial elders were evidently among those who had received such information. The thunder tribulation that Su Su underwent could very well be the trial leading to the attainment of terrestrial immortality. If that were indeed the case, the implications were profound and self-evident. This was precisely why they, despite their frailty, were compelled to visit Su Su. Soon, an elder recognized the youthful-looking Xianyaozi. Upon his arrival, the eyes of the elder participants sparkled with recognition. "Do you remember me?" Xianyaozi inquired, puzzled. The elder, filled with excitement, nodded fervently. He recounted having had the privilege of meeting Xianyaozi in his youth, marveling at how the latter had retained his charm while he himself had aged considerably. Overwhelmed with emotion, the elder nearly fell to his knees, but Xianyaozi swiftly supported him, saying, "No need for such formalities. Feel free to act as you wish. Everyone, let us keep it casual." As a semi-host, Xianyaozi naturally took it upon himself to make everyone feel at ease. Upon hearing his words, tears welled in the eyes of the elders, astonished that after so many years, their esteemed predecessor remained so approachable. "Senior, your presence at the leader's grand wedding. Could it be that the leader also?" They hesitated to finish their thought, too overwhelmed with excitement. For Xianyaozi was a terrestrial immortal. His presence at the wedding of the Alliance leader suggests that previous speculations hold merit. The Alliance leader has indeed ascended to the realm of terrestrial immortals. Xiaoyue comprehended their discourse, nodding with a smile. "The two newlywed wives of the Alliance leader are my disciples." This answer is unequivocal. The fact that he, a terrestrial immortal, has emerged and has united his two disciples in matrimony with Su Su speaks volumes. Upon hearing this, the venerable elders, seasoned by time, were moved to tears. A century span is significant. For ordinary mortals, it is a lifetime, and even for one such as he, a terrestrial immortal, it represents 1/5 of his lifespan. The Song dynasty has witnessed a century devoid of celestial inheritance. Countless prodigies have languished in obscurity, ultimately fading into despair. Take, for instance, the 5 absolutes. Had there been celestial methods available, they would likely have already attained the 6th or 7th realm of celestial beings. Furthermore, his own disciples, too, would have reached the 3rd or 4th realms of celestiality, yet they remain ensnared within the confines of grandmaster status. Xiaoyue sighed deeply, grateful that the Song dynasty had been fortunate enough to birth a genius like Su Su. Many in the martial world were left with great curiosity. What had transpired among the elders? Who was this venerable figure with hair as white as snow and a youthful visage? Their tears of joy in response to his few utterances only deepened their reverence. In their minds, Xiaoyue was a reclusive sage, and the new wives of the Alliance leader were his disciples. The willingness of such a sage to bestow his disciples upon the Alliance leader indicated that the leader's status was at least on par with that of this esteemed figure. As speculation swirled, the martial practitioners of the Song dynasty grew increasingly in awe and admiration of Su Su. As the couple exchanged vows, Su Su held 2 red silks, adorned with a magnificent red flower, flanked by the 2 brides in their festive attire, who shyly offered their respects. Cheers erupted from the surrounding guests. Whether it was the sisters Li Qiushui or Su Su himself, they were the focal point of countless envious gazes. In the current landscape of the Song dynasty's martial world, whether noble ladies or valiant heroines, all regarded marrying Su Su as a mark of honor, eager to present themselves as potential brides. Yet, Su Su's lofty standards rendered him indifferent to ordinary beauties. His extraordinary allure, being the body of the Yellow Emperor, captivated all. inciting feelings of envy and admiration among the female guests for the sisters Li Qiushui, who had secured his affection. The male guests, too, envied Su Su, who already had 20 wives yet could still take more, a testament to his vigor and vitality that evoked admiration. With the rituals concluded, they were ushered into the bridal chamber. Inside, Li Qiushui sat on the bed, filled with trepidation. Her hands intertwined anxiously, her breathing noticeably uneven. Ultimately, she and Su Su were mere strangers, having only recently met. In the span of just a few days, they had become husband and wife. And the tension and unease within her reached its zenith at that moment. Seeing him like this, Su Su couldn't help but chuckle. "Why are you so nervous? I am not a ravenous beast." As his words fell, Li Qiushui's veil was gently lifted. The crimson wedding attire accentuated her breathtakingly beautiful visage, rendering her even more enchanting. Meeting Su Su's tender smile, Li Qiushui felt her heart flutter and quickly averted her gaze, thinking to herself that her husband merely enjoyed teasing her. "Ha!" Su Su laughed heartily. Sensing the palpable tension in front of him, he shifted the topic, saying, "Haven't you always wished to seek the path of the celestial beings? I can impart a technique to you now that will aid in your swift advancement." The path of celestial beings? A technique? Li Qiushui's anxiety dissipated in an instant. "Is what you say truly sincere?" "Of course, it is genuine." Li Qiushui felt somewhat conflicted. "This, on our wedding night, to have my husband bestow upon me a technique, does that not seem inappropriate?" It was true she desired the path of celestial beings. Yet the timing and setting felt rather unsuitable. Li Qiushui, by nature, was not complicated. Rather, she was somewhat naive and had not grasped Su Su's intent, foolishly believing he was indeed willing to impart a technique. Instead, she found herself hesitating. Chapter 157. "This time shall not be long, my lord. This seems somewhat unreasonable. Perhaps another day?" Su Su raised an eyebrow. "Another day? That is simply not an option." He leaned closer to Li Qiushui and whispered a few words. Instantly, Li Qiushui's face flushed crimson. It turned out that the technique her lord spoke of was, "I humbly ask for your mercy, my lord." Upon hearing this, Su Su gladly acquiesced. Meanwhile, Li Songhai sat alone in her chamber, her exquisite visage concealed beneath a red veil, radiating with tension. Though she was not particularly young, she remained far more innocent compared to Wu Xingyun and Li Qiushui. Having been well protected since childhood, she had not encountered any malevolent experiences, embodying a gentle demeanor and a remarkably tranquil temperament. She was not one to seek glory or engage in conflict. Moreover, Li Qiushui was her senior sister and, by extension, her elder sister, so it was only natural that her lord would visit her first. She felt merely a tinge of apprehension. Lost in thought, the sound of the door creaking open broke her reverie. Instinctively, Li Songhai trembled. "Has my lord arrived? I have kept you waiting." Songhai, Su Su's voice, as gentle as jade, resonated above her. In the next moment, the veil atop her head was lifted. Upon seeing Su Su, Li Songhai promptly lowered her gaze. In the following instant, Su Su reached out and cradled her face. The twin sisters bore an almost identical appearance. Gazing at Li Songhai, Su Su offered her no chance to resist. "Ding! Congratulations to the host on marrying Li Qiushui. Awarded a century of cultivation and the great wilderness prison heaven finger." "Ding! Congratulations to the host on marrying Li Songhai. Awarded a century of cultivation and the true art of Xuanwu." The next day, Su Su awoke, eager to depart his chamber, heading straight for the backyard. This had become a ritual following his nuptials. The rewards granted by the system for the two new mistresses were quite substantial, with a total of 120 years of cultivation. Combined with the 2 rewards received upon unlocking the new system feature, he had amassed a remarkable 400 years of cultivation. Altogether, these rewards summed to an impressive 520 years. For the first time in history, Su Su had received such bountiful rewards, a fact that brought a radiant smile to his countenance. "Master." The maids and servants greeted him as he passed. Su Su nodded with a smile, instructing them to care for the 2 new mistresses. With that, he had already ventured far away. The maids, witnessing his demeanor, covered their mouths and giggled. "Our master is in high spirits due to joyous events." Indeed, if one speaks of physique, our master is unparalleled. Just look at him. After spending an entire night with 2 mistresses, he appears invigorated rather than fatigued. It's quite extraordinary. You can only envy him. Our master is a celestial being, far beyond our reach. Su Su, of course, was oblivious to their discussions. Even if he had heard, it mattered little. He had no desire to engage. At that moment, he had arrived in the backyard, his heart brimming with excitement as he proclaimed, "System, I wish to claim all my cultivation." The previous rewards had gone unclaimed due to the arrival of Dugu Bai, leaving Su Su no time to redeem them. Today, one can indeed receive everything at once. As the words fell, an invisible roar surged forth. Within Su Su's body, 520 years of cultivation surged like a flood breaching its dam. For an ordinary person, decades of cultivation would suffice to rupture the body. How terrifying, then, is the weight of over 5 centuries? Fortunately, Su Su had adequately prepared prior to this moment. 520 years represents precisely half of a terrestrial immortal's lifespan. Such a vast reservoir of power compelled him to approach this with utmost caution. The immense internal force crashed and surged within Su Su, a tempest of energy. He calmed his mind and began to circulate the Tai Jing. Now an earthbound immortal, with the golden elixir anchoring his dantian, he need not fear bodily rupture. Boom. The moment the Tai Jing commenced its circulation, the roar echoed anew. His cultivation clashed violently with the Tai Jing, being devoured and extinguished, bit by bit, like a gentle stream transforming into internal energy, gradually flowing into the golden elixir nestled within his dantian. At the instant of this fusion, the golden elixir began to whirl into a frenzy, accelerating ever faster. Simultaneously, Su Su, in his absorption of internal energy, hastened with equal fervor. Nearly in the instant the Tai Jing consumed his cultivation, it had already been fully assimilated. The swiftness of this transformation left Su Su astonished. This process was not prolonged. Within mere moments, the entirety of his 500 years of cultivation had been converted and absorbed by the golden elixir. At this juncture, the golden elixir's rotation gradually decelerated. Su Su could distinctly sense a transformation occurring within his golden elixir, albeit not overtly apparent. A closer inspection revealed intricate, ethereal patterns emerging on its surface, subtle, yet profound. Realizing this must be the one pattern golden elixir spoken of by Yaoyue, he acknowledged that, with his current cultivation, combined with the 30 years gained from his previous ascension to Earth Immortal, he had merely reached 550 years. He was still 450 years shy of attaining the 2,000-year internal energy required for a one-pattern golden elixir, rendering the patterns on his elixir faint. Nonetheless, the speed of Su Su's cultivation, if disseminated, would undoubtedly astonish many. 450 years may seem an eternity to others, yet for Su Su, it appeared far more attainable. Gazing at the golden elixir adorned with delicate patterns in his dantian, his emotions swelled with excitement. He sensed that these patterns symbolized not merely the quality of the elixir, but could also enhance its nature. This realization sparked a bold hypothesis within him. Each pattern that emerged not only exponentially increased the quantity of internal energy, but also continuously elevated its quality, potentially culminating in the transformation into celestial force. Contemplating this notion, Su Su's breath quickened. The path of immortal force is undoubtedly the most orthodox of methods. Other paths may merely represent shortcuts. However, aside from him, it is uncertain whether anyone else could traverse this route successfully. After a moment's pause, the golden core ceased all motion, hovering above the dantian. Delicate patterns emanated an enigmatic glow. To successfully cultivate a single-patterned golden core, one required merely 450 years of inner strength. Su Su was filled with joy. He had initially believed that it would take him a long time to achieve a single-patterned golden core, yet now he was but a step away. This time would not be overly lengthy. Su Su calculated the days, noting that the offspring of Wushuang and Xing were soon to be born. Upon the arrival of these two progenies, he would not only receive individual rewards, but also the achievement award for having 10 descendants. At that moment, breaking through to a single-patterned core would not prove to be a daunting task. While Su Su reveled in these thoughts, he remained unaware that the commotion he had caused had already alerted the other two terrestrial immortals within the estate. Yaoyue, seated in meditation, suddenly opened his eyes, gazing towards the direction of the backyard, his face etched with astonishment. How could it be so terrifying? Chapter 158. An additional weapon signifies greater assurance within the entirety of Su family village. Individuals possessing such formidable strength, aside from myself, include the legendary Dugu Qiubai and Su Su. The source of this powerful fluctuation emanates from the rear courtyard of Su family village, and it is evident that it cannot originate from the dwelling of Dugu Qiubai. Thus, the answer is unmistakable. The ability to perceive such a vigorous surge of internal power from a distance speaks volumes of Su Su's prowess. His strength is undeniably formidable. Having just stepped into the realm of earthly immortals, to achieve such a significant breakthrough is more impressive than the results of my decades of arduous cultivation. Is this merely an extraordinary talent? Or has he accumulated a profound foundation prior to attaining the status of earthly immortal? Or perhaps, Does he possess a unique martial art? My mind is filled with questions and astonishment. It is no wonder that when I previously informed him of the arduous path of the power immortal, Susu responded with unwavering confidence. With such a rapid pace of cultivation, what could he possibly fear? At this moment, I dare to speculate boldly. Could it be that Susu is the reincarnation of an ancient master of the power immortal path, just as the legends suggest, transforming the prowess of his past life into treasures akin to relics, to be absorbed upon reincarnation? The more I ponder, the more I believe in the likelihood of this possibility. This revelation unsettles me, prompting an immediate decision to head towards the rear courtyard. Simultaneously, Dugu Qiubai also senses the internal energy fluctuations, harboring similar suspicions. In pursuit of the truth, the two of us exit almost in unison. Unbeknownst to Susu, who is the cause of this commotion, his attention is now fixated on another reward. System, claim the great wilderness finger. As the words leave his lips, a torrent of martial arts imprints floods into Susu's mind. Even at his current realm of earthly immortal, he feels a sense of dizziness, underscoring the formidable nature of this martial art. The Great Wilderness Finger, fully known as the Great Wilderness Prison Heaven Finger, boasts a staggering array of capabilities. Half a finger shakes the heavens and the earth, a single finger confines the universe, 2 fingers shatter mountains and rivers, 3 fingers annihilate all life, 4 fingers rend the firmament, and 5 fingers manipulate the cosmos. 5 fingers extended, and the universe is imprisoned. Merely gazing at this introduction ignites a fervor within Susu. This martial art is indeed earth-shattering, capable of harnessing the vast forces of nature with a mere point of a finger, rendering even the celestial beings powerless against its might. Even in confrontation with an earthly immortal, it remains equally cataclysmic. Martial arts are categorized from 1st to 9th rank, with transformative martial arts deemed as 10th rank. The Great Wilderness Prison Heaven Finger is nothing short of terrifying. The complete technique, culminating in the final move where 5 fingers merge, embodies true horror. Susu believes that this technique could easily subdue even a formidable opponent like the one-patterned Golden Core Master, Yaoyue. The potency of a technique is not solely contingent on its inherent nature, but also on the strength of its wielder. The higher the realm of the practitioner, the more formidable the application. Having comprehended this martial art, Susu's countenance radiates joy. The reward bestowed by the system is undoubtedly of exceptional quality, which is, of course, also a reflection of the prowess of the sisters Li Qiushui and Li Songhai. Although they have yet to transcend the realm of celestial beings, they have already amassed a formidable foundation. Once they achieve this breakthrough, they will ascend to the 3rd or 4th tier of such a realm. Consequently, the rewards are naturally substantial. System, please proceed to receive the rewards. In addition to the Great Wilderness Prison Heaven Finger, there exists another martial art, equally exhilarating for Susu. This technique is immensely powerful, deserving of the title Heavenly Marvel. Upon concluding her statement, a torrent of martial arts information surged into Susu's mind. The sheer volume of information was unparalleled among the various martial arts she had acquired, rivaling even that of the Great Wilderness Prison Heaven Finger. The overwhelming influx left Susu somewhat dazed. Once she had fully absorbed the information, she meticulously reflected on it, her excitement palpable. The Xuanwu true art, in certain aspects, bears a resemblance to the Taishan classic. Both are transcendent techniques that amalgamate external and internal powers. The external aspect is the 10 strong martial arts, while the internal aspect is the Xuanwu internal art, both of which are extraordinary martial disciplines. With a resounding force, the Taishan classic activated autonomously, assimilating and integrating the characteristics of the Xuanwu internal art, evolving into an even more potent technique. Through the ongoing fusion of various divine arts, the Taishan classic has undergone a remarkable transformation. As long as Susu continues her diligent efforts, it is destined to become the foremost miraculous art of both ancient and modern times. This development also possesses profound and significant implications for Susu's path of celestial strength. Having exhausted the possibilities of internal cultivation, Susu shifted her focus to the Xuanwu external arts. The 10 strong martial arts encompass 1. One blade. No second blade technique. Clouds sever the azure sky, drawing the blade to part the waters, amidst fierce winds and torrential rains, an unparalleled force. The wrath of the heavens. 2. 2 spears. Heavenly inquiry spear technique. A fierce inquiry of the living, a proud challenge to the world. A return to question the heavens. 3. 3 swords. Destiny's sword path. The sword river surges with snow, the carp leaps over the dragon's gate. Sealing swords and burying names, who can fulfill the will of the king. 4. 4 halberds. Great Change Halberd Manual, guiding through the misty crossings. Directly pointing to the cosmos, the icy waters are desolate, the spirits are deterred. 5. 5 Sticks, Tiger Roar Stick Collection, a flock of tigers descends. Iron chains span the river. 6. 6 Fists, Mountain Sea Fist Classic, fists topple the world, dragon scales shatter the sun, overturning rivers and seas, the dragon's shadow traverses. The coiling dragon entwines the moon, soaring and diving, striking the yellow dragon. The dragon conquers 1,000 mountains. 7. 7 Palms, Xuanwu Divine Palm, the Xian Gate strikes the void, directly assaulting mountains and rivers, striking the yellow dragon. The heavens are vast, wielding palms to encompass the cosmos. 8. 8 Legs, fierce strong leg techniques, furiously treading upon mountains and rivers, shattering the earth in wrath. As stars shift and galaxies realign. 9. 9 Fingers, harmonious golden finger, piercing stone and splitting gold, a single thought aligns everything. 10. 10 Claws, Osteodragon Claw, the malevolent dragon entwined in chains, the heavy dragon deeply locked, the golden dragon ensnared. Dragon claws seize the sun. 1,000 whirlpools and myriad claws, the cloud dragon is deeply bound. A single stroke opens the heavens. The so-called 10-strong martial arts refers to the blade, spear, sword, halberd, staff, fist, palm, leg, claw, and finger. They are versatile in both offense and defense. Furthermore, there are killing moves and extermination techniques. The killing move, all directions kill, transforms an individual into 10, where each strike's power must be balanced to unleash the full 10-fold potential of this technique. The extermination move, all directions annihilate, is an overwhelming force. Once engaged, the combined energy surges forth like a colossal army, a tidal wave of might. After the convergence of 10 unparalleled arts, one could be deemed invincible in all directions, annihilating foes and vanquishing adversaries with unparalleled ferocity. Such a magnificent and awe-inspiring martial art stirred an exhilarating thrill within Su Su. With this technique, Su Su believed that not only could he effortlessly slay ordinary terrestrial immortals, but even the formidable ones among them would fall before his might. Particularly noteworthy was the record of an extraordinary weapon box within the Xuanwu True Art, known as the Heavenly Tao Battle Chest. This chest contained 10 distinct weapon components. Upon its opening, these components would swiftly emerge and, in an instant, assemble into a formidable weapon. It was the most harmonious complement to the Xuanwu True Art. After calming his tumultuous emotions, Su Su resolved to commence the crafting of this Heavenly Tao Battle Chest. In the realm of martial arts, possessing an additional weapon equates to an enhanced assurance of survival. Moreover, with the Xuanwu True Art's formidable external prowess, he had no reason to disregard its potential. To rely solely on this martial skill necessitated the inclusion of the Heavenly Tao Battle Chest. For Su Su, the accumulation of diverse means was undoubtedly advantageous. It is only through an abundance of hidden cards that one can keep others uncertain about their true strength, thus ensuring greater safety. Chapter 159. Progress so astonishing it leaves one stunned as the two figures, Yaoyue and Degukyu, encountered one another at the entrance. They were taken aback by the waves of energy emanating from the courtyard. Degukyu, in particular, wore an expression of sheer astonishment, having just sensed a profound sword intent from Su Su. Yaoyue, while equally astounded, had witnessed Su Su commanding the Longyuan Qixing sword with the mighty aura of righteousness, which somewhat tempered his shock compared to Degukyu. Yet, at this moment, he found himself questioning his earlier assumptions. Just moments ago, he believed Su Su to be a reincarnation of a legendary force, perhaps even an ancient powerhouse. However, now, feeling the mastery of various weapons radiating from Su Su, he was left baffled, as it seemed he possessed an extraordinary understanding of all forms of arms. Exchanging glances, the two then turned towards the courtyard and called out, "Young friend Su, we, the old Taoist and Degukyu, have intruded upon you. Might it be convenient for us to speak?" After all, this was a place of training for Su Su, and their unannounced visit felt rather inappropriate. Remaining hidden and observing from the shadows would be even more unreasonable and suspicious. Thus, Yaoyue took the initiative to announce their presence, having just absorbed the essence of two martial arts. Su Su was in high spirits when he heard Yaoyue's voice and promptly stepped outside. "Esteemed seniors, please come in." Their simultaneous arrival was evidently drawn by the commotion he had just created. Upon exiting the rear courtyard, Su Su noted the lingering astonishment on the faces of Yaoyue and Degukyu, which clarified his understanding further. At that moment, Su Su's demeanor was remarkably subdued. resembling an ordinary person, with his profound abilities entirely concealed, rendering it impossible to gauge his strength. The path of enlightenment is fundamentally simple. The higher one ascends in cultivation, the more indistinguishable they become from the ordinary. Yaoyue and Daguki scrutinized Su Su closely, yet discerned nothing unusual, prompting them to cautiously inquire. Could it be that young friend has made further advancements? Upon hearing this, Su Su chuckled heartily. Just a minor insight, nothing more. Yaoyue and Daguki were nearly left speechless. How could such an extraordinary display be merely a minor insight? In their nearly century-long pursuit of cultivation, they had never achieved such a staggering result. Those who ascend to the status of terrestrial immortals are invariably prodigies of unparalleled talent. Moreover, once one reaches such a realm, their innate gifts are further enhanced, rendering their prior efforts seemingly trivial compared to Su Su's rapid progress in just half a month since his ascension. Recalling that he had previously advised Su Su against pursuing the path of the Force Immortal, Yaoyue felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Young friend Su, your talents are truly exceptional. I was overly cautious before. Please do not hold it against me, he said, bowing respectfully. To attain the rank of terrestrial immortal at such a young age, with such outstanding aptitude, he realized he had indeed been overly worried. Su Su quickly assisted Yaoyue to his feet, a smile illuminating his face. Senior need not be so formal. Your intentions were for my benefit. How could I ever blame you? If this is indeed the case, then there seems to be a lack of discernment between right and wrong. In the realm of martial arts, few possess the sincerity of Yaoyue. Su Su holds a deep admiration for his character. At the moment their eyes met, they exchanged a knowing smile, thereby gaining a deeper understanding of one another's nature. Meanwhile, the ever-watchful Dugu Qiubai noticed the sparkle in Su Su's eyes. Su Xiaoyu, would you be interested in a friendly competition? A competition? This was clearly a challenge, quite different from the sentiments expressed by Yaoyue just days prior. This implied that, in Dugu Qiubai's eyes, Su Su was on par with him. Upon hearing this, Yaoyue's expression also shifted, revealing his intrigue. Why not engage in a sparring match? In the realm of the Great Song, there are but 4 terrestrial immortals. The sweeping monk is an enigma. He shuns fame and remains largely unknown. Even if the terrestrial immortals sensed his presence, there was little connection to be found. Dugu Qiubai, at times lucid and at others deranged, could not engage in normal discourse or sparring. As for Huang Shang, he is indeed formidable, yet he occupies the imperial court year-round, making encounters rare unless one seeks him out directly. Consequently, Yaoyue has spent a century in seclusion, with only 2 grandmaster disciples for company, leaving him devoid of conversation partners, let alone sparring partners. Logically, it would seem somewhat unfair for him and Dugu, both renowned terrestrial immortals, to duel with Su Su, who has only recently ascended to such a status. However, therein lies the conundrum. Su Su is not an ordinary terrestrial immortal, but a prodigious figure. Having just ascended, he had already subdued opponents with his internal strength, and recent significant enhancements had stirred his interest. Su Su's eyes gleamed at the proposition. Shall we compete then? His power had recently surged dramatically, setting aside his over 500 years of cultivation. The Da Huang prison heaven finger and the Xuanwu true art alone were sufficient to elevate his prowess immensely. For a moment, he felt a surge of eagerness. Excellent. With Su Su's acquiescence, both Dugu Qiubai and Yaoyue erupted in excitement, their bodies radiating a potent aura of battle intent. In the next instant, the 3 soared into the sky, their figures swiftly vanishing into the horizon. To ordinary mortals, terrestrial immortals are akin to deities. When such deities engage in combat, the spectacle is nothing short of extraordinary. At the very least, Su Su's residents could not withstand such a clash. Moreover, confined spaces would hinder their full potential. The last time Su Su sought to subdue Dugu Qiubai swiftly was for the sake of the Su family's survival. If a true battle were to erupt, the city of Jiaxing would inevitably be affected. All 3 were acutely aware of this dilemma and thus chose to distance themselves. Within the Su family estate, the first to sense the presence of the 3 was Wu Xingyun, along with Yaoyue and Lin Xiaoying. As these 3, being of the celestial realm, felt the overwhelming aura of terrestrial immortals emanating from Su Su and his companions, they immediately turned their gazes skyward. Is my husband preparing to engage in combat with the 2 esteemed seniors? It seems so. The 3 women observed the sky with solemn expressions. Truly, my husband is increasingly formidable, Wu Xingyun remarked. Lin Xiaoying's gaze shimmered with brilliance. Possessing memories from her previous life, she not only comprehended the realm of terrestrial immortals, but had also traversed a considerable distance along that path. Yet, It was precisely for this reason that she found herself even more astonished by her husband's innate talents, just as Su Su was equally amazed by her own abilities. Within a mere 10 days, Lin Xiaoying had ascended to the 3rd level of the celestial realm. However, she recognized that in comparison to her husband, she still had a long way to go. The pace at which he cultivated was beyond the reach of individuals like ourselves, Lin Xiaoying mused, her mind swirling with speculation. Could it be that her husband was also a reincarnation? Otherwise, why would his cultivation speed be so astonishingly swift? It was no wonder Lin Xiaoying entertained such thoughts. Su Su was simply too versatile, particularly in the realm of cultivation, where he faced virtually no bottlenecks or obstacles. His rapid progress left one in awe. Chapter 160. Whether it hurts feelings is uncertain, but losing face is a certainty. The two newlywed wives of Su Su, Li Qiushui and Li Songhai, also noticed this unusual phenomenon. At this moment, the sisters looked at each other, their faces brimming with joy. Sister, have you broken through? The 3rd level of the celestial realm, just as we anticipated. You have also achieved a breakthrough, haven't you? And there is hardly any difference between us. The sisters exchanged compliments. They both belonged to the category of those who accumulate strength before unleashing it. The absence of celestial techniques had long hindered their progress. They initially believed that even after marrying Su Su, it would take some time before they could step into the celestial realm. Yet, neither sister expected that on the very night of their wedding, they would shatter that barrier. This is all thanks to our husband. Although he hasn't imparted celestial methods, the phoenix and dragon technique he taught us is formidable enough. After merely practicing it with him a few times, we broke through effortlessly. Indeed, I never anticipated that our breakthrough would be so seamless. Li Qiushui and her sister had envisioned numerous ways to achieve their breakthroughs. Yet none had anticipated it would be so effortless. In fact, they had done nothing at all. They believed this was a testament to Su Su's prowess, and rightly so. Through the celestial dragon and phoenix technique, Su Su possessed a remarkable ability to nurture others, especially now that he had attained the status of a land deity. The ladies, practicing alongside him, continuously drew from his abundant energy, resulting in rapid advancements for each of his wives. Moreover, there was a strikingly noticeable improvement in their innate qualities. While the sisters were conversing, they suddenly sensed several familiar presences, their expressions shifting immediately as they rushed towards the door. Upon exiting, they beheld several fleeting shadows in the sky, their faces reflecting astonishment. Is our husband engaging in a spar with Master and the esteemed Dugu? Just days prior, they had witnessed the internal energy competition between Yaoyue and Su Su. Upon their arrival at Su's manor, they had also seen Su Su's duel with Dugu Qiubai. Although it appeared that Su Su had the upper hand, at that time, their master had suppressed his internal energy and did not exert his full strength. Dugu Qiubai, in a frenzied state, had offered no resistance. Strictly speaking, the outcome of that contest was inconclusive. However, now, the atmosphere indicated a full-fledged competition. This development caused concern for the sisters. In just one night, their mindset had begun to shift, gradually leaning towards Su Su. Is it not said that the swiftest way to win a woman's heart is through intimacy? In the skies above, 3 figures intertwined, thunderous sounds reverberating continuously. The women could only sense the terrifying fluctuations in the sky, unable to discern their techniques. Meanwhile, the citizens of Jiaxing City looked up at the phenomenon with confusion. What a strange occurrence. Thunder on a clear day. Could it be that the deities are capturing demons and monsters? It remains uncertain. At Su's manor, the women wore anxious expressions, their focus diverted from all else. Only Lin Xiaoying appeared somewhat steadier. At the very least, she was able to discern the situation unfolding in the sky. However, the more she watched, the greater Lin Xiaoying's confusion became. She realized that, amidst the clash, Su Su was subtly gaining the upper hand. This was terrifying. A newly ascended terrestrial immortal, facing off against 2 seasoned terrestrial immortals. Not merely holding his own, but actually prevailing. This was remarkable. Over the years, she had never witnessed such a prodigious talent. Whether it was the exquisite martial arts of the Buddhist sect, the profound mastery of swordsmanship, or the myriad of peculiar techniques, she had never encountered anything like it. Thus, what manner of being was her husband? Lin Xiaoying's curiosity intensified. In the heavens above, Su Su faced 2 opponents, yet did not find himself at a disadvantage. On the contrary, he felt an exhilarating sense of freedom. Since his cultivation began, he had never experienced such liberation. His previous adversaries had been woefully weak, allowing him to dispatch them with a mere flick of his fingers, rendering even his advanced techniques unnecessary, let alone revealing any hidden cards. Yet now, engaging with 2 well-established terrestrial immortals, He not only found the thrill of battle but also discovered that the exchange of techniques and the enhancement of his golden core's quality were mutually beneficial. He treated his opponents as sparring partners, relishing the experience. Su Su reveled in the encounter, while Dugu Qiubai and Xiaoyue found their mouths bitter. Initially, they intended to challenge Su Su one at a time, but he invited them to join forces. At that moment, Dugu Qiubai and Xiaoyue considered him somewhat presumptuous. During the skirmish, they held back, feeling a sense of superiority over the newly ascended immortal. However, as the battle commenced, they found themselves increasingly beleaguered, which alarmed them and prompted them to abandon their reservations. They had hoped that by combining their efforts, they could subdue Su Su. Yet, to their astonishment, despite exerting their utmost, they felt an insidious pressure from him. Su Su's diverse techniques were unlike anything they had ever encountered. They left Xiaoyue and Dugu Qiubai compelled to unleash their ultimate skills. Yet, Su Su remained unfazed. With techniques such as the Great Wilderness Prison Sky Finger, the Buddha's Palm, and the Proud Cold Six Absolute, he unleashed a relentless barrage. Xiaoyue and Dugu Qiubai found themselves utterly unable to defend against his onslaught. One had cultivated for over 3,000 years, while the other was a formidable master of swordsmanship, yet they were helpless against this newly ascended terrestrial immortal. It felt as though they had dedicated a century of practice only to be bested by a mere novice. Enough, enough, Xiaoyue exclaimed, waving his hands repeatedly. If we continue, we will surely damage our rapport. Dugu Qiubai chuckled, adding, whether we damage our rapport or not is uncertain, but it is certain that we shall be utterly humiliated. Su Su smiled, choosing not to expose the truth. The two venerable seniors, truly deserving of their century-long fame as terrestrial immortals, would surely find themselves at a disadvantage if the contest were to continue. This statement was, of course, intended to preserve the dignity of both Xiaoyue and Dugu Qiubai. In reality, he felt that he was far from reaching his limits. Should he reveal all his hidden cards, not only would defeating them be feasible, but inflicting injury upon them would also be well within his capabilities. As for claiming their lives, it was a formidable task, as terrestrial immortals are not easily vanquished, and simultaneously slaying both of them posed a significant challenge. Moreover, these immortals were no ordinary beings. The longer one lives, the more hidden strengths one possesses. Dugu Qiubai and Xiaoyue exchanged wry smiles. They understood that Su Su was being considerate of their reputations. Yet, the fact that they could not suppress each other even when joining forces was, in itself, quite humiliating. However, the thought that Su Su might be the reincarnation of an ancient powerhouse brought them some solace. The talent of their young friend was, in the grand scheme of the world, nothing short of monstrous. They felt a profound sense of inadequacy. How shameful, how utterly shameful. Chapter 161, Dressed in White. Radiant and graceful after approximately half an hour, the trio returned to Su family manor. Su Su remained resplendent in his pristine white attire, devoid of even a speck of dust. His elegance was striking, stirring emotions in those who beheld him. In stark contrast, both Xiaoyue and Dugu Qiubai appeared somewhat disheveled. Xiaoyue's white robe was now a chaotic mess, his once snowy hair and beard now untamed, as if he had encountered some harrowing ordeal. Su Su's other wives fared slightly better. They maintained their faith in their husband's formidable prowess. Li Songhai and Li Qiushui, however, wore expressions of sheer astonishment. Had their master suffered defeat? No. It was not only their master, but also the esteemed Dugu. Thus, Dugu Qiubai did not seem any better off than Xiaoyue. Their disheveled appearances hinted at a genuine struggle, devoid of any suspicion of leniency. The more they observed, the deeper the shock resonated within the hearts of the two women. To face two adversaries alone and emerge without yielding any advantage was nothing short of extraordinary. Their husbands were truly formidable. Lin Xiaoying, Yaoyue, and Wu Xingyun shared similar thoughts. Their resolve to diligently cultivate their skills and keep pace with Su Su strengthened. Days passed, and Xiaoyue and Dugu Qiubai could no longer remain idle. The blow to their pride was one aspect, but the treasures they had unearthed from Su Su ignited an insatiable desire to delve into their training. This treasure was none other than the exquisite wine crafted by Su Su. The elixirs produced from his divine brewing skills were undoubtedly exceptional. Dugu Qiubai coveted Su Su's sword enlightenment wine, while Xiaoyue yearned for the wine that could enhance inner strength. When they departed, they left with a considerable bounty. As Su Su, not one to be miserly, generously bestowed upon them. Once they left, Su Su's life returned to its usual rhythm. As for Dugu Qiubai's health, he merely required annual treatment, leaving little else to fret about. With tranquility restored, Su Su resumed his dual pursuits with his wives, Lin Xiaoying and Lin Qingrong, whom he had married earlier, along with Li Songhai and Li Qiushui, had yet to conceive, prompting him to engage in further lessons. One day, an unexpected visitor arrived at Su Su's residence. Madame Yaoyue, a person named Dongfangbai requests an audience with you. Dongfangbai. The mention of this name caused Yaoyue to pause. What could she want? Please show her in. Shortly thereafter, the maidservants escorted a stunningly beautiful woman into the manor, exuding an aura of strength, clad in a captivating red ensemble. I was wondering why I couldn't find you at the Huahua Palace. So, you've secretly married and are now enjoying a life of leisure, Dongfangbai remarked, her fan in hand as she scrutinized the pregnant Yaoyue. Her tone laced with playful banter. Yaoyue shot her a glare. What brings you here? Ever since she and Xing had wed their husband, Huahua Palace had been incorporated into Su family manor, meaning that the palace no longer existed in the martial world. It is evident that Dongfangbai has come here for a reason. Initially, the two were strangers who met under peculiar circumstances, but eventually, they developed a mutual admiration and became good friends. It has been over a year since they last met, and Dongfangbai remains as flamboyant as ever. Xiaoyue, you are indeed living a life of luxury, but are you aware that something significant has transpired in the martial world? Dongfangbai's voice was enchanting, accentuated by her flowing red attire, which added to her captivating allure. What significant event? While arranging for tea to be served, Yaoyue inquired. After taking a seat, Dongfangbai began to speak slowly. Recently, it seems that many martial arts masters have gone missing from the Zongwu. Even within the Sun and Moon sect, numerous disciples have disappeared. If they were merely ordinary disciples, it would be understandable, but those who are missing are all masters, and even the left envoy has vanished. I have searched for many days without finding any leads, and instead, I discovered that many sects within the Ming Dynasty's martial arts community have been completely wiped out, leaving no survivors. This indicates an impending upheaval. Upon hearing this, Yaoyue frowned. Ever since marrying her husband, she had distanced herself from the affairs of the martial world and was genuinely unaware of these developments. Do you require my assistance in locating them? It's not just about finding them. I need you to investigate who is orchestrating this behind the scenes. After a moment of contemplation, Yaoyue replied, I cannot make a decision on this matter without consulting my husband first. Today is different from the past. Yaoyue had long prioritized Su Su above all else, and such matters naturally required his counsel. Oh, this is quite enlightening. I am curious to meet your husband and discern what charm he possesses that makes the esteemed leader of the Yihua Palace willingly one of his many wives. As for men, Dongfangbai did not particularly admire someone like Su Su, who seemed to marry one after another, indulging in pleasures, and thinking only with base desires. In response, Yaoyue smirked. You, who have never had a man by your side, how could you possibly understand? My husband possesses numerous virtues. If you doubt it, you may very well try for yourself. Dongfangbai, with her enchanting figure, seductive voice, and breathtaking beauty, indeed matched her husband's aesthetic preferences. No matter how exceptional he may be, I shall not pursue him, she chuckled. Before long, Su Su arrived. Upon seeing Dongfangbai, a fleeting expression of astonishment crossed his eyes. It was said that the leader of the Sun and Moon sect was a man, yet he was confronted with such a mesmerizing beauty. At that moment, Dongfangbai sat gracefully, exuding an otherworldly charm. Su Su, having encountered countless women, could easily discern their nature. This individual was undeniably a woman, not the rumored practitioner of some dark arts. As Su Su entered the room, Dongfangbai immediately took notice of him. Clad in white, he appeared ethereal and striking, with an air of elegance that suggested he was a celestial being reincarnated. Just one glance was enough to quicken the heartbeat. What puzzled Dongfangbai, however, was the complete absence of martial energy emanating from this young man. In situations akin to this, one is either an unremarkable individual devoid of any cultivation or an unparalleled powerhouse. Naturally, Dongfangbai would not regard Su Su as an ordinary person. After all, the accolades bestowed upon Su Su in the realm of the Song dynasty have reached a transcendent level. In the realm of celestial beings, a single strike was sufficient to instill dread in 6 grandmasters, compelling them to submit without a fight. Moreover, he is the illustrious leader of the martial arts community in the Song dynasty, having established the League of Heroes and the heroic rankings. How could such an individual possibly lack martial prowess? Thus, there exists only one other possibility. The adversary's strength has surpassed her comprehension. Unlike the Song dynasty, her own dynasty does not possess the legacy of celestial beings, and her own extraordinary talents had recently allowed her to ascend to the realm of celestial beings. Yet, she could not perceive Su Su's aura. This prompted her to recall the rumors circulating in the martial world. Could it be that this individual has already transcended to the realm of terrestrial immortals? Chapter 162. What other purpose could I possibly have? Upon this thought, Dongfang Bai's gaze towards Su Su underwent a profound transformation. Although her realm was not devoid of earthly immortals, one so youthful was utterly unprecedented. Perhaps even the very first in history. Such an extraordinary talent must surely be the reincarnation of some ancient being. With myriad thoughts swirling in her mind, Dongfang Bai adopted a more cautious attitude towards Su Su. Thus, when Su Su entered, Dongfang Bai rose to greet him. "I have the honor of meeting the alliance leader," she said. "There is no need for excessive formalities, Holy Master," Su Su replied lightly as he took his seat at the head of the table. "Please, Holy Master, take a seat." Yaoyue soon conveyed Dongfang Bai's intentions to Su Su. Upon hearing this, Su Su raised an eyebrow. It seemed that someone had set their sights on the martial world of the Ming dynasty, and the situation appeared dire for these experts. This method felt eerily familiar. Had it been earlier, Su Su might have suspected Zhao Min, for in the original narrative, she had engaged in such schemes. However, Zhao Min had since become his wife and had not been involved in the affairs of the Ming dynasty for quite some time. She even feared her father's reprimand and had not contacted him at all. Thus, the orchestrator of this event must be someone else. Your words ring true. I have come seeking assistance as well. May I inquire about your thoughts on this matter? At this moment, it was unwise to make hasty judgments. Su Su refrained from providing a direct answer, suggesting that the Holy Master remain in the estate for a few days, assuring her that he would surely uncover some information. "I apologize for the disturbance. I appreciate your efforts, Alliance Leader." The Sun and Moon sect was not a weak force, yet they had become the target of scrutiny, which rendered many actions inconvenient for her. Hence, she sought Yaoyue's aid. Little did she expect that after more than a year apart, Yaoyue had undergone such a profound transformation, appearing no different from an ordinary woman. This left Dongfang Bai utterly astonished. However, observing Yaoyue's noticeably rounded belly and blissful expression, it seemed she was indeed quite happy. Perhaps she truly did not comprehend the intricacies of romantic relationships. After all, what could love possibly compare to the pursuit of cultivation? Dongfang Bai pondered, but upon sensing Yaoyue's aura, her expression shifted to one of defeat. "You are already married. How is it that your cultivation speed remains so rapid?" Having left to arrange matters, Su Su departed, allowing Yaoyue to lead Dongfang Bai to her chamber. With no outsiders present, their conversation became significantly more candid. Yaoyue's cheeks flushed with warmth, her face radiating pure happiness, all thanks to her husband. She proceeded to recount the journey of their acquaintance and the deepening of their bond. Dongfang Bai listened in astonishment. "You mean to say your husband possesses a dual cultivation technique that can nourish both of you during the process? He is also an alchemist? And he provides you with elixirs that enable you to leap from Grand Master to Celestial Realm? Consuming his brewed wine can also accelerate your advancement?" Dongfang Bai found it difficult to believe what she was hearing. Such things were beyond her comprehension, unheard of and unseen. The dual cultivation technique has been heard of, but it typically involves both genders advancing together. However, the notion of a male practitioner like Su Su possessing the ability to impart his cultivation to a female counterpart is unprecedented. The pivotal aspect is that it can also enhance one's innate qualities, which is indeed formidable. It is widely acknowledged that for martial artists, innate talent is paramount. Should one's talent be mediocre, even with the guidance of esteemed masters and access to rare treasures, progress remains elusive. Even if one manages to advance, reaching greater heights becomes a daunting challenge. Talent is an immutable trait, predetermined from birth. Those with superior qualities traverse the path of martial arts further than their ordinary counterparts. This is why many individuals struggle throughout their lives to transcend the innate realm. Yet, the fact that Su Su's technique can alter one's innate qualities is nothing short of miraculous. In addition to his techniques, there are even elixirs capable of enabling grandmasters to directly break through to the transcendent realm. Should the martial community become aware of this, chaos would undoubtedly ensue, with fierce competition and strife erupting. The transition from grandmaster to transcendent is notoriously difficult, and many prodigies find themselves ensnared in this predicament, living in despair. Such revelations are indeed astonishing. Beyond the elixirs, Su Su also possesses the ability to brew wine that facilitates breakthroughs, leaving Dongfang Bai utterly astounded. Having dedicated her life to martial arts, she once considered her own talent and innate qualities to be exceptional. Yet, in the presence of a master craftsman like Su Su, she felt overshadowed. "You're not deceiving me, are you?" she inquired, observing Yaoyue's seemingly naive demeanor, which elicited a smile from her. "Why would I deceive you? These are my personal experiences. Were it not for our friendship, I would have kept silent." Yaoyue, now gentle and charming, radiated an unparalleled beauty when she smiled. Coupled with her pregnancy, she exuded a maternal glow that captivated all who beheld her, even causing Dongfang Bai, as a woman, to be entranced. Then why are you sharing this with me? A strong practitioner capable of breaking through to the transcendent realm is certainly no fool. Thus, Dongfang Bai quickly sensed something amiss. She felt it peculiar that Yaoyue so readily divulged this information. You asked, and so I answered. What ulterior motives could I possibly have? Yaoyue playfully rubbed her nose, refraining from revealing too much. As the wife of a formidable husband, she naturally considered his interests. Her friend, a martial arts enthusiast, would surely be swayed if approached from this angle. One cannot deny that Su Su is fortunate to have such admirable wives, a testament to the affection he bestows upon them. He treats each of them with equal regard, fostering a profound sense of security that compels them to consider his well-being at every turn. Moreover, regarding his combat prowess, they believe that whether it be 20 or even 200, he would prevail without issue. Consequently, whenever a beauty presents herself, the wives take the initiative, paving the way without requiring Su Su to intervene. Dongfang Bai, unable to discern anything unusual from Yaoyue's expression, refrained from probing further. Yet, her curiosity burgeoned within her like wild grass, growing unchecked. Su Su, utilizing his unique connections, reached out to the two assassins known as Xian and Huang. Having arranged matters in the martial world for these individuals early on, he subsequently elevated the martial prowess of the 8 renowned assassins to the celestial realm. Presently, Su Su could be regarded as a celestial manufacturing machine. While awaiting Xian and Huang, Su Su busied himself, having acquired 2 martial arts techniques. He had yet to forge the heavenly Dao battle box. Thus, he seized the opportunity to head to the forge and commence the crafting of the heavenly Dao battle box. Meanwhile, Dongfang Bai quickly became acquainted with Su Su's numerous wives within the estate, engaging in various leisurely activities together. Whether it was mahjong or other quaint amusements from the Su residence, everything fascinated her. Even more astonishing was the fact that not a single one of Su Su's 22 wives spoke ill of him. The vibrant and competitive scene she had imagined was utterly absent. Chapter 163. Singing along the way, unmatched by adversaries after gaining a deeper understanding. Dongfang Bai's curiosity about Su Su reached an unprecedented level. One day, she heard a rhythmic clanging sound and, intrigued, followed it into the forge. Inside the forge, Su Su stood bare-shouldered, his physique robust and fair, a stark contrast to his usual appearance clad in a white robe. He exuded an aura of wildness and exuberance. "Leader Su, what are you up to?" she inquired. "Oh, I just forged a little something and thought I might use some leftover materials to create some trinkets for the ladies," he replied. With each swing of the hammer, he struck the black iron, infusing it with his inner energy. In an instant, the piece of iron split into 22 parts, and before Dongfang Bai's astonished gaze, those 22 pieces were reshaped into elegant hairpins. Each pin was exquisitely crafted, yet the focal point lay in the powerful essence she felt emanating from each one. "Is this?" Noting Dongfang Bai's shocked expression, Su Su explained nonchalantly, "I just infused some of my inner strength into the hairpins. As long as they aren't confronted by a terrestrial immortal, the ladies will be free from any life-threatening danger." His inner energy could withstand the attacks of ordinary terrestrial immortals, and those below that level posed no concern whatsoever. Leader Su truly cares for the ladies, Dongfang Bai thought, feeling a twinge of envy for Su Su's wives. The manner in which he divided the iron equally among them indicated his impartiality. To ensure their safety, he willingly infused his own energy into the hairpins, showcasing his dedication and concern. It was no wonder that Yaoyue transformed from a cold-hearted individual to her current self. "Haha, forgive me, but one must certainly pamper his own women," Su Su remarked casually. This wasn't merely directed at Dongfang Bai. It was genuinely how he felt. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Bai felt another wave of envy, nearly succumbing to the urge to ask Su Su if he needed any more wives. After finishing the hairpins, Su Su led Dongfang Bai to the eastern courtyard. "My ladies, I have gifts for you," he announced. "What is it, my husband?" The ladies hastily gathered around. Surrounding Su Su, he adorned each of them with the hairpins, eliciting excitement and joy as they showered him with kisses. In a matter of moments, various marks appeared on his face. Standing aside, Dongfang Bai felt somewhat out of place, yet could not suppress her envy. This sensation was intricate and unfamiliar, particularly as she witnessed the intimate exchanges between Su Su and the ladies, causing her cheeks to flush. Once he had calmed the ladies, Su Su made his way to the back courtyard, sensing the presence of Xian and Huang. "You've returned. I greet you, my lord," they said in unison. Su Su nodded. What were the results of the investigation you conducted? Reporting to Your Majesty, after thorough investigations over the past 2 days, we have discovered that the individuals targeting the masters of the Ming dynasty are not forces from beyond its borders, but rather factions within. Oh, Su Su raised an eyebrow, casting a glance at the 2 kneeling figures, Xian and Huang. Due to Su Su's intention to cultivate them, they have gained considerable renown in the martial world, their rise to fame being quite remarkable. They possess the most formidable information network, and thus, Su Su places great trust in the intelligence they uncover. Who is it? It is Zhu Wushi from Hulong Villa. My subordinates have already dispatched individuals to Hulong Villa to investigate. However, this person is exceedingly vigilant, and thus, we currently lack concrete evidence. Many masters in the Ming martial world have mysteriously vanished. Shaolin Temple, Wudong Mountain, a Mei sect. It seems they have all suffered significant blows. Just a day ago, someone even inquired about my subordinates, and following this lead, we have uncovered some intriguing clues. After listening, Su Su nodded slowly. Zhu Wushi indeed. He practices the art of absorbing energy. To become a terrestrial immortal requires a millennium of cultivation. Zhu Wushi possesses commendable aptitude, yet breaking through conventional means is challenging. If he resorts to dubious methods and sets his sights on those formidable practitioners, it is certainly plausible. Zhu Wushi is indeed a key suspect. With ample motive and suspicion surrounding him, we must expedite the search for evidence. Mere suspicion is insufficient. Concrete proof is essential. After all, Hulong Villa, by its very name, suggests it is no ordinary entity. To protect the dragon, naturally, implies safeguarding the dragon of the Ming dynasty, categorizing it as an official power. He may be a terrestrial immortal, but he is not invincible. There are surely other terrestrial immortals within the Ming dynasty. Should a conflict arise, they would undoubtedly intervene. However, Su Su bears no grievances against Hulong Villa. As long as he does not provoke them, there will be no issues. Continue the investigations. All suspicious figures must be thoroughly examined. Those who can absorb energy are not limited to Zhu Wushi. Ren Wuxing is also adept in the art of star absorption. However, in terms of strength, Ren Wuxing falls somewhat short compared to Zhu Wushi. After issuing his orders, Xian and Huang acknowledged and swiftly disappeared. Su Su exited the courtyard and sought out Dongfang Bai. Zhu Wushi? Upon hearing Su Su's news, Dongfang Bai expressed surprise. What could he possibly want with these masters? Could it be? Clearly, Dongfang Bai is no fool. As soon as Su Su finished speaking, she quickly grasped the implications. Damn it. He actually intends to leverage the art of absorbing energy to become a terrestrial immortal. Alliance leader Su, thank you for the information. I shall take my leave now. As the left envoy of the Sun and Moon Holy Cult, I cannot allow him to exploit this situation. After finishing her words, Dongfang Bai prepared to depart. A morsel of meat so close at hand, Su Su naturally would not allow her to leave so easily. Perhaps the esteemed leader of the Eastern faction could wait a couple more days. I have already dispatched individuals to gather intelligence, and I believe we will soon have definitive results. With evidence in hand, our actions will be far more effective. Upon hearing this, the excitement on Dongfang Bai's face somewhat subsided. The Alliance leader's reasoning is sound. I was indeed too hasty. To be honest, the thought of departing from Sujiazwang fills Dongfang Bai with a sense of reluctance. The reason eludes articulation, yet the sentiment persists. Dongfang Bai chose to remain due to Su Su's heartfelt entreaty. Day by day, he observes the affectionate bond between Su Su and his wives, immersed in tender moments. Under Su Su's guidance, his wives experience daily growth and breakthroughs, a sight that stirs a deep sense of envy within her. Meanwhile, a rumor began to circulate through the martial circles of the Great Song, specifically revolving around an individual, the Snow Moon Sword Immortal, Li Hani. The second daughter, hailing from the North Li dynasty, journeyed southward, wielding her sword with unmatched prowess, challenging the world to a duel. Not long after her arrival in the Great Song, she surged forth unopposed, her reputation blossoming rapidly. Upon her entry into the Great Song, she directly approached the Tianlong Temple, where she not only vanquished the young members of the Duan clan, but also triumphed over Duan Zhixing, one of the 5 absolutes. The defeat of Duan Zhixing did not evoke surprise, as although he is a member of the 5 absolutes, he remained stagnant at the pinnacle of the Grandmaster level, lacking the guidance of Su Su to unlock the path of the Celestial. But who, then, is Li Hani? Chapter 164. Is she truly destined to perish here today? Who exactly is Li Hani? Insiders have revealed that she is none other than the Snow Moon Sword Fairy, one of the 5 greatest sword immortals of this era. Astonishingly talented at the tender age of 19, with prowess that defies comprehension. She has famously entered the legendary realm of transcendental enlightenment with a single strike. Her mother, Li Xingyue, is the foremost guardian of Tianqi City, known as the Azure Dragon Guardian, and the daughter of Li Suwang, the Lord of the Sword Heart Tomb. Li Hani bears her mother's surname and has inherited the Sword Heart technique of the Sword Heart Tomb. Furthermore, she is the second direct disciple of Li Changsheng, the Lord of Snow Moon City. In other words, Li Hani possesses a remarkable lineage. Each of her identities is a source of envy. In pursuit of the ultimate sword path, Li Hani departed from Tianqi City and journeyed southward, challenging the martial world. Along this journey, she experienced both victories and defeats. Yet, these contests have led to her astonishing progress in the art of the sword. After defeating Duan Jixing, she challenged the master of Peach Blossom Island, Huang Yaoshi, who is now one of the elders of the Hero Alliance. Despite Huang Yaoshi's renowned skills, including the famed Falling Petals Divine Sword, he too fell to Li Hani. It is worth noting that the current Huang Yaoshi is a far cry from his former self. As the father-in-law of Su Su, and with the connection to Guofu, Huang Yaoshi was the first to break through to the celestial realm. Yet even as a celestial, he remains no match for Li Hani. In a flash, the name of the Snow Moon Sword Fairy resounded throughout the martial world of the Song dynasty. Likewise, the fact that a young maiden has subdued the sword masters of the era has left the martial community of the Song dynasty feeling a deep sense of shame. Yet they found themselves utterly powerless. Before long, another piece of news captured the attention of the martial world. Li Hani was set to challenge the Su family estate in just a few days. While they were not angered, the audacity of her confrontation stirred discontent among the martial practitioners. This Snow Moon Sword Fairy, Li Hani, truly believed herself to be formidable, daring to provoke the leader of the Su Alliance. Indeed, the Su Alliance leader is the strongest figure in the Song dynasty, having once subdued 6 peak grandmasters with a single sword strike. No matter how powerful Li Hani may be, she could hardly hope to surpass the Su Alliance leader. Perhaps, if Li Hani were to be taught a lesson by the Su Alliance leader, it would not only serve as a valuable lesson for her, but also vent the frustrations of the onlookers. Such reasoning found favor among the masses, and soon, the martial world of the Song dynasty was in an uproar. Jiaxing City became the epicenter of this commotion, drawing countless martial experts eager to witness the spectacle of Li Hani being subdued by Su Su. For the martial community of the Song dynasty, with the Su Alliance leader present, they felt invincible. As for the rumors circulating in the martial world, Su Su paid them no heed. Li Hani, while it may be easy for her to arrive, leaving would prove to be a different matter altogether. On this day, Su Su was enjoying a leisurely outing on a boat accompanied by various ladies and Dongfang Bai. The atmosphere aboard was lively, filled with songs and dance. And the fare, an array of exquisite delicacies and fruits, was a sight rarely seen by ordinary folk. The ladies stood upon the deck of the vessel, admiring the exquisite scenery of the lake. Autumn had already arrived, and the misty autumn lake presented a distinctly different beauty. My lord, my sisters all proclaim your literary talent. Yet you compose poetry only for Sister Yaoyue and not for us. This is truly unjust. No, there are several sisters who have their own poems, they protested. But regardless, my lord, you are unfair. We too wish for. All right. Is it not merely composing poetry? Let us each create a verse. Surrounded by a throng of ladies, Su Su nodded in agreement. Engaging in the art of literary composition a few more times posed no significant issue. Dongfang Bai, however, grew intrigued. Su Su was not only strikingly handsome and immensely wealthy, but also possessed the cultivation of a terrestrial immortal, skilled in brewing and alchemy. Could it be that his poetic prowess was equally impressive? The more Dongfang Bai interacted with Su Su, the more he perceived him as a treasure trove yet to be fully unearthed. Su Su rose and leisurely walked to the deck, gazing into the distance as if lost in contemplation, yet he remained silent. Suddenly, he heard the sounds of combat. With his current level of cultivation, he sensed a fierce battle occurring across the lake. Approximately 11 individuals were engaged in the fray, one of whom was a woman, the target of their assault. She appeared gravely injured. Should the fighting continue, her demise was imminent. Ladies, please wait a moment. I shall return shortly, he declared, and with that, Su Su vanished from their sight. Yaoyue, Wu Xingyun, Li Songhai, and the other celestial ladies clearly noticed the unusual happenings across the lake. Quickly, have the boat set sail. We must investigate. On the opposite shore, Li Hani bore an expression of despair, her once white attire now stained a deep crimson. Exhausted, she could no longer endure. Whispers had spread through the martial world. She intended to challenge Su Su to a duel the following day at Su Family Manor. However, today, an unexpected assailant had cast a sleeping powder upon her. Fortunately, her vigilance had prevented her from succumbing. Aware of the threat outside, she had fled. But her pursuers relentlessly pursued her. As they clashed, Li Hani's face was filled with horror. Who could be so ruthless as to send such a formidable force against her? She had indeed angered many in the martial community, yet this was the first time she found herself hunted in such a manner. Most practitioners of the sword were honorable and would not resort to such underhanded tactics. Moreover, as far as she knew, the martial world of the Great Song had always been weak. Prior to Su Su, no one had reached the pinnacle of the Grandmaster realm. And only after his emergence had others begun to break through to the celestial level. Li Hani suspected these assailants were not even from the Great Song dynasty. "Who sent you?" she demanded. "Humph, the dead have no need for such knowledge," replied the leader of the black-clad figures in a gruff tone. "Kill her. Let us end this swiftly." Li Hani, renowned as the Snow Moon Sword Immortal, proved to be a formidable opponent. Despite the collective efforts of over 10 celestial beings against her, they struggled for a considerable time. This fact unsettled their leader, who urged them to expedite their efforts. At his words, a shiver ran down Li Hani's spine. Is today the day she is to perish here? It is utterly unacceptable. Her swordsmanship has yet to reach its zenith, and she has not yet dueled with Su Su. Is there truly no way to return? Determination glimmers in Li Hani's eyes. Even in death, she intends to take someone down with her. So be it. One life for hers, perhaps two for her gain. Who dares to act so brazenly on my territory? Just as Li Hani resolved to fight to the bitter end, a voice imbued with an icy chill reverberated through the air. In the next instant, a remarkably handsome young man appeared before the gathered crowd. The young man's extraordinary aura emanated a mere hint of power, yet it rendered those present breathless. Li Hani stared wide-eyed at the ethereal Su Su, her gaze filled with awe. Who is this striking young man, and has he come to rescue her? Chapter 165. Severe Internal Injuries. Damaged meridians. Upon witnessing the blood-soaked figure of Li Hani, clad in white, Su Su momentarily froze in astonishment. She never anticipated it would be her. Just a couple of days prior, Yaoyue had penned a letter detailing Li Hani's circumstances, accompanied by her portrait, a timely warning for Su Su to prepare herself. It was indeed this very likeness that enabled Su Su to recognize the person before her. Yet, the Snow Moon Sword Immortal appeared woefully disheveled, battered, and utterly exhausted. A sight that was truly pitiful. The assassins, upon spotting Su Su, were momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained their composure, simultaneously lunging toward Li Hani. As assassins, their actions must be decisive and efficient. Hesitation was not an option, nor could they leave any trace behind. 10 masters of the celestial realm moved with uncanny agility, advancing toward Li Hani without a moment's pause. Li Hani's expression shifted, her heart brimming with despair. It seemed she was destined to meet her end today. Outrageous. Su Su's voice resonated with fury. In the next instant, she pointed a finger, and the assassins found themselves ensnared, as if trapped within a celestial prison. With a sweeping motion, Su Su enveloped Li Hani in her embrace. "Are you all right?" Li Hani gazed at Su Su in a daze. Nodding and shaking her head in quick succession, her face flushed with embarrassment. The assassins, also masters of the celestial realm, found themselves unable to escape Su Su's grasp. Exchanging glances, they swiftly focused their energy to strike at Su Su, unleashing their formidable martial arts techniques upon her. However, their efforts proved futile. With a mere casual slap, Su Su sent the celestial masters reeling, their eyes wide with disbelief as their bodies erupted in a mist of crimson, leaving only one survivor. Bound by Su Su's internal force, unable to break free, Li Hani leaned against Su Su, her pale visage reflecting sheer astonishment. She prided herself on being a prodigious cultivator, having reached the 4th level of the celestial realm at merely 19, which was why Yaoyue had found himself outmatched. Each level of cultivation bore its own formidable prowess. Yet, even so, she felt utterly powerless against these assassins and had prepared herself for a mutual demise just moments ago. The assassins, who had cornered her into a desperate situation, were dispatched with such astonishing ease that Li Hani felt as though she were trapped in a dream. Who was this formidable being before her? Su Su gestured, and the lone survivor was drawn toward her by an unseen force. With an icy demeanor, she inquired, "Who sent you?" The individual remained silent, hastily biting down on a concealed poison pill embedded within his teeth. The toxin was exceedingly potent, a mere touch leading to death, impervious even to divine intervention. Even Su Su could not intervene in time, having been preoccupied with Li Hani and neglecting this individual. Such resolute and ruthless decisiveness resembled that of a death warrior, leaving Su Su somewhat taken aback. Concurrently, her suspicions began to coalesce, and it became evident that the iron-balled divine Marquis, Zhu Wuxi, was a prime suspect in this affair. Regrettably, there is currently no evidence. Thank you for your rescue. My lord, Li Hani expressed her gratitude to Su Su, her complexion pale. There is no need for formalities, Miss Li, Su Su replied. Do you know me? Li Hani inquired, her expression wary. The timing of Su Su's appearance was too coincidental, arriving just when she was on the brink of despair from being pursued. And he seemed to know her identity, which raised her suspicions that this might be a carefully orchestrated act. Yet, upon further reflection, Li Hani discerned that something felt amiss. She had nothing of value to offer. If one were to use such despicable means to approach her, the cost would be excessively high. The effortless annihilation of a dozen celestial realm experts was no small feat. She was merely a sword cultivator. And neither her motheress nor her masteress status would warrant such intricate schemes. Indeed, the coincidence seemed more plausible. Before Su Su could speak, his numerous wives had already rushed over. My lord, are you unscathed? What has transpired here? This young lady is injured. Who could be so cruel as to deploy a dozen celestial realm assassins? Such a horror. The wives clamored, their voices laced with concern and care. Dongfang Bai, not among Su Su's wives, lagged slightly behind, feeling an indescribable envy upon seeing Su Su cradling a stunning woman. The sight of so many wives gathered around Su Su left Li Hani startled, and she gazed at him in astonishment. You are the leader of the Su Alliance? In today's martial world, there was no one else of such youth, and with so many wives. Save for the one from Su family manor. Li Hani surveyed Su Su's wives, each one breathtakingly beautiful, rivaling her own allure. She was taken aback to discover that he had a total of 23 wives, including Dongfang Bai. However, Dongfang Bai, unaware of Li Hani's thoughts, could not provide an explanation. Indeed, that would be me, Su Su acknowledged with a nod. The astonishment in Li Hani's eyes deepened. She had long heard tales of the Su family manor's leader being exceptionally handsome and possessing extraordinary martial talent. As a fellow genius, Li Hani had presumed that her abilities were comparable to Su Su's, only to find the disparity far greater than she had imagined. Ironically, she had previously made a scene throughout the Song's martial world, demanding to question the Su family about their swordsmanship, unaware that she and Su Su were not even on the same plane, making comparison futile. Just considering his recent display of power, which far surpassed that of a celestial being, rendered her speechless. Li Hani prided herself on her knowledge, yet she had never encountered such an extraordinary celestial expert. To extinguish a celestial with a mere snap of his fingers was a realm only her master could achieve. The thought of her master made Li Hani freeze. Could it be that this Su Alliance leader had already reached the status of an earthly immortal? She gasped involuntarily. At 19 years of age, she was merely at the 4th level of the celestial realm, while he had ascended to the status of an earthly immortal. The disparity was staggering. Her thoughts whirled in a tumult of emotions. Li Hani gathered her thoughts and expressed her gratitude once more to Su Su, thanking the leader for her rescue. Feeling immensely grateful, just as Su Su was about to speak, Li Hani stumbled and fell into her embrace. Su Su quickly caught her, only to discover that Li Hani had already fainted. After checking her pulse, Su Su let out a slight sigh of relief. Although her internal injuries were severe and her meridians damaged, it was fortunate that they were not beyond treatment. It would merely require some effort. Let us return to the residence. Li Hani's injuries are grave and require prompt care. The other ladies naturally had no objections to Su Su's words. It would indeed be a tragedy for such a flower-like woman to perish so suddenly. Moreover, since her husband possessed remarkable medical skills and deemed Li Hani's condition serious, it was undoubtedly no trivial matter. They were not narrow-minded women and naturally prioritized human life. Dongfang Bai, walking alongside Yaoyue, furrowed his brow upon seeing Su Su carrying Li Hani into the cabin for treatment first, while Yaoyue appeared calm, even somewhat concerned, making it all the more perplexing. Did she truly not care in the slightest? Chapter 166. It is truly a voracious beast. Are you concerned? Yaoyue was taken aback. Of course, she was not. In fact, they all eagerly anticipated the arrival of more sisters. The last to enter, Li Songhai and Li Qiushui, lagged slightly behind. Upon hearing Yaoyue's words, their faces flushed with color. Indeed, they were all hoping for more sisters to join them. Previously, they had harbored concerns about the multitude of ladies in their husbands' inner courtyard, fearing inevitable scheming and discord. However, after entering the residence, their worries proved unfounded. The sisters in the courtyard exhibited an astonishing unity. After all, they were allies in the same trench. In critical moments, when one could not bear the burden alone, they relied on one another for support. If relationships soured, then no one would be there to lend a hand, and that would be dire. They had all weathered the storm together, a bond forged in the crucible of shared hardship, undoubtedly resilient against trials. Dongfangbai happened to notice the expressions of the two sisters, Li Qiushui and Li Songhai, and suddenly realized something, his cheeks flushing slightly. This fellow truly is something. In the cabin, Su Su had already commenced acupuncture on Li Han-yi, initiating treatment. Her injuries were severe. If the optimal window for healing was missed, her life would be in jeopardy. Such a beauty, if she were to fall, it would be a great loss. She ought to be brought into the residence as a lady. Gazing upon Li Han-yi's exquisite visage, Su Su mused. After administering the needles, he observed that Li Han-yi's condition remained precarious and hastily channeled his internal energy into her. At that moment, Li Han-yi was indeed beautiful, but her complexion was excessively pale, marred by countless injuries, resembling a fragile porcelain doll, one that dared not be touched. As the houseboat set sail, Su Su and the ladies made their way directly to Su family manor. Before long, Su Su cradled Li Han-yi into the house. Yaoyue followed closely, promptly instructing the steward to fetch the finest medicinal herbs, anticipating their imminent use. The inhabitants of Su family manor were all filled with trepidation. Which lady had been injured to elicit such urgency from the master? Wentai wore a countenance of shock, disregarding inquiries as he hurried alongside the steward to the storeroom. Su Su laid Li Han-yi upon the jade bed and commenced further treatment. Husband, the medicinal herbs have arrived. Yaoyue entered first, followed closely by the steward and Wentai. Countless precious herbs were presented before Su Su. He glanced over them, reciting a string of names for Wentai to gather, instructing him to concoct the remedies as per his guidance, and to prepare a large bathing tub for Li Han-yi's medicinal bath upon the completion of the treatment. After issuing his instructions, Yaoyue and the others departed. Su Su took a deep breath, carefully checking Li Han-yi's pulse, and then began his acupuncture. The manor boasted a variety of rare herbs, which would assist in his treatment. This had been the reason for his simple acupuncture on the boat, as he had lacked the means to provide comprehensive care. Dragon needle technique. As the words left his lips, golden needles began to dance through the air, subtly taking on the shape of a dragon. Whoosh! The golden needles manifested into shadows. The needles precisely pierced each of Li Han-yi's acupuncture points. Subsequently, Su Su let out a soft exclamation and began to reverse the acupuncture technique. A rich internal energy flowed into Li Han-yi's body through the reversed needle method, stimulating her internal functions with an extraordinarily unique rhythm. Simultaneously, various spiritual herbs manifested into medicinal liquids, which Su Su administered to Li Han-yi. Instantly, the life force within Li Han-yi was thoroughly awakened, visibly expanding at an astonishing rate. Noticing the transformation occurring within Li Han-yi, Su Su was taken aback. Fortune and misfortune often intertwine. This girl had unexpectedly turned adversity into advantage. Realizing this, he resolved to lend her further assistance. With that, Su Su continuously infused his internal power into Li Han-yi, further invigorating her life force. Facing a dozen formidable beings from the celestial realm alone, Li Han-yi's endurance until that moment was truly remarkable, yet it had drained her last vestige of internal energy. Upon inspection earlier, Su Su had found her dantian completely empty. He had assumed that, even if she survived, she would have to start her cultivation anew. However, he had not anticipated that by reversing her life force through acupuncture, he would inadvertently provide her with a turning point. As her internal energy waned, her potential was ignited to its fullest extent. Thus, the concept of rising anew after a fall became manifest. With the continuous influx of energy, Li Han-yi involuntarily assumed a cross-legged position, entering a state of cultivation autonomously. Her complexion, once as pale as parchment, was visibly regaining its vitality. Recognizing the opportune moment, Su Su bellowed, "Wentai, the medicinal bath. Bring it." As his words echoed, Wentai appeared in the room, carrying a tub. Su Su glanced at him, then lifted Li Han-yi and placed her gently into the tub. The air was thick with the fragrance of medicinal herbs. While Li Han-yi remained in her meditative state, her body absorbed the medicinal essence like a parched sponge. Su Su selected several immensely precious herbs from the table, known for enhancing cultivation, and added them to the bath. The rate at which Li Han-yi absorbed the essence accelerated as Su Su increased the dosage. Witnessing this, Su Su could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Li Han-yi's talent was indeed extraordinary, albeit a bit costly in terms of spiritual herbs. Wentai, fetch another batch of spiritual herbs. The Su family estate boasted immense wealth, lacking in nothing but spiritual herbs, which Su Su had diligently stockpiled. However, Li Han-yi's capacity for absorption was quite alarming. Within a short span, she had consumed 3 batches. Half an hour later, Wentai wore a wry smile. "Master, we have run out of spiritual herbs in the estate." "What?" Su Su was taken aback. "Good heavens! This was no mere fairy. She was akin to a beast that devours wealth. Alas, without any more herbs, he found himself at an impasse. According to Su Su's estimations, Li Hani's actions should enable her to break through to the 6th or even 7th level of the celestial realm, potentially achieving 2 or 3 levels of advancement. Such a prospect was indeed formidable. Had it not been for his insufficient stock of medicinal herbs, he could have pressed on further. Su Su carefully lifted Li Hani from the bath, vigorously dried her garments, and had a maid replace her outfit before allowing her to rest. As for the herbal concoction in the tub, it had long since vanished, leaving only a basin of crimson-tinged murky water. Upon exiting, the ladies gathered around. "My husband. Is Miss Li all right?" Indeed, with such a plethora of herbs used, her injuries must be quite severe. Su Su smiled and offered an explanation. The ladies stared in astonishment. So, Miss Li employed those herbs not for injuries, but for cultivation? To achieve such prowess at such a young age, her talent is truly extraordinary. The disparity among individuals is indeed remarkable, the ladies mused. Su Su expressed his apologies for interrupting the ladies' enthusiasm. Chapter 167. This is clearly a case of using a knife to kill. Upon hearing this, the ladies immediately responded with playful indignation. "What are you saying, my lord? We are not made of stone. How could we possibly stand by and watch someone perish?" They lamented. "Indeed, if we do not rescue such a beautiful maiden, we would lose a sister forever." Fortunately, they had encountered their husband. Had it been anyone else, it was uncertain whether the Snow Moon Sword Immortal would have survived, let alone made any progress. The women gazed at him in awe, recognizing the extraordinary nature of his medical skills. Today's events deepened their understanding of their husband. If it weren't for the inappropriateness of the occasion, they might have been unable to resist embracing him. Dongfang Bai stood nearby, equally astonished. The prowess of a celestial being was beyond her comprehension. Even though she did not witness Su Su's treatment firsthand, she could perceive the remarkable energy radiating from him. She recalled what Yaoyue had mentioned earlier, though she had been skeptical at the time. Now, seeing him in action, she realized there was much about this man that she had yet to discover, which only fueled her curiosity further. At that moment, Liamo Cho glanced at Li Han in the room and teased. "The Snow Moon Sword Immortal not only owes her life to my lord, but has also seized the opportunity to break through her realm, a true blessing in disguise. If I were her, encountering such a dashing hero, I would undoubtedly offer myself in gratitude." The other ladies could not help but chuckle at her remark. "Offer oneself," exclaimed Zhongling, her round eyes sparkling with realization. "Oh, how did I not think of that? I went to great lengths to return to my lord. Had I known, I could have simply offered myself and spared myself the anguish." Laughter erupted as they mused about the romantic notion of a hero saving a damsel in distress. "Indeed, I believe the Snow Moon Sword Immortal will eventually become one of our sisters. In my opinion, having consumed all the spiritual herbs from the Su family estate, she should indeed repay us by offering herself." The ladies giggled, their playful banter filled with camaraderie. Dongfang Bai felt a pang of envy. Being one of their sisters seemed rather appealing. Unbeknownst to her, her gaze towards Su Su was imbued with affection. At that moment, a commotion arose from within the chamber. Specifically, it was the tremors caused by a breakthrough in cultivation. 5th level of celestial being. 6th level of celestial being. 7th level of celestial being. Just as Su Su had anticipated, Li Han had turned her misfortune into fortune, not only preserving her cultivation but also advancing directly to the 7th level of celestial being. The ladies outside sensed the energy emanating from the room, and each displayed a look of astonishment. Among them, Lin Xiaoying and Li Songhai were the most profoundly affected. Lin Xiaoying had not expected Li Han to possess such extraordinary talent. Though aided by her husband, her ability to break through 3 realms in succession was also a testament to her own gifts. It seemed that the martial world was never devoid of prodigies. Her talent was scarcely inferior to that of her husband. Li Songhai, on the other hand, was astonished by the rapidity of Li Han's breakthrough. It was indeed remarkable. Their own advancement to celestial being had been a gradual accumulation of effort. Yet, Li Han was of similar age to her husband, and her talent was indeed extraordinary. After a brief moment, Li Han stabilized her realm, glancing down at her attire and recalling the conversation she had just overheard. Her cheeks involuntarily flushed. Since departing from Tianqi City and traversing the Zongwu, she had experienced both victories and defeats, but never had she felt so utterly disheveled. Not only was her life hanging by a thread, nearly leading to her demise, but she had also exhausted her internal energy, teetering on the brink of becoming a mere shadow of her former self. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the leader Su, she feared the worst. But, Was she truly prepared to offer herself in return? Moreover, from the implications of their discussion, it seemed her survival and remarkable advancement through 3 realms were solely due to this Su leader's benevolence. She had even depleted the resources of Su's estate. This realization filled Li Hani with a sense of embarrassment. After a fleeting moment of hesitation, she descended and opened the door. Upon her emergence, others exchanged knowing glances and quietly withdrew. Seeing Li Hani step out, Su inquired with a warm smile, "Fairy Yaoyue, how is your health? Do you feel well?" Li Hani gazed at the strikingly handsome youth before her, her thoughts drifting to the words she had just heard, causing her to blush shyly. She quickly lowered her head to express her gratitude. "I am deeply grateful for the life-saving grace of the Su leader. In such a brief span, I have been rescued by you twice. I must also thank you for granting me a second chance at life. Without your intervention, I would likely have perished long ago, and certainly would not have achieved my current advancement. Your kindness, Su leader, is beyond my ability to repay." Setting aside her distractions, Li Hani's heart was filled solely with gratitude. Upon entering the Zongwu of the Song dynasty, she had never held back against the martial artists of this realm, and had even resolved to seek out the Su residents for guidance the very next day. Yet, to her astonishment, she had scarcely managed to initiate her inquiries when she found herself gravely wounded and brought back by the Su leader for treatment. The act of saving a life is akin to granting rebirth. Furthermore, the Su leader not only preserved her cultivation but also elevated her to greater heights. With these 2 significant favors, Li Hani felt it would be a lifetime endeavor to express her gratitude. It seemed she truly could only repay him with her own self. With this thought, she lowered her gaze, unable to meet Su's eyes. The imposing figure she had glimpsed before losing consciousness, resembling a celestial being descended from the heavens, remained etched vividly in her memory. "Fairy Yaoyue, do you know who it is that seeks to hunt you down?" Su harbored suspicions, but wished to confirm with Li Hani. What if her adversaries were indeed drawn from her own actions? However, Li Hani wore a wry smile. She had been on the brink of death and was utterly ignorant of her assailants' identities. She recounted the sequence of events truthfully. Su nodded, realizing that someone was attempting to stir chaos within the Zongwu for their own gain. Only by muddying the waters could one fish in troubled seas. Clearly, there were those who wished to frame him for this turmoil. Li Hani intended to inquire about the Su residents, a widely known matter within the Zongwu of the Song dynasty, and whispers of it had spread throughout the martial world. Currently, a number of skilled practitioners had gathered in Jiangnan, eager to witness the competition scheduled for the following day. Yet, on the eve of this contest, Li Hani had been attacked. Even if she survived, her disappearance would undoubtedly attract the attention of the martial community. Of course, according to Su's analysis, it is highly likely that this is merely one of the adversary's objectives. The primary aim remains to incite discord between the Su family and the Northern Li dynasty. While others may be unconcerned, once Li Hani encounters trouble, her mother, father, and master will surely not let it go unpunished. Su speculates that Li Changxing may very well be a figure of terrestrial immortality, even if the outside world is oblivious to the extent of Su's cultivation. She may still appear somewhat inadequate in the presence of Li Changxing, the terrestrial immortal. In summary, there are ample individuals ready to contend with her. Why would the master of the estate utter such words? Li Hani, unaware of the underlying circumstances, couldn't help but express her confusion. Su proceeded to recount her deductions. Upon hearing Su's analysis, Li Hani was taken aback. This individual harbors a malicious intent, clearly intending to use another's blade to carry out a murderous deed. Chapter 168. May I inquire if you are still in need of a lady? It is no wonder that Li Hani was so astonished. Had it not been for Su's timely intervention today, she would undoubtedly have met her demise. If she were to perish, the first to be suspected in the Song dynasty would be the esteemed Su alliance leader before her, given her master's deep affection for him. Regardless of whether Su was involved, he would certainly face trouble. Should there be those who conspire in the shadows, spreading malicious rumors throughout the martial world, it is feared that her master might engage in a life-and-death struggle with Su. Merely contemplating these possibilities sent a chill down Li Hani's spine. Did Su harbor any suspicions? There was indeed one individual, but verification was still required. Su spoke in a calm manner, briefly recounting the mysterious disappearances of the experts from the Ming dynasty. Upon hearing this, Li Hani found herself engulfed in doubt. Please stay in the manor for the time being, and should I receive any news, I will be the first to inform you, Su assured her. Li Hani nodded, watching him depart. Although she had been gravely injured not long ago, under Su's care, not only had she preserved her life, but she had also experienced a breakthrough. Thus, she did not feel fatigued at that moment. As she lay in bed, Images of Su Su descending like a celestial being to rescue her during her moment of utter despair flooded her mind. A faint blush crept onto her otherwise beautiful face. Su Alliance leader was indeed strikingly handsome. How might she repay him? Would offering herself be enough to capture his interest? Lost in her thoughts, Li Hani found sleep elusive. Meanwhile, just after Su Su exited Li Hani's chamber, he was intercepted by Dongfang Bai, who had been awaiting his arrival. Leader Dongfang, is there something you require? Su Su inquired, a smile gracing his lips upon seeing Dongfang Bai. It is worth noting that his wives favored understated attire, aside from their wedding night. They typically adorned themselves in white, azure, or green garments. None had a penchant for red. Dongfang Bai, with her alluring figure clad in crimson, appeared particularly captivating. Has the alliance leader uncovered who is pursuing the Snow Moon Fairy? I suspect this matter may be connected to certain individuals from the Ming dynasty, as their methods bear striking similarities. Noticing Su Su momentarily lost in thought, Dongfang Bai paused before continuing. Su Su nodded, I share this suspicion. But we must procure evidence to substantiate it. Rest assured, I shall assist you in uncovering the truth, he promised, recognizing the opportunity to showcase his capabilities, especially with such a beautiful woman seeking his aid. Dongfang Bai expressed her gratitude with a nod. As their paths diverged, she could not resist grasping Su Su's hand. Alliance leader. May I inquire if you are still in need of a lady? As she spoke, Dongfang Bai held Su Su's hand, teasingly caressing the back of it with her pale fingers, exuding an enchanting aura. Is it love? Perhaps not. Yet, she admired Su Su's visage, revered his strength, and was drawn to his ability to empower others. If one were to speak of the daily breakthroughs experienced by the wives of Su Su, which incited a sense of envy, today, Li Hani's remarkable ascension through 3 levels indeed stirred her deeply. As a fervent martial arts enthusiast, the prospect of marriage held little significance for her, yet the rapid advancement in her cultivation was of paramount importance. Upon hearing this, Su Su's lips curled into a faint smile. He swept his long arm around Dongfang Bai, drawing her into his embrace and planting a gentle kiss upon her forehead. What say you, my dear Dongfang? Are you willing to wed? Initially, Dongfang Bai had only intended to tease, but she found herself unexpectedly caught in his playful retort, leaving her momentarily dazed. However, regaining her composure, she replied with a gleeful smile, Of course, I would marry. If it means gaining strength, marrying someone seems trivial. Look at Yaoyue. She appears quite content, does she not? You must remember your words. No turning back now. Su Su's grip tightened slightly, and Dongfang Bai could acutely sense the aura emanating from him, which ignited within her a peculiar mix of shyness and sweetness. Unwilling to show any signs of weakness, she embraced Su Su in return, her voice sultry and imbued with allure. Then let us seal this agreement. How about we wed tonight? She was keenly aware that the Snow Moon Sword immortal, Li Hani, would soon become one of Su Su's many wives. A notion evident in the way she gazed at him, much like the other wives of the Su family, albeit with a hint less affection in her eyes. Simultaneously, she felt a flutter in her heart, yet her nature was not one for hesitation. Since she felt this stirring, she would embrace marriage. By entering the household, she would gain the opportunity to learn the unique techniques reserved solely for the wives of Su Su. At this moment, realization dawned upon Dongfang Bai. On their first encounter, Yaoyue had divulged so much that could only be known within the confines of a boudoir, and it seemed she had been waiting for her here. Nevertheless, she now willingly chose to dive into this new chapter. Very well, I shall arrange it forthwith. Su Su had anticipated a longer pursuit to win over Dongfang Bai and Li Hani, but he was taken aback by Dongfang Bai's forthrightness and boldness. Indeed, her attire, vibrant red, was a testament to her fiery spirit and her passionate nature. That very afternoon, news spread throughout Su family manor. Their lord was to take yet another concubine. Merely days since the last occasion. Such swiftness was almost alarming. Many who had journeyed to Jiaxing City, eager to witness the duel between the Snow Moon Sword Immortal and Su Su, were left utterly astonished. Have you heard? The alliance leader is to wed once more. We are not deaf. How could we not know? Tomorrow marks the duel between Li Hani and the Su family, yet the leader chooses today to marry? This clearly indicates he does not regard the Snow Moon Sword Immortal highly. This suggests our leader possesses unwavering confidence in his victory. It is indeed a positive omen. Precisely. Just a mere Snow Moon Sword Immortal. Our leader surely does not see her as a threat. Come, let us not linger. We must head to Su family manor to celebrate. Indeed, one wonders about the origins of the new lady of the alliance leader. It seems that none who have captured his attention are ever ordinary. It is well known that the alliance leader possesses discerning taste. Not even a princess would find favor in his eyes. I have heard that the nunnery and temples of our great Song dynasty are overflowing, with many declaring they can no longer accept new residents. Alas, the allure of the alliance leader is simply too great. Countless heroines from the martial world have offered themselves in vain, left only to mourn in solitude, lit by the flickering flame of a solitary lamp. Such is life. Once one encounters someone truly extraordinary, it becomes impossible to settle for the mundane. As the wandering heroes gossip amongst themselves, they make their way toward the Su family estate. Setting aside other matters, the wedding feast of the alliance leader must not be missed. Su has always been generous. With each marriage, he hosts a lavish banquet, greatly benefiting the people of Xing and its surroundings. For them, the alliance leader's nuptials are not merely a celebration, but an act of benevolence. Chapter 169. At this moment, do you still dare to be distracted? In Su family village, a vibrant crimson hue enveloped the surroundings. The trees and the mansion, even the grand lion at the entrance, were adorned with red silk. A carpet stretched from Su family village all the way to Jiaxing city. The sound of gongs and drums resonated in harmony, while firecrackers crackled joyfully. Due to the urgency of the situation, the wedding had been proposed by Dongfang by herself, and thus, the members of the Sun and Moon sect had not been informed. For Dongfang Bai, marrying Su was primarily a means to acquire martial arts secrets from him, making the attendance of guests rather inconsequential. Conversely, the fact that Su could orchestrate such a lively celebration on such short notice astonished and touched Dongfang Bai, indicating his genuine regard for her. In truth, if Su wished to host a grand affair, he could easily do so. The unexpected presence of numerous guests, including renowned figures like Huang Yaoyue and Ouyang Feng, was purely coincidental. More accurately, their attendance stemmed from the anticipation of the duel between the Snow Moon Sword Fairy, Li Hani, and Su scheduled for the following day. They had come to spectate, only to find themselves partaking in the joyous festivities of their leader's wedding. This celebration was indeed a moment of joy. For the martial artists of the Song dynasty, there was a sincere eagerness to partake in the nuptials of their leader. As Su had not only wed the beauties of the Song dynasty, but had also taken several from the Ming dynasty. The mistress of the flower-moving palace, Yaoyue, the second mistress, Lian Xing, and even the maid, Yu, were among those who had not escaped his charm. Additionally, there were princesses from the Mongol Yuan dynasty, among others. Upon careful analysis, admiration for their leader only grew. Initially, it was believed that after marrying the beauties of the Song dynasty, Su would cease his pursuits. Yet, to their astonishment, he began to wed beauties from other dynasties as well. He had successively taken several wives from the Ming dynasty, which only enhanced his reputation within that realm. However, amidst the envy, the heroes of the martial world expressed concern for Su, with so many wives. Accommodating each for even half an hour would consume nearly an entire day. Could he manage? With the formalities completed, bowing to heaven and earth, bowing to the venerable ancestors, and the couple's mutual bowing, the ceremony concluded, and Su, amidst the envious and congratulatory gazes of the crowd, led Dongfang Bai into the bridal chamber. Ouyang Feng, watching the couple depart, felt a pang of envy, not directed at Su, but rather at Dongfang Bai, for marrying their esteemed leader, a union that bore immense advantages. That shameless Huang Yaoyue, having wed off a daughter to the leader, now basked in the glory of being at the pinnacle of the second realm, while he remained in the first. The comparison was indeed disheartening. The more he contemplated, the more frustrated Ouyang Feng became, drowning his sorrows in cup after cup of wine. Meanwhile, Huang Yaoyue appeared rather amused. "Old poison, you must be consumed with envy," he remarked. "Our leader now possesses a lifespan of 500 years. If you exert yourself and bear a daughter to marry him, you could surely have your chance." "Bah, a daughter? What nonsense. I truly fail to see the appeal of women." Ouyang Feng cast a sharp glance at Huang Yaoyue, thinking how this fellow always manages to touch upon sensitive subjects. If it weren't for his instigation back then, he would not have sought out 10 women to bear children, turning himself into a laughingstock in the martial world. Ha ha. Huang Yaoyue, in high spirits, burst into laughter. Meanwhile, Li Hani sat at the table, her ethereal aura deterring others from approaching, even with her veil obscuring her features. Instinctively, they sensed that she was a strikingly beautiful and formidable woman, one they dared not provoke. At that moment, Li Hani was indifferent to the food before her, her gaze lingering on Su's departing figure, a wave of inexplicable envy washing over her, accompanied by a profound sense of loss. Although she understood that Su's wives jokingly suggested she offer herself in return for their kindness, she found herself taking it somewhat to heart. Such a favor left her at a loss for how to repay it. "Huang Loxi, why is she here? And attending a banquet? Surely this is more than just a competition, isn't it? Ouyang Feng expressed his concerns. Huang Yaoshi dismissed him with a wave, draining his cup and replying nonchalantly. What is illogical about it? Is it not permissible to gather intelligence on the enemy? Ouyang Feng, feeling some urgency, retorted, how can our leader be so carefree? The enemy has come to our doorstep, yet he revels in marrying a wife. Huang Yaoshi smirked. Old poison, have you ever heard the saying? The emperor is not anxious, but the eunuchs are. With that, he gracefully departed, satisfied after the feast. Ouyang Feng, seeing this, hurriedly followed. In the bridal chamber, beneath the crimson veil, Dongfang Bai wore a face of anxiety and awkwardness. Despite her spirited teasing of Su Su the day before, she possessed no experience and had acted purely on instinct. Now that the moment had arrived, she felt a twinge of nervousness. What should she do? Should she be passive or take the initiative? Perhaps she should be proactive. Just as this thought crossed her mind, the sound of footsteps echoed nearby. Su Su, sensing her tension, inquired, My dear, are you feeling anxious? The veil was lifted, revealing a captivating yet flustered visage. At his words, Dongfang Bai immediately retorted, Anxious? How could that be? It is you, dear husband, who took so long to arrive. As she spoke, she reached out to encircle Su Su's neck, adding, I find myself quite eager already. Oh, is that so? Then let us engage in a contest. He replied. With that, Su Su seized the initiative. Dongfang Bai, known for her strong-willed nature, would not easily relinquish control. In an instant, she transformed from passive to active, reclaiming the upper hand. The two engaged in playful rivalry, and Su Su found the experience refreshing. It reminded him of his initial days with Yaoyue, when he was at a disadvantage, a feeling he had long since outgrown. The two continued their spirited exchange, turning the bridal chamber into a whirlwind of chaos. In mere moments, the curtains and bedding lay in tatters. Among the 20 or so wives Su Su had married, only Dongfang Bai had managed to create such a scene, and rather than inciting his ire, it brought him amusement. Instead, his enthusiasm grew even more fervent. Ding! Congratulations, host, on marrying Dongfang Bai. You are rewarded with a century's worth of cultivation and divine alchemy skills. The phrase divine alchemy skills filled Su Su with unparalleled excitement. With the formula for the Tianxin pill now in his possession, coupled with the acquisition of divine alchemy techniques, it would be a mere matter of crafting a single pill to create a formidable being of the celestial realm. This was a tremendous windfall. As Su Su was momentarily lost in thought, Dongfang Bai seized the initiative and launched an attack. At this moment, any distraction would surely lead to a decisive outcome today. Very well. Su Su eagerly accepted the challenge. As for the rewards, there would be time enough to claim them tomorrow. Chapter 170, a paltry amount. Yet lacking in quality the following day, Su Su awoke with excitement, rising from his slumber. He placed a gentle kiss on Dongfang Bai's face, intending to depart. Just then, Dongfang Bai abruptly opened his eyes and grasped Su Su firmly. My husband, where are you off to so early? Before Su Su could respond, Dongfang Bai had already risen, encircling Su Su's neck with his arms. There was a newfound maturity in his expression, accompanied by an alluring charm. My husband, the phoenix and dragon technique you imparted to me last night was truly marvelous. After just one night, I feel on the verge of a breakthrough. Shall we not practice a little longer? In the early morning light, how could Su Su refuse such an enchanting invitation? He decided to postpone his visit to the rear courtyard, opting instead for a spirited ride. 2 hours later, Su Su left the room, thoroughly satisfied. Before departing, he reminded the servants to take good care of his new wife, while he joyfully made his way to the rear courtyard. With a century's worth of cultivation, along with the previous 550 years, he had surpassed the halfway mark. Only 390 years of cultivation remained for him to attain a first-grade golden elixir. This progress brought him immense joy. Upon arriving at the rear courtyard, Su Su wasted no time and directly commenced his cultivation. As his words fell, a century's worth of cultivation surged into his body. The Taishan scriptures activated, and the golden elixir began to spin rapidly within his dantian. With the experience of absorbing over 500 years of cultivation previously, this 60 years felt as effortless as eating or drinking. In mere moments, that century's worth of cultivation was absorbed and transformed into inner strength, merging seamlessly with the golden elixir. A silent roar resonated within him. The 60 years of inner strength propelled Su Su's cultivation to new heights. At that moment, he possessed over 1,600 years of cultivation. The faint patterns on the golden elixir became markedly clearer to the naked eye. Simultaneously, Su Su did not neglect his own training. Engaging in passionate encounters with his wives, he persisted until the late hours of the night, sometimes even battling until dawn. In such a state, he made considerable progress. With his current aptitude, practicing the upside-down dragon and phoenix technique for a year equated to over 100 years for an ordinary practitioner. Divided across each month, he amassed no less than 10 years of cultivation. Thus, it was accurate to say he required only 380 years to break through to a first-grade golden elixir. Yaoyue had devoted over a century to arduous training and had yet to achieve 2 grades of golden elixir. Meanwhile, from the moment Su became an earthly immortal until now, barely a month had passed, and he was merely 300 years of inner strength away from the first-grade golden elixir. Were this progress to be revealed, the world would be left in utter astonishment. Should Yaoyue learn of this, he would likely lament his own efforts, cursing his fate. Su felt an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. The delightful sensation of advancing simply by marrying was truly exquisite. It required little effort and brought immense rewards. The only drawback was the toll it took on him. But for Su, that was merely a trifling concern. As an earthly immortal, he has grown exponentially stronger. Furthermore, his body has been continuously refined by the system and the physique of the Yellow Emperor, perfectly aligning with this path. Calming his emotions, Su took a deep breath and proceeded to claim his rewards. System, I wish to acquire the divine level alchemy skill. The magnitude of alchemy's power is undeniable. It is divine. Just the thought of it sends waves of excitement coursing through Su's heart. Having witnessed the formidable prowess of divine culinary arts, divine brewing techniques, and divine medical skills, his anticipation for the divine level alchemy was palpable. The moment his words fell, a torrent of information surged into Su's mind, akin to a flood breaking its dam. The sheer volume was overwhelming, surpassing even the vast knowledge he received when acquiring the great wilderness captive heaven finger. Fortunately, with prior experience, Su was able to assimilate this information with considerably greater speed. Once he digested the divine level alchemy, he began to explore the details, and his composure dissipated entirely. Just as he had imagined, the divine level alchemy was astoundingly unparalleled. It encompassed not only the techniques of alchemy, but also the recipes contained within. There were pills for enhancing inner strength, enlightenment pills, sword comprehension pills, and more. Additionally, there were talents-enhancing pills for Offspring. While it is true that culinary skills and brewing can achieve similar results, nothing is as convenient as a pill. A single pill can significantly enhance the aptitude of progeny, multiplying their potential manifold. If all 3 methods were employed in unison, Su could hardly fathom the possibilities. It is essential to recognize that the greater the aptitude of the offspring, the more rewards he would receive. With the combined use of culinary skills, brewing techniques, and alchemy, it is conceivable that in 50 years, or even 100, extraordinary feats could be accomplished. The more he contemplated, the more delighted Su became. If he were to have a child born with 100 years' worth of cultivation rewards, the path ahead would be devoid of difficulty. He might not even require 500 years of lifespan to shatter the void. Then, upon further study, he made a startling discovery. Within the divine level alchemy, there existed the Earth Spirit Pill, which could enhance the likelihood of an earthly immortal-esque breakthrough. The mere existence of such a pill alone would elevate the status of alchemy significantly. To call it the most powerful skill would not be an exaggeration. After a moment of elation, Su regained his composure. While the Earth Spirit Pill is indeed powerful, the ingredients required for its concoction are rather elusive. Not only are the materials rare, but they also demand an exceptional age, often several hundred years. Such resources are not easily found. However, Su remained unperturbed. While the Earth Spirit Pill may be challenging to procure, the Heavenly Dust Pill posed no such issues. Having previously obtained the recipe alone, his alchemy skills were insufficient to produce anything beyond a basic version. Now, armed with divine-level alchemy, he could indeed seek out the materials and prepare some Heavenly Dust Pills. With only a few ladies having broken through to the celestial realm and the rest remaining at the Grandmaster level, it was indeed time to elevate their status. Regrettably, the scarcity of materials was a hindrance. Otherwise, with both the Heavenly Dust Pill and the Earth Spirit Pill at his disposal, he would truly be a manufacturing machine for earthly immortals. Without further ado, to have 10 or 8 earthly immortals as subordinates would indeed be a splendid spectacle. Truly a pity, Su lamented, feeling a tinge of regret. Yet, he did not dwell on this matter. Although it is unachievable at present, it does not preclude the possibility of future opportunities. When the earthly immortal assembly arrives, he shall exert his utmost efforts to strive for prominence. At that time, he would possess ample cultivation resources, perhaps even some of those precious herbs. Previously, Yaoyue mentioned that Huangchang would provide resources, and indeed, Su had received them some time ago. However, The quality of those resources was somewhat disheartening. While there were techniques, elixirs, and herbs, their quantities were lamentably scant, and their quality left much to be desired. Even when Su Su was merely a master-level alchemist, he found them lacking, let alone now, as a divine-level alchemist. He regarded those resources with disdain. Chapter 171. What matters among family? Only 5 years remain. He must exert himself doubly to secure the top position and thereby vie for superior resources, not solely for his own benefit, but also for his esteemed ladies. The breakthrough of the ladies into the realm of celestial beings is merely a matter of time. The resources required will only increase, and she must plan accordingly. Although Su family manor is affluent and holds a high reputation in the martial world, certain things cannot be exchanged for wealth and prestige. Come forth. Assist me in gathering these medicinal herbs, Su Su commanded, swiftly inscribing a multitude of herb names. Among them were the ingredients for the celestial dust pill and the quality enhancement pill. The celestial dust pill is particularly noteworthy, as it enables a grandmaster to ascend directly to the realm of celestial beings. While the herbs are rare, they should suffice to meet the needs of the ladies. The remaining herbs can be utilized to nurture his subordinates. Su Su is also in urgent need of refining the quality enhancement pill, which has less stringent requirements for its ingredients compared to the celestial dust pill. It is entirely feasible to produce 100 to 180 within a year. Crucially, the quality enhancement pill can improve the potential of his offspring, with each reward capable of extending up to a century. Su Su had significantly underestimated the prowess of divine-level alchemy. Should he employ a tripartite strategy, the rewards would only multiply. Presently, with 23 ladies, each capable of bearing 1 child per year, he could potentially welcome 23 offspring annually. This translates to 2,300 years of cultivation. Furthermore, when considering achievement rewards, the total would only increase. Moreover, he intends to continue taking concubines. With these thoughts, Su Su felt a surge of urgency regarding the search for herbs. Within the manor, all ladies, except for Dongfang Bai, are already with child. Lu Wushuang and Xing are due to give birth within a fortnight. There remains another, the yet-to-be-won over Li Hani. Su Su sensed that the moment of his breakthrough to the one-pattern golden core was drawing ever closer. After arranging the herb gathering, Su Su promptly returned to Dongfang Bai's chamber. Offspring are the cornerstone of his long-term development, and he must strive diligently for this purpose. Dongfang Bai exuded a passionate allure, offering a unique experience. Meanwhile, as Su Su busied himself with cultivation, Su family manor had attracted a considerable number of martial artists. The reason was simple. Today marked the day when Li Hani challenged Su family manor. Huang Yaoshi and Ouyang Feng had long anticipated this event. Upon encountering Li Hani yesterday, they were not particularly shocked. However, the revelation that she resided in Su family manor certainly took them aback. Yet, upon reflection, they grasped the situation more clearly. The leader of the Su alliance had a penchant for beauty, and it was no surprise that someone as ethereal as Li Hani found her way to Su family manor. Additionally, Huang Yaoshi had received some news from Huang Rong, learning that Li Hani appeared here due to being pursued and was subsequently rescued by the alliance leader. Whether she would become the leader's consort in the future was of no concern to him. In contrast, if the leader were to wed Li Hani, he would be even more pleased. The marriage of the renowned Li Hani, whose reputation resounded throughout the Song dynasty's martial world, to their own alliance leader would undoubtedly be a cause for celebration. Outside Su family manor, the throng of people could only be described as a sea of humanity. There is no denying that Li Hani has garnered an exceptionally resounding reputation of late. Numerous individuals are eager to witness this moment, hoping to see her vanquished by their esteemed leader, thereby redeeming their honor. What could be the reason for the absence of the Snow Moon Sword Immortal? Could it be that she is afraid? It has been said that someone spotted her attending the leader's wedding yesterday, yet she is conspicuously absent today. Might it be that witnessing our leader's awe-inspiring presence has instilled fear in her? Haraha. It is quite possible. The Snow Moon Sword Immortal pales in comparison to our leader. I surmise that Li Hani will not make an appearance today, no matter her prowess. She cannot rival our leader. Amidst the bustling discussions of the martial world, within the Su family manor, Li Hani stands at the entrance, awaiting Su Su. As Su Su emerges from the rear courtyard, intending to continue accompanying Dongfang Bai, he is met with the anxious expression of Li Hani. Curiosity prompts him to inquire, "Fairy of the Snow Moon, is there something amiss?" Upon seeing Su Su, Li Hani's cheeks involuntarily flush. Although merely a night has passed, she senses that Su Su appears to have grown significantly stronger. Is it merely her imagination? Leader, today marks the day I boldly challenged the Su family manor in the martial world. Aware of my own shortcomings against you, I still dare to request your guidance on a few techniques, she declares. Having heard of your unparalleled swordsmanship, I am truly in admiration and humbly seek your instruction. At her words, Su chuckles lightly. Sword techniques, is it? Quite agreeable. At this moment, Wen Tai rushes over to inform Su that a considerable crowd has gathered outside the Su family manor, eager to witness the duel between Su and Li Hani. Where does the Fairy of the Snow Moon deem it fitting to hold this contest? Perhaps we should proceed outside. Li Hani is fully aware that she stands no chance of winning, yet the bravado she has displayed in the martial world cannot be retracted. This duel must proceed. Should she fail to appear today, countless rumors would abound, and she does not wish for Su to bear any unfounded gossip. Nor does she desire to cause concern for her master and others. Very well. Su agrees, and Li Hani swiftly takes flight towards the manor's exterior. In midair, she proclaims with vigor, from the Bailey Kingdom, Li Hani challenges the Su family manor, requesting the esteemed leader's guidance. The moment her voice rings out, all chatter ceases abruptly. No one anticipated that Li Hani would truly arrive. Yet, what could be the explanation for her emergence from the Su family manor? Could it be that she spent the night there following the banquet? The martial guests are left bewildered. What is this turn of events? Are they not supposed to be adversaries? How could their relationship have developed to such an extent? Many astute observers direct their gaze towards the Su family manor behind Li Hani, and thoughts begin to form in their minds. It seems that before long, they may once again indulge in the leader's sumptuous hospitality. This sentiment is shared by more than one among them. The crowd regards Su with both reverence and admiration. To think that he could manage even the formidable Snow Moon Sword Immortal, who has brought disgrace to the Song dynasty, speaks volumes of his prowess. The feelings of the martial guests towards Li Hani are equally complex, a mixture of anger and respect. Anger arose from the fact that this woman had stirred the winds of change in the Song dynasty, suppressing nearly all the masters of the sword, thus bringing disgrace upon the realm. Respect, on the other hand, stemmed from the innate admiration that warriors hold for the strong. In the world of martial arts, strength commands reverence. Li Hani, despite being of a similar age to their leader, had already attained such remarkable heights. How could one not be in awe? In the hearts of many female warriors, she was revered as an idol. If there was any lingering resentment at the outset, it dissipated significantly upon witnessing Li Hani emerge from the Su manor. Indeed, she had stirred the tempest, but if she were to become the wife of the Su leader, she would then be considered one of their own. Matters concerning one's kin should be resolved privately. However, there were still many who had yet to grasp this notion. Upon seeing Li Hani appear and challenge them, their faces contorted with fury. Chapter 172. Not today to bestow upon others. Fortune is indeed favorable. Li Hani, is she truly so devoid of respect for the Song dynasty? It is utterly contemptible. I fervently hope that the leader can vanquish this woman and redeem the honor of our Song's martial community. Alas, I never anticipated that our Song would descend to such a pitiful state where anyone could openly challenge us. No need for excessive lamentation. At this moment, several seasoned veterans of the martial world have also arrived. However, compared to the ordinary practitioners of the Song dynasty, these elders are considerably older and possess a wealth of hidden knowledge about the martial realm. The last time Su faced the Thunder Tribulation, they began to speculate, and later encountered the legendary Xinzi, a terrestrial immortal, at Su's wedding feast. The fact that the latter even offered his two disciples in marriage to the leader solidified the leader's identity as a terrestrial immortal. Indeed, while Li Hani is astonishingly talented, she pales in comparison to our esteemed leader. The chasm between celestial beings and terrestrial immortals is insurmountably vast. Li Hani stands no chance against a terrestrial immortal, a conviction firmly held by the martial elders. Simultaneously, they feel a deep sense of helplessness. Had it not been for the Song dynasty's severance from the celestial legacy, would a mere girl have dared to provoke the entire Song martial community? Fortunately, this impasse is finally poised to be shattered. Under the leadership of Leader Su, the Song dynasty shall only flourish further. Outside the manor, Li Hani descended, feeling the complex and furious gazes of the Song's martial heroes upon her. A flicker of regret crossed her delicate features. It was only now that she realized her challenge to the Song martial world was akin to trampling their dignity, inadvertently offending the entirety of the Song's martial community. Upon this belated realization, a tinge of remorse washed over her. In her eagerness to seek swordsmanship, she had forgotten the precarious situation of the Song, leading to an affront against its practitioners. Gazing at the entrance of the Su family manor, her emotions became ever more intricate. She pondered whether Leader Su would harbor disdain for her lack of respect towards the Song. With Leader Su's lofty status as a terrestrial immortal Her impending defeat in challenging the Su family could be seen as a means to preserve the Song's honor. Contemplating her impending failure, Li Hani felt not pressure, but rather a sense of secret delight. At that moment, the gates of the Su manor slowly opened. Su, donned in white garments, emerged with an ethereal grace, exuding an aura of remarkable elegance, as if he were sauntering through a serene garden. His radiant eyes sparkled, concealing his formidable prowess, yet evoking an instinctive desire for subservience. As Su approached step by step, Li Hani's heart raced uncontrollably. The memory of her near demise yesterday, with Su descending like a celestial being to rescue her, flooded her mind. In a mere moment, Su floated closer. Oh, since the Snow Moon Fairy possesses such exquisite enthusiasm, let us engage in a contest. I humbly request the guidance of Leader Su. Fully aware of her impending defeat, Li Hani remained undeterred. Her quest for swordsmanship has always been about growth. Only through relentless challenges against formidable opponents can one elevate their own skills. Her master is a terrestrial immortal, a formidable swordsman of unparalleled strength. At this moment, she is eager to discern the extent of the disparity between her own cultivation at the 7th level of the celestial realm and that of Lord Su in a duel. Please draw your sword, Alliance Leader. With those words, Li Hani's dress billows in the absence of wind, and the long sword at her waist emits a cicada's song, a sound of exhilaration, reflecting her own impatience. All eyes are fixed upon Li Hani, especially those who have previously crossed swords with her, their faces etched with terror. My heavens, how much stronger has Li Hani become in such a short span? Or has she merely concealed her true strength all along? No, I sense a significant enhancement in her aura compared to before. It is not merely a matter of holding back, but a genuine augmentation of her power. Not just stronger, but markedly so. Among the crowd, Huang Yaoyue speaks, his words imbued with authority, for he is adept with the falling cherry divine sword and has transcended the celestial realm himself. Among Li Hani's challengers, apart from Lord Su, Huang Yaoyue stands as the most formidable, having effortlessly defeated opponents at the 2nd level of the celestial realm, thereby illustrating Li Hani's immense strength. Now that Huang Yaoyue asserts she has grown stronger, it must undoubtedly be true. This girl possesses not only extraordinary talent, but also remarkable fortune, Huang Yaoyue remarks with envy. Against all odds, she has not only retained her cultivation after exhausting her inner strength, but has also awakened her body's infinite potential, rising anew and breaking through to the 3rd level of the celestial realm. What monstrous aptitude is this? Such luck is equally remarkable. At last, I see you too can feel envy. Ouyang Feng chuckles heartily. Since Huang Yaoyue's daughter married Lord Su, he has been consumed with envy. Witnessing Huang Yaoyue exhibit envy toward another has brought a sense of balance to Ouyang Feng's heart. Noticing this, Huang Yaoyue smirks, discreetly conveying to him the news of Li Hani's breakthrough to the 3rd level. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Feng's expression transforms into one of disbelief, akin to encountering a monster, as he gazes at Li Hani with astonishment. Seeing his reaction, Huang Yaoyue feels a sense of satisfaction, focusing intently on the duel between the two. At this moment, the sword intent emanating from Li Hani intensifies. Alliance Leader, I possess a sword technique named Zhi. I humbly seek your guidance. The Zhi sword technique, imparted by her master Li Changsheng, is said to lead to a transcendental state with a single strike when mastered to its zenith. However, achieving mastery over such an unparalleled technique is no simple feat. She entered Li Changsheng's tutelage at 16 and ascended to the status of a swordsman at 19, a testament to her prodigious talent and rapid advancement. Yet, this has also resulted in her stagnation. After 3 years, she has only attained the 3rd level of the Zhi sword technique. To break through once more is an arduous challenge, which is why she departed from Tianqi City to seek the sword in the world. As her words resonate, the iron horse and ice river at her waist is drawn in an instant. In that moment, frost dances through the air, despite it being merely early autumn. The sky is suddenly filled with swirling snowflakes within a 70 zhang radius. The grand forces of heaven and earth converged, manifesting as an extraordinarily fierce sword intent. The onlooking wanderers of the martial world recoiled in astonishment. Countless shards of frost transformed into sword energy, surging towards Su with great ferocity. The first sword of the still water sword technique. Everyone was awestruck by such an overwhelming aura, the transformation of falling snow into a blade. What a terrifying mastery of swordsmanship. Amidst their shock, many began to express concern for Su. With an expression as tranquil as a clear sky, Su displayed no signs of trepidation in the face of his adversary. Holding a folding fan in his hand, he would undoubtedly crush any other opponent without hesitation. However, Li Hani was somewhat different. Thus, Su Su opted not for the great wilderness prison sky finger or the true art of the black tortoise, but rather the celestial cloud frost fan. With a gentle flick, a cacophony of cracking sounds echoed around him. In mere moments, the sword energy of the flying snow was subdued. The clash between the two cold forces erupted, producing a series of sharp explosions, urgent and intricate. Li Hani's eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed the chilling aura emanating from Su Su's fan. It did not cease, but rather swiftly froze everything in the vicinity into ice. Chapter 173. Defeated, she found justification to remain by his side. Li Hani was utterly astonished, her heart filled with trepidation. The previous display of technique had already left her in disbelief. She had anticipated that in this confrontation, he would employ his finger techniques. However, to her utter surprise, he instead utilized a folding fan to deflect her attack, employing the very essence of the cold ice that she excelled in to vanquish her. Indeed, her master had spoken the truth. The earthly immortals possessed an almost inexhaustible array of skills. The second sword of the still waters sword technique. The mountains are not mountains, and the waters are not waters. Li Hani, unwilling to concede defeat, immediately brandished her iron horse ice river sword, launching another assault. The swirling snowflakes transformed into a colossal sword aura of frost, obscuring the heavens and the earth. Yet, before she could unleash her strike, that sword aura shattered violently. To the spectators, however, it appeared as though Su Su simply waved his fan languidly. Li Hani realized deep down that she was outmatched, yet she was determined to make one last effort. Thus, she executed her third sword. This, too, represented the third level of the still water sword technique and marked the pinnacle of her abilities. In essence, her title as the Snow Moon Sword Immortal was merely a romanticized nickname within the martial world, rather than a true reflection of her mastery. Having launched 2 attacks consecutively, Li Hani had already expended much of her inner strength, and for the third, she summoned nearly all that remained. The shattered frost sword aura reformed, hurtling towards Su Su. Su Su maintained an air of serene composure throughout, not having shifted his position even slightly. In stark contrast, Li Hani exerted every ounce of her strength, revealing the stark disparity between them. As Su Su effortlessly thwarted Li Hani's attacks once more, the onlookers, a gathering of martial enthusiasts, collectively exhaled in relief. The atmosphere brimming with a palpable chill, one could easily claim that the surroundings were frozen for miles. As Li Hani launched her attack, Su Su once again waved his fan. This time, the chilly aura emanating from the fan not only shattered Li Hani's offense, but also encased her in ice. Had someone taken advantage of this moment to shatter the ice, Li Hani would undoubtedly have perished. However, Su Su had no intention of extinguishing her life. If he had sought her demise, he would not have saved her the day prior. With a resounding crack, Li Hani burst forth from the ice, her complexion ghostly pale. "I have lost," she uttered with a bitter smile. She had come to seek the sword, yet had not witnessed Su Su draw his blade. Nor had she encountered the formidable finger techniques she had observed the previous day. It was nothing short of a complete rout. Yet, she had anticipated this outcome, so her surprise was minimal. There was a hint of reluctance within her. Following today's contest, regardless of victory or defeat, she would have to depart. The thought brought her a pang of sorrow. Since the Snow Moon Sword Immortal had come to inquire about the sword, it was only fitting that she partake in Su Su's swordplay. However, Su Su had a proposition. "Please, speak, Alliance Leader." Li Hani mused sadly about their impending parting, her words betraying her true feelings. "If you manage to catch my sword, you may leave safely. But if you lose, how about becoming my wife?" At these words, Li Hani was taken aback, her gaze lifting in shock. "Become your wife? This is..." She harbored the intention of offering herself in gratitude to Su Su, yet found herself unable to voice it. Little did she anticipate that he would use her as a wager. Would she agree? Had Su Su proposed such a thing prior to yesterday, she would have felt humiliated even at the thought of being a mere maid, let alone a lady. However, at this moment, instead of anger, a flicker of secret delight blossomed within Li Hani upon hearing Su Su's proposition. Very well. Just when everyone believed Li Hani would refuse, or perhaps respond in fury, she unexpectedly consented. No one opposed this decision. Rather, many began to applaud in approval. Particularly the wandering heroes who had speculated from the outset regarded this as nothing short of a performance. In any case, the circumstances did not dampen their spirits. To reiterate, while it was true that Li Hani had struck a blow to the face of the Song dynasty, her becoming the leader's wife meant she was now one of their own, and such matters could be resolved behind closed doors. On the wedding night, Su Su would teach her a lesson in due course. With a subtle wave of his right hand, the Longyuan seven-star sword was instantly unsheathed. Resembling a dragon in flight, its ringing resonating through the heavens and earth. An overwhelming aura of terror and lethality descended upon the world. The sword's intent seemed to transcend earthly martial arts, sending a chill down Li Hani's spine. The onlooking heroes stood frozen, their faces pale with dread. This sword was indeed terrifying. Previously, when they had heard tales of the leader suppressing 6 peak grandmasters with a single stroke, they had dismissed it as mere rumor. Now, they truly comprehended the dreadfulness of Su Su's strike, one that possessed the power to annihilate the heavens and earth. In stark contrast to Li Hani's flamboyant techniques, Su Su's seemingly unremarkable strike left her aghast, as if she had witnessed something horrifying. She found herself devoid of even the courage to draw her sword. For a swordsman to lack the audacity to unsheath their blade is a terrifying notion. In a life-and-death scenario, with just this one sword, she would have faced her demise. Not only her senior brother, but even her master had never imposed such an overwhelming pressure upon her. Was this man truly so formidable? Overwhelmed by Su Su's undeniable superiority, Li Hani began to understand the sentiments of those swordsmen she had bested. Bitterness, sadness, a medley of emotions. In summary, the taste of defeat was far from pleasant, particularly when faced with such effortless domination. Yet, this man was Su Su, the immortal who had saved her life, the youngest earthly deity. Contemplating this, Li Hani felt a measure of solace. In her defeat, she found a reason to remain by his side, to repay her debt of gratitude and pursue the heights of her craft. Li Hani believed that one day, she would be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the man before her. This failure did not dishearten her. Rather, it fortified her resolve in the path of the sword. Noticing the shift in her emotions, Su Su could not help but display a hint of admiration. This lady possesses boundless potential in the realm of swordsmanship. The leader humbly admits defeat, acknowledging that he falls short of Hani. In the world of martial arts, one must be straightforward, especially in the pursuit of swordsmanship, where an indomitable spirit is essential. Victory and defeat are customary in the lives of warriors. And Li Hani does not succumb to despondency as a result. Instead, she contemplates that having lost, she must now marry Su Su and become his wife, which causes her to feel a twinge of shyness. Fortunately, Li Hani wears a veil, concealing her expression from others, allowing her to maintain a semblance of composure. The enchanting lady is invited to reside at Su's manor, and once Su has arranged all necessary matters, he promptly sends a messenger to Bei Li to deliver the news. Li Hani nods bashfully, agreeing to follow the leader's arrangements. Chapter 174. Logically, there should be no possibility of survival. After the dialogue between Li Hani and Su Su concluded, the onlookers gradually emerged from their state of shock and terror. Although Su Su's astounding sword strike had not descended, the sheer terror it instilled was enough to leave them trembling. No one dared to fathom the consequences had that strike actually landed. The leader's cultivation had evidently advanced significantly. That strike was undoubtedly far more formidable than the legendary one that had vanquished Jamozi and subdued 6 grandmasters. Indeed, Li Hani was a formidable figure of the celestial realm, and the ease with which the leader overwhelmed her spoke volumes of his immense power. It was terrifying. Even a mere ripple from that sword made one feel as though their very soul was being cleaved. Should that sword fall, it was likely that none present would escape unscathed. Fortunately, the wielder of such a technique was our leader. Had the roles been reversed, the outcome would have been inconceivable. Thankfully, the leader not only triumphed, but also secured the Snow Moon Sword Immortal as his lady, a cause for great celebration within the martial world of the Great Song. Indeed, in just a few days, we would once again partake in a grand feast hosted by our leader. The martial community buzzed with excitement, swiftly shifting the conversation to the impending union between Su Su and Li Hani. Su Su's overwhelming victory over Li Hani not only restored the lost dignity of the Great Song, but also brought immense joy to all. Meanwhile, Ouyang Feng swallowed hard, his eyes wide with astonishment. He had long known of his leader's strength, but was unprepared for its magnitude. This sword strike was incomparably more powerful than before. Yet, upon reflection, Ouyang Feng found solace. On the day the leader ascended to the earthly immortal realm, he had dispersed thunderclouds. So dealing with a celestial realm expert was surely a matter of mere flicking of the hand. This illustrated that formidable strength was indeed the foundation of confidence. Ouyang Feng felt a surge of motivation. Both Li Hani and Su Su were exceptionally gifted. Li Hani's ability to break through 3 realms within the celestial realm spoke volumes of her talent, while his leader, at the tender age of 19, had already achieved the status of earthly immortal, a true prodigy. In contrast, he had only just breached the celestial realm. The disparity was staggering. He resolved to retreat and cultivate diligently, vowing not to emerge until he had broken through 3 realms. Huang Yaoyue, though astonished, wore a proud smile. After all, with such a capable son-in-law, he had every reason to feel elated. Conversely, the more formidable Su Su became, the greater the benefits for him. Other martial practitioners shared a similar sentiment. Publicly, Su Su was acknowledged as the foremost powerhouse of the Great Song. The stronger the leader, the stronger the Great Song would become, thus evoking feelings of reverence and admiration towards Su Su. The gazes cast upon him were filled with respect and adoration. The martial community of the Great Song understood the bond of shared fortune and misfortune, recognizing that they were all interconnected. Ouyang Feng and Huang Yaoyue took the lead. Congratulating Su Su, we extend our heartfelt congratulations to the alliance leader on acquiring a peerless, ethereal beauty as his new bride. Upon hearing this, others joined in the chorus of congratulations. We celebrate your union, alliance leader. Li Hani's face flushed slightly, yet within her heart, a different sentiment began to stir. Su Su, with a cheerful demeanor, responded, "Thank you all. If you do not mind, please feel free to stay and enjoy the wedding feast before departing in a few days." Given the considerable distance from Jiangnan to Bailey Tianqi City, the wedding festivities required a few days' wait. How could one refuse an invitation from the alliance leader? The martial artists of the rivers and lakes readily accepted and settled in Jiaxing City. Their presence, however, did not imply that Su Su had subdued Li Hani, nor that the news of her being won over as his bride would remain concealed. Through the collective efforts of the many martial artists, this information swiftly spread far and wide, as if it had sprouted legs of its own. In the Daming dynasty, at Hulong Mountain Manor, within a dimly lit chamber, a man appearing to be in his 40s or 50s sat in the main seat, his face contorted with anger. Failed. How could this happen? Useless. A bunch of useless fools. The man seethed. Li Hani is merely at the 4th tier of the celestial realm. Yet a dozen celestials could not bring her down. What utter incompetence. His fury radiated uncontrollably, causing the black-clad figure kneeling before him to stifle a groan. Blood surging in his throat. "My lord, please spare me. I am but a weak subordinate. The master of Su family manor, Su Su, is simply too formidable. Not a single one of the dozen celestials returned alive. I barely escaped with my life to report to you." The black-clad man pleaded earnestly. "Humph, Su family manor. Su Su." The man scoffed. This individual was none other than the iron-willed god Marquis, Zhu Wushi. Excellent. I was just seeking a way to trouble him. And yet he has delivered himself to my doorstep. Since the framing has failed, I shall bide my time until I conjure a clever strategy. Zhu Wushi furrowed his brow in contemplation, yet no suitable plan emerged. He had been preoccupied with matters of the Daming dynasty, leaving little time to focus on the Song dynasty. Even if he had time, there was little of interest to observe. A Song dynasty without celestial inheritance was merely a weakling. However, due to his indifference, he overlooked the developments in the Song dynasty, not anticipating that within just over a year, a prodigy like Su Su would arise. Previously, he had heard that Su Su was at the celestial realm. Now, it appeared that this young man surpassed his expectations. The attempt to eliminate Li Hani and frame Su Su had served as a test, but it had unveiled something extraordinary. So formidable was he. Could it be that he had already reached the 7th or 8th tier of the celestial realm, or perhaps even higher? Yet, the Song dynasty clearly lacked any celestial legacy. How had this young man achieved such heights? Could it be that the terrestrial immortals of the Song had defied the heavenly oaths? Impossible. Zhu Wushi shook his head, absolutely certain that such a violation of heavenly oaths could not occur. What is Li Hani's current situation? Upon hearing this, the black-clad man trembled. "Reporting to you, my lord. Li Hani was rescued yesterday at the brink of death, and logically speaking, there was absolutely no chance of survival. However, after a moment's hesitation, the cloaked figure continued to speak the truth. Yet today, Li Hani emerged from Su's manor, fulfilling her bold proclamations from days prior, challenging the Su family, and ultimately losing to Su Su, soon to become his bride." What? Zhu Wushi was taken aback, both astonished and enraged. How could someone who was on the verge of death yesterday possibly challenge the Su family today? It sounded utterly absurd. Furthermore, my subordinates, concealed among the crowd, reported that Li Hani had attended Su Su's wedding banquet last night. A dozen formidable warriors had pursued a single woman, not only failing to kill her, but allowing her to be rescued. And today, she boldly challenged the Su family. This was indeed a source of great humiliation for him. The cloaked figure nearly prostrated himself on the ground. Useless. Chapter 175. Unconcerned about time constraints, Zhu Wushi lashed out again, exasperated by the dismal execution of the task at hand. The sheer incompetence had driven him to the brink of fury. "Calm yourself. My lord, the cloaked figure urged. Su Su possesses unparalleled medical prowess in the realm of song, having healed Li Hani's wounds with remarkable ease. Zhu Wushi remained silent. In a desperate bid for survival, the cloaked figure divulged another piece of information. My lord, I have dispatched someone to gather intelligence in the realm of song for several days. Recently, there have been whispers that the skies above Su family manor were engulfed in thunder, with many claiming to have witnessed Su Su shatter the storm with a single strike. Is it possible that he has achieved the status of a terrestrial immortal? This news had circulated rapidly throughout the realm of song, but was met with skepticism and dismissed as mere folly by many. Most paid it little heed. Those who were truly in the know opted for discretion, ensuring that the tale did not spread to other circles. Thus, by the time Zhu Wushi took notice of Su Su, the rumors of his thunderous feat had faded into obscurity. Could it be that he has indeed ascended to such heights? Zhu Wushi's expression turned grave. A terrestrial immortal, an aspiration he had long coveted yet failed to attain. After years of relentless effort, the prospect of a mere 19-year-old surpassing him stirred a mix of envy and resentment within him. The cloaked figure prostrated himself and boldly ventured a hypothesis. My lord, it is said that the most esteemed terrestrial immortals possess methods of reincarnation. Might Su Su be such a reincarnated being? Without any celestial heritage in the realm of song, how could he possibly reach this pinnacle? Only through the innate wisdom of a prior life could he exhibit such extraordinary prowess. Upon hearing this, Zhu Wushi was momentarily taken aback, his countenance shifting to one of alarm. Your speculation holds merit. Fortunately, your timely warning has spared us the potential wrath of a terrestrial immortal. While I am untroubled by celestial beings, terrestrial immortals are not to be trifled with. Has the matter of pursuing Li Hani and framing Su Su been adequately addressed? We must ensure that our involvement remains undetected. Rest assured, my lord, I have tidied up the situation. There will be no repercussions. We have cleverly attributed the incident to the Mongolian Yuan, so any investigation will lead them there, not back to us, the cloaked figure declared with unwavering confidence. Zhu Wushi furrowed his brow, sensing the precariousness of the situation. This is rather precarious. If I am not mistaken, one of Su Su's wives is a princess of the Mongolian Yuan. This complicates matters. The cloaked figure gasped. What shall we do? We must hastily arrange for someone to deliberately mislead inquiries. While it is true that Zhao Min is a princess of the Mongolian Yuan, her father's engagements in the Ming dynasty's conflicts lend us an opportunity to create distance. I understand. I shall make the necessary arrangements, the cloaked figure affirmed. Zhu Wushi nodded gravely. We must ensure this matter is resolved discreetly. The assassination of Li Hani and the framing of Su Su must be treated as if they never occurred. All other operations must cease. Whether Su Su is a reincarnated terrestrial immortal or a formidable practitioner in his own right, he is not to be provoked lightly. The cloaked figure departed, acknowledging his orders. Zhu Wushi ventured into the dungeon. Within this dark labyrinth, numerous shadowy chambers held a plethora of individuals from the martial world, each disheveled and bound by sturdy iron chains. The slightest movement produced a clattering of chains. Should any martial artist be present, they would undoubtedly recognize these captives as renowned figures of the Ming dynasty's martial realm, many of whom belonged to prestigious sects and held significant status. Yet, at this moment, they found themselves in a state of utter disgrace. Upon hearing footsteps, they began to hurl curses. You wretched scoundrel, do you not fear retribution for the calamity you have wrought upon us? Defying the heavens. What good is ascending to terrestrial immortality? Those who commit heinous acts shall inevitably meet their demise. You rogue, how long do you think your treachery can remain concealed? Once your misdeeds come to light, you shall surely meet a grim fate, the martial artists railed. Zhu Wushi, however, remained indifferent. Yet, one point struck a chord, the certainty of his own dire end should his transgressions be unveiled. Even as a royal, no one could shield him from the consequences. This was precisely why he sought to cast blame upon the Mongols. The cessation of his activities stemmed from a fear of exposure. Offending the entire martial community bore consequences too grave to bear. You speak the truth, but on that day, you shall not witness it. Instead, remain as my sustenance, he declared. With that, Zhu Wushi seized the nearest martial expert, employing his skill and energy absorption to draw forth the opponent's power. For a millennium of cultivation to attain earthly immortality, even with exceptional aptitude, breaking through at the destined time was not guaranteed. Moreover, with the art of absorption at his disposal, why toil in solitary cultivation? As the technique operated swiftly, streams of internal energy surged into Zhu Wushi, eliciting a satisfied chuckle from him. These experts were meticulously chosen nourishment for his ascent. Once he achieved the status of terrestrial immortal, he would seize the throne, aligning with the great dynasties, traversing the path of immortality, and transcending into the void, soaring into the heavens. As Zhu Wushi absorbed energy, he daydreamed of a splendid future, disregarding the myriad of insults hurled by the martial experts. After nearly depleting the internal energy of 10 masters, he finally paused. The absorption technique could swiftly draw energy, but it did not mean that the energy immediately belonged to him. A period of refinement was necessary. Due to this limitation, he could only absorb a batch every 10 days. Nevertheless, he was quite content with his progress. After a satisfying belch, Zhu Wushi departed with a sense of fulfillment. Meanwhile, at Su's residence, after Su arranged for someone to deliver a message to the Northly dynasty, he settled down to accompany the ladies of the house. With 23 wives, according to the calculations of the martial world, devoting half an hour to each would require nearly 12 hours, indeed, keeping Su quite occupied. However, the martial community had misjudged a certain matter. While Su's wives are numerous, they do not necessarily accompany him one by one. It is quite likely that several of them gather together to attend to him. The crux of the matter lies in their suggestions. He is indifferent to the idea of individual companionship, yet the wives have their opinions. Thus, he opts for a strategy that encompasses them all at once. Therefore, Su harbors no concerns about a lack of time or being overwhelmed. Aside from his cultivation, he possesses ample time to engage in other pursuits. The materials for Tianshandan and Zijidan have been arriving steadily, prompting Su to commence their refinement. Having previously concocted numerous elixirs, the wives have grown accustomed to this practice. Su, however, is somewhat anxious. He has no choice. The children of Xiaolongnü and Xing are soon to arrive. If he does not hasten his efforts, he may miss the moment. The birth of offspring can enhance one's aptitude, but by then, it would be of little consequence. The system's rewards are calculated not based on the aptitude after birth, but rather on the aptitude at the moment of birth. Chapter 176. How did he reach this point? In the alchemy chamber, Su meticulously controlled the flames, steadily adding herbs to the cauldron, purifying, eliminating impurities, condensing, and forming pills. Step by step, his movements flowed seamlessly, evoking a sense of aesthetic pleasure. Most of Su's wives were either engrossed in mahjong or resting. Lihani, filled with curiosity about Su, stood by to observe. Witnessing his graceful demeanor and ethereal presence, her heart fluttered. She had not anticipated that the leader would be so formidable in the art of alchemy, which truly commanded admiration. With a smile, Su remarked, "There is much more I can teach you. You will have ample time to learn." Lihani felt a tinge of shyness. Yet she knew his words rang true. A letter had already been dispatched to Bailey, and it wouldn't be long before her master would respond. The thought of soon becoming Su's wife filled her heart with inexplicable joy. If only there were pills to enhance her swordsmanship. Reflecting on her stagnation at the third level of the still water sword technique, she felt a pang of frustration. If she had advanced further, would she not have suffered such a crushing defeat? While others required unwavering focus during alchemy, Su remained unaffected. Upon hearing Lihani's thoughts, he chuckled, having already discerned her predicament. In a few days, she would be his wife. Thus, offering guidance seemed appropriate. Have you considered that your still water sword technique has been misguided from the very beginning? Conversing with Lihani while expertly managing the cauldron, he exuded a sense of ease unlike other alchemists, who often appeared tense and cautious. Lihani stood momentarily stunned. Had her still water sword technique truly been flawed? How could that be? If I am not mistaken, you practice the heartless sword and believe that still water should embody a tranquil heart, learning to be devoid of emotion. Hence your progress has stagnated after entering the third level. Lihani did not dispute this point. In truth, she had merely grazed the threshold of the third level, unable to advance further. Had she truly erred? Should it not be about having emotions rather than lacking them? Was this the reason her swordsmanship surpassed hers? In a sense, yes. I have several wives whom I cherish and protect. To outsiders, I may appear hedonistic, with my wives being my Achilles heel. Yet, to me, they are my armor as well. Only through having feelings and something or someone to protect can one grow strong from within. Lihani's eyes widened in astonishment, clearly moved by Su's words. His wives were both his vulnerability and his shield. In this man's heart, did his wives hold such significance? Was it indeed a blessing to be chosen as one of them? Could it be that only through emotions could one truly gain inner strength? Lihani had always believed that the swordsmanship of still waters embodied a heart as tranquil as still waters, devoid of emotions. However, for the first time, she began to doubt the path she had chosen in her swordsmanship journey. Days later, in the northern Li dynasty, at the city of Yaoyue, the esteemed city lord by Li Dongjun hurriedly made his way towards the forbidden grounds of the city, his demeanor animated and urgent. He halted at the entrance, displaying utmost reverence as he declared, "Master, Li seeks an audience." "Come in." A voice resonated from within, ethereal and imbued with a hint of transcendence. As the words fell, the door creaked open slowly, yet no one was seen to have opened it. Li Dongjun, filled with veneration, entered the room. He had reached the pinnacle of the celestial realm, standing on the cusp of becoming an earthly immortal. Nevertheless, before his master, the Kunlun sword immortal Li Changsheng, he remained profoundly respectful. Upon entering, he respectfully bowed to the elder seated on the bed, clad in white robes, with white hair flowing like mist. Disciple pays respects to the master. "You have come in haste. For what purpose?" Li Changsheng inquired, gradually opening his eyes, a flicker of brilliance flashing within. Instantly, Li Dongjun felt as if he were exposed, with nowhere to hide. He quickly lowered his head and replied, "Master, there has been an incident concerning my junior sister." The mere sound of acknowledgement from Li Changsheng sent a wave of pressure washing over Li Dongjun. "Do not delay, speak swiftly." "My junior sister sought to challenge the martial arts world and was defeated by the leader of the Song dynasty's martial arts alliance, Su Su. This martial arts leader, merely 19 years old, is exceptionally gifted and subdued my junior sister with a single strike. Subsequently, he unleashed his infamous sword technique, and my junior sister, lacking the courage to even draw her sword, conceded defeat." "The leader of the Song dynasty's martial arts alliance? Your junior sister lacked even the courage to draw her sword?" A faint glimmer of interest flickered across Li Changsheng's otherwise impassive visage. That girl, Hani, due to her exceptional talent, had always been proud, and perhaps experiencing some setbacks would serve her well. Yet, Li Changsheng remained unfazed, while Li Dongjun grew increasingly anxious. "My junior sister has wagered with that martial arts leader. Should she lose, she must marry him. This leader is known for his lasciviousness, already possessing over 20 wives. How could my junior sister endure such humiliation?" "Oh, is that so?" "Indeed, master. Yaoyue city, being the foremost city of northern Li, would find it trivial to send a few to gather intelligence. Ever since my junior sister ventured into the martial arts world, I have kept informants on alert. Due to Li Hani's lofty status and fierce pride, she detests being followed. Thus our spies could only appear sporadically. Consequently, they missed the news of her being pursued, only returning with the tidings of her defeat at the hands of Su Su and her agreement to become his wife. This lad dares to dream." Li Changsheng chuckled, not in anger, but in amusement. "Master, what shall we do now?" "Do not rush, do not rush. The young leader has managed to defeat Han Yi at such a tender age. While this might be commonplace in other dynasties, it is rather remarkable in the Song dynasty, which lacks the legacy of celestial beings. There must be some undisclosed circumstances underlying this achievement. It is highly plausible that this individual is a reincarnated ancient sword immortal, having undergone a rebirth to cultivate anew. The Song dynasty lacks a heritage. Without the awakening of past memories, how could he have arrived at this juncture?" Li Changsheng pondered. Meanwhile, Li Dongjun was even more anxious. What would happen to his junior sister? Being targeted by such a reincarnated entity is not a trivial matter. "Why are you so flustered? Hani is not in any immediate danger, and as her master, I certainly would not idly stand by while she falls into peril. However, until we receive a plea for assistance from her, we shall remain in a state of caution. Should she truly wish to avoid marriage, she will undoubtedly reach out to both of us. Until that time, let her temper her disposition. It may also prompt her to grasp the true essence of the 3 realms of the still water sword technique more swiftly." Chapter 177. Inquiring about the sword in the Zongwu. Entrapped. What if my little junior sister is imprisoned or coerced by that Lord Su and cannot seek help? "Master, should we not venture to the great Song dynasty?" Li Dongjun's face was etched with concern, fearing that Li Hani might be mistreated. His cherished junior sister had pursued the path of the sword in the Zongwu, aspiring to attain a higher realm of swordsmanship. Yet, it seemed that not only had she lost the contest, but she was also left behind in the great Song. He was naturally unwilling to accept this. Li Changsheng observed the situation, feeling a mix of sentiment and solace. What master would not wish to witness harmony within the sect? The news of Hani's defeat had spread throughout the Zongwu. If Su Su were wise, he would send an invitation and correspondence. If not, they would wait another 2 days to see. Very well, Li Dongjun still felt uneasy, but since his master had spoken, he refrained from further questioning, lest it displease him. The disciple took his leave. Though he remained worried, he could not linger and disturb his master further. However, just as he returned to the main city, the letters and invitations from the Great Song had already arrived. Li Dongjun found himself compelled to return to the forbidden ground, presenting the news, letters, and invitations to Li Changsheng. As expected, The master had foreseen this. The invitation and letters indeed arrived. The invitation was sent by Su Su, accompanied by his betrothal gifts, now displayed before Li Changsheng. Alongside the invitation and letters was Xikong Changfeng, Li Hani's second senior brother. Master, eldest senior brother, you're here too. I received Hani's invitation and letters. She intends to marry Su Su? Li Dongjun exclaimed. My junior sister cultivates the still water sword technique, embracing an emotionless path, akin to a heart as calm as still water. It seems implausible for her to willingly marry one who has bested her. Is she being coerced? A person devoid of emotions becoming enamored was utterly unfathomable to Xikong Changfeng, who worried for his little junior sister. They had read the letters, and indeed, the handwriting was hers, yet they found it challenging to accept. What was Li Hani's character? Cold as ice, proud, and unyielding. Such descriptions were not exaggerated. And who was Su Su? A libertine, a playboy at heart. Such a person, even if she were to develop feelings, should be someone exceptional in all regards. At least in the eyes of Xikong Changfeng and Li Dongjun, it seemed unfathomable for their junior sister to choose someone like Su Su for marriage. Accepting defeat is part of the game. Your little junior sister possesses an unbending spirit. Who could possibly force her? Xikong Changfeng remarked. However, since a letter has arrived, you should go see for yourselves. If she is truly willing, then we shall offer our blessings. Conversely, we must devise a means to rescue her. Nonetheless, in the master's view, it seemed their little junior sister had indeed developed feelings. They should not be deceived by Lord Su's appearance. He undoubtedly possessed remarkable qualities. Regardless of whether he was a reincarnated ancient sword immortal or a prodigious talent, such matters were trivial. What mattered was that their junior sister was fond of him. Very well, I shall accompany you on this journey. After all, it is his beloved disciple who is about to wed. Li Changfeng ultimately resolved to personally attend the occasion. Witnessing the happiness of his little disciple was one reason, while another was to discern the true character of the young leader. Upon hearing that their master would be making the journey, Li Dongjun and Xikong Changfeng were instantly invigorated. After a discussion, it was decided that Xikong Changfeng would accompany their master, while Li Dongjun would remain to safeguard Yaoyue City. As the Grand City Lord, his responsibilities naturally outweighed those of the other two. If they were absent from the city and their master also departed, who would fend off any potential intruders? He could not permit such a situation to arise. However, the inability to personally attend his little junior sister's wedding left Li Dongjun with a profound sense of regret. Upon returning to the city, Yaoyue had been waiting for quite some time. She shared a close bond with Li Hani and had, of course, received an invitation from him. In addition to her, another individual clamored to attend Li Hani's wedding, none other than Xikong Changfeng's daughter, Xikong Qianluo. Both of them shared a good rapport with Li Hani and felt a sense of injustice when they learned that he had lost a duel to a young leader of the martial arts world. Upon further discovery, they found that not only did Hani lose the duel, but he also surrendered himself to that leader. Inquiring about swords in the martial realm, he had unwittingly entangled himself in a predicament. Li Hani was undoubtedly the foremost among them. Their purpose in attending was to rescue him. Indeed, in the minds of Xikong Qianluo and Yaoyue, Li Hani must have been coerced by that insufferable leader. They were determined to create a ruckus at the wedding and liberate Hani. Qianluo, what chaos are you adding to this? Xikong Changfeng firmly rejected his daughter without a moment's hesitation. Yaoyue had an invitation from Hani, which he could not decline, but he could certainly refuse his own daughter. Father, how could I possibly miss Hani's wedding? I would regret it for a lifetime. All right, Changfeng, let her go. Choose some substantial gifts, and be sure to bring along the betrothal gifts sent by them. Since it is a daughter from Yaoyue City marrying, and she is our junior sister, we cannot appear stingy. Xikong Changfeng felt somewhat helpless, but since his senior brother had spoken, he had no choice but to comply. Yaoyue and Xikong Qianluo were overjoyed. On that day, they set off from Yaoyue City. In the northern Li dynasty, atop Qingqing Mountain, a man clad in a purple robe with a short wispy beard sat in the main seat. This man was none other than Yaoyue, the headmaster of Qingqing Mountain, renowned as the Sword Immortal. At this moment, however, the headmaster bore a countenance of fury, starkly contrasting with his usual calm demeanor. This matter was, of course, related to the person he cared for deeply, Li Hani. Hani had failed in his duel, losing a bet that required him to become someone else's wife? Or was it the 24th? This was utterly absurd, infuriating him. With a resounding bang, Yaoyue slammed his palm onto the table, shattering it to pieces. Feeling the headmaster's wrath, the disciple who had brought the news prostrated on the ground, trembling uncontrollably, reporting to the sect leader. This matter has indeed spread throughout the martial world. In the past, Li Hani inquired about the sword on Qingshan Mountain. At that time, The sect leader was still Suzhen. When Yaoyue first met Li Hani, she was captivated by his beauty and fell for him at first sight. Li Hani, however, pursued the path of tranquility, seeking the higher realms of swordsmanship without any romantic inclinations towards Yaoyue. Though Li Hani harbored no feelings, Yaoyue certainly did. She fell deeply in love at first glance, which left her restless at night. Now, upon hearing that the woman she cherishes is to marry another man, who could endure such anguish? Yaoyue was consumed by fury, her breath quickening. Her eyes glowed with a crimson hue. Damn it! It must be that surname Su who is coercing Hani. This point, however, is unknown to the disciple, who has only heard that the Snow Moon Sword Immortal agreed to marry that Su alliance leader due to a lost wager. Chapter 178. What do we speak of Zongwu principles? Indeed, how audacious to coerce Han Yi in the great Song dynasty, Su family village. Su. Very well, I shall witness your prowess. Yaoyue, filled with fury, abruptly rose from his seat and strode purposefully towards the hall's exit. Observing this, the disciples gasped in alarm. Master, where are you going? Yaoyue had already stepped beyond the threshold. Without glancing back, he declared, to the great Song. I shall experience firsthand the swordsmanship of this so-called leader of the Song alliance. His innate talent was not inferior to that of Li Hani, and through relentless daily cultivation, his mastery had ascended to the 8th realm of transcendence. He was but a mere step away from achieving perfection. Hani, at the 3rd realm of transcendence, perhaps reaching the 4th, being defeated by Su merely indicated that Han Yi's cultivation was insufficient. It did not necessarily reflect Su's might. This time, he was determined to subdue Su and rescue Han Yi. Master, you mustn't. The former master declared that until you surpass the earthly immortals, you cannot descend the mountain. You, bang, with a sweep of his sleeve, Yaoyue sent the disciple flying. How dare you concern yourself with my affairs? Indeed, his master, Suzhen, had cautioned him that should he fail to transcend the earthly immortals, descending the mountain would incite chaos, potentially jeopardizing his life. This matter weighed heavily on Yaoyue's heart, but as it involved his beloved Li Hani, he could not afford to hesitate. Without a moment's pause, Yaoyue mounted his steed and departed from Qingcheng Mountain. The news of Li Hanyi's defeat at the hands of Su, the leader of the Great Song's martial arts alliance, swiftly spread to various dynasties. Instantly, ripples surged through the martial world. After all, Li Hanyi had gained considerable renown while questioning swords across the realms. To vanquish Li Hanyi signified formidable strength. The Great Song dynasty found itself once more under the scrutiny of numerous martial arts dynasties due to Su's resurgence. Had it been another dynasty, perhaps no one would have been surprised. However, his emergence from the Great Song dynasty piqued curiosity. The masters of other dynasties were well aware of the secrets surrounding the heroes gathering a century prior. The Great Song dynasty's severed lineage of transcendence was not expected to possess such combat prowess. This young leader of the Song martial arts alliance, exhibiting such strength, could only imply one possibility. He was the reincarnation of an earthly immortal. Had he not awakened memories of a past life, how could he have attained such heights? Many within the martial world speculated about Su's true identity. Yet, Su was not preoccupied with these musings. He found it far more enjoyable to spend time with his wives, indulging in the comforts of beauty. Days later, at Su family village, news of the leader's intention to take a concubine spread like wildfire among the wandering martial artists. The citizens of Jiaxing City regarded it with indifference. Yet the martial practitioners of the Great Song were exhilarated, feeling a sense of shared honor in the announcement. The object of Su's lord's marriage is none other than the Snow Moon Sword Immortal from the Northern Li dynasty, who had previously trampled upon the dignity of the Great Song. This development instills a sense of vindication among the martial artists of the Great Song. What of the Northern Li dynasty? What of the Snow Moon Sword Immortal? In the end, they could not triumph over their own lord, ultimately losing everything in the process. Su's union with the Snow Moon Sword Immortal indeed brings honor to our Great Song's martial world. Who could disagree? Truly, the Lord exemplifies valor, deserving of his title. Many martial artists, while making their way to Su's residence, engaged in fervent discussions. Most of them were those previously invited by Su to witness the event. At this moment, Su's residence was abuzz with festivity, adorned with vibrant decorations and red silk lanterns festooning the branches. Li Hani, renowned far and wide, wielded significant influence over the Great Song, resulting in an overwhelming number of attendees at the wedding banquet. Outside Su's residence, a feast was laid out with over 1,000 tables, a spectacle of unparalleled grandeur. However, Su's current status rendered monetary concerns trivial. 1. It bore no significance. 2. The wealth of Su's residence was virtually inexhaustible. Virtually every notable figure of the great Song attended this wedding. The 6 elders of the Hero Alliance were a given, alongside Duan Zhixing, who had previously fallen to Li Hani, and others who had met defeat at her hands. Additionally, many venerable figures from previous gatherings arrived, leaning upon their canes. The entire wedding was a vibrant celebration, with the martial artists of the great Song showing immense respect for their lord. Their voices harmonized, imbued with an energy that seemed capable of piercing the heavens. Throughout, Su maintained a tranquil smile, ensuring all guests were well-fed and well-watered. In the great Song, Su's words held more weight than those of any other. Just as the revelry reached its peak, a chilling voice, laced with fury, echoed above Su's residence. Instantly, the joyous atmosphere fell into silence. All eyes instinctively turned towards the entrance of Su's estate. From the northern Li, Xiaolongnü of Qingqing Mountain had come to challenge. As if ensuring everyone heard, the cold voice rang out once more, rippling through the air like thunder, resonating in the ears of all present. The lanterns of Su's residence extinguished instantaneously, quaking beneath the force of the voice. In that moment, a flurry of quickened breaths filled the air. Who was this Yaoyue, daring to confront Su's lord on such a momentous occasion? The northern Li. Was this confrontation instigated by Li Hani? This figure clearly sought to disrupt the wedding, an outrageous affront. Lord, has Yaoyue lost his senses to dare disrupt our lord's wedding? I shall deal with him at once. Ouyang Feng, known for his impulsive nature, immediately rose to voice his indignation. Indeed, we shall go as well. This is intolerable. To disrupt the lord's wedding is an egregious affront. Xiao Feng, Hong Qigong, and others stood in solidarity. At this moment, as the elders of League of Legends, they must rally in support of their leader. It is not only them. Nearly everyone is filled with righteous indignation. Su raised his hand to halt their impulsive actions, stating, "Gentlemen, do not act rashly. If I am not mistaken, this Yaoyue is one of the 5 sword immortals of Bailey, known as the Dao Sword Immortal. You may not be his match." His words, though harsh, were indeed the truth. Upon hearing this, the previously fervent crowd suddenly fell silent. One of the 5 sword immortals, the Dao Sword Immortal? Instinctively, everyone turned their gaze towards the figure clad in red, her face obscured by a crimson veil, Li Hani. Even a Snow Moon Sword Immortal had already tarnished the dignity of the Song dynasty. One could only wonder to what extent this Dao Sword Immortal had ascended. Our leader need not fear. This individual comes seeking a duel, clearly intending to stir trouble. If it comes to that, we can confront him together and eliminate him. If he disregards the rules, why should we adhere to the principles of the martial world? The speaker was none other than the unpredictable Zhou Batong. After he spoke, the others quickly echoed their agreement. Chapter 179. Come, summon your allies as well. Indeed, there is no need for courtesy with such a person. How dare he intrude on the joyous occasion of our leader? Regardless of his celestial status, we shall unite and confront him. The assembly of heroes from the Zongwu, particularly those of the Song dynasty's Hero Alliance, were filled with righteous indignation. Yaoyue's arrival at Su family village was not merely an affront to the leader's dignity, but an insult to the entire Song dynasty. At this moment, everyone surged forward. Zhou Batong, in particular, was exhilarated. His suggestion to confront as a group stemmed not from doubt in their leader's strength, but rather from his unwavering confidence in the capabilities of their leader. Being one of the elders of the Hero Alliance, even disregarding the fact that their leader had already transcended to a terrestrial immortal, a mere Yaoyue would pose no challenge. His remarks were merely to incite the crowd's emotions, allowing him to enjoy the spectacle. Of course, should the leader acquiesce to his proposal, he would relish the opportunity to join in the fray. The 6 elders of their Hero Alliance were all formidable beings now. Surely they could handle a Daoist swordsman. Not everyone possessed the same extraordinary talent as their leader. Outside Su family village, Yaoyue, clad in purple robes, approached with an air of authority, 2 swords at his waist. Upon seeing individuals emerge from the village, he spoke with a frosty demeanor. Bailey, from Qingqing Mountain, Yaoyue, has come to challenge you. His voice, imbued with internal energy, reverberated like thunder, shattering the night sky. What? Does the Su leader dare not accept the challenge? Today, let us make a wager. Should you lose, the wedding with Han Yi shall be annulled. Without waiting for a response, Yaoyue laid bare his intentions. He had come for Li Hani. At his words, the crowd erupted in fury. This was no mere challenge. It was a blatant attempt to seize a bride. Su's expression grew increasingly frigid. Outrageous. Today is our leader's wedding. Regardless of your celestial status, intruding upon this ceremony is something we shall not tolerate. Hong Qigong and others promptly stepped forward, shouting in outrage. Zhao Yuzhen, however, disregarded their protests and turned his gaze towards Su family village. What? Does the Su leader lack the courage? Dressed in a crimson wedding robe, Su emerged from within, casting a disdainful glance at Zhao Yuzhen. You dare? How audacious! To disrupt his wedding for a bride he had painstakingly wooed. Why should he stoop to a contest of swords? Hearing Zhao Yuzhen's words, Li Han-yi was on the verge of madness. After longing for the moment to marry her beloved, Zhao Yuzhen's sudden appearance to create chaos, threatening to annul the wedding should their leader lose, left her exasperated. She was infuriated at the thought that their leader might cancel their wedding due to Zhao Yuzhen and feared any discontent he might harbor. Before Zhao Yuzhen could speak further, Li Han-yi preemptively voiced her concerns. Zhao Yuzhen, today marks a momentous occasion for me. Should you arrive to offer your blessings and partake in the festivities, I would welcome you warmly, considering the bond we share from our acquaintance. However, if your intent is to disrupt and tarnish my wedding, do not fault me for my lack of civility. Beneath the red veil, Li Han-yi's eyes blazed with fury. Her relationship with Zhao Yuzhen was hardly significant. They had merely crossed paths during a challenge at Qingqing Mountain after the Heavenly Tribulation. Even in defeat, she regarded Zhao Yuzhen as a genuinely talented swordsman. Yet today, his behavior was utterly distasteful to her. On her wedding day, to provoke her, all while leveraging her name, was she merely a pawn in his game? Regardless of Zhao Yuzhen's intentions, even if he initially sought to act in her favor, the moment he uttered those words, Li Han-yi could no longer perceive any goodwill in his actions. Upon hearing her words, Zhao Yuzhen's complexion drained of color. No, it cannot be, Han-yi. You must be coerced. Am I not right? I will rescue you and ensure this scoundrel pays dearly. He could not accept that the cold and aloof Li Han-yi would willingly marry. She had to be under duress, perhaps forced by her defeat to Su. Han-yi, rest assured, I shall avenge you today. I have willingly wed Su Mengzhu. There is no need for your intervention. You are not welcome here. I ask you to leave. Li Han-yi's voice grew increasingly frigid, her eyes filled with disdain. Han-yi. Zhao Yuzhen stumbled back a step, then glared menacingly at Su. It must be you who has done something to Han-yi, causing her to act this way. Do you dare to compete with me? Su, standing beside Li Han-yi, could not help but sense her ire. Who would remain composed when their wedding was being disrupted? Do not be upset. If he believes our ceremony lacks excitement, I shall ensure he is bloodied at Su's estate in celebration of our union. Su's anger had reached a boiling point. This man was clearly deluded, yet he managed to create the illusion of a clandestine affair between Han-yi and himself. Fortunately, Li Han-yi's demeanor dispelled any such notions. Alliance Master. Li Han-yi felt a pang of guilt. Su smiled. You should no longer call me Alliance Master. It is time to refer to me as your husband. Beneath the veil, Li Han-yi felt her cheeks warm, but eager to assert her disconnection from Zhao Yuzhen. She quickly amended her words. Husband, I am sorry for ruining today's joyous occasion. Foolish girl, there is no blame to be placed upon you, Su reassured her. And Li Han-yi displayed utmost obedience, standing beside him without lifting her veil, a testament to her respect for him. Not far outside Su's estate, the guests, Xikong Changfeng, Yi Luoxia, Xikong Qianluo, and Li Changsheng, were taken aback by the unfolding scene. They arrived early in the morning, just as they were about to enter the villa when unexpectedly, Zhao Yuzhen arrived first, seeking to provoke Su. In order to ascertain the situation, they chose to remain hidden. Previously, both Xikong Qianluo and Yi Luoxia believed that Li Han-yi had agreed to marry only because she had lost a bet. However, there was not a trace of coercion in her demeanor. Her current attitude spoke volumes. Both Li Changsheng and Xikong Changfeng breathed a sigh of relief. A voluntary marriage was indeed a comforting prospect. Thus, they could attend the wedding with peace of mind. Yet, Zhao Yuzhen's expression shifted dramatically. It was impossible, inconceivable. She could not accept it. Han-yi, how could you possibly fall for someone else and marry another? She roared, filled with resentment. Su let out a cold laugh and said, Enough of your delusions. Were you not here to compete? Come, summon the allies you brought with you. Chapter 180. The most gifted and most favored helper? Everyone was taken aback, their expressions instantly shifting to one of wariness as they surveyed their surroundings. They keenly attuned their senses, yet detected no trace of any presence. Nevertheless, they held the leader's words in unwavering belief. Zhao Yuzhen appeared utterly perplexed. He had come alone. How could there be any helper? In the shadows, Li Changsheng also wore a look of suspicion. He had deliberately concealed the auras of several individuals, yet unexpectedly, they had been sensed by the other party. Moreover, this young man emitted an aura that seemed ethereal and detached from the mundane world. The more Li Changsheng observed, the more he felt that this youth had likely ascended to the realm of an earth immortal. It was evident that he was undoubtedly the reincarnation of an ancient terrestrial deity. How long must you all wait to see? Su Su raised an eyebrow, unleashing his aura, transforming from a seemingly ethereal presence into a figure of undeniable might. The aura of an earth immortal radiated outward, instantly enveloping everyone in a palpable sense of lethal pressure. This was a deliberate display on Su Su's part. Otherwise, the members of the Su family would have been utterly unable to withstand such force. Li Changxing's expression changed dramatically as he promptly assisted the disciples beside him and the individuals from Yaoyue City in bracing against the overwhelming pressure. If there was anyone present who bore the brunt of tragedy, it was undoubtedly Yaoyue, who had come forth to provoke. The instant Su Su's pressure manifested, even Yaoyue, who had reached the pinnacle of the human realm, found himself struggling to endure. You, how is it possible? You are an earth. Boom. Su Su's pressure intensified, and in a fleeting moment, Yaoyue, unable to withstand the immense weight, was reduced to a mist of blood. As for his so-called inquiry regarding the sword, it was nothing but a farce. Even someone as formidable as Yaoyue had been so brutally crushed by the leader's overwhelming force. The martial artists of the Great Song were left in shock. So, this was the true might of their leader? Many recalled the day Su Su had faced Li Hani in a contest. What they had witnessed was not a competition, but rather a display of amusement. Li Hani was equally astounded. She had always known her husband was powerful, yet never had she anticipated his strength to be of such magnitude. An earth immortal. He truly was an earth immortal. After Yaoyue was transformed into blood mist, many were left in a state of stupor, unable to comprehend the events. Due to the targeted nature of Su Su's pressure, the average martial artist of the Great Song could hardly grasp the extent of his might. Instead, they perceived Yaoyue as merely a fade of strength, swiftly obliterated by a mere fraction of the leader's pressure. Only the elders of the alliance could appreciate Yaoyue's true prowess, and naturally, they could better comprehend the formidable strength of their own leader. Xikong Changfeng was rendered speechless, his lips trembling as he struggled to articulate a response. Yi Luoxiao and Xikong Qianluo also stared wide-eyed in astonishment, momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, Su Su's overwhelming pressure surged forth. Ha ha ha! Fear not. My friend, let us not harm our camaraderie. Li Changxing waved his sleeve to dissipate Su Su's pressure, hastily interjecting. Upon hearing his voice, Li Hani shuddered with excitement and exclaimed, Master, have you arrived? She wore a veil atop her head, rendering her somewhat less than convenient. Yet, the voice was undoubtedly that of her master. Subsequently, Li Changxing, Xikong Changfeng, Xikong Qianluo, and Yi Luoxiao made their appearance together. Little junior sister, your eyes are solely for your master, they jested. Indeed, your husband, Han Yi, is quite formidable. He nearly obliterated us all, Yi Luoxiao remarked, her tone laced with both mockery and trepidation. Prior to their arrival, she had harbored a desire to witness the prowess of Han Yi firsthand. However, the recent spectacle had thoroughly unnerved her. Han Yi, your husband is truly terrifying, quite fearsome, Xikong Qianluo exclaimed, patting her chest, still shaken by the encounter. Were it not for their grandmaster's presence, their lives would have been forfeit. The familiarity with which these individuals addressed Li Han Yi, coupled with her moniker, allowed all present in the martial world to ascertain the identity of the newcomers. Master, Li Han Yi is the Snow Moon Sword Immortal. Her master must be the renowned poet Sword Immortal, Li Changxing. Apologies for the prior confusion. I seem to have mistakenly referred to Li Changxing as Li Changfeng. He is indeed the most formidable figure of the Bailey dynasty. Li Han Yi's reputation had reverberated throughout the Song dynasty, prompting many to inquire about the happenings in Snow Moon City. Naturally, they were aware that Li Changxing was a genuine terrestrial immortal. Gasping for breath, many in the crowd were overwhelmed with excitement. They had encountered the legendary terrestrial immortal. Li Changxing, known far and wide, had lived for over a century, making his whereabouts no secret. Conversely, the martial artists of the Song dynasty remained oblivious to the fact that their own leader had attained the status of a terrestrial immortal. Terrestrial immortals among dynasties could sense one another, but those of ordinary realms remained unaware. Furthermore, in preparation for the celestial gathering 5 years hence, Yaoyue and his companions had no intention of publicizing this matter. Not far away, Li Changxing, clad in white with flowing white hair, approached, accompanied by a middle-aged man adorned in a blue brocade robe, flanked by 2 enchanting women. Li Changxing exuded an ethereal grace, unmistakably a master of his craft. The middle-aged man possessed a restrained brilliance in his eyes, suggesting considerable prowess. As for the 2 women, They drew the gaze of the martial world even more than Li Changsheng and Xikong Changfeng. It was inevitable. Their beauty was breathtaking. Among them were two maidens, one youthful and the other slightly older. The elder maiden donned a violet dress, radiant as a flower, her expressive eyes imbued with a hint of allure. Many young heroes found themselves blushing at a mere glance, too shy to look again. The younger maiden bore a striking resemblance to the middle-aged man, yet her delicate features, clad in a soft pink dress, exuded a vivacious charm, captivating the attention of the female warriors present and evoking a sense of inadequacy within them. Master, second senior brother, Sister Luoxia, Qianluo, you have all come. Upon hearing their voices, Li Hanyi's face illuminated with excitement. These were individuals she cherished dearly. How could she not feel elated at their presence on her wedding day? How could the senior brother not come to present a dowry for the marriage of our little junior sister? Xikong Changfeng replied. Li Hanyi, the youngest disciple under Li Changsheng, was the cherished little sister among her peers, possessing the most extraordinary talent and receiving the utmost favor. Thank you, senior brother, Li Hanyi expressed her gratitude. At that moment, Xikong Changfeng introduced himself. I am Xikong Changfeng from Yaoyue City, and I have come today to present a dowry for my little sister and to congratulate her on her joyous union with the alliance leader. As his words echoed, numerous boxes adorned with bright red flowers were carried in. To everyone's astonishment, there were as many as 36 boxes in total. Upon opening them one by one, gasps of amazement filled the air. The boxes contained a plethora of treasures, gold, silver, jewels, martial arts manuals, miraculous elixirs, and enchanted weapons. Such an extravagant dowry was indeed a remarkable display of generosity. Each item was enough to make one's mouth water. The dowry from Yaoyue City was truly exceptional. Chapter 181. Curiosity and heartfelt emotions. To my surprise, it is the esteemed Senior Li and Lord Xikong who have graced us with their presence. I was unaware of your esteemed arrival, and I beg your forgiveness for my inadequate reception. Upon hearing the introduction by Xikong Changfeng, Su quickly offered a smiling bow. Of course, this gesture was not intended for Xikong Changfeng, but rather for Li Changsheng. As he is the master of Li Changsheng's disciple, it is not too presumptuous to pay respects as a junior. As Su approached, Li Changsheng, Xikong Changfeng, Luoxia, and Xikong Qianluo began to scrutinize him. The young man before them, clad in a resplendent red wedding attire, exuded an extraordinary elegance that caught the attention of Li Changfeng and the others. They could not help but marvel at the grace of this handsome youth. Li Changsheng's eyes sparkled with delight. He had not anticipated that Han Yi could find such a remarkable partner, a true stroke of fortune for her. Su Alliance Master, there is no need for formality. Upon hearing of my disciple's marriage, I wish to partake in a cup of celebratory wine. It is indeed a blessing for Han Yi to wed the Alliance Master, Li Changsheng remarked. At this moment, he had already confirmed that the individual before him had attained the realm of a terrestrial immortal. Such youthful achievement far surpassed that of the centenarian. Moreover, the young man displayed exceptional talent in the sword arts, leading Li Changsheng to speculate that he might be a reincarnation of an ancient sword immortal. With Han Yi by his side, it was indeed possible that she could break through to new heights. Master, Han Yi said, feeling a touch of shyness. Li Changsheng, however, burst into hearty laughter, stroking his beard with satisfaction. His conviction grew stronger as he sensed that Han Yi had reached the 7th level of the celestial realm. Senior Li, you flatter me. To marry Han Yi is truly my fortune. Your presence here is a great honor. Please, take a seat, Su replied graciously. Xikong Changfeng held a favorable impression of Su, recognizing that his junior sister had chosen a commendable husband, which explained her willingness to fulfill her wager. Upon seeing Su, Xikong Qianluo's large, watery eyes widened in astonishment. This brother is exceedingly handsome. No wonder Han Yi is willing to marry him. If I were in her place, I would gladly do the same. Even Luoxia, usually composed, felt her heart fluttering like a startled deer. Skilled in martial arts, remarkably handsome, and the leader of the martial arts alliance. This must be the reason why Han Yi chose to marry him. Seeing is believing, she mused. The alliance master appeared even more graceful and charming than the legends had suggested. In the Northly, such beauty was rare. He was hailed as the most handsome man of the Song dynasty, a claim that scarcely did justice to his allure. Throughout the martial world, and perhaps the entire realm, none could rival his splendor. An instant infatuation struck Luoxia and Xikong Qianluo, as they felt an irresistible charm emanating from Su. They found themselves unable to look away, yet compelled to steal another glance. Unbeknownst to them, this captivating aura surrounding Su was solely effective on women, having no impact on men, and it was all due to the nature of the Huangdi body. As a terrestrial immortal, his Huangdi body had already grown more formidable. The allure of the opposite sex is far more potent and terrifying than the attraction of pollen to butterflies and bees. Any woman who encounters him cannot help but feel an array of affections, often becoming inexplicably bashful, unable to meet his gaze. Yi Luoxiao is merely at the celestial realm, while Xikong Qianluo's level is even lower. They possess no capacity to resist the magnetic pull of Su Su. This undeniable charm is also the primary reason for Su Su's smooth progress in taking concubines and the harmonious atmosphere in his household. Whether it be Li Songhai, Li Qiushui, or Dongfang Bai, all find themselves utterly defenseless before his Huangdi physique, particularly Dongfang Bai, who initially sought the assistance of Yaoyue to investigate the disappearance of experts from the Sun and Moon sect, eventually found himself unwittingly ensnared, sinking deeper into the allure. He boldly professed his feelings. While others remained oblivious to the cause, Su Su understood that the Huangdi physique played a significant role. Upon witnessing the reactions of Yi Luoxia and Xikong Qianluo, a smile spread across Su Su's lips, filled with delight. How wonderful it is, having just married one. And now two more have come to his doorstep. The smile on his face widened, causing Xikong Qianluo and Yi Luoxia to grow increasingly bashful. This scene, to the eyes of others, bore the semblance of flirtation and secret exchanges. Nearby, Xikong Chongfeng's initial fondness diminished considerably. He had long heard of the notorious reputation of the martial arts leader of the Song dynasty, known for his lecherous nature, and today's encounter confirmed the rumors. Before even bringing Han Yi into his home, he was already exchanging glances with others in the presence of himself, his master, and the crowd. Had it been someone else, Xikong Chongfeng might have felt less discomfort. The crux of the matter was that the object of Su Su's flirtation was none other than his own daughter. That crossed a line. The leader of the Su alliance speaks truthfully. To marry my little junior sister indeed brings great fortune. You must cherish her well. Xikong Chongfeng couldn't help but advise. Indeed, please take your seats, esteemed guests. I regret the lack of hospitality today. After the wedding banquet, I invite you all to stay at the manor for a few days to reconnect with Han Yi, especially on such a momentous occasion, Su Su remarked, his patience waning. He had just been about to conduct the wedding ceremony when Zhao Yuzhen interrupted, followed by the arrival of Li Chongxing and others, which further delayed proceedings. Therefore, Su Su's words served not only to consider Li Han Yi, but also to ensure that Yi Luoxia and Xikong Qianluo would remain. Xikong Chongfeng turned to Li Chongxing. But before Li could speak, Xikong Qianluo eagerly agreed. Excellent. After such a long journey, it would be wonderful to experience the splendor of the Song dynasty. Indeed, it is the perfect opportunity to visit the gambling houses of the Song, chimed in Yi Luoxia, her passion for gambling evident. Her decision to stay in Bailey Shuiyue City stemmed from a wager, and now that she had arrived in the Song, she was determined to indulge. Her eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, betraying none of her underlying motives. Hearing this, Su Su burst into hearty laughter. With such charm, you must be the esteemed Elder Yi from Shuiyue City. The gambling establishments of the Song dynasty may lack excitement, yet the mahjong games at Su's manor are quite delightful. Tomorrow, Elder Yi shall join my esteemed wives for a round of play. A fondness for gambling. How splendid. Su Su is certain that aside from the Song dynasty, Yi Luoxiao will find nothing more engaging than mahjong. With its inherent weaknesses, strategizing becomes significantly easier. He is confident that if his wives entertain her for a few days, she will hardly wish to depart. Yi Luoxiao was taken aback. Mahjong. This game was indeed unknown to her. A notorious gambler. She had encountered various gaming implements, but had never heard of the name mahjong. Curiosity piqued. She felt an undeniable thrill. Were it not for the occasion of Su Su's wedding, she would have certainly insisted that his wives indulge her in a game of mahjong. Since the leader has spoken thus, Luoxia shall eagerly await the experience. Chapter 182. The beauty's invitation. How could he possibly decline? Certainly, Su Su replied with a smile, nodding in agreement. Li Chongfeng stroked his beard and, noticing the eagerness of the two maidens, nodded in return. In that case, it is no trouble at all. Having said this, Su Su excused himself. At that moment, a servant approached to report, Master, how shall we arrange the dowries? Please tally them and send the accounts to Madame Han Yi's quarters. Upon hearing this, Su Su stepped forward, his aura suddenly surging forth, as he harnessed his internal energy, channeling it to each chest. To the astonishment of all present, he waved his right hand gently, and the entire courtyard's worth of dowries soared into the air, forming a procession towards the rear courtyard. In midair, they automatically sorted themselves into categories. Gold and silver jewels in one room, pearls and jade in another, medicinal herbs and elixirs in yet another. These gifts seemed to possess a consciousness of their own, accurately finding their designated places. This spectacle left the onlookers utterly astounded. Huff, huff. The sound of quickened breaths filled the air. The mastery of his internal energy had reached an unimaginable realm. While they could all manipulate objects with their internal energy, none could manage so many simultaneously. Setting aside the sheer number, even the weight of the items, what would require dozens to lift, Susu effortlessly sent them into their respective rooms with a mere wave of his hand, categorically organized. The distance of several hundred paces was traversed with such ease that, had they not witnessed it firsthand, no one would have believed it. The terrifying nature of his internal energy and the precision of his control were astounding. No wonder he could reduce the perfected Xiaoyue to a mist of blood in an instant. With the shock of Xiaoyu's demise followed by this display, no one would dare to provoke Susu lightly. Evidently, his prowess had reached a celestial level. Was this the terror of an earth immortal? Xiao Feng, Huang Yaoshi, and Hong Qigong gazed on with fervor. Though they may not have had opportunities previously, now with the presence of the alliance leader, their futures seemed within reach. Yi Luoxia and Xikong Qianluo stared in astonishment. This alliance leader was truly formidable. Xikong Changfeng felt somewhat bewildered. What kind of creature was this leader? So young, yet so powerful. With the previous shock of Su Su slaying Xiaoyue, he felt somewhat numb. His master's conjecture was indeed correct. This individual must be a reincarnation of a sword immortal. Li Changxing wore a look of admiration. A prodigious figure had emerged in the Song dynasty. The rankings in the competition 5 years hence would surely experience a dramatic shift. He had already begun to anticipate the gathering of earth immortals. Su Su, however, remained unfazed. Everyone, please take your seats. His actions were merely to save time. Today had proven to be the most time-consuming on his path to marriage, as he had been incessantly interrupted, leaving him unable to perform the wedding rites. Once Su Su broke the silence, the atmosphere quickly reignited with fervor. Filled with clinking goblets and animated discussions, many individuals are engaged in discussions regarding the recent events. This evening has delivered an overwhelming shock to them, leaving some unable to fully comprehend the situation. Yi Luoxia and Xikong Qianluo harbor an unprecedented curiosity towards Su Su. However, Su Su remains indifferent to their speculations. The wedding has finally commenced. They bow to heaven and earth. The ceremony completed, they are led into the bridal chamber. Observing Li Hani's marriage, the people of Yaoyue City find the scenario somewhat surreal. Their ice-cold city lord is indeed marrying. This revelation leaves everyone in a daze. Amidst the blessings and envious gazes of the crowd, Su Su escorts Li Hani into their chamber. Inside the bridal chamber, Li Hani is both exhilarated and anxious, her heart racing fervently. Having walked the path of the heartless sword, she has always been cold towards others. Now, entering a marriage, she is suddenly required to be intimate with a man, causing her to feel a sense of panic and uncertainty about how to proceed. Su Su, accompanying her into the room, cannot help but chuckle at her nervousness. With a gentle lift of the red veil, he sees her blushing face and inquires, "Hani, do you wish to advance your cultivation?" In the mere span of 10 days since their acquaintance to this moment of marriage, Li Hani has had little time to absorb much. The allure of Su Su's imperial body captivates her, and coupled with the gratitude of a life-saving benefactor, he appears radiant in her eyes. During these days, her interactions with the ladies of the Su family have been limited. Most of her time has been spent contemplating the sword and the emotions of the heartfelt sword path that Su Su mentioned. Now, upon hearing Su Su's sudden offer to enhance her cultivation, her anxiety dissipates. "Please, my lord, enlighten me." Su Su lets out a soft hum, prompting Li Hani's cheeks to flush crimson as she addresses him. "Husband." Precisely. Su Su revels in her response. Li Hani, already a vision of exquisite beauty, adorned in a red robe that complements her delicate makeup, appears even more enchanting. Her starry eyes, elegant nose, and crimson lips are each a masterpiece of creation, radiating an irresistible allure. Moving closer to Li Hani, Su Su whispers, "I possess a technique that can accelerate your cultivation. Would you like to learn it?" "Of course. Teach me, dear husband." Li Hani pleads, grasping his arm eagerly. "Very well." Su Su responds with delight. Were it not for the restrictions against detailing their interaction, he would not have been so roundabout. Yet, how could he refuse such a beautiful invitation? That night, under Su Su's guidance, Li Hani swiftly learns the phoenix and dragon technique. With Su Su's celestial insights nourishing her progress, her advancement is rapid. Ding! Congratulations to the host for marrying Li Hani. Reward: 1 cycle of cultivation and the return of 10,000 swords. The following day, Su Su, as before, proceeds to the rear courtyard with a buoyant spirit, eager to care for Lady Hani. Yes, The maidservants have become accustomed to this situation, while others revel in the joys of their newlywed bliss. Reluctant to rise from their tender embraces, their leader, even in the early days of matrimony, diligently rises each day to cultivate his skills. Perhaps this is the reason for the rapid advancement of his cultivation. In the courtyard, a place dedicated to his martial training, Su Su finds himself filled with anticipation. After 60 years of diligent practice, he is ever closer to attaining the coveted one-pattern golden core. With these 60 years under his belt, he requires merely 320 more years of internal energy to ascend to the one-pattern golden core. Reflecting on this, Su Su lets out a sigh. 60 years. The accumulation of 60 years feels rather slow. Yet, fortunately, time is on my side. If anyone were to overhear this, they would undoubtedly be astonished. After all, it took Yaoyue over a century to advance to the earthly immortal realm, achieving barely a one-pattern golden core, while he, in such a short span, is on the cusp of reaching the same level and still finds it lacking. The comparison is enough to provoke envy. Regaining his focus, Su Su takes a deep breath and declares, "System, I wish to claim my cultivation." Chapter 183, a splendid display of power. With a resounding boom, an imperceptible roar resonated within Su Su's being. 6 decades of cultivation could be effortlessly transformed and absorbed without the need for Su Su to invoke the Taishan Sutra. Nevertheless, he chose to activate the sutra, hastening this process significantly. Newlywed bliss should not be overshadowed by excessive consumption of time apart from his bride. As the Taishan Sutra flowed, continual transformation, devouring, and obliteration ensued. The golden core within Su Su whirred incessantly, converting strands of cultivation into internal energy, which streamed into the golden core without ceasing. The intricate patterns on the golden core became increasingly discernible to the naked eye. In mere moments, the 60 years of cultivation were fully absorbed. Gazing at the patterns on the golden core, Su Su felt a renewed vigor surging within him. The fluctuations of internal energy remained subtle, unnoticed by others in the estate. Only Xiaolongnü, who also possessed a celestial realm, sensed a hint of this energy and turned his gaze towards Su Su's position. This leader truly embodied the essence of a reincarnated sword immortal, a foundation that inspired envy. Once Su Su's cultivation had entirely transformed into internal energy, he recalled the existence of a reward and cheerfully declared, "System, I wish to claim the return of 10,000 swords." In an instant, an overwhelming aura of sword intent surged from his being, piercing the heavens and rending the earth, unmatched in brilliance. In his mind, profound insights began to emerge, and Su Su experienced a wondrous sensation. He felt as if he were the sword, and the sword was he. Countless sword intents intertwined around him, and after comprehending the essence of the return of 10,000 swords, he sensed a profound unity between his majestic sword intent and this newfound power. Unbeknownst to him, this realization elevated his understanding of the sword to unprecedented heights. This sensation was extraordinarily enchanting, as if he had reached the pinnacle of the unity of man and sword. With a mere gesture, he summoned the Tiandao battle box, which emitted a crisp sound. The Longyuan 7-star sword shot forth, spiraling around Su Su like a playful dragon. Although he had previously achieved this, the sensation was entirely transformed. Earlier, he had relied on internal energy, but now, it was simply a matter of thought. This was truly astonishing. Though weapons are inherently cold and devoid of sentiment, even after recognizing a master, the bond formed merely enhanced their synergy. Yet, even a divine weapon remains just a sword, lacking any spirit. To control it solely through intention was utterly extraordinary. What is this? In the room, Xiaolongnü, known as the Sword Immortal, could no longer remain seated upon sensing the sword intent emanating from the backyard. He swiftly soared out, heading directly towards the source. Meanwhile, on the bed, Lihani also felt this surge of sword intent. Without a moment to groom herself, she hastily donned her attire and rushed to the backyard. In the backyard, Su Su continued to explore the insights he had just attained. With the power of his mind, Su Su commanded the divine sword, nod, bend, spin, dance. Each thought he expressed was swiftly executed by the sword, transforming it into something akin to a pet rather than a mere weapon. When Xiaolongnü arrived, he was greeted by a sight that left him utterly astounded. Attack! Su Su commanded, and the Longyuan 7-star sword shot forth, hurtling towards Xiaolongnü. Caught off guard by Su Su's swift awareness and subsequent strike, Xiaolongnü's expression turned to one of shock. Just as he prepared to retaliate, Su Su's voice rang out once more. Come back. In an instant, the Longyuan 7-star sword returned, obediently circling around Su Su. Li Changxing was left in a state of disbelief. Man and sword had become one. Although he had long suspected that Su Su was the reincarnation of an ancient sword immortal, now it was clear that he had transcended to the realm of land deities. He could hardly fathom that this young man had matured to such an extent. The second realm of sword immortals, the unity of man and sword. Li Changxing was filled with awe. After retrieving the Longyuan 7-Stars sword, Su Su resumed his studies. The earlier attack had been merely an exercise of will, not a reaction to Li Changxing's presence. At that moment, he made a new discovery. The amalgamation of the myriad swords returning to their origin and the profound sword intent of Yu Haoran produced a result that was not merely additive, but exponentially powerful. This revelation filled him with delight. It appeared there was a natural synergy between the two sword intents. Although he was not following the path of the sword immortal, it did not imply that one must rely solely on brute force in combat. On the contrary, it was the land deities with the most diverse methods that proved to be the most formidable. Undoubtedly, the convergence of myriad swords had significantly augmented Su Su's strength. Go! Su Su uttered with a light command. The Longyuan 7-Stars sword shot forth once more, accompanied by a tremendous roar. The sound echoed as a nearby boulder was obliterated into dust, demonstrating its formidable might. Li Hani arrived just in time to witness this spectacle, covering her mouth in shock. Could this be the true extent of her husband's power? It was terrifying to realize how much he had held back that day, likely to spare her an embarrassing defeat. Oh, husband, even with your restraint, I still suffered greatly. At that moment, Li Hani's eyes shimmered with profound affection. Meanwhile, Li Changxing was now unequivocally certain that Su Su had achieved the unity of heaven and man, reaching the second realm of sword immortals. Furthermore, the truth of Su Su's reincarnation as an ancient sword immortal was confirmed. Indeed, heroes emerge from youth. Li Changxing marveled aloud, his thoughts escaping into words to dispel any potential misunderstandings. As his voice resonated, Su Su turned to him. Senior, Hani, what brings you here? I sensed a surge of formidable sword intent and came to investigate. I did not mean to intrude upon the leader, Li Changxing replied. Su Su waved his hand dismissively. No matter, it's merely a daily exercise, hardly an intrusion. A smile graced Su Su's lips. Li Changxing's lips curled into a smile, a flicker of amusement dancing at the corners as he responded. Having cultivated for over a century, he had merely attained the second realm of the sword immortal. Yet this young individual before him had already reached his level, with an immeasurable future ahead. However, shattering the void may not be as effortless as it seems. The leader truly possesses extraordinary talent in the realm of swordsmanship. It leaves this old man feeling quite humbled. The path of the sword immortal may indeed be one that the leader can traverse towards the future. Since Su Su has already become a terrestrial deity, he is surely privy to those hidden truths, and Li Changxing felt no need for hesitation. Upon hearing this, Su Su fell silent, realizing that the elder had perhaps misunderstood. He was, in fact, pursuing the path of the strength immortal. With a deep breath, Li Changxing gazed at Su Su in astonishment, his expression one of disbelief. Strength. Strength immortal? Surely the leader jested. Chapter 184. Sisters, what a heartwarming scene. The sword immortal had already reached the second realm. Yet he claimed to be pursuing the path of the strength immortal. Was he jesting? Those who had survived longer as earth immortals were well aware that while myriad paths existed, the path of the strength immortal was particularly arduous. Although other paths might also struggle to shatter the bonds of heaven and earth or to rend the void, they at least offered a glimmer of hope. As for the strength immortal, Li Changxing found himself utterly speechless at the thought of not following that path. Li Hani was equally bewildered. She could accept that her husband was a sword immortal, but what was this about the strength immortal? With such profound mastery of the sword, why would he choose the path of strength? It was incomprehensible, truly incomprehensible. Surely, her husband must be jesting. Su Su, however, wore a serious expression, insisting that he was not joking, and proceeded to demonstrate. Li Changxing and Li Hani were rendered speechless. It was indeed true. Suddenly, it dawned upon Li Changxing that the leader was cultivating both paths, with the strength immortal as his foundation and the sword immortal as his technique. Apart from this explanation, he could conceive of no other rationale. Yet, throughout history, those capable of mastering two paths were often unparalleled prodigies, fierce individuals among earth immortals. Dual cultivation? Su Su expressed his ignorance of this concept. Nevertheless, it seemed rather appealing. He would pursue the path of the strength immortal, and the rest would follow naturally. Whatever rewards the system provided would become his trump cards. Senior, please move to the living room for tea. This is not a suitable place for discussion, Li Changxing acknowledged. Nodding. Very well. I shall return to freshen up first. Realizing her disheveled appearance, Li Hani felt a tinge of embarrassment. Su Su and Li Changxing readily agreed. Since yesterday, the master and disciple had yet to find an appropriate moment to converse. Su Su escorted Li Changxing to the living room, where the maid had already prepared fruits and pastries. This marked their first private face-to-face exchange. Li Changxing's eyes sparkled with excitement. Hani was truly fortunate. With the leader's profound insights into the sword path, under his guidance, she would surely ascend to the realm of earth immortals within a mere 60 years. Su Su chuckled heartily. Senior, you flatter me. I am far from deserving of such praise. I am merely fortunate that Hani does not hold me in disdain. Yet inwardly, Su Su couldn't help but smile. 60 years? It would hardly take that long. Once he procured the materials to refine the earth immortal pill, ascending to that realm would be but a matter of moments. Unfortunately, the materials were somewhat elusive. However, casting a glance at Li Changxing, Su Su began to form a plan in his mind. After he managed to deal with Xikong Qianluo and Yi Luoxia, he would have them arrange for assistance in the North Li region to seek out the necessary herbs. This way, the chances of success would undoubtedly increase significantly. Before long, Li Hani had completed her grooming and joined them in the living room. In addition, Xikong Changfeng, Xikong Qianluo, and Yi Luoxia all arrived. Upon their first meeting yesterday, Su Su, clad in a vibrant red celebratory garment, had left a stunning impression. Today, dressed in resplendent white, he appeared as a modest gentleman, reminiscent of a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. Yi Luoxia and Xikong Qianluo were utterly captivated. The young man clad in white before them was undeniably radiant, stirring emotions within their hearts. Su Su wore a faint smile, nodding gently in acknowledgement. However, this scene left Xikong Changfeng with an unsettling feeling. The alliance leader, while indeed handsome, was also notoriously fickle. He had witnessed Su Su's flirtations with his own daughter on more than one occasion. It was clear that staying at Su's residence was no longer viable. Otherwise, his daughter might be spirited away. After breakfast, the gambling enthusiast Yi Luoxia not only encountered Su Su's ethereal-looking wives, but also experienced the mahjong he had mentioned. Initially, she believed that Li Hani was the most striking among Su Su's wives, only to discover that each of Su Su's ladies was equally enchanting. This realization left both her and Xikong Qianluo feeling somewhat inferior. Furthermore, the cultivation levels of Su Su's wives were astonishing. Nearly all were at the celestial realm. This revelation perplexed Yi Luoxia. Was it not said that the Song dynasty lacked celestial legacies? Yet upon reflection, she found solace in the idea that, without such legacies, Su Su had still achieved remarkable heights. Moreover, his wives hailed from both the Song dynasty and the Ming dynasty, making the presence of celestials unsurprising. Initially, Yi Luoxia and Xikong Qianluo felt a tinge of anxiety about whether Su Su's wives would be amiable. Fortunately, they were soon enveloped by the warmth of their hospitality. In no time, they mingled comfortably, exchanging affectionate terms of sister and sister-in-law. Yi Luoxia and Xikong Qianluo were genuinely astonished at the harmony within Su Su's household. Jealousy and rivalry were conspicuously absent. As a gambler, Yi Luoxia found herself deeply enthralled by mahjong, mastering the game in mere rounds and becoming utterly engrossed in it, reminiscent of someone lost in delight. Xikong Qianluo also cherished the novel experiences at Su's residence, forming a bond with Su Su's wives. This camaraderie was undoubtedly encouraged by the wives themselves, who understood their husband's sole weakness, an affinity for beauty. Yi Luoxia and Xikong Qianluo, both equally striking, naturally aligned with their husband's standards, thus contributing to the subtle encouragement. During their conversations, they rarely strayed from discussing their husbands, occasionally broaching topics imbued with flirtation. Li Hani, upon entering Su's abode, anticipated difficulty in blending in. However, she found the transition surprisingly effortless. Regardless of past grievances, any lingering animosities dissipated in the shared trenches of experience, deepening their mutual affection. Li Changfeng and Xikong Changfeng gleaned much from Li Hani, particularly the harrowing tale of her assassination attempt, which had nearly led to her demise. Inciting their indignation, they had assumed that the connection between Su Su and Li Hani was merely a bet. Yet they were astonished to learn of the life debt entwined within their relationship. Su Su not only saved Hani, preserving her power, but also enabled her to break through 3 realms consecutively. Whether as Li Hany's master or as her senior brother, they all felt a deeper sense of gratitude towards Su Su. Yi Luoxia and Xikong Qianluo had also learned of this event. Unlike Li Changxing and Xikong Changfeng's gratitude, Yi Luoxia and Xikong Qianluo were filled with envy. Ah, how I envy you. To have experienced such a heroic rescue. When will I encounter my own hero? Xikong Qianluo sighed, her gaze drifting towards Su Su, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Su, aware of her admiration, feigned ignorance. Luoxia, equally envious, pondered how fortunate it was to receive such a life-saving grace, not only preserving one's power, but also achieving breakthroughs. Who wouldn't covet that? Li Han wholeheartedly agreed, remarking that she too had not anticipated such an occurrence. Her feelings towards Su were a blend of admiration and gratitude. Chapter 185. Affectionate becomes a rare species. Thank you, Leader Su, for your assistance regarding Han Yi, Li Changxing expressed with gratitude. There is no need for such formalities, Senior. This is merely fate between Han Yi and myself, Su replied with a smile. Li Changxing nodded in acknowledgement. We shall investigate the matter of Han Yi's assassination, and once we have conclusive evidence, we will certainly inform the leader. Su inclined his head. To be candid, I already have a suspect in mind, though I am currently lacking in solid proof. However, I firmly believe that if he has committed the act, there will be traces left behind. It is merely a matter of time before we uncover the evidence. After a brief discussion with Li Changxing, the matter was set aside. Li Changxing and Xikong Changfeng stayed at Su family village for 3 days before expressing their intent to depart. Luoxia was enraptured by the novel pleasures of mahjong and had no intention of accompanying them back. Naturally, Xikong Qianluo was equally unwilling. Having finally ventured outside, she was not inclined to return. Furthermore, she felt that her understanding of the leader of the Song dynasty was still quite superficial. Su shared her sentiments, believing that a deeper mutual understanding would be beneficial. Xikong Changfeng wished to take Xikong Qianluo with him, but she resolutely refused. Li Changsheng, having discerned the underlying tension, gently advised, Changfeng, if the child is reluctant, do not force her. Yet, Xikong Changfeng found himself in a quandary. To remain was akin to walking into the jaws of a tiger. He was not oblivious to Leader Su's true intentions. Nevertheless, out of respect for his master, he ultimately relented. He pulled Xikong Qianluo aside, imparting his earnest warnings. Qianluo, enjoy your time in the Song dynasty, but it would be wise to keep your distance from Leader Su. He is not a benevolent figure. He is a wolf in sheep's clothing. Xikong Qianluo instinctively retorted, Father, how could you say that? Leader Su is genuinely kind. Your duplicity is rather hypocritical. Xikong Changfeng could only remain silent. Li Changxing and Su, overhearing the exchange between father and daughter, both held back smiles, choosing not to intervene. Li Changxing was aware that another visit to the Song dynasty would be necessary soon. However, this trip was not in vain. His interactions with Su over the past few days had deepened his understanding of the sword path considerably. He became increasingly convinced that Su was a reincarnated swordsman, for the insights that this young man articulated were matters he, after living for over a century, had yet to comprehend. After Li Changxing and Xikong Qianluo departed, Su resumed his previously carefree existence. He spent his days reveling with the ladies, exploring the mountains and waters, and practicing his skills, indulging in the joys of life. Under his diligent efforts, all the newlywed ladies, except for Li Hanyi, had become pregnant. The twin sisters, Li Songhai and Li Qiushui, were simultaneously expecting twins, while Dongfang Bai joyfully discovered she was expecting triplets. This news filled Su family village with jubilation, adorned in festive decorations. Li Han-yi, having fallen behind, sought out Su frequently for supplementary lessons. The affection and tenderness that Su bestows upon his wives have left Luoxia and Xikong Qianluo envious beyond measure. However, one individual endures daily torment in silence. This individual is none other than Zhongling's mother, Gan Baobao. Since attending Su's wedding banquet, Gan Baobao has remained, her eyes wide open as she watches Su marry one woman after another, her heart filled with unspeakable envy. At the same time, she finds herself engulfed in profound sorrow. She had believed that apart from Linger's biological father, she would never again open her heart to another. Yet, unexpectedly, she has. Without any hope for a resolution, the inability to emerge from the shadows has caused her health to deteriorate day by day. On this particular day, Zhongling reluctantly turned to Su for assistance. Husband, my mother is growing thinner by the day, even more so than the previously emaciated Sister Mo. Do you think she no longer longs for my father? Should I arrange for someone to escort her back to the Valley of Eternal Suffering? You may proceed with the arrangements, he replied. Su had a sense of Gan Baobao's sentiments. While he was indifferent to public opinion, he was not one to settle for leftovers. With Duan Zhengshun and Zhong Wanshou each having their share, it felt somewhat unsettling for him to be next in line. Although he harbored no chaotic entanglements, it was, to put it plainly, that his standards were quite elevated, rendering him disinterested in ordinary heroines. While Gan Baobao possessed a certain reputation, with merely 2 to 3 decades of cultivation, he found himself somewhat lacking in motivation regarding her. Setting aside Gan Baobao's matters for the time being, he resolved to revisit them later. If necessary, one must consume leftovers. However, this situation could not be resolved overnight, especially considering Zhong Ling's potential inability to accept it. On the surface, Gan Baobao remained Zhong Wanchou's wife, and for him to take her as his own would indeed be unseemly. Thus, Gan Baobao was sent back to the Valley of Eternal Suffering. Su Su, too, had no time to dwell on such thoughts, for shortly after Gan Baobao's departure, Lu Wushuang and Cheng Ying initiated their own endeavors. It is said that children born in March seldom remain for the new year. Not long after winter's arrival, the two women began to stir. Su Su sat patiently outside their door, awaiting the arrival of their offspring. With 24 wives, all now with child, and 8 already delivered. The birth of these two would bring his progeny to a remarkable count of 10. This represented a significant milestone, and next year would surely yield even more. Offspring are the very foundation of a thriving family and a crucial determinant of Su Su's future path. Hence, he placed great importance on this matter. Husband, you already have so many children. Why the urgency? Yaoyue consoled. She felt a swell of emotion within her heart. Her husband displayed no favoritism among his wives. Were it anyone else, they might not have waited at all for the first child. Yet, her husband consistently chose to be present, personally comforting them after each birth. This unwavering dedication is the very reason they would go to great lengths to bear children for him. The sentiments of the other ladies closely mirrored those of Yaoyue, all profoundly moved by Su Su's display of affection. Yi Luoxia and Sikong Qianluo, witnessing such a scene for the first time, felt their envy deepen. Having encountered numerous indifferent men, they found such profound emotion to be a rarity indeed. Within the chamber, neither Lu Wushuang nor Cheng Ying emitted any loud cries. Though childbirth is fraught with pain, they had ascended to the realm of celestial beings, greatly enhancing their capacity to endure. Shortly thereafter, 2 resounding cries of newborns echoed through the room. In a brief moment, the midwife emerged with the children, her face beaming with joy. Congratulations, master of the manor. Madame Cheng Ying has given birth to a Qilan child, and both mother and child are safe. Congratulations, master of the manor. Madame Wushuang has delivered a young master, and both mother and child are safe. Chapter 186. The 10 Patterns of Heaven's Way, sufficient to split the sky. Upon hearing these words, Su Su instantly felt a wave of relief wash over him, unable to suppress a smile. Excellent, splendid. The 2 offspring have been safely born. He glanced briefly and arranged for someone to take them away for proper nurturing. He then stepped towards the delivery room. With an increasing number of wives, Su Su had decided to have the midwives he previously hired reside at Su's manor, and even recruited a few more to ensure assistance during the busy times of childbirth. A dedicated delivery room was established, designed for sterilization and cleanliness. After all, as a transmigrator, he possessed far more knowledge and care than the original inhabitants. This was all for the health of his wives and children. Ding! Congratulations, host's offspring have reached 2, gaining 200 years of cultivation, sacred spirit sword technique. Ding! Congratulations, the number of host's offspring has reached 10, rewarding 500 years of cultivation, true dragon physique. Upon hearing the system's voice, the smile on Su Su's face broadened further. Indeed, the system does not deceive me. The innate talents of the 2 children have indeed been significantly enhanced. Each offspring possesses a full century of cultivation. The breakthrough in the number of offspring has granted an additional 500 years of cultivation as a reward. Abundant. Truly abundant. With this 700 years of reward, achieving a 1-pattern golden core is hardly a challenge. Entering the delivery room, he found Lu Wushuang and Cheng Ying both smiling warmly at him. Their profound cultivation rendered them immune to the notion of postpartum weakness. Yet, with the birth of the children, they felt a slight emptiness within. Inger, Schwanger, you have worked hard, Su Su quickly comforted them. Childbirth inevitably leads to blood loss, and their faces appeared somewhat pale. Observing this, Su Su promptly grasped their hands, channeling a substantial amount of internal energy into them. In a matter of moments, Cheng Ying and Lu Wushuang's complexions regained their rosy hue, and they looked at Su Su with deep gratitude. Dear husband, we are not weary. Bringing forth children for you is our happiness. Indeed, we are overjoyed and honored to receive this blessing, the 2 women expressed sincerely. Su Su was equally moved, his gaze towards them growing ever more tender. Upon arriving in this world, he successfully activated the family prosperity system. Yet for Su Su, the greatest treasure was not merely the system itself, but rather his beloved wives. Their companionship ensured he would never feel lonely. After soothing them for a while, he waited until they fell asleep before quietly departing. In the backyard, Su Su examined his rewards, a broad smile spreading across his face. Joyful, he felt utterly elated. 700 years of cultivation was simply delightful, not to mention the other rewards. Su Su sensed that this 700 years of cultivation was merely an appetizer. The true reward should come at the end. The true dragon physique. Though he was still unaware of what this entailed, he had a feeling it would be extraordinary. Over the course of more than a year since activating the system, along with this occasion, he had received 2 physique rewards in total. His path to taking concubines progresses remarkably smoothly, largely due to his acquisition of the Yellow Emperor's physique. Although he has yet to study the true dragon body, he has already formed some conjectures. As a reward for his achievements, it must be substantial. After his promotion to a terrestrial immortal, Su Su felt the system beginning to exhibit its formidable capabilities. In such a short span of time, he had already attained 2 significant prizes, the last being 520 years of cultivation, and this time, a full 700 years. It was exhilarating beyond measure. If he were to maintain this momentum, Su Su believed that achieving a 10-pattern golden elixir would be far from difficult, perhaps even occurring much sooner than he had previously calculated. Upon reflection, he realized that it had only been a little over a year since he activated the system, and to have advanced to this extent was indeed impressive. Su Su discovered that, in terms of the system, the rewards from progeny were particularly substantial. Initially, his number of concubines and offspring was limited, making it hard to discern any significant benefits. This was merely a process of accumulation. Now, with 24 wives, the number of offspring was bound to increase, including twins from Huang Rong, Xiaolongnü, Li Songhai, and Li Xiaoshui, while Dong Fangbai was directly expecting triplets. Apart from the newly arrived Li Hani, only Lu Shuangshuang and Xing had yet to conceive. In time, all 3 would likely be pregnant, leading to the birth of 30 offspring in succession. Each progeny represented a century of cultivation. Thus, 30 would yield 3,000 years, not accounting for the achievement rewards that would follow the increase in offspring numbers. Su Su's breath quickened at this prospect. Consequently, he would have a foundational cultivation of approximately 4,000 years each year. In less than 300 years, he could amass 1,000,000 years of internal power, achieving the 10-pattern golden elixir. This calculation did not even include the new wives he would continue to take. A path that appeared uncertain to others was, for him, a broad avenue, with success tantalizingly close. How could this not be exhilarating? At this moment, Su Su realized he had underestimated the system's might. At this rate, should he continue to take new wives, he might achieve the 10-pattern golden elixir in merely 200 years, or even just over 100. By the time he reached the age of the carefree immortal, he would then be capable of shattering the void and ascending in broad daylight. With a deep breath, Su Su found himself somewhat astonished. He gathered his thoughts, setting aside all else to first claim his cultivation and achieve the 1-pattern golden elixir. System, claim cultivation, he commanded. As the words left his lips, a surge of 700 years of cultivation flooded into Su Su's body, crashing through his meridians like tumultuous waves. This force was far more potent than the previous infusion following his marriages to Li Songhai and Li Xiaoshui. Although the difference between 520 years and 700 years seemed merely 180 for an ordinary person, even a mere 60 years could lead to catastrophic consequences. The 700 years of internal power surged through his body, akin to waves crashing against the shore. Despite having mentally prepared himself, Su Su could not help but turn pale, letting out a mighty roar. The Tai Xian gong commenced its rapid operation, producing an intangible rumbling sound that resonated continuously. The Tai Xian Jing resembled a colossal millstone, incessantly consuming and obliterating. The golden elixir within surged into motion, with streams of internal energy ceaselessly flowing into it, absorbed by the elixir. 7 centuries of cultivation visibly dissipated at an astonishing pace. The patterns that were once faintly discernible on the surface of the golden elixir began to sharpen, becoming increasingly vivid until, ultimately, they were fully manifested upon its surface. At that moment, the golden elixir emitted a series of resonating vibrations. As the cultivation continued to be converted and assimilated, Su Su's inner strength surged beyond 2 millennia. The golden elixir erupted in a brilliant golden radiance, adorned with an intricate and profound pattern that enveloped it. At this very instant, the single-patterned golden elixir achieved completion, 10 patterns of the heavenly Tao, sufficient to rend the heavens asunder. The dialogue between Xian Yaozi and Su Su echoed in his mind. Chapter 187. The Emperor Reigns. The great song endures. Gazing at the intricate Tao patterns adorning the golden core, Su Su couldn't help but smile. He reveled in the exquisite beauty of these patterns, which emanated a profound power, continually refining his internal energy. Through relentless compression and purification, impurities were expelled, and in mere moments, Su Su sensed a remarkable surge in the quality of his internal strength. The patterns on the golden core not only heralded an increase in power, but also signified a qualitative breakthrough. As he had yet to completely absorb and transform his energy, Su Su did not pause to contemplate the quality and potency of the golden core. Instead, he persisted in his absorption and transformation. The Taishan classic continued its rhythmic flow, and the golden core spun rapidly. Su Su distinctly felt his ability to devour internal energy amplified several-fold. Within a short span, the remaining centuries of internal energy were entirely consumed. Should this scene be witnessed by others, it would surely evoke astonishment beyond measure. Having ascended to the realm of earthly immortals merely 2 months prior, he had already surpassed the one-pattern golden core, while the esteemed Xianyaozi had spent over a century in cultivation, barely achieving 2 patterns. In essence, Xianyaozi possessed a mere 2,000 to 3,000 years of internal energy, while Su Su now boasted an impressive 2,380 years. The gap between them was narrowing, and if he were to engage in combat with them now, he would undoubtedly emerge victorious, even capable of subduing them with ease. With these thoughts, a grin spread across Su Su's face. If Xianyaozi were aware of his intentions, he would surely keep his distance. Achieving a one-pattern golden core filled Su Su with unparalleled joy, and he eagerly anticipated the remaining rewards. System, claimed the sacred spirit sword technique. In an instant, a torrent of sword techniques surged into Su Su's mind, each revelation regarding the sacred spirit sword technique igniting a wondrous sensation within him. He had already cultivated the Howren sword intent and recently acquired the 10,000 swords returning to the origin. Now, with the addition of the sacred spirit sword technique, his comprehension of the sword path deepened profoundly. The sacred spirit sword technique is divided into 4 tiers. 1. Sword 1 to Sword 18. 2. Sword 19 to Sword 22. 3. Sword 23. 4. 6. Destruction Sword 23. The techniques in the first 2 tiers unleash strikes with remarkable speed and ferocity, while the latter 2 tiers pack tremendous power. Particularly, the 4th tier boasts an extraordinary might. To claim it should not exist among mortals would not be an exaggeration. Su Su couldn't suppress his excitement. He had lacked offensive sword techniques, and the arrival of the sacred spirit sword technique was most fortuitous. Previously, he would not have been able to wield its full potential. But now, with his combat prowess as an earthly immortal with a one-pattern golden core, coupled with the enhancements from the Howren sword intent and the 10,000 swords returning to the origin, his fighting capability had doubled. Though at this current stage, there were scarcely any adversaries worthy of his attention, the continuous enhancement of his strength filled him with elation. As an earthly immortal, who among them lacked a few hidden trump cards, his journey thus far may have appeared effortless, yet it had been far from easy. Had it not been for his relentless efforts, even sacrificing his own well-being, he would not have achieved such remarkable success today. The task of taking concubines and bearing children is not one that everyone can undertake. It requires genuine skill and dedication. Su Su chuckled at his own jest before delving into the mystery of the reward that piqued his curiosity the most, the true dragon body. What could it possibly entail? Could it be akin to the Emperor's physique? If that were indeed the case, then, ha. A mischievous smile crept across Su Su's lips. System, claimed the reward. Boom. In the next moment, a profoundly enigmatic innate true dragon mark manifested deep within Su Su's being. This mark seemed as if it were an inherent part of him. A rich, golden dragon aura surged skyward, illuminating the pitch-black night sky with an extraordinary brilliance. At Su family manor, the servants and maids gazed in astonishment at this spectacle, instinctively feeling a sense of reverence towards the golden pillar of light. What could this possibly be? What was happening? Could it be that the master had achieved some unparalleled martial prowess? My knees feel weak. I find myself compelled to kneel and worship. Lowering their heads, they realized they had already succumbed to the act of kneeling. As the servants debated amongst themselves, they found themselves involuntarily prostrating on the ground. They were utterly unable to escape the overwhelming sensation that enveloped them at Su family manor, which was far more palpable and immediate than anything else. It was an inescapable phenomenon. Much like the previous thunder tribulation, they could only endure it. In Jiaxing City, many citizens witnessed the same awe-inspiring scene. They marveled and expressed their curiosity. However, when they traced the source and discovered that the pillar of light emanated from Su family manor, a sense of calm washed over them. They had grown accustomed to the bizarre occurrences at Su family manor. They had witnessed countless extraordinary events, from a multitude of swords soaring through the air to lightning strikes. A mere pillar of light was hardly noteworthy. Yet, despite their calm demeanor, their curiosity remained piqued. Many speculated about the nature of the light, discussing it amidst the rooftops, which earned them reprimands. Why are you up at this hour? Are you out of your mind? The scolding left those wandering souls momentarily speechless, and they quickly hushed their conversations, whispering instead. Meanwhile, within the imperial palace of the Great Song, Yaoyue and Huangshang sat across from one another. Huangshang bore an expression of delight and reflection. Brother Xiaoyao, your talent is extraordinary. In such a short span, you have successfully transitioned your cultivation. Should you move into the palace soon, your accomplishments in the way of immortality may surpass mine. Such talent, wasted for a century, is truly a pity. Huangshang remarked with genuine admiration, tinged with envy. Yaoyue wore a smile, yet within, he felt a profound bitterness. His rapid advancement was, in part, a response to Su Su's influence. Otherwise, he would not have progressed so swiftly. Just as he was about to express modesty, he seemed to sense something. Turning in astonishment to gaze skyward, Huangshang mirrored his actions, both men's eyes wide with disbelief. Brother Xiaoyao, I can't be mistaken, this is truly the aura of a dragon? Xiaoyao nodded, his expression one of bewilderment. Huangshang had been practicing the way of ascending immortality for over a century. How could he possibly misinterpret this? Even he, a recent convert, could sense it. Brother Huangshang could not be mistaken. Yet, this revelation was simply too astonishing. A true dragon's aura had manifested in the Great Song dynasty. With the emperor reigning and the dynasty still in existence, how could a new true dragon's body emerge? It was precisely this incongruity that led Huangshang to doubt his own judgment. However, the rich aura of the emperor's dragon could not deceive. Huangshang was momentarily frozen, his face filled with shock. Xiaoyao shared this sentiment. After transitioning to the way of ascending immortality, he understood the significance of a true dragon's body. Moreover, such a potent dragon aura was absent even from the current ruler. The two remained entranced, gazing at the direction from which the dragon aura ascended. After a moment, Xiaoyao regained his senses and exclaimed in astonishment, that is Su family village. The source of the dragon aura was indeed traced back to Su family village, which could only imply. Chapter 188. A turning point and hope. Upon hearing the astonished voice of Yaoyue, Huangshang immediately sensed the gravity of the situation and nodded in affirmation. You are indeed correct, Brother Xiaoyao. That place is indeed Sujia village. Yaoyue remained momentarily stunned, unable to process the revelation. After a brief period of contemplation, Huangshang spoke. This young friend Su not only possesses extraordinary talent, but also enjoys considerable fortune. To have given birth to a true dragon descendant. It remains uncertain whether this is a blessing or a curse for our Song dynasty. Nevertheless, should his progeny aspire to supplant the current Song, it is not without merit to consider. Evidently, Huangshang had already made his choice. When compared to the ordinary emperors of the mortal realm, the offspring of a terrestrial immortal is a clear preference for any discerning individual. After safeguarding the Song dynasty for many years, he felt he had exhausted his obligations. As a fellow terrestrial immortal of the Song, and given Su Su's prodigious gifts, he saw no reason to offend a remarkable figure for the sake of a mundane emperor. This was merely a pragmatic decision. Yaoyue nodded in agreement, sharing similar sentiments. Notably, he had 3 disciples residing in Sujia village. After witnessing Su Su's exceptional talents firsthand, his inclination toward Su Su naturally intensified. In the proximity of the Song dynasty, the Ming dynasty's Woa Mountain housed a cave wherein an elderly man with white hair and beard, wielding a whisk, abruptly opened his eyes, gazing toward the cave entrance with astonishment. Such potent true dragon energy. Could it be that individual has appeared? The elder hastily began to calculate with his fingers. This man was none other than Lu Bowen, renowned for his prophetic abilities. He had foreseen that a singular figure would unify the realm, bringing all dynasties under one banner. This foresight was the reason for his departure from the Ming dynasty to seek seclusion. He was waiting for the emergence of this destined sovereign. It was evident that the awaited moment had arrived. After completing his calculations, Lu Bowen's expression was one of elation. Excellent. Outstanding. With the sovereign's emergence and the unification of dynasties, we, the cultivators, shall ultimately break free from this cosmic prison and embrace a turning point. However, he acknowledged that the time was not yet ripe for an audience with the sovereign, and thus, he would patiently await the appointed hour. Sighing once more, Lu Bowen contemplated. In 5 years, we shall meet. Could it be that the turning point lies within the grand assembly of terrestrial immortals? While he could foresee many outcomes, he recognized the limitations of his foresight. The secrets of heaven cannot be divulged, and some events remain beyond his early predictions. Thus, he resolved to wait patiently for 5 years. After muttering to himself, Lu Bowen cast a glance toward the southern region of the Song dynasty before slowly closing his eyes once more, resuming his meditative practice. In contrast, the tremors within the Sui dynasty were considerably more pronounced than in other regions. The current state of the Sui was fraught with turbulence, awaiting the demise of the elder Yang, at which point the Sui realm would be ripe for division. At the Xing quiet chamber, several exquisitely beautiful nuns were engaged in deep meditation. In the center, one individual sat upright, clad not in the garb of a nun, but in a flowing white robe. She resembled an ethereal orchid in a secluded valley, as pure as a white lotus, embodying unparalleled sanctity. This person was none other than the inheritor of the Xihong Jingjai, known as Shi Feishuan. Although she was indeed an heir, her master, recognizing the lingering ties of the mortal realm that bound Shi Feishuan, had refrained from shaving her head or donning her in monastic attire. The originally tranquil atmosphere was abruptly shattered by the resounding clamor of a bell. Dong, dong, dong. The ancient, grand bell hanging at the front of the Xihong hall suddenly reverberated, echoing a staggering 9 times. The sound was deafening. Instantly, everyone within the hall was jolted to awareness, their eyes wide with astonishment and fear. The sect leader, Fan Qingwei, gasped in disbelief. Has a new true dragon body been born? How can this be? It was well known that 20 years prior, when Li Shimin of the Li clan was born, the dragon bell had rung 6 times, astonishing the world. Yet this time, it had rung 9 times. This indicated that the recently born individual surpassed even Li Shimin. According to historical records, only one figure from the Qin dynasty had ever elicited 9 chimes from the dragon bell. While the number of rings does not necessarily dictate future achievements, it does signify the intensity of the dragon's aura. The more potent the aura, the more times the bell tolls. At this moment, the atmosphere in the hall became charged with urgency. Quickly, investigate and determine the source of the dragon's aura, Fan Qinghui commanded fervently. Instantly, individuals rose to carry out her orders. When one of them returned, their face pale as if they had seen a ghost, they exclaimed as they rushed into the grand hall, "Sect leader, it is from the direction of the Song dynasty." What? Upon hearing this, all faces turned to masks of shock. The Song dynasty? How could this be? The Song dynasty had always been feeble, its celestial lineage severed. Even if a true dragon body were to be born, it could not possibly possess such a rich dragon aura. Fan Qinghui instinctively dismissed the notion. While one could not deny the possibility of a true dragon body emerging from the Song, the sheer density of the dragon aura was utterly perplexing. This left everyone in contemplative silence. After a prolonged pause, Fan Qinghui lifted her head with a smile and remarked, "Regardless of the circumstances, the birth of a true dragon body is fortuitous for us. The Sui dynasty is presently in turmoil, with the Li clan watching us closely. Accompanied by the presence of true dragon bodies and several others with auspicious fates, all awaiting the demise of the elder to usher in a tempest of bloodshed. Initially, we contemplated an alliance with the Li clan, but now that a new true dragon body has emerged, why should we rely on others? Supporting a true dragon body to ascend is surely more advantageous. Once a new dynasty is established, our Xihong Jingjai, having contributed to the dragon's rise, will undoubtedly become a true sanctuary of martial arts. It must be acknowledged that a person capable of leading the sect possesses a sharp intellect. Within mere moments, Fan Qinghui had devised a comprehensive plan for the future of Xihong Jingjai. But sect leader, this true dragon body has emerged in the Song. What course of action should we take? This question weighed heavily on the minds of all present. Fan Qinghui turned to the young woman in white behind her and said, "Fei Xian, as the heir of my Xihong Jingjai, this task must be entrusted to you. Master, please give your orders." Fei Xian rose respectfully. "Journey to the Great Song. Seek out the true dragon's body and bring it back. When the true dragon's body manifests, its dragon aura will soar to the heavens. Utilize this characteristic to locate the newborn nearest to that place, finding it should not prove difficult. Time is of the essence. You must set forth immediately, for I fear that delays may invite unforeseen changes. The true dragon's body represents a turning point and hope for them. Yet for others, it may not bode well. Once the birth of the true dragon's body is sensed, many will undoubtedly flock to the Great Song in search. Whether to abduct or silence, it spells trouble for them. I will obey." Fei Xian maintained a serene expression throughout, and after receiving her orders, she turned and departed without hesitation. Chapter 189. Reality, Cold and Cruel Master. If the Li clan becomes aware of our intentions, they are unlikely to let it go easily, Someone whispered within the hall, their face etched with concern. And so what? Replied Fan Qingwei, her tone icy. While it is true that the Li clan has Yuan Tiangang backing them, our accumulation over the years in the Compassionate Harbor sect should not be underestimated. Moreover, as an earth immortal, can Yuan Tiangang truly engage with mere mortals? The laws of heaven and earth dictate otherwise, and he cannot act recklessly. As long as we possess the true dragon physique, we hold the qualifications to compete, unrestrained by others. So prepare yourselves well. We shall strictly adhere to the master's commands. The assembly responded in unison, bowing respectfully. Though this course of action was fraught with peril, some matters necessitate a bold approach. In the Li clan's secret chamber, the remarkably handsome Li Shimin sat opposite an elder with an ethereal demeanor. The striking young man was none other than Li Shimin, the second son of the Li clan, blessed with the true dragon physique. Presently, he gazed anxiously at the celestial master Yuan Tiangang, inquiring, "Master, in your opinion, how much longer can the Sui dynasty endure?" Yuan Tiangang stroked his white beard and spoke slowly, "There is no need for haste. Currently, the Sui dynasty is sustained solely by the efforts of the old man Yang. His lifespan is nearing its end, perhaps only a year or two remains. Prepare your forces and wait patiently. Do not act in haste, for if pressured, one can never predict what he might do." As an earth immortal, Yuan Tiangang possessed myriad, unbeknownst methods. Moreover, as a dying earth immortal, should he become frantic, the consequences would be unimaginable. Having lived for several centuries and witnessed various events, Yuan Tiangang advised against Li Shimin's impetuousness. "Your teachings shall be heeded, Master," Li Shimin replied, acknowledging the wisdom in Yuan Tiangang's counsel without objection. Seeing him so compliant, Yuan Tiangang began to praise him, but suddenly his expression changed, and he gazed intently in a particular direction. "Master, what troubles you?" Li Shimin asked, his heart racing at the sight of his master's unusual demeanor. Yuan Tiangang remained silent, quickly casting a divination. How could this be? Upon seeing the omens, Yuan Tiangang was taken aback. The usually composed and serene figure lost his calm in front of his disciple. "Why had I not foreseen this before?" he murmured. "Master, what is happening?" Li Shimin inquired. Concern etched on his face. Yuan Tiangang stared blankly at Li Shimin, a bittersweet smile forming on his lips. After a lengthy pause, he finally spoke. "Another true dragon physique has emerged. He excels in astrological arts and sensed the changes in the world almost instantaneously. Yet, he still cast a divination, indicating that this event was entirely unforeseen by me." Li Shimin, upon hearing this, was left utterly astonished. "What? How is that possible? Master, did you not say that within a century, I am the only true dragon body?" Li Shimin exclaimed, panic evident in his voice, tinged with a hint of accusation. His ability to take this enigmatic terrestrial deity as his mentor stemmed solely from his possession of the true dragon body. Yet now, with another true dragon body having emerged, an unsettling sense of crisis enveloped him. Would his master abandon him? What would he do without his master's support? Seeing Li Shimin in such a state of disarray, Yuan Tiangang felt a pang of disappointment, quickly replaced by a bitter expression. He prided himself on his astrological prowess, having predicted the birth of a true dragon body 20 years prior, confidently asserting that within a century, there would be but one. Thus, when Li Shimin was born, he personally visited to take him as a disciple. However, to his astonishment, merely 20 years later, another true dragon body had come into existence, its dragon aura far surpassing that of Li Shimin. He had failed to foresee this. Clearly, someone had obscured the heavenly secrets from him. How ironic, and how lamentable. Witnessing Li Shimin's disheartened demeanor, Yuan Tiangang felt a deeper anguish. Had he not overlooked the emergence of another true dragon body, he would not have taken on such an inadequate disciple. Yet, with a wry smile, he acknowledged the futility of knowing. If he wished to repay his debts, the bloodline of the new true dragon body would undoubtedly protect itself at all costs. "Master, what shall we do? What is our course of action? Why are you in such a frenzy?" Yuan Tiangang scolded. "Master, is the other true dragon body also in the Great Sui?" Yuan Tiangang shook his head, clarifying that it was not in the Great Sui, but rather in the Great Song. The previous divination had already revealed the whereabouts of the other true dragon body. Upon hearing this, Li Shimin exhaled in relief. "Thank goodness it is not in the Great Sui. Do not let your guard down," Yuan Tiangang cautioned. "Although he is not in the Great Sui, it is possible that someone may exploit this true dragon body to contend with you." His words sent Li Shimin's heart racing once more. "Then we should send someone too," he said, making a slashing gesture across his throat, a fierce look in his eyes. Yuan Tiangang wore a complex expression. Opposing a true dragon body was no trivial matter. However, he had made his choice 20 years ago and had aligned himself. Regret was no longer an option. Yet, the specifics of their next steps required further contemplation. Let us not rush. We shall first send someone to investigate. His intuition warned him that this new true dragon body would not be easily dealt with. Yet he had not divined the particulars. Li Shimin nodded in acquiescence. Faced with his master's formidable celestial stature, he felt compelled to comply. Yet a sense of defeat washed over him. He had witnessed the disappointment, bitterness, and regret that had briefly flickered across his master's face. Clearly, there were matters of which he remained unaware. Perhaps, had his master known of another true dragon body from the outset, he might not have chosen him at all. The reality was harsh and unforgiving. As Yuan Tiangang departed, Li Shimin called out to his retreating figure, "Master, why did you choose me in the beginning?" Now, he felt a profound sense of disarray and unease within him. Yuan Tiangang paused, sensing Li Shimin's turmoil. He steadied his tone and replied, "Do not indulge in reckless thoughts. While I am here, I shall surely assist you in realizing your aspirations." There was a hint of resolve in Yuan Tiangang's voice. Although he harbored some disdain for this disciple, his choice of Li Shimin was not solely due to the obscuration of fate that had concealed another true dragon's body from his calculations. It was also tied to a bygone story, time and destiny. With a resigned expression, Yuan Tiangang departed. In the grand palace of the Sui dynasty, the aged emperor, clad in a dragon robe and bearing a frail form, gazed at the heavens with a bitter sigh, lamenting, "Heaven seeks to doom my great Sui." In a century, not a single true dragon had emerged from the Sui, while other clans continuously gave rise to true dragons. Chapter 190. If one possesses sufficient strength, opportunities may yet arise even if he could not witness it with his own eyes. He could vividly imagine the dire circumstances that would befall the great Sui dynasty upon his demise. His emotions surged, causing him to cough incessantly, the stark white handkerchief now stained with glaring crimson. "Ancestor, please do not be agitated. Your health is of utmost importance," a concerned junior attending to him urged. "Ancestor, let us retreat indoors. The wind is rising," suggested another. Yang Laozu shook his head. "No matter. My life is already waning. I wish to behold as much as I can." Yang Guang, dispatch someone to secretly seek out the true dragon body in the Great Song. If necessary, support him, he declared, as if all his strength had been utterly exhausted. Yang Guang's expression shifted dramatically. Was he truly to entrust the realm of the Great Sui to an outsider? It was a bitter pill to swallow. He could not accept it. Yang Guang, without the true dragon body, the Great Sui cannot sustain its national fortune. Rather than let those treacherous ministers succeed, it would be better to cede the opportunity to an outsider. Yang Laozu's eyes blazed with indignation. A century ago, during the Celestial Immortal Assembly, he had been the sole representative of the Great Sui, ultimately rendering it vulnerable and relegating the dynasty to the lowest ranks. Their indifferent observation had contributed to the present state of the Great Sui. "You shall not escape the consequences of your actions, even if my lifespan is exhausted. I will drag you down with me before I depart this world." Yang Laozu's gaze was filled with fierce determination. Yang Guang, witnessing this, dared not utter a word of dissent. Simultaneously, the terrestrial immortals of nearly all the great dynasties began to take notice, their gazes converging upon the Great Song dynasty. With the awakening of Su Su's true dragon body, the world was suddenly stirred into turmoil. Various factions stirred in secret, discreetly sending emissaries to the Great Song in search of the whereabouts of the true dragon body. The catalyst for this uproar, Su Su, remained blissfully unaware of the commotion outside, feeling somewhat dazed. The previous disturbance, particularly the surge of dragon energy soaring into the heavens, had led him to believe he could truly transform into a dragon. However, once the dragon energy dissipated, he found nothing awaited him. Upon discovering the myriad pieces of information related to the true dragon body within his mind, Su Su came to a realization. The true dragon body was not about becoming a dragon, but rather it was intrinsically linked to earthly emperors. It is well known that earthly emperors are referred to as the sons of heaven, holding the utmost reverence, and are indeed regarded as the embodiment of the true dragon. Adorned in dragon robes and seated upon the dragon throne, the true dragon body serves to carry the national fortune, capable of establishing a dynasty. Naturally, for those who follow the path of fortune, the progress is exponentially greater than that of ordinary practitioners. Upon grasping this information, Su Su felt a surge of excitement. If there truly existed a 100-fold increase in speed, the path of fortune might indeed be quite appealing. However, he quickly shook his head. According to the previous words of Yaoyue, to fully realize the path of fortune and transcend the void, Perhaps only a unified realm of the 9 provinces could make it possible. The endeavor seemed overwhelmingly arduous. The pursuit of unifying the 9 provinces was indeed a formidable challenge. He remained steadfast in his pursuit of taking concubines and fathering children, following the path of the immortal, while anticipating his ascension to the 10th pattern golden elixir. Unifying the 9 provinces into a dynasty is no trivial endeavor. The effort required far exceeds the complexities of merely taking concubines and siring offspring. Nonetheless, should his strength grow sufficiently formidable in the future, it may well be worth the attempt. Even if he does not require it for himself, he could certainly establish a dynasty for his wives to tread the path of immortality. This notion was not far from Su Su's thoughts, especially considering that nearly all of his wives were of the celestial realm, and a breakthrough to the terrestrial immortals was merely a matter of time. Thus, planning ahead was indeed prudent. Su Su's eyes narrowed slightly, and a smile crept upon his lips, not for any other reason than the thought that throughout history, emperors have always had countless beauties in their palaces. If he were to establish a dynasty and become a sovereign, would it not be even more seamless to take wives and concubines? Once this idea took root, it burgeoned uncontrollably. His mind began to flourish with possibilities. The other dynasties were currently stable. To speak bluntly, even the second-to-last Great Song faced no issues, so the others would naturally be secure. Only the Great Sui, in last place, was precarious, teetering on the edge of chaos. If he possessed sufficient strength, there might be an opportunity. The terrestrial immortals of the Great Sui, discontent with Ancestor Yang, had refrained from offering assistance, but that did not imply they would sit idly by while others devoured the Great Sui. He decided it was best not to rush. Time was on his side. Achieving a first pattern golden elixir in merely 2 months had bolstered Su Su's confidence. If he could maintain this rate of progress, he might indeed have a chance to partake in the spoils. Ancestor Yang had to survive at least another year or 2. After all, in that span, Su Su was uncertain how far he could grow. Shaking his head to dispel other thoughts, he returned to the study of the true dragon body. Su Su discovered that, in addition to enhancing his path to immortality, the true dragon body had also elevated the quality of his golden elixir. Raising his hand, he concentrated a vibrant yellow energy in his palm. Within this energy, the sound of a dragon's roar resonated, and upon closer inspection, golden dragon patterns could be seen swirling within the force. The golden elixir had not only undergone a transformation, but had also become imbued with dragon chi, significantly enhancing its quality, surpassing that of a second pattern golden elixir. He estimated it was not far from a third pattern golden elixir, merely slightly inferior. This speed was already quite remarkable. An ordinary terrestrial immortal, such as the carefree one, had practiced for over a century and still could not compare to Su Su's 2 months of progress. Were he to discover this truth, he would surely be infuriated to the point of spitting blood. Although the true dragon body had yet to reveal other functionalities, it was undoubtedly impressive thus far, living up to its reputation as a grand reward. After digesting these thoughts, the night had deepened. Su Su rose to return to the eastern garden. At this hour, his wives must be anxiously awaiting him. Having tasted the sweetness of success, he became increasingly mindful of the matter of progeny. Both taking concubines and siring children could not be delayed. The chill of the newly arrived consort had yet to stir. He needed to exert more effort. Su Su made his way directly to Li Hani's room. In the days that followed, Su Su spent his time engaging in playful activities with the ladies, occasionally offering guidance in their cultivation. Of course, there were moments of tender intimacy as well. Immersed in this haven of affection every day, he showered the ladies with warmth and attentive care. This left Luoxia and Xikong Qianluo, who remained to join in the merriment, feeling envious. Initially, they had voiced some criticism regarding Su Su's reputed flirtations, but witnessing his genuine concern and affection for the ladies transformed their perspective. Their sentiments shifted solely to envy, with no other thoughts crossing their minds. In fact, they secretly hoped Su Su would exhibit the same lecherous tendencies rumored about him and perhaps harbor some feelings towards them as well. However, Luoxia and Xikong Qianluo did not perceive anything distinctive in Su Su's treatment towards them. This realization left them feeling quite disheartened, casting doubts upon their own beauty and figures. Were they not beautiful enough? Chapter 191. In truth, it is about self-fulfillment, Brother Su. Your swordsmanship is so remarkable. Could you possibly teach me? After much contemplation, Xikong Qianluo, with her bold and passionate nature, recognized her affection for the leader. Having grasped this realization, she decisively chose to take the initiative. Of course, upon sensing her interest, Su Su readily agreed and began instructing Xikong Qianluo in the art of swordplay. Meanwhile, the other ladies engaged in a game of mahjong with Luoxia, while Su Su and Xikong Qianluo practiced sword techniques nearby. Luoxia and the other ladies were quite taken aback by Xikong Qianluo's assertiveness. Particularly, Mu Wanqing held great admiration for Xikong Qianluo's bold approach. Had she possessed such courage back then, she might have avoided her own near descent into despair. Reflecting on the past, Mu Wanqing's thoughts swirled with a mixture of envy and relief. Fortunately, she ultimately married her husband. Though the journey was arduous, the outcome was gratifying. Su Su's wives, each with their unique charm and personality, transformed the courtyard into a vibrant garden, a splendid display of blooming flowers. Luoxia, it is your turn to play. Luoxia occasionally glanced towards Xikong Qianluo and Su Su, who were engrossed in their sword practice, pondering what might be on her mind. Even her favorite mahjong seemed to hold little appeal now. Noticing Luoxia's distraction, Dongfangbai called out teasingly, "What are you daydreaming about? Do you wish for your husband to join you in sword practice as well?" Luoxia's cheeks flushed as she retorted, "What nonsense. Just play your cards." Yaoyue, observing in silence, understood Luoxia's thoughts all too well. Having witnessed the entrance of over 20 sisters into the household, she was well aware of her husband's allure. Clearly, both of these ladies had developed feelings for him. Yet, she found joy in their affection, as the abundance of sisters in the household offered pleasures that others might not comprehend. As Yaoyue gazed at her husband, she gently caressed her belly. Winter had arrived, and her child was soon to be born. Alongside her, Xing and Yunnu were also nearing their due dates. After the new year, Wang Yuyan, Zhu, and Bai would welcome their children, while the little dragon girl was expected to give birth before the festivities. Following them would be Huang Rong and Gong Sunlevai. Lastly, Li Macho and Hong Lingbo would have children, with Wu Xingyun and Zhao Min expecting a later arrival in the following April or May. The rest would have to wait until next year. In just over a year, Su family manor had blossomed from Yaoyue's solitary presence to a flourishing household of 24 sisters. Such rapid growth was nothing short of remarkable. With this thought, Yaoyue's gaze returned to Su Su, her husband, who truly seemed to possess divine qualities. "Why are you lost in thought again? If you're not going to play, perhaps you should seek out your husband. You seem disinterested in the game." Dongfangbai's voice chimed in once more. Initially, she found it hard to comprehend Yaoyue's sentiments. Which woman would willingly share her husband with others? After marrying Su Su, she finally comprehended the truth in Yaoyue's words. A husband like him is not a possession any woman can claim solely for herself. At that moment, Dongfangbai's mindset mirrored that of Yaoyue and the others. She wished for as many sisters as possible. "Stop talking nonsense, I didn't." Luoxia retorted. Her cheeks flushed, before rising to return to her room. Laughter erupted among the women behind her. Dongfangbai tugged at Yaoyue's sleeve, lamenting, with her reclusive nature, when will she ever find her way in? Should we lend her a hand? Help? How? Yaoyue raised an eyebrow. Are you suggesting we tie her to the bed of our husband? That would not do. Although their husband had a fondness for beauty, he would never force someone against their will. Are you foolish? Dongfangbai leaned closer to Yaoyue and whispered a few suggestions. Subsequently, she gathered the other sisters to discuss the matter in hushed tones. Ultimately, they all unanimously agreed with Dongfangbai's plan. Meanwhile, on Su Su's side, Xikong Qianluo had claimed she wanted to learn swordsmanship from him, yet in reality, she showed no genuine interest in practicing the sword. Instead, she seemed quite fascinated by his spear, often drawing near to tease him. If it weren't for Su Su's numerous wives, he might have found it difficult to resist her advances. "Brother Su, is that so? I'm not quite adept at this. Why don't you teach me again?" Xikong Qianluo practiced a move and then leaned into Su Su's embrace, urging him to guide her hand in hand. "Can't learn? At such a young age? How could one become a grandmaster without talent? How could such simple swordplay elude you?" It was clear she was merely seeking to take advantage of the situation. However, Su Su, naturally, would not refuse such an opportunity presented to him. After spending an entire afternoon playing with Xikong Qianluo, Su Su returned to find his wives, only to be met with confusion. He first approached Yaoyue's chamber, but she pushed him away, claiming she was unwell. Then came Xing, Yunnu, Wang Yuyan. Nearly every one of them had their own excuse. This left Su Su bewildered. "Honey, husband, I'm not feeling well today. You should go find another sister," Li Hani said as she firmly rejected him, pushing him out of her room. Su Su was taken aback. He never imagined that with 24 wives, he would find himself in a predicament of having nowhere to go. Clearly, his wives were still not numerous enough. With 30 days in a month, there wasn't even one day for each of them. Uncertain of what schemes his wives were concocting, he nonetheless enjoyed indulging in some playful games. Thus, he refrained from pondering their intentions and instead carried a jug of wine to the backyard, pouring himself a drink. "Raise a glass to the bright moon and with my shadow, we become three. Su Su lifted his cup and took a hearty swig. This wine was his latest brew, called Royal Wind's Intoxication. Crafted with divine winemaking skills, it boasted a delightful flavor and rich aroma. Those with low tolerance would be rendered intoxicated merely by inhaling its fragrant scent. Even grandmasters would find themselves inebriated after just a sip. In other words, this intoxicating liquor, known as drunken wind, is a fine spirit that only the truly gifted are worthy to indulge in. Of course, this is under the condition of moderation. Otherwise, one may find oneself quite inebriated. Su Su, at his current level of mastery, has developed a profound appreciation for such potent and exquisite wine. As for inebriation, such a state is non-existent for him. Not far off, Yaoyue, adorned in delicate gauze, held a wine jug, her expression marked by hesitation. Shortly after she returned to her quarters, Sister Dongfang sought her out, informing her that an opportunity had been created for her. Whether she could seize it was entirely up to her. After much contemplation, Yaoyue ultimately decided to take a chance. She did not wish to harbor regrets nor let the aspirations of her sisters go in vain. With that thought, Yaoyue stepped out from the shadows. "Leader, drinking alone is rather dull. Allow me to keep you company." Upon seeing Yaoyue, Su Su instantly understood the intentions of the ladies. Clearly, they were acting as facilitators. It seemed they were aiding Yaoyue, but in reality, they were fulfilling their own desires. The presence of Elder Yi to share a drink with Su Su was indeed a delightful occurrence. With that, Su Su raised his cup, declaring, "Come, Elder Yi, let us toast to our leader." The camaraderie of those from the martial world is imbued with a certain boldness, and Yaoyue was no exception. She lifted her cup and drank deeply. After savoring a few sips, Yaoyue gazed at the moonlight above and said, "If the leader does not mind, I would be honored to perform a dance to enliven the evening." Su Su chuckled lightly. "I could not wish for anything more." Chapter 192. Will you marry me too? Upon hearing those words, Yaoyue's face lit up with delight. She set aside her wine cup and began to dance gracefully beneath the moonlight. While many recognized Yaoyue as a fervent gambler, few were aware of her extraordinary talent in song and dance, as most had never had the opportunity to witness it. The delicate fabric of her attire billowed around her, resembling a celestial being descending from the heavens, untouched by mortal dust. As she danced, it seemed she was not yet satisfied. She opened her mouth and began to sing. Her voice, a gentle and melodious trill, resembled that of a lark, crisp and enchanting. In this beautiful moment, amidst the lovely scenery, the beauty of the dancer, and the delightful melodies, the wine was intoxicating, and Su Su found himself undeniably tipsy. The combination of exquisite wine and stunning beauty was captivating. Su Su watched, entranced, understanding why emperors sought after countless beauties and why King Zhou of Shang had indulged in lavish feasts and excess. Indeed, this joy was truly delightful. As the song concluded, Su Su applauded in admiration, exclaiming that such a melody should only exist in the heavens, rarely to be heard among mortals. What a splendid song and dance! His praises left Yaoyue blushing, though the moonlight concealed her embarrassment. Su Su's high regard for her artistry was evident. Her companions spoke highly of him, noting his exceptional martial arts talent alongside his culinary, brewing, forging, and alchemical skills, as well as his remarkable literary prowess. At that moment, Yaoyue felt these praises were well-deserved. The earlier line, "Raise a glass to invite the bright moon, and with shadows, we become three, and now, such a melody should only exist in the heavens, rarely to be heard among mortals," confirmed this sentiment. With affectionate glances and gentle movements, Yaoyue approached Su Su. Her presence enchanting. The fragrance she exuded, initially subtle, had intensified with her singing and dancing, creating an alluring aroma. Lowering her gaze with a smile, she felt proud to receive such accolades from the leader. "Indeed, your grace and voice are unparalleled," she thought. However, she playfully protested, "Why does the leader speak so formally? Are you unwilling to even call me by my name?" When others addressed her as Elder Yi, it felt indifferent, but hearing it from Su Su made her feel slighted. Noticing her reaction, Su Su's heart raced unexpectedly. He had not anticipated this captivating side of Yaoyue. It was undeniably enchanting. Even with a multitude of wives, he found this allure overwhelming. Moreover, after an afternoon of flirtation with Si Kong Qianluo, Yaoyue's boldness felt like another wave of temptation he could hardly withstand. Indeed, there was a certain distance between them, yet had she not referred to him as leader? Yaoyue, with a feigned seriousness, nodded in agreement, pondering how she might appropriately address him. Having consumed several cups of wine and engaged in song and dance, the alcohol coursed through her veins, rendering her slightly tipsy. With a dreamy gaze, she leaned closer to Su Su, her breath fragrant as orchids. Another hand had already clung to Su Su's neck. Su Su replied, "As long as Luo Xia is happy, you may call yourself whatever you wish." In such a predicament, who could possibly maintain their composure? "So, what would you like me to call you?" Luo Xia leaned forward, resting directly in Su Su's embrace, stumbling slightly. Su Su quickly caught her. "How about calling me husband?" From the moment he laid eyes on Luo Xia, Su Su had understood why the ladies had taken leave. They were clearly creating opportunities for her. At this point, it seemed quite unreasonable for him to be coy. "Husband?" Upon hearing this, Luo Xia giggled. "Husband sounds delightful. I quite like it." "Very well. Then I shall go to Yaoyue City tomorrow to propose." Su Su burst into hearty laughter. Observing Luo Xia, who embodied both charm and bashfulness at that moment, he felt a stirring in his heart. To his surprise, even before he had commenced his pursuit, Luo Xia had already presented herself to him. How far could Xikong Qianluo be? The following day, with a beautiful companion by his side, Su Su awoke feeling invigorated. After a session of cultivation, he instructed Wen Tai to prepare the betrothal gifts with great fanfare, intending to propose at the foot of Yaoyue City. The other ladies were naturally pleased to see this, and upon meeting Luo Xia, they could not help but tease her. Meanwhile, Xikong Qianluo was left somewhat bewildered, completely at a loss regarding the unfolding events. Why had she not yet won over Brother Su, while Sister Yi had already succeeded, and Brother Su was preparing to propose? Through the teasing remarks from Su Su's numerous admirers, Xikong Qianluo learned that Brother Su had spent the night in Sister Yi's room, leaving her with an uncomfortable feeling. She could not comprehend why, but she felt unjustly wronged. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Gazing at the smiling Su Su, she could not help but ask, "Brother Su, how could you do this?" "Woo." With that, Xikong Qianluo ran out in tears. Su Su realized that Xikong Qianluo had indeed taken the bait, and he couldn't help but smile. "Husband, you still find this amusing? Shouldn't you hurry and chase after her?" Su Su promptly pursued her. Soon, he discovered Xikong Qianluo weeping by the pond. He approached her, sitting beside her and inquiring, "Qianluo, what troubles you? If Brother Su has erred, please tell me directly. Do not cry. Seeing you in tears breaks my heart." Xikong Qianluo, unlike Luo Xia, had a different disposition, and the circumstances were distinct, thus her approach varied. With tear-filled eyes, she looked up at Su Su, and upon noticing his genuine concern, she wiped her tears and began to stutter. After a moment, she shyly covered her face. "Brother Su, please do not look at me. I must appear dreadful in this state." Su Su chuckled softly, leaning closer to gently remove her hands. "Silly girl, you have always been lovely in my eyes. Your tears reveal your sincerity and are quite endearing, though they do tug at my heartstrings. Now let us refrain from tears, shall we? Whatever it is, just tell Brother Su. If I have done wrong, I shall apologize." Xikong Qianluo, her cheeks flushed, shook her head vigorously. "Brother Su, you have done nothing wrong. It is I, Qianluo, who faltered. Upon seeing you prepare to propose to Sister Yi in Yaoyue City, my emotions spiraled out of control. Summoning a semblance of courage, Xikong Qianluo lifted her gaze to Su Su and said, "Brother Su, would you consider marrying me as well?" Su Su's heart blossomed with joy, yet his expression betrayed his astonishment. "Qianluo, do you mean to say that Brother Su only harbors affections for Sister Yi and none for me?" Observing Su Su's reaction, Xikong Qianluo wore a pained expression. Before Su Su could respond, Xikong Qianluo continued, "You must be unaware of how envious I am of every sister in the residence. Envious of their ability to stand beside you openly, to bask in your embrace at any moment, while I remain relegated to the shadows, longing from afar. I confess that initially, my interest in you stemmed from mere curiosity. I wished to discern the qualities of the man capable of besting Sister Hani, to understand what manner of gentleman could elicit her willing concession and agree to the wager of becoming your spouse." With this newfound resolve, Xikong Qianluo spoke candidly, unburdening her heart. Chapter 193. The sisters in the mansion are quite aware from the very first moment I laid eyes on Brother Su. I was utterly captivated. I had never conceived that such an exquisitely handsome man could exist in this world. Brother Su appeared as if he were a deity descended from the heavens, his image deeply etched in my heart. As time passed and my interactions with him increased, I found myself irresistibly drawn to him. I must confess, my lack of interest in swordsmanship was not due to an inability to learn, but rather a ruse to spend more time in his presence. Did I employ some cunning schemes against Brother Su? Is it shameless of me? I long to be with him forever. Is that too greedy? I yearn to follow in the footsteps of my elder sisters and become his wife. Am I truly lacking in modesty? How audacious for a girl to actively seek to marry him, even at the expense of her own dignity. As I pondered these thoughts, my head hung low, and I felt utterly embarrassed to face Su. I feared that my forthright declaration of feelings might meet with rejection. The thought of returning to Yaoyue City without ever seeing Brother Su again filled me with dread. Su listened quietly as I poured out my heart, each word resonating with emotion. His heart swelled with tenderness, particularly at my final confession, which indeed pained him. It was a profound testament to the lengths a woman would go for love, and he felt a deep sense of compassion for me. While Dongfangbai expressed her feelings boldly, her confidence was alluring. Iluoxia, emboldened by drink, was merely a shadow of true emotion. In contrast, I, Xing, was genuinely laying my heart bare, yet plagued by insecurities and self-doubt. How could love ever be wrong? Without uttering a word, Su enfolded me in his embrace. Silly girl, you need not envy anyone. Brother Su's arms are right here for you, just as they are for the other sisters in the mansion. If you desire it, you can have it at any time. I looked up in astonishment, my eyes brimming with joy. Brother Su, do you mean you agree to marry me? Of course. Would I let you return to Yaoyue City alone, weeping in solitude? That would break my heart, he replied playfully, wiping away my tears. Overwhelmed with elation, I burst into tears of joy. The realization struck me. Happiness truly requires one to strive for it. Leaning against Su, I couldn't help but tease. Sister E is rather inconsiderate, stealing a march on me. Su chuckled. You're not too late, are you? But I almost missed my chance. I lamented, recalling how my courage to voice my feelings had brought me to this moment of bliss. Su, amused by my antics, thought to himself how foolish I was to worry. He would never let me slip away. At that moment, words became superfluous. He leaned down and captured my soft lips with his own, enveloping us in a warm embrace. After a while, he finally spoke. I almost forgot. I shall inform Wen Tai to prepare 2 bridal gifts to send to Yaoyue City. How about inviting your father to attend the wedding? Xiaolongnü nodded, agreeing to everything arranged by Brother Su. Upon hearing this, Su bestowed another kiss. Among the many ladies, a Z was the most vivacious and difficult to manage. The lady before him, however, was undoubtedly the most obedient and well-behaved. When Su returned to make arrangements, Huang Rong smiled and said, Rest assured, my husband, I have already organized everything, including 2 betrothal gifts and invitations. How does that sound, my husband? I hope I haven't made any mistakes. Su nodded with a smile and gave Huang Rong a kiss. Only you understand me, Ronger. You have worked hard. Huang Rong replied with a grin. How could my husband's thoughts be known only to me? The sisters in the household are quite aware as well. Upon hearing this, the other ladies laughed in unison. That day, news spread from Su family manor. The master of Su family manor was to take concubines once again, this time too. The entire Xiaolongnü region burst into joy over this news. Have you heard? The master of Su manor is taking concubines again, and this time it's 2. That makes a total of 26 ladies in his household. The speed at which the master was acquiring wives was astonishing. Last year there were only 7, and this year, a remarkable 19 had already been added. If one more were to join before the year's end, it would surpass 20. Indeed, and these 2 ladies, like Lady Han Yi, hail from the northern Li dynasty. What a joyous occasion. The master truly brings glory to our Song dynasty. Indeed, the beauties of the Song dynasty are being wed to the leader. How could he not reach out to other dynasties? The Ming dynasty has several beauties in Su family manor as well, and it will surely increase in the future. I just wonder if the leader can manage so many wives. Haha, is that your concern? The leader doesn't need your help, and if we were as formidable as him, we might even surpass him in our pursuits. Exactly, the leader has high standards and doesn't settle for ordinary beauties. Otherwise, Su family manor would have long been a haven for lovely ladies. That is true. If I were as impressive as the leader, I might have already surpassed 100. Since I am not picky, that's why you can only meander through the martial world, unable to find a wife, while the leader has begun marrying beauties from other dynasties. This showcases the disparity. The leader is doing splendidly, bringing honor to our Song dynasty. It would be delightful if he could gather beauties from other dynasties as well. How infuriating that would be. Indeed, the last speaker had a point. At least he was accurate about this matter. Others nodded in agreement, supporting the sentiment. Initially, they watched helplessly as the leader brought in the beauties of the Song dynasty one by one, feeling envious and resentful. Now, they had grown accustomed to it, and the beauties of the Song dynasty had already been gathered. The leader's reach extended beyond the Song dynasty, advancing into other realms, which was precisely what they wished to witness. The feeling of watching the beauties of their own dynasty being taken into another's household should be experienced by others as well. Chapter 194, A win-win situation, why not? In the city of Yaoyue, Xikong Changfeng gazed at the mountain of betrothal gifts before him, his expression dark as thunder. The fury in his eyes was barely concealed. Before departing, he had repeatedly cautioned Qianluo to keep her distance from that scoundrel Su Su. Who could have anticipated that the girl would disregard his words entirely? How long had it been? The betrothal gifts had already arrived at their doorstep. In her heart, Xikong Qianluo felt a stampede of a myriad of angry horses. In his mind, Xikong Changfeng had envisioned countless scenarios of mercilessly tormenting Su Su. Yet in reality, he could only grit his teeth and swallow his indignation. There was no alternative. The gap in strength was insurmountable. He was merely at the 5th level of the celestial realm, and though he had once been slightly stronger than his junior sister, she had now surpassed him by leaps and bounds. If he could not even best his junior sister, how could he hope to contend with Su Su? He had witnessed Su Su effortlessly vanquish Yaoyue with a mere wave of his hand. On their return journey, his master had further enlightened him, revealing that Su Su was not only a terrestrial immortal, but also a prodigy who practiced both internal energy and swordsmanship. The extent of his mastery in internal energy was unknown, yet his prowess in swordsmanship had already reached the 2nd level. Such a level of terror was unfathomable. Yaoyue seeking Su Su for a duel was nothing short of courting disaster. However, just because Su Su was formidable did not mean he had the right to claim his cherished daughter as his own. Upon receiving the invitation and the betrothal gifts, Xikong Changfeng spent an entire afternoon alone in his chamber. Upon learning of the situation, Li Dongjun made a special visit to offer words of consolation. Master's younger brother. A daughter grows independent of her father. Since Qianluo is willing, you ought not to obstruct her. Besides, being by Su Su's side, a genius of such caliber, may not be a misfortune for Qianluo. You've seen Han Es progress. Perhaps being near him will expedite her own breakthroughs. Forming a connection with such an extraordinary talent is, after all, a stroke of good fortune. Xikong Changfeng remained silent for a long while. He understood the reasoning, yet the thought of his beloved daughter being so easily swayed by another left him unsettled. Every father treasures his daughter. At that moment, Xikong Changfeng was unaware that his little treasure was not being deceived at all. Rather, she had willingly offered herself. Had he known this, he would have been incensed to the point of spitting blood. Senior brother, rest assured, I shall not act recklessly. This is Qianluo's choice, and I will respect it. Upon reflection, Su Su was not without merit. Aside from his penchant for frivolity and a multitude of wives, he bore no significant faults. During his stay at the estate, Xikong Changfeng had observed that Su Su treated his wives quite well. Moreover, all of his wives were celestial beings, leading him to believe that there must be some extraordinary means by which he had acquired them. Han E had mentioned that Su Su was skilled in alchemy and possessed many wondrous techniques. Following him could indeed be a commendable choice for Qianluo. As long as you can think this way, that is sufficient. Li Dongjun genuinely feared that his precious daughter might, in a moment of impulse, sever ties with Su Su. Offending a land deity who excels in both martial and scholarly pursuits is certainly unwise. The dowries of Qianluo and Luoxia, akin to the cold garments, are prepared by my Yaoyue city. The daughters wed from Yaoyue city are treated equally. Li Dongjun is no exception, making preparations that rival those of Li Hani's dowry. As the father of Xikong Qianluo, Xikong Changfeng naturally contributes to the dowry for his daughter's marriage. News swiftly spread throughout Bailey Yaoyue city. Upon learning that Luoxia and Xikong Qianluo were to marry Su Su, the townsfolk and wanderers erupted in outrage. Who is this Su Su, who first weds our 3rd city lord, and, not content, now seeks to marry our elder and Miss Qianluo? This is infuriating. If that man surnamed Su stood before me, I would surely confront him. Confront him? Do you dare? Are you more formidable than the Tao Sword Immortal? Have you not witnessed how the Tao Sword Immortal, at the pinnacle of the celestial realm, was effortlessly vanquished by Su Mengzhu, reduced to a mere blood mist? If you seek demise, there are myriad ways. No need to disgrace our Yaoyue city. Apologies, I acted rashly, but it truly pains me to see our beauties wed to another. What does this signify? I sense this may merely be the beginning. After claiming the beauties of the great song, Su Mengzhu has also taken several from the Ming dynasty, and now it seems he has set his sights on our Bailey. This is utterly excessive. The crowd murmured in heated discussion. Eventually, they could only exhale in frustration. It was impossible to contain their anger. The beauties of the Bailey dynasty are revered as goddesses in the hearts of many, unattainable fairies for countless souls. Now, those exquisite flowers have been plucked by men from other dynasties. How can one not feel incensed? Not only angered, but also heartbroken. What is more, they are not even the primary wives, but rather concubines. When did the exalted goddess in their minds become so pitiable? This news quickly spread across the Bailey dynasty. Countless individuals, upon learning of this, harbored deep resentment towards Su Su, yet felt utterly powerless. Those who attended Li Hani's wedding in the Great Song witnessed the Tao sword immortal, Xiaoyue, turn to blood mist by Su Su. Such power is not something they can provoke. In contrast to the men's sentiments, the female heroes of the Bailey dynasty felt a profound curiosity towards Su Su. They yearned to discover what kind of extraordinary man could, after conquering Li Hani, also win the hearts of Xikong Qianluo and Yi Luoxia to marry him willingly. Rumors circulated in the martial world. The leader of the Great Song's martial alliance possesses unparalleled beauty and mysterious, formidable skills. This is indeed captivating. Thus, amidst the ongoing discussions, the name Su Su gradually gained significant renown in the Bailey dynasty, evoking feelings of curiosity and jealousy alike. Yet, it is well known among all that they could no longer prevent Su Su from extending his grasp towards the enchanting beauties of the Northern Li dynasty. Days swiftly passed, and amidst the eager anticipation of the crowd, the day of Su Su's wedding soon arrived. Su family manor was adorned with vibrant decorations. Red silk lanterns illuminated every corner, and carpets were lavishly spread throughout the estate, enveloping the surroundings in a jubilant atmosphere. In addition to the heroes of the League of Legends, a considerable number of guests from Snow Moon City made their presence known. Such was the occasion. Two prominent individuals were to be wed, the daughter of the city lord and an esteemed elder. Not to mention, the sheer number of people required to carry the dowry was substantial. Furthermore, several acquaintances of Yi Luoxia and Xikong Qianluo had also graced the event with their presence. Naturally, a gathering of friends and relatives was indispensable. Additionally, various sects and factions from the Northern Li dynasty, intrigued by Su Su, sent representatives to attend, thereby honoring Snow Moon City while simultaneously satisfying their own curiosity, an opportunity for mutual benefit that was too enticing to resist. Chapter 195. What uses mere appearance? Hey brother, is that youth clad in the red ceremonial robe truly the rumored leader of the Song dynasty's martial arts alliance? Questioned a group of individuals from Snow Moon City, who had apprehended someone previously acquainted with the Su family estate. The man cast a glance at Su Su, nodding repeatedly, with such striking elegance. Who else could he be but the Song alliance leader? It is said that this Su leader is the most handsome man in the Song dynasty. Seeing him today, one cannot help but agree that the rumors hardly do him justice. Not only does he deserve the title of the most handsome in the Song dynasty, but he could claim that honor throughout the entire martial arts world. Setting aside his influence, his visage is ethereal, akin to a celestial being. Who could withstand such beauty? No wonder Elder Yi and Miss Qianluo are willing to marry him. To encounter such a figure makes this journey worthwhile. Rumor has it that the Su leader possesses exceptional medical skills, excels in crafting weapons and elixirs, and even has remarkable brewing abilities. I wonder how he compares to the Apothecary Valley and the Swordheart Tomb. Countless gazes were involuntarily drawn to Su Su. Curiosity, amazement, envy, an array of emotions was palpable in the air. In a corner, a young woman dressed in a light-colored gown and donning a veil fixed her eyes upon him the moment he appeared, her gaze unwavering. Her eyes shimmered with curiosity and anticipation, occasionally muffled by a cough that left her complexion increasingly pale. Accompanying her was another woman of exquisite beauty, exuding vivacity and charm. "Sister, are you all right? You should take some medicine to alleviate this cough. It seems to be worsening," the lively girl said, her eyes brimming with concern. She produced a small vial from her bosom, pouring a few pills into her palm and offering them to her sister. The young woman smiled faintly, revealing her face as she swallowed the pills. "Sister, please drink some water. It is all my fault for not mastering my craft well enough to heal your ailment." The spirited girl wore an expression of guilt. As the heir of the Apothecary Valley, her medical skills were commendable. Yet, when it came to treating Yi Ruoyi's congenital heart condition, she found herself utterly powerless, which filled her with remorse. "Dear Jeaner, you have tried your best and are truly remarkable. If blame is to be placed, it can only rest on my frail fate," Yi Ruoyi replied with a bitter smile. As the only daughter of General Yi Xiaoying of Bailey, she had been raised in luxury and adored since childhood. Yet, her frail health and congenital heart ailment had destined her to miss out on the blessings that others enjoyed. Yi Ruoyi accepted her fate with a hint of resignation, but her heart brimmed with discontent. This visit to the Su family estate was motivated by the hope of seeking medical assistance from the renowned Su leader, who was said to possess extraordinary healing abilities. "Sister Yi, you must not speak so. The Su leader's medical prowess is indeed remarkable. I have heard that previously," Sister Hani was pursued by a group of mysterious assailants, over a dozen celestial beings. Her life hung by a thread, and she suffered grievous injuries. Even if an ordinary healer managed to save her life, her martial arts prowess would have been irreparably lost. Yet, the Su leader not only preserved her skills and life, but also aided her in breaking through 3 realms. What astounding feats those are. Before coming here, I made a point to inquire about the medical skills of the esteemed Lord Su, which are said to be nothing short of miraculous. Even Mei Er, a renowned physician, is a disciple of Lord Su. Hua Jin spoke with the fervor of one recounting cherished tales, fearful that Yi Roi might relinquish her hope. Observing her earnestness, Yi Roi couldn't help but smile. She was acutely aware of Hua Jin's intentions, to instill hope in her, and to soothe her own anxieties, she chose to believe. Dear Sister Yi, please do not jest, I speak the truth. If Brother Su is willing to lend his aid, there will surely be no issue, Hua Jin insisted. Very well, I shall trust in our little Jiner's discernment, Yi Roi replied with a smile. Her return to the great song was entirely spurred by Hua Jin's encouragement. She herself held little expectation. Yet, witnessing Hua Jin's tireless efforts for her ailment, she felt compelled not to abandon herself. The belief she expressed was a mystery even to her. Was she comforting Hua Jin or herself? What illustrious physicians had not attempted to cure her affliction? Even Qi Tianxian, the national master of the Northern Li, had been helpless against it, managing only to alleviate her condition. Could anyone surpass the national master's prowess? This was a notion Yi Roi found hard to accept. Despite the tales of Su Su's miraculous cure of Li Hani, she suspected that it was merely the Snow Moon City seeking a graceful exit, embellished with exaggeration. Naturally, she would not voice such doubts in front of Hua Jin. Indeed, the Lord's appearance matched the rumors, handsome and unparalleled, yet he seemed excessively enamored with beauty. Already having 24 wives, and still seeking more. What must his current wives think? And what of Qian Luo and Luo Xia? Was there truly no suitable husband in Snow Moon City that they needed to venture so far to wed in the Great Song? Among the myriad of dynasties, the Great Song was the weakest, second only to the Great Sui. What resources or protection could one possibly gain from marrying into such a dynasty? Yi Roi's gaze lingered on Su Su, her thoughts swirling, struggling to comprehend the motivations of the likes of Luo Xia. Su Su was indeed handsome. Yet what value did mere looks hold? The absence of a husband's affection was the true anguish. As the daughter of a great general, she had encountered numerous concubines within the palace and was well aware of their lives. It was precisely this understanding that left her perplexed. With the ceremonial rites completed, bowing to heaven and earth, paying respects to the high hall, and the couple's mutual bowing, the guests of the Great Song Hero Alliance could only marvel in silence. One beautiful maiden after another was brought into the fold, and as they completed their unions, they sought brides from other dynasties. While they were envious, they also felt a sense of pride. Having secured 2 beauties at once brought joy to Su Su's heart, as he departed with Xikong Qianluo and Luo Xia. Entering the bridal chamber amidst the envious gazes of the crowd, Xikong Changfeng sat at the table, his expression a complex tapestry of melancholy and solitude. His teeth nearly ground to dust, he felt the weight of loss. After nurturing his daughter for so many years, she had been deceived away by another. What father, in his right mind, would not feel discomfort? Yet, he found himself unable to voice his grievances, resorting instead to solitary indulgence in drink. Although he could claim the title of father-in-law, in the realm of power, he felt utterly diminished before Su Su, unable to assume the dignified posture expected of a father-in-law. This only deepened his sense of frustration. The others present in the League of Legends discerned the discontent in Xikong Changfeng's demeanor. Huang Yaoyue was the first to approach, taking a seat beside him, and jovially remarked, "Congratulations, City Lord Xikong. Come, let us toast to your honor." To which Xikong Changfeng retorted, "Congratulations, my foot." Huang Yaoyue, fully attuned to his sentiments, offered heartfelt consolation. After hearing Huang Yaoyue's words of comfort, Xikong's spirits were considerably lifted. The two, united in camaraderie over their shared libations, found joy in each other's company. Chapter 196. A contest of ambition with the heavens as Qiao Feng observed the two indulging in their revelry. He could not resist joining their merriment. The 3 of them possessed commendable drinking capacities, and soon they were thoroughly intoxicated. Inside the bridal chamber, Xikong Qianluo's heart raced with anticipation. Her confession had been provoked by sheer impulse, and at this moment, she found herself truly transformed into Su Ji's wife, which only heightened her anxiety. How would she confront the situation that awaited her? In her youth, she had engaged in discussions with her friends regarding the customs of marriage, particularly whether one was to share a bed with her husband or follow some other tradition. One of her friends had suggested that on the wedding night, the bride should sleep with her mother-in-law. At the time, they all found that notion appealing. Yet now, confronted with the reality, Xikong Qianluo felt utterly perplexed. Su Ji's parents had long passed away, leaving her without a mother-in-law for guidance, and moreover, it was only later in life that she comprehended the significance of the wedding night, a sacred occasion belonging solely to the bride and groom, rendering her friend's suggestion entirely irrelevant. What was she to do now? Upon entering the room, Su immediately noticed Xikong Qianluo's fidgety demeanor and could not help but chuckle. Approaching her, he lifted her veil with a flourish. Instantly, her stunning beauty was revealed to him. "Luer, you are truly exquisite." Xikong Qianluo cast her eyes downward, unable to meet Su's gaze. "What's wrong? Do you not wish to see your husband?" With a teasing smile, Su remarked, "If that is the case, I shall head over to Luoxia." "Oh, I was so delighted when you professed your affection for me. I never imagined that in just a few days, you would so coldly disregard me, not even granting me a glance. Is that how love fades?" No, love has not vanished. Good, do not leave." Hearing the mock sorrow in Su's voice, Xikong Qianluo quickly lifted her head and grasped his hand. Upon meeting Su's smiling face, she realized she had been playfully tricked, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "Good Luer, I was merely teasing you. You only know how to jest with me." Xikong Qianluo pouted playfully. "It is my fault. I shall surely cherish you as compensation." As he spoke, Su enveloped Xikong Qianluo in his arms, sealing their connection with a kiss. In that moment, silence spoke volumes. Meanwhile, on the other side, Luoxia found herself ensnared in a seemingly endless wait. The singular drawback of having two wives was evident here. When one was in the company of one, the other inevitably felt neglected. Seated on the edge of her bed, Luoxia felt a tinge of boredom. On this wedding night, she could not summon her friends for a game of mahjong, and with the servants having withdrawn, the room felt desolate and tedious. It was unnecessary to ponder. She was well aware of what occupied Su's attention at that moment. Unable to suppress her grievances, she mused, "It is no wonder that he is so enamored with beauty and possesses such vigor. Truly, no one can monopolize him." Alas, compared to Xikong Qianluo, Luoxia had already experienced the reality firsthand. She had anticipated a fierce contest of wills, yet found herself completely overwhelmed, pleading for mercy the entire night. The thought left her cheeks aflame with embarrassment. After approximately 3 hours, Luoxia awoke from her slumber, only to be greeted by the sound of footsteps nearby. Startled by this noise, she sprang to her feet and dashed towards the entrance. "My husband, you have finally arrived." As Su stepped through the door, he was met with an unexpected embrace. The warmth and softness of her presence enveloped him, reminiscent of the enchanting fragrance of orchids in a secluded valley, stirring his heart profoundly. "Apologies, Luoxia, for keeping you waiting," he said. Luoxia responded with a playful hum. "Could it be that you've forgotten me? Or perhaps the novelty of me has worn off?" The woman before him exuded a captivating charm, laced with a hint of playful pouting. Su couldn't help but chuckle heartily. "How could I forget? You have long resided at the pinnacle of my heart. Forgetting anyone else would be impossible." "My husband," Luoxia continued, "I have yet to master the phoenix and phoenix decision you taught me a few days ago. Might you instruct me once more?" Upon hearing her request, Su dismissed any notions of her being upset, deftly shifting the conversation. After all, their playful banter was merely a game. She was not genuinely angry. "Of course, I would be delighted to teach you," he replied, fully aware that her claim of not mastering the technique was unfounded. Nonetheless, imparting the phoenix and phoenix decision brought him immense joy. It must be said that Luoxia was indeed unlike anyone else. Confident, gracious, and utterly enchanting. She could rival Dongfang Bai, yet they possessed many distinct qualities. In any case, each of Su's wives showcased her own unique charm, creating a vibrant tapestry of beauty and individuality. Congratulations on marrying Xikong Qianluo, rewarded with a century of cultivation and the great Brahma sacred palm. Congratulations on marrying Luoxia, rewarded with a century of cultivation and the purple frost divine herb. Though Su felt a twinge of confusion regarding these rewards, he had no time to ponder them in depth. The following day, Su arose and issued instructions to the maids and servants. "Take great care of my 2 wives." With that, he proceeded to the backyard. The servants were well acquainted with his routine and showed no surprise. However, their gazes toward him were filled with admiration, especially the maidens of the household, whose meager cultivation levels left them utterly captivated by Su's emperor physique. In the backyard, Su calmed his mind and began to absorb his newfound cultivation. The marriages to Xikong Qianluo and Luoxia had granted him a remarkable 120 years of cultivation. In the past, such a reward would have thrilled him, but now it elicited little more than mild surprise. Compared to the 500 or 700 years he had previously acquired, this seemed rather paltry. Yet, even the smallest of gains is still a gain. 120 years of cultivation was not to be dismissed, as the path of cultivation is fundamentally a process of gradual accumulation. System, I wish to receive my cultivation. Boom. The moment he uttered these words, an invisible rumble resonated around him. The golden core within Su Su rapidly began to circulate, and the Taishan scripture instinctively activated, compressing, refining, and converting the 120 years of cultivation into inner strength, which flowed continuously into his golden core. In but a brief moment, the entirety of the 120 years of cultivation was absorbed and transformed. Su Su remained utterly unaffected, as if the entire process were as effortless as drinking water or eating. After the golden core absorbed the inner strength, it ceased all movement. Although the golden core exhibited no apparent transformation, Su Su distinctly sensed a significant solidification of his inner power. With a prior accumulation of 2,380 years of inner strength, supplemented by an additional 120 years today, he now possessed precisely 2,500 years. Su Su felt that he was drawing ever closer to the prowess of Xian Yaozi. Fortuitously, he had transitioned to cultivating Yuan Xian. Otherwise, he might have driven Su Su to madness with his progress. Su Su was exceedingly pleased with the rapidity of his advancement. If he persisted on this path, it would not be long before he surpassed Xian Yaozi and subsequently other terrestrial immortals of similar stature. No matter how venerable the terrestrial immortals, they would ultimately be eclipsed by him. The mere thought of this ignited a profound sense of ambition within Su Su, stirring within him a fervent desire to challenge the heavens themselves.